S-Class. It's an S-Class lightning type ability. Am I dreaming? It's real. Our school actually has an S-Class ability. This year's college entrance exam, no. 2 High School is about to rise. Longwatianha City no. 2 High School. At this moment a young boy stood on the awakening platform. On the awakening stone beside the boy a pillar of purple light soared into the sky. The teachers and students below the platform were all dumbfounded, their faces full of disbelief. Everyone froze in place. Some screamed in shock. Some trembled all over. Even the teacher on the stage was shaking with excitement. S-Class? Not bad. The young boy on the platform looked at the awakening stone, his face calm as he murmured to himself. The timeline was pulled back a few days ago. Sunny weather, birds singing, flowers fragrant. A gentle breeze made the leaves rustle. Blue Star Longwatianha City no. 2 High School Class 1 of Senior 3. At this moment the homeroom teacher Ma Jiangwo was giving an impassioned speech on the podium. Listen carefully, tomorrow you will undergo the awakening ceremony. This is the turning point in your life. Go home today and prepare well. Got it. The students responded in unison, their voices filled with excitement and anxiety. But one person stood out. Lin Fan was rubbing his temples, still feeling a bit dizzy. Awakening ceremony. What the hell? No way. As he was wondering, a memory with a slight stabbing pain surged into Lin Fan's mind. After a while Lin Fan raised his head, his eyes becoming clear. So it's like this, a parallel world, Blue Star. Interesting. 60 years ago global spiritual energy revival gave some humans superpowers. For the stability of society the authorities took immediate action. Later research found that the air contained an unknown energy that could cause a magical reaction in the human body, granting various superpowers. The authorities defined this energy as spiritual energy, and the abilities awakened through it were collectively called superpowers. Those with superpowers were called superpowered beings. And based on the strength of the ability it was divided into 9 levels: FEDCBASSSSSS. Through decades of development superpowered beings also had detailed realm divisions. They were divided into 1st to 9th order, each order further divided into early, middle, late, and perfect stages. 1st to 3rd order were low-level superpowered beings. 4th to 6th order were mid-level. 7th to 9th were high-level. However, every blessing comes with a curse. The spiritual energy revival not only brought benefits to humanity but also disasters. Wild creatures exposed to spiritual energy also mutated. At first people could still suppress them with advanced thermal weapons. But as the spiritual energy concentration increased, the strength of the mutated beasts grew, and gradually thermal weapons became ineffective. Countries were forced to use forbidden weapons, nuclear bombs. With the mushroom clouds the mutated beasts were suppressed again. But good times didn't last long. About 20 years ago the birth of a 7th-order beast king broke the existing situation. This beast king showed remarkable intelligence. It led the mutated beasts using blitzkrieg tactics, quickly overrunning many small countries. When the Blue Star world government reacted it was already too late. Countries launched nuclear bombs at the beast king again. But this time the bombs did not achieve the expected effect. Given the beast king's strength, unless it was at the center of the nuclear explosion it could not be substantially harmed. And given its speed, unless the area was carpet-bombed it could not be killed. After this incident the Beast King was completely enraged. It again led a bloodbath through several countries. Small countries were helpless against the massive beast army. They could only ask for help from other countries. But other countries were also struggling. Just then the strongest person in Longwa broke through to the 7th order. He joined forces with the strongest 6th-order superpowered beings from various countries to besiege the Beast King. Although they didn't kill it, they severely wounded it. This great war between humans and beasts finally ended. After that there were still skirmishes between humans and beasts, but they were just minor conflicts. But both sides knew this was just the calm before the storm. In the end humanity was led by 4 giants: Longwa, Beautiful Country, European Union, and Bear Country. Together they formed a world alliance. Among the 4 giants Longwa was the strongest on the surface. Ding! Ling! Ling! The school bell rang. Lin Fan packed his things and walked home alone. In his previous life Lin Fan was an ordinary office worker living a plain life. But while crossing the road on his way to work a runaway truck rushed towards him. Lin Fan's vision went black, and when he woke up he had arrived in this world. After inheriting the original owner's memories, Lin Fan's feelings were complicated. He was both excited to be able to cross into this extraordinary world and pursue the power he couldn't achieve in his previous life. Yet there was also a sense of unreality and a trace of confusion. Just as his thoughts were wandering, a voice broke the silence. Ding! Multiverse template system is loading. At the doorstep of his home, looking at the familiar yet unfamiliar door, Lin Fan felt a daze. But Lin Fan quickly came to his senses and gently shook his head. Then he unlocked the door and walked into the house. The house was moderately sized, about 100 square meters. Yet the spacious room was empty except for Lin Fan, giving a feeling of desolation. The original owner was an only child. His parents had passed away when he was very young. He had lived with his grandmother all these years, but she had unfortunately passed away half a year ago, leaving only this house and over $1 million in savings. Lin Fan changed into slippers and walked straight to the living room. He took out a bowl of instant noodles, added a braised egg and a sausage, poured in hot water, and covered it. He also took a bottle of cola from the fridge, then sat at the table waiting. Ding! System loading successful. Beginner's gift pack has been issued. Does the host wish to claim it? A cold mechanical voice came from Lin Fan's mind. Claim, Lin Fan said without hesitation in his mind. Ding! Claim successful. Congratulations, host, you have obtained the cultivation method, Great Wilderness Heaven Swallowing Art, and a bottle of Chi Nourishing Pill. Please check. Lin Fan put down his chopsticks and began to study the system carefully. With a thought, he opened his personal information panel. Host Lin Fan, age 18, race human, superpower unawakened, realm mortal, technique Great Wilderness Heaven Swallowing Art, skills none, system points 0. System, what are the ways to obtain points? Lin Fan asked in his mind. Ding! Points can be obtained by completing system tasks, killing mutated beasts or superpowered beings. Daily check-in also grants 50 points. I see. Lin Fan nodded. Check-in today. Without further ado, he said directly. Ding! Check-in successful. Congratulations, host, you have received 50 points. After the check-in, Lin Fan examined the newbie rewards. His mind focused on the Great Wilderness Heaven Swallowing Art, and then a stream of information poured into Lin Fan's mind. Great Wilderness Heaven Swallowing Art, using oneself as a furnace, everything as nourishment. Seizing the creation of heaven and earth, enhancing oneself. Cultivating this art has no bottlenecks. As long as there is enough energy, one can improve infinitely. Moreover, it does not cause instability due to rapid advancement. When practiced to the highest level, mountains, rivers, lakes, sun, moon, and stars, nothing remains unconsumed. Seeing the introduction of the Desolate Heaven Devouring Art, Lin Fan was also shocked. This was far stronger than the high-grade techniques possessed by the wealthy and noble families he knew of. In this world, techniques are divided into 3 grades: initial, intermediate, and high. After all, spiritual energy revival has only been a few decades, and high-grade techniques are already the strongest known level. If the cultivation speed of initial grade techniques is 1, then intermediate is 3 and high is 10. The gap seems small, but if you extend the timeline. With the same talent, someone practicing a high-grade technique for 2 years equals your 20 years of an initial grade technique. The gap becomes obvious. Many people stop at nothing to obtain higher-grade cultivation techniques. Although the education department has popularized cultivation techniques, they only release the initial grade ones. This technique, though initial grade, has the advantage of being suitable for most people with a low threshold. As long as one awakens their ability, almost everyone can cultivate successfully. Of course, there are a few exceptionally gifted people who can cultivate before awakening their ability, but such people are extremely rare. And coincidentally, Lin Fan is exactly that kind of person. Maybe because he is a transmigrator, his soul strength is higher than ordinary people, so he can cultivate. However, his cultivation speed is extremely slow. Thinking of this, Lin Fan tried to run the Desolate Heaven Devouring Art. Due to the system, the information of the art was directly imprinted into his mind. Lin Fan instantly grasped the operation method of the Desolate Heaven Devouring Art. The moment he ran it, he was shocked. This speed of absorbing spiritual energy is at least 100 times that of an initial grade technique. This far surpasses the so-called high-grade technique. Lin Fan's heart shook, then a smile curled at the corner of his mouth. Indeed, what the system produces is always a masterpiece. Then Lin Fan also discovered that the Desolate Heaven Devouring Art included a body forging technique. This was something he hadn't expected. After all, with spiritual energy revival only a few decades old, most techniques focus solely on absorbing spiritual energy efficiently to improve one's realm. Moreover, awakened individuals receive some physical enhancement upon each breakthrough. Cultivating both chi and body consumes more resources and energy. So very few people specialize in body forging, leading to an immature body forging system in this world. But Lin Fan is different because the body forging method in the Desolate Heaven Devouring Art is mature and complete. The body forging system is divided into 2 major stages and multiple sub-stages. First major stage, tempering the body. Divided into 5 sub-stages: skin tempering, flesh tempering, tendon tempering, bone tempering, marrow tempering. After completion, one becomes invulnerable to blades and fire, immune to water and fire, with a blood energy as vast as an abyss. Second major stage: divine treasures. The 5 internal organs each contain a divine treasure, each corresponding to one of the 5 elemental powers. The divine treasure of the heart corresponds to the element of fire. The divine treasure of the lungs corresponds to the element of metal. The divine treasure of the kidneys corresponds to the element of water. The divine treasure of the liver corresponds to the element of wood. The divine treasure of the spleen corresponds to the element of earth. And each time a divine treasure is tempered, the corresponding elemental power greatly increases. For example, after tempering the liver's divine treasure, since its element is wood, it greatly enhances one's vitality. After tempering the heart's divine treasure, the heart belongs to fire, and one's blood energy increases like a volcanic eruption. After tempering the kidney's divine treasure, without mentioning other things, one's vitality in that aspect will greatly increase. After tempering the lungs' divine treasure, then one's breath becomes long and steady even when not cultivating. Every breath automatically absorbs the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, greatly increasing combat endurance. After tempering the spleen's divine treasure, the spleen belongs to earth, containing the central chi. It can balance various energies within the body, stabilizing the foundation. And once all 5 organs are fully tempered, one's inner 5 elements will resonate with the outer 5 elements of heaven and earth, forming a 5-element cycle spiral within the body, thus generating power endlessly. Theoretically, from then on, one would never run out of power in battle. What a good thing. After reading the introduction of the 5 elements body forging art, Lin Fan clenched his fists, eager to start cultivating. Oh, there's another reward. Lin Fan suddenly remembered something and shifted his gaze to another part of the system interface. Qi nourishing pill. After taking it, one can increase their own spiritual energy. What a coincidence. System extract Qi nourishing pill. Lin Fan thought to himself. Ding. Extraction successful. The next moment, Lin Fan felt his pants pocket bulge. He reached in and pulled out the object. It turned out to be a jade bottle. The bottle had no patterns, looking plain and ordinary. He opened it to find 10 pills, white as snow, the size of longan fruits. Lin Fan took out one pill and smelled it, a faint fragrance wafting. After a moment, he swallowed the pill. The pill dissolved on his tongue, and he felt a warm current enter his dantian. Seeing this, Lin Fan immediately sat cross-legged and began to circulate the desolate heaven-devouring art. As the technique ran, the surrounding spiritual energy slowly converged towards him. Gradually, a spiritual energy vortex formed above his head. But this was not the end, as the medicinal power of the Qi nourishing pill began to take effect. The speed of the vortex suddenly increased. Streams of spiritual energy surged into Lin Fan's body through the vortex. If any other cultivator saw this, they would be shocked. This absorption speed is comparable to that of a high-rank awakened. Normally, absorbing so much spiritual energy at once would cause Lin Fan's body to explode. But the wild energy was quickly refined by the desolate heaven-devouring art. The violent spiritual energy upon entering his body was quickly refined by the desolate heaven-devouring art, transforming it into gentle spiritual force that flowed into his dantian. Lin Fan's aura continuously rose. However, just as he completed a small cycle of the desolate heaven-devouring art, a ray of moonlight fell through the window onto him. A miraculous scene occurred. In the moonlight, strands of white energy appeared. These energies slowly flowed down the moonlight into Lin Fan's body. If there were a knowledgeable person nearby, they would recognize this as moon essence. It only appears on the night of the full moon, and today happens to be a full moon. This energy is not as violent as spiritual energy, but it is extremely pure. This is the effect of the desolate heaven-devouring art, seizing the creation of heaven and earth. Time flew quickly, and soon it was morning. Following the moonlight, a ray of sunlight shone through the window onto Lin Fan. The miracle happened again. The sun rises day and night alternate. The purple chi comes from the east. Wisps of purple chi in the same manner. The purple chi flowed into Lin Fan's body along the sunlight. Lin Fan, who had been cultivating all night, was already on the verge of a breakthrough. This wisp of purple chi was like a fuse. It caused Lin Fan's power, which had reached its peak, to surge again. Boom! A soft sound was heard. Lin Fan felt an invisible barrier shatter, and then his body became light. Huh! With a breath of turbid air, Lin Fan slowly opened his eyes. Feeling his own condition, he curled his lips into a smile. First stage initial. Skin tempering beginner. Host Lin Fan. Age 18. Race human. Ability not awakened. Realm early first stage. Technique great wilderness devouring heaven art. Skills none. System points 100. This daily automatic check-in function is quite convenient. Lin Fan had only thought of it this morning after finishing his cultivation and breakfast. Finding daily check-ins too troublesome, he asked the system and learned that he could set up automatic daily check-ins. At this, Lin Fan silently gave the system a thumbs up in his heart. He walked unhurriedly toward school. The awakening ceremony was scheduled to start at 9, and it was just past 8 now, so time was ample. After the awakening ceremony, there would be 2 months before the college entrance exam, and the school had already finished teaching the curriculum. After explaining the guidelines, students could choose to stay at school or cultivate at home and return for the exam on the day. Most chose the latter, and Lin Fan did the same. Ding! Mission issued: participate in the awakening ceremony and successfully awaken an ability. Mission reward 500 points. Isn't this just handing me points? Lin Fan was stunned for a moment, then broke into a smile. His steps towards school quickened slightly. A few minutes later he reached the school gate, where a large number of security personnel were patrolling. Those security guards kept their eyes alertly scanning the surroundings. Besides the security, many parents were gathered outside the school, but they were all blocked from entering the campus. Only students could enter, and they had to pass a verification check to confirm their identity before being allowed in. In the past, Advanced Beast had transformed into human form, infiltrated an exam hall, and killed a group of students. Among those students was one who had awakened an SS-level ability. The Dragon Kingdom authorities were enraged and swiftly took action, not only killing that beast, but also rooting out some hidden threats. After that, the security measures for awakening ceremonies became extremely strict. These security guards are probably just the visible ones. Who knows how many are watching in the shadows? Forget it, why think about that? Lin Fan shook his head and walked toward the school gate. As expected, he was soon stopped. Student, please show your ID and stand still at this gate. A security guard who looked to be in his 30s or 40s said to Lin Fan. Lin Fan cooperated and handed over his ID. The guard took it, checked it, and switched on the detection gate. Beep. After a scan, the gate lit up green. Identity verified, you may enter. The security guard confirmed the identity information and returned the ID to Lin Fan. Then he stepped aside. Lin Fan said nothing, nodded, and stepped into the campus. Walking straight for 50 meters from the gate, then turning right, he reached a large playground where some people had already gathered. They were divided into teams, each with a class sign at the front. At the front of the playground stood 3 devices about 2 meters tall. In the center of each device was a small sphere with a display screen above it. This was the awakening apparatus. Lin Fan scanned the area, quickly spotted class 3-1, and headed toward his class. The homeroom teacher Old Ma also saw Lin Fan and nodded at him. You're here. Just line up in order. Old Ma pointed to the queue. Lin Fan nodded in acknowledgement, and went to the back of the line. What's up with this kid today? Probably just my imagination. Old Ma stared at Lin Fan's behavior for a moment, then quickly shook his head. Lin Fan glanced at the line. About half of the students had arrived so far. When everyone was present, he would be roughly in the middle of the queue. Half an hour later, the students gradually arrived. The principal of No. 2 High School also stepped onto the stage at this time. After scanning the crowd below, he began a speech. I am very pleased to see all of you students today. Now I declare the awakening ceremony officially begins. As the principal stepped down, 3 teachers in charge of guiding the awakening slowly walked onto the stage and addressed the crowd below. Next, we will call out 3 names at a time. Those whose names are called, please come forward and place your hand on the sphere of the device. With that, the 3 began to call out names. Class 1 Zhonglei, Class 3 Lisi, Class 5 Lu Ping. The 3 students, upon hearing their names, quickly stepped out of their lines and walked toward the awakening platform, their bodies faintly trembling. As they placed their hands on the awakening spheres, 3 beams of light emanated from the spheres, one after another. The lights varied in intensity and color. Soon the light faded. The content on the display screens appeared. Class 1 Zhonglei A-level ability Flame Control. Class 3 Lisi D-level ability Enhanced Vision. Class 5 Lu Ping C-level ability Physical Enhancement. Seeing this result, murmurs began among the crowd. That Zhonglei, who would have thought? He's always kept a low profile. He actually awakened an A-level ability. And it's an elemental type, Flame Control. A-level is already considered mid to upper tier. That's right. In terms of destructive power, Fire Element is among the top in the elemental spectrum. As for Li Si, he's not so good. D-level ability, and it's a useless vision enhancement, basically not as good as a telescope. He can only take the academic exam. If his cultural scores are decent, he can become a clerical worker. The treatment may not be as good as an ability user, but it's enough to get by. As for Lu Ping, he's fairly average. Just as they said on the awakening platform at that moment, Zhang Lei was beaming. Lu Ping's expression was normal while Li Si looked utterly dejected. The awakening on the stage continued. Huan Ziwen B-level elemental water power. Zhang Qian C-level support type healing light. Lu Fei D-level enhancement type taste enhancement. After watching for a while, Lin Fan's initial anticipation turned into a lack of interest. The ceremony has been going on for over half an hour, and most people have awakened D-level or C-level abilities. There are very few above B-level. It's quite boring. Lin Fan shook his head. But then again, Tianhe City is just a small place. B-level abilities are already considered excellent here. I hope I can encounter some impressive abilities during the college entrance exam. Just as he was thinking, his thoughts were interrupted by a voice. Class 1 Lin Fan. Time returned to the present. S-level ability. Not bad. Lin Fan looked at the awakening stone before him, his expression calm as he murmured to himself. Then he withdrew his gaze and slowly turned around. Under the countless gazes of shock, envy, and jealousy from the crowd below, he walked back to his class line. The field was silent at first until a shriek broke out from somewhere. That sound acted like a fuse, igniting the entire playground. It's like a little heifer riding a plane, a bullshit miracle. An S-level ability, and it's lightning, one of the top elemental types. Did our school step in dog shit this year? Damn, looks like no. Too high. School is about to rise. On the other side, Lin Fan, who had just returned to his class line, was pulled aside by the homeroom teacher Ma Jiangwo. You've really brought honor to our class, ha. 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 I knew I wasn't wrong about you. I always thought you were a genius. Ma Jiangwo patted Lin Fan's shoulder while laughing heartily. Thus the awakening ceremony gradually came to an end amidst laughter. After Lin Fan, no student above S-level appeared, though there were a few A-levels. But that was normal. In a small place like Tianhe City, having one S-level talent a year was already good. The principal is quite generous. Lin Fan mused, a smile spreading across his face as he gazed at the C-grade alloy blade in his hand. He had just been about to head home when the awakening ceremony concluded. But his homeroom teacher Ma Jiangwo called him over, saying the principal wanted to see him. Seeing Ma's beaming smile, Lin Fan, though puzzled, made his way to the principal's office. The moment he stepped inside, the principal began showering him with praise, leaving Lin Fan somewhat embarrassed. After the compliments, the principal immediately asked what reward he desired. He explained it was a school benefit for students of S rank and above. Lin Fan, realizing he needed a weapon and that his original self was adept with a blade, simply asked the principal for a sword. The principal promptly produced a C-grade alloy blade and handed it over. Lin Fan was mildly surprised, as a C-grade weapon was worth $1,000,000 Longwood dollars on the market. After handing over the blade, the principal kept him talking for another half hour. Only now did Lin Fan finally step out of the school gates. With 2 months left until the college entrance exam, the priority is to boost my strength. Walking home, Lin Fan pondered. In this world, universities were divided into 2 types: ability universities and liberal arts universities. The former were for awakened individuals with exams based on combat prowess, the latter were for those with weaker talents lacking combat capabilities. These focused on academic subjects with exams in the humanities. Though such individuals couldn't fight on the front lines against aberrant beasts, they could still contribute to national technology. Ability universities were further categorized into second-rate, first-rate, and the top 4 academies: Jingde University, Moda University, Military University, and Tianyuan University. Based on past experience, to enter the top 4, one's ability rank must be A grade or above, and one must at least reach the late first stage during the exam to have a chance. Lin Fan muttered, stroking his chin. Now offensively I have lightning abilities, defensively I'm fine. And lightning can also amplify my speed. What should I focus on next? He walked head bowed in thought. Physical body, spiritual energy. I have those. What's missing? Essence, energy, spirit. That's it. Mental strength. Realization dawned on Lin Fan. Mental strength was a key factor in combat outcomes, encompassing perception, reaction speed, willpower, and more. For example, if someone had slow reaction speed but a speed-type ability, they might end up charging into enemy attacks. Similarly, if perception was weak, the enemy could have a blade at your throat before you even realized it. So what I need now is to enhance my mental strength. Lin Fan made up his mind. Just as he was deep in thought, a mechanical voice echoed in his mind. Ding. Mission completed. Awaken ability reward 500 points. Current points 600. Let me check the system shop for something to boost mental strength. Hearing the system prompt, Lin Fan's heart stirred. He focused his will and opened the system shop, scanning for mental strength-related options. Soon an interface appeared. Case God Mill Visualization 50000000, Qianzi Secret 50000000, Refining Spirit Art 50000000. Lin Fan ignored these astronomical prices and scrolled to the cheaper section. Small 5 Elements Refining Spirit Art 1000, Basic Mental Strength Training Method 800. I still can't afford it. Lin Fan shook his head at the dazzling array of items. Wait, this one seems... He was about to close the system page when he noticed a special item. Observation Hockey Basic 500. Observation Hockey. It has a similar effect to mental strength. Even basic, it's enough for now. Thinking it over, Lin Fan decided to purchase it. Ding. Purchase successful, minus 500 points. Congratulations, host has obtained Observation Hockey Basic. As the prompt sounded, a brief dizziness washed over Lin Fan's consciousness. A memory of practicing observation hockey materialized in his mind as if he had been pulled into a space to train it endlessly. When Lin Fan slowly came to, he instinctively activated observation hockey. The world around him became crystal clear in his perception. But as he was still immersed in the experience, a voice echoed in his mind. Ding. Detected, host has completed mission. New mission triggered. Enter the aberrant beast forest and survive for 1 month. Reward 3 tomos Sharingan. A new mission. The reward is the 3 tomos Sharingan. Lin Fan's eyes lit up with joy. His pace quickened as he headed home. A few minutes later, Lin Fan stood at his doorstep. Creak. With a soft sound, the door swung open. Entering, he slipped into slippers from the shoe rack and headed straight for the bedroom. After a bit of rustling and searching, Lin Fan pulled out a bank card from the bedroom. It was the inheritance left by his original parents, containing over $1 million. Surviving in the aberrant beast forest for a month is no easy feat. I'll buy supplies tonight and head out of the city tomorrow. Lin Fan looked at the card in his hand, then took a pen and paper from the desk, carefully writing out a shopping list. After finishing, he slipped on a black jacket and left the house. A 15-minute walk brought him to the city center's commercial street. The area was brightly lit, bustling with people, lively and full of life. Soon Lin Fan stopped in front of a store. The store was a 3-story building with a plaque bearing the words, Treasure Pavilion, in gold. 2 majestic Pichot statues flanked the entrance, exuding an air of opulence. Sir, how may I assist you? A female clerk in a uniform looking about 20 approached Lin Fan shortly after he stepped inside. I need 30 lower-grade spirit stones, Lin Fan said. Certainly, sir, please follow me. The clerk led him to a seat and then went to fetch the stones. Spirit stones were divided into 3 grades: lower, middle, and upper. The exchange rate was 1100. A lower grade stone cost 1000 Longwood dollars. A middle grade 110000, and an upper grade 11000000. Higher grade stones contained more spiritual energy, purer in quality. 2 minutes later, the clerk returned with a tray bearing exactly 30 spirit stones. Sir, here are your 30 lower grade spirit stones. Please take a look. Lin Fan glanced at them and nodded. Then please follow me to settle the payment. The clerk led him to the counter. 30 lower-grade spirit stones total 30000 Longwood dollars. How would you like to pay? Card, Lin Fan said, handing over the card and entering the PIN. Payment successful. Here are your items. Welcome back anytime. The clerk returned the card and spirit stones. Lin Fan took them, nodded, and stored everything in his system space before turning to leave. He wasn't worried about revealing his system, as storage rings existed in this world. He had already bought an ordinary ring from a street vendor as a cover. After leaving the treasure pavilion, Lin Fan purchased a month's worth of food, water, bandages, and medicine before returning home. After dinner and a shower, he sat cross-legged on the bed, ready to cultivate. He took out a lower-grade spirit stone and a chi-nourishing pill from his system space. Grasping the stone in one hand and swallowing the pill, he began to circulate the great wilderness devouring technique. As the technique ran, the spiritual energy from the stone, and the wild chi in the air, surged into his body like a floodgate opening, converted by the technique into pure gentle spiritual power that flowed into his dantian. 2 hours later, Lin Fan slowly opened his eyes. The spirit stone in his hand had lost all luster, now a hollow shell devoid of any chi. The energy's gone in just 2 hours. He was astonished. A single lower-grade spirit stone for an ordinary first-stage awakener would take days to absorb. But Lin Fan had drained it in 2 hours, meaning his cultivation speed would be extremely fast, yet his expenses would skyrocket. I thought this money would last for a while, but now it seems it might be gone in at most half a year. Well, let's take it one step at a time. Lin Fan took out a spirit stone from the system space and began cultivating. Soon it was the next day. After breakfast, Lin Fan went to the Baibao Tower again, this time directly purchasing 50 low-grade spirit stones. There was no other choice. He had used 4 stones last night alone, which was far from enough. With everything prepared, Lin Fan headed toward the city gate. Arriving at the city gate, Lin Fan glanced around and saw the bustling crowd. Some were in teams while others like Lin Fan were alone. But most were hunters from the Hunter Alliance. The Hunter Alliance, as the name implies, was an alliance formed by superpowered individuals who made a living by hunting aberrant beasts. After all, aberrant beasts were a treasure trove. Their hides could be made into armor, and their cores, after special processing, could be used for cultivation or as energy materials. Of course, this line of work came with risks, and death could strike at any moment. Lin Fan walked toward the exit but was soon stopped by a city guard. The guard had an ordinary face, the kind that would be lost in a crowd. However, Lin Fan could see in his eyes the same resolute spirit shared by most guards. Hello, superpowered individuals below the first rank are not allowed to leave the city alone. The guard, seeing Lin Fan's student-like appearance, spoke. Hearing this, Lin Fan said nothing and released his first-rank aura. Please follow me for identity verification. Sensing Lin Fan's aura, the guard was momentarily surprised before speaking again. All right. Lin Fan cooperated as it was standard procedure. Compared to entering the city, leaving was more relaxed. It was merely a matter of verifying identity and completing registration. Young man, are you sure you thought this through? The beast forest is very dangerous. The identity check was soon completed and the guard walked toward the passage. He was about to open it but paused and turned to Lin Fan. He shouldn't have said this, but for some reason he couldn't help himself. Lin Fan was visibly taken aback. He hadn't expected the guard to say such words, as they had never met before. Everyone has their own choices. After a brief moment of stunned silence, Lin Fan spoke to the guard. The guard understood Lin Fan's resolve and without further words opened the passage. Looking at the passage before him, Lin Fan did not hesitate and stepped in. On the outskirts of the beast forest, a figure slowly materialized. It was Lin Fan. Lin Fan's face was tense and alert, his observation haki constantly sensing the surroundings. In this beast forest, aside from guarding against aberrant beasts, one must also be wary of humans. There are no cameras here, and murder for profit is a common occurrence. Lin Fan's gaze swept around as he thought to himself. He advanced some distance, and the journey was eerily quiet. But just as Lin Fan passed the thicket, in an instant a black shadow shot out, aiming straight for his back. However, in the next second, as if he had eyes behind his head, Lin Fan sidestepped. He narrowly dodged the attack. Now Lin Fan could see what had ambushed him. It was a snake 1 meter long, completely black, flicking its tongue at him. You're courting death. Lin Fan raised his hand and shot a bolt of purple lightning. The black snake quickly dodged to the side, but could it outrun lightning? Zizi, arcs of electricity danced across its body. The snake convulsed a few times, and then lay still lifeless. Ding! Host has killed a first-rank aberrant beast, gaining 10 points. The system's voice rang out. Lin Fan paid it no heed, crouched down, and quickly removed the valuable venomous fangs and core from the snake. He stored them in the system space and left the area, as the scent of blood would attract other beasts. After advancing deeper, Lin Fan stopped. Under his observation haki, he sensed a herd of iron-armored boars ahead. As their name suggested, these beasts were covered in a layer of iron-like armor, making their defense formidable. An ordinary first-rank superpowered individual would find it hard to break through their defense, but Lin Fan was different. He possessed lightning abilities which were penetrative, rendering their armor useless against him. 1 at the mid-first rank, 4 at the early first rank. I need to take one down instantly, or I'll be in trouble if they surround me. Lin Fan calculated in his mind. Thinking this, Lin Fan's eyes settled on the smallest iron-armored boar in the herd. He drew his alloy blade from his waist and began to gather strength. The next moment, purple arcs enveloped Lin Fan, and he transformed into a purple blur, bursting forward. In the blink of an eye, he was beside the smallest boar. He swung his alloy blade decisively. Clang! The sound of metal striking metal rang out. The blade was blocked, but a surge of purple current traveled along the blade into the boar's body. The boar reacted instinctively, trying to struggle, but it found its body paralyzed by the lightning, unable to move. Seeing this, Lin Fan changed his technique, switching from a chop to an upward slash. The blade cut into the boar's unprotected throat. Tui! With the tearing sound of the blade slicing through skin, the boar's head fell to the ground. All this seemed to take a long time, but in reality only a few seconds had passed. Seeing their companions slain, the remaining boars went into a frenzy, charging at Lin Fan with roars. Yet facing the oncoming beasts, Lin Fan showed no trace of fear. Purple lightning swirled around him, and he charged forward with his blade. With the aid of his observation haki, and the speed boost from his lightning abilities, he turned into a purple blur, weaving among the 4 iron-armored boars. Amidst the flashing blades, Lin Fan's attacks seemed to cause no damage. But in truth, each swing sent a surge of purple current into the boars' bodies. Soon the 4 boars began to slow down due to the paralyzing electricity. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Fan increased the speed of his strikes. Thump. 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 After a few moments, 4 more heads crashed heavily to the ground. Huff. 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 Panting heavily after the battle. The fight had looked easy, but it had actually been quite exhausting. After all, Lin Fan's round was still too low. The scent of blood filled the air, leaving him no time to rest. He quickly stored the bodies of the boars into the system space, then surrounded himself with purple lightning, and swiftly fled into the distance. After running about a kilometer, Lin Fan finally stopped. His steps were already unsteady. He scanned the surroundings to confirm there was no danger, then took out a bottle of powder from his pocket, and sprinkled it in a circle around him. This powder could to some extent mask the spread of his aura. After doing this, Lin Fan leaned against a large tree and sat down. He immediately took out a spirit stone from the system space to recover his spiritual power. The system's voice chimed in. Ding. Host has killed first-rank aberrant beast 5, gaining 50 points. So it seems that for any first-rank aberrant beast, whether early, mid, late, or peak, it's always 10 points. Lin Fan thought to himself. Although he hadn't yet killed a late or peak first-rank beast, he guessed it would be the same. Speaking of which, the system isn't skimming off the top, is it? Lin Fan complained inwardly. Ding. This system is absolutely fair. Please do not entertain such thoughts. Like I believe you. Lin Fan mused. But he was just complaining. He couldn't exactly pull the system out and beat it up. Even if he wanted to, he didn't have the ability. As the great wilderness devouring art operated, the spiritual energy from the spirit stones was rapidly absorbed into Lin Fan's body, gradually restoring his spiritual power. Not only that, after the recent battle, Lin Fan also felt his cultivation level loosening. Breaking through again so soon. Indeed, actual combat is the best way to cultivate. Lin Fan understood in his heart. After a while, he felt his spiritual energy was fully replenished, and ceased his meditation. Then he released the corpses of the 5 ironclad boars from his system space, extracting the cores and valuable parts from their bodies. As for the remaining flesh, Lin Fan extended his hand, activating the great wilderness devouring art, and streams of pure energy surged from the flesh into his body. These energies did not enhance Lin Fan's spiritual power, but transformed into blood and chi force, merging into his physical body. A few minutes later, all the energy within the 5 ironclad boars' flesh had dissipated. Lin Fan stopped his action, stood up, and left the spot. A few days later, a figure stood inside a cave beside which lay the corpse of a bear-type alien beast. From the traces on the ground, it was easy to tell that a fight had just occurred here. Who else could this person be but Lin Fan? A first-rank mid-stage savage bear, truly troublesome with top-tier strength and defense. If not for its slightly slower speed, I might not have won. Its combat power is already comparable to the first-rank late-stage swift-winged wolf I killed yesterday. Indeed, combat power varies among different species of alien beasts, Lin Fan remarked, looking at the corpse. Then came the usual routine: skinning, extracting tendons, and taking the core, a one-stop service. This time, however, Lin Fan did not leave. Instead, he tidied up the cave, then scattered powder around the area and moved several rocks to block the entrance. After these days of fighting, Lin Fan felt that the power within him had reached a critical point. So he decided to break through right here today. As he hunted alien beasts these days, Lin Fan's points had also exceeded 600. Breaking through was different from restoring spiritual energy to be safe. Lin Fan spent 500 points in the system store to exchange for a shadow clone technique to guard himself. Then he formed hand seals and... bang! A puff of white smoke appeared beside him, and as it dissipated, a clone that looked exactly like Lin Fan materialized. As soon as it appeared, the two Lin Fans nodded to each other, then the clone smiled lazily. "Leave it to me, original." No words were needed, since they shared the same mind. They understood each other's thoughts without speaking. Seeing everything was ready, Lin Fan did not hesitate, and sat down cross-legged. He took out spirit stones and cores from the system space, and began his breakthrough. The clone meanwhile guarded outside the cave. In this world, superpower users could not directly absorb cores to cultivate. Because the energy within the cores was extremely violent, direct absorption could cause one to explode and die. However, Lin Fan, having the Great Wilderness Devouring Art, could ignore this. The Great Wilderness Devouring Art operated rapidly, drawing the spiritual energy from the spirit stones and cores into Lin Fan's body. Soon the power that had reached its critical point surged again, and with a bang, the realm barrier shattered and Lin Fan broke through to first rank mid-stage without any hindrance. However, this was not the end. Lin Fan did not stop cultivating, continuously absorbing spiritual energy. This spiritual energy no longer went to elevate Lin Fan's realm, but instead began to strengthen his physical body. Upon closer observation, one could see a faint luster starting to appear on Lin Fan's skin. The blood and chi force within him also began to surge, and the luster grew stronger until it covered his entire body. At that moment the power within Lin Fan surged again, this time not spiritual power but blood and chi force. After a quarter of an hour the luster on Lin Fan's body gradually faded, and he slowly opened his eyes. Whew! He exhaled a mouthful of turbid chi and stood up. Crack! Crack! Pop! Pop! A sound like frying beans came from within his body. First rank mid-stage skin refining, minor achievement. Feeling the surging power within, Lin Fan curled his lips. Since I've just broken through, I'll go find some unlucky demon beast to practice on and get used to this power. Then Lin Fan walked out of the cave where his clone was already waiting at the entrance. Indeed, the moment Lin Fan finished his cultivation, his clone had sensed it immediately. Lin Fan smiled and said, "In that case, let's proceed as planned." Looking at the lazy clone that looked exactly like himself, he felt a bit strange. "But I really am handsome," Lin Fan thought smugly. The clone, sensing his thoughts, wore a teasing expression. "Alright, stop your smug thoughts. Follow the plan. I'll go east, you go west. We'll split up to find alien beasts." Hearing this, Lin Fan composed himself. They nodded to each other and headed in their designated directions. Lin Fan walked through the forest, but strangely he encountered no alien beasts along the way. Just as Lin Fan was puzzled, a sound came from not far away. He concealed his aura and crept toward the source of the noise. When he got close enough, he focused his eyes and saw. He saw a dark-furred one-jong-tall demon ape battling a massive white tiger with snow-white fur and pale blue patterns. The auras emanating from both were unmistakably second rank. Although the white tiger was slightly smaller than the demon ape, the energy within it, as sensed by Lin Fan, was no less than the ape's and even slightly superior. Not far from the two alien beasts grew a yellow spherical fruit. It seemed that this was the culprit that had caused the fight. Moreover, under Lin Fan's spiritual perception, he discovered several other auras hidden in the shadows. Suddenly a saying came to his mind. "The mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind." Lin Fan curled his lips into a smile. "Then I'll be the oriole. On the other side. Boss, which do you think will win, the Ice-Soul Tiger or the Iron-Arm Demon Ape?" A gaunt young man with a large mole at the corner of his mouth and a lecherous expression asked the scar-faced burly man beside him. "Isn't that obvious? It's definitely the Iron-Arm Ape. Haven't you seen the Ice-Soul Tiger being suppressed?" Before the man could answer, a female voice came from the side. The speaker was a woman dressed in revealing clothes. Then the scar-faced man, whom the young man called boss, spoke. "Blue Fox, your observation is too shallow. This Iron-Arm Ape seems to be pressing the Ice-Soul Tiger, but haven't you noticed its movements are getting slower while the Ice-Soul Tiger is handling it with ease? It effortlessly counters the ape's attacks every time. When the ape's stamina runs out, it will lose." Sure enough, as the man had said, the Iron-Arm Ape soon showed signs of decline. "Rat Blue Fox, get ready to strike," the man warned upon seeing this. "Okay," the gaunt youth and the woman in revealing clothes replied, then each drew their weapons. On the other side, the battle between the two alien beasts entered its most intense phase. As the battle raged on, the tide turned and the roles of attacker and defender shifted. The iron-armed ape gradually fell into a disadvantage, its wounds multiplying and its movements growing increasingly sluggish. In contrast, the Ice Phoenix Tiger fought with mounting ferocity, driving the iron-armed ape back step by step. Soon seizing an opportunity, the tiger lashed its tail, sending the ape flying backward to crash into a nearby tree. Yet the Ice Phoenix Tiger did not pursue its assault. Instead, it began condensing an ice-blue energy orb in its maw. As the attack gathered power, even Lin Fan, who was watching from a distance along with the three hidden figures, could feel the terrifying might emanating from it. All of them sensed the dreadful potency of this strike. The charging time was not as long as Lin Fan had anticipated. In but a moment the orb was fully charged. The instant it finished charging, the Ice Phoenix Tiger spat the ice-blue energy orb directly at the iron-armed ape. The attack was so swift that the iron-armed ape had no time to dodge. It could only snatch up the tree it had just knocked over and swing it at the orb. A thunderous crash erupted. The tree trunk snapped in two and the iron-armed ape was sent flying once more. A gaping hole burst open in its chest from which crimson blood streamed without cease. The iron-armed ape lay on the ground barely breathing. The Ice Phoenix Tiger too was now weakened, its aura depleted, likely drained by the immense energy of its previous attack. Just as the Ice Phoenix Tiger approached the fallen ape to finish it off, a sudden change occurred. 3 figures charged out from the shadows, unleashing 3 simultaneous attacks upon the tiger. The newcomers were none other than the trio that had been lurking nearby. However, they had underestimated the Ice Phoenix Tiger's speed. After all, feline beasts possess reflexes among the finest in the beast kingdom. The Ice Phoenix Tiger twisted its body in a way no human could emulate, evading the 3 attacks. The trio were momentarily stunned but quickly regrouped and launched another assault at the tiger. The scarred burly man at the forefront wielded an iron hammer. His muscles bulging, he swung the hammer down at the Ice Phoenix Tiger. The tiger, undaunted, met the blow with a clawed paw. In the next instant their attacks collided. A shockwave exploded. The burly man staggered back 5 steps while the Ice Phoenix Tiger remained rooted in place. Nonetheless, the tiger was not unscathed, its paw tingled from the impact. It must be a talent for physical enhancement. Being able to clash with a beast is quite something. After all, beasts are far superior to humans in physical strength. Yet it is only passable. Lin Fan, observing the battle from the sidelines, pondered to himself. Meanwhile the fight continued. The 3 worked in seamless coordination, with the burly man taking the lead at the front. The other 2 provided harassment from the flanks, making the Ice Phoenix Tiger's life miserable. The scarred burly man was at the first tier perfection, while the other 2 were at the first tier late stage. Under normal circumstances the Ice Phoenix Tiger could have easily dispatched these 3. But after its recent battle it was at less than a tenth of its full strength. Truly, when a tiger falls from grace it is bullied by dogs. Yet the Ice Phoenix Tiger did not flee, for the yellow fruit nearby was too tempting for it to abandon. The stalemate was temporary, Lin Fan knew. The 3 were in good condition, while the Ice Phoenix Tiger was merely a spent force. If things continued, the tiger would surely die. By then even escape would be impossible. Lin Fan doubted the trio had no hidden trump cards. As he had predicted, the Ice Phoenix Tiger soon found itself on the losing side. Faced with the threat of death, instinct drove it to retreat. The scarred burly man shouted, "Mouse, Blue Fox now." The 2 understood immediately, pulling out red pills from their pockets and swallowing them. In the next instant their auras surged, both reaching the first tier perfection level. Is this their trump card? Bloodburst pill. Low-level superhumans can temporarily elevate their cultivation by 1 minor realm after taking it, but it only works within the same major realm. The cost is a month-long period of weakness. Lin Fan recognized the pills from his vantage point. With the sudden boost in power, the previous balance was shattered. The 3 swiftly encircled the Ice Phoenix Tiger, cutting off any chance of escape. Soon, working together, they overwhelmed the already struggling tiger. Caught off guard, the tiger was struck on the head by the burly man's hammer. A crack. The sound of bone breaking echoed, and the Ice Phoenix Tiger collapsed to the ground, barely alive. Huff, finally done. This beast was a real pain. Good thing it was so exhausted, unable to use its ice power. Otherwise we wouldn't have stood a chance. The lean young man grumbled, eyeing the dying tiger. But at least it was without major mishap. Who would have thought we'd bagged 2 second-tier demon beasts and a spirit fruit? This single haul is worth half a year's earnings. A bloody profit. The scarred burly man added. Oh dear, the effects are wearing off. I'm all weak now, boss, you gotta protect me. The scantily clad woman leaned against the burly man. The burly man looked at the woman in his arms, a surge of heat rising within him. He reached out and squeezed her rounded backside. Then with a lecherous grin, "Don't worry, I'll protect you well, tonight in bed." The lean young man stared, his eyes wide, cursing her as a slut in his heart. But just then a voice came from the side. "Sorry folks, but these 2 beasts are fated to be mine. Take the hint and leave now." Lin Fan sauntered out with a languid expression. Startled by the voice, the trio turned, but upon seeing Lin Fan's student-like appearance they burst into laughter. The scarred burly man sneered, "A mere brat, huh? Still wet behind the ears. Who gave you the nerve to say such things? Little boy, why don't you kneel and kowtow a few times? Maybe we'll be kind enough to let you go, how about that?" The scantily clad woman mocked him, her tone dripping with sarcasm. The lean young man added, "You heard that, kid. Kneel and beg for mercy." Lin Fan shrugged. "Seems we can't reach an agreement. Then you'll have to be more careful in your next life." As he spoke, an alloy blade materialized in his hand. Purple arcs of electricity flickered around his body. With a single step he vanished into a blur. The suddenness of it caught the trio off guard. They didn't react until Lin Fan was already upon them. but by then his blade was already at the lean young man's neck. Still weakened from the bloodburst pill, the young man could offer no resistance. He felt a dizzying spin, then darkness claimed him. "You're asking for it." Enraged at Lin Fan's audacity to kill before his eyes, the burly man swung his iron hammer. Lin Fan showed no fear, meeting the blow with his blade. Clang! The sound of metal clashing rang out. Lin Fan stood unmoved while the burly man was forced back a step. "How is this possible? You're only a first-tier mid-stage superhuman. How can your strength surpass mine, a first-tier perfection?" The burly man's hands trembled from the impact. He was a physical enhancement talent, yet he had lost in raw power. "A dead man doesn't need to know so much. I gave you a chance, but you didn't take it. Go ask the King of Hell?" Lin Fan didn't bother to reply. Having gauged the burly man's level, he lost interest. Activating his observation hockey, he raised his blade and struck again. The more the burly man fought, the more alarmed he became, cold sweat streaming down his back. He realized his every move seemed to be read by Lin Fan, who parried each attack with precision. And every strike from Lin Fan carried a purple electric current. Though the burly man used his spiritual energy to neutralize most of it, a trace of current seeped into his body. Half a minute later, the accumulated electricity began to numb the burly man's limbs, slowing his movements. Soon a flash of blade light passed. A severed head thudded heavily to the ground, followed by a dull echo. Blood spread across the earth. At this moment, only that woman remained in the arena. Lin Fan walked towards her. As Lin Fan approached, terror dawned on the woman's face, and her legs trembled. "It's your turn." Lin Fan squinted his eyes, his tone mocking. To the woman, this scene seemed like death beckoning her. Don't kill me. If you spare me, I'll do anything you ask," the woman begged. "Oh, anything." Lin Fan laughed. Seeing his expression, the woman thought she was saved. She began to unbutton her clothes. "Of course. Anything." Before she could finish, she felt a pain in her chest. Then her eyes widened in disbelief as she stared at Lin Fan. At this moment, a knife was clearly embedded in her heart. "You! The beast god sect will not forgive." The woman, spitting blood, spoke in broken sentences. Then her vision went dark, she fell backward and her body hit the ground with a dull thud. Having dealt with the three, Lin Fan walked towards the dying iron arm ape and eye-soul tiger. With a swift stroke of his blade, he finished off the two beasts. He stored the beast corpses into the system space, and casually picked up the yellow fruit. Then he searched the bodies of the three on the ground. "Damn, a bunch of paupers. All they have is a few dozen spirit stones," Lin Fan grumbled. He stored the spirit stones and the yellow fruit into the system space, then turned into a purple afterimage and vanished from the spot. In the cave, Lin Fan sat on the ground eating water and dry rations taken from the system space. As he ate, he listened to the system's notification. Ding! Host killed 2 second-tier beasts, gained 200 points. Killed 3 first-tier ability users, gained 30 points. Current points 350. 350 points is still too few. I need to accumulate 3000 points within this month to exchange for the Flying Thunder God as a life-saving trump card. Otherwise, I really have no sense of security. But with the daily check-in of 50 points, that's 1500 in a month. That means I only need to accumulate a little over 1000 points more. Listening to the system prompt, Lin Fan pondered inwardly. Actually, the original price of Flying Thunder God was 30000 points. However, due to the system's welfare, it can be purchased for only 3000 points. Soon Lin Fan collected his thoughts. He formed hand seals and a clone appeared beside him. Lin Fan nodded to it, and the clone, understanding, walked out of the cave to guard outside. After doing all this, Lin Fan took out the corpses of the Iron Arm Ape and eye-soul tiger along with that fruit from the system space. Primordial Spirit Fruit. A low-level ability user or beast can directly increase one minor realm by consuming it. No wonder those two beasts fought to the death over it, but in the end it benefited me. Lin Fan looked at the fruit in his hand, muttered to himself, then swallowed it. He closed his eyes and began to refine the medicinal power contained in the Primordial Spirit Fruit. As the great wilderness-devouring heaven art operated, the abundant medicinal power of the Primordial Spirit Fruit was quickly refined into gentle spiritual energy that flowed into Lin Fan's dantian. At the same time, streams of pure blood-red energy emerged from the two beast corpses on the ground. Under the guidance of the art, they strengthened Lin Fan's physical body. After an incense stick's time, the medicinal power of the Primordial Spirit Fruit was fully refined. The two beast corpses on the ground turned to dust and dissipated, leaving only 2 crystals. Host Lin Fan. Race human. Ability Thunder Power. Art Great Wilderness Devouring Heaven Art. Realm First Tier Late Stage Skin Refining Perfection. Skills Observation Hockey Shadow Clone Technique. Points 350. I didn't expect the flesh and blood essence contained in these two second-tier beasts directly broke through 2 levels of my physical cultivation reaching skin refining perfection. It seems that compared to spiritual energy, flesh and blood essence has a greater effect on improving the physical body. Looking at the system panel, Lin Fan bent down to pick up the 2 crystals from the ground, a hint of surprise in his expression. It seems I have one more reason to kill beasts. In that case, now that I've just broken through, I should find some unlucky beast to practice on and adapt to my power. Then with the thought, Lin Fan summoned the clone from outside the cave. What's up, original? As soon as it entered, the clone wore a lazy expression and spoke to Lin Fan. Less nonsense, you know what to do. Lin Fan took out a dozen spirit stones from the system space and tossed them to the clone. Boring. The clone shook his head, took the spirit stones, and sat down cross-legged to cultivate. That's right. How could I not use a cultivation cheat like Shadow Clone? With that, Lin Fan walked out of the cave to find a faded one. If not for the fact that using Shadow Clone would evenly divide the body's energy, affecting combat power to some extent, Lin Fan would definitely create more clones. After all, he didn't have a Ninetales charging pack like Naruto. After walking a distance in the forest under the perception of observation Hockey, Lin Fan quickly locked onto a target. He saw a cave under an ancient tree ahead where there was a swift shadow wolf and 2 cubs. This swift shadow wolf was smaller, only about 2 meters long, likely a female. There was no sign of a male wolf, presumably out hunting for food. Seeing this, Lin Fan curled his lips. 30 points on the account. An alloy blade materialized in his hand, lightning swirling around his body. With a flicker of his feet, he turned into a purple afterimage and charged forward. In almost an instant, he arrived beside the swift shadow wolf and slashed at its neck. However, the swift shadow wolf was quick to react. It turned its head to dodge Lin Fan's attack and retaliated with a claw swipe. Seeing this, Lin Fan shifted his blade and struck directly at the claw. The 2 attacks collided. Clang! The blade and claw clashed, producing a metallic sound. Unexpectedly, Lin Fan stood still while the swift shadow wolf was knocked back. At this moment, if anyone else had witnessed this, they would be dumbfounded. It is known that under the same realm, unless one is a power-type ability user, the physical strength of humans is far inferior to that of beasts. Yet Lin Fan, an elemental ability user, could go head-to-head with a beast and even gain the upper hand. No one would believe it if told. Seeing this, Lin Fan pressed his advantage, slashing at the swift shadow wolf with one blow after another. Each attack carried purple lightning, and for a moment the swift shadow wolf was forced back step by step. The female wolf began to show wounds on its body, causing it to howl in pain. Yet it did not flee, instead it stood in front of the cave inside which were 2 cubs, apparently newborn. But reality would not change because of so-called love. Under Lin Fan's relentless assault, it soon could not hold on, and had both legs cut off by Lin Fan lying on the ground barely alive. Oh! Just then a black shadow rushed out from the nearby woods and attacked Lin Fan. Lin Fan's eyes flickered, he quickly reacted and slashed at the shadow. Bang! The collision sounded and the attack was blocked, but Lin Fan rarely took half a step back. He glanced up and saw another swift shadow wolf, but larger. It was about 3 meters long with 2 long fangs in its mouth, apparently the mate of the female swift shadow wolf. Seeing its mate injured, the wolf became enraged and charged at Lin Fan again. The aura erupting from its body was clearly at the 2nd-tier level. Seeing this, Lin Fan showed a hint of excitement. Good timing. Lin Fan raised his hand and a dozen purple lightning bolts shot forth from his body, hurtling toward the swift shadow wolf. Yet these attacks were utterly insignificant before a second-rank swift shadow wolf. The swift shadow wolf gathered wind elements around itself. The instant the lightning touched its body, it was devoured like a stone sinking into the sea. In the next moment, the swift shadow wolf was already before Lin Fan, swiping its claw. Sensing the wind of the claw strike, Lin Fan narrowed his eyes, tightened his grip on the alloy blade, and slashed upward. Clang! The blade clashed with the wolf's claw. This time it was a draw. Bang! 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 The sound of breaking air rang out. Blade light flickered, spiritual energy overflowed, and 2 figures, one large, one small, collided repeatedly across the field. Debris flew and dust rose around them. Neither could gain the upper hand, and they only separated after dozens of exchanges. Lin Fan's eyes burned with excitement, his veins bulging, purple lightning swirling around his body. His blood surged, making him seem like a humanoid beast. The swift shadow wolf too had bloodshot eyes and undiminished momentum. They faced off, either attacking. Huff. 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 It seems half my strength is still too much. Lin Fan panted heavily. Then there's no other choice. With a thought, Lin Fan summoned his clone from afar and dissolved it. Instantly the spiritual energy he had previously consumed surged back even richer and more profound. Now you can die. Feeling the change within, Lin Fan lifted his gaze to the swift shadow wolf. Then he transformed into a purple afterimage, charging at the wolf even faster than before. The swift shadow wolf seemed to sense Lin Fan's provocation. With an angry howl it lunged at him. The two figures collided once more, but unlike before, the battle had been evenly matched. Now the larger figure was firmly suppressed by the smaller one. The swift shadow wolf could never understand why this human had suddenly become so powerful. As the fight wore on, the swift shadow wolf began to show signs of fatigue, its movements slowing. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Fan struck with his blade. Slash! A half-meter-long wound appeared on the swift shadow wolf, crackling with purple lightning. Oh! The swift shadow wolf let out a mournful howl, then erupted with unprecedented power, throwing Lin Fan backward several meters. Blood continuously gushed from its wound, and Lin Fan could clearly smell the coppery scent. But the swift shadow wolf paid no heed, concentrating a massive amount of wind-attributed spiritual energy around itself. It's going to unleash its ultimate move. Lin Fan's heart skipped a beat. Sure enough, the next moment the wolf released countless wind blades that swept across the field. Seeing this, Lin Fan dashed to the half-dead female wolf beside him. He lifted it and used it as a meat shield. The already dying female wolf, after being manhandled by Lin Fan, twitched a few times, then went limp and died. The wind blades lasted for over a dozen seconds before ceasing. By then the swift shadow wolf lay on the ground, barely alive. It seemed the attack had exhausted all its spiritual energy. But Lin Fan did not let his guard down. He struck the swift shadow wolf with several more purple lightning bolts until a system notification sounded. Ding! Congratulations, host, for killing a first-rank beast 1, earning 10 points. Congratulations, host, for killing a second-rank beast 1, earning 100 points. Only after confirming the swift shadow wolf was dead did Lin Fan approach. He stored the two wolf corpses into the system space, then walked toward the cave beneath the tree. Inside the cave lay two wolf pups. Lin Fan showed no mercy. With a swift slash he killed them. Ding! Host kills first-rank beast 2, earning 20 points. Ignoring the system prompt, Lin Fan stored the two pup corpses into the system space. Having done this, he rose, turned into a streak of light, and vanished into the distance. In the cave, Lin Fan sat cross-legged on the ground, inspecting the system panel. Host: Lin Fan raise human ability Thunder Force Realm First Stage Late Skin Refining Perfection Manual Great Wilderness Devouring Art Skills Observation Hockey Shadow Clone Technique Points 480. Looking at the panel, Lin Fan opened the system shop and began searching. Soon Lin Fan found what he was looking for: Fire Release Great Fire Annihilation, 300 points. After seeing the swift shadow wolf's final move during the battle, Lin Fan realized he lacked a means of group attack. So as soon as he returned to the cave, he started searching the system shop for relevant skills. Looking at the system panel, Lin Fan immediately purchased Great Fire Annihilation. He still vividly remembered its performance in the story. As the saying goes, one band's fire release needs a squad of water releases to stop it. Although it was a B-rank ninjutsu, everyone knew that the rank of a jutsu only related to its learning difficulty, not its power. The power of a jutsu mainly depended on the amount of chakra the user invested. Having done this, Lin Fan closed the system panel. Then he took out several spirit stones and crystal cores from the system space and began recovering his spiritual power. Half an hour later, Lin Fan opened his eyes, stood up, and walked out of the cave. He soon returned carrying a bundle of dry firewood. He set the wood down, took a few sticks, and sharpened them with his blade. He took out some beast meat from the system space and skewered it on the sticks. Then he arranged the remaining firewood into a pile, raising his hand to form a seal. He paused, lowered his hand, and pulled a lighter from his pocket. Click! A flame sparked and lit the wood. Then Lin Fan placed the skewered beast meat over the fire to roast. He had grown sick of eating compressed biscuits for days and needed a change. Soon the meat began to sizzle under the flames, giving off a tempting aroma. Lin Fan took out several seasoning bottles from the system space: salt, cumin, chili powder, barbecue seasoning, everything he needed. He sprinkled them all over the meat, then took a big bite of the fragrant roast. Lin Fan squinted his eyes and began to feast. But as he ate, he discovered with surprise that the blood essence in the meat hadn't disappeared due to the flame's heat. Only a small portion had been lost, the rest could still be converted into pure blood energy through the great wilderness devouring art to strengthen his body. It seems that from now on, instead of directly absorbing the blood essence of slain beasts, cooking them and eating them is more cost-effective. This behavior is a bit like that one. A smirk curled on Lin Fan's lips as a figure shouting "Eat them, eat them, eat them all" flashed in his mind. Half a month later, beneath a waterfall in the forest, Lin Fan soaked in the lake naked from the waist up. Beside him lay several large fish floating belly up. Upon closer inspection, faint currents of electricity flickered across their bodies. After soaking in the lake for a while, Lin Fan casually picked up a few fish nearby and walked toward the shore. Phew! As he stepped onto land, he stretched his arms, and the spiritual energy radiating from him dried the residual moisture on his body, leaving him refreshed and invigorated. Even taking a bath in this forest is no easy task, but these fish are quite plump. Tonight we'll have fish soup. Lin Fan put on his clothes and casually tossed the fish into his system space. After more than half a month of tempering, Lin Fan's expression remained languid, yet a new determination had surfaced in his eyes. There's only 1 week left until the mission is finished. I've been tense this whole time. Once I'm back, I'll rest for a few days and unwind. Yawning, Lin Fan walked through the forest. But just as he passed a clump of grass ahead, he suddenly halted. He then bent down and parted the grass, revealing a pure white fox about a meter long with a faint pink mark on its forehead. The little white fox was weak and feeble, with a gash on its right leg that oozed blood, staining its 3 tails a vivid red. What does fox meat taste like? I've never tried it. Time for a feast tonight. His eyes lit up at the sight. Lin Fan then reached out for the little white fox, but at that moment a voice echoed in his mind. Ding! A qualified target has been detected. Spirit pet template activated. Huh? What's that? Confused by the system prompt, Lin Fan opened the system panel. He noticed a small new area beside the original panel and tapped on it. Spirit pet template. Current spirit pet count 0. Bindable target detected. Target info Su Xiao Xiao. Race spirit beast. Age 18. Realm early 3rd stage. Current status injured. Note contains a trace of 9-tailed celestial fox bloodline. Bind. Staring at the panel in surprise, Lin Fan looked at the white fox on the ground. This little thing is a 3rd stage spirit beast. And it has a trace of 9-tailed celestial fox bloodline. Still shock aside, Lin Fan quickly recovered and asked the system. System, what benefits do I get from binding this spirit pet? Ding! The spirit pet can serve as your companion, assisting you in battle and obeying you absolutely. If the host dies, the spirit pet also dies, but if the spirit pet dies, the host remains unaffected. After hearing the system's explanation, Lin Fan understood. In that case, bind. Ding! Binding successful. Current spirit pet count 1. With that, Lin Fan closed the system panel, took out bandages and medicine from his system space, and began dressing the little white fox's wounds. After a quick treatment, Lin Fan picked up the little white fox and left the spot. That night in a cave, Lin Fan sat on a stone facing a large pot suspended on a wooden frame with a pile of firewood burning beneath it. In the pot, a snowy white fish soup was simmering, with bubbles of various sizes rising and releasing a rich aroma. Nearby, a blanket was spread on the ground, and lying on it was none other than the little white fox from that morning. Perhaps because it was a spirit beast, its injuries healed quickly, and the wound had already scabbed over. Although it was still unconscious, its nose seemed to twitch almost imperceptibly. Lin Fan didn't notice this. All his attention was on the pot of fish soup. It's a bit bland, needs more salt. Lin Fan smacked his lips and muttered. Ugh! Where is this? Wasn't I being chased by the wolf clan? Wait! Disturbed by the nearby commotion, Su Xiao Xiao groggily opened her eyes after a moment. As her vision gradually cleared, the first thing she saw was a figure by the campfire. Who are you? How did I get here? She exclaimed in alarm upon seeing Lin Fan. Awake, are you? Hearing the noise, Lin Fan turned to look. Su Xiao Xiao was still in her white fox form, her injuries much improved but her aura still weak. But she stared at Lin Fan warily. Hey, what are you doing? Answer my question. When Lin Fan didn't respond, she spoke again. Me. As you can see, the one who saved you. Since you're awake, come over and eat something. Lin Fan snapped back to reality. Having never seen a fox speak in either of his 2 lives, Lin Fan had unavoidably been stunned for a moment. Although he had learned from textbooks that spirit beasts upon reaching a certain realm could not only speak but also transform into human form. Still, hearing about it and seeing it with his own eyes were entirely different experiences. Humph. I'm not eating anything from a stinky human like you. Who knows if you've poisoned it? Use your brain. If I really wanted to kill you, you'd be dead already while you were unconscious. Lin Fan pointed at his own head, then at Su Xiao, and shook his head, demeaning clear. How dare you insult me? Allah! It hurts. Furious at Lin Fan's words, Su Xiao tried to attack him. But the next moment she cried out in pain and collapsed back to the ground, her wounds apparently reopening. Don't waste your energy. In your current state you couldn't even fight a chicken. You despicable human. A human-like expression flickered across Su Xiaoxiao's face. Enough, stay still and behave. Lin Fan ladled a bowl of fish soup and placed it in front of Su Xiaoxiao. Then he took medical tools from his system space and began redressing her reopened wound. This stinky human is actually kind of nice, not like the humans I've met before. Fine, once I recover I'll just beat him up a bit and spare his life. Su Xiaoxiao thought smugly. But the next moment a sentence from beside her left her frozen in shock. Oh, by the way, I forgot to tell you. Just now I signed a master-servant contract with you. You are now my spirit pet. Impossible. You're only at the first stage. How could you forcibly contract me? Nothing is impossible. Since you don't believe it then. A mischievous thought crossed Lin Fan's mind. Say master. I won't call you master. Su Xiaoxiao tried to retort, but the word master slipped out uncontrollably. You despicable. Su Xiaoxiao was both embarrassed and angry. Lin Fan merely chuckled. Shut up and eat your food. You Su Xiaoxiao tried to speak, but the next moment she found herself utterly unable to make a sound. Bowing her head, she ate the fish soup, bitterness filling her heart. Wah! 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 If only I had listened to the clan leader and not been so playful. Now look, just escaped the wolf clan's pursuit and I'd been contracted by a human. This fish soup is delicious. After finishing all this, Lin Fan also ladled himself a bowl of fish soup. Sipping it, he glanced at the system panel. Host Lin Fan. Race human. Ability thunder power. Cultivation method great desolate devouring heaven art. Realm first stage late skin refinement perfection. Skills shadow clone technique fire release great fire annihilation observation hockey beginner. Points 2035. Almost there. Including the 350 points from check, and I only need to accumulate 615 points in these 7 days to get the Flying Thunder God technique. Looking at the system panel, Lin Fan felt a surge of excitement. Wait. I think I can. He seemed to have an idea and turned to look at Su Xiaoxiao. Su Xiaoxiao was still eating the fish soup. Sensing Lin Fan's gaze, she looked up and asked, What are you staring at? How long will it take for your injuries to heal? Instead of answering, Lin Fan threw out a question. Su Xiaoxiao, why are you asking? Lin Fan, don't talk nonsense. Answer me. I probably need 2 or 3 days to fully recover. Under the influence of the spirit beast contract, Su Xiaoxiao answered truthfully. 2 or 3 days. Too long. Seems I'll have to. With that thought, Lin Fan walked towards Su Xiaoxiao, a cryptic smile on his face. What are you going to do? Don't come near me. Though Su Xiaoxiao didn't know what Lin Fan intended, his expression told her it was nothing good. Lin Fan paid no heed. He reached out his hands toward her. Seeing this, Su Xiaoxiao seemed to resign herself, and closed her eyes. But the expected event didn't happen. Instead, she felt a warmth. Confused, she opened her eyes. Lin Fan's hands were now near her wounds, emitting a faint green light. Under the glow, the injuries visibly healed at a remarkable speed. Indeed, Lin Fan was healing Su Xiaoxiao using the medical ninjutsu he had just purchased from the system shop for 300 points, the palm rejuvenation technique. As for why Lin Fan spent points to heal Su Xiaoxiao, it was because he had just realized that she was a Tier 3 spirit beast. After restoring her injuries, he could have her hunt spirit beasts for him, much faster than hunting on his own. All he needed was for Su Xiaoxiao to severely wound the beasts, and then he would deliver the final blow. The thought made Lin Fan's grin uncontrollable, as if he could already see the points flowing in endlessly. After all, Lin Fan's current strength could at most handle a single Tier 2 spirit beast. And even after victory, he would need considerable time to recover his spiritual energy, and find another beast, far too inefficient. But Su Xiaoxiao was different. As a Tier 3 spirit beast, even if she couldn't wipe out a Tier 2 beast with one slap, she could certainly crush it without any trouble. What are you laughing at? Su Xiaoxiao, seeing Lin Fan chuckling to himself, was puzzled. Nothing. My dog just had puppies. Lin Fan brushed it off. Oh. Though still curious, Su Xiaoxiao didn't press further, little knowing she would soon become a miserable working fox. Thanks to the palm rejuvenation technique, Su Xiaoxiao's injuries were visibly healing. After more than 10 minutes, Lin Fan withdrew his hands and instructed, Done. Rest well tonight, and your injuries should be mostly healed by tomorrow. Without waiting for her reply, Lin Fan stood up and walked aside. He formed hand seals. Poof. Poof. Two plumes of white smoke rose and two shadow clones emerged. Without a word, Lin Fan tossed a dozen spirit stones to one clone. The clone took them and sat down to meditate in a corner, while the other clone went outside the cave to keep watch. As for Lin Fan himself, he pulled a blanket from the system space, spread it on the ground, and lay down to sleep. A clone-type ability. Su Xiaoxiao mused for a moment but soon dismissed the thought, and closed her eyes to sleep as well. The next morning, rays of sunlight streamed through the crevices into the cave. Awakened by his biological clock, Lin Fan opened his eyes, sat up, and looked around. Oh. What's this? His gaze was soon drawn to a spot. The white fox that had been lying on the other blanket was gone, replaced by a humanoid figure. Lin Fan looked closely and saw a white-haired beast, stirred, childlike-faced yet voluptuous little lowly. Her delicate features, rosy cheeks, and skin as smooth as a baby's radiated a healthy glow. She was lying on her back, eyes closed, breathing evenly. Lin Fan was stunned for a moment, but quickly shook off the distracting thoughts. Aren't spirit beasts supposed to only transform at the mid-tier? How can she at tier 3 take human form? Forget it, whatever. Focus on what's important. Pushing aside his thoughts, Lin Fan walked over to Su Xiaoxiao, hesitated for a second, then placed his hand on her shoulder and shook her. Lin Fan, hey, wake up. But despite his shaking, Su Xiaoxiao did not wake up. Instead, she grabbed Lin Fan's arm and pulled him into her embrace, mumbling, Second sister, let me sleep a little longer. I had a nightmare last night. What the? Caught off guard by the tier 3 spirit beast's strength, Lin Fan lost his balance and fell into Su Xiaoxiao's arms. His face landed directly between the two mounds. A faint fragrance filled his nostrils, accompanied by a sense of suffocation. A mix of pleasure and pain, but because of the difficulty breathing, Lin Fan struggled to push himself up, only to be pulled back down by Su Xiaoxiao. This time she even wrapped her legs around his waist, treating him like a giant plush toy. Stop sleeping and get up. With no other choice, Lin Fan reached out and knocked on her head. Ouch, that hurts. Second sister, you. Su Xiaoxiao winced and opened her eyes groggily. But the next moment she saw Lin Fan in her arms and her words cut off abruptly. Before she could scream, Lin Fan quickly covered her mouth. Without waiting for her struggle, Lin Fan said rapidly, this is a misunderstanding. What you need to do now is shut up. Nod if you understand and I'll let go. Hearing his words, Su Xiaoxiao nodded twice. Lin Fan then removed his hand and got up from her. My reputation nearly got ruined. Good thing no one else saw. Lin Fan sat on the ground, panting as if he had just been through a fierce battle. Wait, no. He suddenly thought of something and turned his head. Sure enough, his two shadow clones were standing nearby, wearing mocking expressions as they stared at him. Lin Fan felt a bit awkward being stared at by his two clones. He raised his hand to form a seal, and with two sharp pops the clones dissipated into white smoke. After finishing this, Lin Fan turned to look at Su Xiaoxiao again. Her cheeks were tinged with a faint blush, and when she noticed his gaze she trembled slightly, and subtly stepped back. Seeing this, Lin Fan felt somewhat helpless, as this situation was indeed quite cliché. After thinking it over, he described the scene just now. In short, that's what happened. Believe it or not, it's up to you. After hearing Lin Fan's explanation, Su Xiaoxiao understood, but whether out of embarrassment or some other reason, she kept her head down, not meeting his eyes. After a long while she squeezed out a single word. In that case, I'll wait for you outside. Come out in 10 minutes, I have an important task for you. With that, Lin Fan turned and walked out, leaving Su Xiaoxiao alone in the cave. Hearing Lin Fan's footsteps fade away completely, Su Xiaoxiao slowly raised her head. After confirming that he had left, she let out a heavy sigh of relief. Phew! How embarrassing, mistaking him for second sister. She patted her cheeks and thought to herself. But soon Su Xiaoxiao calmed down, and Lin Fan's words echoed in her mind. He said he had an important task for me. What exactly is it? Why am I thinking so much? I'll find out when I go out. With that thought, Su Xiaoxiao quickly composed herself and stood up to walk out of the cave. As she reached the cave entrance, the sunlight made Su Xiaoxiao squint. In a moment of inattention, she stepped on some weeds, producing a rustling sound. Outside the cave, Lin Fan was leaning against a tree, idly chewing on a blade of grass. Hearing the sound, he turned to look. He saw Su Xiaoxiao emerge. She was wearing a short white dress with 3 snow-white tails behind her and a pair of fluffy ears on her head. The lighting gave her an extra touch of special aura. Although Lin Fan was amazed inwardly, his expression remained unchanged as he raised his hand and beckoned to Su Xiaoxiao. Su Xiaoxiao also saw Lin Fan and walked over. As she reached his side, she was about to say something, but Lin Fan spoke first. Do you have a name? Want me to give you one? Lin Fan asked, knowing the answer. Hearing Lin Fan's words, Su Xiaoxiao crossed her arms, lifted her chin, and said proudly, I don't need a stinky human like you to name me. Listen clearly, this lady's name is Su Xiaoxiao. After speaking, she thought for a moment and added, By the way, what's your name, stinky human? My name is Lin Fan. Of course, if you want to call me master, I wouldn't mind. Lin Fan grinned lazily. Su Xixia. If you wish. At that, Lin Fan's tone suddenly turned serious. Oh. It seems someone has forgotten what happened last night. Shall I help you refresh your memory? You. Hearing this, Su Xiaoxiao immediately recalled Lin Fan controlling her last night, and her momentum instantly deflated. She couldn't utter a word for a long time. All right, call yourself whatever you like. Now let's talk business. Seeing this, Lin Fan stopped teasing her. After all, he had no special fetish. Yesterday was just a momentary whim. Realizing Lin Fan was just joking, Su Xiaoxiao breathed a sigh of relief and asked him, What business? The task you mentioned earlier. Lin Fan. Exactly, but before that I need to ask how your injuries are now. What level of enemy can you handle? About 70 to 80% recovered. As for enemies, if it's an ordinary early 3rd tier, I can barely handle it. Below 3rd tier, it's easy. Why do you ask? Su Xiaoxiao lowered her head to think for a moment, then tilted her head and spoke. Lin Fan. Because your next task is to help me hunt 2nd tier anomalous beasts. You just need to severely wound them and leave the final blow to me. Hearing Lin Fan's words, Su Xiaoxiao didn't say much, just nodded slightly. Okay. This was somewhat unexpected for Lin Fan. Lin Fan. You agreed so readily. I thought you'd at least say something perfunctory since they are your kind. Su Xiaoxiao rolled her eyes at him. What are you thinking? There are racial distinctions among anomalous beasts too. Relationships between different races vary, some good, some bad. Even within the same race there are different tribes. It's not as simple as you think. Lin Fan. That makes sense. But since there's no problem, let's get ready to go. With that, Lin Fan formed hand seals. Bang. 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 White smoke erupted around them again, but this time 4 clones appeared. Lin Fan nodded slightly at them, and the clones understood, heading off in 4 different directions into the forest. Having seen Lin Fan use clones last night, Su Xiaoxiao wasn't too surprised. Soon she followed Lin Fan and the clones into the forest. At this moment, Lin Fan and Su Xiaoxiao were advancing deeper into the forest, but his speed was much slower than before. The reason was due to the clones. The shadow clone technique evenly distributes the caster's spiritual energy, affecting their combat capability. That's why Lin Fan only used 1 or 2 clones before. But now, with Su Xiaoxiao as a combat asset, he no longer had that concern. After advancing some distance, Lin Fan quickly spotted a target and stopped. A massive figure emerged ahead. Upon closer look, it was a giant anaconda. It was currently resting in the swamp ahead, almost blending into the environment, easily overlooked if not careful. Its body was as thick as a water barrel, and only part of it was visible. Its exact length was unknown, but based on its width it was estimated to be at least 10 meters long. Lin Fan looked at Su Xiaoxiao beside him, pointed ahead and asked, Can you handle it? Su Xixia. I can, but the swamp environment limits my performance. It would be best if we can lure it out. No problem, leave it to me. Lin Fan nodded slightly, then slowed his pace and crept forward cautiously. In fact, Su Xiaoxiao could also lure the giant anaconda out. But since Lin Fan had spoken, Su Xiaoxiao didn't say anything. In her expectation, Lin Fan's clone ability could easily accomplish this. But the next scene left her stunned. Zzz. 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 Instead of summoning clones as she expected, Lin Fan gathered a bolt of purple lightning in his hand and hurled it toward the anaconda. Boom! The purple lightning struck the anaconda with a thunderous sound. Although it didn't cause much damage, it successfully attracted the anaconda's attention. The giant anaconda's body began to writhe, and a massive ferocious snake head turned to fix its gaze on Lin Fan's direction. The giant anaconda twisted its grim serpentine head, fixing Lin Fan with a deathly glare and oppressive aura washing over him. Yet Lin Fan paid it no heed, instead striking the anaconda with another bolt of purple lightning before turning and running towards Su Xiaoxiao. Having suffered 2 attacks in a row, the anaconda was now enraged and would not allow Lin Fan to escape so easily. It immediately twisted its massive body and gave chase. Despite its colossal size, the anaconda was no slouch in speed. Like an arrow released from the bowstring, it caught up to Lin Fan in the blink of an eye. Seeing this, a smirk curled at the corner of Lin Fan's mouth, for the anaconda had now left the swamp. Now, Lin Fan barked. What's up with this guy? He has the clone ability, right? How can he also use lightning? Su Xiaoxiao was still puzzled. But as Lin Fan's command rang out, Su Xiaoxiao had no time to dwell on it. She pushed aside her doubts for the moment. She darted out from the side, her fingers curling into a claw coated with a pale pink spiritual energy. With a single swipe, a massive claw phantom over 2 john long materialized out of thin air, pressing down on the anaconda. The claw wind arrived before the attack itself. Pinned by the claw wind, the anaconda had no means to dodge, it could only brace itself to meet the blow. Bang! The two forces collided, spiritual energy exploding from the center and spreading outward, kicking up clouds of dust. Lin Fan, on the other hand, raised a spiritual energy barrier to shield himself, but his eyes were fixed on the center of the battlefield. As the dust dispersed, the scene within was revealed. A large crater appeared in the ground, and the anaconda was pinned directly into it by the claw. Yet its body was now writhing wildly, struggling with all its might. Tough, huh? Then I'll feed you a few more claws. Su Xiaoxiao raised her hand and struck down several more times. However, because of Lin Fan's earlier instructions, she deliberately controlled her strength, only beating the creature until it was barely alive. After finishing, Su Xiaoxiao looked at Lin Fan. Done. Well done. Lin Fan didn't hold back his praise and gave her a thumbs up. Hearing Lin Fan's compliment, Su Xiaoxiao's adorable face lit up with a smile, her 3 tails swaying gently. She patted her chest. Of course. Who do you think I am? She's so naive, working for free and still so happy. Looking at Su Xiaoxiao in front of him, Lin Fan felt an inexplicable twinge of guilt. But he quickly put it out of his mind and walked toward the anaconda in the pit. An alloy blade materialized in his hand. Gripping the hilt, he swung it down heavily at the snake's head. Clang! The blade struck the scales, producing a metallic clash. Taking a closer look, Lin Fan's strike had only left a shallow scratch on the giant serpent, while the impact numbed his hand. Seeing this, Lin Fan raised an eyebrow. The hardness of these scales is comparable to high-strength alloy. This beast is at least at the late second-order stage. Still, Lin Fan didn't stop. He aimed at the wound he had already inflicted. If one blow couldn't kill it, then he would strike again and again. Soon, with each successive swing, the wound on the giant serpent grew larger until after more than a dozen strikes its entire head thudded heavily to the ground. The system's notification chimed in. Ding! Congratulations, host, for killing a second-order beast 1. You have earned 100 points. Okay. One step closer to the flying thunder god. Hearing the prompt, Lin Fan clenched his fists. Just as Lin Fan was elated, streams of information poured into his mind, making him even happier. The clone has also found the target. At this rate, I'll have the flying thunder god today. With that thought, Lin Fan turned to Su Xiaoxiao. Let's go. Next stop. Then, after planning the best route in his mind, he turned into a violet blur and dashed toward the location of one of his clones. Hey, what's the rush? Can't we take a break? Watching Lin Fan's eager back, Su Xiaoxiao felt a bit helpless, but she still turned into a streak of white light and followed. On the way. Hey, what's up with you? You have the clone ability, right? How can you also use lightning? Su Xiaoxiao voiced her confusion to Lin Fan beside her. Lin Fan heard her doubt but didn't answer. After a long pause, he slowly uttered 2 words: secret. Su Xiaoxiao, fine. I don't care anyway. Hearing Lin Fan's reply, Su Xiaoxiao snorted coldly and turned her head away. Seeing her sunder expression, Lin Fan couldn't help but find it amusing. In truth, if it were merely 2 different abilities, Su Xiaoxiao wouldn't have been so curious. After all, most people in this world could only awaken one power. But a single ability could be developed into various forms of application. Sometimes seemingly different powers were actually derived from the same fundamental ability. Yet Su Xiaoxiao simply couldn't figure out what connection clones and lightning could have. After thinking for a long time and coming up with nothing, she gave up. It was just her nature. Soon evening arrived. The entire day, except for a short break at noon, was spent either hunting beasts or on the way to hunt them. Su Xiaoxiao's strength was formidable. She crushed these second-order beasts with ease. Each time she struck, she incapacitated the beast in no time, leaving Lin Fan to finish it off. Most of the day was spent traveling. But in return, Lin Fan's points skyrocketed, and he couldn't stop grinning the whole day. Seeing Lin Fan like this, Su Xiaoxiao couldn't help but wonder. What's he so happy about? Even if killing these beasts can earn money, it's not that much, is it? Of course, Lin Fan had no idea what Su Xiaoxiao was thinking. Even if he did, he wouldn't care. After all, strictly speaking, Su Xiaoxiao was the biggest contributor, and an unpaid one at that. What harm was there in a little silent complaint about such high-quality labor? Even if she said it to his face, Lin Fan would just laugh it off. Ding. Congratulations, host, for killing a second-order beast 1. You have earned 100 points. Current points 3065. With the 12th second-order beast felled, Lin Fan's points broke through the 3000 mark. Phew. Finally enough. After a day of rushing around, Lin Fan was covered in dust, but now looking at the system panel his face was beaming with indescribable excitement. Phew. Lin Fan took a deep breath, calming his excitement. Then he opened the system shop, found the Flying Thunder God, and without hesitation clicked the purchase button. Ding! Congratulations on autonomously obtaining the Flying Thunder God technique. Points minus 3000, current points 65. As the system's voice faded, information regarding the Flying Thunder God technique flooded into Lin Fan's mind. Lin Fan. From this point on, I truly possess the means to protect myself in this world. Although his points had dwindled back to near nothing, Lin Fan cared little for this. Having completed all of this, Lin Fan reined in his thoughts, and looked up at the sky. The heavens had nearly gone completely dark, and seeing this, Lin Fan knew he could not continue any further today. After all, the danger levels in the beast forest between day and night were worlds apart. At this thought, Lin Fan turned to Su Xiaoxiao beside him and said, "That's all for today. Let's pack up and go back to eat." With that, he stretched lazily and made his way toward the cave. Hearing this, Su Xiaoxiao grew cheerful and followed behind Lin Fan. Yay! Finally done. This old miss is completely exhausted today. What are we having for dinner? Lin Fan. What would you like to eat? Roasted meat or fish soup? Let me think. I want both. Roasted meat and fish soup. Su Xiaoxiao pondered for a long time but could not make a decision, so she simply chose everything. Lin Fan. Alright then, I'll make both tonight. Having just acquired the Flying Thunder God technique, Lin Fan was in excellent spirits, and had no objection to Su Xiaoxiao's proposal. Su Xiaoxiao. Really? That's wonderful, I'll eat my fill tonight. Hearing Lin Fan's response, Su Xiaoxiao happily bounced around him. Seeing the vibrant Su Xiaoxiao, Lin Fan was momentarily taken aback. There was not the slightest trace of sorrow about being a captive about her, which far exceeded Lin Fan's expectations. Perhaps it was the influence of the spirit pet contract that gave Su Xiaoxiao a natural fondness for Lin Fan, or perhaps it was simply her innate disposition. Lin Fan harbored some curiosity but could not quite grasp it, so he simply shook his head and cast the matter aside. Inside the cave, 2 campfires had already been lit on the ground. By one of the campfires, Lin Fan and Su Xiaoxiao sat beside it, each holding a skewer of beast meat to roast. On the other fire, an iron pot was set over the flames, simmering a fragrant fish soup. By the way, I have a few questions to ask you. Since we have nothing else to do right now, let's chat. While tending the roasted meat near the fire, Lin Fan turned his head to look at Su Xiaoxiao. What do you want to ask? Upon hearing this, Su Xiaoxiao displayed an endearingly naive expression. Lin Fan. What exactly is your identity? And why were you injured and lying in that patch of grass? Just some things about you, that's all. The reason he asked was that Lin Fan truly knew very little about Su Xiaoxiao. Aside from the scant information provided by the system, he knew virtually nothing else. After all, they had already signed a contract, and from now on she would be considered a companion, so it would be useful to know more about her. This would prove valuable for future battles and other matters. Upon hearing Lin Fan's words, Su Xiaoxiao did not respond immediately. Instead, she lowered her head as if carefully choosing her words. After a long while, she finally spoke softly, though Lin Fan could detect that her tone had lost some of its usual vitality, and gained a touch of melancholy. Su Xiaoxiao. I belong to the Fox clan, or more precisely the Spirit Fox clan. In your human terms, you could understand me as the 4th miss of our clan. As Su Xiaoxiao described, Lin Fan gradually pieced together the situation. Su Xiaoxiao was the 4th miss of the Spirit Fox clan, a race that ranked among the upper echelons of magical beasts. Yet the Spirit Fox clan had a deadly rival, the Wolf clan. As the 4th miss of her clan and possessing a trace of the 9-tailed heavenly fox bloodline within her, Su Xiaoxiao had been kept protected within the clan's territory since childhood, never venturing into the outside world. Therefore, she was curious about everything in the outside world. Just yesterday, Su Xiaoxiao could no longer restrain her curiosity, and secretly left the clan's territory. In a twist of fate, she happened to encounter a late-stage 3rd-order demonic wolf. The two races being natural enemies, they immediately clashed upon meeting. A Su Xiaoxiao at early stage 3rd order stood no match against the demonic wolf and could only flee in desperation. Though she eventually managed to shake off the demonic wolf, she herself had suffered grave injuries and believed death was inevitable. It was then that she encountered Lin Fan, leading to everything that followed. Lin Fan. I see. So you truly have had rather unfortunate luck. Su Shixia. You. Upon hearing this, Su Shixia, whose mood had already been dampened by Lin Fan's words, instantly grew flustered. But before she could react, a burnt scent reached her, causing her to stop what she was doing. Looking down, she realized that she had been so absorbed in chatting with Lin Fan that she hadn't noticed the meat in her hand had burned. Facing this scene, Su Xiaoxiao looked utterly flustered. Lin Fan, watching Su Xiaoxiao's clumsy antics from the side, could no longer bear to watch. He handed over the roasted meat in his hand. Lin Fan. You take the skewer first. As for the burnt one, just set it aside. For me. That's wonderful. Su Xiaoxiao happily took the roasted meat Lin Fan offered. Then, as if remembering something, she turned to Lin Fan again. Thank you? Her expression seemed somewhat embarrassed. Lin Fan paid it no mind and picked up another skewer to roast beside him. Meanwhile, Su Xiaoxiao devoured her food with great enthusiasm, her mouth and hands covered in grease, her eyes squinted in delight. With her mouth stuffed full of meat, her lovely face formed two little bulges completely devoid of any ladylike grace. Lin Fan. By the way, does your Spirit Fox clan or perhaps you personally possess any special abilities or talents? Yes. Upon hearing Lin Fan's words, Su Xiaoxiao opened her mouth to answer, though her speech was somewhat muffled due to the food in her mouth. But soon she swallowed the food and spoke again. Indeed, this is true. Most members of our Spirit Fox clan have remarkably outstanding spiritual power, making us adept at affecting our enemies' minds during combat. Oh. Do you mean something like charm? Lin Fan became interested. Su Shixia. Hey. How did you know? But it's not just charm, there are several other abilities. Most of them operate on the same principle, causing enemies to lose focus during battle. Lin Fan. What is the upper limit of your mental influence? Do you have any defensive measures? What are the limitations? Su Shixia. Why do you seem to know so much? Do humans really understand mental matters this deeply now? Lin Fan's numerous questions left Su Xiaoxiao momentarily stunned. Secret. Lin Fan still offered no explanation, simply tossing out those two words. Though somewhat exasperated, Su Xiaoxiao seemed accustomed to this and proceeded to answer Lin Fan's earlier question. It mainly depends on the individual. Most in our clan can affect opponents across one minor realm. As for this young miss, I can influence opponents 2 minor realms above myself. Su Xiaoxiao spoke with a touch of pride. Hearing this, Lin Fan also understood. This was likely the reason she had been able to escape the pursuit of the late-stage third-order demonic wolf. By the way, you've asked me so many questions, now it's my turn to ask one, isn't it? Su Xiaoxiao swallowed the roasted meat in her mouth and spoke to Lin Fan. Go ahead. Lin Fan, who was about to ask another question, paused slightly at Su Xiaoxiao's words. Why did you save me? Su Xiaoxia hesitated for a moment but still spoke her thoughts. As she said this, she stared intently into Lin Fan's eyes. Why do you ask? Lin Fan did not answer, instead throwing the question back. The relationship between humans and our beasts is hardly good. Under normal circumstances, when a human encounters me in my injured state, their first instinct would be to kill me and sell the spoils, not to save me. It couldn't be that you saved me just to have me help you kill beasts later. After all, I was in an extremely weak state. A first-order ability user like you couldn't possibly have recognized me as a third-order beast. Su Xiaoxiao replied. Lin Fan fell silent upon hearing this. It was indeed his oversight. As a transmigrator, his hatred for beasts was not as intense as that of the natives of this world. Which was why he hadn't considered this question before and now found himself at a loss for an answer. Seeing Lin Fan's silence, Su Xiaoxiao hesitated before speaking again. Well, you don't have to answer if you don't want to. I was just curious. Lin Fan thought for a while but ultimately did not reply. You. Su Xiaoxiao sighed helplessly. Yet the somewhat heavy atmosphere was broken at that moment. All right, enough of this nonsense. When you finish eating, go rest over there. We still have work tomorrow. I'm going to practice now. With that, Lin Fan stood up and walked to the other side of the cave. As usual, he summoned several clones and then sat cross-legged. He then released the corpses of 12 second-order beasts from his system space. The cave instantly became cramped. However, Lin Fan paid no attention and took out dozens of spirit stones and over a dozen beast crystal cores, placing them beside him. Then he began to circulate the great wilderness devouring technique. Under its guidance, the spiritual energy from the spirit stones, the energy from the crystal cores, and the flesh essence from the 12 second-order beast corpses all converged into Lin Fan's body under the direction of the great wilderness devouring technique. What a terrifying technique! It absorbs spiritual energy so quickly, and he's even absorbing the energy from the crystal cores. Aren't humans unable to directly absorb the violent energy within crystal cores? And not only that, but he's also absorbing the energy from the corpses. Won't these energies conflict? And with such a massive amount of energy, how is a mere first-order ability user like him not exploding? Watching Lin Fan practice, Su Xiaoxiao's mind was filled with questions. In the short day and a half she had spent with Lin Fan, he had amazed her time and again. At first Su Xiaoxiao thought Lin Fan's ability was cloning. But then he healed her wounds with a special method and later released lightning. Now with such a terrifying technique, how many secrets did he still hold? However, Lin Fan was completely unaware of Su Xiaoxiao's thoughts, focusing entirely on absorbing the various pure and vast energies. A night passed in an instant. Around Lin Fan, the 12 second-order beast corpses, dozens of spirit stones, and over a dozen beast crystal cores had nearly all been absorbed by him. At this moment his own aura had reached a critical point. Now, clones disperse, Lin Fan thought with a will. Bang! 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 Several clones instantly disintegrated into clouds of white mist. The spiritual energy they had cultivated overnight returned to the main body. This pushed Lin Fan's already critical power even higher. With a soft bang, a faint sound echoed from within Lin Fan's body. The next moment Lin Fan's aura surged dramatically, breaking through to another level. When all was settled, Lin Fan opened his eyes. The 12 second-order beast corpses around him turned to dust and dissipated. The spirit stones and crystal cores also lost their luster, becoming ordinary stones. First-order perfection, flesh refining beginner. Feeling the power within him, Lin Fan was overjoyed again. Indeed, my earlier speculation was correct. The flesh essence of beasts is a great tonic for strengthening the body. Thinking this, Lin Fan stretched, and his joints crackled. Though he had not slept all night, he felt refreshed and energetic. Su Xiaoxiao, awakened by the commotion of his breakthrough, said in surprise, "You broke through." Seeing Lin Fan's state, her tone carried a hint of wonder. Lin Fan nodded without elaborating. "What a monster!" Su Xiaoxiao shook her head in amazement. From the moment she met Lin Fan, his surprises had left her almost numb. "Since you're awake, get ready. Same routine as yesterday," Lin Fan said. Su Xiaoxiao's face fell instantly. Lin Fan, complaining won't help. Fine. Su Xiaoxiao pouted. Hurry up. After saying this, Lin Fan headed out of the cave. The beast forest early in the morning, the air is fresh and the scenery is nice. Stepping out of the cave, Lin Fan sighed. Yet he knew that beneath this seemingly beautiful facade lurked layers of danger. But with the Flying Thunder God, these dangers are nothing to me. Afterward, Lin Fan spent the few remaining points in the system mall to exchange for several kunai. He tossed one into a nearby clump of grass. He stored the rest in his system space. Then he summoned 8 clones and inscribed the Flying Thunder God mark on each of them. He sent them off in different directions to search for targets, just as they had done the previous day. Today's harvest will definitely be much greater than yesterday's. Yesterday most of the time was spent traveling with little actual combat, thanks to Su Xiaoxiao's strength. Now with the Flying Thunder God, the travel time is eliminated, greatly reducing the time spent. In theory, the harvest should be at least several times greater than yesterday's. At the thought, a smile tugged at the corner of Lin Fan's mouth. While Lin Fan was lost in thought, Su Xiaoxiao finished her preparations and emerged from the cave. I'm ready. Let's go, she said to Lin Fan. Lin Fan snapped back to reality and nodded. Then the two proceeded one after the other deeper into the forest. In the following days, Lin Fan and Su Xiaoxiao hunted mutant beasts in an orderly manner. As Lin Fan had anticipated, thanks to the Flying Thunder God technique, their hunting speed increased dramatically, earning 3,000 points each day. By the final day of the mission, Lin Fan's accumulated points had already exceeded 15,000. During this period, a minor incident occurred. No one could say whether this was due to the frequent hunting of mutant beasts by Lin Fan and Su Xiaoxiao, or for some other reason. After slaying a second-tier mutant beast one day as they were preparing to depart, a terrifying pressure descended upon Lin Fan and Su Xiaoxiao in an instant, locking them in place. Then a winged tiger-like creature, its massive body spanning 10 zhang and wreathed in blazing flames, swooped down from the sky. Even before the creature reached them, a scorching wave of heat struck Lin Fan's face, burning his skin. His heart raced. In fact, he had already reached the minor completion stage of flesh refining, and his physique was extraordinarily robust. Yet merely the residual heat radiating from that figure caused Lin Fan's body to sting. Direct confrontation is impossible. Tactical retreat. That was Lin Fan's immediate thought. However, he did not flee at once. Instead he darted toward the corpse of the second-tier beast nearby, and quickly stored it within his system space. But in that brief moment the creature had already closed the distance. Accompanying its approach was a dragon-like vortex of wind enveloped in searing flames. Within moments the assault completely swallowed Lin Fan and Su Xiaoxiao. The ancient saying that wind follows the tiger and clouds follow the dragon was vividly demonstrated. The beast not only wielded devastating flames but also possessed remarkable wind attributes. Fortunately neither Lin Fan nor Su Xiaoxiao came to harm. At the last possible moment Lin Fan activated the Flying Thunder God, teleporting them both back to the grass near their cave. Thinking back now still gives me chills. That beast's aura was at least 4th tier, possibly even 5th tier. If not for my observation Haki sensing the approach in advance, I wouldn't have had time to react and use the Flying Thunder God to escape given its attack speed. It seems my current limit is escaping from a 5th tier existence. If it were above 5th tier, unless I use the Flying Thunder God immediately upon contact, I wouldn't be able to react in time when such a being attacked. Ultimately my strength is lacking right now. If my cultivation were higher and my mental energy stronger, I wouldn't face such difficulties. Lin Fan shook his head in reflection. Oh. What are you thinking about? Su Xiaoxiao asked, noticing his distant expression. I'm thinking about that beast king from last time. You mean that winged tiger from last time? Yes, Lin Fan nodded. Now that you mention it I remember too. That time nearly scared me to death. When that attack came at us I thought we were going to die there. Fortunately you were with me. But then again your spatial ability is really overpowered, isn't it? The mention of Lin Fan's Flying Thunder God brought another wave of awe to Su Xiaoxiao. Lin Fan offered no reply. Actually what confuses me most is that we've been operating only in the outer region. Even with our frequent hunting of mutant beasts we shouldn't have encountered that beast king under normal circumstances. Unless we were in the middle region, the outer region should at most yield 4th tier demon beasts even under the worst luck. I have no idea either. Maybe you're just incredibly unlucky. Su Xiaoxiao waved her hand dismissively. Perhaps. Since he couldn't figure it out immediately, Lin Fan decided to set the matter aside. Alright, it's getting late. Let's call it a day, Lin Fan said after checking the time. Upon hearing this Su Xiaoxiao perked up immediately. Great. Time to rest again. Oh Lin Fan, let's roast that crimson fire bird egg we found this morning. I've eaten it before back in my clan, it's delicious. Su Xiaoxiao bounced over to Lin Fan and tugged at his sleeve. Alright. Lin Fan nodded, not refusing. Over these past few days Su Xiaoxiao had helped Lin Fan earn a substantial number of points, so he was inclined to agree to her reasonable requests. Hearing his response, Su Xiaoxiao grew even happier. Her 3 tails behind her swayed excitedly, one of them brushing against Lin Fan's arm. Watching this, Lin Fan couldn't resist reaching out and gently pinching one of the tails. Don't pinch my tail, it's a bit ticklish. Su Xiaoxiao shivered slightly. Despite her words she didn't pull her tail away. But Lin Fan only played with it for a moment before letting go. At that instant a voice resonated in his mind. Ding, congratulations on completing the 1-month survival mission in the mutant beast forest. Reward 3 Tomos Sharingan. Would you like to claim it? Has the mission already been completed? I thought it would settle today. In that case claim it. Lin Fan said to the system in his mind. Ding, claim successful. Congratulations on obtaining the 3 Tomos Sharingan. The moment the system's voice faded, Lin Fan felt a slight stinging sensation in his eyes that forced them shut. But the pain lasted only a few seconds before vanishing completely, and he opened his eyes once more. His eyes had turned a deep crimson, radiating an eerie glow with 3 black tomos spinning within them. A chilling, sinister aura emanated from his gaze. Yet, in the next instant everything vanished without a trace and Lin Fan's eyes returned to normal. It was as though nothing had happened at all. Why did you stop? Su Xiaoxiao, walking ahead, noticed Lin Fan wasn't following and paused to ask. I've changed my mind after thinking it over. We won't be eating roasted bird eggs tonight. Instead I'll take you back to the human city for a proper feast. We can enjoy the roasted eggs tomorrow evening. In good spirits from his recent mission reward, Lin Fan said this with a smile. Really? Great. Wonderful. Elder Grandma told me humans have all sorts of delicious foods, much better than anything in the mutant beast forest. Su Xiaoxiao's earlier disappointment at the first part of his statement vanished entirely when she heard what came next, and she became excited all over again. Of course it's true, Lin Fan confirmed with a nod. When do we leave? Eager now, Su Xiaoxiao couldn't wait to set off. Why are you so excited? You're not afraid at all. It's a human city filled with powerful cultivators. Aren't you worried one of them might discover you and destroy you? Lin Fan regarded her with confusion. Alright, what should we do? Su Xiaoxiao finally registered his words, her expression turning guilty, as her two ears twitched nervously atop her head. Lin Fan chuckled at her adorable clumsiness, and shook his head. I was just teasing you. The spirit pet contract we formed is quite advanced. It has the ability to conceal our presence. As long as you don't deliberately reveal yourself, even a 9th-tier expert won't be able to detect you. After all, anything produced by the system was guaranteed to be top quality. Remember to hide your ears and tail. You should be able to do that, Lin Fan said. That's simple. With that, spiritual energy circulated around Su Xiaoxiao's body and her ears and tail vanished. You wait here. I'll go back to the city first, then I'll use my spatial ability to teleport you directly in. That way we won't have to go through the city gate inspection, saving us a lot of trouble, Lin Fan said. Got it. Su Xiaoxiao nodded. Seeing this, Lin Fan reached out and placed his hand on Su Xiaoxiao's arm. When he withdrew his hand, a mark appeared on Su Xiaoxiao's arm. This was Lin Fan's Flying Thunder God mark, which was actually 4 Chinese characters De Qi Mian Ching. From the original Naruto series, it's clear that the Flying Thunder God marks are not fixed. The 4th and 2nd Hokage's marks were distinctly different. After doing all this, Lin Fan looked up at the sun in the sky. Having determined the direction, he turned into a blur and left the spot. Su Xiaoxiao watched Lin Fan's departing figure, and her previously happy mood inexplicably began to sink. He will come back, right? What if? Su Xiaoxiao, what are you thinking? Isn't it better if he doesn't come back? I should be happy. Su Xiaoxiao patted her cheeks. But from her expression there was no sign of happiness. However, when she looked down at the mark on her arm, she felt much more at ease. Meanwhile, Lin Fan was rapidly moving toward Tianhe City. His speed was astonishing, no less than that of a second-rank superpower, and even surpassed it. In just about half an hour, Lin Fan saw the city gate. It was nearly evening and the gate was crowded with people, most of them hunter teams returning from the Beast Forest. After all, the Beast Forest's danger level was vastly different between morning and night. Most hunter teams would not choose to stay overnight there. After all, they entered the Beast Forest to make money, not to risk their lives. The risk was too great, unnecessary. There were also people like Lin Fan who went for training, but most of them never returned. The reason Lin Fan could stay in the forest for so long was actually because of the scent-blocking powder provided by the system, which was extremely effective. Although there were similar items on Blue Star, those that could match Lin Fan's effect were often extremely expensive. The cheap ones lacked the potency of Lin Fan's powder. Thus, ordinary people naturally couldn't compare to him. What a pity I can't exploit a system bug and resell system items for profit. Lin Fan sighed inwardly. Arriving at the city gate, he casually chose a line to enter the city. After having his identity verified according to procedure, he went straight into the city. As soon as he entered the city, Lin Fan hurried home. Arriving at his doorstep, looking at the familiar door, he felt a momentary daze. Shaking his head, Lin Fan took out his keys, opened the door, and entered. In the living room, he carved the Flying Thunder God mark on one side of the sofa. Then with a thought, Lin Fan's figure vanished from the room. At that moment, Su Xiaoxiao was lying on a large stone looking at the stars. Occasionally beasts passed by, but sensing the aura of a third-rank beast that Su Xiaoxiao didn't bother to conceal, they wisely left. The Milky Way was dotted with stars like a ribbon hanging in the sky. But the dazzling beauty of the starry sky didn't seem to captivate her. From her expression, it was clear that she was feeling somewhat down. Stargazing. At that moment, a voice came from the side, pulling Su Xiaoxiao back from her thoughts. Startled at first, she then broke into a delighted expression. Su Xiaoxiao immediately sat up and turned around. It was Lin Fan. She stood up from the stone and quickly walked over to him. But soon, as if thinking of something, her expression changed from joy to a pout. Why are you so slow? You've made me wait for ages. Su Xiaoxiao extended her little fist and punched Lin Fan's chest, but the force was very light. Seeing this, Lin Fan felt puzzled. Just a moment ago she was all smiles, now her mood changes faster than flipping a book. Truly, women, no female foxes, are the hardest to read. However, Lin Fan quickly suppressed his thoughts and spoke to Su Xiaoxiao. Come on, I was gone for only 40 or 50 minutes, less than an hour, and it's over 30 kilometers from here to the city gate. I don't care. It's still a long time. Her voice trailed off. Fine, whatever you say. Let's leave here first. Seeing Su Xiaoxiao like this, Lin Fan found it a bit odd but didn't dwell on it. Okay. Su Xiaoxiao nodded. Then Lin Fan reached out and placed his hand on Su Xiaoxiao's shoulder. The next moment their figures vanished from the spot. Is this your home? Su Xiaoxiao felt a flash and the surroundings changed from the forest to a room. She looked around curiously. Yes, I live alone, Lin Fan replied. What about your parents? Don't you have any siblings? Su Xiaoxiao asked curiously. Only child. My parents passed away long ago, Lin Fan said calmly. Sorry. I didn't know. Su Xiaoxiao realized she had said something wrong, looked up at Lin Fan and whispered. It's fine, Lin Fan responded calmly with no emotional fluctuation. After all, they were his original body's parents, not his own. He had never lived with them, so there was no attachment. All right, enough of that. Let's go get something to eat. Order whatever you want tonight, eat as much as you like. Lin Fan smiled, breaking the somewhat heavy atmosphere. Seeing that Lin Fan wasn't angry with her, Su Xiaoxiao sighed in relief. Then she returned to her lively self. Yay! I'm going to eat my fill today. Su Xiaoxiao jumped up and down, waving her little fists. Soon the two left the house and arrived on the street. The sky outside had completely darkened. Lin Fan walked ahead while Su Xiaoxiao followed behind, curiously taking in everything around her. Strolling through the city, looking at the familiar streets, the rows of shops on both sides emitting warm yellow-white light. The occasional shouts of diners mixed with the low hum of cars and the rustling of leaves in the wind all flooded into Lin Fan's mind. It was a stark contrast to the bloody, perilous scenes of the beast forest, as if two different worlds. Watching the scenes before him, Lin Fan's taut nerves from the past months slowly relaxed. Soon the two came to a halt in front of a well-appointed restaurant. The place was bustling with patrons, business brisk and lively. Lin Fan considered for a moment, then led Su Xiaoxiao inside. Upon entering, Lin Fan made his way straight to the front desk and reserved a private room. Throughout the process, he distinctly felt numerous gazes directed toward them. He focused his awareness and immediately noticed that all those wandering eyes were fixed on Su Xiaoxiao. The stares were mostly covert, most people merely stealing glances from time to time, but under Lin Fan's perceptive sense nothing could remain hidden. It was only natural, really. Su Xiaoxiao's beauty was such that even someone as discerning as Lin Fan would rate her at least an 8.5 out of 10. No wonder the people around couldn't help but cast a few extra looks. Lin Fan turned his attention back to Su Xiaoxiao and noticed she seemed to sense the surrounding gazes as well. Yet, she remained silent, one hand lightly grasping the hem of Lin Fan's clothing, quietly trailing behind him. It appeared that beneath her composed exterior, Su Xiaoxiao harbored a trace of nervousness. After all, a beast had come to a human city, and was being watched by so many people. Her tension was understandable. Those stares did not persist for long, and soon Lin Fan and Su Xiaoxiao were guided into a private room by a server. Meanwhile, in a corner of the main hall, a man with a large black mole at the corner of his mouth and a somewhat furtive expression was fixedly staring at the pair, more accurately at Su Xiaoxiao. His gaze swept back and forth over Su Xiaoxiao, then he licked his lips, a crooked smirk curling his mouth. Once inside the private room, Su Xiaoxiao's tense expression quickly relaxed. Lin Fan took a casual seat, and Su Xiaoxiao sat quietly beside him. Sir, here is the menu. Just then the server approached with the menu in hand. Lin Fan took it, and handed it directly to Su Xiaoxiao. Order whatever you'd like. The menu featured pictures alongside the text, so there was no worry about Su Xiaoxiao being unable to read. Excellent. Then I'll have this, and this. Hearing this, Su Xiaoxiao immediately brightened. Not bothering with false modesty, she ordered nearly every dish that looked appetizing in the pictures. Lin Fan did not mind, however. After all, the meal would cost at most a few thousand yuan. The materials from a single Tier 2 beast were worth far more than that, not to mention Su Xiaoxiao had helped him hunt so many beasts. Soon dish after dish arrived. Gazing at the beautifully presented plates, Su Xiaoxiao's eyes widened in amazement, and she grabbed a chicken leg, sinking her teeth into it. Delicious. Your human food is incredibly tasty. She devoured the food ravenously, her cheeks puffed out like Astrid Provisions, grease glistening at the corners of her mouth, a sight both endearing and refreshingly genuine. It was hardly surprising. In the beast pack she had never tasted anything like this. Normally she either ate raw or at most had it casually roasted with no seasoning whatsoever. The difference in flavor was night and day. Lin Fan, seated nearby, paid no mind to Su Xiaoxiao's demeanor, for he too was buried in the food before him. Having spent a month in the beast forest surviving on roasted meat, fish soup, or compressed rations, he had long grown weary of such fare. Half an hour later, every dish on the table had been cleared away. During the meal, Lin Fan noticed his appetite had increased significantly. It was likely due to his body tempering practice, which had greatly increased his energy requirements. However, what Lin Fan did not expect was that Su Xiaoxiao's appetite was no less than his own. Nearly half of the food on the table had been consumed by her alone. It was hard to imagine how such a small stomach could accommodate so much food. After settling the bill, Lin Fan walked slowly out of the restaurant with Su Xiaoxiao. Only a short distance from the entrance did both their steps pause in unison. "Someone is following us," Su Xiaoxiao murmured softly. "This way." Lin Fan's eyes grew cold as he quietly spoke 3 words. As soon as he finished speaking, he turned and led Su Xiaoxiao down a secluded side path, deliberately heading toward an area with sparse foot traffic and surveillance blind spots. Before long, the two entered a dark, narrow alley devoid of any monitoring. Lin Fan stopped and slowly turned around, his voice calm. "Come out." Hardly had the words left his mouth when a furtive figure slinked into the alley from the entrance. Upon closer inspection, it was the man with the large black mole at the corner of his mouth and that unmistakably wretched expression, the same man from the restaurant. "Sharp senses for a kid," the mole-marked man sneered, his greedy gaze locked onto Su Xiaoxiao. Even though Lin Fan had discovered him, he showed no sign of panic. From his perspective, Lin Fan was barely more than a teenager, nothing more than a Tier 1 ability user at the absolute most. "Too bad you crossed paths with me. Hand over that woman and I'll grant you a quick death." Hearing this, Lin Fan and Su Xiaoxiao exchanged a glance. Pfft. The next moment both couldn't help but burst into laughter. "Hey kid! Can't you hear me? How dare you ignore this great master? You're asking for death." Seeing Lin Fan show not an ounce of fear, and worse, actually laughing, the man flew into a rage. He drew a dagger from behind his back, pushed off the ground with force, and charged straight at Lin Fan, thrusting the blade toward his stomach. Ryup! The sound of the blade slicing through flesh rang out clearly. Feeling the resistance against the dagger tip, the mole-marked man burst into manic laughter. "Ha! Ha! Ha! This is what happens when you defy me!" He then turned his lecherous gaze toward Su Xiaoxiao. "Little beauty eye." His words cut off mid-sentence. Su Xiaoxiao at this moment showed not a hint of the fear he had expected. Instead, a bizarre smile played across her lips as she stared straight at him. The mole-marked man felt an inexplicable chill crawl up his spine, a wave of dread washing over him. Yet he forced himself to remain composed and threatened. "What are you looking at? Your little boyfriend is already dead. In a moment you'll—" Before he could finish, the man suddenly froze as though something had struck him. He stiffly turned his head to look at Lin Fan. "Ah! Ghost!" A shrill scream tore from the mole-marked man's throat. What he saw was Lin Fan, who should have collapsed from the fatal stab wound, still standing motionless in his original posture. He made no sound from the pain, and no blood flowed from the wound. At that moment he did nothing. He merely wore an identical bizarre smile to Su Xiaoxiao's, calmly fixed on the mole-marked man. Witnessing this scene, the mole-marked man was terrified out of his wits. He turned and bolted toward the alley entrance. But as he ran, horror dawned on him. The alley was less than 10 meters long, yet it seemed to stretch on endlessly. No matter how fast he ran, he could not escape. "Ah, don't come near me!" Hearing the slow, deliberate footsteps approaching from behind, the mole-marked man let out another pitiful cry. "Damn it! I'll fight you to the death!" Feeling the footsteps drawing ever closer, the mole-marked man steeled his resolve, gritted his teeth, and spun around to thrust at Lin Fan once more. This time, however, he aimed directly for Lin Fan's heart. Ryup! The sound of the blade piercing flesh echoed again, and the mole-marked man's heart leaped with joy. But the next moment, searing pain erupted in his chest. Looking down, he saw that the dagger, which should have pierced Lin Fan's heart, had somehow inexplicably lodged itself in his own chest. Baffled beyond comprehension, the mole-marked man looked up at Lin Fan. That eerie smile remained unchanged on Lin Fan's face. Soon the man's consciousness began to fade rapidly. Until the very last moment before he lost consciousness, he witnessed the final scene of his life. A pair of crimson eyes stared back at him, each pupil containing 3 black tomos spinning within. "Did you do this?" Su Xiaoxiao turned to look at Lin Fan, pausing for a moment when she met his crimson eyes before speaking. "Yes, it was me." Lin Fan nodded. "I see. I wondered what drove that guy crazy," Su Xiaoxiao said, understanding dawning. From Su Xiaoxiao's earlier perspective, after she and Lin Fan had finished laughing, the man across from them flew into a rage and drew a dagger from behind his back. Su Xiaoxiao was about to intervene, but the next moment she saw the man wildly stabbing at the empty air before him with his dagger, stabbing away while emitting a nervous, unhinged laugh. Then he turned and glanced at her once more, and for no apparent reason began screaming frantically, turning around and marching in place. After marching for several minutes, he turned around again, his face contorted in ferocity, and drove the dagger toward his own heart. No wonder Su Xiaoxiao thought the man had lost his mind. Such behavior was far too abnormal and eerie. It was nothing a normal criminal would do. Is he dead? Su Xiaoxiao asked. No. I deliberately adjusted the angle of the stab. An ability user wouldn't die immediately, but it won't be long, Lin Fan said. Then why not kill him outright? You don't seem the forgiving type. Su Xiaoxiao asked, somewhat puzzled. No, there are some questions I need to confirm. Something about tonight doesn't add up, Lin Fan said. What's suspicious? Su Xiaoxiao asked. I've never met him before, not even once. If it were simply an attack on you, he would only need to knock us both unconscious and go after you. But he came straight from my life. That makes no sense. Killing someone in the city is no small matter. And from his behavior, he seems to be a repeat offender. The fact that he hasn't been caught after all this time is worth pondering, Lin Fan analyzed. You make a good point. Could he have offended someone before? Su Xiaoxiao thought for a moment. Maybe. But overthinking it won't help. I'll just ask him directly. Having said that, Lin Fan walked toward the man in black. Su Xiaoxiao had been about to ask how he planned to make the bearded man talk, but decided against it since the answer would come soon enough. She saw Lin Fan approach the bearded man and forcibly rouse him. Applying an illusion spell once more, the bearded man's expression went blank. I'll ask you answer, Lin Fan said. The bearded man nodded stiffly. Who are you? What's your identity? Why were you following us? My name is Li Si. I'm a gray-robed disciple of the Shoshin sect. I set my sights on the woman beside you, which is why I followed you. Hearing the words, Shoshin sect, Lin Fan paused briefly. Isn't that the organization the woman mentioned before she died? No, I silenced all three of them. That so-called Shoshin sect shouldn't possibly know about her. Moreover, based on what he just said, his target seems to not have been me. Realizing this, Lin Fan asked to confirm. So your target wasn't me? Not you. It was the woman beside you. Hearing this, Lin Fan understood. So this was just a coincidence. But then he asked again. Is your Shoshin sect that brazen? How dare you kill people so recklessly in the city? Because the organization issued a new order yesterday. Tomorrow someone from our Shoshin sect will come to escort me out of this city. What exactly is this mission? Lin Fan asked. I don't know. The organization didn't explain further. They simply gave the order for us to leave the city. Hearing this, Lin Fan knew he wouldn't get any useful information, so he ended him. Ding. Host has killed a first-stage ability user. Reward 10 points. The system notification chimed, but Lin Fan ignored it. Instead, he crouched and began searching the bearded man's body. Damn, another pauper, Lin Fan muttered. The bearded man's entire valuables amounted to a few dozen spirit stones and that dagger. However, the dagger turned out to be a C-grade weapon, the same level as Lin Fan's own blade. I'll take it to the black market in a few days. Even though it's used and somewhat worn, it should still fetch tens of thousands of yuan, Lin Fan murmured to himself. Are you doing anything else? If not, let's get out of here. Su Xiaoxiao's voice came from beside him. Yeah, let's go. Lin Fan nodded. What about this guy's body? Are we just leaving it here? Su Xiaoxiao asked. Burn it. When we were hunting spirit beasts before, I remember you had fire abilities, Lin Fan said. All right. Su Xiaoxiao nodded, then raised a single finger, and a pale pink flame appeared upon it. The pink flame then landed precisely on the corpse. The fire burned silently. Within seconds, the body and the bloodstains on the ground were completely incinerated, leaving not even a trace of ash. Having finished, the two exchanged a glance, their expressions as calm as ever. It was as though they had merely swatted an insignificant insect. No surveillance cameras, no witnesses, and all traces had been completely eradicated. The two walked out of the alley with composure and merged into the crowd on the street as if nothing had happened at all. They did not return home immediately, but stopped at a supermarket along the way, mainly to buy some clothes and daily necessities for Su Xiaoxiao. They finally arrived home at 10 p.m. that night. Lin Fan, do you have any more of these chips? They're delicious, but there were too few, Su Xiaoxiao said. Help yourself from under the table. Lin Fan was scrolling through his phone, and he replied absent-mindedly upon hearing her. At the moment, the two were sitting on the sofa with the coffee table in front of them piled high with snacks. Most of them had been purchased by Su Xiaoxiao at the supermarket earlier, with only a small portion being leftovers from Lin Fan. Opposite them sat a 65-inch television. However, it wasn't playing any programs, movies, or anime, just short videos. Su Xiaoxiao was holding snacks in one hand and the remote control in the other, browsing through short videos on TV. Every so often something on the screen would make her giggle. Meanwhile, Lin Fan was checking messages on his phone. After all, there was no network signal in the Spirit Beast Forest, and he hadn't checked his phone for a full month. However, scanning through everything, there wasn't anything particularly important. The only notable message was from his homeroom teacher Lao Ma, who had messaged yesterday asking him to come to school 3 days before the college entrance exam. Lin Fan replied with a brief acknowledgement, and then set his phone down, standing up. "What are you going to do?" Su Xiaoxiao asked upon seeing him rise. "Take a shower," Lin Fan said. "Oh." Su Xiaoxiao nodded and returned to watching TV without further thought. Lin Fan entered the bathroom first, turned on the water valve and let hot water fill the bathtub. This bathtub was a small one capable of holding at most 2 people. After finishing that, Lin Fan walked out of the bathroom, returned to the bedroom to grab his clothes, and then went back into the bathroom. 5 minutes later, the bathroom door opened, a puff of steam billowing out, and Lin Fan's figure emerged. Spiritual energy swirled around him, instantly drying the moisture from his body. "Huh. You shower that fast?" Su Xiaoxiao asked, a hint of surprise in her voice, seeing that Lin Fan had finished in just 5 minutes. "Fast? Not really." Lin Fan walked over to the sofa, sat down, and casually picked up a chip from the table. "Aren't you going to shower?" Lin Fan turned to look at Su Xiaoxiao. "Huh. Me." Su Xiaoxiao blinked, lifting her head with a bewildered expression. "Oh, right, shower. Wait, let me finish watching this video first." Su Xiaoxiao quickly came to her senses. Soon after, she finished the video and walked into the bathroom. Lin Fan gazed at the paused TV screen, then at Su Xiaoxiao's retreating figure, and suddenly felt a pang of emotion. Because the original owner rarely watched TV, almost always scrolling through his phone instead. That TV had not been turned on since the original owner's grandmother passed away. Su Xiaoxiao's arrival seemed to inject a touch of warmth into this desolate home. "Lin Fan, why is there no water here? How am I supposed to shower?" Just as he was thinking, a voice rang out, interrupting his train of thought. He didn't need to guess whose voice it was Su Xiaoxiao's. How could I forget that? Lin Fan shook his head and walked into the bathroom. Su Xiaoxiao stood there, a look of confusion on her face. "Watch closely, I'll only show you once. This switch here is for water, and this is the body wash." Lin Fan briefly showed Su Xiaoxiao how things worked, then walked out without checking if she understood. Still, he figured she should get it. Beasts like Su Xiaoxiao, who had a talent for mental energy, were usually quite quick learners. Back in the living room, Lin Fan pondered for a moment, then formed hand seals. Boom. 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 Puffs of white smoke appeared. When the smoke cleared, 10 shadow clones emerged from within. This was the maximum number of shadow clones Lin Fan could conjure at his current cultivation level. At the same time, his own spiritual energy was nearly depleted. Previously in the Beast Forest, the danger had prevented him from using shadow clones so freely. After all, in such a perilous environment, he had to reserve some combat power. But now that he was back in the city, the environment was safer, and with Su Xiaoxiao around, Lin Fan decided to summon all 10 shadow clones at once. 10 shadow clones meant 10 times the cultivation speed. Lin Fan then took out several dozen spirit stones, and over a dozen cores, tossing them to the 10 clones. These were all the spirit stones and cores he had left. Strictly speaking, only cores remained. The spirit stones were ones he had taken from the grey-robed cultist earlier. The 50 low-grade spirit stones he had bought before entering the Beast Forest, along with those taken from the 3 people, had all been used up over the past month. Psi cultivation really burns through resources. But I can still manage for now. Tomorrow I'll sell the materials from the beast carcasses and get more spirit stones. I also need to go to the black market and sell that dagger from yesterday. The flesh and blood of those beasts had been absorbed by Lin Fan using the primordial devouring art to strengthen his physique. But he only absorbed the energy from the flesh. He had removed the valuable parts before absorption. Then again, the gains are as great as the costs. I should be able to break through to the 2nd rank in about a week, Lin Fan thought to himself. Soon Lin Fan snapped out of his thoughts, looked around the room, and saw the 10 shadow clones already sitting cross-legged in different spots, beginning to cultivate. Su Xiaoxiao was still in the bathroom showering. He checked his phone. It was 2346. Seeing that it was late, Lin Fan returned to his bedroom. Lying on the bed, Lin Fan didn't go to sleep immediately. Instead, he opened WeChat on his phone and sent a message to a contact saved as Brother Liang. "Lin Fan, you there?" This Brother Liang was one of Lin Fan's few friends. He was a rather mysterious man. Lin Fan only knew that his identity was far from ordinary. Lin Fan had met him by sheer chance. A minute or two after sending the message, the other side replied, "Brother Liang, what's up?" Seeing this, Lin Fan typed back, "Lin Fan, Brother Liang, I want to ask you something. Do you know about an organization called the Beast God Sect?" "Brother Liang, why are you asking about that? Did you run into their people?" Lin Fan, "Yeah." "Brother Liang, you didn't leave any survivors, did you?" Lin Fan, "No." "Brother Liang, then it's fine." Lin Fan, "Brother Liang, you still haven't answered my question. What exactly is the Beast God Sect?" "Brother Liang, an organization that collaborates with beasts to gain power and helps them fight against humanity. They have many members. Not only in the Dragon Kingdom, but their followers are spread across all 4 major alliances. There are even rumors that some high-ranking officials in the alliances might be among them." "Lin Fan, from what you're saying, this organization is pretty formidable." "Brother Liang, indeed it's quite powerful, ranking among the top globally. The exact strength of the Beast God Sect's leader, the Pope, is unknown. But beneath the Pope are 30 red cardinals, each at least a high-level awakener. Below the red cardinals are hundreds of blue deacons, each at least mid-level. Below the blue deacons are thousands of black priests and grey cultists. Good thing you were smart enough to kill them all. No loose ends or you'd be in a heap of trouble." "Lin Fan, Brother Liang, are you praising me or scolding me?" "Brother Liang." "Lin Fan, alright, I'll stop bothering you. Get some rest and I'll treat you to a meal another day." After sending the message, he waited a minute. Seeing no reply, Lin Fan logged out of WeChat. Lin Fan put down his phone, just about to sleep, when the bedroom door opened. A figure walked in. It was Su Xiaoxiao. She had already finished showering and changed into new clothes. On top she wore a white t-shirt with a fox pattern and on the bottom a pair of shorts. Though it was just a simple outfit, it accentuated her figure perfectly. Lin Fan was momentarily stunned at the sight. While Lin Fan was lost in thought, Su Xiaoxiao stepped forward. A faint pleasant fragrance drifted over. Whether it was the scent of body wash or Su Xiaoxiao's own, he couldn't tell. Su Xiaoxiao ignored the dazed Lin Fan, casually walked to the bedside, removed her slippers and laid down on the other side of the bed. Seeing this, Lin Fan froze again, lowering his head into deep thought. Too small. It seems my vision was too narrow." He finally sighed after a full 2.5 minutes of contemplation. Lin Fan did not refuse, nor did he do something as outrageous as volunteering to sleep on the sofa. After all, he was no so-called gentleman. "Turn your ears and that tail back to normal." Lin Fan gently pinched Su Xiaoxiao's current human-like ears, then spoke softly to her. "The ears are fine, but my tail would be blocked by pants." Su Xiaoxiao's words came out stuttered and faint, her ear tips already turning red, not sure whether from Lin Fan's touch or something else. It seemed her heart was not as calm on the surface as she appeared. "If it would be hidden then." Lin Fan leaned down and whispered quietly beside her ear. "Okay." Upon hearing this, Su Xiaoxiao's ears grew even redder, her voice barely audible. The night passed in tender embrace, blossoming like a pear branch weighed down by spring rain. The next morning Lin Fan rose early, feeling refreshed and invigorated. He turned to look at Su Xiaoxiao, who was still fast asleep. Her eyes tightly closed, exhaustion evident on her face. "Looks like I'll need to change the sheets," Lin Fan muttered to himself, since he and Su Xiaoxiao had indulged rather extensively the night before. The bedsheet was now a mess, stained with traces of crimson ink. Lin Fan withdrew his gaze, stretched lazily, and made his way out of the room. In the living room, Lin Fan looked up and saw 10 clones in meditation, their positions unchanged from last night. The only difference was that their hands no longer held spirit stones or crystal cores. Now they could only circulate their cultivation techniques, absorbing the spiritual energy from heaven and earth. "After breakfast I'll head to the 100 Treasures Pavilion to sell the materials," Lin Fan thought to himself, then raised his hand to dismiss the clones. As soon as they dispersed, he immediately felt his internal spiritual power surge thicker and more profound than before. After finishing, Lin Fan descended the stairs and arrived at a breakfast shop. He ordered buns, fried dough sticks, and soy milk and began eating. After finishing his own meal, he bought another set for Su Xiaoxiao. After paying, Lin Fan headed home. Seeing she was still asleep, he chose not to wake her. He placed the breakfast in the living room and left again, heading straight for the 100 Treasures Pavilion. Upon arrival, the 2 Pichou statues at the entrance remained just as before. Lin Fan walked in as usual. "Customer, may I help you with anything?" Shortly after Lin Fan entered, a shop assistant approached him. "I'm here to sell first and second tier beast materials," Lin Fan said. "And approximately how many are there?" the assistant asked. "Over 100, Lin Fan replied. "Over 100. The assistant's expression briefly stunned, visibly surprised. If it were merely over 100 pieces of first and second-tier beast materials, the assistant wouldn't have been so startled. After all, that wasn't particularly unusual at the 100 Treasures Pavilion. But someone selling over 100 pieces of first and second-tier beast materials all at once, usually such quantities came from top-tier hunting teams among lower-rank ability users. Someone selling them alone like Lin Fan was quite rare. In that case, customer, please follow me. The assistant quickly composed himself and spoke to Lin Fan. Led by the assistant, Lin Fan was brought to a private room where several people were waiting. Judging by their attire, they were all staff members of the 100 Treasures Pavilion. Customer, please present the beast materials. These are our professional appraisers at the 100 Treasures Pavilion. They will help you count and estimate the value of the materials. After entering the room and closing the door, the assistant spoke to Lin Fan. MH. Lin Fan nodded, then moved his mind. A massive pile of first and second-tier beast materials materialized in the open space of the room. Stacked together, the pile was nearly as tall as a person. The appraisers were momentarily startled but quickly recovered and began counting the materials. Their efficiency was remarkable. Within the time it took to drink a cup of tea, they had finished appraising everything. Customer, among these materials there are over 100 second-tier pieces and over 200 first-tier ones. After valuation by our 100 Treasures Pavilion, the total comes to 235,365 dragon currency. Here is the receipt, please review it. The assistant handed a list to Lin Fan. Convert 230000 dragon currency into low-grade spirit stones and deposit the remainder into this card. Lin Fan took the receipt, glanced over it, casually nodded, and then handed over a bank card. No problem, customer, please wait a moment. The assistant took the bank card and turned to leave the private room. A few minutes later, the assistant returned to the private room carrying a box in his hands. Customer, here are the 230 low-grade spirit stones you requested. The remaining funds have been deposited into this card, the assistant said to Lin Fan. Lin Fan took the bank card and opened the box to inspect the contents. Satisfied, he stored them in his system space. May I help you with anything else, customer? Seeing Lin Fan had secured the spirit stones, the assistant spoke again. That's all, thank you, Lin Fan said. Very well. We look forward to your next visit. The assistant escorted Lin Fan to the door. Upon exiting the 100 Treasures Pavilion, Lin Fan headed home. As for the black market he planned to visit tonight, there was no rush. He soon arrived back at his doorstep. Opening the door, changing into slippers in the hallway, he entered the living room. Immediately Lin Fan spotted Su Xiaoxiao. She had already woken up and was now eating the breakfast Lin Fan had bought her while watching television. Hearing the commotion, Su Xiaoxiao turned her head, and seeing it was Lin Fan, her eyes lit up. Lin Fan, you're back. Su Xiaoxiao immediately rose, walked up to him, and wrapped her arms around him in a tight embrace, nuzzling her head against his chest repeatedly. Lin Fan caught a whiff of her sweet fragrance, and looked down at Su Xiaoxiao. She was still in her beast-eared girl form from last night. Her two fluffy ears occasionally brushed against Lin Fan's face, making him tingle. Behind her, three fluffy tails swayed in unison. At this moment, only one thought occupied Lin Fan's mind: question Zhou Wang, understand Zhou Wang, surpass Zhou Wang. Audacious fox demon daring to disrupt my Dao heart, I shall make you aid my cultivation. He then swept Su Xiaoxiao into his arms and carried her into the bedroom. Hey! Wait, I was wrong, slow down. Slow down. Su Xiaoxiao's cries echoed from within the bedroom. The night continued in tender embrace like a pear branch weighed heavy with spring blossoms. Ding! Ling! Ling! The alarm clock rang and Lin Fan reached out to turn it off. Is it 9 o'clock already? Time to set off. Glancing at the time on his phone, Lin Fan stood up and slipped on a black windbreaker. He then retrieved a black mask from the cabinet and put it on. Are you going out? Su Xiaoxiao, who was nearby, asked upon seeing Lin Fan's actions. I have some business to attend to. You stay home and watch TV. If you get sleepy, go to the bedroom and sleep. Don't wait for me. Lin Fan nodded in reply, then opened the door and stepped outside. Hey, bring me some midnight snacks when you come back. Just as he stepped out the door, Lin Fan heard Su Xiaoxiao's voice from inside the house. Lin Fan felt a bit speechless and didn't answer. Before long, Lin Fan arrived at an antique street. The main gate of the street was already closed, but Lin Fan paid it no heed. With a slight push from his feet, he leaped over the 3-meter-tall iron gate. Entering the antique street, he found the thoroughfare shrouded in darkness. Lin Fan walked straight toward an inconspicuous alley. At the end of the alley stood another iron door guarded by two burly men. One of the guards was smoking a cigarette, blowing out clouds of smoke. As Lin Fan approached, the two guards noticed him. What are you here for? Do you know what this place is? The smoking guard narrowed his eyes and reached out to stop Lin Fan. Lin Fan remained unruffled. He pulled out a palm-sized black iron token from his pocket. The token appeared ordinary save for some peculiar patterns engraved on it. The guard took the token, examined it carefully, and then returned it to Lin Fan after confirming its authenticity. Go on in. The guard stepped aside and pulled open the iron door. Lin Fan put away the token and walked in. As he entered, the iron door closed behind him. After walking for a distance, the surroundings gradually opened up and brightened, no longer shrouded in darkness. It was a street where Lin Fan could see all kinds of people bustling about. Some vendors had set up stalls on the ground while shops and storefronts lined the sides of the street. Lin Fan randomly chose a moderately sized shop and stepped inside. Inside the entrance was a counter behind which sat a middle-aged man in his 40s or 50s. He sported a small goatee and had a shrewd glint in his eyes. Welcome, esteemed customer. Are you selling or buying? The man stroked his beard and flashed a smile at Lin Fan as he entered. He then poured a cup of tea from a nearby tea table and placed it before Lin Fan. Here, how much would you offer for this item? If the price is right, I'll sell it. Lin Fan produced a dagger and placed it on the counter. He then picked up the tea and took a sip. One moment, please place the item in this tray. The goatee man took out a tray from under the counter and gestured for Lin Fan to put the dagger in it. Lin Fan complied without objection. The goatee man then picked up the dagger and examined it closely. This dagger is a C-grade weapon, but its condition is mediocre with some minor wear. How about this? I can offer you 5,000. What do you think? Half a minute later, the goatee man spoke cheerfully. Lin Fan remained silent, still holding his tea, and simply stared fixedly at the man. Though inwardly embarrassed by the stare, the man kept his smile unchanged, stroking his beard as he looked back at Lin Fan. 8,000, not a cent less. Lin Fan finally spoke, slowly setting down his teacup. Sir, that makes it very difficult for me. How about this? Let's call it a friendly transaction. I'll make the decision. 6,000, how about that? That's the highest this shop can offer. The goatee man put on a troubled expression. Then I'll take a look elsewhere. Lin Fan picked up the dagger and made as if to leave the shop. Hey, don't go, young friend. The price is negotiable. Seeing Lin Fan about to leave, the goatee man hurriedly called out. Lin Fan, playing along, stopped and turned to face the goatee man. How about this? We both compromise. Final offer 7,000. Take it or leave it, Lin Fan added. Fine. 7,000 it is. Let's call it a friendly transaction today. The goatee man hesitated for a moment, then finally spoke. Pleasure doing business. Lin Fan smiled. Pleasure doing business. The goatee man forced a dry chuckle. By the way, exchange the money for spirit stones, Lin Fan said. Sure, no problem. The goatee man beckoned to a nearby shop assistant. Go fetch 70 low-grade spirit stones for this customer. The assistant nodded and went to retrieve them. The shop assistant was quick, returning with the spirit stones in less than a minute. Lin Fan glanced at them and stored them in his system space. He then drained the remaining tea in one gulp and left the shop. Outside, Lin Fan wandered around the black market for a while, but finding nothing he wanted to buy, he decided to head back. Just as he passed the crossroad, he suddenly heard a commotion from within. The noise seemed mixed with shouts and cheers. It was a stark contrast to the relatively quiet atmosphere of the street earlier. This made Lin Fan stop, and driven by curiosity, he walked toward the source of the sound. As he drew closer, Lin Fan realized it was a path leading underground. Judging by the surroundings, it seemed to have once been an underground parking garage. Entering, Lin Fan found the space to be even larger than he had imagined, with no fewer than several hundred people gathered inside. The air was thick with the mingled smells of smoke, alcohol, and sweat, creating an unpleasant atmosphere. At the center of the crowd were 3 arenas. Each arena was of a different size. The smallest measured 10 meters on each side, while the largest stretched 50 meters in length and width. On each arena, 2 ability users were engaged in combat. A large screen above each arena displayed the information of the combatants. Notably, the arenas appeared to be made of some special material, as they showed no signs of damage despite the fierce battles taking place. An underground fighting arena, Lin Fan murmured as he took in the scene, understanding dawning on him. It seems these 3 platforms from small to large are for first tier to third tier abilities. They are for battles between ability users of these 3 different tiers. Sensing the varying degrees of spiritual energy fluctuations from the 3 platforms, Lin Fan understood. He fixed his gaze on the medium-sized platform 20 meters in length and width. 2 second-tier ability users were fighting on it. One of them was a lean, frantic-looking man in a short-sleeved shirt. Azure wind-attributed spiritual energy swirled around him. His speed was astonishing as he darted back and forth across the dueling platform, leaving afterimages in his wake. The other was a burly man. His eyes were bloodshot, and flames blazed fiercely from his body. He was relentlessly attacking the lean man, each strike conjuring a streak of fire. Even with the protective barriers, the spectators below seemed to feel a wave of heat. Yet none of his attacks could even graze the lean man's clothes. The lean man agilely dodged the fiery onslaught, and in the gaps between the burly man's attacks he would retaliate with an azure wind blade. The wind blade was so fast that the burly man had no way to evade, relying solely on his protective spiritual energy to endure. At first it was manageable, but as time passed, under the relentless barrage of azure wind blades, the burly man's protective energy soon reached its limit. Wounds began to appear on his body one after another. Crimson blood streamed from the wounds, quickly soaking his clothes and dripping onto the platform. His aura weakened and the flames on his body began to dwindle. Seconds later, a sharp wind blade slashed across the burly man's neck. With a splash, more blood spattered. The burly man froze in place. Moments later he collapsed heavily to the ground. The lean man with a swagger strode toward the burly man's corpse. He planted a foot on the corpse. The crowd erupted in cheers from a large group, while a few muttered curses or words of grief. But no one panicked over the death. Great! Extreme Wolf won again. This time I made a killing. Ha! 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 I told you that guy couldn't last 3 minutes against Extreme Wolf, right? Damn! I lost big. That guy called himself Fire King. Turns out he's all show and no substance. So this is a battle between second-tier ability users. Much weaker than I imagined. After watching the fight, Lin Fan shook his head. From what the crowd is saying, it's obvious that betting is open here. But I don't know the exact rules yet. It shouldn't be just win-loss betting. If it were only that, the odds would be at most around 1xx. The crowd wouldn't be this crazy. There must be higher odds betting options. With that thought, Lin Fan looked up and scanned the venue. Soon he spotted a large sign which indeed displayed the betting rules. So there are 2 modes: death match and touch and stop. Betting on win-loss is the most basic. The high odds play is betting on time. Lin Fan glanced at the sign and showed a look of comprehension. The so-called time betting meant on top of the win-loss outcome. Betting on how long a certain side would last. The closer the bet time to the actual time, the higher the odds. It was mainly bought by the minute, though you could also buy by the second. But almost no one buys by the second, even though the odds are higher. Interesting. I'll play a couple of rounds, make some extra money, and hone my combat skills. After understanding the rules, Lin Fan felt a surge of excitement. Without hesitation, he walked straight to the registration desk. I want to fight. At the registration point, Lin Fan got straight to the point. Which mode? Give me a code name. If you're new and don't have one, make one up. Also put your hand here to test your realm. The registration clerk looked up at Lin Fan, who wore a black mask. He asked. Death match. For the code name, use 9-1 split. Lin Fan thought for a moment and replied. He then placed his hand on the device. Realm first tier peak. The device showed the result shortly. 9-1 split. That's an interesting code name. Here's your number. You'll be up in about 5 matches. The clerk paused for a moment at the code name but didn't think much of it. He wrote down a number and handed it to Lin Fan. Wait, I'm not finished. I want to challenge a second-tier ability user. Lin Fan shook his head without taking the paper. You want to challenge a second-tier? The clerk was taken aback, confirming. That's right. Lin Fan nodded. Alright, here's your new number. You'll be up in the second round. Seeing Lin Fan's affirmation, the clerk gave him a new number. Lin Fan took the number and turned to leave. Another clueless guy. A first-tier challenging a second-tier. 9-1 split, aptly named. The opponent's win rate is 9, yours is 1. As Lin Fan left, he heard a faint sneer from behind. It was obviously the clerk mocking him. Lin Fan paid it no mind. Soon the big screen displayed new information. Next match, 9-1 split versus Extreme Wolf. Below were the details of both parties. 9-1 split, 1-star arena fighter. Realm first tier peak. Extreme Wolf, 2-star arena fighter. Realm second tier early stage. As soon as the information was posted, the crowd erupted in commotion. Who is this 9-1 split? Never heard of him. A newcomer. The name is weird. But how dare a mere first tier peak challenge a second tier? He's really asking for death. It's not unheard of for people to defeat opponents across realms. Some from large sects or families might manage. But they cross minor realms, not major ones like this. I've never even heard of crossing a major realm. And he's playing death match, not touch and stop. This guy is definitely going to die today. I'm betting on Extreme Wolf for sure. I'll put down 100,000. 100,000. I'll bet 200,000. I'll bet 500,000. Help me bet on 9-1 split, winning within 1 minute 100 low-grade spirit stones. At this moment Lin Fan had arrived at the betting window, speaking to the clerk inside. The underground arena clerk looked up, staring at Lin Fan as if he were a fool. Although 9-1 split's odds had already reached 8, while his opponent Extreme Wolf's odds were only 1.03. Almost everyone was betting on Extreme Wolf. After all, in most people's understanding, a first tier couldn't possibly beat a second tier. So in the clerk's eyes, Lin Fan's behavior was no different from throwing money away. But since a fool was willing to donate, the clerk didn't refuse, directly completing the bet for Lin Fan. As Lin Fan completed the bet, a bell rang throughout the venue, the signal for the match to begin. Hearing the sound, Lin Fan turned and walked toward the platform. And so, stepping onto the arena, Lin Fan cast his gaze across the grounds. This was a death match. There were no referees, no cumbersome rules. The sole rule was simple: the winner would walk away alive and the loser would leave their life behind. Oh, so this is the guy challenging the Extreme Wolf. I expected someone with 3 heads and 6 arms. Ha, utterly reckless. Hey, now don't say that. Perhaps he's an absolute genius capable of defying the ranks. Ha. As Lin Fan ascended the platform, the crowd below erupted into murmurs and chatter. The match carried enough spectacle to draw not only the spectators of this particular ring. A large portion of the audience from the other 2 rings had also gathered nearby. Most were jeering or mocking Lin Fan. Meanwhile, his opponent, the Extreme Wolf, had long since taken his position on the platform waiting. Seeing Lin Fan climb onto the ring, the Extreme Wolf immediately flashed that somewhat unhinged grin of his. Kid, you truly have no concept of heaven and earth. A mere first-rank ability user dares challenge a second-rank one. But your habit of throwing money my way puts me in a splendid mood. I'll grant you a swift death later, ha ha ha. Yet at that moment Lin Fan seemed not to hear a word he said. He rubbed his fingers along his chin as though pondering something. 100 low-grade spirit stones. My initial odds stood at 8 times, and combined with my bet on victory within 1 minute at another 8-fold, the total multiplier is 64. In other words, if I finish him within a minute, I walk away with 6,400 low-grade spirit stones. Thinking this, a smile involuntarily curled at the corners of Lin Fan's mouth. But from the Extreme Wolf's perspective, this moment appeared as nothing less than outright disregard. Enraged, the Extreme Wolf's temper flared. Boy, you dare remain so arrogant even at death's door. I've changed my mind. I'll make sure you hear every bone in your body crack one by one before finally dying in agony. With those words, spiritual energy surged around the Extreme Wolf's frame, and he stomped his foot, launching forward in a blur, a phantom streak hurtling straight toward Lin Fan. Most of the onlookers could not even glimpse the Extreme Wolf's figure. They could only hear a series of ear-splitting whooshes of displaced air. In merely an instant, the Extreme Wolf was already at Lin Fan's side. Spiritual power condensed upon his palm, and he delivered a ferocious punch straight into Lin Fan's abdomen. In his eyes, Lin Fan remained frozen in place, motionless. Can't even react to my attack. The Extreme Wolf sneered inwardly. He could already picture Lin Fan collapsing to the ground, letting out a piercing scream, begging for mercy. Lin Fan had indeed hesitated for a fraction of a moment, not because his opponent was fast. After all, no matter how swift the Extreme Wolf was, there was no escaping the perception of his Sharingan, an armament hockey. He had simply not expected an agility-type ability user to engage him in close combat. But upon reflection, it made sense. To most people, a second rank dominating a first rank was an absolute rout. The Extreme Wolf's thinking mirrored the crowd. He may not have specialized in close-quarters fighting, but against a first-rank ability user it was more than sufficient. This was common knowledge forged from countless battles he had fought before. Unfortunately, all that so-called common sense and experience of his proved utterly useless against Lin Fan. Seeing the Extreme Wolf within arms reach, Lin Fan's spiritual energy surged, and his blood chi churned within him. He drove a devastating punch straight into the Extreme Wolf's chest. Boom! The next moment, the Extreme Wolf's body was sent flying backward, crashing into the arena platform with a thunderous impact. Those with sharp eyes could already see a massive cavity sunken into the Extreme Wolf's chest. There would be no saving him. Silence fell. As the scene unfolded, the entire arena was overcome by an eerie, deathly stillness. Spectators stood with their jaws agape, their faces etched with sheer disbelief. Just one punch, a mere single strike, and only after a long pause did someone manage to speak, and their words came out clearly, stuttering. Everything had transpired too swiftly for most to have grasped what occurred. All they saw was Lin Fan still holding his follow-through pose. With that voice, a single stone stirred 1,000 waves, and the crowd burst into animated discussion. No way, wasn't he first rank? How did he take down the extreme wolf with just one punch? I observed his earlier fights. He didn't seem to use any ability at all. It was pure brute force. Could he be a strength-type ability user? A strength type. That explains everything. It was the extreme wolf's carelessness. He shouldn't have closed the distance. I told you so. A genius capable of crushing opponents across entire realms. I've never even heard of such a person. How did I get lucky enough to witness it live? It must have just been sheer fortune. Wait, hold on. What are you all so happy about? We've been absolutely destroyed. I bet everything on the extreme wolf. 50,000. Damn it, you're right. I just realized it. I put in 100,000 too. Regretful cries rose and fell across the crowd like a tidal wave. After extensive deliberation, nearly everyone concurred that Lin Fan had simply been fortunate. Ding. Host has eliminated a second-rank ability user. 10 points awarded. Lin Fan paid no mind to the surrounding chatter, listening to the system notification in his mind as he descended from the platform. Rather than heading to the betting area to collect his spirit stones, he made his way back to the registration desk. I wish to continue fighting. Arrange another second-rank opponent for me. Upon reaching the registration desk, Lin Fan stated directly. Huh. The registrar, still marveling at Lin Fan's miraculous good fortune, paused momentarily upon seeing him re-register. But he quickly recovered and entered the information once more. Good. This kid won a big pot and still doesn't know when to fold. Doesn't he realize that was just luck? The registrar muttered to himself. Registration complete. Your next match is scheduled for the round after next, the registrar said. Unaware of what lay in the man's thoughts, Lin Fan glanced at the information, gave a nod, and turned toward the betting area. I want to place all 6,400 low-grade spirit stones I just won on a 90-10 odds bet, on me. The condition remains victory within 1 minute. With that, Lin Fan turned and walked away toward the waiting area. Meanwhile, the betting clerk erupted into joy. I had thought this guy was just some lucky pup. We were about to lose a fortune. But he's nothing but a reckless fool, truly believing luck will smile upon him every single time. As he thought these thoughts, the clerk's hands never stopped moving. Fearing Lin Fan might change his mind, the clerk hurriedly locked in the wager. In his eyes, newcomers who got lucky once and grew arrogant were walking donations. The more fools like him came to throw money away, the more the Colosseum profited. And the greater the profits, the higher his commission and performance bonus. So naturally, he prayed Lin Fan would gamble again and again. Lin Fan was completely unaware of the thoughts racing through the bookmaker's mind. At that moment, he had already taken a seat somewhere in the waiting area, his expression suggesting he was deep in contemplation. I won the last round, yet my odds have somehow remained unchanged. It seems that not only the spectators but the arena itself also considers my previous victory as mere luck. However, if he won again in this upcoming match, the arena should realize their mistake and lower his odds. With this thought, Lin Fan made up his mind. He would finish this round and then leave. 6,400 low-grade spirit stones multiplied by 64 would equal 409,600 low-grade spirit stones. That converts to over 4,000 mid-grade spirit stones, which would ensure I don't lack for spirit stones for quite a while. Lin Fan suddenly felt that coming to the black market was indeed the right decision. As for whether the black market would actually honor its debts, Lin Fan harbored doubts. Although the underground arena would undoubtedly pay out to maintain its superficial credibility. After all, with so many people watching, would they dare to renege? Who would gamble here anymore if they did? But once leaving this place, what might transpire along the way was self-evident. Yet Lin Fan was completely unfazed, for this tactic worked on others but not on him. Once I receive the spirit stones, I'll directly use Flying Thunder God to make my escape. What difference does it make whether your arena sends people to ambush me? A lazy smile appeared on Lin Fan's face. And as Lin Fan had suspected, things unfolded exactly as he had envisioned. At that moment, above the arena, inside a secret room within a building on the surface, sat a young man dressed in an expensive white suit, wearing an unmistakably valuable watch on his wrist. He sat with one leg crossed over the other, a cigar clenched between his teeth, his entire demeanor radiating arrogant defiance. Beside this young man stood an ordinary-looking middle-aged man seemingly engaged in conversation with him. Before the two of them was a large screen which was internally divided into dozens of smaller screens. And the content displayed on these screens was unmistakably footage from the underground arena. Young Master Wang, this person won 6,400 low-grade spirit stones last round. But merely for that it wouldn't warrant disturbing you. The key point is that he continues to bet heavily this round. If he wins again, that would amount to over 400,000 low-grade spirit stones, equivalent to 1 or 2 years' profit for our entire underground arena. At that moment the middle-aged man pointed at a person on the screen, addressing the young master in white seated before him. The person he pointed at was none other than Lin Fan. Over 400,000 low-grade spirit stones is indeed not a small sum, but Uncle Lee, do you think this person can win this round? Judging by his performance last time, this person is purely lucky. The young man in white sneered. But young Master Wang, I fear the unlikely more than the probable. What if he actually wins? Would we really hand over the spirit stones? The middle-aged man addressed as Uncle Lee by the youth frowned deeply, clearly worried. Rest assured, I know gamblers like this best of all. He gets arrogant after winning once, so this round will make him spit out everything. Moreover, he will die on the arena floor. Uncle Lee, don't forget his next opponent is Blood Reaper. The young man in white waved his hand dismissively, seemingly taking the middle-aged man's words to heart. And suppose this person's luck is heaven-defying and he wins again, so what? With so many people watching, it's fine to give him the spirit stones first. But once he leaves the arena, then... The young man in white suddenly turned cold, making a throat-cutting gesture toward the middle-aged man. Understood, young Master Wang. I'll take my leave now. The middle-aged man bowed slightly, then turned and left the room. The young man in white paid no mind to the middle-aged man's departure, instead fixating on Lin Fan in the screen with a cruel, wicked smile. Hee. You may have the fortune to claim the spirit stones, but you'll need the fortune to spend them too. Is it over? Lin Fan, staring at the arena, murmured to himself. Following Lin Fan's gaze, the battle between the two second-stage espers on the arena had already reached its conclusion. One person was drenched in blood from head to toe, lying helpless on the arena floor, barely clinging to life. The victor, however, was a fat man over 2 meters tall, shirtless, and weighing at least 300 kg. Yet, as the winning side, he showed no urgency to deliver the finishing blow. He casually strolled toward the man lying on the ground. Only when he arrived near him did he extend one foot toward the person on the ground. Just as Lin Fan thought he would stomp his opponent to death. An unexpected scene unfolded before Lin Fan's eyes. The place his foot came down was neither his enemy's chest nor his head, but between the man's legs on the ground. Crackle. A sound of something shattering rang out. The sound was not loud, but every male spectator in the stands, including Lin Fan, felt a sudden chill between their legs. Aya! Aya! The man who had barely been alive on the ground suddenly let out a series of agonizing screams. Clutching his injured area with both hands, he rolled continuously on the ground. Damn it, is this guy psychologically twisted? Lin Fan watched this scene utterly speechless. As expected, all sorts of people exist in places like this. One cannot judge by conventional standards. Lin Fan shook his head. But on further reflection, although unexpected, it was entirely reasonable. The screams lasted about a minute before ceasing. Did he commit suicide? Lin Fan raised his eyes and saw the man who had been screaming and rolling on the arena floor was now completely motionless, and his life force was beginning to gradually dissipate. It seems he used his spiritual energy to sever his own heart meridian to escape the pain. Lin Fan shook his head. With one person's death, the competition officially ended. The crowd below erupted into renewed chaos, with those who had bet correctly cheering. Those who had bet wrong began cursing, various vulgarities ringing endlessly in the air. The 2-meter-tall 300-gene fat man descended from the arena amid the roaring cheers. As he stepped off the arena, a member of the underground arena quickly ascended. He approached the corpse of the other person. Then, with a casual wave of his hand, the corpse vanished from the arena, presumably stored into a spatial ring. After handling all this, the arena member also turned and descended. As for how the corpse would be handled, that was no concern of Lin Fan's. Ring. 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 10 minutes later, with the bell tolling once more, a new round of battles commenced. Hearing the bell, Lin Fan rose from the waiting area and walked toward the arena. Upon reaching the arena, Lin Fan looked up. As expected, his opponent was indeed the fat man from the previous round. At the same time, information on both competitors was displayed on the large screen again. Jiyikai 1-star Arena Fighter Round 1st Stage Peak, Blood Reaper 2-star Arena Fighter Round 2nd Stage Mid Stage. Around the arena the noise was deafening. The crowd gazed at Lin Fan on the stage and instantly erupted into a torrent of jeers and mockery. Ha ha ha, does this kid actually dare to step up? A first-rank perfect against a second-rank mid-stage blood butcher. He must be tired of living. His last win was pure luck, this time he's heading straight for reincarnation. Just wait and see, blood butcher will make him wish he were dead. He won't even be able to resist, he'll be crushed outright. Vulgarities, mockery, sneers, and schadenfreude rained down upon the stage like a hailstorm. In everyone's eyes, Lin Fan was already a dead man. Lin Fan's expression remained indifferent, as if he hadn't heard a thing. A crowd of superficial fools wasn't worth his distraction. Opposite him, blood butcher's massive mountain-like frame shifted slightly. Looking down at Lin Fan, a cruel grin cracked across his face. Kid, you saw what happened down there, didn't you? How I made the last opponent beg for death. Blood butcher's voice was hoarse, reeking of blood. This is a life-or-death match. Once you step up, only one walks out alive. Since you dare stand before me, be prepared to be shattered into pieces. I'll break your bones one by one and make you beg me to kill you. The murderous intent was undisguised, a brutal aura washing over. Lin Fan remained calm, merely casting a faint glance. Too much talk. Those 4 simple words choked blood butcher's arrogance. The cruel smile on his face froze instantly, then twisted into rage. Good. 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 Since you're asking for death, I'll grant it. Boom. Blood butcher stomped hard, making the entire stage tremble. He charged like a reckless mountain, carrying a savage, overwhelming physical force, crushing toward Lin Fan. No fancy techniques, pure power. Lin Fan's eyes narrowed slightly. He didn't dodge or retreat. Bang! A thunderous roar, shockwaves exploding. Lin Fan met it head-on with a fist. A pure collision of flesh. Staggering back, blood butcher was forced 3 steps, shock flashing across his face for the first time. How is this possible? How is your body so strong? His proud physique was actually inferior to Lin Fan's. Unacceptable. Ha! The dead don't need to know too much. Lin Fan sneered. Don't get too cocky. I admit you've got something, but this is where it ends. Earth armor. Blood butcher roared, his entire body erupting with a muddy yellow light. Thick layers of earth and stone covered him, forming a crude, jagged armor pattern. His defense and physical strength instantly surged to another level. Now what can you do against me? Blood butcher lunged again with a savage grin. A fist packed with thousands of pounds of force hurtled toward Lin Fan's face. But Lin Fan still didn't evade his blood. She surged, and he met it head-on. Bang! 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 The 2 clashed, fist for fist, splitting the air with explosions. Interesting. An ability talent. But he's clearly not a strength-type superpower user. Yet ever since this man covered himself with that earth armor, he's been enhanced in every aspect. Now his physical strength can rival a second-rank mutated beast. Lin Fan felt a flicker of surprise. It seems that merely relying on physical power can no longer pose a significant threat. After dozens of collisions with blood butcher, Lin Fan reached a conclusion. Meanwhile, as Lin Fan pondered, cold sweat trickled down blood butcher's back. What's up with this guy? Even with my ability active, I still can't overpower him in physical strength. It's completely illogical. Even a first-rank perfect strength-type superhuman shouldn't be able to match me now. By now, blood butcher knew he had bitten off more than he could chew. Alright, I've had my fun. Time to end this. As blood butcher feared, Lin Fan's tones suddenly shifted. The moment Lin Fan finished speaking, he raised his right hand. Lightning gathered wildly in his palm. Crackle. A piercing thunderclap tore through the arena, making countless birds shriek. Deep purple lightning coiled around his palm, dancing and leaping, finally condensing into a single point of extreme electric light. After doing this, Lin Fan's form vanished abruptly. In the next instant, he appeared before blood butcher. Lightning cutter! Lin Fan's voice rang out as his attack thrust forward. What? Blood butcher panicked, frantically urging his earth armor to defend. But it was all in vain. Splurt. In an instant his defense was pierced. Lin Fan's hand, like a knife through tofu, tore through the thick armor and plunged into his chest. No. Impossible. Blood butcher stared at the lightning hand piercing through his chest, despair and unwillingness in his eyes. Lin Fan's wrist shook and lightning erupted. Blood butcher's massive body collapsed with a thud, completely lifeless. Host has killed a second-rank superpower user, gaining 100 points. This lightning cutter is just an imitation using my lightning ability, form without spirit, but it's enough. Hearing the system prompt, Lin Fan murmured to himself. With blood butcher's fall, the entire underground arena fell into dead silence. Everyone's eyes were wide fixed on the figure on the stage. A first-rank perfect. Killing a second-rank mid-stage blood butcher. And after a head-on clash, a one-shot kill. Now everyone understood Lin Fan's last win wasn't luck. He truly had the strength. After the silence came a deafening uproar. But this time it was not mockery or disdain but shock, awe, and disbelief. What the hell? How is that possible? He actually won. Killed Blood Butcher head-on. I was mocking him just now. I was blind. This is a monster. A first rank killing a second rank across ranks. Almost every gaze in the arena was fixed on Lin Fan. But Lin Fan remained expressionless, turning to walk off the stage. Amid the stunned crowd he headed to the betting counter. I've come to collect my spirit stones, Lin Fan said to the arena staff. This. Right away. The man stammered but still went to fetch the spirit stones. As Lin Fan expected, the arena was bleeding inside. But with countless spectators watching, they dared not pull any tricks and had to pay up. Soon the staff member brought out a spatial ring and handed it to Lin Fan. Lin Fan probed it with his spiritual sense, confirmed the contents, then put away the ring and turned to leave the arena. After leaving the arena some distance, Lin Fan was about to exit the black market. But then his perception caught several figures. Lin Fan immediately realized they were sent by the arena. He was about to use Flying Thunder God, but then he stopped. 5 second-rank perfects. Lin Fan's lips curled slightly. With such meager strength they dared to ambush him. Several dark figures lunged out from the shadows, each gripping a dagger with murderous intent. Kid, hand over the spirit stones obediently and we'll give you a quick death. The leading shadow spoke to Lin Fan, his voice hoarse. Just you? Lin Fan sneered. You're asking for it. Attack! At that the shadow leader charged at Lin Fan with the other 4 shadows following closely. Lin Fan's gaze remained calm at the sight. He drew a kunai from his bosom and hurled it at the 5 shadows. A mere trick! The shadows raised their blades to parry, effortlessly deflecting the incoming kunai. Kid, die! The leading shadow reached Lin Fan first. Without a word he infused his dagger with wind-attributed spiritual energy. He thrust it straight at Lin Fan. He was confident that his full-force strike at the second-order perfection level was impossible for this mere first-order boy to withstand. Even though Lin Fan had just defeated the second-order mid-stage blood butcher, it was still beneath his notice, as his attack was about to land. But the next moment the young man in the black mask did nothing but lift his head and meet his gaze. Those were a pair of crimson eyes with 3 jet-black tomo reflections. Instantly the leading shadow felt his vision blur. The scene before him changed. This is an illusion. He's a psychic-type ability user. Panic surged in the shadow's heart, and his spiritual energy roiled wildly. Crack! The scene before him shattered like a glass web. The shadow's consciousness cleared and the scene returned to normal. But before he could sigh in relief at breaking the illusion, he was struck with terror. Before him Lin Fan now held a long blade wreathed in purple lightning. And that blade was at his neck. He had no time to react. Darkness claimed his vision. Though it seemed like an eternity, only a few breaths had passed in the outside world. To the onlookers the leading shadow had just reached Lin Fan. His dagger had only begun to thrust when he froze in place, motionless. Opposite him Lin Fan's spiritual energy surged, purple lightning coiling around his body. A long blade materialized in his hand. Then a flash of cold light, a blade stroke like lightning. With a thud the leading shadow's head was severed, blood spurting from the stump. It gushed like a fountain, splattering the ground, the hot coppery scent spreading instantly. The body had not yet fallen when the head rolled in the dust. Damn it! He killed Big Brother. Let's avenge! One of the remaining 4 shadows cried out in fury. His words were cut short. When? A gaping hole had appeared in his chest. An arm crackling with lightning pierced through his back and emerged from his chest. He stared at the hand before him, eyes wide. Blood spilled from his mouth, his face a mask of disbelief. Lin Fan said nothing, withdrawing his arm. The shadow's body collapsed to the ground. Lin Fan bent down to pick up a kunai at his feet, then turned to face the remaining 3, his gaze icy. Third brother. The 3 were filled with grief and anger, but terror had already seized their hearts. They hadn't even seen Lin Fan's movement. In their eyes he had simply appeared behind third brother, his arm crackling with lightning piercing through the man's chest from behind. Could it be a space-type ability, teleportation? One shadow wondered in shock. Impossible. Even a space-type ability user can only use teleportation at a high rank. He's merely a first order. But if not, how do you explain this? Another shadow countered, but still was uncertain. Do you still think he's an ordinary first-order ability user? This guy is definitely strange. The last shadow spoke, his voice trembling. As they spoke, Lin Fan was already walking toward them step by step. At the sight, the three's hearts tightened. Though fear gnawed at them, they had no intention of fleeing. Logically, they should run. Continuing to fight Lin Fan would likely mean death. But failing the mission would also mean death upon return. They might as well escape. But if they ran, what would happen to their families? Would the underground coliseum spare them? At this thought, the remaining three shadows made their decision. They exchanged glances, steeled their resolve. Fight him to the death. With a roar, they surged their spiritual energy and charged at Lin Fan together. All five are wind attributed. Lin Fan wondered inwardly, but quickly suppressed the thought as the battle continued. Fire, release great fire annihilation. Facing the three charging at him, Lin Fan formed hand seals. After a deep breath, his cheeks puffed slightly. The next moment, a stream of fire erupted from his mouth. It started as a small tongue of flame, but as it traveled, it swelled rapidly. Finally, it became a 10-meter-wide wave of fire that surged toward the three shadows. Damn it, what kind of ability does this guy have? Their hearts were nearing collapse at the sight of the flames. According to the intel they had received before the mission, he was merely a first-order lightning-type ability user with a somewhat strong physique. But from what they had just witnessed, he seemed to possess space-related abilities. Now, fire abilities had appeared. If this were a game, they would have reported him for cheating. Wait. This flame's intensity isn't as high as I imagined. One shadow felt a flicker of hope. Then he sensed a figure approaching him through the flames. Though his vision was obscured as a wind-type ability user, he could feel the disturbance in the air. So the fire was just a diversion. The real aim was a sneak attack. The shadow's heart brightened and he wore a smug smile. He suppressed his excitement, pretending not to have noticed Lin Fan. He feigned struggling against the fire wave. Now, die. Sensing the opponent close, and the shadow believed his trap had worked. He swung his dagger, conjuring a wind blade that slashed toward Lin Fan. The wind blade struck Lin Fan's body without obstruction. Ha, you fell for it, you fool. You think you can outsmart me? You're still green. The shadow howled with laughter as the attack landed. But the laughter died abruptly. How is this possible? The shadow spat blood and looked down. An arm wreathed in purple lightning pierced through his chest from behind. How familiar the scene was. The shadow raised his head in disbelief. The figure that had been struck by his attack had now turned into a puff of white smoke. Ding! Host has slain 5 second-order superhumans, gaining 500 points. The dust settled in the arena. 5 dark figures lay sprawled in pools of blood, their life force completely extinguished. Lin Fan stood alone, the violet lightning that had coiled around him slowly dissipating. Huff! Indeed, information and intelligence hold great sway over a battle. Lin Fan was slightly out of breath. The fight that had just transpired might seem like he had effortlessly slain 5, but in truth he had exploited an information gap, catching them off guard. Given his current strength, a head-on confrontation would have been impossible against 5 opponents at the peak of the second order, though his physical body far surpassed theirs. They could compensate for the gap in physical resilience with their vastly superior cultivation level and spiritual energy reserves. My realm is still too low. After this battle, my internal energy is nearly depleted. Lin Fan shook his head in rueful reflection. But he quickly suppressed his thoughts and crouched down to begin the familiar process of looting. A few hundred spirit stones. Not bad. Though for me now it's barely better than nothing. But every bit counts. With practiced ease, Lin Fan extracted several hundred spirit stones. He casually stowed the stones into his system space. When his fingers brushed the belt of the last corpse, they touched a folded yellowed parchment. He unfolded it. The parchment bore a complex route marked with strange symbols and red circles, clearly no ordinary item. Lin Fan raised an eyebrow. He couldn't discern what it was for now, but judging by its appearance it seemed to be a map. Without overthinking, he carefully tucked the parchment away. He planned to ask Brother Liang about it upon returning. After a thorough search confirming nothing was left behind, Lin Fan collected the 5 daggers and the kunai scattered around. Storing them all into his system space, he straightened up, a cold glint in his eyes. Young Master Wang. The Wang family. The underground arena, it's Wang family property. This was the intelligence he had extracted using his Sharingan just before killing the last man. These 5 had been sent by the Wang family's young master to assassinate him. I'll remember this debt today. Lin Fan murmured to himself, his voice calm yet carrying an undeniable chill. He then intended to use the flying thunder god to return home but suddenly paused as if recalling something. He pulled out his phone to check the time. It was 1:40 a.m. Should still be awake. Lin Fan muttered as he walked out of the black market, turning toward a late-night snack stall still open on the street. After packing the takeout, he stepped into a deserted alley. Confirming no one was around, Lin Fan's figure flickered and vanished. A second later he appeared in the living room of his home. The room was brightly lit. Su Xiuxiu, clad in pajamas, was curled up on the sofa munching on snacks while watching TV. Hearing the sound, Su Xiaoxiao immediately turned her head, her eyes lighting up. "You're back." Lin Fan nodded slightly, then stretched, and walked over to sit beside her on the sofa. "What you wanted?" Lin Fan pointed at the table where a takeout meal appeared. "Thanks." Su Xiaoxiao took the food, a faint smile curling at the corners of her lips. She unwrapped the packaging and began eating in small bites. As she ate, she chatted idly with Lin Fan, mostly about the TV shows that night and trivial matters. Lin Fan listened quietly, occasionally offering a perfunctory response. "By the way, how long until you break through to the mid-stage of the Third Order?" he asked as if struck by a thought. That. Hard to say. But if I cultivate normally by absorbing spiritual energy from the world, at most a month." Su Xiaoxiao swallowed her food and answered with a hint of pride. After all, that speed was considered fast. "That's slow. A whole month just to break through a minor realm?" Lin Fan asked in confusion. "How is that slow?" Su Xiaoxiao started to retort, but then thought of Lin Fan's cultivation speed and suddenly didn't know what to say. "Take these for now. Use them first, ask me if you need more." Lin Fan pondered, then took out over 100 low-grade spirit stones from his storage pouch and handed them to Su Xiaoxiao. "All for me." Su Xiaoxiao was a bit surprised. Lin Fan nodded in confirmation. After all, she was his spirit beast. The stronger she was, the more it benefited him. Besides, this amount of spirit stones meant nothing to him now. From this trip to the black market he had gained over 400,000 low-grade spirit stones. It could be said that he wouldn't need to worry about spirit stones for a long time. Su Xiaoxiao looked at the stones in her hand, a hint of surprise blooming on her small face. With these she could break through to the mid-stage of the Third Order in at most a week. "Lin Fan, you're amazing." Su Xiaoxiao joyfully hugged him. "Wait, your greasy mouth is all over my clothes," Lin Fan warned. After a bit of playful scuffling with Su Xiuxiu, he headed to the bathroom. The oil-stained clothes were already tossed into the washing machine. After washing up, Lin Fan returned to his room. He took out his phone and opened the chat with Brother Liang on Feixing. Lin Fan retrieved the mysterious map, took a clear photo and sent it with a line of text. "Brother Liang, can you take a look at what this map is?" Not long after, the other party replied with a voice message, a hint of surprise in the tone. "This is a small ruin map. Judging by the route markings, the location is in the neighboring Sand City. And according to the contents, the next opening of the ruin entrance is in a week. You're pretty lucky, kid. But you know how ruins are. Countless opportunities inside, but also fraught with dangers. Whether to go or not, it's up to you." Ruins. Sand City. Lin Fan's eyes narrowed. He hadn't expected that a random item off a killer would have such a background. "I'll give it careful thought. Thanks, Brother Liang." After replying, he set his phone aside. Ruins. Lin Fan lowered his head in contemplation. From the original owner's memories, he knew that ruins were discovered after the spiritual energy recovery. They were spaces independent of Earth, yet connected to it in certain ways. Their specific locations were usually well hidden, and under normal circumstances one couldn't enter them. Only at specific times, when the ruined space and Earth intersected, could one enter. The spatial node where the ruined space and Earth connected was the entrance. "I'm definitely going. Since it's a small ruin, the strongest creature inside should normally be at the peak of the Third Order. Even if I can't win with the Flying Thunder God, I can still escape with my life." Lin Fan had made up his mind. "Since I'm going to explore the ruins, I should first enhance my strength. Now that I have ample spirit stones, I'll attempt to break through to the second stage initial phase tonight." Lin Fan thought to himself. Shadow clone technique. Lin Fan formed hand seals, and as white smoke appeared, 10 shadow clones materialized in the bedroom. The bedroom instantly became cramped. "You all go to the living room." Lin Fan retrieved over 100 low-grade spirit stones from his system's space and distributed them among the 10 shadow clones. The clones took the spirit stones and left the bedroom. Lin Fan took a deep breath, then closed his eyes, sat cross-legged, and began to circulate the great desolate devouring heaven art. As the great Desolate devouring heaven arc operated at full power, a violent devouring force erupted instantly. The spiritual energy in the air and the pure energy within the spirit stones surged toward Lin Fan like a tsunami. The same scene unfolded with the 10 shadow clones in the living room. For a moment the ambient spiritual energy of the entire area gathered toward Lin Fan's dwelling. This caused the spiritual energy in that region to become thin. Just then the door gently pushed open. Su Xiaoxiao entered after her bath, her hair still slightly damp, a faint fragrance lingering around her. She immediately saw Lin Fan sitting cross-legged in meditation surrounded by swirling spiritual energy. Knowing he was at a critical moment of cultivation, she quietly stopped in her tracks. Controlling her movements to avoid making any noise, she silently walked to the other side of the bed, lay down gently, and fell asleep peacefully. The night passed swiftly in Lin Fan's intense cultivation. The 10 shadow clones and the main body absorbed the power of the spirit stones together, pushing the devouring effect of the great Desolate devouring heaven art to its limit. A vast amount of spiritual energy accumulated and compressed within his body, his cultivation level reaching the peak of the first stage. The next morning the first rays of sunlight streamed through the window into the room. Now is the time break for me. Lin Fan's eyes snapped open, a sharp light shooting from his gaze as he uttered a low cry. The next moment the 10 shadow clones dissipated instantly. 10 torrents of immense spiritual energy like rivers converging into the sea poured back into Lin Fan's main body. Boom! The power that had already accumulated to its peak, amplified by the clone's energy, suddenly crashed against the round barrier. A soft sound like breaking glass echoed from within his body. The barrier that had stood between the first and second stage shattered with the impact. Lin Fan's aura surged abruptly, a far more formidable power flowing through his limbs and bones. His spiritual energy reserves and purity had increased severalfold. Second stage, initial phase. Flesh refinement, major achievement. The commotion of this breakthrough also awoke Su Xiexia, who had been sleeping beside him. Rubbing her sleepy eyes, she slowly sat up. You broke through. Her voice just after waking was soft, and weak, carrying a languid whimper like a kitten's. Awake! Lin Fan looked at her adorable sleepy expression, and a gentle smile curled at the corner of his mouth. Not quite awake yet. I need to sleep a bit more. I went to bed late last night. Su Xiaoxiaoyan then buried her head back to sleep. Lin Fan said nothing. He stood up, stretched, and walked out of the bedroom to wash up. After washing up he went downstairs for breakfast, then returned home. He researched some information needed for the upcoming expedition. Then he prepared the necessary items for the trip. By 10 a.m. Su Xiaoxiao finally emerged from the bedroom. Good morning, Lin Fan. Su Xiaoxiao greeted him. 10 a.m. Indeed, quite early. Lin Fan replied with a smile, though his tone carried a hint of teasing. Hi. I'll go wash up now. Su Xiaoxiao felt a bit embarrassed, and quickly changed the subject. Seeing this, Lin Fan didn't continue the teasing. I found a map of a small-scale ruin. It's located in the neighboring city of Shachen. I plan to go there. While Su Xiaoxiao was eating breakfast, Lin Fan spoke to her from the side. When are you leaving? Su Xiaoxiao swallowed the food in her mouth and asked. Today. I'll go there first, then use the Flying Thunder God technique to bring you over. Lin Fan said. Got it. Su Xiaoxiao nodded. Take care of yourself. After a moment's thought she added another sentence to Lin Fan. Lin Fan nodded. He checked again to make sure he hadn't forgotten anything. Then he went to the entrance, put on his shoes, and set off. Soon Lin Fan arrived at the city gate. Standing at the entrance, he looked at the bustling, crowded crowd before him and pondered silently. Ever since the spiritual energy resurgence and the rampant beasts travel between cities was no longer as smooth as before. The once crisscrossing national highways and expressways had long been abandoned, overrun by dense wild forests and ferocious beasts. Now humans had only two ways to cross cities: either use the teleportation arrays in large cities at a huge cost, or have sufficient personal strength to traverse the wilderness alone. At the very least, one could join a reliable ability user team and stick together, relying on each other to cross the dangerous intercity wilderness. Lin Fan's destination was Shachen. Tianhe City had no teleportation array, so he could only choose one of the latter two methods. After careful consideration, Lin Fan opted to join an ability user team, even though he was already a second-stage initial phase ability user traveling alone between two cities. Even if possible, would definitely be time-consuming. Joining a team with the same goal was undoubtedly the safest choice. The city gate was bustling with noise and excitement. Most of the passers-by exuded sharp auras, dressed in form-fitting combat attire with weapons at their waists or on their backs. They were clearly hunters who had long battled beasts. Staff from the Hunter Alliance wearing uniform maintained order, registered information, and posted tasks. Teams of ability users with various auras came and went. Some had just returned from the wild covered in dust and blood, others were fully prepared, their eyes sharp, ready to venture out of the city to explore and hunt beasts. The most conspicuous were several ability user teams recruiting members. Heading to Shaching, need one more. Requirement: first stage perfection or above with wilderness experience. Beast hunting team, long-term recruitment, steady and safe, no reckless moves. Shouts rose and fell, and many solo ability users lingering at the gate came forward to inquire, creating a lively and vibrant scene. Lin Fan scanned the area and quickly locked onto a small team. 2 people stood in front of the team, both women. The leader was a mature, elegant woman, tall with a cold and capable demeanor. Her brows carried the calm of a seasoned veteran, clearly the team captain. Beside her stood a younger girl about 20 years old. She had a delicate, clear face, lively eyes, twin ponytails, and a cute, charming look. The girl stood obediently beside the elegant woman and said softly, "Sister Jiang, we're still one short. We should be able to gather them soon." Jiang Shui heard this but said nothing, only nodding slightly. "Are you recruiting here?" Just then Lin Fan arrived and asked. "Yes, our destination is Shaching. Minimum requirement is first stage perfection or above. Are you interested?" The girl beside Jiang Shui replied. Lin Fan was about to answer when a harsh, mocking voice suddenly cut in from the side. "Ha, where did this brat come from? Got no ears or eyes?" Lin Fan's eyebrows rose slightly as he turned to look. The speaker was a burly young man with an arrogant expression. Behind him followed 2 lackeys, both radiating an aura of first stage peak, their gazes toward Lin Fan filled with disdain. "Didn't you hear me? At minimum first stage peak. At your age you've likely just awakened, haven't you? You haven't even grown a beard yet, you dare to involve yourself in matters at Deer City. You would do well to return to wherever you came from. Don't go into the wilds and become a burden, throwing your life away for nothing." The young man sneered, his tone dripping with contempt. Several bystanders turned their heads at the sound, their gazes falling upon Lin Fan's youthful face tinged with suspicion. Lin Fan's eyes suddenly turned cold. In an instant a second stage aura, far surpassing first stage peak, steady yet formidable, erupted and spread outward without restraint. Like an invisible weight it locked directly onto the mocking youth. The sneer on his face froze instantly, his triumphant expression captured in place. His following words choked in his throat, unable to utter even a single syllable. The air seemed to grow quieter, and the surrounding chatter fell silent all at once. That second stage aura pressed down like an immovable mountain, making it difficult to breathe. Behind Lu Hao stood his 2 lackeys, Zhao Wei and Li Bing. Their faces turned pale with terror, legs trembling involuntarily as they instinctively stepped backward. "Hold on!" Just as tensions reached their breaking point, a cold voice like ice and snow rang out. The crowd parted, revealing a tall figure walking forward. A young woman emerged dressed in practical light blue combat attire. Her long hair was tied back in a ponytail, revealing a strikingly beautiful face. Her eyes were clear and composed, with a faint chill lingering around her. She was the captain of this team, Jiang Shui. Jiang Shui cast a cold glance at Lu Hao, whose face had darkened with anger, then turned to Lin Fan, whose aura had retreated, and spoke. "Hello, I am Jiang Shui, captain of this Esper team. I apologize for Lu Hao's behavior just now." Her tone carried an edge of coldness, yet her sincerity was evident. And as she spoke, a steady mid-second stage aura was quietly released. It dissolved Lin Fan's sharp pressure, instantly easing the tension in the air. Meanwhile, Lu Hao, standing nearby, cursed his misfortune inwardly. He never expected that this boy, who looked as young as a student, would be a second stage Esper. "Considering Captain Zhang's presence, I will let this go this time." Seeing Jiang Shui's respectful attitude, Lin Fan withdrew his gaze, dissipating his fierce aura entirely. Lu Hao and his 2 lackeys immediately felt the crushing pressure lift from around them. But before they could breathe easy, Lin Fan's voice carried again. "However, this is the first and last time. If there is a next time, face the consequences yourself." Though spoken quietly, his words carried a chilling weight. "Why, yes. Yes." Lu Hao felt a chill run through him. Under that piercing gaze he stammered and bowed his head in fear, unable to utter a single word of rebuttal. It was not until Lin Fan turned away that Lu Hao dared to raise his head. Watching Lin Fan's retreating figure, a flash of dark malice and resentment crossed his eyes. His fists clenched tightly at his sides. "You mentioned earlier about wanting to join our team," Jiang Shui asked Lin Fan. "That's correct, I'm also heading to Sand City." Lin Fan nodded. "Your abilities meet our requirements, but joining us means following Sister Zhang's command during operations. Don't worry about her leadership, Sister Jiang is a 2-star hunter with extensive experience. The twin-tailed girl beside Jiang Shui interjected. No problem. Lin Fan agreed verbally. In that case you are welcome to join our team. By the way, I still do not know your name. I am Lin Fan. Lin Fan gently shook her hand. Since we have enough members, let us set out. With that, Jiang Shui led the team toward the city gate. Wow! Lin Fan, that was incredibly cool. The moment they left the city, Su Yichu, the cute playful girl with twin tails, immediately approached him. Getting friendly so quickly. Lin Fan was slightly taken aback. Why aren't you saying anything? She curiously circled around him halfway, her large eyes twinkling with inquiry. I was just thinking. Lin Fan snapped back to reality. Oh right, I haven't even asked yet. What type of Esper ability do you have, Lin Fan? Su Yichu spoke in a bright voice, her face full of curiosity. Hearing this, Jiang Shui also turned her gaze toward Lin Fan, clearly equally intrigued. Thunder type. Lin Fan kept his answer brief. Thunder type. Su Yichu's eyes lit up instantly, unable to suppress her gasp. That ranks among the top elements. Thunder-type espers not only possess devastating power but also incredible speed. They are a nightmare for enemies. If you could reach A rank or above, you would be ridiculously strong. And you, Lin Fan, already reached the 2nd stage at such a young age. That is far beyond some so-called geniuses I have met. Su Yichu seemed genuinely excited. It's nothing special. Lin Fan chuckled awkwardly. I'm a Thunder-type esper. What's there to be so excited about? People might think you're one too if you keep acting like this. Lin Fan muttered to himself. By the way, Lin Fan, let me introduce you to the rest of our team. We will have to work together for the journey ahead. Seeing that Lin Fan did not seem fond of talking, Su Yichu tactfully dropped the subject and shifted gears, gesturing toward everyone to begin introductions. As you can see, our team has 6 members including you. This is Sister Jiang Shui, our team leader. You already know her, so I will not elaborate further. She is an A-rank Ice-type esper at mid-2nd stage, extremely capable and our backbone. Hearing this, Jiang Shui turned her head and gave Lin Fan a slight nod of acknowledgement. I am Su Yichu, a water-type esper at 1st stage peak, primarily handling support and healing duties. Su Yichu pointed to herself and blinked playfully. Then her gaze shifted to Lu Hao, whose expression remained sullen and her tone grew cooler. That guy who caused trouble with you earlier is Lu Hao, a wind-type esper at 1st stage peak. Those 2 behind him are his lackeys Zhao Wei and Li Bing. Both are Earth-type espers at 1st stage peak, mainly responsible for defense and reconnaissance. As Su Yichu introduced them, Zhao Wei and Li Bing gave Lin Fan stiff nods. Lu Hao, however, averted his face, unable to meet Lin Fan's gaze. Lin Fan committed these details to memory, scanning each person in turn. Ice, water, wind, dual, earth. Plus myself. This team's composition: crowd control, support, defense, and burst damage. Their survival capabilities in the wild are genuinely impressive. After hearing Su Yichu's description, Lin Fan thought to himself. The moment the team exited the sand-colored city gate, the bluestone path beneath their feet was swiftly replaced by barren yellow earth roads. On both sides, withered and tangled wild grasses rustled as the wind swept through. In the distance, rolling mountain forests were shrouded in a layer of grayish mist, exuding the desolate austerity unique to the wilderness. Jiang Shui led the vanguard of the team, her pale blue combat attire accentuating her graceful silhouette. Her eye-spaced ability enveloped her in an ever-present chill. Her sharp gaze swept across the surroundings, ever watchful for potential threats. Su Yichu bounced along at Lin Fan's side like a lively little bird. She occasionally bent down to pluck wildflowers from the roadside or pointed at distant birds with excited chatter, which helped ease some of the wilderness's oppressive weight. Lu Hao trailed behind the group, his expression so dark and sullen it seemed ready to pour rain. Zhao Wei and Li Bing beside him dared not breathe loudly, all 3 deliberately keeping their distance from Lin Fan. Lu Hao occasionally glanced at Lin Fan's retreating figure, his resentment deepening in his eyes, though he ultimately dared not approach to provoke him even a single step. Lin Fan, look at that pile of jagged stones ahead. That is where 1st stage mutated beasts, the rock shell turtles, typically make their home. However, they are slow-moving creatures, and unless provoked they rarely attack humans. Su Yichu rose on her tiptoes to point ahead, her water-based ability granting her heightened sensitivity to the life forces around her. Our team encountered one before when passing through this area. Sister Jiang Shui handled it with a single ice shard strike. Lin Fan followed her pointing direction and nodded slightly. Just stay careful. No sooner had he finished speaking than a dull crawling sound echoed from the rubble ahead. 3 rock shell turtles the size of millstones, armored in gray-brown carapaces, slowly emerged from their hiding place. Their small eyes fixed on the group as low growls rumbled from their throats. They viewed everyone as intruders. Prepare for battle. Jiang Shue's cold command sent her aura surging with freezing energy, ice shards forming instantly at her fingertips. You handle support. Lu Hao, Zhao Wei, Li Bing, hold the front line. Lin Fan, you flank them. Understood. Su Yuchu immediately activated her ability, a pale blue glow enveloping everyone and forming a fragile protective barrier around them. Though Lu Hao harbored reluctance, he dared not disobey the team leader's orders. He channeled his wind ability, and suddenly moved with enhanced agility, circling around to flank the rock shell turtles. Meanwhile, Zhao Wei and Li Bing unleashed their earth abilities in unison, raising 2 earthen walls from the ground to block the turtles' advance, and absorb the impact. Lin Fan remained composed, channeling his second stage early lightning ability. A faint purple arc danced at his fingertips, the power perfectly calibrated. His display stayed within the bounds of second stage early cultivation, while striking precisely at the gaps between the turtles' armored shells. A crackling sound echoed as the lightning's piercing effect ignored their iron-hard defenses, driving straight into their interiors. The rock shell turtles shrieked in pain, their movements instantly slowed. Jiang Shui seized the opportunity, launching ice shards like arrows that pierced directly through their skulls. Within half a clock cycle, all 3 turtles fell lifeless on the ground. The entire engagement had been executed with seamless coordination, thrilling yet ultimately safe. While Lin Fan, that lightning strike you just unleashed was absolutely crucial. Su Yuchu rushed forward, her eyes shining brightly. It pierced straight through the iron shell turtle's defenses, slowing its movements considerably. That allowed Sister Jiang Shue's ice shards to strike without resistance. It was far more effective than Lu Hao's distractions. At these words, Lu Hao's expression darkened further, his fists clenched as he let out a dismissive snort, though he dared not push back. Jiang Shui withdrew her ability, her gaze toward Lin Fan carrying a hint of approval. Your strikes were precise, and your coordination solid. Lin Fan simply nodded in acknowledgement without elaborating further. The team pressed onward, encountering multiple waves of lower-tier mutated beasts along the way, fleet-footed shadow-striped wolves and colony-dwelling poison stinger ants. Guided by Jiang Shue's leadership, everyone coordinated their roles effectively. Each time Lin Fan exerted precisely the right amount of force, keeping his displayed power within the bounds of early-stage second rank. As the setting sun cast golden light across the wilderness, Jiang Shui raised her hand to signal the team to halt. Ahead lies the entrance to Black Wind Canyon. With mutated beasts growing active at night, we will rest here tonight, and cross the canyon at dawn tomorrow. Everyone found spots to sit as Zhao Wei and Li Bing gathered firewood with practiced efficiency. The orange flames flickered and danced, pushing back the chill of the wilderness. Su Yuchu retrieved rations and water from her backpack, offering Lin Fan a portion before settling beside him with a bright smile. Lin Fan, try this, the jerky I brought is amazing. Lin Fan accepted it with a quiet thank you and began eating in silence. Meanwhile, Lu Hao sat alone in the corner, his expression dark as he chewed his rations while watching them. He occasionally stole glances at Lin Fan from the corner of his eye, muttering under his breath. Zhao Wei and Li Bing wanted to intervene but dared not speak, so they kept their heads down and pretended not to hear. Jiang Shui leaned against a tree trunk, resting with her eyes closed while maintaining her vigilance. Her mid-stage second-rank ice ability subtly radiated outward, creating an invisible perimeter of alertness. Occasionally she would open her eyes to study Lin Fan, her gaze carrying a hint of curiosity. This young lightning wielder possessed a composure that seemed far beyond what one would expect from a second-rank early-stage cultivator. His strikes were precise and his mindset calm, making him far more formidable than his appearance suggested. As night deepened across the wilderness, the growls and roars of mutated beasts rose and fell in the distance. The crackling campfire gradually subdued as the atmosphere grew quiet. Su Yuchu could not fight off her drowsiness, and soon sank into deep slumber against the tree trunk. Zhao Wei and Li Bing dozed off as well, leaving only Jiang Shui and Lin Fan remaining awake, one guarding the front, the other watching the rear. Noticing everyone had lowered their guard, Lu Hao's eyes darkened with malice as he silently drew the short blade at his waist. Wind energy flickered at his fingertips while his gaze fixed ruthlessly on Lin Fan's back, his thoughts churning with dark intentions. If it were not for you, I would not have been humiliated in front of everyone. When the chance comes, I will make sure you die in a mutated beast's mouth. Lin Fan seemed to sense the threat, his peripheral vision catching Lu Hao's movements. A cold glint flashed in his eyes, but he said nothing. I need to find an opportunity to eliminate him, Lin Fan thought to himself. The night passed without incident. At first light the next morning, the team packed up and entered the Black Wind Canyon. Cold gusts swept through the canyon as towering cliffs and jagged rocks lined both sides. The wind howled through crevices with an eerie moaning sound that raised hairs on end. A thick fishy stench hung in the air, heavier than anywhere they had passed before. Jiang Shui's expression grew grave. Stay alert, Mutated beasts here are at least second rank. Such a strong smell suggests a second-rank predator lurks nearby. Hearing this, everyone tensed immediately, their abilities quietly activated as they prepared for battle. Lu Hao felt a pang of unease himself but maintained his composure. He followed behind Zhao Wei and Li Bing, unwilling to be left alone. As they reached the mid-canyon, the ground trembled violently. A deafening roar erupted from the canyon's depths, sending a foul wind crashing toward them that forced everyone to squint against the stench. From the shadows emerged a massive bear 5 meters long, its body pitch black like ink with rough iron-like fur, its heavy footsteps echoing through the canyon. Its blood-red eyes fixed mercilessly on the group as a terrifying aura of second-rank perfection radiated from its body, far more powerful than Jiang Shui's mid-stage second-rank abilities. This is a second-rank perfect black wind bear. We have no chance against it. Jiang Shui's face drained of color, her voice trembling slightly. Her cold aura surged as she summoned every ounce of strength to form a thick ice wall. You take everyone else and fall back. But the black wind bear moved with terrifying speed, its massive paws slamming down on the ground. Cracks raced across the stone, instantly cutting off their escape route entirely. It is over. We are completely doomed. Zhao Wei's legs buckled as his newly formed earthen wall shattered under the bear's single swipe, debris flying everywhere. Li Bing was so terrified his entire body shook as he collapsed to the ground, forgetting to activate his abilities altogether. Su Yuchu clung desperately to Jiang Shui's arm, tears welling in her reddened eyes as she cried out, "Sister Jiang Shui, what do we do?" Jiang Shui gritted her teeth and shielded Su Yuchu behind her, though she knew her ice wall could not withstand more than 3 strikes. Despair descended upon them all in an instant. Lu Hao was so terrified his spirit nearly fled his body. Abandoning his teammates entirely, he screamed and scrambled toward a narrow canyon gap, shoving others aside. "Get out of my way. Move." His self-centered retreat instantly enraged the furious black wind bear. Its beast eyes narrowed as a massive paw swept through the foul wind, striking Lu Hao directly. A sharp cracking sound echoed as Lu Hao's bones shattered. He could not even complete his scream before being sent flying like a ragdoll, crashing violently against the rock wall and dying on the spot. Zhao Wei and Li Bing turned ghostly pale, huddled behind the ice wall, trembling uncontrollably, their courage completely broken. The next moment the black wind bear's massive paw struck. Jiang Shui's desperately forged ice wall shattered with a tremendous crash, cold energy dispersing in all directions. In that critical moment between life and death, Lin Fan, who had been standing to the side the entire time, finally moved. With everyone gazing in astonishment, Lin Fan stamped his foot upon the ground. His figure shot forward in an instant, and as his right hand turned, a gleaming alloy blade flashed into his grasp. Pale purple lightning coiled along his arm and wrapped around the blade, crackling audibly. At the same time, the vital energy within his entire body surged wildly. An overwhelming physical power, imperceptible to the naked eye, fully erupted, proving no inferior to the peak rank 2 black wind bear before him. Roar! The black wind bear charged with a ferocious bellow of foul wind, hitting them in the face. Lin Fan's gaze turned cold and sharp. He neither retreated nor dodged, instead bringing the blade down in a horizontal slash. Lightning wrapped around the terrifying physical strength as it crashed down. Clank! The thunderous ring of metal striking metal echoed through the canyon as the blade struck the black wind bear's thick fur and hide. It actually forced the massive beast to retreat several steps. This sight left Jiang Shui, Su Yuchu, and the others completely frozen on the spot, their faces etched with disbelief. Lin Fan was only a second-rank early-stage lightning-type ability user, yet he had dared to directly confront the peak rank 2 black wind bear. Ignoring everyone's shock, Lin Fan charged forward again, blade in hand. The lightning-wrapped blade continuously slashed and thrust. Each strike carried the unique paralyzing and piercing qualities of the lightning-type ability. Though the black wind bear possessed thick hide and immense strength, every time the lightning struck it, its enormous body would tremble involuntarily, and its movements gradually grew sluggish and stiff. Man and beast fought fiercely in the canyon, blade flashes intersecting with beast claws. Lightning and roars rang out together as dust billowed. Relying on a physical strength far beyond ordinary humans, Lin Fan dodged with remarkable agility. The blade continually carved deep, bone-scarring wounds into the black wind bear. Blood gushed from the wounds, staining the ground crimson. The black wind bear roared in fury, yet due to the continuous paralysis from the lightning, its movements grew increasingly slow, and its attacks progressively weaker. It attempted to turn and flee, but Lin Fan had long since blocked its escape route. Every slash was merciless, each step pressing closer. Finally, Lin Fan seized an opening and leaped into the air. All the lightning from his entire body was channeled into the alloy-long blade. Borrowing the force of his descent, he viciously slashed toward the black wind bear's neck. Schlick! The blade tore through fur and sinew. A massive gash was carved into the black-winged bear's neck as blood erupted. Woo! The bear let out a piercing wail, its enormous body swaying unsteadily. It wanted to flee but could no longer move its legs. With a stern expression, Lin Fan stepped forward to deliver the finishing blow. The blade pierced the wound once more, completely extinguishing its will to live. Moments later, this peak rank 2 black-winged bear that had pushed the entire squad to the brink of despair crashed to the ground, its breath utterly gone. An instant deathly silence fell over the canyon. Jiang Shui, Suyochu, Zhao Wei, and Li Bing all stood frozen in place. Eyes wide, they gazed at Lin Fan, speckled with beast blood, standing tall with his blade. Their eyes brimmed with shock, astonishment, and profound reverence. A second-rank early-stage lightning ability paired with a physique as fearsome as a second-rank mutated beast alongside such exquisite combat skills. This seemingly young youth was far more powerful than they had ever imagined. Lin Fan slowly sheathed his blade, the lightning aura dissipating. His expression returned to its usual calm as he spoke softly. "It's handled." Meanwhile, Lu Hao's corpse nearby had long since been forgotten by all. This man who had once mocked and harbored resentment toward Lin Fan had ultimately become nothing more than a stepping stone for the mutated beast, reaping what he had sown. The desolate wilderness winds swept through the canyon, carrying away the metallic scent of blood. Everyone in the squad now regarded Lin Fan with completely transformed eyes. The deathly silence in the canyon lingered for several breaths before the group finally began to recover from their overwhelming shock. Jiang Shui gathered her dissipating cold energy and looked at Lin Fan with an expression full of complexity, surprise mingled with admiration. She opened her mouth, and what emerged was but a single sincere word of gratitude. "Lin Fan, this time. Thank you?" If not for Lin Fan's intervention, all of them would have perished beneath the black-winged bear's claws today. Zhao Wei and Li Bing's legs grew weak with relief, and they nodded repeatedly toward Lin Fan. All traces of their previous rigidity and aloofness had vanished from their faces, replaced only by pure awe. Su Yochu's eyes sparkled brilliantly as though she had discovered some rare treasure. She bounded and skipped toward Lin Fan, circling him several times as her chattering voice instantly shattered the silence. "Lin Fan, you're way too formidable. That was a peak rank 2 black-winged bear. And you faced it head-on, trading blows directly, and actually killed it. Are you really only at the second-rank early stage? In my opinion, you're even stronger than Sister Jiang Shui. And furthermore, weren't you a lightning-type ability user? How can your physique be so terrifying, completely unmatched even by strength-type mutated beasts? It's simply incredible." The girl's twin tails swayed gently with her movements, her pretty face brimming with adoration and curiosity. A barrage of questions came at him like rapid fire. Lin Fan observed the lively and lovely girl before him, his tense expression softening slightly as he raised an eyebrow and offered an ambiguous reply. "Take a guess." He neither confirmed nor denied anything, skillfully deflecting the inquiry. Su Yuchu puffed out her cheeks, recognizing that Lin Fan did not wish to elaborate, and wisely chose not to press further. Instead, she remained clinging to Lin Fan's side, her little mouth incapable of stopping its praise. "Even if you won't tell me, Lin Fan, you're still incredibly amazing. With you in the squad, we're so much safer." Lin Fan offered no response either way. He merely bent down, wiped the alloy blade clean, and stored it within his storage ring. Jiang Shui took a few steps forward, glanced at Lu Hao's corpse nearby, and spoke in a solemn tone. "We cannot linger here. Let us depart immediately and make every effort to enter Sha City before nightfall." No one objected. Composing themselves, they set forth once more. After the confrontation with the black-winged bear, the atmosphere within the squad had undergone a complete transformation. With Lu Hao gone, the venomous stares and covert hostility had vanished entirely. Zhao Wei and Li Bing now obeyed Lin Fan without question, while Jiang Shui frequently sought his counsel. Su Yuchu stuck to Lin Fan's side like a shadow, never more than a step away. The journey ahead proved to be surprisingly uneventful. When they encountered a few waves of low-rank mutated beasts, there was no need for Lin Fan to lift a finger. Jiang Shui and Su Yuchu handled them effortlessly, their coordination growing ever more seamless. Lin Fan maintained his role as an observer, only occasionally offering a word of caution at critical moments, as they steadily approached Sha City. As evening approached, the distant horizon finally revealed the imposing silhouette of a colossal city. Its walls soared dozens of zhang high, constructed entirely from heavy alloy and bluestone. The walls bore scars of varying depths and dark red stains, remnants of past mutated beast assaults. Banners snapped in the wind atop the tower, where fully armed garrison soldiers stood vigilant, their gazes sharp. They scanned their surroundings with watchful vigilance, and the air carried a subtle blend of tension and tranquility. This was Sha City, a survivor's stronghold that had stubbornly endured through the spiritual energy resurgence and the brutal wars between humanity and mutated beasts. Though it no longer boasted the bustling prosperity of peacetime, it was far from desolate and ruined. Broad streets paved with sturdy flagstones stretched through the city, and most buildings on either side retained their original structures. Only their outer walls had been reinforced with protective runes and defensive patterns. Many shops remained open, offering mutated beast materials, ability-enhancing potions, rations, and weapons. Crowds moved through the streets in an orderly bustle. Most travelers wore tight-fitting attire with swords at their waists, and faint ability fluctuations surrounded them, marking them as hunters accustomed to roaming the wilderness year after year. Occasionally patrolling guards marched through the streets in disciplined formation, their presence steady and reassuring, the very foundation of the city's security. The metallic stench of the wilderness had given way to the warmth of hearth smoke and a faint energy resonance teeming with vitality. Jiang Shui gazed at the familiar city gate and exhaled deeply. "We've finally reached Sha City." The group passed through the city gate inspection and entered without incident. Taking in the familiar yet altered sights within, Su Yuchu immediately perked up with excitement. "We can finally get some proper rest." Lin Fan shook his head, his gaze sweeping across the war-scarred city as he spoke slowly. "I have matters to attend to. Let us part ways here." Hearing this, Jiang Shui stepped forward and said solemnly, "Thank you for your many acts of assistance throughout this journey. If you ever encounter trouble in Sha City, come find me at the Hunters Guild in the West District. We owe you our lives." Lin Fan gave a slight nod. "Then goodbye, Lin Fan. Make sure to visit Sha City and come find me to play sometime." Su Yuchu waved her small hand, her expression filled with reluctance to part. Zhao Wei and Li Bing quickly bowed in salute. "Goodbye, Brother Lin." After a brief farewell, the two parties went their separate ways at the city gate. Jiang Shui led Su Yuchu and the others toward the Hunters Guild. Meanwhile, Lin Fan walked alone, merging into Sha City's crowds as his figure gradually disappeared down the street. The setting sun's afterglow bathed Sha City's walls in a warm golden halo, casting the entire city in radiant light. Sensing the lively atmosphere of the city, Lin Fan first found a clean and comfortable hotel to book a room. After settling everything, he immediately activated the Flying Thunder God technique, and with a flash of light he instantly returned to the city to fetch Su Xiaoxiao. Back at the Sha City Hotel, the two took a short rest before planning to explore the bustling city. Just as they stepped out of the hotel, a rich and unique aroma wafted toward them. Su Xiaoxiao's nose twitched slightly, her eyes sparkling with curiosity. But the next moment she wrinkled her nose, a hint of hesitation appearing on her delicate face. Lin Fan smiled and pointed to a street stall ahead. "Come on, let me take you to taste the most famous delicacy of Sha City, stinky tofu." As his words fell, the two walked side by side toward the source of the aroma, blending into the bustling crowd of Sha City. Su Xiaoxiao's mind was unsettled by the conflicting odors of stink and fragrance. She tugged at Lin Fan's sleeve, her Fox Clan's agile eyes full of doubt, and whispered, "Lin Fan, are you sure you're not tricking me? How can something that smells so foul really taste as good as you say?" Lin Fan couldn't help but chuckle softly at her expression of curiosity mixed with reluctance, his tone firm. "Why would I lie to you? Just take a bite and you'll know. I promise you'll want more." Su Xiaoxiao, half believing, took the skewer of stinky tofu from Lin Fan. She took a tiny bite, and the crispy on the outside, tender on the inside texture melted on her tongue. The rich savory flavor instantly overwhelmed the initial unpleasant smell, salty, delicious, and lingering. Her eyes suddenly lit up and her previously furrowed brows relaxed in an instant. Her small mouth chewed rapidly and all doubt vanished from her face, replaced by sheer delight and satisfaction. "Wow! It's really delicious. It smells awful but tastes so amazing." Su Xiaoxiao ate with relish, her eyes curving into adorable crescent moons, her cheeks puffed out. Like a little fox caught stealing candied fruit, she was completely conquered by this earthly delicacy with no trace of her earlier hesitation. Lin Fan, watching her contented expression, couldn't help but curl his lips into a faint smile. In the next few days, since the ruins were still a few days from opening, Lin Fan accompanied Su Xiaoxiao as they leisurely strolled through nearly half of Sha City. From the bustling food street to the market selling exotic beast materials, and then to the shops filled with supernatural weapons and accessories. Su Xiaoxiao walked and ate, her hands never empty. Her face always wore a sweet smile full of curiosity about everything in the human world. In the gaps while accompanying Su Xiaoxiao, Lin Fan secretly sent a clone straight to the Hunter Guild in the west of the city, where he found Jiang Shui to inquire about information on the ruins. Jiang Shui, owing Lin Fan a life-saving debt, and seeing him take the initiative to come, naturally offered her full assistance. Having spent years in Sha City with a wide network, she helped Lin Fan gather crucial information about the ruins in just half a day. "This ruin is a small-scale secret realm restricted to supernaturalists of the third rank and below. That's an ironclad rule. Jian Shue's voice dropped, her expression grave. In Sha City there are 3 major families, Li Zhao and Su. Each family has sent a third-rank perfection elder to oversee. The leaders are all the most outstanding youths of the families with terrifying strength. Apart from them there are many rogue cultivators from other cities and lone hunters, a mixed crowd. Lin Fan, be very careful. Lin Fan nodded slightly, storing the information in his mind, thanked her, and turned to leave. A few days passed in the blink of an eye. The day of the ruins opening arrived as scheduled. In a desolate valley dozens of miles outside Sha City, the space began to warp slightly. A pale golden spatial rift slowly expanded, marking the entrance to the ruins. Lin Fan, with Su Xiaoxiao by his side, walked slowly to the edge of the crowd. Looking up, he saw that hundreds of people had already gathered, the atmosphere tense and oppressive. At the very front, 3 teams of overwhelming presence stood in separate positions. Their attire was distinct, their boundaries clear, the 3 major families of Sha City. At the center of each team stood a figure with an unfathomable aura. The energy fluctuations around them were as steady and deep as an abyss, unmistakably third-rank perfection peak experts. The mere presence of these figures kept the surrounding rogue cultivators from daring to approach. Apart from them there were rogue cultivators like Lin Fan and Su Xiaoxiao, some lone experts, some small teams, with varying cultivation levels but none exceeding the third-rank limit. Su Xiaoxiao held Lin Fan's arm, her expression relaxed and carefree, entirely unaffected by the tense atmosphere. With the help of the spirit stones Lin Fan had given her, she had broken through to the third-rank middle stage in the past few days. Her cultivation level was even a notch higher than Lin Fan's second-rank early stage. The Fox clan's innate talents were formidable, so even a typical third-rank later stage cultivator might not be a match for her. Lin Fan's gaze swept calmly across the entire scene. Though he appeared to be casually observing, he was silently memorizing the cultivation levels and positions of all the forces. Ooh, where did this little beauty come from? Such a pretty face. But just then a frivolous, oily voice suddenly cut in from the side. Lin Fan looked up and saw a young man in a brocade robe, his face full of arrogance. With 2 followers in tow, he blocked Lin Fan and Su Xiaoxiao's path directly. His gaze roamed unabashedly over Su Xiaoxiao's delicate face and figure, his greed undisguised. Judging by his attire, he was a member of the Su family, which explained his audacity. Following such an insignificant brat is such a waste. Why not come with me? In Sha City I'll make sure you eat well and live well, no one would dare lay a finger on you. The young man said, reaching out to touch Su Xiaoxiao's cheek with the utmost frivolity. Su Xiaoxiao's face instantly turned cold, and a sharp glint flashed in her eyes. Before she could act, Lin Fan stepped forward, his gaze turning icy. Do you want to lose that hand? As his words fell, Lin Fan's body moved like a phantom, fast as a ghost. He didn't use much supernatural power, relying solely on his terrifying physical strength. He grabbed the young man's wrist in a reverse grip, applied slight pressure. Crack! A faint sound of bone breaking. Ah! The Su family youth screamed, his face instantly turning pale, his entire arm twisted and deformed. Lin Fan kicked him in the chest, sending him flying like a sack of rags, crashing heavily onto the ground, unable to even get up. This happened so fast that everyone around was stunned. No one expected that this young man, who looked only 17 or 18, would dare to lay hands on a member of the 3 major families. How dare you! The third-rank perfection elder of the Su family glared, his eyes sharp. His terrifying aura burst forth, locking onto Lin Fan, clearly intent on killing. A wave of pressure that could crush the entire field descended upon Lin Fan. But just as he was about to strike, Vroom! The central entrance to the secret realm suddenly flared with light. The golden spatial gate stabilized completely, the spatial fluctuations reaching their peak. It was officially open. The ruins are open! Someone shouted. The Su family's third elder's expression changed drastically. He glared at Lin Fan, murderous intent surging in his heart, but he forcibly restrained himself. If he delayed by making a move now, the Li and Zhao families would surely enter first and gain the advantage. Humph! You're lucky. The Su family's third elder snorted coldly, waving his hand. Enter the ruins. As his words fell, the 3 third-rank perfection experts from the Li Zhao and Su families almost simultaneously led their teams. Like 3 torrents, they rushed into the golden secret realm entrance, afraid of falling behind. The surrounding rogue cultivators also snapped to action, howling and swarming toward the entrance. Let's go too! Lin Fan dusted off his sleeves, his expression indifferent, and turned to Su Xiaoxiao, his tone returning to calm. Su Xiaoxiao nodded, a trace of displeasure still lingering in her eyes from the earlier affront. She stayed close to Lin Fan's side, and the 2 of them unhurriedly merged into the flow and stepped into the golden radiance of the secret realm entrance. The moment he stepped through the golden portal, a surge of brilliant light flooded Fan Lin's vision, and the space around him twisted and folded. In an instant all the clamor and tension of the outside world vanished completely. In its place lay an unfamiliar and ancient realm. Beneath his feet stretched bluestone paths covered in thick moss. Towering ancient trees blotted out the sky, their interwoven branches and leaves almost completely obscuring the heavens above. The air was thick with rich yet gentle spiritual energy. With each deep breath his meridians felt a profound sense of ease. Gazing into the distance, the boundless primordial forest stretched endlessly, with the faint outlines of ruined structures visible far away. Crumbling walls and broken foundations hid within the dense forest, radiating a desolation and silence forged by the weight of centuries. No living presence could be sensed here. Only the low growls of strange beasts echoed through the woods. Fan Lin stood still, instinctively extending his divine sense to locate the flying thunder god marks he had left behind on Blue Star. But the next moment his brows rose slightly. Nothing. Whether it was the Sanzan City Hotel, or any of the other marks he had established, they had all gone completely silent, severed like stones sinking into the deep sea. Su Xiaoxiao, noticing his subtle change, asked softly, "Fan Lin, what is it?" "Nothing." Fan Lin shook his head, a flicker of understanding crossing his eyes. "This ruin seems to be cut off from Blue Star's spatial network. The Flying Thunder God's cross-dimensional marks have temporarily failed." Though his inability to return directly to Blue Star was somewhat unexpected, Fan Lin did not panic. The Flying Thunder God technique was hardly so simple. His gaze swept the surroundings, his body shifting slightly as faint light flickered at his fingertips. Within mere instants, across dozens of meters around the entrance, among massive boulders, ancient trees, and even thickets, he had densely deployed Flying Thunder God coordinates. "Even if I cannot return to Blue Star, as long as I remain within these ruins, I can come and go as I please." If the direst emergency arose, he could simply will himself to teleport back to the ruins' entrance and depart with composure. With that done, Fan Lin finally set his mind at ease. "Let's move," Fan Lin said to Su Xiaoxiao. The two walked side by side into the ancient forest, officially beginning their exploration of the mysterious ruins. Deep within the dense forest the light was dim, and weeds ran rampant. The deeper they ventured, the stronger the ancient aura became, and along the way they frequently encountered collapsed stone pillars and shattered statues. Carved into their surfaces were bizarre runes long lost to time, silently recounting the former glory of these ruins. Roar! A vicious and ferocious bellow erupted suddenly. A beast shaped like a leopard, entirely black from head to tail, burst from the underbrush with fangs bared and an overwhelming aura. A first-tier beast, a shadow fawn leopard. Su Xiaoxiao's eyes lit up, her Fox Clan's nimble aura flaring forth instantly. Her figure blurred, transforming into a pink afterimage, her speed reaching its absolute limit. Before the shadow fawn leopard could pounce, her slender finger gave a gentle tap. An invisible wave of spiritual pressure struck straight into the beast's mind. The shadow fawn leopard let out a painful howl, its movements freezing in an instant. Its body convulsed as it collapsed to the ground, clinging to its final breath. Fan Lin approached calmly, a wisp of faint electric current flashing across his palm. ZZT. With a precise strike he ended the beast's life, slaying a first-tier beast 10 points. A crisp notification sounded within his mind. For the journey ahead the two formed a perfect partnership. Su Xiaoxiao leveraging her Fox Clan's innate talents, and her formidable mid-third tier strength. Whenever a beast appeared, would cripple and immobilize it within 3 moves, stripping it of any ability to resist. Fan Lin needed only to step forward and deliver the finishing blow, collecting points with ease. One first-tier beast after another fell, their points surging wildly. Occasionally they encountered second-tier beasts, yet Su Xiaoxiao still managed to suppress them steadily, leaving the final strike to Fan Lin. Slaying a second-tier beast 100 points. Slaying a second-tier beast 100 points. Moving forward, Fan Lin's score swelled like a rolling snowball. On top of that, the pair unexpectedly discovered several spirit fruits in the forest, their sweet fragrance wafting through the air. The fruits glistened crystal clear, radiating overwhelming spiritual energy. Though not peerless treasures of heaven and earth, they could still nourish the body and grant a modest cultivation boost. Fan Lin plucked them all, handing a small portion to Su Xiaoxiao before storing the rest within his system space. Just as they explored smoothly, a series of human voices suddenly echoed from deep within the forest ahead. Fan Lin's eyes turned cold, and he pulled Su Xiaoxiao to slow their pace, sneaking closer in silence. Through gaps in the bushes a group of over 10 individuals advanced slowly. At their forefront stood 2 figures with the most formidable presences, one wreathed in rolling waves of heat and oppressive fire energy. The other was shrouded in a faint gray mist, his aura sinister and eerie. Mid-third tier and early third tier. The remaining dozen or so were uniformly second-tier cultivators, their presence no less formidable. At the center of the formation, a youth with a dark and venomous expression clutched his still aching wrist. It was none other than the Su clan disciple whom Fan Lin had broken with one hand and kicked aside at the ruin's entrance. Almost the instant Fan Lin laid eyes on him, the youth whipped his head around. His gaze locked directly onto the two figures behind the bushes. Their eyes met. The youth froze, then a wave of bone-deep hatred and ferocity surged across his face. "It's you!" He raised his hand sharply, pointing at Fan Lin with a piercing, venomous voice. "Elder brother, it's this boy. He crippled me at the entrance, humiliated me in front of everyone. I never thought he'd dare enter the ruins. Truly, when heaven offers a path, he refuses to walk it, and when hell opens its door, he charges straight in." No sooner had the words left his lips than everyone in the Su clan turned their heads. Their gazes collectively landed on Fan Lin and Su Xiaoxiao, every look radiating hostility. The man at the forefront, mid-third tier with surging fire energy, was none other than Su Lai, the leader of this Su clan squad. His icy gaze swept over Fan Lin, finally settling on Su Xiaoxiao. A flash of greed crossed his eyes before being replaced by fury. "So it was you who harmed our clan's disciple?" Su Lai stepped forward and terrifying fire energy exploded outward, instantly withering and scorching the grass and plants beneath his feet. The oppressive force of mid-third tier crushed down upon Fan Lin without restraint. To his eyes, Fan Lin was merely an early second-tier cultivator, someone who could be crushed with a casual gesture. Yet Fan Lin's expression remained as calm as ever, his eyes showing not the slightest ripple. He had no patience for idle talk. Since they had crossed paths, it would be settled here and now. "Xiao Xiao." Fan Lin spoke softly. Su Xiaoxiao responded immediately, battle burning in her eyes. "Take care of those two third-tier ones." Fan Lin's tone was utterly calm, as though discussing something perfectly ordinary. "The fire attribute 1 and the poison attribute 1, you have no problem with both, correct?" "Relax, it's a piece of cake." Su Xiaoxiao offered a graceful smile brimming with confidence. "Arrogant. You dare be so insolent before me with your mere second-tier cultivation." Hearing the two conduct their conversation as if no one else existed, Su Lai's rage twisted into a bitter laugh. "Attack! Kill them!" At his command, over a dozen Su clan cultivators erupted with power and charged toward Fan Lin. Su Lai and the early third-tier poison attribute experts simultaneously locked onto Su Xiaoxiao and struck fiercely. Boom! Towering flames erupted skyward, consuming everything in their path. TSS. Dark green poison mist spread outward, corroding the air and emitting an ear-piercing hiss. Two third-tier powerhouses joining forces to besiege Su Xiaoxiao. Meanwhile, a dozen second-tier Su clan disciples pounced at Fan Lin like ravenous wolves. Battle was imminent. Fan Lin's gaze suddenly sharpened like a blade. Electric power exploded around him, purple lightning arcs wrapping his body and crackling loudly. His blood and chi surged like a roaring river. With not a hint of retreat, he stamped his foot and charged headlong toward the dozen second-tier cultivators. Boom! Blazing fire swept in with a scorching gale. Su Lai conjured a massive flame claw in his palm, unleashing the full force of his mid-stage third-rank power without reservation. Beside him, the poison-type cultivator's fingertips churned with gray mist. Dense poison needles tore through the air, sealing off all escape routes. The two third-rank powerhouses charged together with ferocious momentum. Su Xiaoxiao's eyes glinted with spiritual light. Instead of dodging, she fully activated the Fox clan's phantom evasion technique. Her form turned into an illusory afterimage, effortlessly evading the dual assault. Her speed was so extreme that only a faint pink streak remained. She did not engage in a head-on clash, instead relying on her innate talent to maneuver, constantly suppressing the opponent's minds with her spiritual power. Thud. She struck out with a casual palm, hitting the poison-type cultivator squarely in the chest. He groaned, blood spurting wildly, and his body flew backward like a kite with a broken string. Yet Su Xiaoxiao deliberately held back, leaving him with only a breath of life, not dead. Su Lai was horrified and desperately urged his flames to counterattack, but couldn't even touch Su Xiaoxiao's clothes. Within a few breaths he was toyed with until his breath was ragged and his defenses full of holes. Su Xiaoxiao's eyes flashed coldly and her slender hand descended again. Thud. A single palm strike sent Su Lai flying, crashing into a broken stone pillar and knocking him unconscious. Both third-rank powerhouses were captured. Meanwhile, on the other side of the battlefield, Lin Fan stood alone, facing over a dozen second-rank Su family disciples. "Kill him! Let's go together and tear this kid apart!" They roared and charged at him. Wind blade, stone spikes, eyes sharp metal. Various abilities interwove into a net bearing down on Lin Fan from all directions. Lin Fan's eyes were indifferent, showing no sign of panic. In his eyes the three tomos Sharingan suddenly appeared crimson as blood. The tomos slowly rotated, seeing through all illusions. At the same time his observation haki silently expanded. Within dozens of meters every rustle of grass, flow of energy, and heartbeat of people were all captured by his perception. In his eyes the movements of the dozen Su family disciples suddenly slowed down. Every hand raise, every ability, every step. All were as clear as slow motion with no secrets hidden. Too slow, Lin Fan said softly, and purple lightning erupted around him. Crackling arcs of lightning wrapped around his body, his blood and chi surged like a river, and his formidable physique was fully revealed. He stamped his foot and turned into a bolt of lightning, charging straight into the crowd. Graceful as a startled swan, agile as a swimming dragon. Under the extreme insight of the Sharingan, and the comprehensive perception of observation haki, all attacks were preemptively predicted. When the opponent swung a blade he sidestepped. When they unleashed abilities he blocked with lightning. When they grouped to attack he tore through their weaknesses. Thud, thud, thud. Muffled impacts exploded one after another. Lin Fan's fists were wrapped in lightning and terrifying physical power. With each blow one enemy instantly died. The Su disciples grew more horrified the longer they fought, their faces pale as paper. Impossible. How is this? It's as if our every move is seen through. This physique. This power. It's not second rank at all. At least a third rank body, maybe even stronger. Monster. He's a monster. They desperately counterattacked but couldn't even touch Lin Fan's clothes. Under the absolute crushing of perception, speed and power, their so-called numerical advantage was utterly useless. Lin Fan was like a tiger among sheep, unstoppable. Wherever the lightning passed, enemies convulsed and died instantly. Where his iron fists landed, bones shattered and life was extinguished. In just over a dozen breaths the once ferocious dozen second-rank Su disciples all lay dead on the spot, not a single survivor. Lin Fan stood amidst the corpses, his clothes clean and his breath steady. Not even a hint of disorder in his breathing. As if the enemies he had just slain were nothing but insignificant ants. Slain second-rank ability user points 100. Slain second-rank ability user points 100. Slain second-rank ability user points 100. The notification sounds rang in his mind one after another, and his points skyrocketed. Su Xiaoxiao walked over quickly with a sweet smile. Lin Fan, I held back. Come finish them off. Lin Fan nodded and walked toward the two third-rank powerhouses who were barely breathing. Without any hesitation, lightning flashed in his palm and he delivered the fatal blow. Slain third-rank initial stage ability user points 1000. Slain third-rank mid-stage ability user points 1000. At this point the entire squad of over a dozen Su family members was wiped out, not a single one left. Lin Fan withdrew his Sharingan and observation haki, and the lightning around him slowly faded. He swept his gaze over the corpses, his eyes utterly calm. Those who dared to provoke him only ended in death. But just then, boom! From deep within the ruins an incredibly violent and vast energy suddenly surged into the sky. A golden pillar of light shot straight into the sky, and the energy wave swept across the surroundings, shaking even the entire ancient forest. Terrifying waves of spiritual energy rolled and shaking everyone's mind. Lin Fan's eyes narrowed sharply as he looked up toward the energy eruption. Such a powerful energy fluctuation. Su Xiaoxiao also furrowed her brows, slightly curiosity in her eyes. Lin Fan, what is that? I don't know, but it must be a tremendous opportunity. Lin Fan's gaze was sharp, his tone resolute. Let's go take a look. With that he and Su Xiaoxiao did not linger. They rushed straight toward the direction of the skyward energy eruption. Along the way the ancient forest was deep and dark with strange beasts roaring incessantly. But Lin Fan had no intention of fighting, he only traveled at maximum speed. With each flash his body covered dozens of meters, moving at an extreme pace. Su Xiaoxiao followed closely, the two of them like streaks of light darting through the forest. Occasionally reckless beasts pounced along the way. Without even looking, Lin Fan flicked a bolt of lightning from his fingertip and blasted them to death. Slain first-rank beast points 10. Slain second-rank beast points 100. His points were still slowly increasing, but Lin Fan no longer cared about this small gain. He could clearly sense that what was hidden within that golden pillar of light was 100 times more precious than these beast points. The man and the fox sped forward at full speed. After rushing for a quarter of an hour, the scenery ahead suddenly changed. The towering ancient forest vanished, replaced by an extremely vast open space. In the center of the open space an ancient and extremely archaic cave dwelling stood quietly. The cave door was tightly shut, covered with mysterious and unfathomable ancient runes. Streams of golden light burst forth from the runes, shooting straight into the sky, forming the golden pillar that shook the entire ruins. Dense, impenetrable, pure spiritual energy crazily spilled out from within the cave dwelling. Just standing outside made one feel refreshing in the meridians, and even their cultivation showed signs of loosening. As soon as Lin Fan and Su Xiaoxiao arrived, they immediately hid behind a broken wall nearby, not rashly approaching. He looked up and his pupils slightly contracted. By now the area before the cave dwelling was already packed with people. The teams of the three great families of Sharingan had all arrived. On the left side, the group dressed in uniform deep blue with a steady momentum like a mountain was the Li family's team. The leading elder, a third-rank perfection old man, stood with his hands behind his back, eyes like an eagle's, staring intently at the cave door, his aura unfathomable. In the center, the group dressed in fiery red with blazing fire aura was the Zhao family's team. The Zhao family's third-rank perfection clan elder had burning eyes, not hiding his greed. On the right side, the group dressed in light purple was the Su family, whose squad had been wiped out by Lin Fan earlier. Su family's third elder's face was as gloomy as water, his eyes constantly scanning the surroundings. He was clearly still searching for something. Besides the three great families, there were also dozens of independent cultivators, lone hunters, and small teams. All of them had burning eyes but feared the might of the three families and dared not advance, only watching from the periphery. On the vast open ground, all forces converged and the atmosphere was extremely tense. Everyone's eyes were fixed on the golden, dazzling ancient cave dwelling. With fortune at hand, none wanted to retreat a single step. A spectacular battle for the cave dwelling was already on the verge of breaking out. Lin Fan, hidden in the shadows, quietly activated his three-tomo Sharingan, taking in the cultivation levels, positions, and auras of everyone present. It seems the things inside this cave dwelling are far from simple. Lin Fan's lips curled slightly, revealing a hint of anticipation. A golden pillar pierced through heaven and earth, with the cave dwelling standing quietly at its center. The three great families of Sha City, Li Zhao and Su, stood in formation on three sides, their presence solemn and commanding. Dozens of freelance cultivators crowded the outer perimeter, their eyes burning with intensity. No one yielded and no one wished to lag behind. All gazes were fixed firmly upon the ancient door, which was slowly glowing. Hum! Accompanied by a low tremor of spatial vibration, the cave dwelling's great doors burst open with a thunderous boom. Dense spiritual energy, so thick it seemed almost tangible, gushed forth, carrying the fragrance of spirit herbs and the shimmering radiance of spirit stones. Charge! Someone roared, though it was impossible to tell who. The very next moment the crowd surged forward like a breached dam, all rushing into the cave dwelling in unison. Members of the three great families, freelance abilities users and lone hunters alike, became a tangled mass. Whoever was faster would seize the advantage, whoever lagged even a step would find their fortunes slipping away. Lin Fan, with Su Xiaoxiao beside him, calmly merged into the flowing crowd and slipped quietly into the cave dwelling. The interior space was far more expansive than anyone had imagined. A broad main passage extended forward, flanked by numerous side halls, secret chambers, and stone rooms. Glowing spirit stones were embedded in the stone walls, illuminating the surroundings brightly. But what made everyone's breathing grow shallowest was, opportunities lay everywhere. Spirit fruits, crystal clear and glistening, rested upon stone pedestals. Ancient spirit herbs steeped in years of cultivation grew in the medicinal gardens. Piles of spirit stones radiating pure energy sat in the corners. There were even core crystals left behind by long-dead spirit beasts. These are second-rank spirit fruits. So many spirit stones. We've hit the jackpot. There's a third-rank spirit beast crystal here. Shouts of wild joy rose one after another. Most people's eyes turned red with greed and they charged around like madmen, frantically scavenging every treasure within sight. Only the young masters of the three great families had not completely lost their sanity, collecting opportunities while maintaining vigilance. The freelancers, on the other hand, showed no restraint whatsoever, stuffing treasures into their bags with greed written across their faces. Lin Fan and Su Xiaoxiao remained at the rear of the crowd, casually gathering a few exceptional spirit herbs without rushing to compete. His gaze calmly swept the surroundings, yet he could not shake the feeling that this overly quiet cave dwelling concealed an inexplicable eeriness. Indeed, the very next moment a piercing scream erupted suddenly. Ah! As an abilities user grasped a third-rank crystal core, the stone wall behind him suddenly cracked open. A pitch-black figure burst forth violently, its arm like an iron whip striking hard against his back. With a crisp cracking sound, the abilities user did not even have time to finish his scream before his body shattered, dying on the spot. Enemies! They're puppets! Guardian puppets! Everyone turned around in horror. Stone walls, floors, and pillars from all directions cracked open simultaneously. One after another pitch-black puppets carved with ancient runes surged forth like ghosts. Their movements were stiff, their eyes hollow, yet they radiated a chilling, killing intent. Most of them were second-rank puppets, swift in movement and incredibly powerful. Even more formidable were over a dozen third-rank puppets, their towering frames exuding a violently turbulent aura, their oppressive presence suffocating. Splat! Several more screams followed. A few abilities users who were slightly slower to react were instantly torn apart by the puppets, their blood splattering everywhere. The crowd moments ago immersed in the joy of their harvest instantly plummeted into despair. Join forces. Quick, join forces. If we don't fight together, we'll all die here. In the panic, the elders of the three great families simultaneously roared loudly. There was no longer any thought of competing for treasures. Before these mindless puppets that only knew slaughter in fighting meant certain death. The Li family, Zhao family, Su family, freelance cultivators, all the factions that had been at each other's throats daily were now forced to form a temporary alliance in the face of life and death crisis. Kill! The third-rank experts struck simultaneously, their abilities roaring. Second-rank abilities users followed closely behind, attacking wildly. Flames shot skyward, ice cold as bones pierced through, thunder raged and ferocious winds swept about. The entire cave-dwelling passage instantly transformed into a brutal battlefield. The puppets fought without fear of death, their attacks ferocious. But with everyone joining forces, their combat power surged and they gradually stabilized their position. Lin Fan held Su Xiao and stood in a relatively safe position, not rushing to intervene. Instead, he observed coldly, his three-tomo Sharingan spinning silently. He only acted when the puppets drew near, striking at their weaknesses. A brutal slaughter lasted for half a quarter hour. With the final third-rank puppet crashing down, all the guardian puppets were finally destroyed. The ground was in utter disarray, puppet fragments scattered everywhere, blood staining the bluestone red. Each faction had suffered losses, many with pale faces gasping for breath, still trembling with residual fear. But no one complained. Surviving was already a tremendous blessing. Keep moving. The true ultimate treasures must be at the deepest part. Someone growled through heavy breaths. Having survived the puppet battle, everyone understood. One place more dangerous, greater the opportunity. After a brief rest, everyone set off again. Following the passage filled with puppet fragments, they pressed deeper. Scattered minor opportunities remained along the way, but no one distracted themselves to linger anymore. All with one goal, they headed straight for the core of the cave dwelling. They did not know how long they walked. Suddenly the view opened up before them. An incomparably magnificent and imposing great hall appeared. At the center of the great hall, a white jade platform 3 zhan tall stood quietly. Upon the platform, 3 radiantly shimmering treasures rested in stillness. The treasure's power was restrained, yet it rendered the entire hall deathly silent in an instant. On the left was a dark golden treasure armor. In the center stood a pitch-black long blade, its killing intent bitter cold, its sharpness piercing the sky. On the right was a spear, sharp and unstoppable. 3 items, all of them A-rank weapons. Everyone's breathing stopped abruptly, their eyes turning crimson with greed, nearly spilling over. Just then, the Li family's elder at the peak of the third rank stepped forward, his voice cold and detached, carrying an unquestionable domineering air. These 3 A-rank ultimate treasures, our Li Zhao and Su families will each take one, dividing them here. The Zhao family elder immediately echoed. Brother Li speaks truly. In breaking through the puppets this time, our 3 great families contributed the most, and should rightfully receive them. The Su family's third elder's eyes were dark and sinister, fixing directly on that pitch-black long blade. Idlers and irrelevant people, step aside. You may pick up the scraps and leftovers. As his words fell, the members of the 3 great families advanced together, about to directly divide the treasures. On what grounds? A roar of anger suddenly exploded. Everyone turned back in astonishment. From within the crowd, a tall figure with a presence like a mountain walked out steadily. His entire aura was as steady and deep as an abyss, revealing he was also unmistakably a peak third-rank expert. Behind him, more than a dozen third-rank late-stage abilities users with formidable auras stepped out in unison. Their combined presence formed an unbroken wall, showing no fear of the 3 great families whatsoever. The leader of the freelancers looked at the 3 great families with eyes like blades, roaring indignantly. The opportunities of this cave dwelling belong to all under heaven. We freelancers suffered countless deaths and injuries breaking through the puppets. Our contribution was no less than anyone else's. On what grounds do your 3 great families try to monopolize everything? Do you really think we're easy to bully? As his words fell, the aura of the freelance abilities users exploded violently. 1 peak third-rank expert combined with over a dozen late-stage third-rank abilities users. In terms of presence, they were no weaker than the three great families united. Boom! The atmosphere instantly tightened to the extreme. The three great families' faces turned iron green, their surrounding energies surging wildly. The freelance abilities users' eyes were resolute, yielding not an inch. Within the great hall, four sides faced off, swords drawn and bows bent. And in the shadowy corner, Lin Fan had instead led Su Xiaoxiao backward to behind the crowd. Within the grand hall, the atmosphere reached its peak of tension. The leader of the rogue psychics at the third-order pinnacle exuded an overwhelming aura, with over a dozen third-order late-stage psychics standing behind him. Their combined aura daunted even the three great families. The three third-order pinnacle elders of the families turned pale, their energy surging as they prepared to strike and suppress. "You're asking for trouble," the third elder of the Su family roared first. "Since you seek death, we shall grant it. Attack!" The elder of the Li family gave the order. Boom! Three terrifying auras erupted simultaneously. The three third-order pinnacle experts struck without hesitation. Flames scorched the sky, metal and stone shattered, and poisonous mist spread. The psychics of the three great families charged like tigers and wolves. "Fight them to the death!" The rogue leader roared as well, leading the third-order late-stage psychics to meet them head-on. In an instant, the entire hall exploded. All kinds of psychic powers clashed with a roar, light radiating in all directions, shockwaves sweeping across. The aftermath of the third-order experts' clash was so intense that nearby second-order psychics dared not approach, trembling in the corners. Cries of battle, roars, screams, and explosions of energy. Chaos engulfed everything. The three great families had numerical superiority and flawless coordination. The rogue faction, however, excelled in fearlessness. Each of them was a ruthless survivor forged in mountains of corpses and seas of blood. For a time the two sides were locked in a fierce stalemate, the center of the hall turning into a bloody maelstrom of chaos. And in the farthest corner of the mayhem, Lin Fan still held Su Xiaoxiao's hand, watching the carnage like an outsider, calm and detached. "Lin Fan, should we make a move now?" Su Xiaoxiao whispered, her fox-like eyes gleaming with eagerness. Lin Fan shook his head slightly, his gaze fixed. Locked on the pitch-black long blade at the center of the white jade platform. "Not yet. Let them fight first. The more chaotic the better." His tone was calm, but a cold glint flashed in his eyes. "The three families, the rogue psychics. Go ahead, fight, exhaust yourselves. When you're both battered and drained." Su Xiaoxiao instantly understood Lin Fan's intent, nodded obediently, and asked no more. She silently gathered her power, ready to support at any moment. The two of them were like hunters hidden in the shadows, their presence suppressed to the extreme. They took no side and provoked no one. Amid the earth-shattering brawl, no one noticed this unremarkable-looking couple. The battle grew increasingly bloody. Arms were severed, blood was spat, and some fell on the spot. The aura of the third-order experts became more and more unstable, their psychic energy heavily depleted, their faces as pale as paper. Blood stained the base of the white jade platform. The air was thick with the acrid scent of violent energy, and a faint trace of blood. After a while longer, both sides were at their last gasp. The rogue leader panted heavily, wounded, his aura clearly weakened. The three elders of the families also looked grim, their spiritual energy mostly spent. In such a short time none could muster a full-force attack again. Everyone's eyes were still fixed on the three treasures on the stone platform, but no one had the strength to rush forward first. "Now!" A cold light flashed in Lin Fan's eyes. "Xiaoxia, follow me." Before the words faded, he dropped all pretense. Phew! His three-tomo Sharingan activated instantly, the crimson tomo rotating slowly, scanning the entire field. After spotting the optimal path, Lin Fan transformed into a purple streak of light, charging toward the stone platform. "What does that kid think he's doing?" Someone finally noticed Lin Fan. But by then it was too late. Lin Fan stepped forward, pushing his spiritual energy to the limit. Swish! His figure vanished from the spot. In the next moment he was already before the white jade platform. His speed was so great that only a faint afterimage of lightning remained. The entire hall was stunned. "No! Someone's going for the treasure! Stop him! Stop him now!" The elder of the Li family roared, mustering the last of his strength to strike a palm. The experts of the Zhao and Su families attacked simultaneously, unleashing a barrage of terrifying assaults at Lin Fan. The rogue psychics too stared with burning fury. Had they fought to the death only to serve as someone else's pawns? But Lin Fan didn't even glance back. "Xiao. No. Got it." Su Xiaoxiao flickered, positioning herself behind Lin Fan like a graceful butterfly. Her nine-tailed celestial fox bloodline surged and her psychic power erupted fully, unleashing an invisible mental shockwave that swept outward. The foremost attackers felt their heads spin, their movements freezing instantly. Su Xiaoxiao casually deflected and redirected the incoming attacks with a few light palm strikes. Alone she held off all the weakened experts on the field. Lin Fan, with his back to Su Xiaoxiao, reached out toward the white jade platform. His gaze was locked on the pitch-black long blade. The blade was as dark as ink, its sword intent fierce and soaring as if it were a malevolent entity that had slumbered for eons. At this moment it had finally found its master. Lin Fan's 5 fingers closed around the hilt. Hum. The black blade suddenly erupted with a heaven-shaking hum. Pitch-black light shot straight into the sky, and a terrifying sword intent swept through the entire hall. It sent a chill down everyone's soul. Obtained A-grade weapon, Shadow Lightning Blade, compatible with lightning psychic power, combat power greatly enhanced. The system's voice rang out at that moment. Gripping the blade, Lin Fan felt his entire body's lightning roar with joy. Power surged through his arm into the weapon as if it were an extension of his own will, effortless and exhilarating. With the Shadow Lightning Blade in hand, his combat power soared once more. Dare to steal our opportunity, you're dead. The third elder of the Su family roared, lunging at him recklessly. The other expert's eyes, bloodshot, also launched a frenzied assault. By now Su Xiaoxiao was also beginning to falter and retreated. Lin Fan, holding the blade with one hand, turned slowly. Purple lightning coiled around the blade, intertwining with the black blade's dark glow, forming a scene both eerie and terrifying. His gaze was indifferent as he looked down upon the exhausted crowd. You've fought long enough. Now it's my turn. Lin Fan held the Shadow Lightning Blade with one hand, lightning and blade light gently entwined. He was well aware of his own strength. Second order initial stage, even with the Sharingan observation haki, a formidable physique and an A-grade weapon. Against 4 wounded third order pinnacle experts it was still not enough. To secure this victory he had to activate his trump card. System purchase Sage Mode. Lin Fan called out in his mind. Ding. Purchase Sage Mode. Cost 10000 points. Purchase successful. Remaining points 13020. Detected first purchase of Sage Mode. System bonus 1 free entry into Sage Mode. Use it. Use it. Lin Fan answered in his mind. Hum. In the next moment a vast surge of natural energy flooded Lin Fan's entire being. A pale green glow enveloped him, and the very breath of heaven and earth seemed to synchronize with his. On both sides of Lin Fan's eyes, crimson eye shadows slowly emerged, eerie and majestic. His aura exploded with all aspects, strength, speed, perception, recovery, soaring to a new level. His cultivation base remained at second order initial stage. But Lin Fan's true combat power at this moment far exceeded the second order level. What is that power? How could his aura surge to such an extent? The third elder of the Su family's face drastically changed, both shocked and enraged. However, his spiritual energy was mostly depleted at this moment, far from his peak. Playing tricks. Let's attack together and kill him. Boom. Poisonous mist rolled, flames soared to the sky, metal and stone burst apart, and shockwaves roared. The leaders of the Su Li and Zhao families, along with the rogue cultivator leader, 4 third-tier perfection powerhouses, though wounded, struck simultaneously, encircling Lin Fan from all sides. The momentum was still terrifying. But Lin Fan stood still, his gaze calm and unruffled. His 3 Tomo Shui Lunyan spun, his immortal mode fully activated, and his perception blanketed the entire field. Every trace of power flow and every attack trajectory of the enemies was crystal clear to him. Too slow. Swish. Lin Fan moved his figure unhurried and unflustered, yet precisely dodged all attacks. It was not a perilous dodge, but a composed evasion. Bang, 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 bang. The 4 attacks missed, and the ground exploded with a thunderous roar. Before the others could change their moves, Lin Fan had already charged forward with his blade, his target directly aimed at the third elder of the Su family, the one with the gravest injuries and the deepest resentment. Starting with you. Riot. The thunder blade wreathed in natural energy slashed straight out. Its speed was not exaggeratedly fast, but the angle, timing, and force were all perfect. The third elder of the Su family's face changed wildly, and he hastily mobilized poisonous mist to block. Bang! A loud crash. The poisonous mist barrier shattered with a sound. The terrifying force sent him stumbling back repeatedly, his arm numb, and his face growing even paler. With just 1 strike he fell into a disadvantage. Impossible! Lin Fan did not stop, he pressed forward step by step. Each slash was faster than the last, each slash more steady than the last. The other 3 were about to step forward to help, but Su Xiaoxiao blocked them. Sorry everyone, if you want to go forward you have to pass me first. Su Xiaoxiao addressed these three with a somewhat playful tone as if she didn't take them seriously. Damn it, this mental interference is really annoying. The elder of the Li family roared. This woman has no intention of fighting us, she's just trying to hold us back. Every time we try to step forward to help, she uses mental interference. The leader of the rogue ability users gritted his teeth. Moreover, this woman is extremely fast. With our remaining limited strength, we simply cannot capture her. The elder of the Zhao family had a gloomy expression. Meanwhile, Lin Fan's blade flowed like clouds and water, sealing off all escape routes for the third elder of the Su family. Attack the vital points, he must defend pressure, his old injuries lock his breath. The third elder of the Su family desperately counterattacked, unleashing a frenzy of poisonous mist and exerting full force. But every counterattack was effortlessly blocked, sliced apart, and neutralized by Lin Fan. He could only keep retreating again and again. From an active offense he was reduced to barely parrying. From barely parrying he became scrambling to dodge in embarrassment. Defeated step by step. Impossible. I am a third-tier perfection. His face was full of disbelief. Lin Fan's tone was indifferent. So what? You now have less than 1/10 of your spiritual power. Swish. The blade light condensed, thrusting straight at the flaw. The third elder of the Su family had no way to avoid and could only brace himself. Bang! A tremendous force exploded and his entire body was blasted away. He crashed heavily into a stone pillar, blood gushing wildly, and his aura plummeted straight to rock bottom. Lin Fan stepped forward slowly, his blade light falling gently. Pfft. Killed third rank ability user, points 1000. Clean and decisive, he secured the victory steadily. There was no peril, no hard-won victory, only suppression from beginning to end. The remaining elder of the Li family, elder of the Zhao family, and the rogue leader watched with their scalps tingling. Your turn. Lin Fan turned to look at the three. Then Lin Fan and Su Xiaoxiao joined forces. With the support of immortal mode, his Xia Lunyan saw through everything. His Jiangwen Sei predicted everything, and the Shadow Thunder Blade was unmatched in sharpness. The elder of the Li family's flames blazed wildly. Lin Fan's thunder blade slashed, and the flames were torn apart directly. The elder of the Zhao family used metal and stone to protect his body. The blade light struck 3 times in succession, and the defense collapsed with a sound. The rogue leader charged with his physical body. Lin Fan sidestepped to avoid and counterattacked with a backhand slash, forcing him back. Meanwhile, Su Xiaoxiao used mental interference from the sidelines. The three took turns launching fierce attacks, but they couldn't even touch the corners of the duo's clothes. Instead, they were steadily led by the nose by Lin Fan and Su Xiaoxiao. Attack, they couldn't break through. Retreat, they couldn't pull away. Defend, they couldn't hold. The three were beaten back step by step, their auras growing more chaotic. Their injuries worsened and their faces turned increasingly pale. Everyone present was dumbfounded. A second-tier early stage plus a third-tier mid-stage versus 3 third-tier perfections, yet they were firmly suppressed, beaten back step by step. Even if these three were not at their peak, it shouldn't be possible. What kind of monster is this? After dozens more exchanges, Lin Fan seized a fleeting opening, his blade light like thunder, and struck straight at the elder of the Li family. Bang! The opponent crashed to the ground. Killed third rank ability user, points 1000. Then he turned around and faced the elder of the Zhao family. Steady and sure, suppressing step by step. Pfft. The blade light entered a flaw and another was slain. Killed third rank ability user, points 1000. Finally, the rogue leader's mind collapsed and he turned to flee. Lin Fan stepped forward, arriving in an instant. Swish. The blade light fell. Killed third rank ability user, points 1000. The 4 third-tier perfections were all taken care of. Lin Fan stood still, his aura steady. Although his clothes were slightly dusty, he remained upright. The immortal mode was still active, and his power was still abundant. The remaining family ability users and rogue cultivators were already scared out of their wits, fleeing in all directions. She should close the door, leave no one alive. Lin Fan's gaze was indifferent. After all, if today's events were to spread, it would bring considerable trouble. He held his blade and walked forward slowly. Without the third-tier perfections, the remaining people were a complete pushover for him at this moment. Swish. 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 The blade light flickered lightly. The Su family, Li family, Zhao family, all rogue cultivators. Not a single one left, all slain. Killed second rank ability user, points 100. Killed second rank ability user, points 100. The points skyrocketed. When the last person fell, the great hall fell into dead silence. Corpses lay everywhere with no survivors. Lin Fan slowly dispersed the immortal mode and the red patterns beside his eyelids gradually faded. Lin Fan's aura began to decrease. He looked up at the white jade platform. The dark iron gold armor, shadow thunder blade, and sky-breaking spear, 3 A-grade treasures, lay quietly there. Around him, spiritual herbs, spiritual fruits, spirit stones, crystal cores. All the opportunities belonged to him alone. Lin Fan called Su Xiaoxiao to gather all the treasures and resources. Finally he stuffed everything into his system space. Not a single blade of grass was left, he swallowed it all whole. "Let's go," Lin Fan said to Su Xiaoxiao in a gentle tone. Su Xiaoxiao nodded slowly. Lin Fan stepped forward and placed his hand on Su Xiaoxiao's shoulder, and the next moment their figures vanished from the spot. At the entrance of the ruins, Lin Fan and Su Xiaoxiao's figures appeared. Looking at the entrance before him, Lin Fan turned and glanced back at the interior of the ruins. The scene before him was still the same as when they first entered, as if nothing had changed. After a moment, Lin Fan shook his head, turned, and stepped out of the ruins with Su Xiaoxiao. "Have you heard? In that ruin in Sha City, not a single one of the 3 families' people who entered came out alive." "Really? The 3 third-order perfection elders from the Su Li and Zhao families all perished inside." "Absolutely true. But that doesn't make sense. The upper limit for a small relic is third-order perfection. It shouldn't have threatened those 3 elders from the major families. Who knows? Perhaps they ventured into some deadly zone within the ruins." Murmurs mingled with exclamations rippled through the restaurant. The atmosphere was thick with the scent of smoke and fire. The aroma of roasted lamb rich with cumin filled the hall. At several tables, ability users clustered together, fervently speculating about the truth. By the window in the corner, Lin Fan propped his arm on the table, leisurely picking at the rice in his bowl with chopsticks, his expression languid as if he were eavesdropping on idle gossip. Opposite him, Su Xiaoxiao held a bowl of sour plum soup, her straw tapping against the cup with a tinkling sound. Hearing the discussions around her, her eyes curved. She glanced at Lin Fan and said in a light tone, "They've been guessing all this time, yet they never realized the real culprit is right here eating." Lin Fan lifted his eyelids, picked up a piece of crispy roasted lamb, placed it in her bowl, and said casually, "Eat up. The shop at the west of the city that sells jujube cakes will close soon if we're late." "Got it," Su Xiaoxiao immediately replied, lowering her head to gnaw on the meat, a bit of sauce still on her lips. This was their last day in Sha City. Over the past few days the two had thoroughly explored the entire city. At noon, because the street snacks of Sha City were famous nationwide, Su Xiaoxiao dragged Lin Fan along to eat her way through the streets. Whenever she spotted a snack she liked, she pulled Lin Fan to queue up, chattering with great enthusiasm. Lin Fan idly followed along, accompanying her, as she savored each bite. In the afternoon they lingered in the cultural and creative district near the ancient temple with its red walls, green shade, and small shops lining the streets. Su Xiaoxiao browsed handmade ornaments at various stalls, occasionally turning back to ask Lin Fan if they looked good. Lin Fan leaned against the wall, offering an occasional comment. Nightfall arrived. The streetlights of Sha City flickered on one by one, and only then did the two walk to a secluded sand dune outside the city. "Let's go." Lin Fan stood still, casually gathering his spiritual energy as the spatial fluctuations of the Flying Thunder God technique quietly spread. Let's go." Su Xiaoxiao stuffed the jujube cake she had just bought into her pocket, and patted it. Whoosh! A ripple in space. Their 2 figures flashed and vanished in an instant. The next second, in the living room of Lin Fan's home in Tianhe City. The spatial fluctuations dissipated as the two landed steadily. After sitting down on the sofa, Lin Fan took out all the items from his system space. The Shadow Thunder blade lay on the floor, its blade gleaming with cold light. The dark steel armor was folded beside it. The sky-shattering spear rested nearby. A small mountain of spiritual fruits, spirit stones, and crystals piled up next to them. Lin Fan bent down, picked up the dark steel armor, and swiftly put it on. "This thing doesn't suit me. You take it." Lin Fan glanced at the spear beside him, thought for a moment, and said to Su Xiaoxiao, "I don't know how to use a spear either." Su Xiaoxiao shook her head helplessly. "Forget it then." Hearing this, Lin Fan reached out to retrieve the spear. "Hey! Don't. I can learn." Seeing this, Su Xiaoxiao quickly stepped forward and hugged the spear. "All right then. I'll get you a spear technique later," Lin Fan said. "Okay." Su Xiaoxiao nodded and put away the spear, but then seemed to remember something. She paused and spoke to Lin Fan again. "By the way, those 100+ low-grade spirit stones you gave me last time, I used up most of them when I broke through to the mid-third order stage. Take these for now." Lin Fan then took out several hundred low-grade spirit stones and handed them to Su Xiaoxiao. He wasn't stingy in this regard. After all, the higher Su Xiaoxiao's cultivation, the more help she would be to Lin Fan. Just like this trip to the ruins, Su Xiaoxiao had played a significant role. After putting away the spirit stones, Su Xiaoxiao ran to the other end of the sofa, picked up the remote control and turned on the TV. While watching TV, she munched on the jujube cake she had bought that afternoon. Seeing this, Lin Fan said nothing. He stretched lazily, slowly stood up, and planned to take a shower. But just then Lin Fan's phone vibrated. He took it out, and saw a message from Brother Liang. It contained only 2 words. "You there?" Lin Fan tapped the screen and replied, "Here." Soon another message from Brother Liang popped up. "Just as I thought. The incident at the Sha City ruins was your doing, wasn't it?" Lin Fan paused, a flicker of surprise in his eyes. At that time he had killed everyone in the secret realm. No one survived. How did Brother Liang know? But Lin Fan quickly realized. Brother Liang knew he had gone to the Sha City ruins. And the fact that none of the 3 families members who entered the ruins had survived was no longer a secret. And since he was still able to reply calmly, wasn't the answer obvious? Lin Fan chuckled softly and replied with a single word. Brother Liang. You're something, kid. I expected you to gain some benefits from this trip. But I didn't think you'd go this far. Lin Fan. It's nothing much. Brother Liang. Lin Fan put down his phone and summoned the system panel. Current points 12560. Originally, after exchanging for the Sage mode, Lin Fan only had a few thousand points left. But after Lin Fan killed the 4 third-order perfection experts and dozens of second-order ability users, his points broke through 10,000 again. Lin Fan's gaze fell on the exchange list. Mangekyo Sharingan 50,000. Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan 100000. Forget it, I'll save up the points first. I'll buy the Mangekyo when I reach 50000. Lin Fan thought for a moment, and decided not to spend points on other items for now. He casually dismissed the panel and walked into the bedroom. The next day Lin Fan went to the Baibao Tower and bought a spear technique for Su Xiaoxiao. After that he stayed at home cultivating and consolidating his realm. Time slipped by silently, and before he knew it, it was 3 days before the college entrance exam. Early morning. Lin Fan slowly withdrew his energy, exhaled a stream of turbid breath, and the lightning around his body completely dissipated. He stood up, stretched his limbs, and a faint crackling sound came from his joints. He then picked up his phone from the nearby table. The screen lit up, showing a pile of messages, when he suddenly noticed the avatar of his homeroom teacher Ma Jiangwo. He opened it, and saw a message sent a long time ago. Lin Fan come to school 3 days before the college entrance exam. Lin Fan slapped his forehead, suddenly remembering this matter. He had been so focused on cultivation recently that he had completely forgotten about it. He walked out of the study, and Su Xiaoxiao was sitting on the sofa. "I'm going out." Lin Fan picked up his jacket from the entrance. Su Xiaoxiao nodded without paying much attention. Creak. Lin Fan walked out the door. Outside, the morning sunlight in Tianhe City was just right. The streets were bustling with traffic filled with the breath of life. The sun was bright, birds sang, and flowers scented the air as a gentle breeze swept through the tree-lined path of Tianhe City No. 2 High School. Leaves rustled and the air was filled with the fresh fragrance of grass and trees. With only 3 days left until the college entrance exam, the campus no longer had the usual scene of senior students gathered in groups cultivating and preparing noisily. Looking around, most of those passing by were freshmen and sophomores walking in 2s and 3s with textbooks in hand. The senior area was empty and silent. After all, in this world, once senior students completed their ability awakening, they could freely choose to either stay at school or go home to study and cultivate on their own during the last 2 months. The vast majority chose to go home to quietly improve themselves. A small number lacking talent and without hope for the exam also stayed at home early to pass the time. Throughout the entire senior year, only a handful remained at school. Lin Fan walked slowly into the campus, one hand in his pocket. There was not the slightest trace of spiritual energy leaking from his body, nor any fluctuation of cultivation level. He looked like the most ordinary mortal student, completely inconspicuous among the crowd. This was not because he deliberately suppressed it, but due to the inherent concealment effect of the great, wilderness, heaven-devouring art. As long as he didn't use his ability or enter a combat state, others could not detect his true cultivation level at all, not even a hint of spiritual energy fluctuation. He knew the way well and headed straight for the teacher's office building. "Teacher Ma," Lin Fan said softly as he knocked on the door of the homeroom teacher Ma Jiangwo's office. "Lin Fan, you're finally here." Ma Jiangwo immediately put down the documents in his hand, his expression showing a mix of eagerness and warmth, and waved him in to sit down. Without any further pleasantries, Ma Jiangwo took out a small jade bottle from his drawer and pushed it in front of Lin Fan. A faint glow shimmered on the bottle's surface and a pure gentle medicinal power slowly spread out. This is a spirit-gathering pill, a cultivation resource the school specially applied for students with S rank or above ability talent. Ma Jiangwo's tone was serious, his eyes full of expectation. With your talent and the hard work of these 2 months, you should be at the early stage of the first rank, right? This spirit-gathering pill has a pure medicinal effect enough to let you smoothly break through to the late stage of the first rank. He paused, then continued. As long as you break through to the late stage and perform normally in the exam, a top-tier ability university is absolutely within your grasp. Even aiming for the 4 great academies is not entirely impossible. Ma Jiangwo could not see Lin Fan's true level at all. Everything was just a reasonable guess based on talent and time. In his eyes, no matter how talented Lin Fan was, he couldn't have crossed too many levels in such a short time. The early stage of the first rank was already the top level among his peers. Lin Fan looked at the jade bottle on the table, understanding in his heart. The spirit-gathering pill was of negligible effect for him who was already at the early stage of the second rank and would hardly do anything. But this was a benefit from the school and the homeroom teacher's kind intentions, so he naturally wouldn't refuse. He reached out, picked up the jade bottle, and casually put it in his pocket, nodding lightly. Thanks, Teacher Ma. No rebuttal, no explanation. He calmly accepted the kindness. Seeing him take it, Ma Jiangwo immediately breathed a sigh of relief, then carefully went over the exam precautions once more. Exam rules, ability usage regulations, emergency response assessment procedures, and so on, covering every detail. After all, Lin Fan was the only S-rank ability user in No. 2 high school, the hope of the entire school. He had to repeat everything. I understand. Lin Fan listened quietly and nodded slightly. With that, he stood up to take his leave and turned to exit the office. Leaving the campus, Lin Fan didn't pause at all and headed straight home. When he arrived, Su Xiaoxiao was still curled up on the sofa watching TV. A half-eaten jujube cake was beside her. Without a word, Lin Fan went straight into the bedroom. After splitting into 10 shadow clones, he sat cross-legged. The great wilderness, heaven-devouring arts slowly circulated, and spiritual energy around him was rapidly absorbed and refined like rivers flowing into the sea. Calm and unhurried, he devoted himself entirely to cultivation. He steadily consolidated the early stage of the second rank, honing his power to become more solid and steady. Time flew by and 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. The day of the college entrance exam finally arrived. At dawn, Tianhe City No. 2 high school was completely flooded with a sea of people. At the school gate, on the playground in front of the teaching building, everywhere were senior students here to take the exam. The noise was deafening, a lively scene. Looking around, almost everyone was emitting spiritual energy fluctuations of early first rank or mid-first rank. Geniuses at the late stage of the first rank were few and far between, extremely rare. As for the first rank peak, none could be seen at all. Countless young boys and girls looked nervous and excited, rubbing their hands together, waiting for this assessment that would decide their fate. Among the crowd, Lin Fan stood quietly. He looked around with a calm, unruffled gaze, waiting for the ability assessment of the college entrance exam to officially begin. Boom! Boom! Soon a deafening roar of engines came from afar, crashing into everyone's ears. Not ordinary vehicles, but a neat uniformed military heavy convoy. Black armored vehicles and troop carriers formed a long line. The vehicles bore the golden emblem of the Dragon Nation's ability military department, imposing and oppressive. The convoy drove straight into the campus and stopped steadily at the edge of the playground, and the doors opened simultaneously. Teams of military ability users in black combat uniforms with cold auras quickly disembarked and lined up. Their postures were straight as spears, their spiritual energy steady and heavy, at least at the third rank and above, clearly elites who had been fighting strange beasts for years. The scene instantly fell silent. All examinees instinctively held their breath, their faces showing awe. They all knew very well that this was the military escort team designated for the college entrance exam. The ability college entrance exam was not held in a classroom, nor was it a virtual simulation. Instead, it was a field combat point assessment uniformly stipulated by the Dragon Nation. The military would escort all examinees in the city to a designated safe exam area outside the city. That area was heavily guarded by the nation, and powerful beasts inside had already been cleared. Only first-rank to second-rank beasts were left. The outer periphery was mostly first-rank, while second-rank beasts appeared only in the central area. The assessment rules were simple: hunting beasts earn points. 10 points for early first-rank, 20 for mid, 40 for late, 80 for peak, and a whopping 500 points for a second-rank beast. The final total points ranking would determine whether one could enter a top-tier ability university, or even the 4 great academies. The cruelest part was that points only recognized strength, not identity. Within the exam area, stealing points was allowed. As long as you defeated an opponent, you could take half of their points. The nation attached great importance to the exam. Examinees would arrive at the designated exam area, take the exam, and then return to school. The entire city was under military escort control and order maintenance. On the high platform, the principal of No. 2 High School quickly stepped forward and exchanged salutes with the leading military officer. The officer's face was resolute, his gaze sweeping over the thousands of examinees. His voice, amplified by spiritual energy, spread across the entire playground, majestic and cold. All examinees board the vehicles within 10 minutes. The military will escort you to the Tianhe City Field exam site. After entering the exam area, the point rules, safety boundaries, and rescue signals will be announced by designated personnel. Remember, this is not a game. It is your first real test as you step into the world of abilities. As his voice fell, the entire venue was silent for a moment, then erupted with uncontrollable excitement and passion. Ding! Critical event detected. System task triggered. Task: participate in the college entrance exam and become the top scorer. Reward: Mangekyo Sharingan. Choose one. At the officer's command, all examinees formed neat rows and boarded the troop transports in order. Lin Fan stood among the crowd, his aura calm as still water, indistinguishable from any ordinary student. The convoy, escorted by armored vehicles, sped out of Tianhe City and raced toward the wilderness beyond the city walls. Inside the carriage, silence reigned as the vast majority closed their eyes to rest. No one spoke unnecessarily, only the low rumble of the vehicles filled the air. Half an hour later, the convoy arrived at a heavily sealed-off area. This was Tianhe City's annual college entrance exam wilderness combat training ground. A territory spanning tens of miles had been completely cordoned off, with all powerful mutated beasts within already eradicated. Only Tier 1 to Tier 2 mutated beasts remained, serving as the trial ground for this year's examinees. Once the vehicles came to a stop, powerful military personnel disembarked in sequence and quickly established defensive positions. Several soldiers in combat uniforms approached, carrying a box of silver wristwatches. They distributed them in orderly fashion to every examinee. The watches featured a sleek, minimalist design. A faint spiritual glow shimmered on their surface, revealing them as extraordinary artifacts at first glance. The leading officer, with a resolute expression, stepped forward and scanned the crowd of over 10,000 examinees with the piercing gaze of a falcon. His voice, steady and authoritative, resonated through every corner via spiritual energy. The exam wristwatches each of you wears will automatically record your points for hunting mutated beasts. The scores update in real time, allowing you to check your own score and regional ranking at any time. The watches are equipped with an emergency protective shield. Press the button when faced with life-threatening danger. A defensive barrier capable of withstanding full-force attacks from Tier 2 mutated beasts will instantly envelop you, and the military will locate and rescue you without delay. He paused, his tone growing heavier. But I must warn you. The moment you press the distress button, your college entrance exam performance is finalized. You are directly eliminated with no possibility of reversal. Hearing this, the examinees' expressions turned serious. The officer nodded satisfactorily and continued. Good, it seems you all understood clearly. Now all examinees enter the exam area. At his command, thousands of figures began stepping forward, one after another, entering the vast wilderness and jungle ahead. Lin Fan blended into the back of the crowd, his expression somewhat languid. He casually fastened the wristwatch onto his wrist and followed the others into the exam zone. As the last examinee stepped across the threshold, the barrier light around the perimeter flickered once. It activated, fully shrouding the entire area in an impenetrable seal. Meanwhile, the streets and alleys of Tianhe City had already erupted into commotion. Massive mall screens, community displays, home projections, street billboards, restaurant walls, nearly every surface capable of displaying images had synchronized to broadcast the exam live. Dense crowds gathered shoulder to shoulder, their murmurs rising and falling like tidal waves. Haven't you heard? This year's exam is completely different from previous years. Not just different, it's a complete transformation. In past years there was only a score ranking, but this year they've launched full live broadcasting. Is that true? You can see what the examinees are doing inside, how they're fighting, where they're heading. Of course it's true. The authorities just released a notice about a major breakthrough in ability monitoring technology. This is the first year they're doing full public broadcast, no holding back. My goodness, doesn't that mean the entire city is watching? Absolutely. In a moment you'll be able to see who performs well and who falls short at a glance. Exclamations, discussions, and anticipatory voices wove together, and the entire city stirred with excitement over this college entrance exam. Soon everyone's conversation converged on one topic: Which school would claim this year's top scorer in Tianhe City? Hey, who do you think has the best shot at being this year's top scorer in our city? A middle-aged man asked, arms folded, his gaze fixed on the broadcast screen. The moment he spoke, someone eagerly chimed in with absolute certainty. Who else would it be? Obviously Yan Hao from No. 1 High School. Yan Hao. That S-rank fire-type genius. That's right. He's the undisputed #1 genius of this generation across all of Tianhe City. I heard he broke through to perfect first stage a whole week ago. Perfect first stage. A collective gasp rose from those around him. Is that really true? Someone in this generation actually reached the threshold of perfect first stage. If that's the case, forget about top-tier ability universities. He'd have an excellent chance at all 4 major academies, wouldn't he? Of course. The first speaker said matter-of-factly. What kind of school is No. 1 High? It's produced the city top scorer for 5 consecutive years. All of Tianhe City's finest educational resources, pills and mentors are focused on him. It'd be nearly impossible not to become strong. S-rank fire-type perfect first stage. Yan Hao is completely dominating this exam on another level. I don't see how there could be any suspense about this year's top scorer. We should just announce Yan Hao in advance. Voxes of praise and flattery filled the air unceasingly. On the live broadcast, Yan Hao stood alone, faint flames of spiritual energy dancing around his body. His demeanor radiated arrogance, an aura of being the center of attention that instantly drew most of the cameras. Just then someone else spoke up, mentioning another contender. Besides Yan Hao, Fengling from No. 3 High shouldn't be underestimated either, right? Fengling. Oh, I remember now. That A-rank wind attribute genius from No. 3 High, correct. I heard her cultivation has firmly reached the late first stage. Her speed is extremely fast, her combat awareness is exceptionally sharp, and she's consistently ranked first at No. 3 High. That's right. Though slightly behind Yan Hao, she's undoubtedly in the first tier citywide, a stable top-tier genius. And then there's Wang Hu from No. 4 High, an A-rank diamond body ability user. His defense is terrifyingly absurd. He's nearly invulnerable to attackers at the same stage, also at the late first stage. Xiaoling from No. 5 High has an A-rank ice ability with outstanding control. Her ability to fight in groups is super strong, also at late first stage. These few are truly qualified to compete for the top positions. Everyone chipped in one after another, listing off the city's most outstanding geniuses one by one, each name drawing a round of admiration. In everyone's eyes, this year's exam rankings had already been predetermined by these few individuals. Just then someone in the crowd seemed to suddenly remember something and hesitantly spoke up. I remember, didn't know. 2 High produce an S-rank genius this year. Lightning type. His name is Lin Fan, right? The moment those words left his lips, the previously lively atmosphere fell into a brief silence. Then a wave of dismissive murmurs began to spread. Oh, you mean Lin Fan? It's true, he has an S-rank aptitude, that much is indisputable. Lightning-type abilities are inherently aggressive and powerful. Pity he happens to attend No. 2 High. You all know the situation at No. 2 High. They consistently rank second to last or third to last in the city entrance exams year after year. They barely scrape by in the middle ranks, occasionally with pitifully few educational resources. So what if Lin Fan has S-rank talent? Without resource support and pill-assisted cultivation, how could he possibly soar in just the 2 months from awakening to the exam? At best he'd reach late first stage. That'd already be considered heaven-defying talent. Late first stage isn't bad, but compared to Yan Hao's perfect first stage there's a whole minor realm of difference. In actual combat they're not even in the same league. What does he have to compete with? Besides the culture, heritage, and cultivation environment of No. 2 High are several tiers below No. 1 High. No matter how talented he is, he'd be held back by his surroundings. It's not that he lacks ability, it's that No. 2 High doesn't deserve his talent. The words weren't particularly vicious or directly insulting, but the disdain and indifference in his tone was unmistakable. In everyone's eyes, even with his S-rank lightning talent, Lin Fan was destined to be constrained by his circumstances. His ceiling was obvious at a glance. He couldn't be mentioned in the same breath as Yan Hao from No. 1 High, let alone compete for the top spot. The discussion was filled with contempt for No. 2 High and no expectations for Lin Fan. Inside the exam area, all examinees had fully entered the wilderness zone. They scattered in different directions, carefully searching for signs of mutated beasts. The jungle was dense with distant beast roars echoing through the air, and a faint sense of danger hung in the atmosphere. Outside, countless eyes were glued to the live broadcast screens. Everyone was anticipating Yan Hao to dominate the exam with unmatched speed. Almost nobody paid attention to that ordinary-looking boy from No. Too high at the edge of the crowd whose presence was as unremarkable as anyone else's. The wilderness examination ground stretched endlessly in expanse of desolate wilds. Towering ancient trees blotted out the sky, slicing the sunlight into fragmented dapples. Within the year-round mist of the forest, a faint scent of blood mingled with the ever-thickening spiritual energy. Low guttural roars of beasts echoed from the depths of the jungle like an invisible net tightening around every examinee's nerves. Over 10,000 examinees scattered across the wilderness like grains of sand. Some traveled in groups, their steps hurried, others lurked alone, seeing danger in every shadow. But at this moment Lin Fan walked alone along a winding forest path. His pace was unhurried, as if he were not in a life-and-death competition. Rather, he strolled as leisurely as if in his own back garden. The silver examination wristband on his wrist glowed with a soft light, and the score column on the screen still quietly displayed 0. Lin Fan's calm gaze swept around, his eyes alert yet devoid of any tension. Suddenly, a gray-black shadow carrying a gust of rancid wind burst out from behind a tree. Its elongated body traced a ferocious arc through the air, its pale white fangs aiming straight for Lin Fan's throat. But Lin Fan merely lifted his eyes slightly. A faint, almost imperceptible arc of electricity flickered at his fingertips, so swift it seemed like an illusion. Zzzt. The thunderous sound, as delicate as a mosquito's hum, dissipated into the wind. The shadowy figure mid-leap suddenly froze. Its gray fur bristled, and then like a heavy rock it plummeted straight down, silent and still. The entire process took less than a second. So it was a first-level early-stage shadow Fong Wolf, Lin Fan murmured to himself without pausing in his steps. As if casually brushing a fallen leaf from his sleeve. Looking down, the number on his wristband had silently changed from 0 to 10. As he continued forward, the various beasts he encountered met the same fate. There was no grandiose sea of thunder, no earth-shattering collision of energies. Often a mere arc of lightning at his fingertip, or a faint flash of thunder beneath his foot sufficed to end their lives. Points 20. Points 10. Points 20. The number on his wristband rose steadily like a mountain stream, neither fast nor slow. 10305070110110. In just a few minutes Lin Fan's score had surpassed 150. High above, the real-time leaderboard linked to the examination ground refreshed rapidly. His name climbed from the very bottom, quietly squeezing into the top 15 of Tianhe City. Look! Yan Hao already has 230 points. In such a short time he's left everyone in the dust. After all, he's at the first-level peak. He hunted a first-level late-stage beast as soon as he entered. The top spot is secure, right? Feng Lingxue from No. 3 Middle School has 190, Wang Hu from No. 4 has 170. The top 5 are all established prodigies, their strength is no joke. At this moment, in the streets and alleys of Tianhe City, on the giant screens of shopping malls, in convenience stores, and in front of televisions in every household, countless eyes were fixed on the leaderboard, voices rising and falling in discussion. Lin Fan. The S rank from No. 2 Middle School. Only 150 points. Someone's gaze accidentally swept to the 15th place, pausing for a moment. Oh, it's him. Average, nothing special. He just picked off a few first-level mid-stage beasts. Any other S rank would have scored higher. After all, he's from No. 2 Middle School, resources are lacking. Getting this score is already normal for him. His ceiling is that low, he can't threaten the ones ahead. The voices of the onlookers were indifferent, even dismissive. In their eyes, Lin Fan's performance merely met the basic expectations of an S-rank talent, far from impressive. Lin Fan continued along the mountain path, his steps leisurely, until 3 figures burst out from the dense woods to the side, blocking his way with palpable hostility. The 3 wore the uniform of No. 1 Middle School, their school badges conspicuously displayed. Their auras were all at the first-level mid-stage, and their gazes at Lin Fan were a mixture of contempt and greed, almost overflowing. Kid, you're Lin Fan from No. 2 Middle School. The leading boy raised an eyebrow, his tone arrogant. I heard you're also S-rank. You don't look so impressive. Walking so slowly. The girl beside him crossed her arms and let out a sneer. Be smart and hand over half your points. We can spare you from spending half a month in bed. The third person shook his wristband, his eyes gleaming with greed. In their minds, No. 2 Middle School was resource poor, so even with S-rank talent, Lin Fan's combat strength must be limited. Coupled with his calm aura, which seemed harmless, they were convinced he was a soft target they could easily bully. This only made them more certain. Steal my points. With scum like you 3. Lin Fan stopped, his gaze sweeping over the 3 with indifference. His voice was soft calm without a ripple, betraying no emotion. You think so? You waste from no. 2. Today I'll show you that talent is worthless in the face of true strength. The leading examinee from no. 1, as if provoked, erupted with a surge of earthy yellow light, causing the gravel on the ground to float. Before his words faded, he struck out with a palm. The condensed earth and stone formed a massive stone hammer hurtling toward Lin Fan with a whistling wind. But in the next second, zzzt. A purple arc of lightning as thick as a chopstick burst from Lin Fan's fingertip. No elaborate moves, no flashy effects. Only blinding speed and devastating power. The screen couldn't even fully escape the throat before the first attacker was pierced through by the lightning. His earth element ability collapsed instantly, his muscles tensed, and his limbs went limp, leaving him utterly incapacitated. You dare attack someone from no. 1 middle school. The remaining 2 pupils shrank, their earlier contempt replaced by sheer terror. They stumbled back, their voices trembling. Lin Fan said nothing, not even bothering to waste words. His figure flickered like a ghost. Thud. Thud. 2 dull sounds followed in quick succession. The 2 collapsed without even a chance to react, their consciousness fading. Points 60. Points 45. Points 50. After taking down the 3, Lin Fan transferred half of their points. In an instant his score soared by 155 points. The numbers on the wristband screen jumped rapidly before settling at 305 points. The leaderboard high above underwent another dramatic shift. 15th place, 9th place. Lin Fan's name, like a bolt of lightning out of the blue, had stormed into the city's top 10. In Tianhe City, before every screen broadcasting the exam lived, the clamor of discussion abruptly ceased. The air seemed to freeze for a moment. Then the crowd erupted. Wait! How did Lin Fan's score jump so much? 305 points. He's directly in the top 10. What just happened? Where's the live feed? Switch to him. How did he suddenly gain over 100 points? It seems he wiped out 3 examinees from no. 1 middle school in seconds and stole their points. 1 move each. Those 3 were regular students from no. 1, all at first level mid-stage. This Lin Fan. He's not simple. How was he so fast? Is his real cultivation really just first level mid-stage? Countless eyes stared at the still calm figure on the screen. The earlier contempt and disdain had been replaced by shock. They began to reevaluate this S-rank examinee from no. 2 middle school, their gazes now tinged with curiosity and wariness. Inside the examination ground, Lin Fan looked down and casually brushed some dust off his sleeve. Deep within the dense forest, the roars of bizarre beasts and the thunderous clashes of supernatural abilities echoed in succession. Tens of thousands of examinees displayed their unique skills, struggling, slaughtering, and plundering points on the edge of life and death. High above, the real-time leaderboard flickered at breakneck speed. Each refresh tugged at the heartstrings of countless people in Tianhe City. Meanwhile, before the live broadcast screens outside, a sea of humanity had gathered, their clamor shaking the heavens. All eyes were locked onto the few figures at the very top of the leaderboard. The top spot had never changed hands since the examination began. First place, Yan Hao, points 680. In less than half an hour since the start, Yan Hao's points had already surged past the 600 mark. Far ahead of the second place by nearly 200 points, he galloped alone, leaving all others in the dust. He was like an insurmountable mountain, crushing the breath out of every examinee. In the live broadcast, the largest split screen was deliberately reserved for him. Within the dense forest, blazing flames soared to the sky, rolling waves of heat sweeping across the surroundings. Yan Hao stood alone, surrounded by raging flames, like a god of fire descending. Before him lay a massive beast, its pitch-black fur as dark as ink, a peak first-rank shadow leopard. It was already breathing its last, collapsed on the ground, its body covered with burn marks. This was one of the most formidable and ferocious beasts in the outer area of the examination grounds. Ordinary peak first-rank experts would have to retreat upon encountering it, or even join forces to barely contend with it. Yet, in Yan Hao's hands, it was nothing more than a clay chicken or a pottery dog, utterly insignificant. Pathetic and insignificant. He spoke calmly, his voice devoid of any ripple, as if he had merely done a trivial matter. With a flick of his finger, a highly condensed thread of fire shot forth. With a sizzling sound, it pierced straight through the shadow leopard's skull. Points 80. The points on his wrist jumped again, directly breaking through the 700 mark. Before the external screens, a thunderous roar of astonishment erupted instantly. Oh my God! That was a peak first-rank shadow leopard. And it was killed in one hit. How terrifying! Is this the strength of a peak first rank? The gap is just too huge. He truly deserves to be recognized as the #1 genius of Artianha City, an S-class fire ability living up to its reputation. There's absolutely no suspense. The championship battle was over from the very start. Yuanhao is a sure bet for the 4 great academies. Praises and exclamations flowed endlessly. Everyone was filled with confidence in Yuanhao. In their eyes he was already invincible, with no one able to shake his position. In another area of the examination grounds, equally astonishing battle fluctuations erupted. A lithe and graceful figure darted swiftly through the forest like a sylph of the wind. The 3rd Middle School's Feng Lingxu, an A-class wind ability user at the late first rank stage. Her speed far surpassed the vast majority of examinees. She faced 3 late first rank beasts, shadow pattern leopards, that fought together. They were swift, explosive, and extremely troublesome. But Feng Lingxue's face showed no trace of panic. Her beautiful eyes were utterly calm. Around her violent winds surged and azure wind blades circled in the air. They cut through the air with sharp whistles. "Winds extreme," she murmured softly, and the airflow around her suddenly turned wild. 3 wind blades shot out simultaneously, moving so fast that only afterimages remained. 3 soft sounds echoed almost at once. The 3 ferocious shadow pattern leopards were instantly slashed all over, their bodies covered in wounds, and they crashed to the ground. Ding. Points 40. Ding. Points 40. Ding. Points 40. A triple kill. Her points skyrocketed. Feng Lingxue landed gracefully, her long hair flowing, her demeanor cool and aloof, drawing a wave of exclamations from the outside. So beautiful and so strong. Is this the top powerhouse of the 3rd Middle School? Fighting 3 late first-rank beasts alone, so steady. Although not as good as Yuanhao, she is definitely an absolute top-tier genius. She will surely secure a spot among the top 3 this year. Then the screen switched again. 3rd place Wang Hu, points 470. Wang Hu from the 4th Middle School, an A-class adamantine ability. Late first rank, renowned for his extremely formidable physique. He didn't circle around the beast, instead he took on the attacks of a late first rank giant bear head-on, fighting it directly. "Ha! Come again!" Wang Hu roared with laughter, his muscles bulging. Golden power enveloped his entire body as if he were clad in a suit of golden armor. The giant bear's massive paws slammed heavily onto his body, producing a dull booming sound. But Wang Hu merely swayed slightly, completely unharmed. "My turn!" He threw a punch, unleashing the power of adamantine, directly blasting the giant bear's head apart. Ding! Wang Hu killed a late first-rank beast, points 40. Unmatched physique, overwhelming violence. The external audience watched with boiling blood. Taking a late first-rank attack head-on, that's just insane. Within the same rank, who can even hurt him? 3rd place and points well deserved. Not far away, freezing cold air swept across the surroundings. 4th place Zhao Ling, points 450. Zhao Ling from the 5th Middle School, an A-class ice ability. Late first rank, specialized in large-scale control and burst damage. Wherever she passed, the ground was covered in frost. One beast after another was instantly frozen into ice sculptures, then shattered with a boom. Ice needles, ice walls, ice blades. She wielded all kinds of ice abilities with ease, both gorgeous and lethal. Several mid-first rank beasts were swept up by her in one fell swoop, her points soaring rapidly. Maxed out on control and damage, so versatile. The top geniuses from each high school are indeed more terrifying than the last. At this moment, the top 4 spots on the leaderboard were firmly held by these 4 individuals. Each of the 4 was racking up points at an astonishing pace, exhibiting a terrifying power that crushed their peers. The discussions outside had already reached a fever pitch. So strong. The overall level of this year's batch is way higher than last year's. Yuanhao first, with Feng Lingxue, Wang Hu, and Zhao Ling closely following. These 4 are the ceiling. The others are not even in the same league compared to them. Hey, didn't that Lin Fan climb to 9th place earlier? How many points does he have now? Someone suddenly remembered the figure who had charged into the top 10. The crowd quickly looked at the leaderboard. 9th place Lin Fan, points 305. Ever since that sudden surge earlier, there had been no major movement, still stuck at just over 300. Seeing this, the crowd immediately felt relieved, and a look of disdain even curled at the corners of their mouths. I thought he was something special, but it turns out he's just average. A flash in the pan indeed. He was just lucky earlier, picking off a few weaklings. Compared to the top 4, he's far behind. Forget Yuanhao, he can't even compare to Feng Lingxue, Wang Hu, or Zhao Ling. The point gap will only get bigger. In a little while he won't even be in the top 10. After all, he's from the 2nd Middle School. No resources, no foundation. Reaching this point is already his limit. ridicule, contempt, and lack of confidence. All voices once again tipped overwhelmingly. In everyone's eyes there was an insurmountable chasm between Lin Fan and the true elite echelon. This examination ground was the stage for Yan Hao, Feng Lingxue, and other geniuses. As for Lin Fan, he was merely a slightly brighter passerby. Inside the examination grounds deep in the jungle, Lin Fan walked alone, his expression calm and composed. He was completely unaware of all the discussions outside. The moment her words fell, Feng Lingxue's figure vanished from the spot as if evaporated into thin air. She commanded her wind ability with full force, channeling the spiritual energy within her body like a raging river in frantic motion. In an instant her speed surpassed the limits of human comprehension, leaving only faint, almost invisible afterimages in the air. They quivered delicately under the sunlight, making it utterly impossible to discern her true location. In the next second, countless sharp, bone-chilling wind blades materialized around her out of thin air. The cyan-white blades gleamed with cold, icy light, densely packed like a torrential downpour. With a terrifying force that tore through the air, they mercilessly descended upon Wang Hu nearby. Whoosh! 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 Sharp sounds of air being rent echoed one after another. The wind blades cut through the air at high speed, emitting piercing shrieks. Each blade was wrapped in violent wind spiritual energy. Such was their power that they could easily rend solid rock. Outside, in front of the live broadcast screens suspended across the city, countless students, parents, and teachers watching the college entrance exams practical battlefield witnessed this scene. Everyone instinctively held their breath, their hearts pounding wildly. In an instant the scene fell into a dead silence. It's here. The true Peach Showdown has arrived. The two geniuses have finally clashed head-on. Feng Lingxue against Wang Hu. This is the ultimate battle between the second and third on the city's points ranking. One maximizes speed, attacks as sharp as a blade, the other boasts invincible defense, strength as terrifying as a mountain. Who will win? This is so nerve-wracking. Inside and outside the screens the atmosphere was pushed to its peak. Everyone's eyes were locked on the two confronting figures in the picture, not daring to breathe a single sigh. Facing Feng Lingxue's relentless assault like a storm that penetrated every gap, Wang Hu remained calm, neither dodging nor avoiding. His feet were planted on the ground like nails, and then he let out a sudden fierce roar. The deep sound wave caused the air around to tremble slightly. Vajra body protection. As the roar fell, dazzling golden light burst forth from within him. A thick, solid spiritual energy armor covered his entire body at a visible speed. The armor had clear lines and sharp edges as if cast from the world's hardest refined iron. Exuding an indestructible heavy aura, it protected his entire body without a single gap. Ding! 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 The densely packed wind blades fiercely struck the golden armor. In an instant a series of piercing sharp metal collision sounds erupted. Sparks flew wildly like a sky full of starlight. The violent blast of wind swept out from the collision point in all directions. It cut the surrounding ground into countless cracks of varying depths. Gravel and dust were swept up by the wind, flying wildly in the air. However, under such terrifying continuous bombardment, Wang Hu still stood firmly in place, his body unmoving. Like a towering, unshakable mountain, no matter how the storm came, it could not shake him even a bit. Ha! Feng Lingxue, your attack is indeed impressive. Its power far exceeds that of ordinary wind ability users. But to break my Vajra defense you still have a long way to go. Wang Hu looked up to the sky and let out a wild laugh, his eyes filled with complete confidence. He stomped the hard ground with both feet, and the earth instantly trembled violently. A brutal extreme force swept out along the ground madly. It transformed into an invisible shockwave, fiercely counterattacking in the direction of Feng Lingxue. Knowing that he was not good at speed and could not keep up with Feng Lingxue's movement, he planned to use absolute power and unbreakable defense to forcibly suppress the opponent's proud movement advantage. Forcing her to face it head-on. Feng Lingxue's eyes turned slightly cold, her clear face showing no ripple. Facing the oncoming shockwave, her figure flickered again like a ghost. While easily dodging the attack, she quickly formed hand seals in front of her, the movements fluid as flowing clouds and water. The free-floating wind spiritual energy in the air was drawn, and converged wildly above her head as if summoned. The cyan-white spiritual energy grew thicker and thicker, finally condensing into a giant wind blade several meters long, crystal clear all over. The giant wind blade slowly rotated, exuding a terrifying pressure that made one's heart tremble. As if even space could be easily cut by it. Wind-severing slash. As Feng Lingxue's cold voice fell, the giant wind blade descended with a world-destroying momentum. Where it passed, the air was directly torn into a clear trace. The power was terrifying to the extreme. The arrogant smile on Wang Hu's face finally vanished completely, and his expression instantly turned extremely serious. He dared not hold back at all, pushing his Vajra ability to its peak. His whole body shone with a dazzling golden light so bright it was almost blinding. Block it! Boom! A deafening roar shook the heavens. The violent blast wave spread wildly in all directions from the center of their collision. It raised a cloud of dust shrouding the entire area, making it impossible to see the situation inside. As the dust slowly drifted away, a tall figure stumbled back repeatedly. With each step he left deep footprints on the hard ground, sending gravel flying. It was Wang Hu. The indestructible golden armor on his body now had a clear crack running through his chest. The light had dimmed by half and a trace of bright red blood slowly seeped from the corner of his mouth. His breath became disordered. Although he had not been completely defeated, anyone with discerning eyes could see. He had completely fallen into a disadvantage with no possibility of turning the tables. Feng Lingxue stood quietly in midair, her white robes fluttering, her figure light and ethereal like an immortal. After a fierce battle, her breath remained steady. There was no disorder at all, her posture calm and dominant. You lost. Just 3 simple words spoken in a flat tone, yet carrying an unquestionable absolute dominance. Like a heavy hammer striking Wang Hu's heart. His face turned pale and flushed, his expression full of unwillingness and frustration. He gritted his teeth tightly, the veins on his clenched fists bulging. Finally he stomped his foot hard and turned around, unwillingly walking away quickly. He was well aware that continuing the fight would only result in him being completely defeated by Feng Lingxue. By then he would not only fail to obtain the beast points from the sawtooth rhino before him, but would also be forcibly stripped of half his current points by the exam rules, a loss outweighing the gain. Watching Wang Hu's desolate retreating figure, Feng Lingxue chose not to pursue. She slowly turned around, her gaze falling on the trembling sawtooth rhino beside her, which had long been terrified by the battle's aftermath. With a gentle flick of her finger, a small yet sharp wind blade shot through the air. It easily pierced the sawtooth rhino's defense, killing it completely. Points 40. In the jungle the leaves rustled softly. Lin Fan walked alone at a leisurely pace, his aura as calm as still water. The examination wristwatch on his wrist still showed a score of 305 points. On the rapidly soaring leaderboard this score had long fallen from 9th to outside the top 100. It appeared utterly inconspicuous. I should be able to meet them soon. Lin Fan murmured to himself, gazing at the leaderboard on his wrist with not the slightest trace of urgency on his face. In truth, Lin Fan had understood everything right after listening to the rules outside the examination ground. Since points could be seized from one another, why waste time personally hunting beasts for that meager amount of points? It would be better to directly snatch points from those at the top of the leaderboard. After all, as the number of beasts in the outer perimeter dwindled, the examinees would gradually converge toward the inner area. By then, encountering a few top-ranked individuals on the leaderboard would be effortless, wouldn't it? Thus, in Lin Fan's eyes, the thousands of examinees in this venue held only one identity: his free laborers. Let them scramble and hoard points as they wished. He only needed to make a single move at the very end. He could then claim into his possession half the points that everyone had painstakingly gathered. This was Lin Fan's optimal strategy. No hurry. Not the slightest hurry. As Lin Fan strolled leisurely toward the inner area of the examination ground, a graceful figure slowly turned around in a clearing ahead among the trees. Azure wind elemental spiritual energy swirled around her, her demeanor cold and aloof, her appearance stunningly beautiful. It was none other than Feng Lingxue, who had just defeated Wang Hu and secured 2nd place overall. Their eyes met. Feng Lingxue gave Lin Fan a once-over-her gaze, indifferent, carrying a faint, barely perceptible hint of contempt. She recognized this youth, Lin Fan, the so-called S-rank lightning genius from the 2nd high school. His score was outside the top 100 and his strength seemed utterly unremarkable. In her view, an opponent of this caliber didn't even deserve her serious attention. Are you Lin Fan? Feng Lingxue spoke, her voice cold. Yes, I'm Lin Fan. Hand over half your points. Lin Fan nodded in response. Feng Lingxue was about to speak again when she heard this. But the next casual words from Lin Fan instantly stunned her. The next second Feng Lingxue laughed outright. It was a laugh of absurdity, ridicule, and disbelief. Say that again. You want me to hand over my points to you? She was Feng Lingxue, the strongest of the 3rd high school, and A-rank wind elemental ability user, late 1st stage cultivation, 2nd place in points overall. This nobody who couldn't even break into the top 20 dared to tell her to hand over her points. Absolutely preposterous. It seems you didn't understand what I said. I don't care where you got the nerve. Now hand over half your points immediately. Then disappear from my sight at once, or your college entrance exam ends here. The smile on Feng Lingshue's face faded, replaced by coldness and impatience. In her eyes, Lin Fan was no longer just arrogant, he was foolish. Since you won't hand them over willingly, I'll have to take them myself. But Lin Fan, as if he hadn't heard Feng Lingxue at all, shrugged. What a preposterous boast. Feng Lingxue finally grew angry. The wind around her erupted violently, countless tiny wind blades swirling around her, cutting through the air with shrill screeches. Since you're asking for a beating, I'll grant your wish. Before her words faded, her figure vanished instantly. Her wind elemental ability exploded with full force, her speed surpassing the limits of the naked eye. Only a trail of illusory afterimages remained. Dozens of wind blades rained down upon Lin Fan like a storm. This was the same attack she had used against Wang Hu earlier, though it had little effect on him. But in Feng Lingshue's eyes, this strike was enough to seriously injure Lin Fan. Outside, in front of the screens, everyone held their breath. It's over. Lin Fan has provoked Feng Lingxue. He's done for. He'll have to activate his wristwatch's shield. Otherwise Feng Lingxue will finish him in one move. The crowd began to discuss the scene of Lin Fan being defeated. But the next scene made everyone's pupils contract. Facing the lethal wind blades, Lin Fan still stood rooted to the spot, not moving at all. Just as the wind blades were about to strike him, Lin Fan's spiritual energy stirred faintly. Clang, 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 clang. The wind blades, which had been terrifyingly fierce just a moment ago, shattered in midair out of nowhere, dissolving into scattered specks of light. What? Feng Lingshue's expression changed, and for the first time she showed surprise. She hadn't expected Lin Fan to actually possess some real skill. But only a little. Not bad, but still not enough. Her eyes turned cold as she once again urged her spiritual power. The raging wind gathered, condensing into a gigantic wind blade several meters long in midair. It was the same lethal strike that had just defeated Wang Hu, the wind-severing slash. Let's see how you block this one. The colossal wind blade descended with the force of annihilating heaven and earth, slashing down mightily. Lin Fan finally lifted his eyes slightly. Then, under the horrified gazes of Feng Lingxue and the audience outside the screens, he slowly extended 2 fingers. Swoosh. The next moment, the once mighty giant wind blade was pinched between Lin Fan's fingers. How is that possible? Feng Lingxue was utterly shocked. Her full power strike had been effortlessly neutralized by the other party. Unwilling to accept it, she struck again. Dancing wind blades whined shadow assault. A relentless barrage of lethal techniques, pushing her wind elemental ability to its absolute limit. But no matter how she attacked, Lin Fan remained unhurried, moving as if taking a leisurely stroll. Sometimes raising a hand, sometimes stepping lightly. Every move was precise to the extreme, effortlessly neutralizing all her attacks. What made Feng Lingshue's heart tremble even more was that Lin Fan had never once launched an offensive from start to finish. He was like an old man teasing a child, calm, composed, and completely at ease. No matter how formidable the power she unleashed, Lin Fan always managed to stay one step ahead. No matter how exquisite the technique she employed, Lin Fan could easily see through and effortlessly dismantle it. She fought with all her might, attacking frantically. And Lin Fan, he was just playing with her. A gap. A chasm-like gap. The more Feng Lingxue fought, the more panicked and terrified she became. She finally realized the chilling truth. This seemingly ordinary youth before her possessed unfathomable strength. You, what cultivation level are you? Her voice trembled, all traces of her former assertiveness gone. Lin Fan did not answer. Instead, a faint trace of lightning flickered around him. No earth-shattering phenomena, no violent aura. Yet it instantly froze Feng Lingxue rigid, as if plunged into an icy abyss. I've had enough fun. Lin Fan gently raised his hand. A hair-thin arc of lightning shot out silently. Fast. So fast it was beyond comprehension. Feng Lingxue didn't even have a chance to react. She felt the numbing sensation all over, and her spiritual power was instantly and completely sealed. Her body stiffened in place, unable to move. One move. Just one move. And she was utterly suppressed. No pain, no serious injury. But this suppression was more despairing than any severe wound. She lost. Completely and utterly lost. Defeated without a single chance to fight back. Only now did she finally understand. A low score does not mean weak strength. Being inconspicuous does not mean one can be bullied. This youth before her was the most terrifying dark horse in the entire examination ground. Points. Lin Fan walked up to Feng Lingxue and said calmly. Even though she was unwilling, Feng Lingxue knew she had no power to resist now. I'll transfer them to you now. Feng Lingxue lowered her once proud head, her voice trembling. Points 275. At this point Lin Fan's score reached 580. High above the leaderboard jumped wildly. 25th, 5th, 3rd, 2nd. In an instant he shot straight to second place overall. Everyone in the entire Tianhe city watching the live broadcast screens fell into absolute silence at that moment. The brief suffocating silence before the live broadcast screen exploded completely in the next instant. Did I see that right? Lin Fan actually suppressed Feng Lingxue with a single move. 580 points. He jumped from the 20 straight to second place overall. On the other hand, after Feng Lingxue had half her points taken, she dropped out of the top 10 and is now 15th. They were mocking Lin Fan for hiding and not daring to fight. Now look who is the real clown. Being able to effortlessly crush a first-order late-stage Feng Lingxue means Lin Fan is at least first-order perfection. We were all completely wrong. The uproar swept across every live broadcast screen like a tsunami. Students, parents, teachers, everyone was discussing frantically. The previous disdain and mockery had now all turned into shock and awe. No one had expected that Lin Fan, who had always been obscure with stagnant points, was the deepest hidden beast. Deep in the jungle, Lin Fan was completely unaware of this. He still strolled leisurely toward the inner area of the examination grounds, his aura as calm as a deep pool. Meanwhile, in another dense forest in the examination grounds, Wan Hu's face was ashen as he rushed toward the inner area with his head down, his fury almost bursting forth. He had just lost to Feng Lingxue. Although his points had not been taken and he remained in third place, the humiliation of defeat was like a thorn in his heart. With his first-order late-stage Vajra ability, he was reputed to have the best defense in the entire venue. Yet under Feng Lingxue's wind-severing slash, his armor was cracked, forcing him to retreat in a sorry state. For Wan Hu, who had always prided himself on his invincible physique, this was a great humiliation. Feng Lingxue, I'll remember this debt. Wan Hu punched a tree trunk, his Vajra power erupting, and the bark exploded. The more he thought, the angrier he became, and the faster he walked. I must hunt more spirit beasts as soon as possible and completely catch up in points. With my A-grade Vajra ability and first-order late-stage strength, my body is tough, my defense is unmatched. As long as I don't encounter those few monsters, I don't consider anyone else a threat. Wan Hu calculated in his mind, his eyes gradually sharpening. He wanted to frantically accumulate points while others were still fighting among themselves to solidify his top 3 position. Just then a lonely figure appeared on the forest path ahead of him. That person walked at a leisurely pace, completely out of place with the surrounding environment. Wan Hu's eyes narrowed, then a glint of joy flashed in them. Just what he was thinking of. He was just worrying about where to quickly earn points, and someone delivered themselves to him. Judging from his aura, he's at most an ordinary examinee. Perfect, I'll make an example of you and collect some points first. Wan Hu sneered inwardly. Hey! You kid up ahead, stop right there. He strode forward and blocked the way, his voice harsh and domineering. But the figure ahead seemed not to hear, continuing to walk on his own without even a pause. Wan Hu's expression instantly turned cold. He was ranked 3rd overall, a first-order late-stage Vajra ability user. When had he ever been ignored by such a nobody? Didn't you hear me? Deaf! Wan Hu roared, quickly rushed forward and directly blocked the person. That person finally stopped and slowly turned around. But the moment Wan Hu saw that face clearly, his arrogance and anger were extinguished like ice water instantly frozen stiff. This person was actually Lin Fan. Although he had not witnessed the battle between Lin Fan and Feng Lingxue, the changes in the points ranking made it clear that Lin Fan had defeated Feng Lingxue. And he couldn't even beat Feng Lingxue, let alone Lin Fan. It's over. I've really hit a rock this time. Wan Hu's pupils contracted and his heart sank. Cold sweat broke out on his forehead in an instant, and his back was soaked. He had just been plotting to steal points, and now he had directly run into the most untouchable person in the entire examination grounds. At this moment the live broadcast room erupted in earth-shattering exclamations again. Damn! Wan Hu had to block Lin Fan of all people. He just lost to Feng Lingxue and now he runs into Lin Fan. What bad luck! With Wan Hu's strength he should have been a sure thing for the top 10. Now he's probably going to be kicked out of the top 10. Everyone held their breath, staring intently at the two in the screen. Lin Fan looked at Wan Hu, whose face was pale and body stiff, with a lazy gaze and a slight curl of his lips. Yo! You looking for me? His tone was relaxed as if greeting. And nothing. I mistook you for someone else. I'll be going now. Wan Hu swallowed his voice, stammering. After saying that he quickly lowered his head and waved his hands repeatedly. He just wanted to escape as far as possible. But as soon as he turned around, Lin Fan's calm voice sounded again. Wait! Those two simple words made Wang Hu freeze as if nailed to the spot. Lin Fan walked toward him step by step. His pace was not fast, but each step felt like a stamp on Wang Hu's heart. Hand over half your points. Lin Fan stood before him, his tone calm but carrying an undeniable force. Wang Hu's face instantly turned extremely ugly. Half his points. If he gave them up, he would definitely lose his third place. But in a direct confrontation, he couldn't even beat Feng Lingxue, let alone Lin Fan, who had defeated her. All right. I'll give them. I'll transfer the points to you right now. After a rapid mental calculation, Wang Hu finally lowered his head, putting on a submissive look with a fawning tone. As he spoke, he reached for his wristwatch, but his eyes were fixed on Lin Fan's figure. Lin Fan still looked indifferent, as if completely unaware of his subtle movements, and slowly approached. Now! A fierce light burst in Wang Hu's eyes and his entire Vajra power erupted. Golden light instantly covered his whole body, fists clenched, muscles bulging. Lin Fan! You're too arrogant! He threw a punch, his wild laughter echoing through the forest. Did you really think my Vajra ability was just for show? Even Yan Hao doesn't dare let me get close, yet you dare to come so near. Today I'll show you what an invincible physique really means. This punch contained all of Wang Hu's first-order late-stage power. His Vajra ability was pushed to its limit, enough to shatter rock. The live broadcast audience gasped instantly. Wang Hu actually ambushed him. Lin Fan was careless. Although Lin Fan is strong, he's still just an elemental type ability user. In close combat he definitely can't match Wang Hu. Is Lin Fan going to lose? Just when everyone thought Lin Fan would fall into a trap. The next scene in the live broadcast left everyone dumbfounded again. Lin Fan, without using any spiritual energy at all, simply raised one hand lightly. Boom! Wang Hu's powerful punch was caught firmly in Lin Fan's palm. No matter how hard he channeled his spiritual energy, he couldn't advance an inch. How is that possible? How is your body stronger than mine? You're clearly just an elemental type ability user. Wang Hu's eyes were wide with disbelief. Lin Fan said nothing, his eyes indifferent, and he exerted a slight force with his fingers. Crack! A crisp, piercing sound of bone breaking instantly rang out. Wang Hu let out a blood-curdling scream. His entire wrist was crushed by Lin Fan, and the Vajra light instantly dissipated. You dare call yourself invincible in physique? Lin Fan's tone carried a hint of disdain as he casually flung him away. Bang! Wang Hu flew backward like a torn sack. He crashed heavily to the ground, spitting blood. Points! Lin Fan looked down from above, speaking calmly. Wang Hu lay on the ground, convulsing in pain. He had no courage to resist anymore and tremblingly transferred half his points. Points 235. Lin Fan's score also jumped from 580 to 815. High above the real-time points ranking, frantically updated. Second first. Lin Fan, with a slight advantage, surpassed the previous first-place Yan Hao's 805 points to take the top spot. As for Wang Hu, his ranking dropped out of the top 10. Seeing this, the live broadcast room erupted completely. Lin Fan actually surpassed Yan Hao to become first. Unbelievable, but I still can't figure out how he blocked Wang Hu's attack just now. I can't figure it out either. Logically, even if Lin Fan is first-order perfection, but he's still an elemental type ability user, he shouldn't be able to surpass a first-order late-stage Wang Hu in close combat, right? Could it be? The discussions, exclamations, and praises drowned out everything. In the jungle, Lin Fan didn't even spare another glance at Wang Hu on the ground. As for the next one, Lin Fan glanced at the ranking, then stretched, turned around, and continued walking toward the inner area. Within the examination grounds. After seizing Wang Hu's points, Lin Fan continued deeper into the desolate forest. His sole objective was to approach the innermost clearing near the core area. Only a step away from the core region teeming with second-tier demon beasts. As he drew nearer, Lin Fan suddenly sensed the sounds of a skirmish ahead. Soon Lin Fan halted. A vast open clearing unfolded before his eyes. Surrounding the clearing were hundreds of examinees packed tightly together. Without exception, they were the top 100 geniuses from various schools, the elites of 1st High School, 3rd High School, 4th High School, and 5th High School. Yet now every one of them held their breath, their gazes locked onto the center of the clearing. Their 4 figures were locked in fierce combat. A closer look revealed 3 of them ganging up on one. As the distance shrank, the scene became fully clear. The one surrounded stood in white robes, flames blazing to the heavens. It was none other than Yan Hao. The 3 attackers were Feng Lingxue and Wang Hu, whom Lin Fan had encountered earlier. The third was a prodigy from 5th High School, an A-grade ice ability user named Zhao Ling. Yan Hao, you've gone too far. Feng Lingshua's silhouette flickered as a storm of wind blades poured down like torrential rain. The cyan-white wind blades tore through the air, closing in on Yan Hao's vital points. Don't think that just because you're at first-order perfection you can act with impunity. Today the three of us will join forces and cut down your arrogance. Zhao Ling let out a cold shout, hands flashing as a vast expanse of ice suddenly condensed. Layer upon layer of ice spikes, walls, and blades sealed off Yan Hao's escape routes. I refuse to believe you can withstand the combined assault of the three of us. Wang Hu's body erupted in golden light, his diamond ability pushed to its limits. He charged forward like a golden war god, his fists wielding unmatched brute force. The three abilities, wind, ice, and diamond, worked in perfect synergy. The wind bolstered the ice locked down positions, and diamond launched frontal assaults. The sight struck fear into the hearts of the hundreds of onlooking geniuses. At the center of the clearing, Yan Hao stood proudly, flames swirling around him like dragons. Facing the lethal three-pronged attack, his face showed not a trace of fear but rather a cold contempt, as if looking down upon ants. 3 defeated losers dare to bark before me. Working together. Before absolute power, numbers mean nothing. As his words fell, Yan Hao's form suddenly moved. Flames swept forth and a fiery claw slashed through the air. Instead of dodging, he met the three masters' assault head-on. The wind blades were devoured by the flames, the ice spikes melted instantly as Wang Hu's diamond-heavy fist came crashing down. Yan Hao raised his hand and unleashed a giant palm of fire. Flame and golden light collided with a thunderous boom, sending shockwaves in all directions, forcing Wang Hu to stumble back repeatedly. The howl of wind, the crack of ice, the clash of metal, and the roar of fire. The aftershocks of the 4 abilities' collision tore countless deep furrows into the ground. Yet, everyone could see that even with the 3 joining forces, Yan Hao held the upper hand firmly. We can't delay any longer. Use your strongest attacks. Feng Lingshua's face turned pale as she shouted. The 3 nodded simultaneously, a look of resolve flashing in their eyes. Wind-severing slash. Feng Lingxue formed hand seals and a giant wind blade dozens of meters long materialized in the air, razor-sharp. Ice prison, burial heaven. Xiao Ling's chill erupted, dropping the temperature across the entire clearing. A colossal ice coffin descended from the sky, aiming to seal Yan Hao in eternal frost. Diamond mountain shattering fist. Wang Hu's entire body radiated blinding golden brilliance. One punch flew out like a mountain collapsing. The 3 ultimate moves erupted simultaneously, their power stacking. Enough to instantly kill any powerhouse below first-order perfection. Before the live broadcast screens, everyone's hearts nearly stopped. My heavens! 3 geniuses, Wang Hu, Feng Lingxue, and Zhao Ling, joining forces. The power is terrifying. Can Yan Hao, strong as he is, withstand their combined killing strike? Since you seek death, I'll grant it. Sky burning. Facing the 3 fearsome attacks, Yan Hao showed no fear, letting out a low shout. Boom. As Yan Hao channeled his full spiritual energy, raging flames converged madly, forming a giant fire serpent dozens of feet long. Sky burning, boiling, the sea collided head-on with the 3 ultimate moves. Boom. 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 The wind blade shattered. The ice coffin melted. The diamond fist force dissipated. Feng Lingxue and the others were sent flying backward like broken kites, crashing heavily to the ground. They spat blood, their auras weakened. Points 210. Points 185. Points 190. As the 3 fell, Yan Hao forcibly seized half their points. Yan Hao's points surged wildly. The leaderboard shifted again. First Yan Hao 1390 points. Second Lin Fan 815 points. Yan Hao reclaimed the top spot, far ahead of the pack. Around the clearing, hundreds of examinees trembled in fear, their gazes toward Yan Hao filled with the utmost awe. Was this the true strength of the universally acknowledged top genius of Tianhe City? Too strong. Strong enough to inspire despair. Wang Hu, Feng Lingxue, and Zhao Ling lay sprawled on the ground, their faces pale, their eyes filled with nothing but powerlessness and humiliation. The 3 of them, even united, were no match. Yet amidst the dead silence, a calm figure slowly emerged from the woods and stepped into the open clearing. His pace was unhurried, his aura as serene as water, yet he instantly drew everyone's eyes. The newcomer was none other than Lin Fan. Lin Fan's gaze swept indifferently over the 3 battered figures. Then it fell upon the flame-wreathed figure at the center. His expression remained utterly unruffled, the same lazy demeanor as ever. At that moment all eyes converged. Feng Lingxue, Wang Hu, and Zhao Ling looked up at Lin Fan, their eyes complex and unreadable. The hundreds of onlooking geniuses turned in unison. Some showed awe, some curiosity, some schadenfreude. And at the very center, Yan Hao slowly turned his head. His flame-blazing eyes locked onto Lin Fan. Outside, all live broadcast screens erupted into chaos. Students, parents, and teachers across the city roared with excitement. Here it comes! Lin Fan and Yen Hao finally meet. The ultimate showdown. The real final battle of the college entrance exam begins. On one side, the dark horse who crushed Feng Lingxue and overwhelmed Wang Hu. On the other, the top genius who defeated 3 masters single-handedly. Who is stronger? I bet on Yen Hao. He's S-grade fire first-order perfection and just beat 3 experts. I bet on Lin Fan. He's played the fool deep and unfathomable. He definitely has a hidden card. This battle decides the exam champion. So thrilling. Discussions swept across the city like a tidal wave. Everyone held their breath waiting for the fateful battle. On the clearing, the atmosphere was suffocating. Lin Fan, finally you dare show your face. Hiding for so long, sneaking points to reach second place. Feeling proud, aren't you? But unfortunately, before me you're still just a bug I can crush anytime. Hand over half your points now, or I won't mind giving you the same treatment. A cold, arrogant smile curled at the corner of Yen Hao's mouth. He strode toward Lin Fan step by step, flames dancing with each movement. Hand over my points. You're not worthy, you piece of trash. Not worthy at all. Lin Fan looked at the overbearing, arrogant figure before him and let out a faint laugh. His smile was calm yet carried a piercing contempt. Excellent. Very good. Lin Fan, you've successfully angered me. Yen Hao's smile froze instantly, the flames in his eyes surging wildly, violence and murderous intent skyrocketing. He had never been so provoked in his life. Today I'll make you understand the gap between us. Boom. Yen Hao's flames erupted, sending the temperature across the clearing soaring to its peak. The air distorted, the ground scorching. Then with a light tap of his toe, Yen Hao turned into a fiery red afterimage, charging toward Lin Fan. Yen Hao's gaze was savage, like a wild beast, flames soaring to the sky around him, his S-class fire ability erupting without reserve. With a flip of his hands, a skyful of fireballs rained down upon Lin Fan like a torrential downpour. Each fireball was enough to melt giant boulders. Yen Hao has taken the initiative to suppress him. Lin Fan, dodge. This is an area bombardment of S-class fire ability. Outside, before the live broadcast, everyone clenched their fists, hearts pounding wildly. But Lin Fan merely stood in place, his gaze languid, without any intention to dodge. Only when the fireballs were about to strike him did Lin Fan gently sidestep. His movement was as slow as a stroll, yet it evaded every attack with pinpoint precision. The fireballs hit the ground behind him, exploding with a roar, sending debris flying and dust filling the air. Yet Lin Fan's clothes were not stained with a single speck of dust. Is that all the speed you've got? Faster. Lin Fan's tone was teasing. How dare you humiliate me? Yen Hao's pupils contracted, his anger blazing even more. The flames churned wildly, condensing dozens of sharp fire blades before him. They spun and sliced with a screech that tore the air, sealing off all of Lin Fan's escape routes from every direction. This move was even more ferocious than the one he used against Feng Lingxue and the other 2. Lin Fan still did not dodge or evade, casually raising one hand, a faint flash of lightning at his fingertip. Clang, 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 clang. All the flames, upon approaching within half a meter of him, instantly shattered and extinguished without even touching a corner of his clothes. Not enough strength, poor aim, terrible explosive power. Your S-class fire ability has been cultivated atrociously. Lin Fan casually defended while offering his calm critique. Yen Hao trembled with rage, nearly losing his mind. He was the #1 genius of Tianhe City. A first-order peak, and he had never been so openly belittled and casually toyed with. This was more humiliating than being directly defeated. I'll kill you! Yen Hao roared to the sky, his spiritual energy burning throughout his body. The flames turned into a tangible wave, surging into the sky. His hands rapidly formed seals before his chest, his eyes twisted with ferocity. Burning sky. Roar. A giant flame serpent several zhang long condensed again, its scales distinct, the flames roaring. It was even larger and more ferocious than the one that had crushed Feng Lingxue, Wang Hu, and Zhao Ling moments ago. The oppressive pressure of burning the sky and boiling the sea swept across the entire scene. Hundreds of watching geniuses stumbled back in terror, their faces pale. This strike was Yen Hao's ultimate killing move. It was enough to instantly kill any first-order late stage, even a first-order peak would have to avoid its edge. It's over. Lin Fan is going to lose. Even the 3 geniuses together couldn't withstand this move. Feng Lingxue, Wang Hu, and Zhao Ling, lying on the ground, saw this scene and felt their hearts tighten. They had experienced the terror of this move firsthand and knew how hopeless this strike was. I've had enough fun. After all this fuss, this is all you've got. But as Lin Fan watched the flame serpent charging toward him, the last trace of interest in his eyes vanished. The moment his words fell, Lin Fan finally made his move. He had no flashy moves, merely slowly raising one finger. A faint purple lightning gathered at his fingertip, as thin as a strand of hair. There was no earth-shattering roar. No dazzling light. Only a soft sound. Zzzt. The purple lightning shot through the air, instantly piercing the head of the flame serpent. The next moment, boom! The flame serpent, hailed as capable of burning the sky and destroying the earth, collapsed on the spot. The flame scattered spiritual energy backlashed, and the violent force directly rebounded on Yanhao himself. Pfft. Yanhao violently coughed up a mouthful of blood, his entire body as if struck by a heavenly thunderbolt. His figure flew backward like a kite, with a broken string crashing heavily onto the ground. He slid dozens of meters. The flames around him completely extinguished his spiritual energy, utterly chaotic and shattered. One move. Just one move. Yanhao, who had just crushed the three geniuses, was defeated. The entire scene fell into dead silence. Hundreds of watching examinees stood dumbfounded, their bodies stiff as stone statues, their minds a blank. Feng Lingxue, Wan Hu, and Zhao Ling's pupils contracted sharply, their hearts clenching violently. The killing move of Yanhao that they could not block even with all their might turned out to be so pathetically weak before Lin Fan. Then what difference was there between their arrogance, provocation, and disdain toward Lin Fan earlier, and that of a clown? 695. Lin Fan's original 760 points instantly skyrocketed to 1510 points. High above the real-time leaderboard, crazily refreshed. First place Lin Fan, 1300 points. Lin Fan had reclaimed the top spot with absolute overwhelming force. And he was far ahead, leaving everyone else in the dust. Trash. Lin Fan glanced down at Yanhao, who was lying limp on the ground with a deathly pale face, his tone indifferent. As his words fell, Lin Fan slowly raised his head, his gaze sweeping over the surrounding top examinees, their faces varied. His voice was not loud, but it carried a pressure that suffocated the entire clearing. Just now you enjoyed watching very much. Now it's your turn. Everyone hand over all your points. Just one sentence made hundreds of geniuses tremble. Fear flooded their minds like a tidal wave. Everyone attacked together. No matter how strong he is, he's only one person. There are hundreds of us top examinees. I don't believe we can't suppress him. Surround him together and take his points. A strong examinee from first high school gritted his teeth and roared. That's right. Fight. Attack together. These words instantly ignited the last ferocity in the crowd. As soon as the words fell. Wind, ice, earth, metal, strength. Hundreds of examinees simultaneously erupted with abilities, all kinds of spiritual energy shooting into the sky. Wind blades, ice spikes, stone fists, light blades, sharp claws. Overwhelming attacks surged toward Lin Fan like a tsunami, crushing down madly. Outside, before the live broadcast, everyone held their breath and screamed in shock. Hundreds of people are surrounding Lin Fan. It's over, Lin Fan might die. That's not necessarily true. As long as he activates the shield on his wristband in time, he can survive. Ants trying to shake a tree. In the center of the exam field, Lin Fan watched the overwhelming siege, his eyes without any fluctuation, and merely uttered four words indifferently. Zzzt. Purple lightning emerged, swirling around Lin Fan, his chi and blood power surging. The next moment, Lin Fan's figure instantly transformed into a purple thunder shadow charging toward the crowd. A series of illusory lightning afterimages were left in the air. A wind ability examinee tried to flank attack, but Lin Fan flicked an arc of electricity from his fingertip, instantly paralyzing him to the ground. Two earth ability examinees hurled giant boulders, but Lin Fan raised his hand and waved, and the rocks shattered directly. Three metal ability psychics shot blade lights together, but Lin Fan's chi and blood surged, and he directly withstood them with his physical body. Over a dozen people grouped together for a combined attack, but Lin Fan stomped his foot. A large-scale thunderstorm swept through, instantly sending a group flying. Where the thunder's shadow passed, no one could stand. Where the lightning touched, all were suppressed. A diamond body's defense collapsed with a single tremor of Lin Fan's chi and blood. Speed abilities were as slow as a turtle crawling before the thunder shadow. Numbers were fragile before absolute power. Damn it, this is impossible. How can he be so strong? This is absolutely not something a first-order ability user can do. He is second-order. How is that possible? The examinees became more shocked and more broken as they fought. At this moment, Lin Fan was like a thunder god walking among mortals. With a single wave of his hand, he blasted away a group. With a raise of his finger, he routed a crowd. With a casual kick, he sent a bunch flying. No flashy moves, no unnecessary actions. Every time he struck, a genius lost combat capability. Cries, collisions, and exclamations rose and fell one after another. In just a few dozen breaths, the hundreds of top examinees who had been so aggressive moments ago were now all lying on the ground, their bodies convulsing the place in a mess with no one able to stand. Points 130. Points 95. Points 205. Points 160. The numbers on the wristband kept jumping. Lin Fan's points skyrocketed like a rocket. 1500300050008365. His points had already broken through the sky far ahead of the second place, completely leaving everyone in the dust. The mission should be secure, but to be safe I still need to keep farming points. At this moment Lin Fan stood quietly in place, pondering in his mind. Thinking, he looked up toward the deepest core area of the exam field, shrouded in mist. That was where the second-order mutant beasts were located. Outside. Before all the live screens. After a moment of dead silence throughout the city, an ear-splitting mad roar erupted. Monster! He's a real monster! One man sweeping through hundreds of top geniuses. This isn't a college entrance exam, it's his personal show. The Jiangnan province top scholar is secured. Even the national top scholar is not impossible. From now on, Tianhe City. No, Jiangnan province's #1 genius is Lin Fan. Tianhe City was merely an utterly ordinary small city within the vast territory of the Dragon Kingdom. Across this expansive land, countless prosperous metropolises existed. There were innumerable extraordinary prodigies and top-tier geniuses whose talents and resources far surpassed what Tianhe City's examinees could match. Lin Fan's current score placed within the city, or even the province, was unequivocally far ahead. Yet when viewed across the entire Dragon Kingdom, it was far from secure. The system's mission was to become the national top scorer in the college entrance examination. To achieve this, he had to acquire more points. Within the examination grounds, the highest scoring entities were none other than second-level beasts. Each one was worth a full 500 points. Without the slightest hesitation, he strode straight toward the most forbidden core zone of the exam site. Soon Lin Fan stepped into the core area. Here spiritual energy was denser, ancient trees towered, and beast roars shook the heavens with danger levels several times greater than the inner perimeter. Yet this core zone, deemed exceedingly perilous by ordinary examinees, was utterly insignificant to Lin Fan. He first headed eastward within the core area. Before long, a massive bear over 5 meters in length, pitch black in color with scales like steel, appeared before Lin Fan. At that moment the giant bear was lying on the ground, resting with its eyes closed. This is a second-level beast, the black armored bear. This creature possesses boundless strength and terrifying defense, capable of effortlessly crushing a first-level perfected expert. Outside the live broadcast, the onlookers gasped in shock upon seeing this. As Lin Fan drew near the black armored bear, sensing his aura, abruptly snapped open its eyes. With murderous intent blazing in its eyes, the black armored bear let out a thunderous roar. Its massive paw descended with the force to shatter mountains crashing down. This single strike could split the earth itself. Yet Lin Fan's gaze remained calm, without activating any supernatural ability, or taking a single step aside. He shook his blood and chi, driving his physical strength to the utmost. Boom! Without dodging or avoiding, Lin Fan simply raised his right fist and punched. It's over. Lin Fan isn't dodging. Is he insane? That's the full-force palm strike of a second-level beast. Even a second-level superpowered individual couldn't take that with their bare body. He's a lightning type, not a strength type. Outside the live broadcast, everyone's hearts nearly stopped, and they screamed in terror. In their eyes, Lin Fan was courting death, brawling with the black armored bear's mountain-crushing palm. Flesh and blood collided with the steel-like bear paw, and a thunderous roar echoed through the forest. A shocking scene unfolded. The black armored bear let out a piercing, agonized howl. Its entire arm twisted and deformed, instantly the sound of bone cracking clearly audible. Its originally massive, robust paw was shattered by Lin Fan's single hand. Seeing this, Lin Fan stepped forward and swept out a kick. It was simple, without any flourish, yet contained the physical power to shatter mountains and cleave cliffs. Boom! The kick struck the black armored bear's head squarely. The thick steel-like black armor cracked on impact, and the skull instantly caved in. The second-level beast, which had just been exuding ferocious might, stiffened. Then it crashed to the ground, completely lifeless. At this moment, the outside live broadcast exploded into chaos. Everyone was dumbfounded, their minds blank. Then frenzied shouts erupted. Instant kill. The second-level black armored bear. Killed with one kick. And purely with physical strength. Without using any ability. Isn't he an elemental type, superpowered? How could an elemental type possess such terrifying physical power? Impossible. This defies all logic. How many hidden cards does he have? I'm stunned. I thought Lin Fan was doomed just now. Everyone racked their brains but could not comprehend how a lightning-type superpowered could have physical strength strong enough to crush a second-level beast. Shock, doubt, and disbelief swept across all of Tianhe City. Lin Fan did not pause. He turned and headed toward another direction in the core area. Soon he encountered another second-level beast. It was a giant bird with a wingspan of over 10 meters perched atop an ancient tree. Its feathers blazed like fire and its aura surpassed that of the black armored bear. A blazing fire eagle, Lin Fan murmured, gazing at the beast. Sensing Lin Fan's approach, the blazing fire eagle shrieked, flapped its wings, and unleashed a torrent of fireballs that rained down like a storm, incinerating everything. Yet Lin Fan's expression remained unchanged. He stomped his foot, and his figure vanished instantly. The next moment he appeared above the blazing fire eagle's head. Then countless violet lightning bolts erupted from Lin Fan, instantly enveloping the blazing fire eagle. A piercing eagle cry lasted only a moment before abruptly ceasing. The flames extinguished, the wings charred, and the second-level blazing fire eagle plummeted straight down from the sky. Having slain 2 second-level beasts in succession, Lin Fan's breathing remained steady, as if he had merely accomplished 2 trivial tasks. Then Lin Fan turned again, continuing to sweep through the core area. But even after scouring the entire core zone, he only found 1 more second-level beast. A mystic water python. Nearly 20 meters in length, its body flowed like mercury with lethal venom and formidable defense. Yet upon meeting it was instantly slain by Lin Fan. It seems there are only 3 second-level beasts in the entire core area. Lin Fan finally shook his head, lightly resigned. However, although there were only 3, slaying them yielded 1500 points. At this moment Lin Fan's points had reached an astonishing over 9,000. And within this brief span the news of the 3 second-level beasts in the core area being killed had spread to every corner of Tianhe City. All 3 second-level beasts are dead. He alone swept through the most terrifying zone of the entire exam site. And judging by his look, he's still at ease. This is no longer a genius, this is a monster. A freak. The national top scorer. He really has a chance to become the national top scorer. Inside the exam grounds, Lin Fan glanced down at the watch on his wrist. There were still 4 full hours left until the assessment ended. Time was still ample. Continue. Lin Fan's gaze was calm without the slightest pause, and he turned to walk out of the core area. In the following period, Lin Fan continuously hunted the remaining beasts in the inner and outer perimeters. Along the way, whenever he saw people, he would snatch their points. The college entrance exam ended and points were locked. All examinees exit in an orderly manner. Subsequently, the military will transport everyone back to school. Time flew by, and soon the notification of the exam's conclusion echoed throughout the site. Sigh. Is it over? Hearing the sound, Lin Fan looked up at the sky, his expression somewhat dazed. He was still holding the carcass of a beast in his hand. It should be secure. I don't believe anyone can surpass me. Lin Fan glanced down at the watch on his wrist, seeing the points ranking. First place Lin Fan 10985. The moment Lin Fan stepped out of the college entrance examination hall, the sunlight was somewhat dazzling. He walked slowly along with the main group. Along the way, countless gazes fell upon Lin Fan. There was reverence, fear, wariness, amazement, and genuine admiration. Yet not a single person dared to approach and speak to him. Although none of the examinees had ever entered the core area or witnessed him slaying a second-tier mutant beast with their own eyes, they all without exception knew of Lin Fan's fearsome reputation in the examination hall. He swept through over 100 examinees alone, each strike a one-hit kill, overwhelming them like reaping grass. What terrified everyone even more was that Lin Fan would snatch points from anyone he encountered in the exam hall, leaving nothing but devastation in his wake. In the hearts of all examinees, Lin Fan was no longer some so-called genius. He was a point-grabbing maniac, a beast in human form. The examinees shunned Lin Fan as though he were the plague, not daring to approach him, let alone converse with him. Soon the military's coordinated vehicles arrived. On the way there, each car was packed to capacity. But on the return trip, a wide vacuum zone formed around Lin Fan's carriage, as if people were instinctively keeping their distance. Everyone desperately squeezed to the other side, their eyes avoiding his. Lin Fan paid it no mind, exuding an air of lazy nonchalance. He found a seat by the window and closed his eyes to rest. The entire journey was silent, no one daring to speak. The vehicle arrived at Tianhe City's No. 1 high school. The moment the door opened, a figure trembling with excitement rushed forward. It was his homeroom teacher, Ma Jiangwo. Lin Fan. You're finally back. I watched your entire performance in the exam hall through the live stream. It was simply heavenly. Our Tianhe City no. One high school has never produced a student as remarkable as you since its founding. Old Ma's voice trembled with excitement, his face brimming with pride and joy. It was just normal performance, Lin Fan said with a lazy smile. If a normal performance is this terrifying, what would you be like when you really get serious? The school leaders are absolutely buzzing about this. You've truly brought honor to our school and to all of Tianhe City. Ma Jiangwo couldn't stop grinning. It's what I should do, Lin Fan said casually. You're being too modest. Ma Jiangwo wanted to say more, but Lin Fan interrupted him. Teacher, I have some things to attend to, so I'll head home first, Lin Fan said. All right. Ma Jiangwo nodded hastily, snapping out of it. All right, the National College Entrance Exam rankings will be officially released in 2 weeks. After that there'll be a month-long break, and you can head straight to university for registration when it ends. Rest well at home and contact me anytime if you need anything. Before leaving, Ma Jiangwo seemed to remember something else and spoke to Lin Fan again. Got it, Lin Fan waved and turned to leave the school. As he approached home and pushed open the door, he heard a sharp whistling sound coming from the courtyard. Looking up, he saw Su Xiaoxiao dressed in loose sportswear, wielding a silver spear in her hands, her movements as agile as a fox with the spear cutting through the air. She was practicing the spear techniques Lin Fan had bought for her. Upon hearing the door open, the girl immediately sheathed her spear and turned around, her eyes lighting up. Her voice was soft, carrying an imperceptible trace of joy. Yeah, I'm back, Lin Fan nodded, his tone gentle. The sunset bathed them both, creating a quiet and serene atmosphere. Several days later, in the conference room of Kyoto University, the vast hall was brightly lit with senior officials from the university gathered together. Seated at the head of the table was Qin Tsengyuan, the president of Kyoto University. To his left sat Lin Xiaoshan, the executive vice president, and to his right was Zhou Mingyuan, director of the admissions office. The rest were department heads and core professors. At the center of the conference room stood a massive screen displaying footage from this year's National College Entrance Examination. The quality of this year's examinees is far superior to previous years. Indeed, with proper training, these promising students will become the backbone of humanity in the future. Unfortunately, none of them qualify as true top talents yet, Vice President Lin Xiaoshan remarked. Local prodigies remain limited to their regions. On the national stage they fall short. Admissions Director Zhou Mingyuan nodded in agreement nearby. We shouldn't put it that way, after all they're all the future of Longhua. But since we've brought it up, let's take a look at genuine geniuses. At this point, President Qin Tsengyuan of Kyoto University, seated at the head, spoke up. When you say that, do you mean the top 10 national college entrance exam results have been announced? A professor beside him addressed the president upon hearing this. The moment those words were spoken, the conference room fell silent, and everyone's gaze turned toward President Qin Tsengyuan. That's correct, just now, President Qin confirmed with a smile, sparing them from waiting long. His words barely ended before the conference room erupted into chatter. Normally, exam rankings were released 2 weeks later. Even though universities could access results ahead of time, the earliest they could obtain them was typically a week. Who would have thought this year's results would come out so quickly in just a few days? Who do you think the top scorer of this cohort will be? That goes without saying. The number 1 spot must go to Xiaosu from Kyoto. SSS class ability Thunder God's battle physique nearly invincible at his level. Not necessarily. I'm betting on Su Mushua from Megacity. SSS class ability Extreme Ice Seal, it's no joke either. I think Chu Tian from Yuzhou stands a chance too. SSS class ability Dragon Elephant Domination Physique, peerless physical strength growing stronger with each battle. The crowd debated fiercely, each chiming in their speculation. Focused entirely on prodigies from premier cities like Kyoto and Megacity. This discussion won't lead anywhere. President, why not reveal the top 10 list already? Vice President Lin Xiaoshan addressed the heated discussion around him. In that case, let's take a look then. Qin Tsengyuan nodded with a smile and manipulated the screen to bring up the data. Almost immediately the display changed. 10th place Wang Teng from Jianbei City. SS class ability Spatial Blade. Score 6,321. In the video, a short-haired youth was seen wielding a silver short blade. His figure darted unpredictably, weaving through the mutant beast horde like a specter. Suddenly a second-tier mutant beast, the Rift-Winged Wolf, lunged forward, its razor-sharp claws tearing through the air. Wang Ting showed no fear whatsoever. With a horizontal sweep of his short blade, the very fabric of space warped violently. An almost invisible transparent slash materialized out of nowhere, silently slicing through the wolf's head. The next instant, the Rift-Winged Wolf, which possessed blinding speed, saw its head separate from its body midair. Blood gushed forth as it crashed to the ground with a thunderous impact. The entire process took barely a heartbeat. The conference room erupted. Impressive. So the 10th place is that Wang family kid. I hear his spatial blade can bypass any defense. Unfortunately, his weakness is equally apparent. His ability is too dependent on that spatial blade in hand. Mediocre in other aspects, he's rather glass cannon-like. Otherwise his ranking should exceed 10th place. 9th place. 8th place. 7th place. 6th place. A light screen flashed quickly. Each one was a top-tier prodigy of their region. Some manipulated flames to burn mountains and boil seas, others commanded earth elements to shake the ground. Their combat prowess was astonishing. Every time one appeared, the meeting room erupted in gasps and praise. Too powerful. This year's top 10 can each overwhelm the top 10 of previous years. Terrifying beyond measure. These are no longer mere geniuses, they are a cluster of prodigies. Everyone's heart was shaken to the core. Here it comes. The top 5 are about to be revealed. Zhou Mingyuan, the director of admissions, stared intently at the light screen, his body trembling slightly. 5th place, Shenqing Ling Qingyao. SSS level ability, Illusory Dream True Eye. Score 7125. The image froze and a seductive, enchanting figure of a girl slowly emerged. Ling Qingyao wore a crimson dress, her waist slender, her eyebrows curved. A hint of a half-smile played on her lips, every glance and smile carried a soul-stirring charm like a worldly enchantress. Facing dozens of beasts surrounding her, she showed not a trace of panic. Instead, she leaned lazily against a large tree, her eyes sparkling with allure. She did not move a finger, she merely lifted her gaze, slowly opening her purple eyes as violet mist surged. Illusory Dream True Eye activate. In an instant the purple mist churned, transforming into a boundless illusion. The beasts were instantly trapped in the fantasy. They howled madly, tearing each other apart, blood and flesh flying, corpses strewn across the field. Throughout, Ling Qingyao remained languid, her seductive smile unchanged. With just a glance and a smile, she crushed the entire field. The meeting room erupted in uproar. Illusory Dream True Eye. This is truly a top-tier mental type ability. What a bewitching aura. Such powerful control. If this girl joins our Jindu University, the mental department of our university will surely rise. If the 5th place is this strong, what level has the 4th place reached? Everyone leaned forward, holding their breath, their eyes fixed on the screen. 4th place, Shuzhou Chutian. SSS level ability, Dragon Elephant Overlord Body. Score 7645. In the image, a young man was bare-chested, his bronze skin rippling with bulging veins. His blood energy surged like a dragon, and a phantom golden giant elephant appeared behind him. Around him dozens of second-tier beasts circled, their roars deafening. Dragon Elephant Power 10,000 June Break. Chutian roared to the sky, his voice shaking the surroundings. With one step the ground cracked and debris flew. A simple punch without any flashy moves, yet carrying the terrifying force of a dragon elephant collision. A second-tier beast that lunged at him was instantly blasted apart by the punch, blood and flesh flying. He charged through recklessly as if entering an empty land. The beasts before him were like paper, shattering at the slightest touch. His physical strength was unparalleled, the ceiling of his generation's body cultivation. The meeting room shook with shock. SSS level Dragon Elephant Overlord Body. This is the ultimate physical enhancement ability. Bare-handedly blowing up a second-tier beast. Such a physique is terrifying. No, how is it possible? Chutian is only ranked 4th. Who are the top 3? Su Muxue. Xiaosu. Then who is the other person? There's no one else. A department head suddenly stood up, exclaiming in shock. It seems that in this year's cohort, an unexpected dark horse has also broken into the top 3. School President Qin Sangyuan pondered for a moment and spoke slowly. Upon hearing this, everyone's hearts raced and their scalps tingled. Words are useless if you want to know the result, just keep watching. Vice Principal Lin Xiaoshan spoke up. Everyone nodded repeatedly. Soon the image on the screen changed again. 3rd place, Modus Su Muxue. SSS level ability, Extreme Cold Freeze. Score 7955. In the examination area, a girl in white like snow with a cold and ethereal aura. Her face was peerless, surrounded by biting cold like a snow goddess. A second-tier beast, the ice flame tiger, roared and pounced, its claws wielding flames that could burn mountains and boil seas, its momentum overwhelming. Extreme Cold Domain. Su Muxue lightly raised her jade-like hand. In an instant the temperature plummeted. The air froze into frost, the ground cracked and iced over, and the pervasive cold turned into sharp ice blades. The ice flame tiger that lunged at her was completely frozen in midair into a crystal-clear ice sculpture. It didn't even have a chance to resist. She flicked her finger lightly and the ice sculpture shattered the beast, dissipating into a flurry of ice crystals. Stunningly beautiful, cold, and overwhelmingly powerful. Such a powerful ice ability. As expected of an SSS level ice ability, extreme cold freeze. But why is she only third? Everyone was puzzled again, but they continued watching. Second place Jingdu Xiaosi. SSS level ability Thunder War God Body. Score 8015. What? Xiaosi. Xiaosi is only second. Who surpassed him? Impossible, we've never heard of such a person before. I'm also puzzled. There shouldn't be any top genius in the entire Dragon Kingdom that we don't know. The image lit up and the entire meeting room erupted in exclamations of disbelief. In the image, a young man with sword-like eyebrows and starry eyes was surrounded by wild golden lightning, and a phantom thunder god appeared behind him. He faced a second-tier mid-stage beast, the Thunder Armor Tyrannosaurus. This beast was massive as a mountain and also wielded lightning abilities, standing in stark opposition to Xiaosi. The Thunder Armor Tyrannosaurus roared and spat out a thick lightning beam aimed at Xiaosi's face. Xiaosi's eyes were cold. Instead of retreating, he advanced. Thunder Domain. His lightning surged, transforming him into a golden streak that charged straight into the lightning beam. The beam was instantly redirected by him, becoming his source of power. The next second, Xiaosi threw a punch. Thunder Punishment Obliteration. The fist wind tore through the air, carrying the power to destroy heaven and earth. The Thunder Armor Tyrannosaurus's head was pierced through by the punch, lightning ravaging its body, blasting its core into dust. Blood gushed out as the giant beast fell. Xiaosi slowly withdrew his fist, the lightning receding, leaving only a trace of residual power. It seems we underestimated this dark horse. I thought he had just managed to squeeze into the top 3, but unexpectedly he surpassed Lei Si and claimed the top spot. School President Qin Sangyuan spoke slowly. Principal, quickly pull up the information on the first place. Let us see who actually surpassed Lei Si to win first place. Everyone trembled with excitement and spoke in unison. Without them needing to say it, Qin Sangyuan had already started acting. The next second, a line of information slowly lit up at the top of the screen. Name Lin Fan. Region Tianhe City. Ability S-level lightning power. Total score 10985. In an instant, the entire meeting room fell into dead silence. Vice Principal Lin Xiaoshan's pupils contracted sharply, and the teacup in his hand crashed onto the table, shattering into pieces. The smile on Director of Admissions Zhou Mingyuan's face instantly froze. His mouth twitched as if he couldn't believe his eyes. School President Qin Sangyuan's mouth slightly opened, his finger hovering in midair, unable to utter a word. Tianhe City. A city he had never heard of, presumably a small town in China. S-level ability. Although it could be considered a genius among ordinary people in the entire Dragon Kingdom, S-level ability was clearly insignificant. Are you saying that a person with only S-level ability has surpassed Chu Tian of the Dragon Elephant Overlord Body, Su Muxue of the Extreme Cold Freeze, Xiaosi of the Thunder War God Body? These 3 SSS-level prodigies. And his score reached over 10,000 points. Nearly 3,000 points higher than the second place. Everyone stood frozen, their minds blank. In the meeting room, the silence lasted only a few seconds before it erupted into a complete uproar. Everyone pointed at the information on the screen, their faces filled with disbelief, their voices trembling with excitement. How is this possible? Did the college entrance exam results have an error? How could a mere S-level Thunder Force score over 10,000 points? How could it claim the top spot in the nation? This defies all logic. Even SSS-level prodigies couldn't achieve this. Fierce debates erupted one after another, everyone believing it was a fantasy. An error? Are you insane? This is the Dragon Nation's national college entrance exam, supervised by the highest authorities throughout. The data is absolutely authentic. How could there be an error? Someone immediately retorted sharply. But this is too outrageous. An S-level ability surpassing an SSS-level prodigy. Who would believe that? The crowd argued endlessly, faces filled with confusion and shock, the entire meeting room in chaos. What's all the fuss? Words are useless, just look at the footage and you'll know. At that moment, from the head seat, Qin Xingyuan, the principal of Jingdu University, slammed the table and spoke in a deep voice, his aura suppressing the entire room. The moment his words fell, complete silence descended. Everyone instantly shut their mouths and held their breath. Their gazes locked onto the screen, hearts pounding wildly. The next second, the screen flashed and Lin Fan's examination hall combat footage was finally fully exposed. In the image, the youth moved with a languid grace, yet swept through like an unstoppable force. No flashy techniques, no unnecessary movements. Alone he dominated all directions. Over 100 examinees attacked him, but they crumbled like paper before him, all instantly defeated. In the core area of the examination hall ferocious beasts roamed freely. Danger lurked everywhere, yet he forcibly bulldozed through. His physical body withstood the beast's attacks without a scratch. His power was brutal to the extreme. Wherever he passed not a blade of grass remained. Throughout the entire ordeal he barely used his thunder force, relying solely on his physical strength to crush everything. In the meeting room everyone stared in stunned disbelief, pupils constricting, hairs standing on end. What? What kind of monster is this? Didn't they say he only had S-level lightning ability? How can his physical body be this terrifying? Fighting over 100 examinees alone, sweeping through the core area. This strength can't be explained by S-level. I understand. Ability mutation. His ability must have mutated. No wonder. No wonder he could crush the SSS-level prodigy. It's the ability mutation. Exclamations came one after another, everyone utterly stunned, their minds blank. Zhou Mingyuan. Qin Tsengyuan's eyes blazed with remarkable light as he abruptly stood, his tone resolute and unquestionable. Here. The admissions director Zhou Mingyuan snapped back to attention and replied sharply. You are to set off immediately and personally head to Tianhe City. Offer the welfare and treatment standards of an SSS-level student, and ensure that Lin Fan is recruited into our Jingde University. Whatever conditions he proposes, as long as they are reasonable, Jingde University will agree to all of them. Qin Tsengyuan's voice carried an irresistible authority. Yes. I'll leave at once. Zhou Mingyuan dared not delay a moment, turned and rushed out of the meeting room. At the same time, the other three top-tier institutions within the Dragon Nation, Modi University, Military University, and Tianyuan University, were witnessing the same scene. The four most powerful forces across the entire Dragon Nation mobilized in unison. Their target was none other than Lin Fan. Tianhe City. Lin Fan's home. Inside the courtyard, Su Xiaoxiao had just finished practicing with her spear. Her athletic wear outlined a figure full of vitality. A thin sheen of sweat glistened, her breath lively, and energy overflowing. On the other side of the courtyard 10 shadow clones were diligently cultivating. Meanwhile Lin Fan himself sat on a rocking chair nearby, looking languid and utterly at ease. At that moment, lying on the rocking chair with his eyes closed, Lin Fan was gazing at a translucent pale blue system panel in his mind. Ding. Detected that the host has completed the task, top scholar of the college entrance exam. Task rewards Mangekyo Sharingan, choose one, have been issued. Task rewards epic treasure chest X1, Mangekyo Sharingan selection box X1. Which one should I choose? Kamui with space-time abilities, offense and defense in one, nearly invincible. Or Tsukuyami, a mental attack that shatters the will instantly. Or perhaps Kodamatsukami, known as the strongest genjutsu. Or various Mangekyo Sharingan abilities flashed rapidly before his eyes. Each one was difficult to decide. However, just as Lin Fan was hesitating over the system panel, a sudden urgent phone ringtone interrupted him. Lin Fan took out his phone and glanced at the caller ID. Head teacher Ma Jiangwo. Seeing this, Lin Fan casually pressed the answer button. Lin Fan. You need to come to school immediately. Something huge has happened. The four great universities, Jingdu, Modi Military, and Tianyuan, all have people here. They're all here for you. They all want to recruit you. The moment he answered, Lin Fan felt his ear ring, and quickly moved the phone away. On the other end, head teacher Ma Jiangwo's voice came through, excited to the point of cracking. So soon? Weren't the results supposed to be announced in 2 weeks? Lin Fan was a bit puzzled. Oh, it must be that the four great universities can see the college entrance exam rankings in advance. Ma Jiangwo explained. Is that so? Then I understand, head teacher. I'll head over now. After hearing Ma Jiangwo's explanation, Lin Fan was somewhat surprised, but upon reflection it made sense. He acknowledged and hung up the phone. What's wrong? Someone looking for you. Su Xiaoxiao, hearing the commotion, asked with a hint of curiosity in her eyes. Nothing much. People from the four great universities are looking for me. Lin Fan stood up, his tone as casual as if he were mentioning a trivial matter. Su Xiaoxiao nodded gently without further questions. Then I'll head to the school first. You keep practicing and master this spear technique as soon as possible, Lin Fan said. Got it. Su Xiaoxiao nodded. Seeing this, Lin Fan said no more, turned and walked straight out the door. At Tianhe City Second High School, the atmosphere was unusually tense today. From the school gate to the principal's office building, the path was swept spotlessly clean. All the teachers held their breath, not daring to exhale loudly. The principal was waiting personally at the front of the building, his palms slightly sweaty, yet a proper smile remained fixed on his face. Not long after, 4 figures with distinctly different auras stepped into the campus one after another. The first to arrive, dressed in a dark blue Zhongshan suit with a composed and dignified demeanor, was none other than Zhou Mingyuan, the director of admissions for the Imperial Capital University. Following closely behind was a tough man in a crisp military uniform, his shoulder insignia gleaming, exuding an aura as sharp as a blade. The third person, clad in a green Taoist robe and holding a whisk, had an immortal-like bearing. The last to step in was a woman in a wine-red silk gown, her figure graceful and her charm natural. The moment the 4 met, they recognized each other instantly. Oh. So it's Brother Lu Zhan, Taoist Li, and even Miss Su Qingyuan has come in person. Zhou Mingyuan's gaze swept over them as he spoke first. Director Zhou, long time no see. A genius like Lin Fan is a must-have for my military region university. Lu Zhan said in a deep voice. Lu Zhan, that's not true. This recruitment is based on individual merit. Li Daoxian interjected leisurely from the side. Ah, we're all old acquaintances, why be so tense? Su Qingyuan in her wine-red gown let out a light laugh, her charm overflowing. You 4 seniors have worked hard. The office is prepared, please come in. Amid the tense atmosphere, the principal of the second high school stepped forward and said. Soon the group entered the office and took seats on 4 sides. Don't worry, everyone. Student Lin Fan is already on his way. The principal spoke with a smile after all 4 had sat down. As he said, a few minutes later, a young boy pushed open the office door and walked in slowly, wearing loose black casual attire. His back was slightly straight but not tense, his eyes slightly lowered with a carefree expression. The arrival was none other than Lin Fan. Principal seniors, sorry to keep you waiting. Lin Fan glanced around the room and spoke lazily, his tone tinged with casual nonchalance. Student Lin Fan, no need to be formal. We also arrived not long ago. Zhou Mingyuan stood up with a smile. Lin Fan nodded, then walked slowly to the middle chair, leaned back and tapped his fingertips lightly on the desk, looking quite relaxed. Seeing this, the principal quickly stepped forward to introduce him. Student Lin Fan, let me introduce you. These are the admission representatives of the 4 top-tier universities in Dragon Country. He pointed to each person and introduced them. This is Director Zhou Mingyuan, the admissions director of Imperial Capital University. This is Officer Lu Zhan, the admissions officer of Military Region University. This is Professor Li Xuanzhen from Tianyuan University. And finally, this is Mentor Su Qingyuan from Modi University. After the introduction, the principal stepped back and dared not say more. Greetings, seniors. Lin Fan's gaze swept over the 4, and he nodded lightly. Lin Fan, come to our Imperial Capital University. Your foundation is solid, your talent is unmatched, you are the most suitable for Imperial Capital University. Only the nation's highest institution is worthy of your status as the national top student. Zhou Mingyuan stepped forward and spoke first. Nonsense. Lin Fan swept through the examination grounds with unparalleled combat power. He is born to be a soldier. Only my military region university can give him true combat and glory. Your gentle methods will only waste a genius. Lu Zhan slammed the table, his iron-blooded aura exploding, his voice like a bell. Gentlemen, you are mistaken. Student Lin Fan's lightning-type psychic potential is boundless. And in the study of lightning-type psychic powers, who can compare to my Tianyuan University? Only with Tianyuan University's exclusive lightning-type cultivation methods can we help him solidify his foundation and reach the peak. You only know how to pile resources, you are simply misleading the youth. At this point, Li Xuanzhen from Tianyuan University flicked his whisk and spoke. For a moment the 3 argued heatedly, face red, refusing to yield, almost lifting the roof. Just then a soft, seductive voice rang out softly, lightly suppressing all the noise. What's the use of arguing so fiercely? No matter how good the school or how strong the reasoning, it all depends on whether little brother Lin Fan is willing, doesn't it? Su Qingyuan in her wine-red gown slowly rose, her eyes glittering with charm, her tone tinged with laziness and mockery. The 3 paused simultaneously and turned to look at Lin Fan. He was leaning back in his chair, nonchalant like an onlooker. Seeing everyone looking at him, Lin Fan spoke slowly, his tone neither humble nor arrogant. To be honest, Imperial Capital Military Tianyuan and Modu are all top-tier institutions I aspire to. The 4 said nothing as they all sensed the underlying meaning in Lin Fan's words. But reputation is ultimately empty. We need something practical. You seniors are all sensible people. Let's talk terms directly. Sure enough, the next moment Lin Fan smiled casually and continued. This kid is really a sly one. Beneath that idle casual exterior lies a shrewdness not inferior to an adult's. Zhou Mingyuan, Lu Zhan, Su Qingyuan, and Li Xuanzhen all sighed inwardly at this sight. In that case, let's get straight to the point. If you join Imperial Capital University, we will give you 10000 credits upon enrollment. Provide an exclusive private cultivation villa, a grade A weapon of your choice, and a high-level cultivation method. Zhou Mingyuan leaned forward slightly, his tone serious. After hearing Zhou Mingyuan's offer, Lin Fan was secretly astonished. The conditions were indeed beyond his expectations, as Imperial Capital University's credits could be directly exchanged for Dragon Country currency. 1 credit could be exchanged for 10000 Dragon Country currency, meaning Imperial Capital was essentially offering Lin Fan 100 million. Student Lin Fan, my military region university can only offer 8000 credits. But we will match all other conditions from Imperial Capital, and additionally we will grant you the rank of second lieutenant. Li Xuanzhen flicked his whisk, pointing to the core. Student Lin Fan, Tianyuan University offers the same conditions as Imperial Capital. However, we can additionally provide an exclusive lightning-type psychic cultivation room. In all of Dragon Country, only Tianyuan University has such a facility. The three successively threw out their heavy conditions, their eyes fixed on Lin Fan, eagerness evident. Your conditions are really quite ordinary. Su Qingyuan, who had been smiling lightly, finally stepped forward slowly. She walked to Lin Fan's side, bent slightly, her skirt lightly draping. Her eyes were seductive, her voice soft enough to melt water. Little brother Lin Fan, Moda may lack many things, but we have abundant resources and a grand hand. She extended her delicate white fingertip, lightly tapping the table, enunciating each word. Credits. I'll give you 20000 directly. Cultivation villa, grade A weapon, high-level cultivation method. All top tier, only more, never less. Speaking thus, she leaned slightly, her warm breath brushing Lin Fan's ear, whispering seductively. Most importantly, I, Su Qingyuan, will personally be your exclusive mentor. Everything for you at Moda University will be my full responsibility. I'll provide resources, convenience, and ensure you can do as you please, undisturbed by anyone. This offer crushed the other 3 schools. As expected, Zhou Mingyuan's face changed color, Lu Zhan frowned deeply, and Li Xuanzhen shook his head gently. The 3 opened their mouths but could only let out resigned sighs. Financially, among the 4 institutions, Moda University was the richest. After laying out their terms, the 4 turned their gaze to Lin Fan, waiting for his final decision. Lin Fan's eyes swept over the 4 who had been vying fiercely. After a long moment, the corner of Lin Fan's mouth slowly lifted into a casual smile, straightforward and frank. All your conditions are excellent, and I appreciate your kindness. But I find that I resonate more with the campus culture of Moda University. He paused, raising his eyes to Su Qingyuan, speaking casually but with certainty. I choose Moda University. The words landed. Su Qingyuan's eyes instantly curved with delight, her charm overflowing, and she said softly, Little brother Lin Fan, you will never regret today's choice. Seeing this, Zhou Mingyuan, Lu Zhan, and Li Xuanzhen were full of regret, but powerless, only able to sigh. Lin Fan slowly stood up, still with that carefree demeanor. As if he had simply chosen a convenient piece of clothing, not a decision that would shape his life. Teacher Su, I'll trouble you from now on. Lin Fan looked at Su Qingyuan, his tone casual. It's no trouble. Brother Lin Fan, here is your admission notice. Remember to report to school in a month. Also, this is Big Sister's phone number. If anything comes up, you can call me. Su Qingyuan said softly. Su Qingyuan gently placed before Lin Fan the admission letter of Moda University, its surface embossed with gilded patterns, along with a personal business card printed with subtle dark lines. Draped in a wine-red silk gown that cascaded over her shoulders, her face exuded an innate charm, adorned with a gentle smile that was perfectly measured. Her voice was soft and melodious. Brother Lin Fan, this is your admission letter. Be sure to report to the university on time in a month. If you encounter any trouble in Tianhe City, or if you wish to come to Moda earlier to familiarize yourself with the environment, feel free to call me anytime. Lin Fan casually took both items, stuffing them into the pocket of his black casual outfit. His face still bore that nonchalant, careless expression, as if he had just accepted 2 utterly ordinary objects. By the way, if I bring a spirit pet with me to the university, are there any restrictions from the school? He lowered his gaze slightly, rubbing his fingertips against the seam of his trousers. As if recalling a trivial matter, he asked in a flat tone. At these words, Zhou Mingyuan, Lu Zhan, and Li Xuanzhen, who had been silently lamenting in the office, all raised their eyes. A flicker of barely noticeable surprise crossed their gazes. They had thoroughly investigated Lin Fan's background, yet never found any record of a spirit pet in any document. This nationally top-ranked student who had emerged from nowhere actually harbored such a secret. Su Qingyuan was momentarily stunned, then she covered her lips with a light laugh, her charming eyes growing even softer. A spirit pet. Modi University naturally won't restrict that. Not only will it not be prohibited. As long as the spirit pet does not cause trouble, everything can be arranged as you wish. That's good. Then I'll be going back now. Lin Fan nodded lightly without uttering another superfluous word. With that he turned and walked toward the office door. His back was relaxed yet straight, his gait unhurried and natural without any pause. As Su Qingyuan watched Lin Fan's carefree departing figure, the smile in her eyes deepened. She could clearly sense that this young man was far from the lazy simpleton he appeared to be. The poise and calm hidden in his bones far surpassed those of most adult powerhouses. Zhou Mingyuan let out a long sigh, shaking his head with resignation. Jingdu University's sincere offers had ultimately been defeated by the wealth of Modi University. Lu Zhan clenched his fists, his iron-blooded and resolute face filled with unwillingness. For a prodigy with Lin Fan's combat prowess to fail to join the military district university for practical training was undoubtedly a great loss to the military. Li Xuanzhen lightly flicked his horsetail whisk, his eyes full of regret. The student with unparalleled lightning talent had ultimately missed Tianyuan University. Though each harbored their own regrets, they could not change the outcome, and so they rose one after another to take their leave. The principal of No. 2 Middle School respectfully escorted the four to the school gate until the four distinguished figures completely disappeared at the end of the street. Only then did he raise his hand to wipe the cold sweat from his forehead, the back of his shirt already soaked through. Lin Fan walked out of Tianhe City No. 2 Middle School. Outside, warm sunlight bathed the streets, and the trees along the roadside were lush with foliage. A gentle breeze brought bursts of freshness, pedestrians chatted and laughed, and the traffic flowed in a peaceful scene. Lin Fan strolled home along the familiar route. For him, choosing Modi University was merely the optimal solution after weighing the conditions. The reputation of a top-tier institution was far less important than tangible resources and room for growth. In this world of spiritual energy resurgence, rampant aberrant beasts, and lurking dangers, only by wielding supreme power could one truly control their own destiny. Everything else was but fleeting clouds. After about half an hour, Lin Fan arrived home. Inside the courtyard, Su Xiaoxiao was still practicing her spear technique. The tip of the spear cut through the air with a faint whoosh, her movements clean and crisp, her stance agile yet steady. Hearing the door open, Su Xiaoxiao gently withdrew her wrist, the long spear striking the ground with a clear clink. You're finally back. The 4 top universities all sent people in person. Such a big show. Which one did you choose in the end? Su Xiaoxiao turned to look at Lin Fan, a fine sheen of sweat on her forehead, her tone casual and natural. Modi University. Lin Fan walked straight to the reclining chair, sat down, took a sip from the water glass on the table, and answered casually. Modi University. Impressive. As I recall, it's the richest among the 4 human universities. So the terms must have been quite generous. Su Xiaoxiao's eyes brightened slightly as she walked over, wiping her sweat, curiosity coloring her voice. I didn't originally plan to choose Modi University, but they offer too much to refuse. Lin Fan shrugged. So you'll just wait a month to report? Su Xiaoxiao asked. Pretty much. Lin Fan lay back leisurely in the reclining chair, not even lifting his eyelids when answering. I envy your clone ability. I'll keep practicing the spear. Su Xiaoxiao sighed at Lin Fan's relaxed demeanor, then turned and walked back to the center of the courtyard, gripping the spear again. Over the next few days the two immersed themselves entirely in cultivation, and the house returned to its usual calm. Only the faint fluctuations of spiritual energy circulating and the light sound of the spear cutting through the air alternated. Lin Fan sat cross-legged on the bed in his room, fully activating the great wilderness devouring heaven art, frantically absorbing the spiritual energy from spirit stones. The spiritual power in his dantian slowly increased, his cultivation steadily rose. Meanwhile, Su Xiaoxiao polished her spear technique during the day and condensed spiritual energy at night. Her aura growing more stable and restrained, her entire being becoming increasingly sharp. The entire Tianhe city remained enveloped in the relaxed atmosphere after the college entrance exams. Streets and alleys filled with the laughter of youths, shopping malls and parks bustling with crowds. The campus still brimmed with vitality, a scene of peace and tranquility. On the outskirts of Tianhe City, deep within a long-abandoned underground factory. It was dark and damp, the walls covered with mold. The air was thick with a strange odor of decay and blood, chilling to the bone. Dozens of followers dressed in grey robes, their faces completely hidden under hoods, knelt in neat rows on the cold ground, exuding an aura of cold brutality. In front of the grey-robed followers, over a dozen priests in black robes stood on both sides, their eyes fanatical and icy. Their lowest cultivation was at the 4th rank and the ferocious aura they radiated was chilling. At the highest seat of the entire underground space a figure in a deep blue robe sat on a stone throne. Shrouded in a faint black mist, his face hidden in shadow impossible to discern. Only the pressure emanating from him was as deep as an abyss, terrifying beyond measure, suppressing everyone present, leaving only utter reverence in their hearts. "How is the planned deployment?" The blue-robed man slowly raised his hand, his voice calm and flat yet carrying a bone-chilling authority, like the whisper of death echoing through the empty underground space. "Your Eminence, everything has been deployed according to plan without a single flaw. This beast tide will be personally led by a 6th rank beast king with 5 peak 5th rank aberrant beasts, over 100 elite 4th rank aberrant beasts, and tens of thousands of low rank aberrant beasts from the 3rd, 2nd, and 1st ranks, forming an endless tide. The scale is unprecedented enough to crush all obstacles. The city's defense towers, monitoring nodes, and ability user patrol squads have all been secretly infiltrated and neutralized by our people. When the beast tide arrives, they won't have time to mount an effective resistance. The strongest official in Tianhe City is only at the early 6th rank. In the face of the absolute power of a 6th rank beast king, they are utterly vulnerable and have no chance of turning the tide." A black-robed priest at the front immediately stepped forward, bowed his head, and spoke in a reverent and fervent tone. "Excellent. 60 years ago humans joined forces to gravely wound the beast emperor under the beast god. This old debt will be repaid today with the lives of the entire city of Tianhe. When the signal is given, launch the full beast tide. I want to flatten Tianhe City in the shortest time, destroy all human structures. Turn this place into a hell on earth and make all the lowly humans become offerings to the beast god." The blue-robed bishop slowly raised his eyes, his gaze in the shadows seeming to pierce through the thick walls, falling upon the distant bustling Tianhe city center, his eyes cold and insane. "Obey the bishop's command. Level Tianhe City. Sacrifice the masses. Welcome the beast god's descent." As the words fell, all the grey-robed followers and black-robed priests prostrated themselves in unison, letting out fervent and icy roars that echoed through the space, shaking the walls slightly. The mad and evil aura surged and spread wildly in the dark underground base, like an invisible giant web silently enveloping the seemingly peaceful Tianhe City. Night gradually enveloped Tianhe City, neon lights spreading a warm, cozy glow across the streets. A gentle evening breeze carried the curling white mist from street-side snacks. Lights flickered on one by one in thousands of homes, the city brimming with the warmth of mortal life. Beneath a street lamp, a young couple clung tightly to each other, their eyes brimming with undisguised sweetness. The boy tightened his grip on the girl's slightly cool hand, his voice tender yet earnest. "Once we have stable jobs, I'll marry you with all the glory I can muster." The girl's eyes curved into crescents as she smiled, leaning gently against his shoulder, murmuring softly, "Silly, I don't want a bride price, nothing at all. Just you is enough. We'll have a small home, eat together, take walks together." Happiness was so thick it could not be dissolved. They were immersed in the anticipation of marriage, the very air sweet. But in that instant, a dark shadow burst forth from the alley, with a sharp pucci, its fangs sharp as knives, pierced straight through the girl's chest. The girl's sweet smile froze on her face, her warmth fading at an alarming speed. The boy was completely frozen, his mind blank, utterly shut down. He did not scream, felt no fear, could not even comprehend what had happened. Time seemed to be severed, leaving only a dead silence across the world. After 2 full seconds of silence, the girl let out a faint grunt, her body collapsing softly toward him. "Ah!" Only then did the boy snap back, a suppressed broken roar bursting from his throat. He fell to his knees, clutching the girl's rapidly cooling body, tears streaming in a frenzy, almost suffocating from grief. He was oblivious that the bloodthirsty shadow had turned again, and was slowly closing in on him. The next second, blood splattered, staining the ground beneath the street lamp. "Ah!" The surrounding pedestrians let out shrill, throat-tearing screams at the sight. Fear spread like a plague, instantly engulfing the entire street. But before anyone could react, from manhole covers, building crevices, dark corners deep in the greenery, countless ferocious, bloodthirsty beasts surged forth. Dense as a black tide, they instantly flooded the street. "Beasts! Beasts! Run!" The cozy, peaceful market that had been there moments ago turned into a living hell in the next second. Cries, screams, trampling, fleeing. Desperate sounds rose and fell. Buzz! And at that most chaotic, most terrifying moment, a piercing, ear-splitting scarlet alarm blasted through every inch of the sky above Tianhe City. Harsh, frantic, carrying the panic of doomsday, it instantly covered the entire city. At the same time, Yanhao had just returned home and was sitting cross-legged, consolidating his first circle-perfect cultivation. The sudden screams and beast roars outside tore his eyes open, flame spiritual energy surging around him. He rushed to the balcony and looked out, his face turned ashen in an instant. Streets collapsed, flames shot skyward, countless beasts slaughtered wantonly among the crowd. An old woman stumbled and fell, a giant rat beast grinned and lunged at her. Bastard! Yan Hao roared, leaped from the high rise without hesitation and threw a blazing fire fist that sent the beast flying backward. Yan Hao quickly helped the old woman up, his face grim, his voice seething with rage. What the hell is going on? Where is the city defense system? How could beasts break into the city center? But everyone was fleeing in panic, no one could answer him. Warning! Warning! City-wide level 1 alert. Large-scale beast hide outside the city. All civilians immediately enter underground shelters. This is not a drill. Repeat, this is not a drill. The next second the city-wide broadcast screamed with piercing static, hopeless. Yan Hao gnashed his teeth but could do nothing. He could only shield the old woman and, swept along by the fleeing crowd, dashed madly toward the nearest shelter. At almost the same moment, in the areas where Fengling, Xue, Wang Hu, and Zhao Ling were, the same scene of despair unfolded. Beasts rampaged, buildings collapsed, cries shook the heavens. Each of them strained to save the ordinary people nearby, but faced with the endless surging tide they could only turn pale and be forced to retreat with the flow. The top geniuses of Tianhe City, the prodigies who dominated the examination hall, before the city-destroying beast tide, all they could do was barely protect themselves. The strength they once prided themselves on was now like a leaf in a raging storm, tiny and fragile. At Lin Fan's home. After a day of cultivation, Lin Fan sat cross-legged on his bed, slowly opening his eyes. A faint glint of sharp light flashed in his eyes and was then hidden behind his usual relaxed expression. Lin Fan's spiritual energy was now more condensed, his realm having risen to the second circle middle stage. A soft rustling came from the living room. Su Xiexio in her pajamas walked to the water dispenser for a glass of water. Lin Fan, I'm hungry, Su Xiaoxiao said softly, leaning against the doorframe. Order whatever you want. Lin Fan stood up, stretched, opened a food delivery app on his phone and handed it to Su Xiaoxiao. Okay, by the way, what do you want? Su Xiaoxiao fiddled with the phone, then seemed to think of something and looked up at Lin Fan. Order Mia. Lin Fan was about to speak. But just then, boom. A piercing, ear-splitting alarm as if tearing the sky exploded without warning over Tianhe City. The sound was harsh, urgent, carrying the panic of doomsday. It instantly covered every corner of the city, shattering all peace. Lin Fan's expression turned grave, shedding his usual nonchalance. This is red alert. It can't be. He looked out the window, brow furrowing almost imperceptibly. Under the night sky toward the outskirts of Tianhe City, a jet-black mist was spreading at a terrifying speed. From within the mist came the faint roars and howls of countless beasts, sharp, violent, filled with bloodlust. Several fighter jets belonging to the city defense department roared overhead. Missiles hung under their wings as they flew toward the dark area outside the city. But mere seconds later, boom! A deafening explosion erupted outside the city, flames leaping into the sky. Those advanced fighter jets seemed to be swatted down by an invisible giant hand, exploding into brilliant but deadly fireballs, wreckage burning as it fell to the ground. Such a terrifying aura, stronger than the elder in our clan. Su Xiaoxiao rushed to Lin Fan's side, looking out at the scene, her beautiful eyes narrowing slightly. Even with her third circle middle stage strength, she could still feel a heavy pressure from the aura emanating from that darkness. Lin Fan said nothing, his gaze turning cold. Through the perspective of the Xia Lianyan, Lin Fan could clearly see the terrifying existence coiled at the deepest part of that darkness. Around that entity hovered 5 beasts with slightly weaker but still formidable auras. And one of them Lin Fan had seen before, the tiger-shaped beast covered in flames with a pair of wings on its back, encountered earlier in the beast forest. Warning! Warning! City-wide level 1 alert. Massive beast hide outside the city. Repeat, massive beast hide outside the city. The city defense system has been sabotaged from within. Defense towers are down. Patrol squads annihilated. All psychic warriors above second circle immediately report to the city gates for support. Civilians enter underground shelters as soon as possible. Again, this is not a drill. This is not a... The city broadcast, crackling with static, spread through every household in a near-screaming tone. But the broadcast soon cut off abruptly. Clearly, even the broadcast station had been compromised. The entire Tianhe City within just 10 seconds had plunged into boundless panic. Cries, screams, the crash of vehicles, the rumble of collapsing buildings. All desperate sounds wove together into a doomsday dirge. Lin Fan stood at the window, gazing coldly toward the city gate. Flames had already surged skyward there, the shouts of human psychic warriors mingling with the roars of beasts. Blood and shattered limbs flew. The once solid city wall under the impact of the beast tide began to crack and collapse like paper. The sixth Circle Beast King did not charge personally, merely standing at the rear of the tide, emitting a terrifying pressure. That pressure alone caused most low-level psychics in the city to go weak in the knees, losing their will to fight. 5 fifth Circle Beasts like sharp blades plunged into the city gate defense positions, each swipe of their claws taking several lives. The beasts butchered the human guards, tore through the defenses, and advanced at terrifying speed. Thousands upon thousands of beasts like a black tide surged over the city wall and into the urban area. They tore at anything alive, destroyed any building. On the streets, countless civilians fled in panic. Behind them, wolf-like beasts with bared fangs gave chase, pouncing to bring down a person. Blood instantly stained the ground. High-rises collapsed, power lines shorted, and spark gas pipelines exploded, sending shockwaves. The entire Tianhe city was visibly transforming into a living hell. Lin Fan's heart was full of confusion. A normal beast tide could never be so precise, so massive. Nor could it have destroyed the city defense system in advance. This all felt like a meticulously planned strike. But he could not fathom the reason behind it, so he suppressed his doubts. For now, the most important thing was to go with the flow. Su Xiaoxiao tightened her grip on her spear, her aura steady. As a Fox clan member, she was of the same lineage as the beasts, and felt no obvious hatred for this slaughter, only a growing irritability. She expressed no extra emotion, simply standing quietly by Lin Fan's side, waiting for his decision. "Let's go out and see," Lin Fan said quietly, then stood up and walked toward the door. Su Xiaoxiao nodded and followed him. Lin Fan pushed open the door and stepped out with Su Xiaoxiao. The street outside had already descended into chaos, with crowds crying and fleeing, children wailing in panic. Everyone was sprinting desperately toward the shelter. The night wind carried a pungent stench of blood and gunpowder, and the familiar neighborhood now lay shrouded in nothing but terror and despair. Lin Fan and Su Xiaoxiao walked against the frantic tide of people heading toward the city gate. As they penetrated 100 meters deep into the block on another street closer to the gate, the battle had already reached a fever pitch. Dozens of ability users formed a fragile yet tenacious defensive line. Flames, ice, wind, blades, lightning, a kaleidoscope of powers burst wildly across the blood-colored night sky. These abilities clashed fiercely against the claws and fangs of the aberrant beasts. The residual energy shook the ground, sending gravel flying and dust billowing. Occasionally, a low-tier aberrant beast would slip through a gap in the line and lunge ferociously at an unprepared ability user. Sharp fangs tore through flesh and blood gushed out instantly. A young ability user drenched in blood was pinned to the ground by an aberrant beast, the wound on his neck gaping open. He struggled to lift his arm and swing his blade, but even his arm was clamped in the beast's jaws. His scream abruptly ceased, and he fell still, breath gone. Soon a first-tier aberrant beast noticed Lin Fan and Su Xiaoxiao. It arched its body and lunged at them viciously. Lin Fan leaped forward, his right fist gathering thick spiritual energy, and struck the beast's head without mercy. A dull thud echoed. The beast's skull shattered instantly, and it collapsed to the ground lifeless. Host has slain a first-tier aberrant beast. Gained 10 points. The system prompt rang in his mind, but Lin Fan paid it no heed. He continued forward with Su Xiaoxiao hunting down aberrant beasts. The entire street was engulfed in fierce combat. The shouts of battle, screams of agony, roars of beasts, and the crash of collapsing buildings all mingled into one. The breath of despair flooded over everything like a tidal wave. As Lin Fan dispatched the aberrant beasts that charged at them, his gaze kept sweeping toward the city gate. That was where the fate of Tianhe City would be decided. A roar that shook the heavens suddenly exploded. The sixth-tier beast king, long dormant, had finally moved. Its terrifying, malevolent aura swept across the entire city, crushing countless people under its weight. Almost at the same moment, a similarly majestic, steady, and mountain-like aura surged upward from within Tianhe City, colliding violently with the Beast King's pressure. The one who arrived was none other than the city lord of Tianhe, Qin Tsung. By his side stood 3 other figures with immensely powerful auras, the 3 peak 5th-tier experts of Tianhe City. The 4 joined forces, facing the terrifying pressure of the 6th-tier Beast King. The sky was instantly torn apart by the 2 opposing forces. A violent shockwave swept across the city, the ground trembled fiercely, and tall buildings swayed. For a moment, the battle across the entire city paused. Every ability user, every survivor instinctively looked up toward the city gate. Lin Fan also stopped, raising his head. Everyone knew deep down that the fate of Tianhe City hinged on this one battle. If Qin Tsung won, the city would stand. If Qin Tsung lost, the city would fall. Longguojing to the Supreme Council office. Outside the floor-to-ceiling windows lay the bustling yet solemn view of the capital. Sunlight streamed in, casting an air of peace and tranquility. Behind the desk sat a middle-aged man in a gray Zhongshan suit, his face resolute, his eyes deep. An aura of unspoken authority radiated from him. This man was the Grand Elder of Longhua, Lin Fan. Just then a young man in a black suit, his face pale, stumbled in, rushing desperately. The intelligence tablet in his hand trembled violently, and his voice quivered with barely concealed panic. Grand Elder. Urgent intelligence. Tianhe City. Tianhe City has suddenly experienced a second-tier beast tide. Lin Fan's brows furrowed sharply and his voice carried an immediate urgency. Quick, tell me the details. Yes. The young man gritted his teeth and reported rapidly. 3 minutes ago a blood-red alarm erupted in Tianhe City. The scale of the beast tide far exceeds estimates. It is led by a 6th-tier beast king, 5 5th-tier aberrant beasts, hundreds of 4th-tier aberrants, and tens of thousands of low-tier aberrants. Worse still, the city's defense system was destroyed in advance. The patrol squad was wiped out, signals are heavily jammed, and the city has lost contact. The young man swiped the tablet in his hand, his expression growing grimmer. What? Immediately check how long the nearest 6th-tier and 7th-tier powerhouses will take to arrive. Lin Fan's face changed drastically upon hearing this. Reporting, the nearest 6th-tier powerhouse is in a city over 700 kilometers away. Even at full speed it will take nearly an hour. The 7th-tier powerhouse is even farther, at least 2 hours to arrive. The office fell into dead silence. An hour, 2 hours. With the destructive power of a 6th-tier beast king, even a few minutes would be enough to raze a city to the ground, let alone hours. Damn it! Even if reinforcements rush at full speed, by the time they get there Tianhe City will probably already be. Lin Fan rose to his feet, his aura suppressed to the extreme, his eyes filled with grief and fury. Over 1 million people, a human city that had stood for decades, was it all going to turn into rubble? Grand Elder, should we still send the reinforcements? The young man's voice trembled. Send. Full speed. At all costs. Every second counts. Lin Fan took a deep breath, his eyes regaining decisiveness. Yes. The young man turned and sprinted out. The office was left with only Lin Fan. He walked to the window, gazing in the direction of Tianhe City, his expression complex, and let out a silent sigh. Qin-san. I hope you can hold on a little longer. Even 1 more minute could save a few more lives. But deep down he knew better than anyone that against a 6th-tier beast king and a sea of aberrant beasts, that night Tianhe City faced a perilous fate, a slim chance of survival. Tianhe City under a blood-red night sky had become a living hell. Towering flames dyed the darkness crimson as the roar of collapsing buildings, the frenzied howls of mutated beasts, and humanity's desperate screams interwove into one cacophony. It transformed into a heart-rending elegy of the apocalypse. The entire city trembled violently, and every street witnessed brutal battles between life and death. Lin Fan and Su Xiaoxiao stood at the heart of the boiling battlefield, moving against the panicked tide of fleeing civilians. Around them waves of lower-tier mutated beasts surged like a black deluge, their fangs and claws dripping with fresh blood. Crimson eyes locked onto every living thing with manic intensity, launching frenzied attacks that tore and crushed indiscriminately. Human espers formed fragile defensive lines, their various abilities flashing wildly against the night. The clash between espers and beasts produced ear-piercing impacts, sending sprays of blood that stained every inch of ground beneath their feet. Some were mercilessly overpowered and dragged down, their screams abruptly cut short. Some fought on with severed limbs, teeth clenched in desperation. Others collapsed entirely broken and awaiting death. The city's resistance was diminishing at an alarming rate. There are far too many. This doesn't make sense. Lin Fan frowned at the overwhelming horde of beasts surging forward like a tidal wave. Forget it, I'll kill them first and figure things out later. In the next moment the shadow thunder blade materialized in Lin Fan's hand. Then he turned purple, electricity swirling around him. With a blur of motion he charged straight into the chaotic horde of beasts. Bang! A single slash erupted with a thunderous crash, and an entire wave of first-tier beasts fell without so much as a scream. They collapsed in heaps, life extinguished. Beside him Su Xiaoxiao wielded her silver spear, its tip streaking through the air like a falling star, each thrust finding its mark with lethal precision. Her mid-stage 3rd-tier cultivation shone through completely. Her strikes were clean and efficient, dispatching multiple lower-tier beasts in moments. She moved with supernatural grace, untouchable in the chaos. She felt neither hatred nor anger toward this slaughter. She simply followed Lin Fan in silence, moving and fighting as one. The two kept pace with each other, perfectly coordinated. They carved out a relatively safe zone through the raging beast tide. Nearby espers soaked in blood and desperate watched in shock and gravitated toward them. Using the opening they caught their breath and reorganized their defensive line. The crumbling battlefield stabilized against all odds. Thank you both. If we'd been a moment slower, this entire street would be lost. A middle-aged Esper drenched in blood panted heavily. Lin Fan merely nodded faintly, his gaze returning to the distant city gates. Beneath the night sky, the Lord Mayor of Tianhe City stood resplendent in golden battle armor, his spiritual energy surging like vast oceans. Each punch carried the weight of mountains and rivers. Where his fist swept through the air, ignited into flames that strangled the Beast King. Opposite him, the Beast King loomed like a living mountain, its obsidian black hide gleaming with cold metallic claws. Every strike tore through the air, releasing violent energy that surged skyward. The two figures collided at blinding speed, each clash unleashing world-shattering power. The air ripped apart, the earth quaked, and terrifying shockwaves toppled skyscrapers while crushing steel beams. Bricks and rubble rained down like a deadly storm. Below on the battlefield, Espers and civilians alike cast anxious glances upward, praying desperately. Lord Mayor, you must win. Save us. Hold back that monster at all costs. Desperate pleas echoed endlessly through the blood-soaked streets. I hope he wins. Otherwise we'll have no choice but to flee. Lin Fan muttered to himself. He was no martyr, he couldn't pledge his life to Tianhe City. Even though Tianhe City felt like his first home in this new world. Defend if he can. Fail to defend and flee immediately. Such was Lin Fan's mindset. Just as he pondered, a third-tier beast resembling a rhinoceros burst onto the battlefield, charging recklessly like an out-of-control war machine. It hurtled toward the densest cluster of people. Dozens along its path, including 2 Espers, were knocked flying and killed instantly, drenched in blood. Espers around them paled with shock, too late to intervene. Witnessing this, Lin Fan's gaze turned cold as purple lightning encircled the shadow thunderblade. Spiritual energy coursed through his legs, and with a single stomp he launched forward. Speed surged to its limit, and in the blink of an eye he appeared before the beast. He slashed fiercely at the beast's head. Boom! The collision sent a deafening roar across the battlefield. A terrifying shockwave erupted outward, and the massive third-tier beast staggered. Agony flashed across its eyes as its movements froze. Lin Fan used the force to pull back, then flipped his wrist. The second strike followed instantly, aiming again at the beast's head. Crack! The sound of shattering bone rang out clearly. The third-tier beast let out a mournful wail. Its massive body crashed down, convulsed a few times, and went still. 2 strikes to kill a third-tier beast. Surrounding Espers stared in utter disbelief. It's fine. Lin Fan began, his lips parting as he looked at the shaken crowd, but his words were cut short. A pitch-black laser capable of tearing through heaven and earth, and wreathed in endless destruction, screamed across the distant horizon. It moved so fast it left no afterimage, instantly sweeping across the area where Lin Fan had just stabilized the defensive line. Boom! The screeching tear of spatial rupture exploded outward. Wherever the laser passed, everything was mercilessly annihilated. The dozens of Espers who had just thanked Lin Fan and the hundreds of ordinary citizens huddled behind the defensive line, trembling in fear. None of them escaped with even a single scream before being utterly shredded by the terrifying energy. Limbs and bodies flew through the air, blood spraying everywhere, staining the entire ground crimson. Moments ago these were living, breathing souls, now reduced to scattered wreckage in an instant. Even Lin Fan, hardened by countless battles, couldn't help but pause at this sudden carnage. His pupils constricted sharply, and the lightning swirling around him froze for a moment. Lin Fan whipped his head around, his gaze sharp as a blade locking onto the direction from which the laser had come. Before him stood a dog-shaped mutated beast the size of a tank, striding slowly over the shattered streets. Its entire body was armored in dark golden scales that looked vicious and fearsome, with fur that burned like black flame. Upon its neck grew 3 grotesque canine heads side by side. Its fangs gleamed with cold menace, and its crimson beast eyes overflowed with brutality and bloodlust. The leftmost head bared its teeth in a snarl, drool dripping from its mouth to sizzle and smoke on the ground as it complained to the rightmost head that was still spewing lasers. Second brother. You went way too hard. You've ruined all the food. Can't even get a proper bite, tastes terrible. The central head flicked its mane dismissively, and shot its companion a cold glance. Then all 3 heads turned in unison toward Lin Fan and Su Shishio, cruel smiles curving their mouths as they sneered. Oh. Still 2 little ants escaped death. In the next instant a terrifying aura belonging to a mid-tier mutated beast crashed toward Lin Fan like a tsunami. Between mid-tier and lower-tier beasts lay an insurmountable chasm. The mere release of its pressure warped the surrounding air. Lin Fan's hand at his side clenched slowly, the electric arcs on his shadow thunderblade crackling violently as purple lightning threatened to spiral out of control. Yet Lin Fan felt no fear whatsoever. Only a pent-up resentment and a strange surging agitation. It spread through his limbs like wildfire. Lin Fan raised his eyes slowly to meet the ferocious three-headed dog's gaze, his voice icy and piercing, without a trace of emotion yet hiding a killing intent capable of destroying heaven and earth. You're really asking for death? The moment the words left his mouth, Lin Fan silently commanded within his heart. System select, Mangekyo Sharingan Kamui. Selection successful. Congratulations, host, for obtaining Mangekyo Sharingan Kamui. As the system's cold notification echoed in his mind, Lin Fan's eyes underwent a cataclysmic transformation. The pitch-black pupils were instantly overrun by a deep crimson base, three tomos spinning like gears at breakneck speed, ultimately intertwining into a three-sickle-shaped Mangekyo pattern. The interwoven black and scarlet light pierced the blood-red night sky, exuding a chilling, uncanny power. Lin Fan shifted his stance, loosening his grip on the shadow thunderblade. The lightning around him slowly receded, and he strode step by step directly toward the three-headed hellhound ahead. His gait was steady, his gaze indifferent, as if the imposing fourth-rank beast was nothing more than a stray dog awaiting slaughter. The three heads of the hellhound were momentarily stunned. Clearly it had not anticipated that this insignificant human would neither flee nor hesitate, but instead walk toward it of his own accord. That nonchalant demeanor was nothing short of blatant disdain. Arrogant human! How dare you disregard my majesty! The left head erupted in furious roar. The right head, which spewed laser beams, flared with ferocious light, and without a word opened its mouth to unleash a concentrated pitch-black laser. With a screech that tore through space, it hurtled straight toward Lin Fan's chest. This strike held power far greater than the attack that had annihilated over 100 people moments ago. It was enough to instantly melt a skyscraper into molten iron. Lin Fan! What are you doing? Dodge it! Su Xiaoxiao's face turned pale. She braced her silver spear and was about to charge forward, her heart nearly exploding with anxiety. Though she knew Lin Fan's physical strength was formidable, the opponent was a genuine fourth-rank beast. Its power, speed, and ability potency were worlds apart from lower-ranked monsters. Taking this hit head-on would lead to disaster. The three heads of the hellhound all wore cruel, mocking smiles. In its eyes, this human was already a corpse. Yet Lin Fan remained expressionless, neither dodging nor evading, not even lifting an eyelid. The pitch-black laser crashed onto his body. No explosion, no blood or flesh flying, not even a sound. The terrifying energy that could destroy everything passed straight through Lin Fan's body. It struck the street behind, blasting a bottomless pit. A dead silence fell over the scene. Su Xiaoxiao's spear froze mid-thrust, her beautiful eyes wide, her face filled with disbelief. The sneers on the three heads of the hellhound instantly solidified. For the first time, shock and confusion surged into their bloodshot, beastly eyes. Impossible! The hellhound roared fiercely, unwilling to accept it. It unleashed its full power. The left head spat corrosive black toxic mist, the middle head condensed razor-sharp wind blades, and the right head fired a laser again. 3 lethal attacks struck Lin Fan simultaneously from different directions. Yet the result was identical. The mist blades and laser, upon touching Lin Fan's body, all passed through without any obstruction, hitting empty space. They tore apart the surrounding buildings and ground while Lin Fan remained unscathed. He continued to walk steadily toward the hellhound step by step. His crimson Mangekyo Sharingan stared at it calmly, his indifferent gaze as if watching a jumping clown. Seeing this, the hellhound felt a chill surging wildly from deep within its scales. Uncontrollable panic rose in its heart, and its massive body subconsciously took a step back. Trying to leave? Lin Fan's lips curled into a cold, piercing smile. His voice was calm yet laced with undeniable killing intent. As his words fell, the Mangekyo Sharingan in his eyes began to spin at an extreme speed. An intangible, formless, terrifying ocular power burst forth. In the next instant, the hellhound felt the scene before it twist violently. The battlefield flames and roars all vanished, replaced by an endless dark void. Damn! This is a psychic ability! The hellhound was horrified, madly surging its spiritual energy. Unleashing the full power of a fourth-rank beast, it forcibly broke free from the mental illusion. But the moment it escaped the illusion, it felt an irresistible force reaching out from the void, gripping its entire body tightly. Roar! The hellhound struggled desperately, only to find its body firmly seized by a gigantic cyan-blue skeletal hand. It was lifted from the ground into the air, its limbs flailing uselessly. Its massive frame was like a lamb awaiting slaughter in the giant hand. Lin Fan slowly stopped before it, looking up at the terrified, roaring hellhound. Don't worry, I won't let you die so quickly. I'll knock off your heads one by one. Whom shall I start with? Lin Fan's tone was light, yet it sent a chill through the ferocious beast. Lin Fan's gaze slowly shifted, finally settling on the rightmost head of the hellhound. That was the head that had emitted the laser and annihilated over 100 people. Let's start with you. Lin Fan spoke softly, his hand subtly clenching. The skeletal giant hand responded, pressing down firmly on the right canine head. No! A piercing, agonized scream tore through the battlefield. The sounds of cracking bones and wails intertwined, sending chills down everyone's spine. The right head twisted and deformed under the crushing force, blood gushing out along the scales. In mere moments it fell silent. The hellhound convulsed in agony, its remaining two heads dripping with tears and snot. It was utterly terrified, its former ferocity gone, replaced by boundless despair. Next you. Lin Fan's gaze moved to the left head, his tones still detached. Another heart-wrenching scream followed as the left head was crushed in agony. Finally only the central main head remained. In its eyes Lin Fan appeared like a demon from hell. It tried to beg for mercy, but its throat was tightly gripped by Lin Fan, unable to utter a sound. Lin Fan's eyes showed no ripple. He gave a slight twist of his wrist. Crack. The last head was completely crushed. The massive body of the hellhound slumped limply. Blood rained down, staining the ground beneath Lin Fan's feet. Ding. Congratulations, host, for killing the 4th-rank beast, 3-headed hellhound. You have earned 10000 points. The system notification sounded at the same time. Lin Fan ignored it. The Mangekyo Sharingan in his eyes slowly faded, returning to its original form. Are my eyes already a bit sore after just this little use? Feeling the sensation in his eyes, Lin Fan rubbed them. After rubbing his eyes, Lin Fan looked down at the beast's corpse. Ugh! This beast smells terrible. At that moment Su Xiaoxiao also arrived beside him. It is indeed quite foul, and it might also be toxic, Lin Fan said, looking at the corpse on the ground. Never mind, I'll just put it away for now. Lin Fan thought for a moment, and finally stored it in the system space. After all, it was a 4th-rank beast, its corpse was still quite valuable. In the gateway area of Tianhe City, the blood-red night sky was torn apart by violent energy. Gale winds swept through, carrying smoke and the stench of blood. The towering ancient city wall, once thick and imposing, was now riddled with holes with spiderweb-like cracks crawling across its surface. Several sections of the wall collapsed with a thunderous roar, sending debris into the moat and stirring up towering murky waves. The last layer of the city's pale golden defensive light membrane trembled violently, its glow flickering unsteadily. It could shatter completely at any moment. This was Tianhe City's final bastion, the place where humanity would make its last stand against the beast tide. Hovering in midair, the 6th-rank beast King Mankuin finally revealed his full form. It was a colossal black flood dragon, its sinuous body stretching over 100 meters. Its scales, forged like dark gold, were as hard as divine iron, each one gleaming with a cold, icy light. Its dragon head was ferocious, and when its maw opened, a foul wind swept forth. A pair of scarlet dragon eyes looked down upon the masses, exuding an aura of cold cruelty and overwhelming dominance. Its 4 limbs and claws trod upon the void, and a mere swish of its tail could stir up raging winds and towering waves. Simply by coiling there, it made the entire world feel oppressed and tremble. Below, facing it, was Tianhe City's Lord Qin Tsung, clad in a golden battle suit stained with blood. It was torn in many places, with claw marks and scale wounds reaching deep into the bone covering his body. His aura was chaotic and unstable, with blood constantly trickling from the corners of his mouth under the surging spiritual energy. Yet he stood firm as a mountain, his gaze sharp as a blade, not retreating a single step. Qin Tsung, guarding Tianhe for 30 years, and today you'll turn into a pool of blood. How does it feel? Mankuin looked down from above, his dragon throat rumbling, his voice like rolling thunder, dripping with undisguised mockery and scorn. You beast! Leading the beast tide to slaughter my city's people and destroy my home, you are utterly insane. I, Qin Tsung, will fight you to the death today, even if I am ground to dust. I will never let you cross the city gate. Hearing this, Qin Tsung's eyes nearly split with rage. He roared in fury, golden spiritual energy surging madly around him. Fight to the death. You humans are weak and greedy, occupying fertile lands to build cities. You were always meant to be the food of us alien beasts. Today I will raze Tianhe to the ground and grind everything here to ashes. Mankuin let out a dragon roar that shook the heavens, his laughter utterly cruel. With those words, Mankuin's ferocious aura soared abruptly. He lashed his dragon tail, shattering the air instantly, sending a destructive force hurtling straight toward Qin Tsung. Witnessing this, Qin Tsung's expression changed drastically, but he did not retreat. Gritting his teeth, he channeled all his spiritual energy, and raised a thick golden barrier with both hands. Boom! The moment they collided, the barrier shattered with a sound. Qin Tsung was struck as if by a heavy hammer, and his entire body was sent flying backward. He crashed heavily into the crumbling city wall, spitting out a large mouthful of blood. The cracks that already riddled the wall spread and split open once more. Meanwhile, the fifth-rank battle below the city gate had reached its climax. The sounds of explosions, bones-breaking screams, and beast roars mingled into a cacophony as violent ripples of power swept outward in all directions. The already battered ground was blasted into flying debris and pockmarked with craters. Broken bricks and dust were hurled into the air by the shockwaves. Lin Fan, the military commander of Tianhe City, was drenched in blood, his heavy military armor already dented and cracked. He gripped his alloy giant shield tightly with both hands, rooted like a boulder at the very front of the defense line. The bluestone ground beneath his feet had already been shattered into countless cracks by the immense force. Before him, the peak fifth-rank rock armor beast charged recklessly, its massive rocky body like a mountain. Each collision made the ground quake and collapse, causing the webbing between his thumb and index finger to split open with blood streaming down his arm. Nearby, a late fifth-rank thunderhorn rhinoceros charged with lightning flashing from its horn. The shockwave from the exploding purple lightning sent nearby stones flying, and his armor sizzled with smoke from the blasts. Meanwhile, a late fifth-rank blaze-winged tiger used its speed advantage to circle around. Each swipe of its flaming claws scorched the ground with blackened marks. Time and again it tore through his defenses, leaving bone-deep burns on his shoulders and back. Faced with this, Lin Fan had no chance to counterattack, only able to endure the blows passively. Each collision with the fifth-rank beast made his blood surge, and blood never stopped trickling from the corner of his mouth. Yet, he did not retreat a single step, turning himself into an immovable steel fortress. Alone, he managed to hold back 3 fifth-rank beasts. On the flank of the battlefield not far from him, Zhao Lai, the head of the Ability Users Association, was locked in a life-and-death battle with another fifth-rank beast, the Poison Scale Serpent. The dark green serpent body writhed wildly, each thrash of its massive form sending dirt and stones flying and carving deep ravines into the ground. Venom sprayed like rain, and wherever it landed the ground hissed and corroded into white smoke. The hard bluestone floor was instantly eaten into a honeycomb of small holes. Zhao Lai swung his blade to block, but the bronze war knife was corroded into a pitted mess by the venom. His arms and abdomen were splashed with venom, the flesh sizzling and melting. Yet he seemed to feel no pain, hacking desperately with his blade. Each strike carved cracks several feet deep into the ground, but he could not even break through the beast's hard scales. Meanwhile, Su Qing, the deputy city lord of Tianhe, was being suppressed by the wind blade eagle circling overhead. Countless sharp wind blades rained down from the sky, slashing into the ground and city walls. They instantly cut countless fine cracks, sending stones and dust flying in all directions. Forced to dodge awkwardly on the ground, Su Qing's ice shield shattered layer by layer. Ice shards and blood splattered, and the ground beneath her feet was carved into a pitted mess. Su Qing kept retreating, her spiritual energy rapidly depleting, her movements growing slower. Her body was covered in wounds of varying depths, as if she could be torn apart by the wind blades at any moment. "Hold on. Reinforcements will arrive soon." Qin Sung struggled to stand from the rubble, shouting down to them. But his voice clearly lacked conviction, for he himself did not know if reinforcements would come in time. "Hey, reinforcements! Qin Tseng, oh Qin Tseng, you're truly old, still dreaming of such unrealistic things. Today your Tianhe city will be destroyed." Looking at the human experts struggling below, Man Kun's dragon eyes were filled with mockery. Then he slowly opened his dragon maw, gathering pitch-black destructive energy. "You dare!" Seeing this, Qin Tseng's face changed drastically. Without a second thought, he leaped into the air, gathering golden spiritual energy madly in his hands. Mountain-suppressing fist. In the next instant, a golden fist shadow the size of a building hurtled toward the beast king Man Kun. A mantis trying to stop a chariot. Man Kun's eyes showed contempt, and the black energy in his mouth erupted instantly. Faced with this terrifying power, the golden fist shadow was pierced through and dissipated into scattered golden light. The black energy attack did not diminish, it slammed directly into Qin Sung's chest. Bang! The golden battle suit shattered inch by inch, and blood gushed from Qin Sung's mouth like a fountain. City Lord! Below, Lin Fan and the other two were startled by the sight. However, that brief moment of distraction became a fatal opening. On the front line, the rock armor beast seized the fleeting gap. Its thick rocky arm smashed into Lin Feng's chest. The heavy armor instantly dented and shattered, and the clear sound of his breastbone breaking echoed across the battlefield. Lin Fan was sent flying like a kite, with a broken string crashing into the rubble and shattering stones. He fell heavily onto the sunken ground and never moved again. On the flank, the moment Zhao Lai was distracted, the poison scale serpent's massive body lunged forward. Its venomous fangs sank deep into his neck, and the dark green venom instantly coursed through his blood vessels, flooding his entire body. Zhao Lai's pupils contracted sharply. His arm holding the blade went limp, and the bronze war knife clattered to the ground. His body fell straight onto the pitted, venom-corroded ground, dead on the spot. At the same time, the wind-blade eagle in the air seized the opportunity. A highly condensed wind blade sliced through the sky, descending upon Su Qing, who was unable to dodge in time. The wind blade passed, and blood sprayed. Su Qing's head rolled among the rubble and dust, and her body slumped weakly at the foot of the broken city wall. Within a few breaths, all three peak 5th-rank powerhouses of Tianhe City had fallen in battle. Seeing this, Qin Seng's heart and liver shattered, his eyes turning bloodshot. But he looked down at the wound piercing his chest, feeling his life force rapidly draining away. Yet he was powerless, his eyes filled with unwillingness and agony. Qin Seng looked toward the panicked, weeping citizens fleeing inside the city, toward the collapsed walls and toward the battlefield strewn with debris. Tears mixed with blood slid down his face. The gap in cultivation was still too vast. Qin Seng was only at the early 6th rank, while Man Kun was a solid mid-6th rank. A mere minor subrealm difference was an insurmountable chasm. It was a gap that human power could never bridge. Man Kun, even if I become a vengeful spirit, I will never let you go. Qin Seng used his last ounce of strength to let out a hoarse curse. Noisy! Man Kun's dragon eyes were cold. He slowly raised his massive dragon claw, aiming at Qin Seng's head. Bang! With a dull, heavy sound, Qin Seng's body was slammed into the ground and his head was crushed. The city lord of Tianhe had fallen. Having done this, Man Kun raised his head and let out a dragon roar that shook the heavens. The sound waves swept through the entire Tianhe city, proclaiming the complete collapse of humanity's last line of defense. At the city gate, the last layer of defensive light membrane shattered, completely dissolving into countless specks of light. The tens of thousands of low-rank alien beasts outside the city had no more obstacles, surging like a black tide. They poured madly through the gap in the city gate, howling and slaughtering, spreading deeper into Tianhe city. The dragon roar of the Beast King Man Kun still echoed madly through the blood-red night sky. The news of Qin Seng's brutal death, and the fall of all three 5th-rank powerhouses spread like the deadliest plague, instantly sweeping across the entire battle line. The city lord is dead. All the 5th-rank masters are gone. The defense line has completely collapsed. The eyes of the superpowered fighters who had been resisting desperately contracted sharply, and their weapons clattered to the ground. The last shred of fighting spirit was torn to pieces by sheer terror. They had been holding on thanks to the support of the city lord and the top powerhouses, but now those pillars were all shattered. Facing the tidal wave of beasts pouring in, continuing to resist was nothing but a pointless death. Run! Head for the shelter. Tell the people inside not to stay put. The shelter won't hold. A middle-aged superpowered fighter drenched in blood roared and turned to sprint deep into the city. The others snapped out of their daze, not daring to linger for a second. They abandoned their weapons and armor, mixing into the fleeing crowd, scattering like mad in all directions. Some pushed themselves to the limit, rushing toward the underground shelter to deliver the news of the line's collapse. Staying in the sealed shelter would only mean being trapped like fish in a barrel. Only by escaping the city could there be a glimmer of hope. The entire city of Tianhe had become a battlefield of a bloody massacre. Cries, screams, trampling beast roars, and the rumble of collapsing buildings wove together into a spine-chilling symphony of the apocalypse. The once prosperous city was now filled only with despair and flight. It seems Tianhe City can't be defended after all. Lin Fan stood in the middle of the debris-strewn street, gazing at the 6th-rank Beast King Man Kun circling in the sky, slaughtering the remaining superpowered beings without mercy. His eyes held only the calmest judgment. In this situation, even if Lin Fan went all out, he couldn't hold the city. After all, he was only at the 2nd-rank mid-stage, even with the Mangekyo Sharingan Kamui at his side. Killing a 4th-rank beast seemed effortless. But facing a 6th-rank Beast King, 5 5th-rank beasts, hundreds of 4th-rank beasts, and thousands of lower-rank beasts holding his ground would only mean death. Staying here would only cost him his life. What should we do now? Su Xiaoxiao asked, looking at Lin Fan. Fight our way out, killing as many beasts as we can along the way. Lin Fan's lips parted, uttering cold words. Although he could teleport away with Su Xiaoxiao using the Flying Thunder God technique, he didn't do that because all these beasts along the way were points. Break through to the south. The beasts there are just right, either too many nor too few. Su Xiaoxiao immediately understood, gripping her silver spear and moving nimbly to Lin Fan's side. Kill and move. Lin Fan nodded, his gaze sweeping over the endless low-rank beasts charging from all directions. Without hesitation, the two followed the fleeing crowd, heading toward the southern side of Tianhe City. Passing by a collapsed high-rise beside the street, a ragged little girl was crying over her mother's body. Not far behind her, a beast pounced. Lin Fan's peripheral vision caught the scene, but his steps did not falter. He passed by, leaving that despair behind. Rescue them. No. In this post-apocalyptic world, soft-heartedness and excess kindness were only fatal burdens. Along the way, first-rank and second-rank beasts roared and lunged. Their fangs gleamed with cold light, their eyes filled with bloodlust. Lin Fan kept walking, lightning crackling at his fingertips. With a casual punch, he shattered the skull of a charging beast. The system notification chimed softly in his mind, but he paid it no heed, focused only on advancing and hunting. Su Xiaoxiao wielded her silver spear, piercing the beast's brows with precision. Her movements were as light as a fox, each strike clean and efficient, wasting no spiritual energy. The two moved in perfect sync, one ahead and one behind, carving a bloody path through the surging tide of beasts. More and more survivors discovered the escape route to the south, falling in behind Lin Fan and Su Xiaoxiao, forming a ragged and desperate fleeing group. Some wept with gratitude, others trembled in fear, but none dared to make a sound. They only struggled to keep up, terrified of being left behind to become beast fodder. Lin Fan paid no attention to the crowd behind him. His pace never slowed for anyone. His mind was only on the approaching beasts and the easily earned points. High above the Beast King, Kun noticed the fleeing crowd to the south. A flicker of disdain and cruelty crossed its dragon eyes. Flee! A dying struggle! Where can you escape to? It did not give chase itself, but raised its head and let out a commanding roar. Instantly, dozens of third-rank beasts and several fourth-rank beasts turned and charged madly toward the southern escapees. A wave of bloodlust swept in, and the roars grew closer. Lin Fan felt the increasingly fierce aura of violence behind him and raised an eyebrow. He silently accelerated his attacks. In the distance, dozens of kilometers outside Tianhe City, several support aircraft carrying 6th-rank powerhouses were racing at full speed, their fuselages flashing emergency lights. Lin Fan and Su Xiaoxiao advanced side by side through the blood-soaked streets of the southern district. The gravel beneath their feet was slick and sticky with blood. Every step lifted dark crimson stains. Along the way, low-rank aberrant beasts were drawn by the scent of living humans, snarling and lunging with bared fangs. First-rank shadow rats, second-rank venom wolves, and third-rank saber-toothed leopards emerged in endless waves. Yet none could approach within 3 meters of the pair. Lin Fan gripped his shadow thunder blade tightly, pale violet lightning chi coiling around the blade. Each swing was precise and clean, a flash of blade light shattered an aberrant beast's skull. Or arcs of lightning erupted along the blade, instantly piercing their vital points. His movements were fluid and effortless, without any wasted strength. Su Xiaoxiao followed closely, spear in hand, the silver weapon dancing like a nimble green serpent. The sound of the spear tip piercing the air rang incessantly, each thrust struck an aberrant beast's fatal weakness. Her strength at the mid-third rank was fully displayed on this apocalyptic battlefield. The two worked in perfect synchrony, one ahead and one behind, like two sharp daggers. Amid the surging tide of beasts, they forcibly tore open a clear path of survival. As they fought their way forward, system notification sounds rang repeatedly in Lin Fan's mind. His score value skyrocketed at a visibly frantic pace. After just over 10 minutes of slaughter, his system points had already broken through the 30,000 mark. This substantial amount of points was enough to exchange for many good items in the system shop. But the battle situation was urgent. He had no time to browse the system shop. Behind them followed a sizable group of fleeing survivors. These were ordinary citizens and superpowered individuals who had survived from various parts of the city. They had witnessed with their own eyes the formidable strength of Lin Fan and Su Xiaoxiao. They deeply understood that only by staying close to the pair could they have a chance to survive. The superpowered individuals in the group also fought with gritted teeth, gripping their crude weapons. They exerted all their strength to fend off low-rank aberrant beasts that leaped out from side alleys. Even if some were injured or fell, no one dared to halt their flight. In this moment between life and death, everyone was driven by the instinct to survive. Even drenched in blood, they could only keep running forward. The ground beneath was already covered in human blood, beast blood, and gravel. A single misstep could cause a fall, but even so, no one dared to slacken even a little. Just as the entire fleeing group was about to cross this block and reach the relatively safer outskirts, a tiger's roar that shook the heavens suddenly exploded from the sky. This tiger's roar was far more violent and terrifying than any aberrant beast's howl before. It crashed down like a thunderbolt from the 9 heavens, instantly crushing the entire street. It completely suppressed all sounds around. The violent sound wave carried a terrifying pressure, like an invisible mountain collapsing. It instantly enveloped the entire block, causing all fleeing civilians and superpowered individuals to freeze. Their legs felt as heavy as lead, unable to move even an inch. The crowd looked up in terror and saw a massive figure blazing with raging flames diving swiftly from the night sky. It was a giant tiger 10 zhang in length, with a pair of broad flaming wings on its back. When its wings spread, they nearly covered half the night sky. Its body was wreathed in fire attribute chi that could burn mountains and boil seas, and sharp wind attribute chi. It was the 5th rank aberrant beast that had once crossed paths with Lin Fan in the aberrant beast forest, the flame-winged tiger. The pressure of a 5th rank aberrant beast was terrifying, far exceeding that of a 4th rank by several times. For these superpowered individuals and ordinary people who could barely reach even the 3rd rank, it was a catastrophic disaster. Just being enveloped by this pressure made many people's legs weak. They collapsed to the ground, trembling all over without even the courage to look up at the flame-winged tiger. The flame-winged tiger's blood-red beast eyes locked onto Lin Fan, its gaze seething with brutality and venom. It had detected this human scent amidst the beast tide, the same insignificant human who had disturbed its territory in the aberrant beast forest. Now this human had even slain several of its underlings. Old grudges and new grievances intertwined, making it want nothing more than to tear Lin Fan apart on the spot. Before the flame-winged tiger even approached the fleeing group, its massive jaws opened wide. The fire attribute chi and wind attribute chi within its body furiously merged and converged. In an instant, a giant fire tornado carrying blood energy and heaven-burning flames condensed. This fire tornado was over 10 meters in diameter, carrying countless wind blades and raging flames. With a world-destroying momentum, it swept across the street where the fleeing group was. Boom! Wherever the fire tornado passed, the air was instantly scorched and distorted. The hard bluestone road directly melted into a boiling liquid. The broken high-rises on both sides, licked by a tongue of fire, collapsed with a roar and turned into ashes. The civilians and superpowered individuals on the entire street didn't even have time to scream. They were completely devoured by the terrifying flames, all burned into charred black corpses. The originally crowded street was instantly emptied of a large area, a horrific sight too shocking to behold. Su Xiaoxiao watched this devastating attack rushing toward her, and Lin Fan, her face instantly turning as pale as paper. She knew well the terror of a full-force strike from a 5th rank aberrant beast. With her mid-3rd rank strength, she didn't even have the qualifications to defend. Even if she exhausted all her spiritual energy, she would be torn apart by the fire tornado in an instant. Su Xiaoxiao could only instinctively turn to look at Lin Fan beside her. Just as the attack was about to reach them, a pale blue skeleton suddenly opened up in front of the two. The azure energy light of the Susanoo was especially dazzling under the blood-red night sky. It firmly protected Lin Fan and Su Xiaoxiao within. The raging fire tornado slammed violently into the Susanoo, sending a skyful of towering flames. Ear-splitting roars resounded in all directions, and terrifying energy shockwaves spread wildly around. But the Susanoo remained as steady as Mount Tai, forcibly blocking the deadly attack outside. Hiss! Lin Fan sucked in a cold breath, and his face instantly turned grim. A sharp, piercing pain shot through his eyes, as if countless steel needles were stabbing his eyeballs. Meanwhile, the flame-winged tiger, seeing that this insect like Lin Fan had actually blocked its attack, was momentarily stunned. But then it roared again and began to condense another fire tornado. "Damn it, I'll kill you today!" Seeing this, Lin Fan's heart hardened and the ferocity in his eyes surged. He stared fixedly at the flame-winged tiger in the sky. The blood-red Mangekyo Sharingan in his left eye suddenly spun wildly. His pupil power erupted without reservation, locking onto the flame-winged tiger's head. Kamui! An invisible spatial force exploded, and the space around the flame-winged tiger's head instantly twisted. The next moment, the flame-winged tiger, still gathering its attacks, sensed a threat to its life. It roared madly, unleashing all the power of a 5th rank aberrant beast. The wind and fire chi around it went berserk as it struggled desperately. But that formidable 5th rank strength was like a mantis trying to stop a chariot before the absolute spatial distortion, utterly useless. In an instant it was completely overwhelmed and shattered by the spatial force. Boom! Moments later, the flame-winged tiger's head was directly crushed by the spatial force. Its massive body, losing support, fell heavily from midair into a pool of blood, completely lifeless. Host has killed 5th rank aberrant beast flame-winged tiger, gaining 1,000,000 points. The system notification sound followed. But Lin Fan had no mind to care. His steps stumbled. That Kamui move had almost drained all the spiritual energy from his body. Even the hand holding the blade trembled slightly. Now crimson blood trickled slowly from the corner of Lin Fan's left eye, and both eyes stung as if about to burst. He leaned on his shadow thunder blade, barely steadying his tottering form. With his spiritual energy nearly depleted, he intended to use the last shred of his remaining strength to activate the flying thunder god and immediately evacuate Su Xiaoxiao from this deadly place. But at that moment, boom! A supersonic fighter jet tore through the blood-red night sky, its silver-white fuselage cutting through the darkness. A blinding light instantly pierced through the clouds of dust. The fighter's hatch burst open and a figure clad in standard combat armor leaped out. The terrifying aura of a sixth-rank powerhouse spanned heaven and earth, suppressing all directions like a mountain. It collided with the ferocious pressure of the Beast King Manquin. The sixth-rank powerhouse held a giant hammer in his right hand, and around him earthy yellow spiritual energy surged like rivers and seas. It condensed into a giant hammer shadow that spanned the sky. With the momentum of suppressing mountains and rivers, it smashed down toward the Beast King Manquin. Manquin, seeing this, opened his dragon mouth wide and dark destructive energy gushed out, colliding heavily with the earthy yellow hammer shadow. The terrifying energy shockwave exploded over Tianhe City, and the blast wave swept across several kilometers. The ground trembled violently, and tall buildings swayed dangerously. Even Lin Fan and his group far away in the southern district could clearly feel that world-shattering collision of power. All survivors, listen up. Head immediately to the area 30 li south of the city. The military is here to assist evacuation. I'll hold off the Beast King. The aftermath of the attack dissipated, and a voice as majestic as a great bell carrying vast spiritual energy spread to every corner of Tianhe City. Reinforcements had arrived. The survivors on the streets wept with joy, tears mixing with blood. But no one dared to pause even for a moment. They all ran madly toward the designated direction. The pace of escape was even more urgent than before, because they all knew clearly that the sixth-rank powerhouse could only barely hold off the Beast King. He had no spare hand to rescue those on the ground. To survive, they still had to rely on themselves. Lin Fan's tense heartstrings also relaxed slightly, and he temporarily suppressed the thought of immediately fleeing. He waved his left hand and directly stored the valuable corpse of the flame-winged tiger into his system space. His right hand gripped the shadow thunder blade tightly, steadying himself as he said solemnly to Su Xiaoxia, "Let's go. Head to the military evacuation point." Su Xiaoxiao quickly stepped forward and gently supported Lin Fan, afraid he might collapse from exhaustion. She held her silver spear alertly around them, guarding against any aberrant beast that might lunge out at any moment. The two hesitated no more and followed the surging tide of fleeing people rushing rapidly toward the direction of the military rendezvous outside the city. Meanwhile, in the sky above, the fierce battle between the sixth-rank powerhouse and the sixth-rank Beast King Manquin had fully erupted. Dragon roars, hammer shadows, and energy explosions rose and fell one after another. The violent collisions of power echoed throughout the doomed Tianhe City. Beneath the blood-red sky, the earth-shattering battle between the sixth-rank powerhouse and the Beast King Manquin raged on. With every collision of energy, the entire Tianhe City trembled violently. The walls of high-rise buildings crumbled and peeled off in sheets, while rubble rained down like a torrential storm. The monstrous beasts on the ground were cowed by the terrifying pressure. Some lay prostrate and trembling, others fled in wild panic, not daring to linger for even a moment. Lin Fan, half supported by Su Xiaoxiao, still walked with unsteady steps. The stabbing pain in his left eye continued to spread, and the dried crimson bloodstains clung to his cheek. The side effects of the Mangekyo Sharingan were far more severe than he had anticipated. At this moment, even circulating the spiritual energy within his body felt sluggish and obstructed. "How are you?" Su Xiaoxiao asked in a hushed voice, her silver spear held horizontally before her fair face etched with worry. "Not dead yet," Lin Fan replied without turning back, his gaze coldly sweeping over the dark alleys on both sides. "I can still hold on for a while." The tide of fleeing people surged toward the city gates like a raging flood. The originally crowded streets after the flame-winged tiger's strike had been cleared into a vast open space littered with charred ashes and congealed blood, a sight that struck horror into the heart. The survivors, their faces deathly pale and bodies drenched in blood, dared not stop for a moment, only rushing forward with their heads down. Third-rank, second-rank, and first-rank monstrous beasts still lurked in the shadows. But without the leadership of the fifth-rank beast, they did not dare to charge the human tide directly. Instead, they prowled along the side streets and alleys, occasionally pouncing on stragglers who fell behind. The sound of teeth grinding against flesh was sickening. Lin Fan and Su Xiaoxiao walked near the front of the crowd. Along the way, people kept falling. Some were ambushed by beasts and dragged into the darkness in an instant. Some collapsed from exhaustion and never rose again. Others were struck by boulders falling from above, their lives snuffed out without even a scream. Human life was as cheap as weeds. The people around had long grown accustomed to such scenes. The human tide surged on relentlessly. Tens of minutes later, the blood-red sky gradually dimmed and a faint pale gray appeared on the distant horizon. 30 li south of the city, on a stretch of open wilderness, rows of military armored vehicles were neatly lined up, and the deafening roar of helicopter rotors filled the air. Soldiers in standard battle armor armed with energy weapons stood at the ready. "It's the evacuation point. We've made it. We're saved." We're really saved. As they drew closer to the evacuation point, the surviving ability users and ordinary citizens could no longer hold back their emotions. They wept tears of joy and sobbed openly. Lin Fan and Su Xiaoxiao also felt a slight relief. Upon reaching the evacuation point, Lin Fan leaned wearily against a large rock in the area and slowly closed his eyes. He took out a spirit stone from his system space and activated the great wilderness devouring heaven art, slowly recovering his depleted spiritual energy. Strands of spiritual energy from the stone were drawn and merging into his nearly dry meridians. Su Xiaoxiao stood guard beside him, her silver spear resting diagonally, her eyes alertly scanning the surroundings. Just then several figures in black battle armor radiating powerful auras strode quickly toward Lin Fan. The leader of the group had a silver star embroidered on his shoulder emblem, and his aura was overwhelmingly strong. Just now on a certain street in the southern part of the city, the aura of the 5th-rank flame-winged tiger suddenly vanished. You came from that direction. Do you know what happened? The officer's sharp gaze fell directly on Lin Fan. He then glanced at the distant sky where the fierce battle was still raging and spoke in a deep voice. I don't know, Lin Fan said, slowly opening his eyes, his left eye still tinged with a lingering crimson. He looked up at the newcomers, his voice calm as still water. Is that so? Then wait here safely for evacuation. Do not wander off. The officer's gaze lingered for a moment on Lin Fan's pale face, and the dried blood at the corner of his eye, then glanced at the tense Su Xiaoxiao. He did not press further, merely nodded indifferently. With that he turned and left with his soldiers to continue maintaining order at the evacuation point. Seeing this, Lin Fan paid no more attention, and closed his eyes again, sinking fully into cultivation. The great wilderness devouring heaven art operated at full speed, swiftly devouring and refining the thin yet pure strands of spiritual energy, slowly mending his overdrawn power. Time trickled by. In the next hour people kept staggering out of Tianhe City one after another. Some were covered in wounds, some in tattered clothes, some supporting their companions. Each carried the disheveled look of a survivor. But after an hour the number of people arriving dwindled. It grew sparser and sparser until only 1 or 2 stragglers appeared. Lin Fan understood. It seemed that almost everyone who could escape alive had already arrived. Those who had not shown up were most likely already buried in the beast tide and the mouths of monsters, leaving not even bones behind. The military waited another 10 minutes. Until they were certain that no one else would emerge from the city, the commander gave the order, attention all. Assemble and begin evacuation immediately. Destination Sha City Temporary Shelter. Armored vehicles rumbled, helicopters lifted off, and a large contingent of soldiers guarded the front and rear. The massive evacuation convoy slowly set off. Lin Fan and Su Xiaoxiao moved along with the crowd. But just as the convoy had barely started, the phone in Lin Fan's pocket suddenly vibrated and rang. Lin Fan raised an eyebrow. Taking out his phone, he saw a name on the screen that made his eyes pause. It was Su Qingyuan. Lin Fan pressed the answer button and held the phone to his ear. The next second a woman's voice, both seductive and urgent, came through clearly. Lin Fan, you finally answered. Good that you're still alive. I just got news of the beast tide in Tianhe City. It gave me quite a scare. I almost thought my future prize student would die before even reporting to school. I was lucky enough to survive, Lin Fan said with a smile. By the way, Instructor Su, this beast tide erupted so abnormally. No warning, unprecedented scale, even the Beast King personally appeared. Is there something more behind it? Lin Fan hesitated, then voiced the doubt that had been lingering in his mind since the beast tide began. After his words there was a brief silence on the other end of the line. That short quietude made Lin Fan's heart sink inexplicably. You guessed right, Su Qingyuan said. This beast tide was not an accident, it was man-made. The mastermind behind it is the Beast God sect. After a moment Su Qingyuan's voice grew deeper as she spoke slowly. The Beast God sect. Lin Fan was taken aback. His mind raced. Suddenly he recalled the 3 people from the Beast Forest, and the words the grey-robed cultist had spoken before his death. No wonder the grey-robed cultist had said that the higher-ups ordered the Beast God sect members in Tianhe City to evacuate. No wonder the Beast riot had been so bizarre, so violent, and so organized. It had all been premeditated. Realizing this, Lin Fan felt a sudden clarity, and the last shred of doubt in his heart was completely dispelled. So that's how it is. Those Beast God sect bastards are nothing but beasts. Lin Fan's fingers tightened around the phone and a faint, barely perceptible cold gleam flickered deep in his eyes. Sunlight streamed through the glass window of the temporary shelter, casting a warm glow upon Lin Fan's cheeks. He slowly opened his eyes, a trace of drowsy haze still lingering in them. Feeling the sunlight, Lin Fan instinctively raised his hand to shield his eyes, squinting slightly. Beside him Su Xiaoxiao was curled up in deep slumber, her small face still bearing traces of exhaustion. Lin Fan did not disturb her. Gently he lifted the thin blanket, got up, and went to the bathroom for a simple wash. After dressing he stepped outside. Several days had passed since the devastating calamity that annihilated Tianhe City, yet every time he closed his eyes the crimson sky, the crumbling skyscrapers, the widespread chaos and wailing remained as vivid as if they had occurred yesterday, stirring a sense of disorientation in Lin Fan's heart. Lifting his gaze to the outdoors, a youthful and radiant figure caught his eye. The girl sported her signature twin ponytails and wore a neat light gray Hunter Alliance uniform which made her appear even more vibrant. The newcomer was none other than Su Yichu. "Lin Fan, you're awake. Have you had breakfast?" Upon seeing Lin Fan emerge, Su Yichu's eyes lit up, and she quickly walked over with a bright smile. "Not yet," Lin Fan replied truthfully. "Perfect timing, I haven't eaten either. Come on, I'll take you to try the most famous local breakfast in Shaoqing." Su Yichu waved her hand energetically, her tone tinged with excitement. Lin Fan smiled faintly and did not refuse. He nodded and followed her toward the street outside the shelter. In truth, Lin Fan had not specifically informed Su Yichu of his arrival in Shaoqing. Their meeting was purely coincidental. After the beast tide in Tianhe City, the Shaoqing Hunter Alliance had received an official order to dispatch a large number of members to the temporary shelter for assistance in cleanup and order maintenance. Su Yichu happened to be among those dispatched. The two met by chance. When she first saw Lin Fan, Su Yichu was overjoyed. After learning of his perilous experience during the beast tide, she immediately took the initiative to help him handle all the accommodation arrangements. Over the past few days she had visited him almost daily, her enthusiasm bordering on excessive. Whenever Lin Fan went out with Su Yichu and returned in the evening, he would always find Su Xiaoxiao sitting alone in the room, her face sullen, her eyes carrying an indescribable hint of resentment that left Lin Fan both amused and bewildered. "By the way, Lin Fan, the college entrance exam rankings will be announced tomorrow. With your strength you'll definitely rank among the top. Which university are you planning to apply to?" As they walked side by side along the streets of Shaoqing, Su Yichu suddenly recalled something and spoke up. "I'm not really concerned about that. My score was over 10,000 points, so I've already settled on Magic Capital University," Lin Fan replied casually. "Haha, Lin Fan, you're such a joker." Su Yichu couldn't help but burst out laughing, taking his words as a joke and not taking them seriously at all. Lin Fan did not elaborate further. The rankings would be released tomorrow and everything would speak for itself. There was no need for extra words. Soon the two entered a quaint breakfast shop. The shop was filled with enticing aromas and customers streamed in and out, just as Su Yichu had said, extremely popular. After they sat down while waiting for their breakfast to arrive, Su Yichu continued chatting with Lin Fan enthusiastically, her words brimming with youthful vitality. Before long the waiter brought over steaming plates of Shaoqing's specialty breakfast. "Lin Fan, give it a try and see if it suits your taste. This place is famous in Shaoqing for its delicious food." Su Yichu looked at Lin Fan, her eyes full of anticipation. You know what, it really is good," Lin Fan said, picking up his chopsticks and taking a bite. His taste buds were enveloped by the savory flavors and he nodded in approval. "See, I told you it wouldn't disappoint." Seeing Lin Fan's reaction, Su Yichu's eyes curved into crescents as she smiled, a look of inexplicable pride on her face. After breakfast the two strolled along the spacious streets of Shaoqing. The sun was gentle and a light breeze brushed their faces, sweeping away the oppressive gloom left by the beast tide. "By the way, I'm planning to get a hunter license. How long does it usually take to process?" As they walked, Lin Fan suddenly asked, turning to Su Yichu. This question was not impulsive but carefully considered. Being a hunter not only allowed him to hone his abilities but also earned him rewards by undertaking missions. And he could accumulate points by hunting mutated beasts, a triple benefit. After experiencing the beast tide in Tianhe City, Lin Fan had deeply realized his own weakness and felt an urgent need to improve his strength. To rapidly enhance his power he had to rely on exchanging system points for items. However, system points were never enough. During the escape from Tianhe City, Lin Fan had slain a 4th-tier hellhound and a 5th-tier blaze-winged tiger, along with countless 1st, 2nd, and 3rd-tier mutated beasts. His system points had reached over 100,000. Sounds like a lot, doesn't it? But just a few days ago he had spent 100,000 points to upgrade his Mangekyo Sharingan to the Eternal Mangekyo, nearly wiping out his savings. Thus Lin Fan's craving for points had reached its peak. However, Su Yichu, who was beside him, had no idea what was going through his mind. Hearing his words, she was momentarily stunned. "Hunter license? You don't have one yet?" No. Lin Fan scratched his head. I see. But don't worry, I know a way. Su Yichu smiled. Normally getting a hunter license takes about a week. But you don't have to worry. I'll take you to the Hunter Alliance to find Sister Jiang Shui. With her help it can be done in a day. Su Yichu patted her chest confidently. Let's go now then, Lin Fan said. Okay. Su Yichu nodded. With that she led Lin Fan straight toward the Sharingan Hunter Alliance headquarters. At the headquarters Lin Fan looked around as soon as they arrived. The building was majestic and imposing, bustling with people, all of whom were psychic ability users with formidable auras. Su Yichu navigated the place with ease, leading Lin Fan to the second floor to find Jiang Shui. Jiang Shui was dressed in a white uniform today, her posture upright. Her features remained cold and elegant, her demeanor sharp and efficient. Good morning, Sister Jiang Shui. Su Yichu greeted her as soon as they entered. Youchu's here. Lin Fan. Hearing the voice, Jiang Shui looked up and was slightly startled to see Lin Fan. Sister Jiang Shui, Lin Fan wants to get a hunter license, so I came to ask for your help, Su Yichu said, noticing Jiang Shui's hesitation. Oh, is that all? It's a small matter. I'll take you to the testing room right now, Jiang Shui replied with a faint smile. Thank you, Jiang Shui. Lin Fan spoke up at this moment. You're welcome. It's no trouble at all. Follow me. Jiang Shui waved her hand, then stood up and led Lin Fan and Su Yichu toward the testing room. But before they had taken more than a few steps, a frivolous and grating voice suddenly cut in from the side. Oh, if it isn't Jiang Shui. Is this the kept man you've got by your side? Not bad looking, I must say, fair-skinned and tender with a bit of charm. A young man in a deep blue hunter outfit with an arrogant expression leaned against a pillar. His eyes swept over Lin Fan with a contemptuous and provocative look. Zhao Hu, watch your mouth. If you spew any more nonsense, I'll report you to the Alliance leader and have your lips torn off. Jiang Shui's face instantly turned cold as she snapped at him. What? Did I hit a nerve? A kept man living off a woman, and he dares to show his face in the Hunter Alliance. The young man Zhao Hu, instead of backing down, laughed even more insolently. He stepped forward, his eyes dark and sinister, as he fixed them on Lin Fan. You're asking for death. Lin Fan's eyes chilled and his aura suddenly condensed. Before Jiang Shui could speak again, Lin Fan had already stepped forward. His spiritual energy surged, his blood energy roared, and his right arm tightened. With a stamp of his foot, his fist wrapped in a restrained yet astonishing force hurtled straight toward Zhao Hu's face. Oh. So the little kept man dares to throw a punch. Today I'll teach you a lesson you won't forget. Zhao Hu showed no fear, instead a cruel grin spread across his lips. Then with a roar he clenched his own fist, his spiritual energy surging wildly. A faint yellow light glowed over his fist, carrying an overwhelming momentum. As he met Lin Fan's fist without flinching. The next moment the two fists collided violently in the air. Bang! A dull crack of bones pierced the pillars of the Hunter Alliance. The piercing sound made everyone around shudder. The moment Zhao Hu's right arm collided with Lin Fan's fist, it was as if it had been precisely struck by a 100-ton hammer. The entire arm bent backward at a grotesque angle, with the elbow, forearm, and wrist bones shattering inch by inch. The flesh instantly split open and scalding blood gushed wildly through the gaps between his fingers. My hand? It's broken. My hand is broken. Zhao Hu's face was as pale as paper, and the veins on his forehead bulged like earthworms. Cold sweat soaked through the hunter uniform on his back. He clutched his twisted and deformed right arm as his body uncontrollably flew backward. He crashed heavily onto the cold marble floor, his body convulsing violently in pain. His wails gradually weakened from their initial sharpness. The arrogance and foul language that had filled his face moments ago were now completely gone. All that remained was the pitiful sight of him curled up on the ground trembling. The hunters and staff passing by instantly froze and placed their gazes locking onto Lin Fan, filled with shock and disbelief. Everyone knew that Zhao Hu was a regular at the Sharingan Hunter Alliance branch. He was a genuine third-stage mid-phase ability user specializing in the power system, and was considered a notable figure among Sharingan hunters. Yet this young man, who appeared to be no more than 18 or 19, had shattered the arm of a third-stage power-type ability user with just a single punch. Jiang Shui and Su Yichu were also stunned, their beautiful eyes flickering. Clearly they hadn't expected Lin Fan's strength to have reached such a formidable level. Lin Fan slowly withdrew his fist, his knuckles faintly white. Yet his expression remained as indifferent as ever, as if he had merely done something insignificant, with no trace of emotion in his eyes. From now on, when you see me, Lin Fan, keep your head down. Lin Fan's thin lips parted slightly, his tone cold, and carrying an undeniable pressure. Zhao Hu, you openly provoked and spoke filth. That alone violates the Hunter Alliance's rules. Today you deserve what you got. Jiang Shui was the first to snap back to reality, looking at Zhao Hu with disgust as she spoke coldly. Lin Fan, let's continue to get your hunter license. After saying this, Jiang Shui ignored Zhao Hu, who was still wailing on the ground, and turned to look at Lin Fan. Lin Fan nodded and followed Jiang Shui with Su Yuchu toward the testing room. Along the way, all hunters instinctively stepped aside. The gazes directed at Lin Fan no longer held the casualness of before, instead they were replaced by deep wariness. The fact that he had broken a third-stage powerhouse's arm with a single punch, this terrifying pure physical strength, was enough to make them dare not underestimate him in the slightest. Soon the three arrived at the hunter qualification testing room. In the center of the room stood a black instrument half a person's height, its surface covered with intricate spiritual energy patterns. It was the core device used by the Shaoqing Hunter Alliance to test qualifications, the Hunter Qualification Tester. Lin Fan, the rating of a hunter license is mainly based on three core indicators: your own cultivation level, pure physical strength, and mission contribution value. The first two are tested on this device, while the third requires checking your mission records. Jiang Shui stood beside the instrument and explained seriously. Lin Fan nodded slightly upon hearing this and walked to the testing platform. He first extended his right hand and gently pressed it on the spiritual energy sensing panel. Buzz. The next moment the tester's screen instantly lit up with a faint blue light, and the numbers slowly jumped before finally settling. Cultivation level second stage mid-phase. Jiang Shui and Su Yuchu exchanged a glance, a hint of doubt flashing in their eyes. Although a second stage mid-phase level was already outstanding for someone of his age, it was far from matching the power level demonstrated by that punch just now. Next, test pure physical strength. This area measures the limit of pure physical power. Don't use spiritual energy, just throw a full-force punch. Suppressing her doubts, Jiang Shui then pointed to the power impact area on the right side of the tester. Okay. Lin Fan nodded and walked slowly to the power area. He took a deep breath, stomped his right foot hard on the ground, lowered his body slightly, and threw his right fist with full force. Bang! A dull impact sound rang out, and the tester vibrated slightly. The numbers on the screen skyrocketed like a madly rising scale. 38 tons. 41 tons. 45 tons. The numbers finally settled at 45 tons, and even the tester emitted a faint hum. The entire testing room instantly fell into dead silence. Jiang Shui's breathing became rapid. Su Yuchu even covered her mouth, her face full of disbelief. 45 tons of pure physical strength. What did that mean? Even a fourth-stage early-phase ability user would typically have only about 30 tons of pure physical strength. Lin Fan, with the second-stage mid-phase cultivation, had forcibly unleashed strength far beyond the physical limit of a fourth stage. And this was without using any spiritual energy. Once spiritual energy was added, his power would only be even more terrifying. Too absurd. With this 45 tons of pure physical strength, even by the standards of 3-star hunters, it's top tier. Su Yuchu swallowed hard, her voice trembling. Lin Fan smiled slightly, not paying much attention. After all, with his current state of perfected flesh refinement, having such strength was normal. Finally, check the mission contribution value. Jiang Shui called up the system panel and entered Lin Fan's identity information. After a moment, a line of data appeared on the screen. Mission contribution value 0. No mission records. Contribution value is 0. The final rating of the hunter license is determined by a comprehensive assessment of the three indicators. Your cultivation and strength far exceed the standard. According to normal data, you would have no problem obtaining a 3-star hunter license. But the mission contribution value is a hard requirement. Without records, we can only issue you a 2-star hunter license for now. Jiang Shui looked apologetic and turned to explain. Once you complete hunter missions in the future and accumulate enough contribution value, the system will automatically upgrade you to 3-star without needing to retest. Lin Fan was not surprised by this, as he had indeed never participated in any hunter missions before. Alright, let's go with the 2-star hunter license then, Lin Fan said. No problem. I've already submitted your test data for filing. The 2-star hunter license is quick to make, you'll have it in about 10 minutes. Jiang Shui quickly agreed, her fingers flying over the instrument. Sure enough, as Jiang Shui had said, a brand new 2-star hunter license was produced 10 minutes later. Jiang Shui handed the license to Lin Fan. The license was entirely black with the Hunter Alliance emblem on the front. The back clearly marked the 2-star level, simple and formal. This is the Hunter Alliance's exclusive internal USB drive. Plug it into a computer to access the Alliance's internal network. There you can accept missions, post bounties, trade mutated beast materials, and cultivation resources. You can also check internal information there in real time. Then Jiang Shui took out a small silver USB drive and handed it to Lin Fan. Thanks. Lin Fan took the USB drive and Hunter license, and casually stuffed them into his pocket. It's nothing. If you have any questions about missions in the future, feel free to come to me. Jiang Shui smiled slightly. Lin Fan, you're now an official hunter. Next time we have a mission we can team up. Su Youchu, standing nearby, also leaned in, her eyes sparkling as she looked at Lin Fan. Sure. Lin Fan smiled and was about to say something. But just then a chaotic sound of footsteps came from outside the testing room. Outside the testing room, a sudden, heavy, and urgent sound of footsteps echoed. The footsteps were neither slow nor fast, yet carried a domineering and oppressive aura from above. Each step seemed to press down on the hearts of everyone present. Jiang Shui and Su Youchu, who had been marveling at Lin Fan's physical strength, instantly changed their expressions. Only a handful of people in the entire Sharingan Hunter Alliance could possess such an imposing presence. The next second, bang! The metal door of the testing room was violently pushed open. 3 figures strode in, their aura as deep and vast as an abyss, instantly enveloping the entire room. The leader was a middle-aged man with a stern face and slightly graying temples. He wore an executive robe embroidered with the dark gold patterns of the Alliance, with 4 golden stars glittering on his shoulder patches. The visitor was none other than Tai Cheong, the deputy chief of the Alliance, known for his ruthless handling of criminal law. Flanking him on the left and right stood 2 guards, towering and imposing with a calm and mountain-like presence. Their spiritual energy faintly leaked out, emitting a chilling pressure. Judging by their aura, both were 4th-rank powerhouses. The atmosphere in the testing room instantly dropped to freezing point. Are you the one who broke Xiao Hu's arm in the Alliance Hall? Tai Cheong's gaze swept sharply across the room like a hawk, finally locking onto Lin Fan. His voice was icy and piercing, devoid of any emotion. His tone was filled with interrogation. Deputy Chief, it's not what you think. Xiao Hu was the one who provoked and insulted others first. Lin Fan was just defending himself. Jiang Shui stepped forward, her expression calm and her tone neither humble nor arrogant. I didn't ask you, Jiang Shui. Don't think you can act recklessly just because your uncle is the chief. Tai Cheong cast a cold glance at Jiang Shui, suddenly releasing a 4th-rank peak pressure. The pressure hit Jiang Shui, turning her face pale, yet she stubbornly held her ground without stepping back, though her breath faltered slightly. Su Youchu, seeing this, turned pale, tightly gripping Jiang Shui's arm, trembling slightly. All eyes were fixed on Lin Fan. They awaited his panic explanations or pleas for mercy. However, Lin Fan only slightly raised his eyes, his expression as indifferent as ever. It was me, he said, looking at Tai Cheong, his tone calm. He uttered 2 simple words without a trace of fear. Yet those 2 simple words were like a boulder thrown into a calm lake, stirring ripples across the entire surface. What audacity! How dare you commit violence within our Hunter Alliance and break the rules? Do you have no regard for the law? Guards! Tai Cheong's eyes flashed with frigid light, his golden spiritual energy erupting violently as he roared. Seize this brat, cripple his cultivation, and interrogate him thoroughly. Tai Cheong waved his hand abruptly, his voice echoing through the testing room. Yes, sir. The 2 4th-rank guards responded in unison. Boom! Both of them erupted with their 4th-rank spiritual energy. The left guard's body was surrounded by howling gales, wind-attributed spiritual energy coiling around his fists. The air was torn with faint crackling sounds. The right guard's feet caused the ground to tremble slightly, his earth-yellow spiritual energy thick as a fortress, his power as steady as a mountain. They flanked him from left and right, forming a pincer, and charged at Lin Fan with ferocity. Their speed was ghostly, their momentum as fierce as wild beasts. Lin Fan! Watch out! Seeing this, Su Youchu cried out. Stop, Tai Cheong, you can't do this. Jiang Shui also spoke urgently. However, Tai Cheong ignored Jiang Shui's words. Although he didn't lay a hand on her, he released his 4th-rank peak aura, firmly pinning Jiang Shui in place. Humph. But at this moment Lin Fan showed no panic in the face of the 2 4th-rank powerhouses' encirclement. Instead, he let out a cold snort, a chilling smile curling at the corner of his mouth. The next moment, violent purple lightning erupted from within Lin Fan's body. Purple electric currents coiled around his arms and surged through his entire body. Crackling sounds filled the air, and the purple light illuminated the entire testing room. His spiritual energy surged like a tsunami, his physical blood and chi roared like 10,000 horses galloping. A terrifying aura far beyond the 2nd rank shot up into the sky. Lin Fan did not retreat but advanced instead. He stomped his right foot hard on the ground, causing fine cracks to spread across the training room floor. Lin Fan's figure shot forward like an arrow, his right fist carrying the might of thunder and lightning. He hurled it straight at the two fourth-rank guards. No frills. No techniques. Just pure extreme power and lightning. You're asking for death. A mere second rank dares to face us head-on. The wind-attributed guard among the two sneered, full of disdain. Courting death, the other earth-attributed guard also coldly yelled. Both of them simultaneously channeled their full fourth-rank spiritual energy. Their fists struck out together, meeting Lin Fan's punch head-on. The two guards were confident, certain that after this blow Lin Fan would be defeated. After all, the gap between the second and fourth ranks was like a chasm. Bang! The moment fists collided, a deafening explosion erupted. A violent blast of air surged outward from the point of impact, causing everyone's robes to flap loudly. But then the next moment, a scene that left everyone stunned occurred. The two solid fourth-rank powerhouses, upon colliding with Lin Fan, their bodies trembled violently, staggering back 3 steps in succession. Their steps faltered, their blood and chi surged, their arms numbed, and their tiger maws throbbed with pain, almost making them unable to clench their fists. In contrast, Lin Fan stood still in his original spot, maintaining his punching posture, motionless. The entire testing room fell into a deathly silence. So quiet that a pin drop could be heard. Jiang Shui covered her mouth, her beautiful eyes filled with disbelief. Su Yuchu also had her mouth slightly agape, utterly shocked. Everyone was dumbfounded. A second-rank mid-stage had actually overpowered 2 fourth-rank superhumans, and knocked them back. If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, they would never have believed it. This is impossible. The 2 fourth-rank guards were now pale with shock, their minds reeling with earth-shattering astonishment. They were fourth-rank. Even if they weren't strength-type superhumans, their power should have been far beyond that of a second-rank mid-stage. But that punch just now. Both clearly felt Lin Fan's physical strength far exceeded theirs. Humph. However, Lin Fan gave them no chance to react or think. He let out another cold snort, raised his right hand and grasped the void. Hum. A long blade engulfed in violent purple lightning materialized out of thin air. The blade was icy cold, with lightning dancing along its edge, its sharpness stinging the eyes. Swish, swish, swish. Lin Fan stepped forward, simultaneously flicking his wrist. In an instant he unleashed several attacks. The blade light tore through the air like heavenly thunder descending. He slashed wildly at the 2 fourth-rank guards. The blade strikes were fierce, domineering, swift, and ruthless. Not good. The 2 guards' expressions changed drastically. Not daring to underestimate him, the wind attribute guard instantly channeled all his spiritual energy. Gale winds howled and a thick wall of wind coalesced. The earth attribute guard clapped his hands on the ground. The earth rumbled and a rock and earth shield dozens of meters thick rose from the ground. Clang! 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 The blade light slashed wildly, lightning exploding. The wind wall twisted violently. The earth shield cracked and shattered. The 2 fourth-rank powerhouses under Lin Fan's blade light were forcibly suppressed, retreating step by step. With every slash they were forced back a step. With every collision their aura became more chaotic. It was a complete one-sided crushing. A second rank. Suppressing fourth ranks. Is Lin Fan even human? Su Yuchu stood by, utterly incredulous. Witnessing all this, Tai Chiong's face turned ashen with fury. A mere brat dared to suppress his subordinates right in front of him. This was a direct slap in the face. You insolent whelp! Tai Chiong roared. Boom! The next moment Tai Chiong moved, his fourth-rank peak spiritual energy exploding like a blazing sun. Golden light illuminated the entire testing room, the pressure bearing down like a divine mountain, causing the room to tremble violently, walls to crack and instruments to shatter. Tai Chiong's figure flickered, leaving afterimages in his wake. He extended his right hand and struck down with a palm from the air. A massive golden palm print materialized. It descended upon Lin Fan's head with the force of annihilation. This palm was enough to obliterate an ordinary fourth rank. But what happened next stunned everyone. Lin Fan stopped his defenses and stood still, truly motionless. He did not dodge, did not evade, did not avoid. He simply stood there like a statue. Has this kid given up? Tai Chiong wondered, but he did not hold back. The next moment the golden palm slammed into Lin Fan. However, the scene that followed made everyone's pupils contract to the extreme. The golden palm, capable of splitting mountains and cracking earth, passed straight through Lin Fan's body without any resistance. It slammed heavily into the wall behind him. Boom! The wall collapsed, rubble and dust billowing. Lin Fan remained standing there unscathed, not even a corner of his robe fluttering. It was as if he did not exist in this space at all. Wow, what? Tai Qiong was thunderstruck, his face filled with absurdity and disbelief. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Tai Qiong refused to accept it. He struck again, once, twice, thrice. Countless golden spiritual energy attacks bombarded wildly. Palm strikes, finger swords, air blades, energy bullets. One after another. But every single attack passed through Lin Fan's body, landing on empty space. None of the attacks could touch him, even a little. At this moment Lin Fan was like a visible but intangible phantom. Sorcery. This is black magic. What kind of monster are you? Tai Qiong grew more panicked as he fought, shouting angrily. In his decades of life he had never seen such a bizarre ability. Yet Lin Fan remained silent, simply watching him attack wildly. Only after Tai Qiong had exhausted a great deal of spiritual energy, sweating profusely, did Lin Fan slowly raise his crimson eyes. He looked at the ferocious, disheveled Tai Qiong. You've been attacking for so long. Now, it's my turn, isn't it? Lin Fan's voice was clear, calm, yet carried a bone-chilling coldness. We've been fighting for so long. Now, it's my turn, isn't it? The moment his words fell, the kaleidoscope pattern in Lin Fan's eyes spun like a windmill, accelerating rapidly. Then Lin Fan's left eye focused on Tai Qiong's head. The next moment he was about to unleash the divine might. Everyone stop. But at that critical juncture, a voice, aged yet brimming with authority, thundered like a bolt from the blue. It came from outside the testing room. A tremendous aura, vast as the ocean and heavy as a divine mountain, crashed down without warning, instantly enveloping the entire testing room. This aura was far stronger than the fourth stage perfection, several times more formidable than the enraged Tai Qiong. The moment the aura descended, Tai Qiong's body stiffened. The two fourth stage guards behind him also turned pale, their legs trembling uncontrollably. They nearly fell to their knees with a thud. Almost everyone in the room was stifled by the oppressive aura, their movements frozen. Lin Fan, who was about to strike, also paused abruptly. Fifth stage. He raised an eyebrow, turning his gaze toward the entrance of the testing room, a flicker of surprise in his eyes. Yet, he showed no sign of panic. The next moment a figure clad in a platinum-white robe strode in from the door. The newcomer was a middle-aged man with snow-white hair and a stern face, divine light flickering in his eyes as he blinked. His spiritual energy was contained like an abyss, appearing calm yet making the very air in the room feel frozen. This person was none other than the leader of the Sand City Hunter Alliance, Jiang Wanchuan. All. Alliance leader. Tai Qiong stiffened upon seeing the newcomer. You. Why are you here? The fury on Tai Qiong's face instantly turned to fear. He hastily bowed, his voice trembling. If I hadn't come, would you have demolished this testing room entirely? Jiang Wanchuan's gaze swept over the chaos. The cracked floor, shattered instruments, collapsed walls, his expression dark. His low voice carried an unyielding authority, making everyone's ears ring. Subordinate. I wouldn't dare. This man caused trouble in our alliance. I was merely following the rules. Tai Qiong's forehead beaded with cold sweat as he hurriedly explained. Nonsense. Do you take me for a child? Jiang Wanchuan roared. Subordinate. Tai Qiong tried to explain further but was cut off by a wave of Jiang Wanchuan's hand. Silence. I have made my decision. Jiang Wanchuan's tone was firm. Uncle. Don't believe him, he's twisting the truth. At that moment Jiang Shui, who had been standing nearby, stepped forward. Her voice was icy as she addressed Jiang Wanchuan. Seeing this, Lin Fan understood. So it was Jiang Shui who had notified Jiang Wanchuan. Jiang Wanchuan gently patted his niece's hand, signaling her to rest assured. Then he turned his gaze to Lin Fan, sizing him up, a glint of admiration in his eyes. Second stage, mid-phase, yet able to stand against a fourth stage. Such talent was nothing short of monstrous. Young friend Jiang Shui has already explained what happened. Zhao Hu was the one who provoked first, and Tai Qiong acted rashly afterward. The fault does not lie with you. Jiang Wanchuan spoke slowly, his tone calm. As his words fell, Tai Qiong's heart tightened. Jiang Wanchuan's statement set the tone for the entire incident. It was clear he was siding with Lin Fan. Tai Qiong, as vice leader, you acted without discernment. You will be confined for 3 days and have half a year's salary deducted. Dismissed. As expected, Jiang Wanchuan's next words clearly favored Lin Fan. Yes. I obey. Tai Qiong was resentful, but under the alliance leader's overwhelming pressure he dared not speak further. He cast a venomous glance at Lin Fan before retreating with his men. With Tai Qiong's departure, the atmosphere gradually eased. Today's incident was a lapse in the alliance's management. I hope you can forgive us. Jiang Wanchuan said sincerely to Lin Fan. No matter. Lin Fan waved his hand. Since the matter is resolved, I'll take my leave. Having completed the hunter's license procedures, Lin Fan had no intention of staying. In that case, I won't detain you, Jiang Wanchuan said. Lin Fan nodded and turned to leave. Just then Su Yichu and Jiang Shui hurried forward, gently blocking his path. Su Yichu lowered her eyes, her fingers slightly clenched. Her face was full of undisguised guilt and unease. Lin Fan, I'm really sorry today. It's all because I dragged you to the Hunter Alliance. That you had to face such a nasty incident. It's all my fault. Her voice was soft, laced with self-reproach, and the apology in her eyes was exceptionally genuine. Actually, I'm partly to blame. Strictly speaking, Zhao Hu is one of my suitors, so that's why. Anyway, I owe you an apology too. Jiang Shui also nodded, slightly, a hint of remorse on her cold, beautiful face. This has nothing to do with you two. On the contrary, I should thank you both for helping me get the hunter's license quickly, saving me a lot of trouble. If anyone is to blame, it's those who deliberately stirred up trouble. They're just asking for it. Lin Fan looked at their sincere expressions, the corners of his mouth lifting slightly, his tone light. After all, Lin Fan was reasonable, and would not blame them. Hearing this, Su Yuchu's tense nerves finally relaxed. She raised her head, revealing a bright smile, the worry in her eyes vanishing. I'm glad you don't blame me. Take care on your way back. We'll meet again. Lin Fan gave a slight nod as a farewell, then turned and walked away slowly. This young man's temperament, talent, and bearing are all beyond ordinary. His future is boundless. Jiang Wanchuan gazed at Lin Fan's fading figure, admiration evident in his eyes. Indeed, he seems quite extraordinary. Jiang Shui, standing beside him, also watched Lin Fan's retreating back and murmured softly. Leaving the Hunter Alliance, Lin Fan returned to his lodging. He did not play around with Su Xiaoxiao, but went straight to his room to enter a deep state of cultivation. After the recent battle, Lin Fan felt his cultivation had advanced further. He decided to seize this opportunity and break through once more. As the great desolate heaven-swallowing art circulated, a steady stream of spiritual energy began to merge into Lin Fan's body, causing his physical strength and cultivation to steadily improve at an astonishing rate. Lin Fan seemed to merge with heaven and earth. This cultivation session lasted until the next morning. When the first rays of purple chi carried by the morning sunlight infused into Lin Fan's body, a faint sound of a barrier breaking echoed from within him. Instantly, spiritual energy radiated outward from Lin Fan. After a long while, the energy within him gradually calmed. At that moment, Lin Fan slowly opened his eyes. Second stage, later phase, tendon refining initiation. The morning sunlight streamed through the glass window, gently warming Lin Fan's face. Having just broken through, Lin Fan stretched his limbs, feeling refreshed and invigorated. Lin Fan, you broke through again. Su Xiaoxiao's eyelashes fluttered as she too woke up. Her small face still carried a hint of drowsiness. She looked at Lin Fan with sleepy eyes, her voice soft and languid. I gained some insights after a battle yesterday. Lin Fan nodded in affirmation. Your cultivation speed is monstrous. Su Xiaoxiao opened her mouth slightly as if wanting to say something, but in the end she could only pout helplessly. From the moment they met, Lin Fan's realm had ascended as easily as eating and drinking. Now Su Xiaoxiao had grown somewhat numb to it. All right, enough of that. Keep sleeping, you look like you haven't had enough rest. Lin Fan reached out and pinched Su Xiaoxiao's delicate cheek. Su Xiaoxiao let out a lazy response and curled back into the covers. Now Lin Fan rose from the bed and walked out of the bedroom. After tidying up briefly, he stepped out of the house. Lin Fan's goal today was very clear. Go to the Hunter Alliance to take on missions, earn contribution points, and quickly advance to a 3-star hunter. Following a familiar route, Lin Fan soon arrived at the Hunter Alliance Hall. As soon as he entered, a lively figure rushed toward him with great urgency. Lin Fan, you're famous. Su Yuchu gasped, her cheeks slightly flushed, her eyes shining with an alarming brightness. What the heck? Hearing Su Yuchu's words, Lin Fan's head was filled with question marks. You don't know yet. The internet has completely exploded. You really scored over 10,000 points. You're the national champion of the college entrance exam. Open your phone and look, the whole internet is talking about you. Su Yuchu stared at Lin Fan as if she had discovered a priceless treasure, too excited to speak coherently. Lin Fan was momentarily stunned. He picked up his phone and lit up the screen. The moment the screen lit up, a torrent of trending topics, pop-ups, and notifications surged in like a flood. Pinned red text, explosive topics, various hot posts popped up one after another, messages flying so fast they dazzled the eyes. One trending headline after another glared S-level candidate Lin Fan 10985 points tops the nation college entrance exam total score crushes SSS level genius by nearly 3,000 points scandal, or strength. The whole internet is in an uproar. Xiao Su 15 points takes second place unprecedented gap. Why can an S-level surpass an SSS level? Is the college entrance exam scoring system broken? One trending topic after another skyrocketed at a visible rate. In an instant they dominated all major social platforms in the Dragon Kingdom, the official website for ability users and the front page of the Education Bureau. The click count broke 100 million within just a few hours and the number of shares surged at a terrifying speed. Netizens across the country were completely bewildered, plunged into immense doubt and questioning. For it was well known that the Dragon Kingdom's college entrance exam scoring system was extremely strict. Ability control, actual combat kills, crisis response, and other comprehensive skills. Every single point was hard-earned. And as the ceiling level ability SSS level inherently had a huge advantage over S level. In every previous year the top scorer had always been an SSS level ability user. But this time Lin Fan's appearance completely overturned everyone's understanding. The national second-place finisher Xiao Su was a genuine SSS level ability genius. Since childhood he had been fought over by major forces, recognized as the top prodigy among the younger generation of the Dragon Kingdom. Yet even such a person only scored 8,015 points in total. That was already the second highest score in the past decade. But the one above him, Lin Fan, was only an S-level ability user, yet his total score was 10,985 points, nearly 3,000 points higher. This staggering disparity completely defied everyone's understanding, setting the entire internet ablaze. The comment section was instantly flooded with countless messages, a chaotic mix of doubt, abuse, confusion, and mockery stirring up a massive storm. Is this a joke? An S-level ability user nearly 3,000 points higher than an SSS level. Isn't that blatant manipulation? Xiao Su is an SSS level lightning-type ability user who swept through the entire Kyoto exam venue. Even with that he only got 8,000 points. How can an S-level get 10985? The Dragon Kingdom's college entrance exam has been fair, and just for decades such an outrageous thing has never happened. This is definitely a scandal. Some forces must be pulling strings behind the scenes. I don't believe it. How can an S-level dominate an SSS level by so much? Unless this person isn't a normal S-level. Of course there were also rational voices standing up to refute, trying to calm the storm of public opinion. The exam system uses national-level encryption technology. Scores are uploaded in real time and cannot be tampered with. There's absolutely no possibility of a scandal. Scoring this high can only prove Lin Fan's ability level doesn't represent everything. Anyone who survived the beast-tide calamity in Tianhe City is no ordinary person. Don't define someone's strength by their level. Yet even so the vast majority still couldn't accept this result. In everyone's entrenched perception SSS level was the absolute ceiling. S level could never surpass it, let alone lead by nearly 3,000 points to top the nation. The doubting voices grew louder and many even signed a joint petition demanding the Education Bureau re-examine the scores and revoke Lin Fan's title as the champion. The entire Dragon Kingdom, because of the unfamiliar name Lin Fan, was plunged into an unprecedented whirlpool of public opinion. But the culprit behind it all, Lin Fan looked at the content on his phone. His gaze was calm, his expression without much disturbance. You. Seeing all this, isn't there anything you want to say? Su Yuchu looked at him eagerly, asking cautiously. There's not much to say, is there? If I had to say something, it was just a normal performance. Lin Fan lazily lifted his eyes, looking at Su Yuchu with a relaxed tone. That sounds a bit humble brag. Su Yuchu pouted and muttered softly. The national champion in Lin Fan's mouth was just a normal performance. Enough of that, let's get down to business. Yochu, help me pick a suitable mission. Lin Fan changed the subject. Okay. I'll take a look. Su Yuchu knew Lin Fan's personality well, so she didn't dwell on it, and quickly searched through the mission panel. Got it. Here's a bounty mission for a 4th-tier fire-type beast core. Reward 1 million contribution points, 1,000 deadline 1 week. What do you think? After searching for a while, Su Yuchu's eyes lit up. Alright, I'll take this one. Lin Fan glanced at the mission details and nodded slightly. Seeing Lin Fan's nod, Su Yuchu immediately operated on the tablet and helped him accept the mission. Since I've accepted the mission, I'll go back to prepare and then head out of the city. Lin Fan said. Go ahead. Su Yuchu waved at Lin Fan. Lin Fan turned and left the Hunter Alliance. Time quickly passed to the afternoon. The entire Dragon Kingdom network experienced a second major earthquake. The Dragon Kingdom Education Bureau suddenly released Lin Fan's complete college entrance exam combat video without any warning. As soon as the video went online, it instantly crashed the servers. Netizens across the country with various attitudes of skepticism and curiosity watched intently. The video slowly played and everyone fixed their eyes on the screen. In the center of the exam venue, a mess. Hundreds of candidates gathered in one area. In the middle of the arena stood a young man, his body crackling with lightning, barehanded. This person was Lin Fan. And just as everyone was wondering what happened next, left them all stunned. In the scene, hundreds of candidates simultaneously charged at Lin Fan, surrounding him. But Lin Fan, besieged in the center, remained completely calm. Not until the crowd closed and did Lin Fan finally move. His figure darted through the crowd like a ghost, purple lightning tearing through the air. Every strike was crisp and decisive. With a single punch, a group of candidates flew backward, thrown out of the arena. With a sweep of his leg, the combined attack of several geniuses was instantly shattered. One by one they staggered back, clutching their chests, faces pale. Lin Fan, like a bolt of purple lightning, rampaged through the hundreds of candidates. Wherever he passed, no one could stand against him. With every move, one person lost their combat capability. Every second, someone was eliminated. After several minutes, only Lin Fan remained standing in the arena, and the battle came to an end. The video continued. Lin Fan swept through the entire venue. All 100+ candidates lay on the ground, beaten down without the strength to struggle. Then Lin Fan unceremoniously took half of the points from each eliminated candidate. His score panel, like a wildly rising bar, skyrocketed until it reached over 8,000 points. The whole arena fell silent. Everyone was dumbfounded. Holy crap! Is this S level? Is he insane? 1 man against 100. This isn't an exam, it's a massacre. As the video played to this point, the tide of online comments began to subtly shift. But it wasn't over yet. After taking the points, Lin Fan didn't stop for even half a second. He turned directly and walked toward the core combat zone, where the points were highest and the danger was greatest. What followed was another path of destruction. He single-handedly killed all 3 second-tier beasts in the entire core zone. Then, under the astonished gaze of everyone, he began plundering the entire exam venue like a madman. He robbed anyone he saw and killed any beast he encountered. Lin Fan was like a harvesting machine, leaving nothing behind wherever he passed. By the time the video reached this point, the entire internet had exploded. Holy! What kind of monster is this? Compared to him, SSS level seems a bit weak. So that's how 10,985 points came about. Such an insane way to farm points. I admit I was foolish before. The doubts online gradually faded in the face of the solid evidence released by the officials. All that remained across the internet was shock, worship, and dropped jaws. Lin Fan was completely unaware of what was happening online. At this moment, he was already outside Sand City. Beyond the Sand City lay a dead, uninhabited zone. The gobi stretched endlessly, with scattered gravel beneath the feet crunching crisply with every step. At the end of the horizon, bare rocky mountains undulated one after another, displaying a deep, oppressive dark red under the scorching sun, resembling solidified blood clots. The air was filled with a dry, scorching heat, and even the wind was burning. Lin Fan strode through this wasteland, dressed simply, his figure lean, holding a phone in his hand. Lin Fan raised a hand to shield his eyes from the glaring sun, and the content on the phone became clear. On the screen was a map sent by the client. Lin Fan's gaze fell on the red pinpoint in the center of the map. Beside the blinking red icon was a line of small text: 4th tier fire attribute mutant beast magma giant king. Located deep within Xian Gorge. It's quite far. Lin Fan looked at the location on the phone with some helplessness. On the map, the Sand City was at the lower left corner. The red pinpoint was situated in a deep, narrow gorge zone tens of kilometers southwest of the Sand City's outskirts. Lin Fan recognized this area. That was the notorious death zone near the Sand City, Xian Gorge. It was said to be a gorge left behind after a volcanic eruption with fire elemental energy so dense it defied reason. Large numbers of fire and earth attribute mutant beasts roamed there year-round. Even for superpowered individuals, entering it with insufficient strength meant a near-certain death. Never mind, keep moving, Lin Fan muttered as he put away his phone. After half an hour of rapid travel, a narrow, deep gorge shadow began to emerge faintly on the distant horizon. This should be it. Lin Fan squinted at the distant Xian Gorge, then without delay quickened his pace. Purple lightning silently coiled around his legs. Lin Fan's figure turned into a streak of violet light racing across the gobi. Low-tier mutant beasts along the way, sensing his aura, fled in panic, not daring to approach. Occasionally a reckless 3rd-tier beast would charge at him. Lin Fan would casually throw a punch, and the beast's body would explode, dying on the spot. Time slipped by quietly, and after about 10 odd minutes, the gorge shadow on the horizon came clearly into view before Lin Fan. Finally here. Lin Fan looked at the gorge ahead and slowly stopped. The gorge was narrow and deep with cliffs on both sides towering into the clouds like a wound hacked open by a giant axe. The surface of the cliffs, eroded by fire element over the years, was covered in dense charred black cracks and dark red lava crystals, a chilling sight. The air inside the gorge was even hotter than outside. Every breath felt like inhaling a ball of scorching cotton, the throat filled with dryness and dust. The ground was cracked black scorched earth with faint blood-like residual magma seeping from the fissures. Lin Fan advanced deeper into the gorge. The farther he went, the higher the temperature. Eventually even the surrounding air began to warp and the vision seemed to melt. Lin Fan didn't stop, he continued deeper. Spiritual energy swirled around him, forming a protective barrier against the high temperature. As he delved deeper, the distance to the location on the map grew shorter. Someone. After walking for a while, Lin Fan suddenly halted. He looked up and heard the sound of fierce combat not far ahead. But as he pondered, a thunderous boom erupted. A great explosion sent flames soaring into the sky. A wave of fire swept through, engulfing the surrounding rubble. Lin Fan narrowed his eyes, not rushing over but instead completely concealing his aura. Like a shadow, he silently drew closer. As he advanced, the scene before him suddenly opened up. There, in an open space ahead, a third-tier magma giant stood towering. The giant was forged entirely from dark red molten rock, its body reaching 3 zhang in height like a moving volcano. Every inch of its skin flowed with blazing flames. Lava churned in its chest, emitting a suffocating heat. With each step the ground trembled violently, cracks spread and lava splattered. Its savage, brutal aura was unmistakable. And across from the magma giant stood a strikingly beautiful figure in white robes. The young woman's face was exquisite, her eyes calm as still water, her demeanor cold and aloof. Frosty aura coiled around her, and she wore a suit of ice armor. In her hand she held a sword of icy blue, its cold light intimidating. She was weaving around the magma giant. With a furious roar, the magma giant raised its massive fists and slammed them down at the maiden. The air ignited instantly and waves of fire rolled. The fist wind melted even rock into liquid. The maiden's eyes sharpened as she sidestepped, her sword light cutting through the air. A thunderous bang. The sword she collided with the giant's magma fist, cold and flame, annihilating each other. The battle was evenly matched. The magma giant's strength was overwhelming, its body indestructible. Every strike carried the force of destruction. The maiden's swordsmanship was exquisite, her movements nimble as a ghost. Her chilling energy was piercing, each sword stroke aimed at vital points. Fire and ice clashed violently, the roar shaking the entire gorge. As the battle continued, the maiden's frost aura in this fire element-rich battlefield was not suppressed. Instead, it grew stronger and spread outward. Eventually, the temperature of the entire open space was forcibly lowered by her. Interesting. With such dense fire element here, she actually managed to suppress the temperature using her own ice superpower. Her superpower level must be at least SS or even higher. Lin Fan, watching from the side, was quite amazed. The battle continued. The flames surging around the magma giant began to be suppressed and weakened. The lava on its surface gradually stopped boiling, its fire dimming. Its movements became sluggish and stiff. Its power was being eroded and frozen by the ice. On the other side, the maiden pressed forward relentlessly, her sword momentum growing fiercer. As one side weakened, the other strengthened, and the magma giant retreated step by step. But at that moment the giant let out a sky-shaking howl. The remaining lava on its body erupted wildly, flames bursting forth. Its aura surged several times over. The ice frozen on its surface shattered in an instant. The temperature around it soared again. Berserking. Su Mushue's cold eyes narrowed as she witnessed the scene. Boom. 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 The magma giant had now fully entered a berserk state. Its fists rained down like meteorites, the attack ferocious to the extreme. No more defense, completely life for life. The entire earth trembled. Su Mushue's eyes narrowed slightly, but there was no panic in her expression. Her footwork abruptly changed. In the next moment she transformed into a graceful butterfly, her figure drifting unpredictably. Boom. 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 The magma giant's attacks rained down, forcing Su Mushue to retreat. But that was all. Every single attack of the magma giant was skillfully dodged by Su Mushue. With another furious roar, the giant, seeing Su Mushue slip away like an eel, was enraged. But it could do nothing, only roar again. Its eyes blazed with ferocity, and its rock-formed arms raised high then slammed into the ground. A deafening boom shook the earth. A thick pillar of magma burst from the ground, shooting straight at Su Muxue, too fast to dodge. Ice Prison Heaven Sealing Sword. At this critical moment, Su Muxue's eyes flashed with cold light. Spiritual energy surged within her, and endless cold poured into the icy blue sword. The next instant the sword erupted with a dazzling sword light. Su Muxue lightly swung her sword, and a 10-jan-long sword she soared into the sky. Supreme speed. Supreme cold. Supreme sharpness. The sword she pierced through the magma pillar like a rainbow, its momentum undiminished, slashing toward the magma giant. The sword she swept across the giant's body, carrying extreme cold. The magma giant's massive form froze in place. With a loud crash, the next second its entire body turned into a heap of cold black rock, collapsing with a thunderous sound. Huff. Su Muxue let out a long breath, her face slightly weary, clearly drained by that last strike. After a brief pause, she crouched down. With a swipe of her icy sword, she split open the giant's head and retrieved the third-tier fire crystal core. Still not it. The moment she saw the crystal core, her brow furrowed slightly, a hint of disappointment barely detectable in her tone. Clearly this magma giant was not the target she was looking for. Having failed to find what she wanted, Su Muxue had no intention of lingering. She put away the crystal core and turned to leave. But just as she took a step, a terrifyingly deep rumble burst from the deepest crater of Chien Gorge. Then a terrifying energy pillar of crimson so dark it seemed black shot up from the crater, piercing the sky. When this happened, fire and earth elemental energy went into a frenzy, surging like a tsunami across the entire Chien Gorge. The gorge shook violently. Cliffs collapsed and the ground split into massive chasms. Magma erupted wildly from the depths as if the entire earth was about to be turned over. Su Muxue's usually calm face finally showed a ripple. She frowned slightly, lifting her head sharply to look toward the volcano. The crimson pillar of light from the volcano's crater shot up into the sky like the wrath of a god, piercing the clouds. Violent tremors spread wildly across the scorched black earth beneath. The towering cliffs on both sides of the crimson flame gorge crumbled and collapsed under the impact of that terrifying force. Dust and magma fragments mingled in the air, staining the already oppressive dark red sky even murkier. The fire and earth elemental energies surged with maniacal fury like a raging tsunami, sweeping over every inch of the land. The low-rank beasts nearby, whether they were rock giants or lava lizards, all let out terrified whimpers as they sensed the overwhelming pressure that reigned supreme over everything. Instinctively they fled in the opposite direction, desperately trying to escape this domain of death. Within the gorge the air twisted. The lava giant king! Su Muxue lifted her eyes slightly, gazing at the red light that pierced the heavens, her brows furrowed. A thin layer of dust covered her icy armor. The next moment her figure moved, transforming into an ice-blue streak of light, speeding toward the exit of the gorge. Her movements were fluid and unbroken. In the brief moments just past, she had already made the decision that this place was not safe to linger. Yet just as Su Muxue was about to rush out of the gorge, an immense overbearing aura, as if the master of heaven and earth itself, spread from the volcano's crater. Like an invisible mountain, it locked onto her form. Following that, a fireball over 10 meters in diameter shot out from the crater, hurtling towards Su Muxue. Seeing this, her forward steps faltered. She flicked the ice sword in her hand, unleashing several sword auras that slashed toward the fireball in midair. At the same time, the cold air around her erupted without restraint, forming several solid ice shields in front of her. Bang! 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 Only after being weakened by the layers of sword auras and ice shields was the fireball finally blocked. "How did you think you could come and go as you please in my domain?" A low, cold laugh accompanied by heavy footsteps echoed from the deepest part of the gorge. Without a doubt it was the voice of the Lava Giant King. The next moment the Lava Giant King slowly walked out of the crater, shrouded in red light. Its body, originally forged from dark red magma, now faintly shimmered with a golden luster. Standing over 10 jan tall, it was like a moving inferno. With each step the ground collapsed with a deafening roar, cracks spreading like a spiderweb. The Lava Giant King's gaze never left Su Muxue. Its golden vertical pupils were cold and brutal, filled with an extreme aversion to the cold. Looking at the Lava Giant King before her, Su Muxue furrowed her brows even tighter. The ice-blue longsword was held horizontally before her chest, its blade gleaming with a chilling light. "Blocking one of my strikes means you have some skill. But unfortunately you'll still die here today." The Giant King spoke in a coarse, grinding voice accompanied by a terrifying wave of heat. Before the words faded, the Giant King's massive fist, composed of pure magma, had already descended towards Su Muxue's head with the force of destruction. The air was twisted by the high temperature, emitting sizzling pops. Seeing this, Su Muxue's eyes sharpened. But at this moment she was already locked by the Giant King's aura and could not dodge. Frozen domain, solidify. Her clear voice fell and the cold air around her instantly surged. Within a radius of 10 jam the space was frozen solid by ice. Countless ice spikes burst from the ground converging into a massive ice wall before her. Bang! The giant fist and the ice wall collided with a thunderous impact. The cold and the flames annihilated each other in a frenzy, producing a deafening explosion. The immense force shattered the scorched earth beneath Sumushua's feet. She was forced back several meters, a trace of fresh blood seeping from the corner of her lips. Interesting. The lava giant king was somewhat surprised that its attack was blocked. After all, this attack was different from the previous one. The earlier fireball had been a casual strike. This time it had used 60 to 70% of its strength. It seems you're a human genius. And what I enjoy most is hunting human geniuses. The lava giant king laughed. Its assault became even more violent. Countless lava fireballs rained down like hail. At this moment Sumushua pushed her footwork to the limit. Her figure moved gracefully, darting like a phantom through the lava and ice shards. With each movement she left a trail of ice flowers. Each ice flower rooted itself on the ground, instantly transforming into sharp ice blades that shot toward the giant king's joints and vital points. Though they couldn't break through its defense, they successfully disrupted its attack rhythm. Third tier versus fourth tier. This was a completely unequal battle. Although Sumushua was formidable, as the fight dragged on, her aura began to wane, and her breathing grew rapid. Her icy armor was covered in cracks, and her once perfect figure now appeared somewhat battered. Bang! A few minutes later, due to a delayed reaction, Sumushua was viciously struck by a sweeping kick from the lava giant king. She was sent flying like a broken kite, crashing heavily into a collapsed rock wall. Rubble tumbled, dust filled the air. But the lava giant king did not relent, pressing forward step by step. Its massive shadow loomed over Sumushua. The next moment the lava giant king leaped high into the air, magma gathering wildly in its chest. It condensed into a molten cannonball capable of incinerating everything, crashing down towards Sumushua's head. It seems I'll have to use that thing. Sumushua lay amidst the rubble, her chest throbbing with pain, her breath weak. Looking up at the lava giant king in the sky, a hint of helplessness flickered in her clear eyes. But at this critical moment between life and death, a bolt of purple lightning as thick as a bucket shot out from the shadows of the distant gorge like the wrath of a god. It struck the lava giant king's chest with pinpoint accuracy. Bang! The giant king's massive body was sent flying by the force. It crashed heavily onto the ground more than 10 meters away. As the dust settled, a figure wreathed in purple lightning slowly emerged from the shadows. Before the dust had fully settled, Lin Fan, wrapped in violet lightning, slowly emerged from the shadows. Sumushua's intended action abruptly halted. She knelt on one knee, supporting herself with an ice sword, and gazed at the unexpected figure. A ripple of surprise flickered through her cold, clear eyes. The young man before her appeared to be of similar age. His posture was upright, and wandering purple lightning coiled around him. His robes fluttered in the wind, and his expression remained calm. He showed no sign of tension in facing a fourth-tier exotic beast. Roar! A deafening howl split the sky. The magma giant king, blasted back dozens of meters by the purple lightning, rose from the scorched earth. The spot on its chest struck by the previous blow was charred black, with molten rock oozing out. Though it suffered no major harm, the magma giant king felt an immense humiliation. Its golden vertical pupils were completely consumed by fury. The heat around it surged violently, and the ground's magma churned as if about to boil. Despicable human! The giant king roared, stomping its massive body. The earth cracked as it charged straight at Lin Fan with the force to burn mountains and boil seas. Seeing this, Lin Fan's eyes turned cold. A faint light flashed in his palm, and the shadow thunder blade appeared in his hand. Purple lightning crawled madly along the blade, humming without cease. The next moment Lin Fan moved. Instead of retreating, he charged forward, meeting the colossal being over 10 stories tall. Clang! The blade clashed against the magma giant king's fist. Thunder and flame exploded, sending shockwaves in all directions. Lin Fan withstood the blow, his feet carving deep grooves into the ground. Witnessing this from behind, Sumushua's usually placid face revealed a trace of surprise. In her perception, Lin Fan's aura was only at the second tier. Yet he was now contending head-on with a fourth-tier magma giant king. Sumushua had seen battles that crossed tiers. After all, she herself was one of those who could do so. But she had never seen anyone achieve such a degree as Lin Fan. The man and the beast instantly became entangled in combat. Blade flashes were like lightning, giant fists like fire. Every collision shook the mountains and split the earth. Surrounding rock walls kept crumbling, and dust filled the sky. For a time the two sides fought fiercely, evenly matched. After dozens of exchanges, Lin Fan was gradually forced into a disadvantage. His arms went numb, his breathing quickened. Bang! Another violent clash sent both of them staggering back. Lin Fan retreated several steps, his right hand gripping the blade, trembling slightly, a numbing sensation spreading through his arm. Indeed, the physical strength of a fourth-tier exotic beast far surpasses that of an ability user of the same rank. I can suppress ordinary fourth-tier ability users in close combat without issue. But wrestling with a pure elemental-bodied beast like this is still a stretch. Lin Fan gazed at the towering figure of the Magma Giant King before him, musing inwardly. In that case, Lin Fan took a slow breath and sheathed the Shadow Thunder Blade. The next moment his eyes suddenly transformed. In his scarlet pupils the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan spun rapidly, unfolding an eerie and cold pattern. A power not of this world erupted from Lin Fan, sweeping outward. The spiritual energy around Lin Fan surged wildly. Moments later a colossal azure-blue Susanoo over 10 meters tall with bulging muscles materialized around him. The Susanoo clasped its hands and a long azure-blue chakra blade several meters long formed. That is... Ripples stirred in Sumushua's beautiful eyes. Roar! Playing tricks! The Magma Giant King snorted coldly, leaping forward again. Lin Fan's gaze was icy with the thought. The Susanoo gripped the blade and suddenly charged. Clang! With one slash the giant fist that the Magma Giant King had thrown with all its might was deflected. Before it could react, the Susanoo struck back with horizontal slashes, thrusts, and heavy chops, an onslaught like a storm. Though the Magma Giant King was larger than the Susanoo, it was now being pushed back step by step. The Susanoo's blade landed on the Magma Giant King's body, sending magma splashing and rocks shattering. In contrast, the Magma Giant King's attacks against the Susanoo couldn't even breach its defenses. Impossible! The Magma Giant King roared in terror. I still prefer the arrogant look you had just now. Lin Fan sneered, channeling his spiritual energy. The next moment purple lightning coiled around the Susanoo's long blade. Simultaneously the azure light of the blade surged, descending with the force to shatter everything. Bang! The Magma Giant King's massive body was sent flying once more, crashing heavily onto the crater's edge. This time its body cracked and magma spurted out. It lay dying, unable to rise again. But Lin Fan did not let his guard down. He controlled the Susanoo to step forward slowly, ready to deliver the final blow. Boom! Just then a magma pillar over 20 meters wide burst from the distant crater, shooting straight toward Lin Fan. The speed was like lightning, its power unimaginable. Lin Fan's eyes narrowed and the Susanoo instantly raised its blade to block. Bang! The magma pillar exploded and Lin Fan and his Susanoo were knocked back several meters. Deep within the crater, a crystal the size of a fist, completely crimson and flowing with terrifying fire attribute energy, shot through the air like a meteor, returning to its nest directly into the Magma Giant King's chest. The moment the crystal merged into its body, the Magma Giant King's nearly collapsing form swelled violently. Its height soared and its aura surged like a bursting dam. The surrounding fire elements madly poured into its body, and the earth groaned. That is a fire attribute source crystal. It is absorbing the crystal to forcibly advance to the 5th tier. As Lin Fan was puzzled by the scene, a clear, cold voice slowly sounded from behind him. Lin Fan turned around. Sumushua had somehow stood up and walked to his side. Her cold, clear eyes fixed solemnly on the Magma Giant King. When an exotic beast advances, it cannot move. Take this chance to leave. Seeing Lin Fan's gaze, Sumushua continued. Lin Fan did not answer, only shook his head gently. Of course Lin Fan would not leave. He had come to the Crimson Flame Gorge precisely to complete the mission and slay the Magma Giant King. If you don't leave, you will die. Sumushua looked at Lin Fan, her voice still cold but with a hint of warning. Yet Lin Fan still did not turn back, his eyes fixed on the Magma Giant King undergoing its transformation. Seeing this, Sumushua said no more. She turned and prepared to leave the area. But just as she moved, a sinister, savage voice filled with killing intent slowly echoed through the entire gorge. Did I permit you to leave? Neither of you humans will survive today. As the voice fell, a terrifying pressure many times stronger than before descended like the collapse of the heavens, enveloping the entire Crimson Flame Gorge. So fast. Sumushua's departing steps faltered. She frowned slightly and slowly turned to look toward the Magma Giant King. So fast. Sumushua's steps toward departure paused. She frowned slightly, slowly turning her head to look in the direction of the Magma Giant King. Her originally cold voice now carried deep confusion. The oppressive force descended like the collapse of the heavens, smothering every inch of the Crimson Flame Gorge. Amidst the dust and smoke, the body of the Lava Giant King swelled uncontrollably once more. The colossal being already over 10 meters tall grew even thicker. The molten lava flowing over its skin resembled a raging river of magma, each inch of its flesh radiating heat capable of incinerating steel. The ferocious aura of a fifth-rank beast pressed down, distorting the very air around it. "Did I permit you to leave? You two humans! None of you will survive today!" As the cold, brutal roar faded, the lava giant king gave Lin Fan no chance to react. It swung a fist. In the next instant, a colossal lava fist comparable to a heavy truck materialized in midair. Carrying the momentum to crush everything, it slammed down toward Lin Fan and Susanoo. Well met. Lin Fan's eyes narrowed, and with the thought the azure Susanoo gripped its long blade tightly. Instead of retreating, it advanced, swinging the blade against the flaming fist. Boom! A deafening collision echoed through the gorge as blade light and flames exploded in midair. Shockwaves sent countless rubble flying. The azure Susanoo trembled slightly. The hard rock beneath its feet instantly cracked into a web of fissures. Yet it still managed to withstand the blow. Seeing the attack blocked, Lin Fan was about to breathe a sigh of relief, but then his pupils contracted. Behind the giant lava fist, dozens of identical lava fists descended like a rainstorm, dense and blotting out the sky, leaving no room to dodge. The next second, countless fiery fist shadows completely engulfed Susanoo. Violent explosions erupted, one after another, billowing dust and smoke shooting into the sky, obscuring the figures of the man and the beast. Sumushu stood nearby, her clear, cold eyes fixed on the center of the dust. After a long while, the dust slowly dissipated. Susanoo still stood in place. But the once solid azure body was now covered in dense cracks, like a fragile piece of glass about to shatter. Lin Fan's spiritual energy fluctuations became chaotic. He was about to adjust his breathing when a sudden palpitation struck him. A fatal sense of crisis surged from in front of him. Lin Fan looked up and saw the lava giant king had somehow charged to his immediate front. The next instant, a giant leg covered in scorching lava lifted high. With the force of 10,000 pounds, it kicked fiercely towards Susanoo's chest. Boom! A deafening crash, and Lin Fan along with Susanoo was sent sliding backward by that kick. They only managed to stop after retreating over 10 meters. Lin Fan looked down and saw that where Susanoo had been kicked, large areas of azure energy had shattered directly, with cracks spreading across most of its body. A fifth rank is still a fifth rank, far beyond the fourth. I underestimated it earlier, Lin Fan thought to himself. Pathetic humans, weren't you so arrogant just now? Now why are you being beaten like a dead dog? I thought you had some real skill, but it turns out this is all you've got. Across from him, the lava giant king looked at the Susanoo. It was dominating, its crimson vertical pupils brimming with arrogance, and mockery roaring with laughter. Oh, do you really think you've got me figured out? Hearing the taunt, Lin Fan didn't get angry. Instead, a cold smile curled at the corner of his mouth. Then I'll get a little more serious. As the words fell, the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan in Lin Fan's eyes began to spin rapidly. The eerie cold patterns burst into brilliant red light, and a power far more immense than before surged from within him. The dense cracks on Susanoo's body healed at a visible speed, restoring it to its original state in an instant. Not only that, but a layer of ferocious armor coalesced around the azure Susanoo's body. At the same time, Susanoo's size swelled again, its aura surging several times over. Karasu Tengu Susanoo. You think putting on a turtle shell will change the outcome? Delusional. The lava giant king's eyes grew even more contemptuous. With a roar, it lunged forward again. Berserk attacks rained down like a storm. Every punch and kick carried magma and fire waves that could boil mountains and seas. The power was far greater than before. The ground of the entire battlefield was torn apart by the battle's aftermath. Large chunks of rock walls peeled off, and the entire gorge trembled violently. This is impossible. But as the battle progressed, the lava giant king's expression gradually changed. It realized that the Susanoo it had been easily suppressing earlier was now firmly withstanding all its attacks. Not only that, but while the Karasu Tengu Susanoo blocked its onslaught, the twin blades in its hands continuously counterattacked. The blade light was sharp, every slash left deep bone-deep wounds on its body. I have already fused with the lava heart and successfully advanced to the 5th rank. You should have been crushed by me easily. Why can you still unleash greater power? The lava giant king was completely enraged, its golden pupils bloodshot. It couldn't accept this reality. The human before it was like an indestructible cockroach. No matter how much power it unleashed, the other party always followed with even more terrifying strength. This helplessness drove it to the brink of collapse. Roar! I don't believe it! The lava giant king howled to the sky, its power surging again. Deep within the volcano's scorching lava shot up once more. Like a crimson river, it madly converged around the lava giant king. Countless lava streams swirled and condensed around it. Finally it transformed into 5 lava flood dragons, each over 10 zhang long and lifelike. Their heads were ferocious, their jaws wide, encircling the giant king, blotting out the sky. Brat! This strike will annihilate you completely! The lava giant king roared, and with a thought the 5 lava flood dragons simultaneously let out ear-splitting roars. Carrying towering flames and destructive momentum, they charged madly toward Lin Fan. Yasaka Magatama! Lin Fan did not take it lightly, his spiritual energy surged without reservation. On the Karasa Tengu Susanoo, 8 giant Magatama appeared out of thin air, circling its body, radiating an incomparably sharp aura. The next moment Lin Fan moved his mind. The 8 giant Magatama were hurled fiercely by Susanoo like 8 meteors, crashing straight into the 5 lava flood dragons. Boom! 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 The expected instant explosion did not occur. The 2 ultimate attacks locked together in midair. The sharpness of the Magatama and the ferocity of the lava flood dragons clashed and cancelled each other. For a moment they were deadlocked, neither able to overpower the other. Frost Domain! But just as they were evenly matched and stalemated, a voice cold to the extreme suddenly sounded from the side. Lin Fan instinctively turned his head. He saw Sumushiwa activating her ability. Those clear, cold eyes remained calm and unruffled. But Lin Fan could see fine beads of cold sweat on her temples. Apparently this move cost her greatly. With Sumushiwa's intervention, the temperature within 10 zhang plummeted at a terrifying speed. The moisture in the air instantly condensed into frost. Even the rolling lava on the ground formed a thin layer of ice crystals. At the same time, under the influence of the frost domain, the lava giant king's 5 lava flood dragons slowed down drastically, and their ferocious power was weakened by a fraction, though only a tiny bit. That insignificant margin broke the balance. Puchi! The 8 Yasaka Magatama instantly broke through, scattering the 5 lava flood dragons. Then with undiminished momentum they slammed into the lava giant king with unstoppable sharpness. No! The lava giant king let out a desperate, unwilling roar. It tried to dodge, but it was too late. Boom! A tremendous crash shook the crimson flame gorge, dust flying everywhere, rubble shooting in all directions. When the dust finally settled, a huge crater dozens of meters in diameter appeared on the ground, its walls scorched black and covered with cracks. The lava giant king lay collapsed at the bottom of the crater, barely alive, its body reduced to its original size. The lava on its surface had completely cooled, leaving only a faint breath. Beside it lay a crystal fist-sized, completely crimson, radiating immense fire-attributed energy. It was the lava heart that had helped it advance. So the advancement was only temporary. Lin Fan was momentarily stunned, then a hint of understanding flashed in his mind. Without dwelling on it, Lin Fan controlled the Karasa Tengu Susanoo to approach the dying lava giant king. Then he raised his long blade and brought it down straight toward the giant king's head. Puchi! The blade sank into the flesh without any resistance. The last glimmer of light in the lava giant king's eyes faded completely, and it lost all signs of life. Only deep unwillingness and venom remained. Ding! Host killed. A 4th rank beast gained 10000 points. With the death of the lava giant king, the system's voice echoed in Lin Fan's mind. The Susanoo surrounding Lin Fan's body slowly dispersed, its cyan blue energy halo scattering like shattered stars into the air. I need to advance my cultivation realm as soon as possible. After this battle my spiritual power is depleted again. Lin Fan caught his breath gently, and shook his head, a quiet sigh stirring in his heart. Shaking off the distractions, he strode forward to the massive corpse of the magma giant king. Bending down, Lin Fan picked up 2 items from the ground, radiating scorching heat. One was a crystal core of the magma giant king, entirely crimson and brimming with turbulent energy. The other was a molten core shimmering with a faint fiery aura, warm to the touch yet surging with overwhelming power. After gazing at the 2 objects in his hands for a few moments, Lin Fan prepared to store them in his system space. Just then a clear and melodious voice drifted over from nearby. Could you sell me that molten core? Lin Fan turned his head. The speaker was none other than Sumushiwa. She stood some distance away, her gaze fixed upon the molten core in Lin Fan's hand. Noticing Lin Fan looking at her, Sumushiwa spoke again, her tone cool yet carrying a hint of earnestness. Could you sell it to me? The market price for a molten core is roughly 5 million Dragon Kingdom currency. I'm willing to pay 10% above market value, 5.5 million Dragon Kingdom currency, to buy it from you. Fine, it's yours. Just transfer the payment to this account. Lin Fan handed over the molten core directly and recited a string of numbers. He had agreed without the slightest hesitation. Who in their right mind would turn down an easy profit of 500,000? I don't have that much cash on me right now. I'll transfer it to you once I return. Su Muxue took the molten core, her fingertips pausing briefly as she spoke softly. Lin Fan thought for a moment, and nodded in agreement, never once doubting that Su Muxue would renege. Across the entire Dragon Kingdom there was not a single soul daring to owe Lin Fan a debt. They hadn't even been born yet. If anyone truly dared to default, he had plenty of ways to make them deeply regret it. Thank you for today. My name is Su Muxue. If you ever need anything in the future, you can come find me at the Su residence in Motu. Su Muxue secured the molten core and looked at Lin Fan, her gaze carrying a newfound sincerity. Though her tone remained cool, genuine gratitude could be heard within it. Hearing this, Lin Fan simply gave a faint nod and did not take the words to heart. Su Muxue lingered no longer, offering a slight bow before turning to depart. The girl moved swiftly, her slender figure vanishing from sight in moments. Why would someone from Motu come to a place like this? And that name, Su Muxue, it sounds vaguely familiar. Lin Fan gazed after Su Muxue's departing figure, a trace of confusion stirring in his heart. After all, Sharingan and Motu were separated by several provinces a considerable distance apart. It was already anomalous for a prodigy from the top-tier metropolis of Motu to appear in a place teeming with mutant beasts. Combined with the fact that this name brushed faintly against the depths of his memory, elusive and ungraspable, it caused Lin Fan to furrow his brows slightly. After pondering for a long time with no clarity, he simply let it go, shaking his head and casting the doubt aside. Never mind, why overthink this? I should head back and submit the mission first. Lin Fan glanced down at the magma giant king crystal core in his hand and made up his mind. The next instant the flying thunder god technique activated and the surrounding space rippled subtly. Lin Fan's figure vanished from the spot without a trace. In barely a breath's time, Lin Fan reappeared in the living room of his Sharingan resettlement housing. The moment his feet touched the ground, his eyes fell upon Su Muxue curled up on the sofa. She was clutching a bag of snacks, her eyes fixed on the television screen. Yet her young face was clouded with visible discontent, her lips drooping, barely touching the snacks she loved most. Hearing the commotion, Su Xiaoxiao snapped her head around sharply. The instant she saw it was Lin Fan, her dark eyes lit up brilliantly. But the very next moment, as if suddenly remembering something, the brilliance in her eyes dimmed swiftly. All the joy that had flashed across her young face melted away, returning to that gloomy and dejected expression. What's wrong with you? You look so miserable. Lin Fan paused slightly and stepped forward to ask. Having known Su Xiaoxiao for so long, apart from those first days when they had initially met, Lin Fan had never before seen her in such a crestfallen, heavy-hearted state. I broke through. Su Xiaoxiao fidgeted with the hem of her clothes, head bowed, and after a long while managed to whisper a few words. Huh! Lin Fan was even more puzzled. Shouldn't breaking through to a new realm be a cause for celebration? Why did she look so dejected instead? Just as Lin Fan was consumed with confusion, Su Xiaoxiao spoke again. Lin Fan, could I discuss something with you? Her tone carried a hint of trepidation and unease, her small hands nervously gripping the sofa cushions. What is it? Lin Fan asked. I was thinking of returning to my clan. Su Xiaoxiao raised her head, her eyes darting away as she spoke carefully. After saying this, she immediately stared nervously at Lin Fan, her small hands whitening from gripping so tightly, terrified that he might grow angry. Upon hearing this, Lin Fan fell silent. In the living room, only the faint hum of the television remained, the atmosphere growing quiet for a moment. Explain yourself. After a pause, Lin Fan finally spoke, his voice calm and unreadable. Su Xiaoxiao took a deep breath, her eyes reddening slightly. Her voice carried a subtle quiver as she slowly poured out the thoughts weighing on her heart. Today I broke through to the late stage of the 3rd rank, and I was genuinely overjoyed at first. But after the joy faded, I realized I can no longer help you. You're already capable of slaying 4th and even 5th rank mutant beasts, while I remain stuck at 3rd rank. When we first met, my strength surpassed yours and I was able to assist you. But before I knew it, you had left me far, far behind. Now not only can I no longer help you, but I've become a burden dragging you down. For a long time I've been cultivating, desperately practicing spear techniques, relentlessly trying to catch up to your pace. But no matter how hard I strive, I can never close the gap. I'm truly so useless. Saying this, Su Xiaoxiao's voice broke with tears. Unable to hold them back, she lowered her head as tears dripped onto the back of her hand. Just when I was lost in confusion, I suddenly discovered that a fragment of my 9-tailed heavenly fox bloodline within me had awoken. In that moment I saw hope. If I can fully awaken this bloodline, I'll become stronger, able to keep pace with you once again, able to help you. But activating the nine-tailed heavenly fox bloodline requires returning to the clan's ancestral grounds to receive the inherited legacy. That's why I wanted to go back. Having spoken, Su Xiaoxiao looked at Lin Fan with reddened eyes full of trepidation. The living room light fell upon the young man's face. Lin Fan gazed at the before so bright-eyed Su Xiaoxiao now with red-rimmed eyes and a choking voice and was silent for a long while. Indeed, as Su Xiaoxiao had said, as Lin Fan's strength grew ever greater, the assistance she could offer him was far less than before. It was only natural for Su Xiaoxiao to harbor such thoughts. With this in mind, Lin Fan reached out and wiped the tear from the corner of Su Xiaoxiao's eye, his tone returning to calm. Very well, I'll go with you tomorrow. All right, I'll go with you tomorrow. Lin Fan's calm voice broke the silence, reaching Su Xiaoxiao's ears like a pebble cast into a lake, instantly stirring ripples across the surface. Really? You'll come with me? Su Xiaoxiao jerked her head up, her previously dim eyes suddenly blazing with brilliant light. Her face was a mask of disbelief and joy. She nearly threw herself in front of Lin Fan, staring intently into his eyes for confirmation. Really? Lin Fan looked at Su Xiaoxiao and nodded affirmatively. Receiving the affirmative answer, Su Xiaoxiao's face lit up with delight. But that joy lasted only a few seconds before her smile gradually crumbled. Her voice sank low again. But, Lin Fan, I really don't want to leave you. Su Xiaoxiao spread her arms and suddenly threw herself into Lin Fan's embrace. She hugged him tightly around the waist, her cheek pressed against his clothes, and said in a muffled voice, "It's not like we're saying a final farewell. I'll come find you when I have time." Lin Fan felt the soft body in his arms and gently patted her on the back. These words acted like a soothing balm, instantly calming Su Xiaoxiao's unease. She paused, thought it over, and found his reasoning sound. Her tense body slowly relaxed. Right. I'll be back soon. By then I'll be much stronger and can help you again. Su Xiaoxiao pulled back from his embrace, nodded firmly, and her face regained its vibrancy. It's settled then. I'll go submit the task at the Hunter Alliance Hall now. Seeing that Su Xiaoxiao was fine, Lin Fan stood up and said, Su Xiaoxiao nodded with a smile. Then she curled back onto the sofa, tore open a bag of chips, and began munching away. She picked up the remote and switched to a cheerful variety show. Her face once again beamed with lively smiles. The earlier gloom and dejection were completely gone. She had fully returned to being that lively, adorable girl. Lin Fan, seeing Su Xiaoxiao back to normal, said nothing more. He left the shelter directly and headed for the Desert City Hunter Alliance headquarters. Inside the Hunter Alliance Hall, the usual bustle of people continued. Lin Fan, you're back so soon. Finish the mission. No sooner had he entered than a crisp voice reached his ears. The speaker was Su Yichu. When she saw Lin Fan, surprise flickered in her eyes as she quickly approached. Done. Here's the Magma Giant King's core. Lin Fan nodded and handed over the crimson core. Wow. That fast. Su Yichu took the core, her astonishment growing. But she asked no further questions and immediately led Lin Fan to the settlement counter, deftly processing the paperwork. Scanning the certificate, verifying information entering into the system, a series of operations flowed smoothly without any delay. Acquired 4th tier fire attribute crystal core. Mission settlement complete. Contribution points 5,000. By the way, Lin Fan, the client will transfer the final payment soon. Keep an eye on your phone for the notification. As the system prompt faded, Su Yichu looked up at Lin Fan with a hint of reminder in her tone. Got it. Yochu, thanks for this, Lin Fan said to Su Yichu. Haha, no need to be so polite. If you really want to thank me, treat me to a meal sometime. Su Yichu smiled at him. Sure, I'll be off then. Lin Fan smiled back. Bye. Su Yichu waved her little hand at him. Seeing this, Lin Fan turned and left the Hunter Alliance. Just as he returned to the shelter, Lin Fan's phone buzzed twice in succession. He casually opened it and saw 2 bank transfer notifications. First, your account ending in XXXX received 100,000 yuan at XXXX today. Balance. Second, your account ending in XXXX received 55,000 yuan at XXXX today. Balance. At least they kept their word, saved me some trouble. Looking at the second message, Lin Fan's lips curled slightly. Obviously that second transfer was from Su Muxue. Night fell and the lights of Desert City lit up one after another. Freshly showered, Lin Fan wore a loose set of pajamas and sat down on the edge of the bed. Leaning against the headboard, he clasped his hands behind his head and gazed calmly at the ceiling. Moonlight seeped through the gap in the curtains, casting a patch of dappled light on the floor. Lin Fan's eyes were deep and his mind began to plan the next day's itinerary. going to Su Xiaoxiao's clan to awaken the bloodline of the nine-tailed celestial fox. This matter was beneficial for both Lin Fan and Su Xiaoxiao. But this trip might not be without unforeseen complications. He needed to be fully prepared, not only to help Su Xiaoxiao successfully awaken her bloodline but also to handle any unexpected events along the way. With this thought, Lin Fan's heart stirred and he opened the system panel. Host Lin Fan. Realm 2nd Stage Late Phase. Ability Thunder Force. Cultivation Method Great Desolate Devouring Heaven Art. Skills Shadow Clone Technique Fire Release Great Fire Annihilation Palm Rejuvenation Technique. 0.77520. I just advanced yesterday, so it's hard to break through again soon. I can only check the system store. After a moment of thought, he opened the system store. What should I buy? Looking at the dazzling array of items in the system store, Lin Fan was at a loss again. Currently I have no obvious weaknesses in attack, defense, speed, or spirit. What else do I need? Thinking, Lin Fan closed his eyes slowly and began to ponder. Got it. I still lack a group control ability. A flash of inspiration struck Lin Fan's mind and he snapped his eyes open. Then a look of realization dawned and he began searching for the corresponding item. After searching for a moment, Lin Fan finally found what he wanted. Would release Birth of the Tree World 10000 points. This is it. Lin Fan smiled slightly and clicked to purchase without hesitation. Purchase successful. Congratulations, host, you have obtained Would release Birth of the Tree World Creek. What are you doing, Lin Fan? The bedroom door suddenly opened at that moment, and Su Xiaoxiao's puzzled voice came from the side. No thee. Lin Fan turned to look, but his words died on his lips. At that moment, Su Xiaoxiao was wrapped in a milky white towel loosely tied in a knot at her chest. Her wet hair draped over her pale shoulders, water droplets rolling down the ends, slipping past her slender neck and disappearing into the edge of the towel. 3 fluffy tails swayed behind her, and her eyes still held the mist from her bath. Her skin, flushed by the steam, glowed with a faint pink hue, making her look soft and translucent. What's wrong? Su Xiaoxiao came to the bedside nonchalantly, and waved her hand in front of Lin Fan's face. Xiaoxiao, let me teach you a method to speed up your cultivation. Lin Fan replied instead of answering. What method? Su Xiaoxiao was taken aback. First turn around and face away from me. Right, that's the posture. Hold it, then slowly sit down. The morning sunlight streamed through the window of the makeshift house, casting a warm golden glow. Su Xiaoxiao had packed her small bundle early, her eyes brimming with anticipation and a hint of reluctance. Lin Fan watched the young girl, who was now hopping around, having regained her usual lively demeanor. His expression remained calm, yet a subtle trace of gentleness flickered within it. Are you ready? Let's go. Lin Fan spoke, his voice soft yet reassuring. Su Xiaoxiao nodded firmly, her small hand gripping tightly onto Lin Fan's sleeve. Go! As his words fell, the 2 figures vanished from the spot, leaving behind a faint ripple of spatial energy. The next moment, a flash of light, and Lin Fan and Su Xiaoxiao stood firmly within the beast forest. The perilous beast forest was still shrouded in dense spiritual energy and a faint aura of malevolence. Wild vegetation grew rampant, and the roars of beasts echoed faintly from the dense woods. Su Xiaoxiao snapped back to reality, her eyes clear. Being a member of the Fox clan, she was intimately familiar with this area and immediately stepped forward to lead the way. Lin Fan, follow me. The Fox clan's territory lies deep within the beast forest. Once we cross the grove ahead, we'll be there. Su Xiaoxiao turned back to smile at Lin Fan, then walked briskly into the depths of the forest. Lin Fan followed closely, his gaze calmly scanning the surroundings. He kept his aura restrained but remained vigilant. As they moved forward, the forest was lush with sunlight filtering through the leaves and dappled patches. Along the way, Su Xiaoxiao frequently turned back to tell Lin Fan amusing stories about the Fox clan's territory. What could have been a tedious journey became unexpectedly light and pleasant. After nearly an hour's trek, the dense forest gradually opened up. A refreshing, elegant aura unique to the Yao clan wafted toward them. In the distance, ancient architectural clusters were faintly visible amid the clouds and mist, the border of the Fox clan's territory. We're finally here. Su Xiaoxiao's eyes lit up, and she couldn't help quickening her pace. You must really miss home. Lin Fan, seeing Su Xiaoxiao's joyful demeanor, also quickened his steps to keep up. However, just as the two stepped into the boundary of the Fox clan's territory, before they could approach the buildings, a flurry of hurried footsteps came from ahead. Moments later, dozens of figures abruptly appeared surrounding them. All of them had taken human form, handsome men and beautiful women dressed in ancient attire. But behind them, several fluffy foxtails swayed. Some had 2, others 4, and they exuded the unique aura of beast spirits. Their eyes glaring unkindly at Lin Fan and Su Xiaoxiao, they had already condensed spiritual energy, assuming a defensive and intercepting stance. Who goes there? How dare you trespass into the Fox clan's territory? State your name at once or we won't be polite. The leading man stood tall with 4 foxtails swaying behind him. His face carried a hint of arrogance as he barked the question. Huh! Wait! You're Xiao. You're alive! But when the leading man approached and saw Su Xiaoxiao, he was first taken aback. Then a flicker of surprise flashed in his eyes and he quickly spoke. Hu Gang, call me by my name. Don't call me Xiao, we're not that close. Su Xiaoxiao clearly recognized the newcomer, and her face instantly turned cold. The man called Hu Gang. Upon hearing this, the surprise on his face instantly froze. He was caught in an awkward moment, his mouth twitching, unsure how to respond. Then he shifted his gaze and landed on Lin Fan standing beside Su Xiaoxiao. He gave a slight sniff and immediately detected the pure human aura on Lin Fan. Hu Gang's expression changed drastically, the earlier awkwardness vanished, replaced by intense killing intent. You're a human! A human dares to barge into our Fox clan's territory! Hu Gang's eyes turned icy, his demonic energy suddenly becoming violent as he stared fixedly at Lin Fan. Hu Gang, how dare you! He's someone I brought here! Try to touch him if you dare! Su Xiaoxiao immediately stepped forward, placing herself in front of Lin Fan. Hands on her hips, she glared at Hu Gang and shouted sternly. Her tone carried the pride of the Fox clan's 4th miss, and her eyes shone with protective determination. She clearly shielded Lin Fan behind her. Hu Gang was momentarily stunned. He hadn't expected Su Xiaoxiao to defend Lin Fan like this, and seeing the intimate posture between them, he instantly understood. A surge of venom and fury then welled up in his heart. He had liked Su Xiaoxiao for a long time, always considering himself her suitor. Now seeing Su Xiaoxiao so attentive to a human, he could no longer contain himself. Hu Gang completely ignored Su Xiaoxiao's obstruction, his face darkened as if it could drip water, and he gave a cold order. The Fox clan's territory is no place for a human to act recklessly. This person has trespassed into the forbidden area. According to clan law, kill without mercy. As the words fell, Hu Gang waved his hand emphatically to his clansmen. Attack! Kill this trespassing human! The Fox clan members behind him immediately responded, stepping forward in unison. Their spiritual energy erupted, charging toward Lin Fan to surround him. Su Xiaoxiao watched this scene, but she wasn't worried about Lin Fan's safety. After all, she knew his strength too well. These people were no match for him. However, Su Xiaoxiao was still fuming, her cheeks puffed up as she shouted at Hu Gang. You Hu Gang! You even dare to disobey the 4th Miss's orders! When I see the clan elder grandmother, I'll definitely have her punish you severely. But Hu Gang was unbothered, a cold smirk curling at the corner of his mouth. In his view, killing a human who trespassed on Fox clan territory was perfectly in line with clan rules. Even if Su Xiaoxiao complained to the clan leader, he was in the right and feared no punishment. In an instant, a group of Fox clan members rushed at Lin Fan. A barrage of fierce attacks hurtled toward him with overwhelming force. All 3rd rank, not bad. Lin Fan, facing the onslaught, showed a languid expression. He didn't even lift his eyelids, merely sensing. He then gauged the strength of the Fox clan guards before him. Boring. Let the clone play with you. With that, Lin Fan formed hand seals. Bang. 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 With a burst of white smoke erupting around Lin Fan, 10 identical figures of him instantly materialized around him. The moment the 10 shadow clones appeared, they understood his intent. Without a word, they charged directly at the surrounding Fox clan members. 10 shadow clones struck simultaneously, immediately engaging the Fox clan guards in battle. The sounds of clashing abilities and colliding fists erupted in an instant. The shadow clones were formidable in combat, each move and stance brimming with power. In the blink of an eye, they had the 3rd-tier Fox clan guards completely suppressed. Forced into a relentless retreat, the guards had no chance to counterattack. Instead, the shadow clones intensified their onslaught, every strike aimed at vital points. Within moments, several Fox clan guards were sent flying by the clones' heavy punches. They crashed heavily to the ground, their bones aching, utterly stripped of the strength to continue fighting. Hu Gang witnessed all of this, his face darkening as if it could drip water. He had never anticipated that a mere human could possess such bizarre and unfathomable techniques. If this stalemate dragged on, all the subordinates he had brought would likely be lost here. A cold gleam flared sharply in his eyes, and Hu Gang hesitated no longer. His form blurred into an afterimage, darting past Su Xiaoxiao beside him, charging straight at Lin Fan's true body. Capture the chieftain first to vanquish the rebels. Once the true body was slain, those troublesome shadow clones would naturally collapse on their own. Human die. A thunderous roar resounded across the battlefield. Spiritual energy surged wildly within Hu Gang's palm, coalescing into a massive ethereal crimson fox claw. The tips of the claws gleamed with malevolent aura, accompanied by a sharp whistling sound as they tore through the air. With devastating force he slammed the claw down toward Lin Fan's head. Boom! The giant claw crashed down instantly, kicking up a cloud of dust. Thick smoke engulfed the spot where Lin Fan stood, completely obscuring him from view. Seeing this, a smug sneer curled at the corner of Hu Gang's mouth. He believed the strike had surely landed. But the next second, as the dust slowly dissipated, the scene before him made his pupils contract sharply, his face filled with sheer horror. There stood Lin Fan, unmoved, utterly unscathed, his entire body untouched. A layer of azure blue Susanoo skeleton enveloped him securely, having completely blocked that devastating blow, leaving not even a single hairline crack. What kind of ability is this? Hu Gang cried out in shock, his face etched with disbelief. But in that moment of his stunned pause, a massive azure blue skeletal fist imbued with overwhelming force shot straight toward his face. A profoundly dull thud exploded through the air. Hu Gang was struck as if by a heavy-duty truck racing at full speed, and his entire body was sent flying backward like a broken kite, crashing heavily into a distant boulder. Debris scattered in all directions. Cough, cough. Struggling painfully to rise, his chest heaved violently. Blood trickled from the corner of his mouth, and his eyes were filled with disbelief. Hu Gang roared at Lin Fan, "Impossible! I am a four-tailed fox demon. How could a mere human knock me flying with a single punch?" Enraged to the point of recklessness, Hu Gang held back no longer. Demonic energy surged wildly around him, his body swelling at an alarming rate. A blinding crimson light flashed, and a massive 10-meter-long blood-red four-tailed fox appeared on the field. The colossal fox exuded a monstrous aura that swept across the surroundings, causing the very air to tremble. Roar! A deafening fox cry pierced the heavens. Hu Gang's four thick tails, like gleaming steel whips, lashed out simultaneously toward Lin Fan with a piercing shriek as they tore through the air. Lin Fan's expression remained calm and unruffled as he stood within the Susanoo, showing no intention of dodging. The next moment, a flash of azure blue light radiated from the Susanoo. Four skeletal arms extended abruptly, then with precision like iron clamps seized the four tails that Hu Gang had lashed out. What? Hu Gang's face changed drastically. He exerted all his strength to pull his tails back, but no matter how he struggled, the four skeletal arms remained fixed as if welded to the spot. They held him utterly immobile, firmly restrained. The next moment, with a flick of Lin Fan's mind, the Susanoo's arms suddenly yanked with force. The enormous four-tailed crimson fox was abruptly pulled off balance, stumbling uncontrollably toward Lin Fan. But at that moment a sinister venomous gleam flashed in Hu Gang's eyes. Then he suddenly threw his head back and laughed maniacally. "Boy, you are courting death. My fox clan has always dominated with our spiritual power." As the words fell, a vast, icy, near-tangible spiritual force erupted from within Hu Gang. It transformed into countless invisible blades, piercing straight through the Susanoo's defenses. They struck directly into the depths of Lin Fan's mind, attempting to shatter his spirit. Seeing this, Lin Fan's eyes narrowed slightly. In an instant, the crimson Mangekyo Sharingan began to rotate slowly in his eyes. A chilling, awe-inspiring ocular power radiated outward. Illusion rebound. Lin Fan uttered four words softly. Hum. Hu Gang, who had been certain of triumph, suddenly turned deathly pale, his expression changing drastically. All the spiritual energy he had released rebounded back along the same path. Ah! Hu Gang let out a blood-curdling scream, his massive fox body convulsing in agony. At that moment he felt as if his head was splitting apart, a searing pain like thousands of steel needles piercing his brain. But it was not over. With an icy expression, Lin Fan willed it. The Susanoo's forearms pulled again with brutal, relentless force. Rip! A sickening, tearing sound suddenly echoed. One of Hu Gang's tails was actually torn off by the Susanoo's skeletal arm. Blood gushed out instantly. Ah! 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 Hu Gang's screams of agony intensified, his entire body trembling violently. His fox eyes were bloodshot, on the verge of fainting. Yet Lin Fan's face remained expressionless as the skeletal arms pulled again with force. Rip! Another tail was brutally torn off. This savage, violent scene froze the Fox clan guards, still locked in combat with the shadow clones in the distance. Their scalps tingled and chills ran down their spines. They looked at Lin Fan as if he were a demonic god emerging from hell. Nevertheless, Lin Fan had deliberately held back out of respect for the Fox clan's territory, otherwise Hu Gang would already be a corpse. But even if he couldn't kill him, Lin Fan still intended to teach him a lesson. With that thought, Lin Fan willed it again. The Susanu's arms tensed once more, ready to tear off the third tail. Hold on. But at that moment a frantic voice suddenly rang out from afar, echoing across the battlefield. Hold! A sharp urgent cry suddenly came from the forest on the side, shattering the grim and tense atmosphere. Lin Fan turned and glanced, seeing a Fox Clan woman approaching swiftly. She had a graceful figure, wearing a light green Fox Clan long dress. Her features were delicate and gentle, and behind her swayed 4 fluffy foxtails. Her aura was extraordinary, clearly a standout among the Fox Clan. Lin Fan's actions did not pause. The 4 skeletal arms of the cyan blue Shuzuaning suddenly exerted force, vicious yet precise. Rip! Another hair-raising tearing sound resounded. Among Hu Gang's remaining 2 tails another was forcibly torn off. Hu Gang, already racked with pain and mentally shattered, let out a final piercingly shrill scream. His massive 4-tailed fox form instantly shrank back into a human shape covered in blood. Blood gushed from the severed tail stump, and the pain caused his eyes to roll back as he fainted stiffly. Now only a single lonely tail remained behind him, his appearance utterly wretched. The entire scene fell into dead silence. The Fox Clan woman who had called out to stop him stood frozen in place, her beautiful eyes filled with shock. She looked at Hu Gang lying on the ground unconscious and pitifully battered. Then she looked at Lin Fan, who still stood within the Shuzuaning with a cold expression. Her face instantly darkened and a surge of anger rose to her brows. Human, you are far too arrogant. Do you truly think our Fox Clan is defenseless? That we would allow you to run rampant in our territory and gravely injure our clansmen? Suyu stepped forward, spiritual energy rippling around her gaze at Lin Fan carrying dissatisfaction and reproach. What does it matter? Lin Fan was about to speak, but a clear, joyful voice rang out first. Second sister. Su Shixiao's face instantly lit up with genuine joy, and she quickly ran toward the Fox Clan woman. Hearing this, Suyu turned sharply to look at Su Shixiao, and when she saw the girl's face her eyes widened, full of shock, which then turned into unconcealed delight and tenderness. Xiao Xiao. It's really you. You're alive. Suyu stepped forward quickly, and without waiting for Su Xiaoxiao to approach, reached out and pulled her into a tight embrace. Her voice choked with emotion. You've been missing for so long, the clan thought you. I never expected you to be safe and sound. It's wonderful, truly wonderful. I've worried you, second sister. Su Xiaoxiao nuzzled into Suyu's embrace, her eyes crinkling with dependency. This warmth instantly dissipated the previous tense atmosphere. The two separated from their embrace, and Suyu took Su Xiaoxiao's hand, looking her over to confirm she was uninjured. Only then did she begin to ask in detail about Su Xiaoxiao's experiences during this time. Su Xiaoxiao chattered away, telling her some simple experiences. Her tone was light, full of the joy of reunion. After a while the warmth of reminiscing subsided, and Suyu remembered Lin Fan standing nearby. Xiaoxiao, who is this? Why did you bring him to our Fox Clan territory? Suyu's gaze fell on Lin Fan with a hint of scrutiny. Oh, I forgot to introduce him. Second sister, his name is Lin Fan. He is a very important person to me. Su Xiaoxiao paused and then continued. As for why I brought him to the clan, mainly because I discovered that a part of the 9-tailed celestial fox bloodline within me has been activated. I came back this time intending to enter the clan grounds to fully activate the bloodline. Lin Fan didn't feel at ease with me coming back alone, so he accompanied me. But when Suyu heard this, the joy on her face gradually faded, replaced by deep concern and worry. She pulled Su Xiaoxiao aside and lowered her voice. Xiaoxiao, what you don't know is that the clan elder has been in seclusion for a year, striving for a higher realm. She hasn't emerged yet. Currently all clan affairs are handled by the Grand Elder. The Grand Elder has always been xenophobic, harboring extreme hostility toward humans. She has always adhered to the rule that the Fox Clan's secret realm is not to be entered by outsiders. If you bring Lin Fan back this time and are discovered by the Grand Elder's faction, not only will they not help you activate your bloodline, but this human friend might not even be able to leave alive. As she spoke, Suyu's tone grew increasingly grave. Although she didn't finish, the implication was clear to Su Xiaoxiao. But Su Xiaoxiao showed no worry after hearing this. Instead, she shook her head with certainty and patted Suyu's hand. Second sister, I'm not afraid. Even if the clan elder is in seclusion, isn't there still Grand Elder Grandma? I'll go to find second grandma. She dotes on me the most and will definitely help me. With second grandma around, even if the Grand Elder wants to cause trouble, she won't dare to go too far. Suyu looked at Su Xiaoxiao's confident face and sighed helplessly. Although the second elder disagreed with the Grand Elder politically, and was usually gentle, now the Grand Elder held the clan's power and had a vast influence. The second elder could only try to check her power but might not be able to fully protect them. But she knew Su Xiaoxiao's temperament. Once she decided something, she wouldn't change easily. So she didn't persuade further, only said softly, "Alright, since you've decided, do as you wish. Just be careful in everything and don't act impulsively." As soon as she finished, Su Xiaoxiao seemed to remember something. She pointed at Hu Gang lying on the ground along with a dozen guards and asked, "Second sister, what about them?" Su Yu looked in the direction Su Xiaoxiao pointed. Beside them, Lin Fan's 10 shadow clones had already dissipated, turning into white smoke. Hu Gang lay unconscious and the dozen guards were all beaten by the shadow clones covered in injuries, lying on the ground unable to move. Their gazes at Lin Fan still held lingering fear. Su Yu glanced at the people on the ground, frowned slightly, then waved her hand helplessly. "Sai, I'll send a message back to the clan to dispatch a guard team. Have them all carried back to the territory's medical hall for treatment. We'll deal with the rest after we return." With that, she looked at Lin Fan. Although she still harbored reservations about humans. For Su Xiaoxiao's sake, she restrained her hostility. She gave a slight nod as a greeting. "Alright, let's set off back to the territory first. After all, this is the border, it's not suitable to stay long." Su Yu turned to Su Xiaoxiao and said. Su Xiaoxiao nodded obediently, quickly walked to Lin Fan's side, took his hand, and looked up with a smile. "Lin Fan, let's go back to the heart of the Fox clan with second sister." "Okay." Lin Fan looked at the girl's bright smile, and nodded gently. He followed behind Su Yu and Su Xiaoxia, heading deeper into the Fox clan territory. As the three ventured deeper into the Fox clan's heartland, the surrounding air grew increasingly moist and vibrant, a stark contrast to the mountain forests outside. Beneath their feet, the rugged dirt path gave way to a carpet of fine pink foxtail grass. The blades were soft as velvet, silent underfoot, and carried a faint, sweet floral fragrance. The ancient trees lining both sides were rare spirit foxwood, their trunks a warm creamy white. Pale purple spirit vines coiled around the branches, dotted with tiny specks of fluorescent light. Even in daylight they shimmered like stars, casting the entire heartland into a dreamlike haze. In the distance, a series of jade-colored pavilions could be faintly seen, built along the mountain contours. Foxtail-shaped jade ornaments adorned the upturned eaves, while clouds drifted slowly among the buildings, exuding a transcendent ethereal aura. The air was thick with dense spiritual energy, pure and gentle. Each breath brought a sense of tranquility. "Lin Fan, this is the core heartland of our Fox clan." Su Xiaoxiao walked beside Lin Fan, her steps light, and her voice soft as she carefully explained. "Look at those spirit foxwood trees. They are unique to our Fox clan. They can nurture the clan's spiritual energy and take 1,000 years to grow into a forest. And those jade towers are the residences of the clan elders and members of various branches. The tallest one in the center is the main hall, where the Grand Matriarch and the clan elders hold council. Our Fox clan has always excelled in spiritual illusion arts. The clan is filled with spiritual plants and creatures ordinary outsiders simply cannot enter." Su Yu, walking beside them, nodded in agreement with Su Xiaoxiao's words. He added a few more points about what to be mindful of in the Fox clan's heartland. Along the way, Fox clan members came and went in an endless stream, young fox maidens in simple, elegant dresses. Agile young fox men and children with drooping long tails. Their gazes almost immediately fell upon Lin Fan, their eyes filled with curiosity and scrutiny. The distinct human aura emanating from Lin Fan stood out prominently in the heartland, saturated with Fox clan spiritual energy, causing the Fox clan members who rarely saw outsiders to turn their heads. Their footsteps involuntarily slowed as whispers drifted in fragments. But when their eyes swept over Su Xiaoxiao and Su Yu beside Lin Fan, all curiosity and thoughts of approaching vanished instantly. They merely watched from afar, not daring to come close. Su Xiaoxiao and Su Yu were both young ladies of the Fox clan, noble in status. With the two of them by Lin Fan's side, even though everyone was full of doubts about this human, no one dared to rashly step forward to disturb him. Seeing this, Su Xiaoxiao curled her lips into a faint smile and turned to Lin Fan, saying, "Lin Fan, let's go back to my residence first. I have a few sisters at the mansion. You can come with me to meet them and get acquainted. We'll rest a bit, and then we'll go together to find the second grandmother and explain what happened before." Lin Fan nodded gently in agreement with the arrangement. The three of them immediately turned and headed towards Su Xiaoxiao's residence. But just as they were about to move, a fierce, violent aura suddenly swept in from behind, carrying overwhelming anger that seemed to stagnate the air around them. Lin Fan, Su Xiaoxiao, and Su Yu turned to look simultaneously. A tall, straight-backed Fox clan youth strode toward them quickly. He was dressed in a dark martial suit, his face cold, and his brows full of aggression. Most striking was the 5 fluffy white foxtails swinging behind him, each exuding a deep fluctuation of spiritual energy, showcasing his formidable strength. The youth walked with rapid steps, each footfall brimming with fury. His gaze locked firmly onto Lin Fan as he charged straight toward the 3. So it's you who injured Hu Gang? Hu Lai stood before the 3, his eyes as cold as blades, staring straight at Lin Fan. His voice held no warmth, only interrogation and murderous intent. Su Xiaoxiao's face instantly darkened. She stepped forward to block Lin Fan, her brows furrowed as she snapped. How dare you! Hu Lai. Hu Gang first recklessly provoked my friend, then openly defied my orders. He showed no regard for clan rules and brought this upon himself. He deserved the beating. What do you disagree? Su Xiaoxiao's tone carried an undeniable authority. As the 4th Miss of the Fox clan, her innate noble bearing shone through, causing Hu Lai's momentum to falter. Seeing this, Su leaned close to Lin Fan and explained. This man is named Hu Lai, Hu Gang's elder brother. He is unquestionably the #1 genius among the younger generation of our Fox clan, and his cultivation has already broken through to the 5th rank. His strength is immense, unmatched among his peers. Since you injured his younger brother, he is certainly here to seek revenge. I see. Lin Fan instantly understood and nodded slightly. There was no trace of panic on his face. He cast a lazy glance at Hu Lai opposite him. It was clear he didn't take the Fox clan genius's provocation seriously at all. Hu Lai, rebuked by Su Xiaoxiao, felt his anger surge even more, his eyes turning bloodshot. But seeing Su Xiaoxiao blocking Lin Fan, he had to forcibly suppress his overwhelming momentum, feeling deeply frustrated. Su Xiaoxiao was the 4th Miss of the main Fox clan family, extremely noble in status. Even though he was hailed as the #1 genius of the younger generation in terms of clan status, he was still beneath Su Xiaoxiao. If he dared to lay a hand on her, he would inevitably face severe clan punishment. Hu Lai watched Lin Fan stand safely behind Su Xiaoxiao, gnashing his teeth in rage, his chest heaving violently. He pointed at Lin Fan and roared. You human cowering behind a woman, what kind of skill is that? If you have guts, step out and fight me to the death. Hu Lai, shut up. Get lost immediately, you have no say here. Su Xiaoxiao, even more angered by this, snapped again, intending to drive Hu Lai away and keep Lin Fan out of the conflict. But Hu Lai remained rooted to the spot, his gaze fixed on Lin Fan. Just as Su Xiaoxiao was about to speak again, Lin Fan gently patted her shoulder and said in a calm but firm voice. Xiaoxiao, it's fine. Since he's bent on seeking death, I'll grant his wish. With that, Lin Fan turned to Hu Lai, his eyes indifferent, and slowly said, Tell me how you want to compete. Hu Lai hadn't expected Lin Fan to actually agree. He was momentarily stunned, then overjoyed. A cruel expression spread across his face as he quickly said, Our Fox clan has a dedicated clan arena for members to spar and compete. We'll go there, no holds barred, life or death. Fine. Lin Fan agreed without any hesitation, crisp and decisive. Hu Lai gave a cold snort, turned and strode toward the clan arena, his eyes full of murderous intent. The surrounding Fox clan spectators, seeing this, also became intrigued. They swarmed after him, eager to watch this life-or-death duel between a human and the Fox clan genius. Su Xiaoxiao and Su Yu exchanged a helpless glance, and could only follow the crowd to the arena. Before long, the group arrived at the Fox clan's arena. The arena was very spacious, with a floor paved in hard spirit rock and high viewing stands surrounding it. By now it was already packed with Fox clan members who had heard the news, crowded and buzzing with noise. When the crowd saw that the one standing on the platform was Hu Lai and his opponent was a strange human youth, the entire arena erupted. Voices rose in heated discussion, almost all of them jeering and looking forward to the show. Isn't that brother Hu Lai? He's going to fight a human youth to the death. Where did that human kid come from? He's got some nerve to provoke brother Hu Lai. Isn't he just asking for death? Hey, look, the 4th Miss has been with him all along. I heard it was the 4th Miss who brought him back to the clan. So what if he's got the 4th Miss's backing? Daring to gamble life and death with brother Hu Lai, it's sheer overconfidence. He's just waiting to be beaten to death. The stands were filled with voices of mockery and disdain. But Lin Fan seemed not to hear his expression, always calm. Hu Lai was the first to leap onto the stone platform in the center of the arena, his gaze cold and sharp. The 5th rank spiritual energy around him slowly surged, his 5 foxtails swaying freely. His aura was intimidating as he glared at Lin Fan below. Seeing this, Lin Fan prepared to step onto the platform. At that moment, Su Xiaoxiao suddenly reached out and gently tugged at Lin Fan's sleeve. Her delicate face was full of worry as she leaned close to his ear and whispered, Lin Fan, you must be careful. Hu Lai's strength is truly formidable. And his Fox Clan secret arts, don't underestimate them. Even though Su Xiaoshan knew Lin Fan's abilities, she was still afraid that something might happen to him. Lin Fan turned to meet Su Xiaoxiao's anxious eyes, a slight smile curving his lips as he gave her a reassuring look. With that, he gently freed his hand from hers. With steady steps he climbed onto the stone platform of the arena. Above the arena, the spiritual stone floor reflected the sky's light. The clamor of the Fox Clan on the surrounding stands had yet to subside, their gazes burning as they locked onto the two figures at the center of the stone platform. Hulai landed first, his 5 snow-white foxtails thrashing wildly behind him. 5th-rank spiritual power surged through his body like a torrential river. A fierce demonic aura swept outward, causing even the air to ripple faintly. He looked down at Lin Fan, who slowly stepped onto the stone platform, his eyes brimming with contempt and murderous intent. A cruel smirk curled at the corner of his mouth. "Human, I'll make you know what it means to wish for death but not be able to die." With that, Hulai stomped his foot, shooting forward like an arrow from a bowstring. His spiritual power coalesced into a pale white blade of light, accompanied by a sharp whistle as it hurtled straight for Lin Fan's face. Having cultivated the Fox Clan's physical secret art since childhood, his body was immensely powerful, excelling in close combat. He gave Lin Fan no chance to engage from a distance, determined to crush him with lightning speed. Lin Fan's eyes sharpened and he lightly tapped his foot. His figure suddenly slid several meters to the side, narrowly evading Hulai's assault. A blue Susanoo instantly materialized around Lin Fan, enveloping him completely. 2 arms of the Susanoo gradually emerged, each wielding a massive blue Susanoo blade about 10 feet long. The blade shimmered with fierce purple lightning, and as the light played, the sound of wind and thunder could be faintly heard. Trivial tricks! Hulai was not daunted, instead disdain flickered in his eyes. He spun abruptly, lashing out with all 5 tails simultaneously. The tips of the tails, concentrated with dense spiritual power, transformed into 5 thick whip shadows, striking at Lin Fan's vital points. Meanwhile, Hulai's hands moved rapidly, forming seals as his spiritual power churned wildly. In the next instant, several enormous phantom fox claws, dozens of feet in size, materialized in the air. The claws glowed with a cold demonic light, accompanied by a thunderous roar as they tore through the air. They lunged at Lin Fan from all directions, instantly sealing off any escape route. Before the claws even landed, deep gashes appeared on the ground. Hulai's attack was ferocious beyond measure, the pressure of his 5th-rank spiritual power sweeping down like a storm. For a moment, Lin Fan was firmly suppressed, struggling even to move. The Fox Clan spectators on the stands burst into jeers and cheers. "Ha! What a waste, can't even block one move. Brother Hulai is incredible. This 5th-rank strength truly lives up to its reputation. This human is asking to be crushed into meat paste, reckless fool." Hulai, hearing the cheers below, grew even more smug. He glared at Lin Fan within the Susanoo and bellowed. "Human, with such pitiful strength you dare trespass into our Fox Clan's territory. And you even injured my younger brother, utterly reckless." On the stone platform, Lin Fan looked calmly through the Susanoo at the ferocious Hulai, sighing inwardly. 5th rank is 5th rank after all. The younger generation of the Fox Clan does have some real skill, but that's all it amounts to. The next moment, Lin Fan's eyes narrowed slightly. The Mangekyo Sharingan rotated slowly in his eyes, its crimson patterns exuding a chilling cold. The already sturdy skeleton of the Susanoo swelled instantly. Blue chakra quickly covered it, forming an exquisite set of armor. The Tengu Susanoo raised its arms, and the 2 Susanoo blades swept horizontally. The blade light collided with the phantom fox claws, erupting with a deafening roar. The blue blade glow tinged with purple lightning clashed with the pale white demonic power. The shockwave spread, shattering the spiritual rocks at the edge of the stone platform. Hulai, who had been unstoppable, felt his arms go numb as the phantom fox claws were shattered by the Susanoo blades. The mockery in his eyes froze, instantly replaced by an overwhelming disbelief. But before he could react, the Tengu Susanoo's movements grew even more aggressive. The 2 Susanoo blades swung in turn, each strike aimed at Hulai's vital points. Hulai, now cautious, whipped his 5 tails like an iron wall in front of him, continuously blocking the Susanoo blades. At the same time, he fully activated his physical secret art, engaging the Susanoo in close combat. The clang of metal rang out incessantly as purple lightning and snow-white demonic power intertwined on the stone platform. Lin Fan, controlling the Tengu Susanoo, found himself locked in a fierce deadlock with Hulai. Their exchange drew gasps from the audience with every collision. What had been a one-sided battle now reached a stalemate. But just then Lin Fan's mind stirred, and behind the Tengu Susanoo 8 millstone-sized Yasaka Magatama suddenly materialized. The Magatama were a deep blue with purple lightning faintly flickering across their surfaces, exuding a vast pressure. "What is this?" Hu Lai sensed the aura of the Yasaka Magatama and tensed. Just as he tried to dodge, Lin Fan's eyes condensed, and the Susanu's arm waved lightly. The 8 giant Magatama instantly transformed into 8 streams of light streaking across the sky. They shot toward Hu Lai with unimaginable speed. Feeling the aura of the Yasaka Magatama, Hu Lai's expression changed. He dared not be careless, and his 5 tails suddenly swelled several times in size. They became thick and massive like 5 enormous snow-white whips. They quickly interwove and spun in front of him, forming an impenetrable defensive barrier. Boom! 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 The 8 Magatama slammed into the tail barrier, successively erupting with deafening thunder. The tremendous impact forced Hu Lai back repeatedly, leaving deep craters in the spiritual rock floor as debris flew everywhere. Yet the 5 tails held firm against the Magatama's assault. Lin Fan's eyes flickered with surprise at this sight. This Hu Lai's strength actually surpassed the lava giant king he had encountered before. No wonder he was hailed as the foremost genius of the Fox clan's younger generation. The standoff did not last long. Hu Lai violently shook his tails, deflecting the Magatama's impact. Then a sinister glint flashed in his eyes as his hands quickly condensed spiritual power. His aura suddenly turned icy cold. A vast wave of spiritual power erupted from within him, transforming into countless invisible blades that pierced through the Susanu's defenses, stabbing deep into Lin Fan's spiritual sea. This trick again. Lin Fan shook his head slightly. The eternal Mangekyo Sharingan's rotation accelerated abruptly. Genjutsu reflection. An invisible force of repulsion instantly spread out, and the spiritual power that Hu Lai had just released rebounded like a tidal wave, violently crashing back into his own spiritual sea. Ah! Hu Lai let out a piercing scream, his face turning deathly pale as a searing pain tore through his mind. But as a 5th-rank beast, his strength was formidable. He instantly mustered an even stronger spiritual power, forcibly neutralizing most of the backlash. The remaining small portion of the spiritual backlash he endured through sheer will. Interesting. Lin Fan's eyes showed a hint of surprise. Very well. Standing behind you've angered me. Hu Lai gritted his teeth, staring fixedly at Lin Fan. The crimson in his eyes grew more intense as the agony in his mind drove him nearly mad. At that moment Hu Lai let out a furious roar and his spiritual power exploded outward. The 5th-rank energy surged like a volcanic eruption, his aura climbing steadily. Human die! As Hu Lai's roar faded, a palm-sized crimson flame slowly coalesced before him. This flame appeared unremarkable, yet it emanated a terrifying might that could burn the heavens and boil the seas. The surrounding air warped from the heat, and the spiritual rock on the platform began to melt slightly. Lin Fan, be careful. That's the Fox clan's secret art, Spirit Fox True Fire. Once unleashed, none of the same rank can stand against it. Su Xiaoxiao's voice came from off the platform, tinged with tension. Lin Fan understood, his gaze fixed on the Fox clan's true flame. Hu Lai looked at him with a wild grin. Human, to die by this move is your honor. With that, Hu Lai raised his hand. In the next instant, the crimson true flame turned into a stream of light, shooting toward Lin Fan with the force to incinerate everything. But just as the Fox clan's true flame was about to strike the Susanu, Lin Fan's figure vanished from the spot. Hu Lai's eyes shrank, his grin frozen in place. Before he could comprehend what had happened, a clear, lazy voice came from behind him, carrying a touch of indifference and an air of dominance. You want to dance too? Do you also wish to dance? A chilling voice suddenly rang out from behind. Hu Lai's entire body bristled, his pupils constricting to pinpoint size in an instant. Hu Lai turned his head sharply, almost instinctively attempting to channel his spiritual energy for a counterattack. But the very next moment, a crushing force like an iron vice seized his neck. Before he could react, Lin Fan gripped his throat with one hand, lifting him completely off the ground. Suspended in midair, Hu Lai's terror intensified. He desperately surged his 5th-rank demonic energy, striving to break free from Lin Fan's grasp. 5 foxtails lashed wildly, attempting to strike at Lin Fan's body. But in the next instant, Lin Fan's crimson eternal Mangekyo Sharingan spun into motion. An icy, devastating pressure bore down upon him like a physical weight, and Hu Lai felt his meridians instantly sealed by an invisible force. His spiritual energy stagnated at once, his limbs rendered utterly powerless. Even his thrashing tails froze midair. Illusion jutsu. The thought flashed through his mind, his face draining of all color. You! How did you do this? His voice emerged as a ragged croak, choked and dry from the crushing grip on his throat. His eyes blazed with disbelief and resentment. Lin Fan offered no reply, merely raising his gaze to meet it, a cold curve touching his lips. His steady gaze fell upon Hu Lai's right arm. Hu Lai followed that look downward and immediately froze, his expression melting into sheer bewilderment and astonishment. A strange mark had appeared on his arm, its origin unknown. The symbol was unmistakable, the script of the Dragon Kingdom. Dichi Mian Cheng. So during their battle, Lin Fan had quietly etched the Flying Thunder God's seal onto Hu Lai's body without detection. His initial circling was deliberate, designed to lure Hu Lai into lowering his guard. Only then did he use the seal to instantly teleport behind him, striking with complete surprise. Understanding dawned on Hu Lai, his face paling with the horror of certain death. How could he have been defeated by a human who appeared no older than 20? Enough. Now you may die. Lin Fan's gaze hardened, his fingers tightening, mercilessly poised to shatter Hu Lai's neck. Hu Lai felt death's shadow engulf him completely, his pupils dilating with sheer terror. Yet beneath Lin Fan's eternal Mangekyo Sharingan he could not so much as struggle, only wait helplessly for his end. But at that critical juncture a figure materialized before Lin Fan with no warning whatsoever. The instant it appeared, a wrinkled yet terrifyingly powerful hand reached straight for Lin Fan. His heart leaped at the sight. The moment he felt the devastating power of that hand, his expression shifted drastically. Without hesitation, Lin Fan activated his eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, rendering his body intangible in an instant. The incoming hand passed straight through Lin Fan's phasing form, touching him not at all. His grip on Hu Lai's neck also slipped through, separated by the intangibility. With a heavy thud, Hu Lai hit the spirit rock ground, coughing violently, and utterly broken. Lin Fan paid him no mind now. He immediately shot backward dozens of zhang, his gaze fixed with grave concern on the intruder. Now Lin Fan could clearly see an elderly Fox clan member. His hair and beard were snow white, his face gaunt and drawn, yet a terrifying pressure radiated from his frame. 6 magnificent tails swayed behind him, each pulsing with world-shattering power. Rather interesting. The Fox elder studied his palm for a moment before lifting his gaze to Lin Fan, a sinister expression on his face. A 6th-rank Beast King. Lin Fan's brows furrowed slightly. 6th-rank Beast King. Lin Fan frowned slightly at the sight. Then he raised his eyes to meet the gaze of the Fox clan elder, and spoke in a deep voice. Who are you? Your Fox clan set the rules of the life and death duel, where life and death are not to be contested. What are you doing? Are you planning to break your own rules? Lin Fan's words were clear and distinct, his voice carrying throughout the silent arena. This caused the remaining Fox clan members to show strange expressions, but no one dared to chime in. Humph. In this Fox clan territory, my rules are the rules. The Fox clan elder sneered upon hearing this, and the oppressive aura of a 6th-rank Beast King suddenly surged. The air seemed to solidify under the pressure, as he coldly glanced at Lin Fan. His tone was extremely domineering, his eyes filled with undisguised contempt. You, an outsider human, have trespassed into our Fox clan's secret realm and injured the young prodigy of our clan. For these 2 offenses alone you deserve death. Men, seize him and execute him on the spot. The elder did not waste any more words with Lin Fan and gave the order harshly. As soon as the words fell, the guards hidden around the arena began to stir. Su Xiaoxiao's expression changed drastically as she rushed to Lin Fan's side. Great elder, no. He is a friend I brought to the Fox clan, not an intruder. You cannot harm him. Su Xiaoxiao spread her arms tightly to protect Lin Fan, looked up at the great elder, and shouted urgently. Nonsense. Su Shishu, don't forget that you are the 4th miss of the Fox clan. And now, for the sake of an outsider, you dare to openly defy the clan elders and protect a human. What kind of behavior is this? The Fox clan's great elder Su Tian, upon hearing this, furrowed his brows deeply, let out a heavy snort, and his eyes were full of reproach. Then, ignoring Su Xiaoxiao's obstruction, he waved his hand and urged the guards to act again. Great elder, you can't do this. Su Xiaoxiao's eyes reddened with anxiety as she hurriedly brought out her last resort. The matriarch is still in seclusion. When she emerges, I will certainly tell her about this and have her punish you severely. However, these words only drew a scornful laugh from the Fox clan's great elder. The matriarch is in seclusion to break through to the Saint Realm. There is absolutely no way she will emerge within a short time. All clan affairs, big and small, are under my authority now. Even if you want to complain, you'll have to wait until she comes out. With that, the Fox clan's great elder's eyes sharpened, and he said no more. In an instant, the sound of footsteps thundered around the arena. Hundreds of Fox clan guards in uniform outfits surged out, surrounding the entire arena, leaving no gap. These guards all emanated powerful auras, with the weakest being at the 4th rank. Among them were also several 5th-rank experts with spiritual energy swirling around them. Countless phantom fox claws and wind blades materialized, all aimed at Lin Fan in the center. Lin Fan was surrounded on all sides, feeling the spiritual energy pressure pressing in from every direction. His gaze gradually turned icy and his aura also sank. Lin Fan had no intention of causing trouble in the Fox clan but from the border, Hu Gang, to the arena's Hu Lai and now to the Great Elder. The Fox clan had provoked him repeatedly, pressing step by step, and had long exhausted Lin Fan's patience. Fine. 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 I originally only wanted to come peacefully and avoid trouble. But your Fox clan is so ungrateful and insatiable, don't blame me for what happens next. Lin Fan spoke coldly, his tone carrying long-suppressed anger. His gaze swept over the encircling guards and his voice suddenly rose, filled with the pride that looked down on the world. In that case, I'll make a great commotion in this Fox clan territory today. Arrogant brat. A mere human dares to act wild in the Fox clan, courting death. Altogether kill him. Lin Fan's words thoroughly enraged the Fox clan members present. They already harbored great hostility toward humans, and now their emotions were even more inflamed. Hundreds of guards simultaneously activated their spiritual energy, unleashing a barrage of various ability attacks that covered the sky. Like a rainstorm, they bombarded Lin Fan, ferocious and intent on utterly crushing him. Faced with this world-shattering onslaught, Lin Fan did not retreat but instead his battle intent soared. The next moment he suddenly pressed his palms together, spiritual energy swirling wildly around him, and roared. Wood-style tree realm birth. Boom. A deafening explosion erupted. The spiritual rock ground of the entire arena suddenly cracked. Countless massive ancient trees and vines crazily burst out from the ground. Branches grew at an astonishing speed, lush green leaves blotting out the sky. Sharp branches were like spears and thick vines were like giant pythons. In just a few breaths, this area, nearly a kilometer in diameter, was completely covered by this sudden wooden world. Vines coiled wantonly, branches twisted and strangled madly. Some Fox clan guards who were too slow to react were instantly tightly bound, and the more they struggled the tighter the vines tightened. Sharp branches pierced through bodies, and cries of agony and sounds of bones cracking rose one after another. What kind of ability is this? Never seen it before. Help! Let me go! In an instant, terrified screams echoed through the entire forest. The suppression of the wood style was terrifying. Fourth-rank Fox clan guards were utterly powerless before this vast tree realm. Only a few fifth-rank guards could barely hold on. In just a few dozen breaths of the hundreds of guards who had been so aggressive just moments ago, more than half had fallen among the vines lifeless. Within the entire tree realm, blood flowed like a river. The smell of blood permeated the air, leaving only branches and leaves swaying in the wind, a scene of extreme carnage. Suyu stood at the edge of the viewing platform watching this world-shattering sight. She was completely frozen, her face full of disbelief. She instinctively turned to look at the equally dazed Su Xiaoxiao beside her, her voice trembling. Shishio, what kind of monster is this friend of yours? This is too insane. Such a large-scale lethal ability, unheard of. I don't know either. Su Xiaoxiao was also dumbfounded, staring blankly at Lin Fan standing atop the ancient tree in the center, her heart full of shock. Although she had known Lin Fan for a long time and had seen him use Susanu's Sharingan illusions and other techniques, this current move was one she had never seen Lin Fan use before. Meanwhile, the Fox clan's great elder, seeing his elite guards almost completely wiped out. His face was as dark as a pot bottom, his aura gloomy to the extreme. His eyes were fixed on Lin Fan, and a thought arose in his mind. This boy has extraordinary talent and strange methods, possessing such strength at a young age. Now that the enmity is fully formed, if we let him live, he will surely become a great threat to the Fox clan in the future. He must not leave here alive today. With that thought, the Fox clan's great elder's demonic power as a sixth-rank beast king erupted violently. With a casual wave, a giant blood-colored phantom fox claw hundreds of meters high materialized out of thin air. The claw tips gleamed with world-destroying cold light, carrying a terrifying pressure that could suppress everything. It slammed down fiercely toward Lin Fan's position. Where the giant claw passed, the air twisted slightly. Countless ancient trees below were instantly crushed and snapped, a terrifying sight. Lin Fan stood atop the ancient tree, feeling the sixth-rank pressure that could crush everything. His whole body trembled slightly, not from fear but from sheer excitement. Lin Fan's eyes blazed with battle intent, and his spiritual energy and blood force were all boiling. Then Lin Fan laughed up to the sky. Well done! Today I will weigh just how powerful this sixth-rank beast king is. A blood-colored fox claw over 100 meters high descended from the sky, carrying the overwhelming pressure of a sixth-rank beast king. Wherever it passed, the air was torn apart. Below, the newly formed tree realm had its branches and leaves bent by the wind pressure, as if it would collapse completely at any moment. Lin Fan stood atop the ancient tree looking up at this world-destroying strike, a glint of excitement flashing in his eyes. The next moment the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan and Lin Fan's eyes spun rapidly and his scarlet pupils bloomed with brilliant light. That colossal fox claw over 100 meters passed straight through Lin Fan's body. Boom! The giant blood fox claw slammed heavily onto the ground, crashing into the core area of the tree realm. The hard spirit rock ground instantly collapsed into a huge deep pit. Countless thick ancient trees snapped in two and debris of branches and leaves flew everywhere. Within 100 meters the forest was instantly reduced to nothing. Dust and smoke billowed up, obscuring half the sky. This trick again. The great elder of the Fox clan looked at this scene, his expression suddenly darkening, his turbid old eyes narrowing slightly. But before he could think further, an extremely sharp aura suddenly attacked from his side. Lin Fan had already closed into the great elder without any hesitation. He willed it. The crow Tengu Susanoo emerged once again with a roar, its azure armor surrounding its body. Susanoo's arm gripped a 10-meter-long greatsword, its blade wreathed in purple lightning. With the force of splitting mountains and severing seas, it slashed straight toward the great elder's neck. Following closely behind were 8 millstone-sized giant Magatama. Seeing this, the great elder gave a cold snort, spiritual energy surging. The 6 snow-white foxtails behind him instantly expanded, dozens of meters thick as heavenly pillars. With brute force that could sweep everything away, he casually swept them. Bang! A deafening explosion erupted as the foxtails and Susanoo collided heavily. A terrifying force erupted and Lin Fan along with Susanoo was sent flying violently. Like a kite with a broken string, he flew backward, breaking swaths of ancient trees along the way. The sound of rumbling echoed endlessly. After flying dozens of meters, he barely managed to stabilize himself. Cough. Cough. Lin Fan staggered out of Susanoo, a trace of blood at the corner of his mouth. His internal energy was now somewhat chaotic, and his body was sending waves of stabbing pain. Is this the power of a 6th-rank beast king? The strength of its physique and demonic energy is simply absurd. The sheer brute force is already this terrifying. Lin Fan raised his hand to wipe the blood from his mouth, his eyes serious, as he looked at the distant great elder of the Fox clan, sighing inwardly. In that case, Sage Mode activate. Lin Fan's eyes sharpened, and he let out a low shout. The moment Lin Fan willed it in a room in the Slayer God settlement outside the Spirit Beast Forest. The shadow clone that Lin Fan had deliberately left behind before departing, silently absorbing natural energy, instantly dissipated with a bang. Whoosh! A surge of energy several times more powerful than before erupted from Lin Fan's body. A faint halo of sage energy surrounded him, and a ring of crimson sage eye markings appeared above his eyes. Now I should be able to use that form. Sensing the surging unprecedented power within him, Lin Fan's lips curled slightly upward. The eternal Mangekyo Sharingan spun rapidly again, channeling all of the pupil power and natural energy into Susanoo. As the energy poured into Crow Tengu's Susanoo, which originally only had an upper body, instantly shot up dozens of meters. It slowly grew thick skeletal legs, completely forming a full humanoid figure. Under Lin Fan's control, Susanoo's arms became 4, and the azure Susanoo great sword in its hands also lengthened. Its aura was earth-shattering, like a war god descending from ancient times. Old thing, come at me again. Lin Fan stood inside the chest of the complete Susanoo, looking down at the great elder of the Fox clan below. His voice came through Susanoo, carrying a battle intent that looked down upon the world. With that, Lin Fan controlled the complete Susanoo and charged toward the great elder of the Fox clan. With every step, Susanoo took the ground cracked with several fissures. Its colossal body moved like an arrow from a bow with an irresistible force. The 4 arms of Susanoo gripped the long swords wreathed in purple lightning, and swung them all at once. 4 blade beams with lightning howled as they tore through the air, slashing fiercely toward the great elder. Wherever the blade beams passed, the air was torn, emitting sharp breaking sounds and the crackling of lightning. The great elder of the Fox clan looked at the Susanoo before him, whose size had surged, and whose aura had changed dramatically, and his eyes narrowed slightly. Yet his expression showed no panic. Overreaching yourself. The great elder roared, coldly, demonic energy erupting around him. His figure rapidly expanded at a visible speed, red light enveloping his entire body. In an instant he transformed into a 6-tailed giant fox, hundreds of meters in length, its entire body crimson like blood. Its size was in no way inferior to the complete Susanoo. 6 thick foxtails swept across the sky, overwhelming demonic aura sweeping in all directions. The entire heaven and earth trembled. Roar! The 6-tailed blood fox raised its head and let out a deafening roar. The next moment 2 colossal figures over 100 meters tall collided with a thunderous impact among the mountains and forests of the Fox clan territory. A colossal cyan Susanoo, dozens of jang in height, and a crimson six-tailed giant fox collided deep within the Fox clan's territory. Each impact was like the heavens collapsing and the earth cracking, shaking the entire world to tremble. Susanoo wielded two giant longswords, and as the blade light slashed, deep purple lightning tore across the sky. Each strike carried the force to split mountains and sever seas, whether horizontal or vertical, completely sealing off the six-tailed giant fox's escape routes. Meanwhile, the six-tailed giant fox was ferocious beyond measure, its six tails thick as heavenly pillars thrashed wildly. Each tail tip imbued with the vast demonic power of a sixth-rank beast king could smash mountains with every lash. From its massive maw it spewed blazing foxfire, turning everything in its path to scorched earth in an instant. The air itself was warped and distorted by the heat. The shockwaves of battle raged unchecked, toppling trees one after another, and grinding vast fields of pink foxtail grass into dust. In the distance, jade-colored pavilions built against the mountain under the collision of two terrifying forces. Eve's shattered jade pillars collapsed, and clouds scattered as demonic chi and spiritual energy churned together. The once spiritually rich heartland of the Fox clan now lay in ruins. The ground was covered with craters and fissures, with debris and wood chips flying everywhere. The two exchanged blows, each attack vicious and fierce. Susanoo's blade light repeatedly struck the giant fox, leaving gash after gash. But the six-tailed giant fox quickly healed thanks to its abundant demonic power. The fox's tails and foxfire also struck Susanoo several times, causing the cyan armor to begin melting. Yet Lin Fan's spiritual power swiftly repaired the damage. For a time the two colossal figures remained locked in stalemate in midair, neither able to completely overpower the other. But as time passed, the limit of Sage Mode quietly approached, and the spiritual aura around Lin Fan began to dim. Susanoo's presence also weakened steadily, with cracks becoming more evident. The speed and power of his blade strikes were far inferior to before, showing clear signs of decline. The Fox clan's Grand Elder keenly sensed Lin Fan's change, and a glint of sharp light flashed in the giant fox's eyes. Its attacks grew even fiercer, forcing Susanoo back step by step. It let out a piercing sneer. "Human! I don't care what twisted method you used to temporarily boost your strength, but it's all illusion. Before absolute power it's futile. Today you will die here." Lin Fan frowned deeply, sighing inwardly. "Looks like I have to use that move." The next moment Lin Fan's gaze turned icy, and sharp, his left eye fixed firmly on the six-tailed giant fox's head. As Lin Fan unleashed a massive amount of spiritual power, and the remaining dojutsu, the three-bladed shuriken within his eternal Mangekyo Sharingan spun rapidly, emitting a brilliant and terrifying fluctuation. "Kamui!" Lin Fan growled in a low voice. As his words fell, the space around the six-tailed giant fox's head instantly twisted in a bizarre manner. Like ripples on water, it then began to contract and tear wildly. An invisible spatial force erupted, tightly locking onto the giant fox's head. The Grand Elder, who had been sneering, suddenly fell silent, his pupils contracting sharply. He clearly felt the death threat from the depths of his soul. "What power is this? Impossible! How can you possess such terrifying power?" The Fox clan's Grand Elder, who had remained calm until now, finally changed expression. All the power of a sixth-rank beast king surged wildly around him. His six tails writhed desperately, trying to break free from the spatial shackles. But no matter how he channeled his spiritual power, it was utterly futile against this ultimate spatial force. "No!" Accompanied by a piercing cry of agony that echoed across the sky, the spatial distortion force suddenly tightened. The head of the Fox clan's Grand Elder's true form was instantly crushed by Kamui. A mist of red blood burst forth. The massive fox body lost control at that moment, crashing heavily to the ground. It kicked up a cloud of dust, then fell completely still. Silence fell over the entire scene. The remaining Fox clan members watching this stood frozen in place. Then they erupted into terrified screams and wails of grief. "The Grand Elder is dead. This can't be, I must be dreaming. Yes. Yes, this must be a dream. Absolutely impossible. How could a beast king just die like this?" Mournful, fearful, and incredulous voices rose and fell. All Fox clan members were pale and trembling all over. Their gazes at Lin Fan were as if they were looking at a demon god. But Lin Fan did not relax. He frowned even more tightly, his eyes coldly fixed on the headless fox corpse on the ground. "Why is there no system notification? Could this guy still be alive?" Lin Fan waited a moment longer, but still no kill notification sounded in his mind. Just as Lin Fan was puzzled, the headless fox corpse suddenly trembled violently. Its once limp body slowly rose, and the remaining demonic power surged wildly around it. A faint red glow enveloped the neck wound. Then an unbelievable scene unfolded. The headless corpse on the ground stood up directly. Where the head had been lost, a new one grew back at a visible speed. In the blink of an eye, a complete fox head reappeared. Holy crap! What's going on? Can a head regenerate after being blown off? Lin Fan couldn't help cursing, his face full of disbelief. Lin Fan, this is the Fox Clan's secret technique, the substitution death method. Su Xiaoxiao's voice came urgently. She quickly ran to Lin Fan's side, pointing behind the Grand Elder, and explained with a serious expression. It caused severe injury, losing one fox tail and dropping a major realm to substitute death once. Lin Fan followed Su Xiaoxiao's gaze. Indeed, behind the Fox Clan's Grand Elder, where there had been 6 tails, now only 5 remained. The severed tail wound was still bleeding, and the terrifying pressure of a 6th-rank Beast King had completely dissipated his aura, dropping to the 5th rank. It was almost the same as the previous Hulai, only with slightly deeper foundations. So that's it. This guy is really lucky. In that case, I'll strike while the iron is hot. Lin Fan's eyes turned cold, and he once again mobilized the last of his spiritual power. He controlled Susanu's longsword to slash at the Fox Clan's Grand Elder's head. He gave the enemy no chance to catch his breath. But just as Lin Fan's attack was about to land on the Fox Clan's Grand Elder, a brilliant golden beam of light suddenly shot up from the deepest part of the Fox Clan's territory. It pierced the clouds, its brilliance blindingly intense. Then a tsunami-like aura swept out from the depths of the territory. This aura was vast and boundless, carrying supreme authority. It compressed the air until it solidified and the gravel on the ground shattered. Every Fox Clan member present, including Lin Fan, was pinned to the spot by this pressure, unable to move a muscle. Even breathing became extremely difficult, as if an invisible mountain pressed down on everyone's heart. A golden pillar of light pierced through the clouds, its radiance so intense that it overshadowed all the lingering spiritual energy and demonic chi from the previous battle. It illuminated the entire Fox Clan's heartland, cleansing even the swirling dust and rubble with its golden glow. Within the pillar of light, an unimaginably colossal silhouette slowly emerged. The mere outline of its form made heaven and earth bow in submission. It was a 7-tailed giant fox, its body towering over 100 zhang in height. Standing between heaven and earth, it resembled an eternal divine mountain that had existed since time immemorial. Before it, even the Susanus seemed diminutive. 7 thick golden chain-like tails stretched freely behind it, their tips pointing straight toward the heavens. Each tail shimmered with a resplendent golden halo, bearing an overwhelming pressure. A mere flick caused tremors in space, as if even the laws of nature were forced to submit. The Fox Clan members, still immersed in shock and grief over the Grand Elder's severe injury, stood frozen and placed their eyes wide open at the sight of this colossal figure. Their mouths gaped wide enough to hold a fist, their faces a mixture of disbelief, ecstasy, and awe. That 7 tails. It's the clan leader. Our Fox Clan leader. The clan leader has broken through. Ascended to the 7th Order Beast Emperor. Heaven has eyes. Our Fox Clan finally has a Beast Emperor level powerhouse. From now on, among the myriad demons, no one will dare to bully us easily. Cries of exclamation rose and fell across the entire heartland, the previous terror instantly replaced by ecstasy. Many Fox Clan members trembled with excitement, prostrating themselves before the golden giant, their eyes filled with reverence and awe. It's the clan leader grandmother. The clan leader grandmother has come out of seclusion. 7 tails, she has successfully broken through to the 7th Order. Su Xiaoxiao, seeing the 7-tailed giant fox in the sky, broke into a delighted smile, her previously tense little face instantly relaxing. Tears glistened in her eyes as she quickly took a few steps toward the figure, her voice trembling with barely contained excitement. So this is the power of a 7th Order Beast Emperor. Lin Fan stood still, his spiritual energy nearly exhausted. The halo of his immortal mode had completely dissipated, and the Susanoo slowly faded into scattered light particles. He looked up at the sky-obscuring 7-tailed figure, his expression growing increasingly grim. Even the mere pressure emanating from it made it difficult for him to move. Mid-tier and high-tier, though seemingly only a single major realm apart, the difference was as vast as that between a mortal and an immortal. That beast tide that once swept across the continent was led by a 7th Order Beast Emperor. Wherever it passed, human cities were utterly annihilated. Countless homes were reduced to ashes, and countless compatriots perished under the beast tide. If not for the strongest expert of the Dragon Kingdom breaking through to the 7th Order at the critical moment, fighting alongside global 6th Order experts in a desperate battle, humanity's situation might have been far worse. Now a living 7th Order Beast Emperor stood before him, and Lin Fan's heart tightened. He was already at the end of his strength, the time limit for his immortal mode had passed. The divine might had consumed a vast amount of spiritual energy, rendering it unusable for the time being. Even if he could force it, whether it would work against the 7th Order Beast Emperor remained uncertain. After all, the 6th Order Grand Elder had managed to withstand the divine might with a secret technique. This beast emperor-level clan leader might possess even more extraordinary means. For now he could only wait and see. Although Su Xiaoxiao had said the clan leader doted on her, Lin Fan had killed over 100 Fox clan guards and gravely injured the Grand Elder, cutting off one of his tails and dropping his cultivation. This was not something that could be smoothed over with a simple claim of they provoked first. After all, this was the Fox clan's territory, and the clan leader was ultimately the Fox clan's leader. She might not side with him. Lin Fan calculated, silently gathering spiritual energy covertly. At the slightest hint of killing intent from the Fox clan leader, he would not hesitate to activate the Flying Thunder God and escape. Just as Lin Fan was on high alert, the seven-tailed giant fox in the sky slowly retracted its aura. The golden halo gradually faded, and its massive body shrank accordingly. In a few breaths, the heaven-shaking giant transformed into a white-haired old woman. She was dressed in a simple gray cloth skirt, her silver hair coiled into a plain bun. Her face was lined with wrinkles, her gaze peaceful, and not a trace of demonic chi leaked from her. One might have mistaken her for an ordinary old woman. With a light step, she covered hundreds of zhang in a single stride. In but a moment, she landed steadily a few zhang in front of Lin Fan. Lin Fan's muscles instantly tensed, his eyes fixed on the old woman. Every nerve was on high alert, ready to trigger the Flying Thunder God at the slightest sign of aggression. Clan leader. Kill this brat. This human intruded into our Fox clan's heartland, first injured our clan's top genius Su Lai. Then killed over 100 Fox clan guards, and now has seriously wounded me, severed one of my tails and dropped my cultivation. I beg the clan leader to seek justice for our Fox clan and tear this human into pieces. On the ground, the Fox clan Grand Elder, who had just regrown his head and was utterly weakened, saw the old woman, and a vengeful fire ignited in his eyes. Struggling to rise, he triggered his injuries and coughed up blood repeatedly, his voice hoarse and venomous as he shouted. While speaking, he glared at Lin Fan. The hatred in his eyes nearly overflowed, as if he wanted to devour Lin Fan alive. Clan leader, grandmother, that's not true. The Grand Elder is lying. Su Xiaoxiao quickly stepped in front of Lin Fan, looking up at the old woman with an anxious expression. Lin Fan was brought back by me. He not only saved my life but also escorted me safely back to the Fox clan. But as soon as we arrived at the clan grounds, Su Lai insulted Lin Fan and tried to capture him by force. The two then agreed to a life-or-death duel, and Su Lai lost because he was outmatched. The Grand Elder openly broke the rules and saved Su Lai. He then ordered over 100 guards to attack Lin Fan, who was merely defending himself. Later, the Grand Elder personally intervened, intending to kill Lin Fan, but was defeated instead. Everything is the Grand Elder's own fault. Su Xiaoxiao's voice was clear and forceful, recounting the entire sequence of events without missing a detail. After hearing both the Grand Elder and Su Xiaoxiao's words, the old woman closed her cloudy eyes briefly and fell into silence. The atmosphere instantly became oppressive. The previously noisy Fox clan heartland fell into a deathly silence, everyone holding their breath, waiting for the clan leader's decision. After a long moment, the old woman slowly opened her eyes and spoke in a tone tinged with weariness. Young man, what happened today? Our Fox clan members were indeed rude first, and the Grand Elder broke the rules. The fault lies with us. She paused before continuing, her tone flat but brooking no argument. But you killed over 100 of our guards and gravely injured our Grand Elder. That is an undeniable fact. Considering that you saved Xiaoxiao's life and escorted her safely back, I shall not hold you accountable for these grievances today. Leave now and never set foot in the Fox clan's territory again. If I ever see you step into our lands again, I will not show mercy. Clan leader, grandmother. Su Xiaoxiao tried to speak, but the old woman gently waved her hand to stop her. On the other side, Su Tian's face changed drastically, and he hastily shouted. Clan leader, you cannot. This human has killed so many of our people. How can you simply let him go? It will bring shame upon our Fox clan. Silence. The old woman suddenly barked, her sharp gaze sweeping over the Grand Elder. Su Tian is the Grand Elder of the Fox clan. You knowingly broke the clan's rules on life-or-death duels, bullied a junior, and now dare to speak further. Have you not shamed us enough? Su Tian's face turned pale and red, but he finally clenched his teeth and lowered his head, daring not to say another word. However, the look he shot at Lin Fan was still filled with venom. The old woman withdrew her gaze and looked at Lin Fan again, saying calmly, You have 1 hour to leave our Fox clan territory. Do not test my patience. Then she turned to Su Xiaoxiao, her tone softening slightly. Xiaoxiao, come to my chambers in 1 hour. I have important matters to discuss with you. Also, someone take the Grand Elder back to his quarters for treatment and rest. He is not to leave without my order. Having said this, the old woman did not spare Lin Fan another glance, nor did she wait for Su Xiaoxiao's reply. She turned and left her figure gradually disappearing into the distance, seemingly slow yet vanishing in an instant. Only when the old woman's presence completely vanished did Lin Fan's tense body relax. The surrounding Fox clan members looked at him with complex expressions. There was fear, resentment, and even a trace of relief, but no one dared to step forward to stop him. As the figure of the Fox clan's chieftain vanished completely, the tense atmosphere gradually dissipated. The Fox clan members looked at Lin Fan with complex expressions, fear, resentment, but no one dared to step forward and cause trouble. The bodies of the Fox clan guards were carried away one after another, and the injured were swiftly taken for treatment. The onlooking foxes dispersed, leaving only Lin Fan and Su Xiaoxiao standing there. A gentle breeze swept by, stirring up scattered gravel and bloodstains on the ground. The air still held the lingering might of the recent battle, along with the faint spiritual energy left after the pressure of the 7th-rank Beast Emperor dissipated. Su Xiaoxiao stood before Lin Fan, tugging at his sleeve. Her voice was soft yet resolute. "Lin Fan, I'll go back with you. I'll think of another way to awaken my bloodline. I don't want to stay here." Lin Fan looked at Su Xiaoxiao, whose eyes were slightly reddened, and fell silent for a moment. Then the tense spiritual energy around him gradually subsided, and he said slowly, "No, you stay here." Hearing this, Su Xiaoxiao was about to retort. But Lin Fan raised his hand and gently patted her head, continuing, "Have you forgotten? I've engraved the Flying Thunder God mark on you. Whenever you want to leave, no matter where I am, I can instantly come and take you away." Su Xiaoxiao bit her lip, her small hands tightly gripping the hem of her clothes. She knew Lin Fan was telling the truth. Moreover, the nine-tailed celestial fox bloodline is the Fox clan's treasure. Only by relying on the ancestral inheritance and the chieftain's guidance within the clan's territory can its full potential be unleashed. But at the thought of parting with Lin Fan, even though she had mentally prepared herself before coming, Su Xiaoxiao's heart still felt empty. After hesitating for a long time, she finally nodded gently. Her long eyelashes drooped, hiding the reluctance in her eyes, and her voice was thick with emotion. "All right. I'll listen to you and stay in the clan. But I will definitely awaken the nine-tailed celestial fox bloodline as soon as possible." Lin Fan nodded slightly, his gaze softening. "Once you successfully awaken the bloodline and trigger the contract between us, I will sense it immediately, and then I will come to find you." Su Xiaoxiao nodded vigorously, her small face filled with earnestness. "I understand." Having said all that needed to be said, Lin Fan looked at the sky. He knew he had to leave the Fox clan's territory within an hour, and could not stay long. "Then it's settled. I'm leaving Xiaoxiao." Lin Fan gave Su Xiaoxiao a deep look and spoke softly. Then he was about to activate the Flying Thunder God technique, but Su Xiaoxiao hurriedly called out to stop him. "Wait." Lin Fan paused, looking at the girl with confusion in his eyes. "Come with me, Lin Fan." Without further explanation, Su Xiaoxiao grabbed Lin Fan's wrist, her tone urgent. Before Lin Fan could respond, she pulled him toward a place deep within the Fox clan's territory. Passing through layers of ancient Fox clan buildings and avoiding the passing clan members, the two arrived at a quiet courtyard. Unlike the grand architecture elsewhere, it was small and elegant. The courtyard was filled with pale pink foxtail flowers, their petals gently swaying and emitting a faint fragrance. In the center stood a small wooden pavilion with exquisite carvings. Beneath the eaves hung small wind chimes which chimed crisply and melodiously in the breeze. Spiritual energy swirled around, giving the place an especially serene and tranquil atmosphere. Everywhere exuded the gentle aura of a maiden. This was Su Xiaoxiao's residence in the Fox clan. Entering the pavilion, Su Xiaoxiao released Lin Fan's hand and began rummaging through the room in a hurry. Her little head turned this way and that, her small hands searching through cabinets and drawers. Her expression was a mix of urgency and endearment. Lin Fan stood still, quietly watching Su Xiaoxiao's searching figure. "Ye found it!" Soon a cheerful cry rang out. Lin Fan looked up and saw Su Xiaoxiao holding two items, her face beaming with joy as she quickly walked over to him. Looking closely, he saw two fruits in Su Xiaoxiao's hands. One was fist-sized, pale blue all over, with a faint glow shimmering on its surface. Faint crackling lightning flickered on its skin, and even through the air one could feel the violent thunder energy within. The other fruit was blood red, its color rich like fresh blood. It exuded a rich yet gentle blood aura swirling around the fruit. The mere scent made one's blood and she stir slightly, and the spirit felt invigorated. Seeing the confusion in Lin Fan's eyes, Su Xiaoxiao carefully held the fruits and explained softly. "This one is the Thunder Spirit fruit. It contains an immense amount of thunder energy. It is greatly beneficial for the cultivation of Thunder-type ability users, helping to refine spiritual power and break through bottlenecks. The only drawback is that the energy within is too violent for ordinary ability users to absorb, but it shouldn't be a problem for you. Pausing here, Su Xiaoxiao then pointed at the blood-red fruit and continued. This one is the blood essence fruit. It grows in spiritual lands where the essence blood of exotic beasts converges. It matures by nourishing on the essence blood of exotic beasts. It can replenish blood and qi and strengthen the physical body. It will surely be of great help to you. Lin Fan's eyes flickered as he looked at the two spirit fruits brimming with vast spiritual energy. Lin Fan naturally knew the preciousness of these two fruits. The Thunder Spirit Fruit and the Blood Essence Fruit were both rare heavenly treasures in the world. He reached out and gently took the two spirit fruits. The moment his fingertips touched the fruits, he could feel the surging energy within. Lin Fan's lips moved as if to say something, but after a moment's thought he didn't voice it, and simply stored the fruits away. After all, saying certain things would only create distance. Then the two sat quietly in the room for a while, chatting in a desultory manner. Mostly Su Xiaoxiao talked while Lin Fan listened quietly, occasionally responding softly. Time flew by, and before they knew it, an hour had passed. Xia, I'm leaving. Lin Fan slowly stood up and patted Su Xiaoxiao's head. Then he lingered no longer. Spiritual energy surged around him, and the Flying Thunder God technique was instantly activated. The next moment Lin Fan vanished into thin air before Su Xiaoxiao's eyes. Su Xiaoxiao stood still, staring at the spot where Lin Fan had disappeared. She stood there dazedly gazing for a long time. Only when she could no longer sense any trace of Lin Fan's presence did she come to her senses, a look of loss quietly emerging in her eyes. But soon the loss in Su Xiaoxiao's eyes gradually faded, replaced by an expression of unwavering determination. She silently vowed to awaken the nine-tailed celestial fox bloodline as soon as possible and reunite with Lin Fan at the earliest. Taking a deep breath, Su Xiaoxiao looked up toward the direction of the chieftain's residence. The hour was up, it was time for her to go see the chieftain grandmother. With that thought, Su Xiaoxiao walked out of the small courtyard and slowly made her way toward the chieftain's residence, the very core of the Fox clan. The room in the Sand City settlement. Lin Fan's figure suddenly appeared within it. The cramped space, though not spacious, carried a sense of security that was uniquely his own. Lin Fan could no longer withstand the overwhelming exhaustion that swept over him. His body went limp and he collapsed directly onto the fabric sofa in the living room. As his eyes closed, he sank into a deep slumber. He didn't even bother to clean the dust and faint scent of blood that clung to his clothes. This sleep was extraordinarily deep, devoid of dreams, a state of complete relaxation. Outside the window the sun slowly descended from its zenith, casting a westward slant. By the time the sky was dyed in vast swaths of orange-red twilight, and dusk had enveloped the entire Sand City, Lin Fan slowly opened his eyes. Lin Fan propped himself up on the sofa and sat up, rubbing his throbbing temples. Involuntarily his mind began to review the entire journey to the Fox clan. From the moment he set foot on the Fox clan's territory to the skirmishes and tangled battles with its members, and finally confronting the pressure of the Fox clan's chieftain face to face. In the end, Lin Fan reached a conclusion: his cultivation level was still too low, and his spiritual energy reserves were far too meager. If I had enough spiritual energy to sustain the complete Susanoo, even if my opponent were a 7th-rank beast king, I might still be able to fight it, or at least I wouldn't be so passive. Lin Fan thought to himself. If anyone else knew what he was thinking at this moment, they would certainly consider him a humble brag. After all, it had only been half a year since Lin Fan first awakened his ability and embarked on the path of cultivation. Yet Lin Fan had already stepped into the late 2nd rank. Such progress, when placed on the entire Blue Star, would be enough to drop everyone's jaws. Still, Lin Fan remained unsatisfied in his heart. How could others live with that? But come to think of it, battle is indeed the best way to cultivate. After this fight, my cultivation seems to have advanced somewhat. Lin Fan murmured to himself. With this thought he moved his mind and directly took out 2 fruits he had obtained from the Fox clan territory from the system space. The moment the fruits were taken out, a rich and intense energy aura permeated the room. Strands of pure energy drifted from the surface of the fruits, seeping into Lin Fan's limbs and bones, bringing a wave of comfort to Lin Fan's weary body. In that case, I'll seize the moment to break through. Sensing the immense, almost ocean-like energy contained within the fruits, Lin Fan made a decisive move, sitting cross-legged and holding the 2 fruits in his palms. He began to circulate the great wilderness-devouring heaven art. As the art operated, the fruits in his palms slowly melted, transforming into 2 torrents of energy extremely pure and free of impurities, which surged into his body along the meridians. The great wilderness-devouring heaven art was executed at full power like a whale drinking water. It continuously devoured, refined, and converted this vast energy into his own spiritual power. The air in the room gradually grew thick and the ambient spiritual energy in the surroundings was wholly attracted, forming a faint spiritual energy vortex around Lin Fan. The fluctuations of his spiritual power steadily rose as his meridians were scoured and widened by the immense energy. Lin Fan kept his eyes tightly shut, his mind highly focused. He allowed the energy to surge within his body, tempering his muscles and bones over and over, purging the impurities from within. Lin Fan could clearly feel his spiritual power growing at a visible rate. Time passed. The night outside the window gradually faded and the eastern sky began to show a pale gleam. The first rays of morning sunlight streamed through the window into the room, falling upon Lin Fan. Wisps of purple energy converged along the sunlight, merging into Lin Fan's body. Boom! The fluctuations of spiritual power around Lin Fan suddenly surged and a crisp sound of breaking through a barrier came from within his body. A wave of even more formidable spiritual power burst forth from Lin Fan and thunderous sounds echoed from his bones and sinews. The lines of his muscles now became even more taut, and the blood and chi throughout his body continuously rose. But this was not the end. The residual immense energy from the fruits was still pouring in. Boom! After the time it takes to burn an incense stick, the sound of a realm barrier shattering came from within Lin Fan once more. Lin Fan's spiritual power and blood and chi surged again. Fu! With a breath of turbid air expelled, Lin Fan slowly opened his eyes. Sensing the power within him now, Lin Fan casually summoned the system panel. Host Lin Fan. Realm early 3rd rank tendon refining great completion. Cultivation art great wilderness devouring heaven art. Ability thunder power. Skills wood style tree world birth shadow clone technique fire style great fire annihilation. It seems the energy contained in these two fruits is even greater than I thought, directly allowing me to leap across 2 minor realms. My cultivation has gone straight from late 2nd rank to early 3rd rank, and my physical body has also reached the tendon refining great completion realm. Looking at the system panel before him, Lin Fan couldn't help but feel a surge of emotion. But Lin Fan quickly calmed down. He knew that the greatest gain from this trip to the Fox clan was not the breakthrough in realm. His gaze moved downward, coming to rest on the points column of the system panel. When he saw the string of numbers clearly, the corners of his mouth involuntarily curled up. For there on the points column was clearly displayed 1125,890. Over 1 million points. Looking at this sequence of numbers at this moment, only one thought filled Lin Fan's mind. Spend? I must spend like crazy. Without any hesitation, Lin Fan directly opened the system shop. The dazzling array of items within the shop came into view. 9 Revolutions Mystic Art 100000000000000. Transformation Self-Sufficient Art 1000000000000. 9 Secrets of Shrouding the Sky 1000000000000. Heaven Slaying Sword Drawing Art 10000000000. Lin Fan's gaze swept quickly, finally settling on the area of the Naruto world. Rinnegan 2000000 points. Tsukuyami 50000 points. Amaterasu 50000 points. Koto Amatsukami 50000 points. Edo Tensei Dead Demon Consuming Seal. All kinds of ninjutsu were listed there. Lin Fan looked at these dazzling abilities. His eyes burned with fervor. Without the slightest hesitation, he waved his hand and directly clicked to purchase. Ding! Congratulations to the host for spending 2000000 points and successfully obtaining the Rinnegan. Ding! Congratulations to the host for spending 50000 points and successfully obtaining Tsukuyami. Ding! Congratulations to the host for spending 50000 points and successfully obtaining Amaterasu. Ding! Congratulations to the host for spending 50000 points and successfully obtaining Koto Amatsukami. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully. The crisp system notifications rang continuously in Lin Fan's mind, echoing without end. In addition to the Rinnegan and Mangekyo Sharingan abilities, Lin Fan also bought various practical ninjutsu along the way. With each purchase, the points on the panel rapidly decreased, plummeting from over 1 million. Eventually settling at 86210 points, almost back to square one. But Lin Fan looked at the remaining points without any regret. The power gained from spending these points was far more valuable than keeping them in hand. Just then a special system notification suddenly rang out. Ding! Detected that the host already possesses the Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. Would you like to fuse it with the Rinnegan? Fuse! Lin Fan didn't hesitate at all. Ding! Fusing. With the system notification fading, Lin Fan felt a gentle warmth flow through his eyes. A few seconds later the original pattern of the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan in his eyes had vanished. In its place appeared a pair of deep mysterious Rinnegan, and embedded within the ripple pattern of the Rinnegan were 6 crystalline tomo. At this moment Lin Fan could clearly sense the world-shattering power contained within his eyes. Subconsciously Lin Fan extended his right hand and gently lifted it toward the remote control on the table beside him. The next moment the remote control instantly broke free from the tabletop and finally landed steadily in Lin Fan's hand. Is this the power of the Rinnegan? Lin Fan suddenly felt an impulse to return immediately to the Fox clan and fight the Fox clan's chieftain again. But in the end he suppressed this urge. He had just broken through realms and his own power had surged. He still needed time to properly familiarize and control it. Acting rashly was not a wise move. With my strength having just been greatly enhanced, my foundation still needs to be stabilized. I must first thoroughly familiarize myself with my own power before making any plans. Lin Fan muttered to himself, slowly calming the fighting spirit within him. Oh right, I've got it. Lin Fan's gaze sharpened as if something had occurred to him. He then pulled out his phone from his pocket, quickly scrolled through his contacts, found Su Qingyuan's number, and dialed it directly. The phone rang only a few times before it was answered. On the other end of the line Su Qingyuan's characteristic seductive and languid voice immediately came through. Lin Fan, calling so early, are you missing your sister? Lin Fan ignored Su Qingyuan's teasing and spoke directly into the phone. Instructor Su, do you know the exact location of that beast king that destroyed Tianhe City back then? Upon hearing this, the original seductiveness in Su Qingyuan's voice on the other end of the line slightly receded. Why are you asking about that? Lin Fan, don't do anything foolish. That's a beast king. If you want to take revenge, I'll personally help you after some time. Lin Fan was momentarily stunned. According to Su Qingyuan's implication, she had the strength to slay a beast king. At Magic City University, could an instructor be that powerful? Lin Fan was puzzled by this, but he couldn't figure it out for the moment, so he set it aside. Instructor Su, don't worry. I don't plan to provoke it now. I'm just curious. I'm thinking that when I'm strong enough in the future I'll take revenge. Don't worry, I value my life a lot. Hearing Lin Fan's words, Su Qingyuan's heart eased slightly. Her tone returned to normal somewhat. After a moment of thought she said, I'm not too sure about the exact location. I've only heard that after the Tianhe City battle, that Beast King led its subordinate beasts and fled to Laoai Mountain in Yin Province. It's been entrenched in the deep forests over there and hasn't appeared since. Laoai Mountain? A restricted zone? Lin Fan frowned. Yeah, the one you're thinking of. Su Qingyuan confirmed. Alright, I understand. Thank you, Instructor Su. I'll hang up now. After saying this, Lin Fan hung up the phone directly. The phone screen gradually dimmed. Lin Fan's originally calm eyes instantly turned icy cold, and a piercing chill emanated from his entire body. A passenger plane pierced through layers of clouds, gradually descending onto the runway of Yun Province Airport. With a gentle jolt, the wheels brushed against the ground with a faint sound and the aircraft came to a steady halt. Lin Fan rose with the flow of passengers, retrieved his luggage, and walked along the passageway out of the cabin. The moment he stepped out of the hatch, a warm breeze carrying the fragrance of grass and trees rushed toward him. It was moist and humid, utterly different from the air of Sha City. The sunlight was not harsh, yet exceptionally clear. The sky was a pristine blue with large white clouds drifting lazily so low they seemed almost within reach. Following the signs, Lin Fan exited the terminal and came outside the airport. Both sides of the street were lined with lush evergreen trees with broad leaves, verdant and full of life, a sea of vivid green stretching as far as the eye could see. Many taxis and private cars were parked along the road, their license plates bearing a prominent Yun character. On the nearby sidewalk, pedestrians strolled in twos and threes, dressed in a refreshing and comfortable manner. Some wore wide-brimmed sun hats, others carried backpacks, clearly tourists from elsewhere. Occasionally locals could be seen, some in simple casual wear, others adorned with a touch of ethnic flair. Embroidery adorned the hems of their clothes, colorful headbands wrapped around their heads, and they walked with a leisurely pace. Their speech was soft and gentle, sounding exceptionally warm. Small shops lined the street, their signs occasionally dotted with unfamiliar ethnic scripts alongside the Chinese characters. On the stalls were sliced pineapples, golden mangoes, and strings of fresh tropical fruits. A faint sweetness mingled with the smoky aroma of street food hung in the air. In the distance, the faint outlines of rolling mountains could be seen, shrouded in a thin mist, appearing both warm and hazy. Lin Fan did not immediately set out for Laoai Mountain. He wandered casually along the street and soon was drawn to a modestly decorated local eatery that was bustling with customers. Pushing open the door, he was greeted by a rich, savory aroma. The few tables were all filled. There were both tourists and locals speaking the regional dialect, creating a lively but not chaotic atmosphere. Lin Fan found an empty seat and ordered a few signature dishes. Before long, a steaming bowl of cross-bridge rice noodles was brought to the table. The boiling chicken soup gleamed with golden oil droplets, raw slices, side dishes, and rice noodles were successively immersed, releasing an irresistible fragrance. Alongside were a plate of crispy grilled stuffed tofu and spicy sour fried potatoes. Lin Fan ate slowly, savoring each bite while his thoughts began to unfurl in the depths of his mind. Laoai Mountain sounded like a single peak. But in reality it was a vast mountain range stretching over 500 kilometers, like a black wall traversing the heart of Yun province, sharply dividing north and south. The area of its core region alone was comparable to the entire nation of Singapore. Since the spiritual energy revival deep within the mountains, mutant beasts had multiplied and flourished. The malevolent aura had grown denser year by year, and the region had long since become a kingdom of mutant beasts. Over a decade ago, a top-tier human 7th-rank ability user ventured deep into the restricted zone to investigate. But he never returned. Since then, Laoai Mountain had been officially designated a restricted area by the Dragon Kingdom. And the Beast King that had destroyed Tianhe City now resided within that boundless primeval mountain range. After paying the bill and leaving the small eatery, Lin Fan strolled leisurely along the street, letting the afternoon sun bathe him, soaking in the unique tranquility of this border town. Wandering aimlessly with the crowd, Lin Fan unknowingly turned into an antique street. This street was utterly different from the ordinary roads outside. The bluestone paved path was slightly mottled. On both sides stood elegant imitation antique buildings with wooden signs hanging at the shop entrances. As far as the eye could see, it was a sea of people with noise rising and falling. Lin Fan's gaze swept past. It turned out to be an antique street. The alley was filled with all kinds of antiques, jade and wood carvings, with many tourists and local vendors haggling, creating a lively scene. Lin Fan had only intended to pass by and glance, but when his eyes swept over the rows of jade stalls deep in the alley, his steps unconsciously halted and a glint of interest flickered in his eyes. Since the spiritual energy revival, the world had become suffused with dense spiritual energy. Spirit stones containing pure spiritual energy had emerged accordingly, becoming the core resource for ability users in cultivation. However, natural spirit stones were scarce, far from meeting the demands of human cultivation. It was not until later that someone accidentally discovered that ores such as jadeite and jade had a probability of containing spiritual energy and forming spirit stones that was dozens of times higher than ordinary rocks. As soon as the news spread, the entire jade industry experienced an explosive boom, directly giving birth to a wildly popular and massive market. Yun province, adjacent to Myanmar, which was the top core producer of premium jadeite on the entire Blue Star, leveraged its unique geographical advantage to instantly become the largest jade and jadeite distribution center in the Dragon Kingdom, and even across Southeast Asia. The stone gambling industry also emerged from this. However, perhaps influenced by spiritual energy, jadeite rough stones were unique in nature, with a thick layer of stone skin enveloping them. Despite all human technological advancements, no instrument had yet been developed that could accurately detect whether there were spirit stones inside the rough stones or the quality of those stones. When a rough stone was cut, it could be a worthless piece of rock, or it could be a top-grade spirit stone containing pure spiritual energy. As the saying goes, one cut leads to heaven, another to hell. This uncertainty drove the stone gambling industry to even greater frenzy. Countless gamblers flocked to it, hoping to strike it rich overnight, or obtain high-grade spirit stones to break through their cultivation levels. Gazing at the piles of jadeite rough stones, large and small, hearing the vendors' shouts, and the murmurs of the crowd around him, Lin Fan's interest grew even stronger. Lin Fan's mind stirred slightly and his eyes focused. The deep, profound orbs beneath his gaze subtly transformed, and the 6 Magatama Rinnegan slowly emerged. 6 crystalline Magatama were scattered in a graceful arrangement, emanating a power that seized the soul. Lin Fan raised his eyes toward the jade stall not far away. The thick rough stone skin of those rough stones appeared as transparent as glass, and his vision easily penetrated. The fluctuations of spiritual energy inside the rough stones were presented with crystal clarity before Lin Fan's eyes, every detail laid bare. Seeing this, a faint smile slowly curled at the corner of Lin Fan's mouth, and a sharp glint flashed in his eyes. The next moment he took out a pair of sunglasses from his system space and put them on. Then he strode directly toward the bustling antique street. Lin Fan stepped into the jade district of the antique street, his 6 Tomo Rinnegan spinning beneath his sunglasses. The 6 crystalline Tomo rotated in a staggered pattern, his gaze piercing directly through the thick rough stone skins of the raw boulders, revealing every detail of their interiors with perfect clarity. Scanning the entire stall area, most of the jade rough stones appeared dull and murky in Lin Fan's eyes. The spiritual energy was so faint as to be nearly non-existent, all worthless, lifeless rocks. Only a few scattered pieces emitted a faint luminous glow, standing out starkly amidst the dead silence. Lin Fan paced slowly through the stalls, his gaze finally settling on an inconspicuous little booth in the corner. The pile consisted entirely of overlooked scraps and discarded offcuts, their stone skins gray and rough. They looked like trash, but Lin Fan clearly saw 5 raw stones hidden within the heap, their spiritual light restrained. Though the spiritual energy fluctuations were not top tier, these were genuine good stones containing spirit stones. The stall owner, seeing Lin Fan stop in front of his booth, immediately greeted him. "Young brother looking to buy rough stones? Feel free to browse and pick. These are all direct supply materials from the old Myanmar pits, quality guaranteed." The stall owner was a shrewd middle-aged man. He sported a thin mustache, and a sharp gleam danced in his eyes, a complete old fox through and through. At that moment he was sizing up Lin Fan, noting his young unfamiliar face and unremarkable attire. Internally he immediately categorized Lin Fan as a naive newcomer ripe for fleecing and plastered a warm yet oily smile on his face. His tone was brimming with eagerness, while in his heart he was already calculating how to swindle him. Lin Fan casually picked up a piece of rough stone that looked like waste material and asked in a flat tone, "What are the odds of getting spirit stones from these materials?" "I'll. Young brother, you've come to the right person." The stall owner slapped his chest, spittle flying as he boasted. "With my stones 8 out of 10 cuts yield a profit. It's common. The chance of getting spirit stones is several times higher than at other stalls. Many experts have struck it rich here. You can't lose even picking with your eyes closed." Lin Fan remained impassive, not believing a word of his nonsense. He merely pretended to weigh and rub a few stones, his fingertips brushing casually over the stone skins. In reality he precisely picked out the 5 stones harboring spiritual energy one by one and arranged them on the stall. These 5 stones looked utterly ordinary, indistinguishable from the surrounding waste. To anyone else they seemed worthless as garbage. "How much for these?" Lin Fan asked, looking up. The stall owner's eyes lit up instantly, but he put on a pained expression of reluctant parting. "Young brother has good taste. These are my last choice top-quality materials. Normally I wouldn't sell one for 10,000, but today I feel a connection with you. Take all 5 for 50,000, absolutely a bargain." Lin Fan didn't even raise an eyelid, replying flatly, 5,000 and I'll take the whole lot." "Oh, young brother, you can't haggle like that." The stall owner froze for a second, then put on a look of great difficulty. "Then I'll pass." Lin Fan stood up to leave. "Hey! Wait, don't go. Deal. Done. I'll pack them up for you right away." Seeing this, the stall owner panicked and hurriedly called out to Lin Fan. Lin Fan stopped at the words. But when he turned and caught the fleeting glee on the stall owner's face, he paused. A silent thought crossed his mind. "I should have haggled harder. Could have gone lower." However, Lin Fan didn't dwell on it. He simply took out his phone, scanned the QR code, and paid 5,000. On the other side, the stall owner, seeing the 5,000 credited to his account, was already overjoyed. His grin nearly stretched to his ears, and he sneered inwardly. "What a greenhorn! That pile of waste that's been sitting around for half a year nobody wanted, and I sold it for 5,000. Today I've hit the jackpot with a sucker pure profit. By the way, boss, do you have on-site stone cutting here? Anyone to cut them for me?" Lin Fan pocketed the rough stones and asked. "Yes. Of course." The stall owner nodded, eagerly patting his chest in assurance. "Stones bought from me get free cutting. The craftsmanship is absolutely reliable." With that, the stall owner waved to someone nearby. "Old John, come over and make a few cuts for this young brother." Soon a gray-haired, experienced stone-cutting master walked over. He glanced at the 5 waste stones on Lin Fan's table and furrowed his brow almost imperceptibly, muttering to himself, "Another clueless kid picking out these worthless rocks nobody wants. Doesn't look like they have any water content. 9 out of 10 will be a bust. Money down the drain." But he kept his mouth shut and silently started the stone-cutting machine. As the grinding wheel whirred at high speed, emitting a piercing roar, he aimed at the first rough stone and made the cut. Stone skin flaked off. The initial incision was dark and featureless, with no sign of life. The stone-cutting master didn't hold much hope, but just as the wheel cut another sliver deeper, his movements suddenly halted and a flicker of surprise crossed his clouded eyes. A pale bluish-green moist spiritual light slowly seeped from the cut, carrying a faint aura of spiritual energy. "It's showing! A real spirit stone!" A sharp-eyed passerby among the onlookers let out a gasp. At his shout, a crowd instantly gathered around. The stone-cutting master's spirits lifted as well. He dared not be careless, carefully continuing the cut. As the entire rough stone skin was peeled away, a complete low-grade spirit stone emerged, its texture warm and smooth, its spiritual light restrained. "Damn! It really is a spirit stone. This stone looked like waste, but it actually yielded a spirit stone. You gotta say this guy's luck is insane. Don't block me, they're cutting the second one. The crowd exclaimed in surprise. Under the onlookers' gaze, the stone-cutting master picked up the second rough stone and restarted the wheel. As the skin fell away, a medium-grade spirit stone. Then the third, still a medium-grade spirit stone. The fourth, a low-grade spirit stone. The fifth, again a medium-grade spirit stone. 5 consecutive rough stones, each yielding a spirit stone, not a single failure. The spiritual energy from the stones permeated the air. 3 medium-grade and 2 low-grade spirit stones were neatly arranged on the table. The moist, luminous glow dazzled the eyes, and the crowd erupted into full frenzy. Exclamations and discussions buzzed continuously, exploding like a stirred pot. Holy crap! 5 for 5. What kind of luck is that? 3 medium-grade spirit stones, that's a solid 300,000. This isn't gambling on stones, it's picking up money. They all looked like waste, yet inside they hid so many treasures. The clamor swelled. Meanwhile, the stall owner, who had been secretly gloating a moment ago, pushed through the crowd to get a closer look. When he saw the spirit stones on the table, his face instantly changed. First turning ashen white, then flushing a livid purple. His whole face darkened like a storm cloud. He stood frozen, trembling uncontrollably. 5,000. He had sold spirit stones worth over 300,000 for just 5,000. An immense wave of regret engulfed him, and he wished he could slap himself twice. He even instinctively wanted to lunge forward and snatch the stones back. But the deal was done, and under the watchful eyes of the crowd he could only clench his fists, his nails digging deep into his palms, heart bleeding but unable to utter a word. Just as the entire venue was in uproar, a well-dressed middle-aged man pushed through the crowd with effort. His gaze fixed on the spirit stones on the table, then shifted to Lin Fan. Young brother, are you selling these spirit stones? I'll give you 310,000. That's a fair price. Lin Fan pondered for a moment. The price was indeed reasonable. He nodded slightly. All right, sold. Soon the transfer notification sounded, and 310,000 Longwu yuan smoothly arrived in his account. In just a few minutes he had netted over 300,000. But Lin Fan's expression remained calm, as if it were a trivial matter. The stall owner beside him watched the scene, his vision going black, nearly collapsing on the spot. His heart ached as if twisted, but all he could do was watch helplessly, completely powerless. Just then a frantic, piercing shout, almost cracking with excitement, came from deep within the street. Come quick! This year's Stone King has been bought, and the buyer is going to cut it on sight. The shout struck like a thunderbolt, and the crowd that had been surrounding Lin Fan instantly stirred with excitement. All eyes turned as one toward the depths of the alley. Make way! Move to the sides! The Stone King is coming! This year's biggest bid-winning stone, the King Stone, is finally about to be cut. Excited shouts rose one after another, and the stone-cutting plaza deep in the antique street was already packed to the brim. Crowds of people 3 layers deep jostled shoulder to shoulder. Some stood on tiptoe, craning their necks to peer inside, while others clung to those in front, constantly inquiring. Even the air itself was thick with a restless anticipation. All eyes were glued to the massive behemoth slowly moving from the end of the alley. Lin Fan, mingling on the outskirts of the crowd, wore sunglasses that obscured his gaze. His ears were filled with a cacophony of discussions, every word exalting the Stone King. That's a 3-ton giant rough stone. This year's bid winner at the public sale, the transaction price broke 8 figures. I heard the crust is covered with python belts and pine flowers, and even the window reveals spiritual energy. It's bound to yield top-grade spirit stones. Just wait and see. With one cut you'll make millions at least. This is real stone gambling. Amid the clamor of voices mingled the roar of cranes and the shouts of workers. Several burly men carefully maneuvered the machinery, steadily moving the Stone King, over 1 man tall and nearly 2 meters wide, onto the cutting platform. The thick, rough gray-brown crust was veined with patterns, and the moment it stood there it seized everyone's gaze. The buyer of the Stone King was a middle-aged man in luxurious attire. He stood beside the cutting platform, hands clasped behind his back, chin slightly raised, his face brimming with confident pride. People kept crowding around to flatter him. They showered him with praises like, "Mr. Zhao, you have excellent taste," and "This Stone King is bound to appreciate." The atmosphere grew hotter, almost ready to ignite. Everyone waited for the moment the first cut would fall. Yet Lin Fan paid no attention to the surrounding noise. Beneath his sunglasses, the 6-Goyu Luinhui eye quietly activated, his gaze piercing through the thick crust of the Stone King. However, the scene Lin Fan perceived was an extreme contrast to the fervor outside. The interior of the entire giant rough stone was a dead gray void. There was not a trace of spiritual energy fluctuation. It was utterly a worthless stone, all show and no substance. Waste material, Lin Fan murmured to himself. No. Lin Fan shifted his gaze to the bottom of the rough stone. There, embedded in a palm-sized scrap at the edge of the base, lay a wisp of spiritual energy so pure it was nearly liquid, blazing bright against the gloom. Prepare to cut. Make the first cut. The middle-aged man's voice rang out at that moment. The experienced cutter beside him took a deep breath. Then he put on his goggles and reached out to press the switch on the cutting machine. Buzz! A piercing mechanical roar suddenly exploded, and the rapidly spinning grinding wheel trailing sparks slowly approached the surface of the Stone King. The scene instantly fell silent. The crowd, which had been clamoring just moments before, fell silent in unison. Even their breathing became subdued, and countless eyes fixed on the point where the grinding wheel met the stone-crushed, hearts pounding with the roar. Only the hum of the cutting machine filled the air, the tension at its peak. As the wheel cut deeper, everyone's eyes widened, afraid to miss even a glimmer of light. Stone crust flaked off, debris flying. 10 seconds, 20 seconds, half a minute passed. The cut grew deeper, but the expected lustrous gleam and emerald jade quality never appeared. Only a gray, lifeless, stony texture, dead and inert. The cutter paused, his brows slightly furrowed. A ripple of uneasy murmurs spread through the onlookers. Someone whispered, "What's going on?" "Nothing. Don't rush, it's just the first cut. The good stuff is inside." The middle-aged man said, his expression unchanged. The cutter nodded, shifted position, and started the machine again. With each cut, the stone crust peeled away layer by layer, gradually revealing the full interior of the Stone King. But still there was no spiritual energy, no jade quality, no trace of spirit stones. By then the crowd understood. This Stone King was nothing but a colossal piece of worthless rock. Clang! The cutting machine stopped. The scene was dead silent for a full 3 seconds, then erupted into chaos. It's a bust. A total bust. A 3-ton Stone King, and it's all waste. 8 figures for a piece of rock, not even a trace of a low-grade spirit stone. This is an utter failure. Good heavens, the biggest joke of the year. The bid-winning Stone King has become a pile of rubble. Laments, mockery, and exclamations intermingled. The fervent atmosphere that had been so intense moments before instantly plummeted to freezing point. The middle-aged man, surnamed Zhao, turned deathly pale, then flushed red, and finally turned a ghastly blue. He stared at the waste on the cutting platform, trembling with rage. Suddenly he kicked the support frame violently, roaring, "Impossible! This is impossible!" Yet no one paid him any heed. The crowd buzzed around the giant piece of waste, faces full of sighs. The Stone King, once revered as a treasure, had become trash no one wanted to look at. The discarded fragments were pushed aside by the workers, destined to be cleared away as garbage. At that moment Lin Fan strolled calmly through the clamorous crowd and stopped beside the scrap pile. He lightly tapped an inconspicuous piece of stone with his fingertip, and said flatly to a nearby worker, "I want this piece of scrap." "What do you want this junk for?" The worker was taken aback. "It was once part of the Stone King after all. I'll take it home as a keepsake." Lin Fan smiled faintly. "Oh, all right then. Take it." The worker shrugged indifferently. In response, Lin Fan casually picked up the scrap piece, showing no sign of anything unusual, and turned to leave the noisy place. But just as Lin Fan had taken a few steps, a sweet yet slightly mischievous female voice suddenly came from one side. "Hey, handsome, wait a moment." Lin Fan paused slightly and turned to look. Not far away stood a slender woman with a stunning face, delicate eyebrows, and a lively, clever aura. Even in simple attire, she radiated a bright, captivating charm. Most striking were her eyes, a rare pale violet. As she glanced around, there was a hint of enchantment and intelligence. The woman's gaze fell on the piece of scrap in Lin Fan's hand, and she smiled sweetly. "Handsome, could you sell me that stone?" "Not for sale," Lin Fan replied indifferently, withdrawing his gaze, and uttered 2 flat words. Then he turned and continued walking. Seeing this, the woman quickly stepped forward to block him, not at all annoyed, still smiling. "Don't be like that, handsome. We can negotiate the price. How about this? I'll give you 100,000. Let me have this stone, okay?" 100,000 for a piece of scrap everyone despised. To onlookers it seemed like foolishness. But Lin Fan didn't even slow his pace, his tone still icy. "I said not for sale." Rejected twice in a row. A flicker of surprise crossed the woman's eyes. The next moment a faint purple glow quietly appeared in her violet pupils. Her voice suddenly became soft and seductive, meltingly sweet. "Handsome, please sell me the stone." Simultaneously, an intangible mental force accompanied by a charm technique silently enveloped Lin Fan. Lin Fan immediately sensed the mental energy fluctuation. Beneath his sunglasses a faint smirk curled at the corner of his mouth, and a cold sneer rose in his heart. Daring to use illusions and mental tricks on me. The next moment the Luanhui eye's pupil power erupted. A fierce surge of eye power laced with a rebounding force shot directly toward the incoming charm mental energy. The woman had been secretly smug, confident that her mental charm technique could overpower even some powerful superhumans. In her eyes, dealing with this seemingly ordinary Lin Fan was a sure thing. But suddenly a mental force far beyond her imagination rebounded back. Caught off guard, her expression changed drastically, and she couldn't help but cry out in surprise. Yet just as the rebounding mental energy was about to fully invade her body, the woman's violet eyes flashed brightly and a dense purple aura rippled outward. An invisible mental barrier instantly expanded, managing to block the rebounded force entirely outside her body. Interesting. Lin Fan paused at this. He had only intended to teach her a lesson, but he hadn't expected this woman to possess such strength. At that moment the woman's heart was churning with shock. She realized clearly that this seemingly ordinary young man was far more formidable than she had imagined. In the blink of an eye she made a decision. A mischievous sweet smile reappeared on her face, and she waved at Lin Fan, making peace. "Oh, don't be mad, handsome. I was just joking with you earlier." "Joking? Do you think a simple joke can just gloss over this?" Lin Fan looked at her like that, a playful smile curling at the corner of his mouth, and spoke slowly. Lin Fan looked at her like that, a playful smile curling at the corner of his mouth, and spoke slowly. "A joke?" Lin Fan's lips curled with a hint of amusement. "You think a mere jest can brush this aside?" As his words fell, the once light-hearted atmosphere instantly froze. The smile on the purple-eyed woman's face stiffened, and her agile violet eyes flickered slightly, realizing that this matter could not be easily glossed over today. She toned down her playfulness, still trying to smooth things over, her voice laced with a hint of probing and cunning. "Oh dear brother, why must you be so serious? I didn't really do anything to you. So what do you want? Name it and I'll do my best to cooperate, all right." Lin Fan rubbed his chin thoughtfully, then finally spoke. "How about this 1 million as compensation for mental distress, and I'll let it slide." Hearing this, the purple-eyed woman was not pleased and tried to laugh it off. "Brother, you're ripping me off. We're all civilized people, let's talk this through." But before she could finish, her figure suddenly moved, turning to flee into the crowd. Her speed was astonishing, her movements light, clearly a type adept at agility and escape. However, Lin Fan simply stood still, forming hand seals. The next moment the shadow beneath Lin Fan's feet suddenly elongated, directly connecting to the purple-eyed woman's shadow. Instantly it locked her entire form in place. The purple-eyed woman's expression changed as she struggled, but she could not move even half a step. "What kind of ability is this?" Her eyes widened in disbelief as she stared at Lin Fan. But Lin Fan offered no answer to her question. Seeing this, the woman let out a soft sigh as if resigned to her fate. Yet the next moment she suddenly pulled a crystal from her pocket the size of a pigeon's egg, shimmering with a faint silver light. Then she tightened her grip with force. The crystal shattered with a sharp crack. A violent spatial force erupted and ripples of silver light radiated outward from her center. A blurred spatial rift slowly expanded behind her. "Brother, farewell." The purple-eyed woman left a cunning remark as her form was about to be swallowed by the spatial energy. "A spatial teleportation crystal. Not bad, you have some tricks." Sensing the distinct spatial fluctuation, Lin Fan's eyes narrowed slightly. "But do you think you can escape?" A faint smile curled at the corner of Lin Fan's mouth. In an instant his right eye focused sharply and a spatial vortex spun rapidly within it. Before the surrounding passers-by could react, Lin Fan's figure was devoured by the vortex. Only a faint spatial ripple remained in the air. In the mountain forest the silver light burst, and the purple-eyed woman stumbled to the ground, barely steadying herself. Ancient trees towered around, vines intertwined, and the vegetation grew wildly luxuriant and untamed. The air was dense with spiritual energy, yet mingled with a piercing, murderous aura of desolation and wildness. The purple-eyed woman patted her chest, grumbling in annoyance, still retaining her lively nature. "Damn it! What awful luck today! I must have forgotten to check the almanac before stepping out, running into such a freak. His mental strength is overwhelming and his combat power is terrifying. I lost a spatial teleportation crystal. What a huge loss." But the next second her movements froze abruptly. Her violet eyes flickered as she carefully sensed the surrounding aura. The bone-deep murderous aura, the oppressive weight of the endless mountains, the chilling presence of lurking beasts. Her face turned pale and her pupils contracted. "No. This aura. This is Laoai Mountain." The purple-eyed woman was stunned, her expression one of disbelief. "Oh no. The teleportation deviation is this huge. Wait, this seems to be the outskirts. What a relief. Phew. She patted her chest. But before she could breathe easy, a calm voice suddenly sounded from the side. Why aren't you running? The purple-eyed woman stiffened, turning her head abruptly. Not far away, a spatial vortex slowly emerged, distorting light and tearing the air. Lin Fan's figure gradually materialized from the vortex, his gaze as calm as ever. Seeing this, the woman gasped. You can follow me through a spatial teleportation. What kind of power is that? After all, spatial teleportation crystals were impossible to track. Yet this man before her had shattered her understanding. Lin Fan glanced at the rolling primitive mountains around him, feeling the familiar murderous aura, and paused briefly in surprise. But he quickly recovered and spoke calmly. Laogai Mountain. An accidental stroke of luck saving me considerable effort. Seeing no escape, the woman's spirit deflated and she completely relented. She immediately put on a pitiful expression, stepped closer, and spoke in a soft, pleading tone. Brother, I was wrong. I was truly wrong. I will never use my charm technique on you again, nor will I ever snatch your stone again. Please be magnanimous and let me off, okay? I'll pay the 1 million. Shall I extort a bit more? Lin Fan eyed the purple-eyed woman's compliant demeanor, contemplating inwardly. But just as Lin Fan was about to speak, a savage, ferocious beast's roar suddenly erupted from the depths of the dense forest. The ground trembled violently and leaves fell in torrents. A wave of savage aura surged like a tidal wave, instantly enveloping them both. A ferocious beast's roar suddenly shattered the silence of the forest. A fourth-tier mutated beast resembling a massive ape with grayish-brown fur and protruding fangs lunged fiercely from the dense woodland, its putrid breath surging forward as an aura of terror swept through the surroundings. Witnessing this, Lin Fan raised his eyebrows slightly and was about to act, but the woman by his side with purple eyes made the first move. The purple-eyed woman remained still in position, but within those mystical purple pupils a faint purple glint flashed and vanished. Invisible spiritual pressure spread like a tide, instantly enveloping the entire area. The fourth-tier mutated beast that moments ago had displayed such terrifying might suddenly froze rigid mid-air. Its forelimbs trembled violently as the ferocity in its eyes was completely replaced by pure terror. It was as though crushed beneath some supreme force, utterly immobilized. The purple-eyed woman approached in slow, graceful strides, her movements light and effortless, as though she were simply walking across flat ground. Upon reaching the great ape, she casually raised her delicate hand, a barely perceptible purple gleam flashing across her fingertips. A sharp hiss cut through the air as an incomparably piercing purple light tore through space at breathtaking speed. In the next instant, the mutated beast's massive head rolled to the ground as blood erupted in a violent spray. The entire sequence unfolded with casual ease, executed with decisive efficiency. It was as though slaying a fourth-tier mutated beast that would normally strike fear into any observer was no different from dispatching an ordinary predatory creature. Lin Fan's eyes revealed a barely detectable flicker of surprise at what he had just witnessed. He had initially believed her talents lay solely in illusory mental arts, never expecting her combat prowess to be quite so formidable. Her abilities far exceeded what he had originally assessed. Those purple eyes were clearly her innate power, combining illusionary techniques, control, and offensive capabilities all within one, undoubtedly of a high caliber. With the mutated beast dealt with effortlessly, she turned to face Lin Fan, a playful yet composed smile playing at the corners of her lips. Brother, if my guess is correct, your intended destination for this journey is Laogai Mountain, yes? Lin Fan was taken aback for a moment by her words. Reading his confusion, she continued to explain. When you realized you were in Laogai Mountain earlier, you showed not an ounce of fear. Instead, you remarked that it was a fortunate coincidence, saving me the trouble of coming here separately. That alone was enough to show you were headed here from the start. The purple-eyed woman's smile deepened as she had spoken directly to the heart of the matter. Lin Fan offered no denial, merely gazing at her with a measured calm. The purple-eyed woman grew more serious, her tone carrying a hint of apology. I apologize for my presumption earlier. Let me make it right. Tell you what, I happen to know there's a medium-sized ruin hidden within Laogai Mountain. Let me accompany you there as restitution. Would that suit you? Lin Fan felt a flicker of interest at her proposal. He had entered Laogai Mountain seeking the sixth-tier Beast King from before, but the vast beast-infested wilderness made such a search like finding a needle in a haystack. It might be wise to accompany this purple-eyed woman to the ruins first, to explore whatever opportunities might lie within while continuing his search for the Beast King, accomplishing two goals at once. Very well, Lin Fan said quietly after a moment's consideration. Then let us go. The ruins are still some distance away. A flicker of something passed through the woman's eyes, but she revealed nothing more, turning to lead the way. Lin Fan followed in her wake. Walking side by side, they ventured deeper into the forest. Along the way, any mutated beasts foolish enough to appear. Some were subdued and slain by the woman's casual use of spiritual energy, others effortlessly dispatched by Lin Fan, leaving them unimpeded throughout their journey. During the trek, Lin Fan clearly sensed the woman's aura occasionally surfacing. It was unmistakably at the 6th tier. A ripple stirred within Lin Fan's mind. The woman before him appeared no older than 20, yet already possessed strength at the 6th tier. Such talent far surpassed the so-called SSS-grade geniuses Lin Fan had previously encountered. 6th tier was anything but common. In all of Yun province she stood among the elite, with only the provincial governor having reached the 7th tier. A 6th tier ability user represented the pinnacle of power here. This meant the purple-eyed woman's background was certainly not ordinary. As Lin Fan studied her quietly, the purple-eyed woman was secretly observing Lin Fan in return. His natural aura clearly hovered around the 3rd tier. Yet it was his unfathomable presence, his bizarre spatial abilities of such strange magnitude, and the terrifying oppressive force hidden within his body, all of it struck deep resonance within her. "Brother, I still don't even know your name. Since we've already fought together, how about we become friends?" The purple-eyed woman turned to look at Lin Fan, offering a bright smile. "Lin Fan," he replied calmly. "Lin Fan. Your name is quite ordinary, but you, dear brother, are far from ordinary. My name is Ling Qiyao." The purple-eyed woman smiled radiantly. "Ling Qiyao. You're Ling Qiyao, who ranked 5th in the National College Entrance Examination this year." Lin Fan paused slightly at this revelation. "Wait, that can't be right. If you're her, your current power level should max out at 2nd tier. Then you couldn't possibly be the same person. Yet these eyes of yours." Falling silent, Lin Fan couldn't piece it together. As Lin Fan had reasoned, if they were truly the same person, Ling Qiyao would absolutely not possess such power. But then Lin Fan suddenly recalled that Ling Qiyao's ability seemed to be SSS-grade Dream Illusion True Eye. Its characteristics appeared to match exactly what this purple-eyed woman in front of him was displaying. At this moment Lin Fan's thoughts were somewhat muddled. He was at a complete loss to understand. "Ha ha ha, little brother Lin Fan, you look really funny like this. Stop guessing wildly. Let me put it this way, we are the same person yet not the same person." The purple-eyed woman watched Lin Fan's silent demeanor and let out a laugh like silver bells. Lin Fan, seeing the somewhat smug expression on the purple-eyed woman before him, suddenly had a thought arise in his mind. Perhaps I should directly use the capability of Renjiandeo to read memories. With this thought, Lin Fan raised his gaze to the purple-eyed woman before him, a dangerous glint appearing in his eyes. Why are you looking at me like that, little brother Lin Fan?" The purple-eyed woman noticed Lin Fan's gaze, stopped her laughter, and couldn't help but take 2 steps back. Lin Fan simply stared at the purple-eyed woman for a while, but ultimately abandoned the thought. After all, this purple-eyed woman had a mysterious background, and there was no telling what hidden cards she might still possess. "Nothing. I was just wondering how much longer until we arrive." Lin Fan responded perfunctorily. "Is that so? We should be there shortly." Seeing Lin Fan return to normal, the purple-eyed woman breathed a sigh of relief. Half azure later, a tranquil lake appeared before their eyes. The lake water was crystal clear to the bottom, surrounded by ancient trees with spiritual energy so dense it nearly formed mist. Yet deep within there lingered an ominous aura that sent shivers down one's spine. Lin Fan furrowed his brow slightly. They had entered the core area of Laogai Mountain, standing at the boundary between the outer and inner zones. The ruins lie at the center of this lake, but it will take approximately half an hour to activate. "We'll wait here for now." Ling Qingao spoke. Lin Fan nodded slightly in acknowledgement, and the two found a clean spot to rest with their eyes closed. But soon enough breaking sounds echoed from the distance. Figures radiating formidable auras arrived successively from all directions, landing around the lake's perimeter. Lin Fan opened his eyes and surveyed the scene, a trace of astonishment flickering through his gaze. These individuals all possessed cultivation bases no lower than the 5th tier, with 6th tier experts among them being quite numerous. Didn't Laogai Mountain earn the reputation as a forbidden zone where life cannot exist? Why would so many people gather here? As if deciphering Lin Fan's confusion, Ling Qingyao nearby offered a soft explanation. The so-called forbidden zone of Laogai Mountain refers specifically to the deepest core region. That area is overrun with mutated beasts and fraught with extreme danger. Even 7th tier experts dare not venture there. However, at the boundary zone between the outer region and the core, one can enter provided they exercise sufficient caution. Some capable ability users with considerable strength are still able to gain entry. So that explains it. It seems the news of this relic must have leaked through certain special channels. Indeed, when confronted with sufficiently enticing gains, there will always be those willing to take risks and disregard the dangers of the forbidden zone, Upon hearing this, Lin Fan felt a dawning realization within his heart. As time passed, dozens of people gathered around the lake. They formed several distinct groups with clear boundaries, and an undercurrent of tension permeated the atmosphere. Ling Qingyao's gaze swept over the gathered crowd, and she lowered her voice to introduce them one by one to Lin Fan. Over there, dressed in matching attire, is the team from the Gu family, one of the prominent clans of Yun province. Their leader is the young master of the Gu family, a sixth-tier cultivator. The team to the left belongs to the Lu family, another major clan in Yun province which has long been in rivalry with the Gu family. And those figures in the cold auras are registered independent experts recognized by the authorities, known for their ruthless methods and disregard for convention. How do you know so much about them? Lin Fan asked. That's my secret. Ling Qingyao pressed a finger to her lips, offering a mysterious smile. Meanwhile, the leaders of each group were exchanging glances and testing each other's intentions. What appeared as casual conversation was laced with sharp undertones, the atmosphere thick with barely restrained hostility. Yet each party held back their aggression, wary of provoking conflict. Time ticked onward. Just as the crowd began growing restless with impatience, boom! The once tranquil lake's surface shuddered violently. The water churned violently as the void above the lake suddenly twisted and collapsed in upon itself. A dark, profound spatial rift slowly tore open, exuding an ancient and desolate aura. The ruins have opened. Hurry and enter! Someone let out a hoarse shout. Around the lake, all the powerful individuals surged to their feet at once, scrambling desperately toward the entrance of the ruins. As the crowd surged toward the entrance of the ruins, Lin Fan and Ling Qingyao followed close behind. The moment Lin Fan stepped into the entrance, a formidable spatial force instantly enveloped his entire body. The next moment, a dizzying, disorienting sensation struck him violently. When the spatial fluctuations subsided, Lin Fan managed to steady himself. He found himself in pitch-black darkness, not a single ray of light to be seen. Before Lin Fan could investigate further, a cacophony of noises reached his ears. What's going on? Why did it suddenly go pitch black? I can't see anything. This damn place is wrong. Don't push. Everyone stay where you are. The clamor of shouts rose and fell, accompanied by shuffling footsteps and anxious reprimands. Yet this chaos did not last long. The next second, several bright orbs of light suddenly blazed from within the darkness, piercing the thick blackness. Lin Fan looked up and saw that several light and fire elemental ability users from the team had acted. Light elementalists condensed gleaming white spheres, while fire elementalists ignited dancing flames, illuminating the surrounding darkness. By the glow of that light, everyone finally discerned their surroundings. They found themselves in a desolate valley. Steep cliffs surrounded them, the ground littered with rubble and withered grass, utterly lifeless and silent. When they looked up at the sky, they saw it was pure ink black. There was no moon, no stars, not even a glimmer of light. Yet as they stared at this eerie environment, members of the Gu and Lu families made a move. The leaders of the two families each took out from their storage rings a specially crafted compass engraved with ancient runes and exquisite design. They moved their fingertips slightly, slowly infusing their own spiritual energy into the compasses. In the next instant, both compasses emitted a faint azure golden glow. The originally spinning needles whirled rapidly a few times before abruptly stopping, pointing in unison toward the same direction deep within the valley. Direction confirmed, this way. The young master of the Gu family commanded in a low voice, leading his people forward in the direction the needle indicated. The Lu family team followed without any delay. Seeing this, the rest of the crowd scrambled to follow. Lin Fan and Ling Qingyao exchanged a glance, then quietly blended in with the rear of the group, walking slowly. As they moved, Lin Fan's brow furrowed almost imperceptibly. He subtly activated his samsara eye to survey the surroundings. Yet he detected nothing unusual, which made him frown even deeper. The inexplicable sense of dissonance in his heart grew stronger. The air, the currents, even the very atmosphere around him felt eerily strange, yet he could not pinpoint the exact cause. You feel it too, don't you? Ling Qingyao's voice came softly, her amethyst eyes glistening with a faint light. I can't quite describe it, but something feels off. Do you know anything? Lin Fan nodded. I have a rough guess, but I'm not certain yet. Anyway, be careful from now on, said Ling Qingyao. The team continued onward, but gradually the originally spacious valley began to narrow. The deeper they went, the more constricted it became. The cliffs on both sides kept closing and making the space increasingly cramped. The leaders of the two great families also sensed the anomaly, turning back to warn everyone to stay alert, and the pace of the march slowed further. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Suddenly a bone-chilling, sinister wind howled through the valley, carrying a bitter cold that stung the skin. Then a jumble of sounds approached from the dark depths, growing louder, the dull thud of unknown creatures stepping, the crisp clang of metal, and faint shouts intermingling, shattering the valley's dead silence. Everyone instantly fell silent, their faces solemn. They all drew their weapons and activated their abilities, muscles tensed and ready, eyes fixed on the darkness ahead. Only when those figures drew near the light did they see what they were. Everyone gasped sharply, their hair standing on end. Before them stood an orderly ancient army, cavalry mounted on warhorses, infantry marching in formation, all clad in heavy antique armor. That alone might not have been alarming, but as they drew closer they discovered that the warhorses were only pale translucent skeletons, and the armor was empty, no living bodies inside. Only semi-transparent chilling skeletons, their hollow eye sockets fixed on the crowd, exuding bone-piercing cold. At this sight the already prepared group launched a fierce assault. A dazzling array of ability lights illuminated the dark valley, wind blades howled, fireballs exploded, lightning crackled, stone spikes burst from the ground. Everyone present was at least at the 5th rank, formidable experts in the outside world. With their full power unleashed, the momentum was overwhelming. A torrent of violent energy surged toward the ghost soldier formation ahead. Rumble. A barrage of dense attacks slammed into the ghost soldiers, shattering the already translucent bones of the front ranks into fragments. Bone shards flew in all directions, heavy armor crashed to the ground, and clouds of dust rose high. The charge of this formidable ancient army was forcibly halted by the crowd. Seeing this, many in the team breathed a sigh of relief and sneered. "Just paper tigers. I thought they'd be tough, but they're nothing." Before the man could finish, a sudden change occurred. A sharp whistling sound burst from the dust cloud, and a cold spear shot through the air at incredible speed. The ability user who had spoken had no time to react. His chest was pierced straight through. Blood gushed out, and his body slumped to the ground lifeless in an instant. The surrounding crowd's faces turned pale with shock. All attention locked once more onto the dust cloud ahead, expressions grim to the extreme. The next second a sight that made everyone's skin crawl and their blood run cold appeared. As the dust slowly cleared, the scattered bones and shattered armor of the skeleton soldiers that had been blown apart began to rise slowly, pulled by a strange force automatically reassembling. In the blink of an eye, complete skeleton soldiers stood once more mounted on bone horses, arrayed in orderly ranks, their chilling killing intent even stronger than before, as if the earlier attack had never happened. This is a ghost army. Impossible. The legendary ghost soldier's passage, it actually exists. Finally, someone knowledgeable in the team stared at the reformed skeletons and screamed in terror, voice trembling. "Ghost soldiers!" Everyone's faces changed drastically upon hearing this. While the crowd was still bewildered by the sight of the ghostly soldiers reassembling, the two leading elders from the Gu and Lu families made their move. The bronze compasses in their hands, which had been guiding the way, suddenly flew out of their grasp, soaring into the sky as a dazzling golden light erupted. In an instant the entire pitch-black valley was illuminated, and a dense aura of righteousness spread through the air. Then two mysterious patterns swiftly projected from the compasses, hovering in midair. On one diagram the yin-yang fish rotated slowly, exuding a mystical force that balanced heaven and earth. On the other, 8 symbols arranged in an array intertwined with each other, radiating an authority that suppressed all things. "That's the Taiji diagram and the Bagua diagram." Lin Fan recognized them, a flicker of surprise passing through his eyes. But before Lin Fan could ponder further, the Taiji and Bagua diagrams, bearing overwhelming might, pressed directly toward the ranks of ghostly soldiers ahead. As the golden light from the two patterns touched the ghostly soldiers, their translucent bones instantly emitted billows of black smoke, and a series of piercing, agonized shrieks erupted. The sounds were utterly inhuman, horrors sharp, brimming with endless malice and suffering, as if surging from the depths of the 9 nether hells, sending chills down everyone's spines and shaking their very souls. Meanwhile, the voice of the elder leading the Gu family resounded across the field through his spiritual artifact, steady and clear. "Listen up, everyone. These ghostly soldiers exist in a special form. Ordinary physical and elemental attacks cannot inflict effective damage. Only light, lightning, holy, and certain special abilities can truly harm them. All those with corresponding abilities unleash your full power. The rest provide flanking cover and block their charge." As the elder's words fell, the panicked crowd quickly regained their composure. They began to coordinate, ceasing their blind attacks. As expected, when light-type abilities gathered beams of purification, lightning-type powers struck with devastating arcs, and holy forces spread layer by layer. The ferocious assault of the ghostly soldiers, who had once seemed fearless of death, was gradually suppressed. The scattered bones could no longer reassemble, instead turning to ash and dissipating entirely. The brutal battle lasted a full half-hour. Lin Fan retracted the lightning around him, his gaze slowly sweeping across the surroundings. With the experts from the Gu and Lu families holding the line at the front, and the rear forces cooperating reasonably well, the fight had been fierce. Yet even so, over a dozen corpses now lay on the ground. Blood soaked the gravel, and the air was thick with the stench of gore and sinister energy. Among the fallen was even a 6th-rank ability user. Outside every one of these people was a mighty figure in their own right, commanding respect and awe. But within this ruin, in mere moments they had been utterly extinguished. The danger of this medium-sized ruin is indeed far beyond what we saw in the smaller ones. Lin Fan muttered inwardly, his brow furrowed. So many experts had already fallen shortly after entering the ruin, the path ahead would only grow more perilous. What are you thinking about, looking so troubled? Ling Qingyao's voice came from beside him, light and cheerful, breaking his train of thought. Nothing, Lin Fan replied, withdrawing his gaze with a nonchalant tone. Oh, don't be so cold. Ling Qingyao blinked her pale violet eyes, quickly stepping closer to him with a bright smile. Now that we've entered the ruin together, we're practically temporary teammates. There's no need to be so distant. How about this? To show my sincerity, I'll share a piece of exclusive information I know. What do you say? Oh, do tell. A glint of interest flickered in Lin Fan's eyes. Ling Qingyao's eyes sparkled with a hint of mischief, and she flashed a mysterious smile. Didn't you notice something odd about that big battle just now? Lin Fan raised an eyebrow, calming his mind to recall every detail of the fight. Then he turned his gaze toward the steep cliffs on either side, and his originally calm expression suddenly changed. Wait. This mountain is wrong. Lin Fan's heart jolted. Finally figured it out. Ling Qingyao chuckled softly and began to explain. Everyone here is at least a 5th-rank ability user. The combined destructive power of so many experts going all out is terrifying. Under normal circumstances, this valley should have collapsed into rubble long ago. But look now, the valley is completely intact, unmoved. Even the most violent attacks only left shallow marks on the mountain walls without a single crack spreading. Lin Fan pondered for a moment, then said, Perhaps the mountain is made of a special material or is affected by the spatial rules of the ruin. He paused mid-sentence, looking at Ling Qingyao with a more serious expression. Could it be? That's right. Your guess is correct. Ling Qingyao nodded directly, her tone firm. I wasn't sure before, but after that battle I realized why we had that strange feeling. This entire valley, and even this fragment of the ruins world, has been covered by a powerful barrier. That's why it can withstand all attacks. Moreover, this barrier is one way. You can enter but cannot leave. To escape, we must find the barrier's core. Otherwise, all of us will be trapped here forever until we die, Ling Qingyao said with a smile to Lin Fan. Despite the dire situation, she showed no panic on her face. Instead, she remained cheerfully smiling. You don't seem worried at all, Lin Fan remarked calmly. Because I happen to know where the barrier core is. And this barrier might not be a bad thing. Ling Qingyao gave a sly smile, stepped forward, and leaned slightly closer to Lin Fan. Her exquisite face was inches away, and her strange pale violet eyes stared straight into his, her tone filled with certainty. Lin Fan stepped back half a pace, creating some distance before speaking slowly. Why do you say that? Tell me what you're planning. Well, it's nothing major, Ling Qingyao shrugged, continuing. It's just, later you and I joined forces to eliminate everyone here. All the treasures and opportunities in this ruin, we split 50-50. How about it? Lin Fan raised an eyebrow, a hint of surprise in his eyes. Are you confident? With his current strength, defeating everyone present was not difficult, but killing them all was impossible. These were all experts above 5th rank. If they scattered, he couldn't intercept them all. You don't need to worry about that, Ling Qingyao said with confidence. Once we obtain the barrier core, we can control the barrier and trap all these people in a fixed area. Then with the barrier's power, we could easily kill them all. The only problem is that the barrier core is guarded by an entity. I don't have full confidence to take it alone. But with your help, my chances increase to at least 90%. Lin Fan thought briefly and then nodded. All right, I agree. Lin Fan wasn't worried about Ling Qingyao betraying him. If she dared to break faith, he had plenty of ways to make her pay. Having reached an understanding, the two said no more. They continued to follow the group quietly at the rear. After the battle with the ghostly soldiers, everyone had become much more cautious. Moving cautiously, they encountered no further obstacles. Before long, the group reached the end of the valley. As they emerged from the narrow passage, the view before them suddenly opened up. Everyone instinctively stopped and looked ahead. Beyond the valley lay an extremely wide circular arena. The ground was paved with ancient bluestone bearing the marks of time. At the far end of the arena stood a row of ancient, imposing buildings with upturned eaves and a strong aura of antiquity. Is this a palace? Someone in the group couldn't help exclaiming in confusion. No, it's not a palace. Based on the layout and architectural design, this is a mausoleum, the elder leading the Liu family stated solemnly as he took in the scene. A tomb? Are you kidding me? Who would build a tomb directly on the ground? The moment Elder Lu's words fell, someone in the group immediately voiced out, staring at the complex of buildings before them with utter bewilderment. No, I understand now. So that's it. No wonder it's pitch black here with no stars or moon in the sky. The leading Elder Gu beside him suddenly spoke in a deep voice, a note of revelation in his tone. Everyone turned to look at him in unison, their faces full of curiosity awaiting his explanation. Elder Gu did not keep them in suspense. Because what's above us has never been the real sky. It's the ground. We've been underground from the very beginning. It's just that this ruin seems to be laid with a special restriction blocking our perception, so we never noticed. These words sent shockwaves through the entire crowd. They all looked up at the dead silence of darkness, their faces etched with disbelief. Just as the crowd erupted in clamor, a streak of light suddenly shot up from the midst of the group. It was a light element ability user who, to verify the truth, condensed a powerful orb of light. The orb shot rapidly upward, then burst open at its highest point. A dazzling radiance instantly swept across all directions. Yet the light barely spread for a moment before being completely devoured by the thick dark mist around, vanishing in an instant. However, everyone present was a master of the 5th level, or above, with eyesight far surpassing ordinary people. Thanks to that brief flash of brilliance, all clearly saw the scene above their heads. Even though it was far away, it was unmistakably thick solid rock layers, not the sky. It's true. We're really underground. Such a formidable restriction to deceive everyone's perception. Exclamations arose one after another. Lin Fan, watching the stone layer above slowly darken again, also frowned inwardly, a hint of chagrin in his heart. All the way here he had been too focused on the surroundings and potential dangers, completely overlooking the anomaly above, truly a lapse in vigilance. But since things had come to this, Lin Fan stopped dwelling on it. His gaze fell on the ancient pavilion ahead, and understanding dawned within him. The opportunity must surely lie hidden within this underground tomb. Not only Lin Fan but everyone present had also realized it. They stared at the tomb before them with fiery eyes, their expressions brimming with greed and anticipation. Come on, let's go take a look. The leading elders of the Gu and Lu families exchanged a glance, then took the lead, guiding their respective clansmen toward the tomb. The others quickly followed, afraid of missing their chance. Soon they reached the front of the tomb, where a massive cyan stone gate stood before them. The stone gate was engraved with eerie runes, exuding a sense of antiquity, sealed for 1,000 years. You go push open the stone gate. The leading Elder Lu swept his gaze, casually pointing at a lone ability user in the crowd, his tone brooking no argument. Me? Why should I go? The lone ability user's face changed color, as he retorted immediately. Everyone knew that tomb mechanisms were treacherous, and opening the gate was undoubtedly the most dangerous task. Humph. Do you think I'm negotiating with you? This is an order. Elder Lu snorted coldly, and his aura of peak 6th level erupted abruptly, an oppressive presence instantly enveloping the entire scene. That's right, you heard him. Get moving. If it weren't for our Gu and Lu families leading the way, you wouldn't have even made it here. All we're asking is for you to open a door, and you dare to make excuses. Behind Elder Lu, the Lu family members stepped forward, shouting harshly at the lone ability user. This. The lone ability user turned pale, looking to the leader of the lone experts. But that person only looked on coldly, showing no intention of helping. Seeing this, the ability user knew he could not avoid it, and resigned himself to fate. Gritting his teeth, he stepped forward, slowly placed his hands on the heavy cyan stone gate, and pushed with all his might. Creak! A dull grating sound echoed as the massive stone gate slowly opened a crack. But the expected traps or poisonous gas did not appear. Everything was eerily calm. The ability user who opened the gate let out a sigh of relief, his heart just settling down. But at that very moment, a strange cold wind suddenly howled out from behind the stone gate. The wind carried with it an unknown light pink powder, which spread through the crack and rapidly swept toward everyone present. Watch out! Someone shouted in alarm, and everyone reacted swiftly. They channeled spiritual energy to form thick shields around their bodies, hoping to block out the strange powder. No. This powder is off. It can penetrate spiritual energy shields. The ability user nearest to the gate screamed in terror, but his voice only lasted a moment before abruptly cutting off. The pink powder passed through the shield without any hindrance, landing on his exposed skin. The next second the man's body stiffened, and his eyes turned a hollow bloodshot red. He stood frozen in place, as if he had lost his mind. Before everyone could react to this bizarre scene, the ability user suddenly moved. Without warning, he threw a vicious punch at the nearest companion beside him. Thud! His companion, completely unprepared, never expected an ally to attack him. Unable to react, he was hit square in the chest. Spitting blood, he flew backward and crashed heavily to the ground, his fate unknown. Have you lost your mind? What are you doing? A Lu family member saw this and immediately barked angrily. But his only response was another fierce strike from the same ability user. How ungrateful! That Lu family member snorted, already on guard, and instantly raised a defensive barrier in front of him, forcefully blocking the attack. Bang! Yet, in the moment he focused on defending, another Lu family member beside him also had bloodshot eyes. Like a madman, he raised his hand and a sharp wind blade slashed straight at his back. Rip! The sharp wind blade tore through his clothes in an instant, leaving a deep wound on that Lu family member's back with blood gushing out. Lu Li! What are you doing? The leading elder Lu, witnessing this, trembled with rage and roared. But the Lu family member called Lu Li gave no response at all. Boom! 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 Before anyone could make sense of the situation, strange sounds erupted from all directions. Elder Lu turned to look, his pupils contracting sharply. At that moment, dozens of ability users present had all gone mad, their eyes bloodshot and vacant, attacking anyone nearby without discrimination. Fists, feet, and abilities erupted wildly, plunging the scene into chaos. That pollen is the problem. It traps people in illusions, driving them berserk. Elder Lu's face changed drastically, and the compass in his hand blazed with light. A golden barrier radiating a special energy burst forth, successfully blocking the pollen and shielding himself and his core clansmen inside. Elder Gu beside him also made the same move, raising a barrier to isolate the pollen, his expression one of extreme gravity. It seems the master of this tomb has quite a temper. Ling Qingyao stood quietly beside Lin Fan, completely unaffected. A light purple jade pendant around her neck emitted a soft glow. It formed an invisible barrier that kept all the pink powder at bay. Ling Qingyao watched the chaotic carnage before her, a slight smile curling at the corner of her mouth. Should we make our move now? Lin Fan, surrounded by a blue cyan Shuzhua skeleton, looked at the turmoil and spoke calmly. Not yet. Ling Qingyao shook her head lightly, a smile in her voice. The two leading elders of the Gu and Lu families are the strongest, they haven't been affected at all. If we act rashly, some may slip through the net. Besides, these people are still useful. Let them serve as cannon fodder ahead, helping us scout the tomb's subsequent traps and dangers. Lin Fan pondered for a moment, found her reasoning sound, and nodded slightly without further comment. Boom! Just as they were speaking, a deafening thunderous roar suddenly came from within the open tomb gate. The sound echoed throughout the underground space, causing the very ground to tremble slightly. A thunderous roar erupted from the open tomb door. The heavy underground space trembled violently, and fragments of stone cascaded from the rock ceiling above. The chaotic battlefield moments ago, filled with frenzied screams and slaughter, was instantly silenced by the sudden explosion. The core members of the Gu and Lu families, along with the few remaining lone experts, all tensed their bodies. They stared grimly into the stone door, their hearts pounding wildly. Instinctively they channeled spiritual energy to protect themselves, their eyes filled with extreme tension and vigilance. Fearful that even more terrifying beasts or treacherous traps would emerge from the pitch-black doorway. Drip. Drip. Time passed second by second, but the anticipated catastrophe did not arrive. Beyond the stone door remained utter darkness, only the lingering echoes of the thunderous roar faded in the air. There was no further movement, as if the tremor had been nothing but an illusion. The tightly strung nerves of the crowd relaxed slightly, yet the unease in their hearts deepened. The leading elders of the Gu and Lu families exchanged glances, seeing the same gravity in each other's eyes. Observing the ability users who were still raving mad, attacking indiscriminately, the two elders frowned deeply, their expressions turning grim. We can't go on like this. These lunatics are striking wildly. If they accidentally trigger the lethal mechanisms deep in the tomb, we'll all be buried here. The Gu family elder spoke coldly, his voice icy. We have no choice. The Lu family elder's eyes turned ruthless. As his words fell, the terrifying aura of two sixth-order perfection powerhouses erupted abruptly. Like two mountains crashing down, the pressure swept across the entire area. Before the frenzied ability users could react, the two elders blurred into motion and charged directly into the crowd. The strength of a sixth-order perfection expert was a crushing force against these out-of-control ability users. The Gu family elder's compass palm glowed with golden light, sending out sharp, righteous energy blasts. Each strike landed precisely on the foreheads of the raving individuals. The Lu family elder condensed spiritual energy into sharp blades, striking ruthlessly, every blow lethal. They showed no mercy, no hesitation. Under the relentless slaughter of these two top experts, the ability users who had lost their minds and whose combat power was greatly diminished quickly collapsed, falling one after another into pools of blood. The chaotic screams and desperate howls gradually subsided. After a few minutes, the area was utterly silent. The ground was littered with severed limbs, blood flowing like streams seeping into the cracks of the bluestone. The pungent smell of blood mingled with thick, killing intent, nauseating. From the original group of dozens, fewer than 20 remained alive after this turmoil. The survivors, pale-faced, looked at the two elders with barely concealed fear. The leading elders of the Gu and Lu families withdrew their auras, glancing at the carnage with a flicker of emotion. In their hearts they raised the danger level of this secret realm by several notches. They had just entered the tomb entrance, and had already lost so many experts. The path ahead would be even more perilous, a fight for survival. You two scout ahead. The Gu family elder's gaze swept over the remaining few, his tone indifferent, carrying an irresistible pressure. A heavy silence fell over the crowd. No one dared to volunteer. The stark lesson was fresh in everyone's mind. None wished to be the next sacrifice. Ultimately, under the overwhelming coercion of the two elders, two lone experts steeled themselves, gripped their weapons, and cautiously stepped into the dark stone door. After a moment, no unusual movement came from within. Safe advance. With the scout's signal, the others finally moved in sequence, walking into the tomb. Lin Fan and Ling Qingyao exchanged a glance and followed at the tail of the group. Stepping into the tomb, a 1,000-year-old musty smell of decay rushed at them, mixed with a faint chill that seeped into the bones. The corridor walls were mottled, covered with blurred ancient runes that glowed faintly, barely illuminating the way. The floor was paved with heavy bluestone, cracked and stained with dark red marks, obviously dried blood, exuding an indescribable eeriness. Strangely, the path ahead was unimpeded, without any traps. But after the successive dangers, the remaining survivors were as nervous as startled birds. Everyone was on high alert, spiritual energy constantly circulating on their skin. They dared not be careless, each step taken with extreme caution. Just as the group reached the middle of the corridor, a sudden change occurred. A grating sound of mechanisms turning echoed abruptly in the silent corridor. The sound came from afar, reverberating in every corner. The crowd's expressions changed instantly. They stopped, dead bodies tense. The next second. Swish. 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 Dense, piercing sounds exploded, and countless cold iron arrows shot out from the stone walls on both sides. The arrowheads gleamed with a chilling light, hurtling toward the crowd with terrifying momentum. Just some arrows. The group breathed a sigh of relief. After all, they sensed no spiritual energy fluctuations on those arrows. The lowest among them were fifth-order ability users, so these ordinary arrows without any spiritual energy posed no threat. Reacting quickly, they all channeled spiritual energy to form thick protective shields around themselves. But the next moment, shrill screams again rang through the corridor. Ah! No! These arrows can penetrate spiritual energy shields. My shoulder. Damn it, the spiritual energy shield is useless. Everyone fell into panic, scrambling to dodge. The seemingly ordinary iron arrows pierced through like paper. They easily tore through the spiritual defenses of the fifth-order ability users, striking them viciously. Fortunately, the remaining people present were all wearing protective spiritual armor of considerable quality. It firmly protected vital areas such as the heart and head. Most arrows struck the limbs and torso. Though the pain was unbearable, it did not cause widespread death. Ignoring spiritual energy defense. That's too absurd. Around Lin Fan, a pale green Susanoo skeleton emerged. Like an impenetrable fortress, all the iron arrows shot toward him shattered upon impact, unable to harm him in the slightest. Watching the chaotic scene before him, Lin Fan frowned deeply, a flicker of surprise glinting in his eyes. The mechanisms in this tomb were truly bizarre. Whether it was the pink pollen that drove people mad earlier or the iron arrows that ignored spiritual energy defenses, they all defied common sense. No. It only ignores part of it. Lin Fan activated his Rinnegan, carefully scrutinizing the iron arrows, and quickly discerned the key. These arrows did not completely ignore spiritual energy defenses, they merely possessed extreme penetrating power capable of suppressing and weakening the spiritual barrier. Against the spiritual shield of a fifth-order ability user, they could easily pierce through. However, when attacking the shield of a sixth-order ability user, their speed would slow significantly, and their power would be greatly diminished. They were not unstoppable. Realizing this, Lin Fan's tense heart relaxed slightly. If there were truly a mechanism that completely ignored spiritual energy defense, this tomb would be too absurd, almost a dead end. Not good. The arrows are poisoned. Take the antidote pill quickly. Just as Lin Fan was pondering, a terrified cry rang out again, instantly tightening everyone's hearts. Lin Fan looked up and saw several ability users who had been scratched by the arrows. Their wounds were turning black, festering and suppurating at a visible rate. Clearly they had been hit by a potent toxin. Fortunately, most people came prepared, carrying various antidote pills before entering the ruins. As everyone quickly took out the crystalline antidote pills and swallowed them, the warm medicinal power spread through their bodies and the festering at the wounds gradually stopped. The toxin was contained and they were safe for now. But before everyone could breathe a sigh of relief, a sparse hair-raising sound came from the end of the passage. The sound was dense, like thousands of insects crawling. It grew closer, accompanied by a nauseating stench of decay. "What is that?" Everyone strained to look. The moment they saw the things, everyone froze stiff. Their scalps tingled and their hair stood on end. In the darkness at the end of the passage, countless densely packed shadows were surging wildly, rapidly crawling toward them. Each shadow was the size of a fist. They were completely black, with hard shells and sharp mouthparts and jointed limbs. "Mutated corpse beetles! Everyone be careful!" An ability user with extensive knowledge among the crowd screamed in terror. "These bugs are not strong individually, but their numbers are endless. When they swarm, even a sixth-order powerhouse must avoid their edge. Moreover, they have mutated and contain a unique corpse poison. Ordinary antidote pills are useless. Once bitten, the toxin will rapidly invade the bloodstream, and there's no cure. Attack quickly. Don't let them get close." Alerted by this ability user, everyone reacted, activating their own abilities and unleashing attacks on the swarm of corpse beetles. Fireballs, wind blades, lightning, stone spikes. Various ability lights erupted in the passage, converging into a violent energy wave that crashed into the swarm. But the next scene horrified everyone once again. Such dense and powerful ability attacks fell upon the mutated corpse beetles. They only slightly slowed the beetles' advance, having no substantial effect. These mutated corpse beetles seemed to have something special on their shells that could weaken most ability power. The attacks landed as if sinking into the sea. For the overwhelming swarm, they had no significant killing effect. The dark swarm continued to advance slowly, their sharp mouthparts opening and closing, emitting a heart-stopping sound, growing closer and closer. "This won't work. Our attacks can't stop them. We'll be overwhelmed by the swarm sooner or later," an ability user in the field shouted in terror. "Aren't you going to make a move?" Ling Qingyao stood beside Lin Fan, watching the precarious situation. She turned to Lin Fan, winked, and said with a smile, "No rush. Someone will act first." Lin Fan chuckled and shook his head, his gaze fixed on the two leading elders of the Gu and Lu families ahead. Ling Qingyao followed Lin Fan's gaze. Sure enough, the two elders of Gu and Lu, seeing the swarm closing in and everyone's attacks ineffective, no longer stood by. They simultaneously raised their hands once again, summoning the two bronze compasses engraved with ancient runes. Buzz! The compasses trembled violently, radiating a dazzling golden light. A vast and majestic aura swept out, and two intense beams of golden light directly shone upon the mutated corpse beetles ahead. "The elders have made their move. Great! These filthy bugs are doomed." Seeing this, the remaining members of the Gu and Lu families burst into ecstatic joy. But before they could rejoice for long, the smiles on their faces instantly froze, their eyes filled with shock and disbelief. The golden light that had always been invincible now shone upon the mutated corpse beetles. It was like a stone sinking into the sea without causing a single ripple. No beetles were killed, no sound of energy collision. The bugs still crawled madly in the golden light, completely unharmed. "Impossible!" The two leading elders of Gu and Lu trembled, their pupils constricting. They stared at the swarm, exclaiming in disbelief, their faces full of incredulity. "Looks like they're not up to it." Ling Qingyao watched the scene, turned to Lin Fan again, and chuckled. "Ah." Lin Fan shook his head gently, a trace of helplessness flashing in his eyes. It seemed he had to act himself. Lin Fan slowly raised his head, his six-tomo Rinnegan locking onto the overwhelming swarm of mutated corpse beetles ahead. The next moment, Lin Fan's ocular power erupted instantly. "Amaterasu! Tianao!" Unseen ocular force erupted forth. The next moment, eerie black flames suddenly ignited upon the corpse beetles. No raging inferno, yet it exuded a terrifying aura that could consume all evil. These hard carapaces, which could ignore superpower attacks and withstand the vast golden light, were as fragile as paper before the flames of Tianzhao. The fire spread with extreme speed, enveloping swaths of mutated corpse beetles in black flames. Countless beetles, without even a chance to struggle, were instantly reduced to piles of black ash. Not a single sound was made. In merely a few breaths, the once overwhelming insect tide was scorched into a vast empty zone by the Tianzhao fire. The passage fell into dead silence. Everyone's eyes were wide, fixed on the burning black flames, their faces filled with shock and horror, minds blank. The insect tide they had struggled to even budge was suppressed by a single casual move from this youth who had been lurking at the rear of the group. The elders of the Gu and Lu families exchanged glances, then turned to look at Lin Fan. Their eyes were uncertain, filled with deep wariness and scrutiny. Just who was this youth? This guy is incredibly strong. Ling Qingyao, standing beside Lin Fan, also flashed a trace of barely noticeable surprise in her pale purple eyes. Although Lin Qingyao had already witnessed Lin Fan's abilities before and knew that the insect tied before them should be no trouble for him, Ling Qingyao had not expected Lin Fan to resolve it so effortlessly. Ding. Host killed a first-order mutated corpse beetle 10 points. Ding. Host killed a second-order mutated corpse beetle 100 points. Ding. Host killed a third-order mutated corpse beetle 1000 points. Ding. The system notifications rang out incessantly, shrill and urgent. A series of prompts followed one after another. Yet Lin Fan's face showed no ripple, his gaze remained icy, fixed on the depths of the insect swarm. He vaguely sensed that a more formidable and sinister presence lurked within. As expected, moments later a piercing, ear-splitting chirp exploded from behind the swarm. The remaining corpse beetles scattered to both sides, revealing a passage. At the end, a giant corpse beetle, massive as a millstone, slowly crawled out of the darkness. This beetle was entirely black, its carapace covered with dense, eerie, blood-red runes. As the runes flowed, they formed an invisible barrier. The Tianzhao flames spread to the queen beetle, but were blocked by this rune barrier, unable to advance further. It's the corpse beetle king! Attack together. If this king breaks through, the consequences will be dire. Someone in the group shouted in alarm. Hearing this, everyone snapped back to reality. Staring at the massive, sinister beetle king, they dared not be careless. The elders of the Gu and Lu families struck first, unleashing their full spiritual power. The aura of a sixth-order peak swept across the scene, and all kinds of offensive abilities rained down upon the queen beetle. The remaining superpower users followed suit, gritting their teeth and unleashing their strongest techniques. For a moment, energy fluctuations ran rampant in the passage, all attacks landing on the beetle king. Lin Fan watched from behind, calmly observing the siege. He did not continue attacking, occasionally firing a few bolts of purple lightning forward. Beside him, Ling Qingyao occasionally used her mental power to disrupt the beetle king's consciousness. The battle lasted a full quarter of an hour. The group expended most of their spiritual energy, finally breaking through the rune barrier on the queen's body. Seizing the moment of the beetle king's weakness, they launched a fatal combined strike. With a shrill cry, the massive corpse beetle king crashed to the ground, raising a cloud of dust. Gasping for breath, the survivors looked at the fallen king with relief and gratitude for their narrow escape. After a brief rest, they forced their weary bodies onward, deeper into the passage. Half an hour later, they reached the end. A heavy ancient stone door stood before them, engraved with intricate obscure runes. The intertwined runes exuded an aura of mystery and majesty completely different from the previous traps. You open the door. The elder of the Gu family swept his gaze and, as before, casually pointed at a lone superpower user. The user's face turned pale, but he dared not disobey. He reluctantly stepped forward, pressed his hands against the stone door, and pushed with all his might. The others, seeing this, all retreated a distance, their spiritual energy surging, ready to act at any moment. A grating sound echoed as the stone door slowly opened. But this time it went smoothly, with no traps or poison gas. After waiting for a while and confirming it was safe, they slowly advanced. Entering the stone door and moving forward some distance, they stopped again. For beyond the stone door was not a spacious tomb chamber, but an endless pitch-black abyss. Beneath the abyss no light could be seen, exuding a terrifying aura that chilled the heart. Above the abyss 8 identical stone bridges spanned across. They were narrow, stretching straight into the mist deep within the abyss. The ends vanished into the darkness, their destinations unclear. What is this? Someone in the crowd couldn't help asking, their voice filled with confusion. But at this moment the two leading elders of the Gu and Lu families changed expression. They stepped forward, staring intently at the 8 stone bridges, and said in unison, "This is the 8 Gates Bridge of Life and Death." 8 Gates Bridge of Life and Death. Do you mean these 8 bridges? Please, seniors, enlighten us. The superpower users present turned their gaze to the two elders, their tone inquiring. These 8 bridges correspond to the 8 gates: rest, life, harm, doubt, scenery, death, shock, and open. If you choose the right path, you can reach the depths of the secret realm, but... They paused before continuing. If you choose wrong, you will face utter ruin. This statement caused an uproar. Then, can the seniors tell which bridge is the path of life? A superpower user asked, hope shining in their eyes. The two elders exchanged glances and shook their heads in unison, their tone helpless. The 8 Gates Bridge of Life and Death relies entirely on fate and luck. There is no pattern to follow, and we cannot tell which bridge corresponds to which gate. Silence fell. Everyone looked at each other, seeing hesitation in one another's eyes. No one dared to take the first step. But staying put was not an option. After a moment someone finally stepped forward, gritted their teeth, chose a stone bridge and walked onto it. With the first the others followed suit. They dispersed, each choosing a stone bridge, splitting into 8 groups ready to proceed. Lin Fan looked at the 8 identical stone bridges, his eyes flickering. Without much deliberation, after a moment's thought, he stepped toward the third bridge from the left. "Hey! You're not even going to think about it." Ling Qingyao was startled, reaching out to place a hand on Lin Fan's shoulder. "Think about what? Didn't those 2 old men say it's all pure luck?" Lin Fan stopped, turned around, and looked down at Ling Qingyao. Well, you have a point." Ling Qingyao paused for a moment, then said nothing more, following Lin Fan onto the stone bridge. The stone bridge Lin Fan chose had the fewest people. Besides him and Ling Qingyao, only 4 lone superpower users walked it, making it particularly quiet. As the 5 ventured deeper into the bridge, the mist in the abyss grew thicker, and the spiritual energy fluctuations around them became more pronounced. After walking about 100 meters, they reached the end of the bridge. A space-time portal shimmering with faint light slowly appeared before them. Lin Fan stepped forward first, entering the portal with Ling Qingyao closely behind. The other 3, gritting their teeth, followed suit. Moments later their figures were completely swallowed by the portal's light. The teams on the other 7 stone bridges also stepped into the portals at their respective ends. The last inch of the stone bridge beneath his feet dissolved and the space around them twisted violently. Lin Fan felt a wave of dizziness as light and shadow spun wildly before his eyes. When he regained his senses, the 2 had landed steadily. Lin Fan looked up and saw ancient stone walls crisscrossing in every direction. Layer upon layer wound endlessly into the distance. Dense ancient patterns covered the stone walls, with faint spiritual light flickering and flowing gently. The air was thick and viscous, his vision pulled and refracted by an invisible force. A passage that seemed right in front of him turned into a dead end after a second glance. "Where is this?" A female superpowered individual walking behind him whispered, her voice trembling. At the rear of the group, another middle-aged superpowered individual, well-traveled and knowledgeable, wore a grim expression. He stared intently at the layout and the patterns on the stone walls, swallowed hard, and spoke in a low voice, judging by the formation, the layers of obstruction, the nested arrays, the ever-changing paths. "This is the Du-Men." Du-Men. Upon hearing this, Lin Fan, Ling Qingyao, and the remaining 2 superpowered individuals all turned to look at the middle-aged man who had spoken. Seeing everyone's gaze upon him, the middle-aged superpowered individual took a deep breath. Then he slowly began to explain. The 8 gates are divided into 3 categories: auspicious, inauspicious, and neutral. The 3 auspicious gates are Kai Xiao and Xing. The 3 inauspicious gates are Si Jing and Shang. The neutral gates are Du and Jing. The middle-aged superpowered individual pointed at the endless maze around them. Du-Men represents obstruction, closure, and sealing. Here stone walls shift, restrictions bind, and the path ahead never remains constant. This is the very essence of Du-Men. Although Du-Men is a neutral gate without immediate danger, if one does not know the correct path, they will be trapped here forever. As the middle-aged superpowered individual finished, the other 4, including Lin Fan, fell into silence. "Don't panic. I have some knowledge of this gate. Follow me carefully, watch your step, and don't touch the stone walls. I'll try to deduce the path to survival." Seeing the others silent, the middle-aged superpowered individual gritted his teeth and spoke. Then, taking the lead, he stepped forward with resolve. The others, including Lin Fan, had no better option and followed behind him. The 5 of them moved with caution, not daring to touch the walls, advancing carefully. But the Du-Men maze was not so simple. After only a few dozen steps, an invisible formation pattern was inadvertently triggered beneath their feet. A low hum rose from the ground. "No. The formation has been activated." The middle-aged superpowered individual in front roared and turned to retreat. But he suddenly realized that the path they had come from had vanished. The next moment the path ahead shifted with a roar, and stone walls from all directions rapidly closed in and squeezed. "Impossible. This is just an entry gate. How could it have such lethal mechanisms?" In panic, the middle-aged superpowered individual struck the stone wall with his palm, unleashing a blast of violent spiritual energy. But the wall didn't budge, and the immense force rebounded, tearing his flesh and bones apart. With a spray of blood, the middle-aged superpowered individual collapsed to the ground, instantly lifeless. Seeing this, besides Lin Fan and Ling Qingyao, the remaining 2 superpowered individuals lost all composure. They ran wildly, slashing at the walls in frenzy. But it was useless. The walls continued to close in. "No. Please." At this sight, the female superpowered individual screamed, her cries cut short one after another. The next moment the walls closed completely. Her world went dark. An illusion. Lin Fan murmured, his 6-tomo Rinnegan spinning as he watched the 3 people who had suddenly gone mad attacking empty air. That must be it. Looks like all 3 fell for it. Ling Qingyao's voice came from beside him. Lin Fan turned to see her dream true eyes, a faint purple glow swirling within them. The surrounding mental obstacles, mirage temptations, and twisted consciousness were all completely blocked out. You do it, or shall I? Ling Qingyao smiled at Lin Fan. I'll handle it, Lin Fan said. All right, then I'll leave it to you, Ling Qingyao replied with a playful grin. Lin Fan ignored her last remark. He took a step and instantly appeared beside the 3 trapped in the illusion. With 3 dull thuds, the unresisting trio collapsed to the ground. Ding. Host has killed 5th rank superpowered individuals. 3 gained 3,000,000 points. As the 3 died, the system notification echoed in Lin Fan's mind. Let's go, Lin Fan said. Ling Qingyao nodded and followed. One with the 6-tomo Rinnegan, the other with the SSS rank Dream True eyes. Under these 2 pairs of eyes, the illusions and restrictions within Du Men were easily seen through. They walked unhurriedly, their steps steady, moving through the ever-changing deadly maze. Your eyes are amazing, Ling Qingyao said after a long while, turning her gaze to Lin Fan's deep, unfathomable Rinnegan, a genuine admiration shimmering in her eyes. Hey, yours are not bad either, Lin Fan replied, turning to look at her violet eyes. Their eyes met. Each saw the extraordinary in the other's gaze. The next instant they both curled their lips into a faint, knowing smile. They said no more and continued forward. After passing through 3 nested subarrays and breaking through several ceiling barriers, the surrounding miasma gradually receded. In its place stood a vast, endless barrier that cut across the entire field of vision, like a heavenly chasm blocking all paths ahead. Ling Qingyao stopped, her purple eyes blazing with full brilliance. She scanned, deduced, and probed the barrier's edge repeatedly. After a moment she frowned slightly and shook her head helplessly. No good. This is a completely severed boundary barrier. It's beyond mental or illusory influence. My power can't cross it. Don't worry, I have a way. Lin Fan gazed at the thick spatial barrier before him, a faint light swirling in his Rinnegan. I almost forgot, you have spatial abilities. Ling Qingyao's face lit up with surprise. Don't resist. Without further words, Lin Fan placed his right hand on Ling Qingyao's shoulder. Her body trembled slightly, but at his words she did not resist. The next instant a spatial vortex appeared in Lin Fan's right eye. The power of Kamui precisely locked onto a stable coordinate beyond the barrier. An invisible spatial resonance was instantly established. Then the twisting vortex engulfed their bodies and they vanished from the spot. An instant later, Lin Fan and Ling Qingyao emerged from the spatial vortex, appearing on the other side of the spatial barrier. Steadily they landed on solid ground. Ahead lay a straight and wide bluestone corridor. The 2 did not pause and walked straight along it. Moments later they halted before a grand and massive tomb door that appeared before them. This should be the main tomb chamber. Looking at the tomb door ahead, Lin Fan said. Don't just stand there, hurry in. We should not be the first to arrive. Based on the previous situation, the 8 gates of life and death bridge each have auspicious and ominous signs. Except for those who stepped into the death, injury, and shock gates, who are doomed to die. Those who chose the 3 auspicious gates, open, rest, and life, should have arrived here faster than us. Ling Qingyao said in a contemplative tone. Makes sense. Lin Fan nodded. With that he stepped forward and pushed the stone door. Creak! The heavy stone door scraped against the ground as it slowly swung open. Lin Fan and Ling Qingyao finally saw the scene beyond the door. But after beholding it, both froze, a flicker of horror darting through their eyes. Beyond the door was indeed a tomb chamber, vast in extent. The vaulted ceiling soared high, engraved with an obscure and ancient star map. At the center rested a massive bronze coffin that emitted a faint, eerie luminescence. The coffin's surface was entwined with patterns exuding a desolate air of millennia. Yet now the floor of the tomb chamber was strewn with corpses in every direction. Blood seeped through the crevices of the bluestone, and the air was thick with an overwhelming stench of blood and a pungent, sinister aura. The disciples of the Gu and Lu families lay fallen in pools of blood. Even the 2 leading elders, who were powerful at the 6th order perfection and held compasses, collapsed on the ground, their breaths faint. Only a last thread of vitality remained, ready to be severed at any moment. And beside them a figure in a black robe stood silently atop the scattered corpses. The figure wore a bamboo hat pulled low, obscuring its face. Around it swirled an intensely dense black evil aura, as if merging with the surrounding shadows. Every gesture exuded a venomous, heart-stopping aura. Hearing footsteps, the black-robed figure slowly turned. From beneath the hat came a hoarse, grating laugh like sandpaper scraping glass. Its gaze roamed over Lin Fan and Ling Qingyao with impunity. Heh. I didn't expect two more little fish to deliver themselves to my doorstep. It's not the language of the Dragon Kingdom. I didn't think a foreign power had infiltrated this expedition. Ling Qingyao's pretty face turned cold as she took in the scene. Her illusory dream true eye instantly glowed with a faint purple light and her aura surged. Mere ants dare to be arrogant. The black-robed figure snorted coldly, killing intent blazing in its eyes. The evil aura around it churned and it struck first fiercely. It raised its hand and instantly condensed a massive blood-colored palm hundreds of meters in size. The palm bore ferocious lines wrapped in a monstrous blood-fiend aura and slammed down toward Lin Fan and Ling Qingyao. The wind-howled pressure plummeted and the air in the entire tomb chamber seemed to twist and warp. Humph! Ling Qingyao's beautiful eyes flashed coldly as she snorted. Her purple eyes erupted with rings of invisible light. The light passed directly through the giant blood handprint ahead and struck the black-robed figure's mind. Damn it, a spiritual attack! The black-robed figure clutched its head in agony, letting out a scream. The blood-colored giant palm it had condensed dissipated. Lin Fan reacted swiftly, his spiritual energy erupting. In an instant a dazzling azure-blue radiance swept the scene. A colossal azure-blue Susanoo materialized around Lin Fan. Towering and imposing, it stood mightily. At the same time, two massive blades wreathed in violent purple lightning appeared in the Susanoo's hands. Crackle! 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 The lightning hissed, emitting a world-destroying pressure. Without hesitation, Lin Fan controlled the Susanoo to slash at the black-robed figure. Boom! As the two clashed, a thunderous blast erupted and the energy shockwaves spread wildly from the center. The violent gale swept through the entire tomb chamber, cracking the bluestone floor inch by inch while ancient runes on the walls flickered incessantly. Yet the tomb chamber's material seemed far beyond ordinary even under such a ferocious attack from a sixth-order powerhouse. It merely trembled slightly, showing no sign of collapse, stubbornly withstanding the terrifying destructive force. If this battle had occurred in the outside world, it would have already reduced several square kilometers to ruins. Heh. 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 Interesting. The Dragon Kingdom has produced two such extraordinary young people. The dust cleared. The black-robed figure's voice came through with a hint of amusement. Lin Fan looked up and saw that the figure bore no trace of injury. A pitch-black bone banner suddenly appeared in its hand. The banner's surface was embroidered with eerie blood-red runes and its pole was festooned with ghastly white bones. Clearly this item had just deflected Lin Fan's attack. You force me to use this, you can die without regrets. The black-robed figure sneered and violently shook the black banner. The next moment piercing shrieks erupted. Countless pitch-black hideous spirits surged out of the banner, lunging at Lin Fan and Ling Qingyao with claws bared, instantly filling every corner of the tomb chamber with a chilling aura. But it wasn't over. The black-robed figure slowly raised its hand and a blood-colored palm hundreds of meters in size materialized again. Blood palm myriad spirits, soul-devouring curse, all manner of Nanyang heretical arts were unleashed, overwhelming, sealing off all escape routes for Lin Fan and Ling Qingyao. Capture the chieftain first, cover me, Lin Fan said in a low voice, the Susanoo around him blazing with light. Understood. Ling Qingyao nodded. The next moment she activated her illusory dream true eye at full power. A vast spiritual force spread like a tide, precisely entangling the incoming spirits, instantly immobilizing them while simultaneously disrupting the black-robed figure's mind and interrupting its incantation. Meanwhile, Lin Fan controlled the Susanoo to grip the Susanoo blade and charged forward. The blade swung, purple lightning raging. Each cleave annihilated the attacking spirits, scattering black smoke. What gibberish are you spouting? I can't understand your bird talk. Approaching the black-robed figure, Lin Fan directed the Susanoo to slash down, courting death. The black-robed figure sneered. With a flick of its banner, a blood-colored barrier formed around it, blocking Ling Qingyao's spiritual attack. Then the figure's blood-colored spiritual energy erupted. The giant blood-colored hand in midair abruptly changed direction and collided with the Susanoo. Boom! The collision produced a thunderous roar. For a moment the two forces were locked in a stalemate, neither gaining the upper hand. The Susanoo and the giant blood-colored hand clashed repeatedly. Boom after boom. The entire tomb chamber shook violently. Spiritual energy overflowed, light flashed wildly. The black-robed figure was secretly shocked. It had thought unleashing the black banner would secure victory. But it hadn't expected these two to be far stronger than it estimated. Especially the azure-blue giant, whose defense and attack were both terrifying. Its various heretical techniques had only left a few cracks on the giant's surface. The fierce battle raged on, the roar of colliding energies never ceasing within the tomb chamber. Under the combined suppression of Lin Fan and Ling Qingyao, the black-robed man gradually fell into a disadvantage. The massive blade of Susanoo wreathed in purple lightning tore through the blood-red evil force conjured by the black-robed man. Ling Qingyao's illusory dream true eye continuously disrupted his concentration, causing his dark arts to misfire repeatedly. The malevolent aura around him grew increasingly chaotic, and his attacks had long lost their initial ferocity, now constrained at every turn. How infuriating! The black-robed man was both shocked and enraged. He had never imagined that he would be driven to such a desperate state by two young juniors. If the entanglement continued, he would surely be defeated. Damn it! You leave me no choice. The black-robed man gritted his teeth and growled. The next moment he bit his tongue sharply. A burst of blood-red light surged from his body, carrying a torrent of deadly energy converging madly before him. Ghost infant appear! As the black-robed man's piercing cry faded. Within the blood-red light a figure suddenly condensed, a crimson infant no more than half a meter tall. The ghost infant's face was hideous, its eyes blazing red like blood. Fangs protruded from its mouth, and its body was wrapped in thick viscous corpse chi. As the ghost infant emerged, a shrill infant cry echoed through the tomb chamber. So noisy! The sound waves pierced directly into the mind, forcing Ling Qingyao to furrow her brows and immediately activate her spiritual defense. With the powerful ghost infant aiding him, the black-robed man's spirits soared. He channeled his evil energy with full force, counterattacking wildly in tandem with the ghost infant. The ghost infant moved with blinding speed, darting through the gaps in Susanoo's attacks. It launched relentless strikes, its claws leaving cracks across the cyan-blue Susanoo body. Such speed! Lin Fan felt a flicker of surprise within him. If not for his 6 Magatama Rinnegan, he would not even be able to perceive the ghost infant's movements. The battle, which had been one-sided, was now forcibly dragged back by the sudden appearance of this ghost infant. The stalemate returned evenly matched once more. Seeing this, the black-robed man let out a wild, arrogant laugh. Kid, this natal ghost infant of mine was nurtured by absorbing tens of thousands of living souls. Today you will both die without a doubt. But just then, faced with this reversal, Lin Fan suddenly ceased his attacks. I've played with you long enough. It's time to end this. A faint disdainful smile curved at the corner of Lin Fan's mouth, his eyes full of contempt. I thought you who managed to kill so many people might have some real strength. But in the end you have disappointed me greatly. Lin Fan spoke softly, his tone calm and flat. With that, Lin Fan dispelled Susanoo and slowly descended to the ground. Although the black-robed man could not understand Lin Fan's words, he clearly sensed the mockery in them and shouted angrily. How dare you show such an expression in the face of death? Ghost infant, kill him. But Lin Fan paid no heed to the black-robed man. Or rather, Lin Fan could not understand his gibberish either. The next second, Lin Fan raised his right hand and the power of his 6 Magatama Rinnegan erupted abruptly. Universal pull. With Lin Fan's gesture, a terrifying suction force radiated from his palm. In an instant, the ghost infant was enveloped by this irresistible pull and flew toward Lin Fan. Wail. The ghost infant let out a piercing scream, its body thrashing wildly. But no matter how it struggled, it was utterly futile. 1 second later, the ghost infant was firmly gripped in Lin Fan's hand. Amaterasu. Staring at the squirming, shrieking infant in his grasp, Lin Fan focused his eyes. In an instant, black flames erupted without warning upon the ghost infant's body. Having done this, Lin Fan casually tossed the ghost infant onto the ground beside him. Under the relentless black fire that consumed all things, the bloody aura around the ghost infant was instantly incinerated. The ghost infant let out a despairing, agonized shriek. It thrashed violently but could not extinguish the Amaterasu flames. In mere moments, the once fearsome ghost infant was burned to ashes, dissipating into nothingness. This happened so fast that the black-robed man's triumphant grin was still frozen on his face. Only after a long pause did his expression shift to utter disbelief. No. My ghost infant. With his natal ghost infant destroyed, the black-robed man was instantly gravely wounded. A searing pain shot through his body and his spiritual energy became chaotic. With a spray of blood, the black-robed man stood frozen, his face as pale as paper. He had poured nearly all his power into the ghost infant. Now that his natal ghost infant was destroyed, the black-robed man was a lamb to the slaughter, utterly defenseless. Lin Fan's eyes were icy, showing no mercy. He casually raised his hand and a bolt of purple lightning shot from his palm. Without any earth-shattering force, it carried an unstoppable killing intent, hurtling straight toward the black-robed man. The black-robed man was too weak to dodge. With his last ounce of strength, he gathered all residual spiritual energy before him, desperately forming a thick blood-red shield in a futile attempt to block the blow. Yet as the purple lightning struck, the blood-red shield shattered like paper. The violent aftermath swept over, and the black-robed man screamed, his body crashing heavily to the ground. He was on his last breath, barely alive. Lin Fan walked over, stood before the black-robed man, and looked down at him. Without waiting for any plea, Lin Fan reached out, and pressed his palm against the man's forehead. The 6 Magatama Rinnegan blazed to life, unleashing the power of the human path. In the next moment, a flood of memory fragments surged into Lin Fan's mind like a tidal wave. So that's how it is. After reading the memories, Lin Fan murmured to himself. How is it? Ling Qingyao's voice came from the side. Lin Fan turned to see Ling Qingyao staring at him with her large purple eyes. This man is a Thai black-clad sorcerer. His ability involves special powers related to common thawing and ghost infants. He sneaked across the border into Yunnan province. The so-called news of the Laoai mountain ruins was nothing but bait he deliberately spread. His purpose was to lure various ability users here, using their lives and blood to awaken the power within the tomb chamber. He would then reap the benefits, seize the treasures inside, and break through to the 7th rank. Lin Fan said coldly. Didn't the border authorities in Yunnan notice? Ling Qingyao frowned. No, he used some special method to cross the border. Lin Fan shook his head. Since we encountered him, let's kill him on the spot. Ling Qingyao's tone was flat. Lin Fan nodded. Even without Ling Qingyao's suggestion, he would not have let this man live. The next moment, Lin Fan exerted a slight force with his palm, directly crushing the black-robed man's neck. Ding. Host has killed a 6th rank evil cultivator ability user. Points obtained 500,000. With the death of the black-robed man, the system's prompt sounded in Lin Fan's mind. How much? 500,000. Lin Fan, who had been composed a moment ago, froze upon hearing the number. System, what's going on? Shouldn't a 6th rank ability user give 1 million points? Did you take a kickback? Lin Fan frowned, cursing inwardly. Ding. This system has never stated that points for killing ability users increase tenfold per rank. This is merely the host's subjective assumption, not a system rule. The system's cold, emotionless prompt rang out again. You. Lin Fan was momentarily choked. But upon reflection, it was indeed the case. The system had never actually said that points would increase tenfold per rank. It had all been his own extrapolation based on experience. Fine, you win. You're the system, you're the boss. Realizing this, Lin Fan felt a surge of frustration, but he had no way to deal with the rigid system, so he could only grumble internally. But just as Lin Fan was conversing with the system in his mind, boom! A deafening explosion suddenly erupted from the center of the tomb chamber. What's happening? Lin Fan and Ling Qingyao both turned in shock toward the source of the sound. The massive bronze coffin, which had been standing quietly, now trembled violently. The ancient runes on the coffin's surface instantly glowed with an eerie blood-red light. The blood from the fallen bodies and the fierce battle which had pooled on the ground now seemed to be drawn by an invisible force. No longer coagulating, it flowed along the cracks of the stone floor like tiny blood-red streams converging frantically toward the bronze coffin. Blood ceaselessly poured into the base of the coffin, and the entire tomb chamber instantly became eerie and oppressive. A pressure originating from the depths of the soul was slowly awakening from within the bronze coffin. As that soul-deep pressure grew ever stronger, Ling Qingyao frowned slightly, her illusory dream-true pupil operating at full power fixated on the violently trembling bronze coffin. This aura. Lin Fan furrowed his brows carefully, sensing the vast and chilling power, his gaze suddenly sharpening. 7th stage. No, still a hair's breadth away from truly entering the threshold, its half-step 7th stage. The moment Lin Fan finished speaking, a crisp crack rang out. A massive fissure split directly across the heavy bronze coffin. Immediately after, a torrent of blood-red light and icy cold energy erupted with a roar. A figure slowly rose from the bronze coffin, suspended in midair. It was not a living being, but a skeleton clad in ancient dark gold armor. Within the hollow eye sockets of the skull, 2 clusters of green soul fire flickered. Its entire soul form was illusory and unstable, as if it might dissipate at any moment. Yet the aura it exuded was undeniably half-step 7th stage. It bore some resemblance to the earlier In soldiers, but its power was 100 times greater. The remnant soul of the skeleton glanced down at the blood-soaked chaotic tomb chamber. Feeling the abundant blood chi and energy surging within its body, it threw back its head and burst into maniacal laughter. Its voice was hoarse and piercing, filled with boundless ecstasy and madness. Ha! 1,000 years, a full 1,000 years. Finally I have gathered enough energy to revive. I am going to be reborn. The wild laughter echoed through the tomb chamber. The icy aura around its soul form grew even more violent, causing the entire chamber to tremble violently. The next moment the skeleton remnant soul's gaze locked directly onto Lin Fan. In its hollow eye sockets the green soul fire flared up abruptly. It stared at Lin Fan intently, its voice dripping with greed and covetousness. What a powerful physical body. An extraordinarily pure physique. How could the world possess such a perfect vessel? If I can seize your body and reshape my form, I will surely break through this half-step 7th stage and truly enter the 7th stage. Its words carried undisguised, blatant intent to possess. Hearing this, Lin Fan showed not the slightest trace of fear. Instead, a cold, mocking smile curled at the corner of his mouth. A mere lingering remnant soul, nothing but a restless ghost that hasn't fully died. And yet you dare to bluster before me, dreaming of seizing my body. Utter foolishness. You're seeking death. Enraged by Lin Fan's taunts, the skeleton remnant soul flew into a fury. Its soul form churned violently, and a surging tide of soul power crashed down toward Lin Fan, attempting to overwhelm him with spiritual pressure and forcibly take over his body. Lin Fan's eyes turned cold. Without another word, the power of his samsara eye erupted instantly. A jet of Amaterasu's black flame blazed toward the skeleton remnant soul. The inextinguishable black flame roared forth. But strangely, Amaterasu passed straight through the illusory soul form, inflicting no damage whatsoever. It's useless. I am a soul body. Ordinary attacks have no effect on me. The skeleton remnant soul laughed triumphantly. Lin Fan's expression remained unchanged, but a countermeasure had already formed in his mind. Since physical attacks were useless, what about mental attacks? Tsukuyomi. In an instant, a terrifying spiritual force materialized into an invisible cage. It locked onto the skeleton remnant soul's spirit form and dragged it into the psychic illusion constructed by the samsara eye. Ah! A piercing shriek burst from the skeleton remnant soul. Even its illusory soul form dimmed noticeably. It had clearly sustained severe damage under the mental assault of Tsukuyomi. The skeleton remnant soul was both shocked and enraged, never expecting that this human youth possessed such a technique. It works after all. Lin Fan's heart stirred. Spiritual power was a derivative of soul power, so using it against the soul body was naturally the right remedy. Yet Lin Fan was slightly surprised. The remnant soul's soul power far exceeded that of an ordinary person. After enduring a full-powered Tsukuyomi from him, it only dimmed without losing combat effectiveness instantly. What a profound soul foundation! Ling Qingyao remarked in admiration. Is this the time to say that? Lin Fan frowned. Ha! Isn't that why you're here? Ling Qingyao laughed. Though her words seemed casual, her actions were swift. Seeing Lin Fan's attack take effect, Ling Qingyao immediately exerted her power. The light of her pale violet illusory dream true pupil blazed intensely, and her vast ocean-like spiritual power erupted fully. It transformed into sharp spiritual blades that struck fiercely at the skeleton remnant soul's spirit form. Lin Fan and Ling Qingyao launched a dual-pronged spiritual attack. The spiritual blade and the power of the samsara eye intertwined like two beams of light, tearing through darkness, piercing straight toward the armored skeleton's remnant soul. Ah! The skeleton remnant soul roared in pain and fury, its soul body trembling violently. Hastily it condensed dense soul power, erecting a thick soul energy shield before itself. It blocked their subsequent attacks. A piercing collision sound rang out, and the shield rippled violently but did not shatter. I want you both dead. Having been repeatedly wounded, this 1,000-year-old remnant soul was utterly enraged. The ghostly green soul flame in its hollow eye sockets swelled several times, and it let out a deafening roar to the heavens. As the roar faded, the remnant soul suddenly unleashed all the remaining soul power within it. The pressure of a half-step 7th rank erupted fully, causing the entire ancient tomb chamber to tremble violently. Debris fell from the ceiling, and the blue stone floor cracked inch by inch as if it might collapse at any moment. Then a bizarre scene unfolded. From the corpses of the long-dead ability users on the ground, faint pale souls were forcibly extracted. Transforming into streaks of white light, they flew uncontrollably toward the armored skeleton remnant soul, all absorbed into its soul body. In just a moment, the originally illusory remnant soul, having absorbed many living souls, solidified considerably. Its aura surged, and the chilling, sinister presence reached an extreme. Come out! Then the remnant soul waved its hand, directly activating the ancient mechanisms and formations of the entire tomb chamber. Rumble. The walls around the tomb chamber burst open, and dense ranks of ghost soldiers clad in ancient armor charged out. Wielding rusted spears and blades, they exuded a fierce, killing intent. At the same time, a massive swarm of pitch-black corpse beetles surged out from the crevices in the ground. The sound of their carapaces scraping against each other was hair-raising as they swept toward Lin Fan and Ling Qingyao like a tidal wave. Moreover, an invisible barrier force instantly enveloped the entire tomb chamber, completely trapping the two within. The power of the formation and the pressure of the barrier intertwined, firmly suppressing their spiritual energy and mental power. Combined with the ghost soldiers and corpse beetles, it formed a deadly trap. "This is going to be a bit troublesome," Ling Qingyao murmured at the sight. Lin Fan's gaze sharpened. He did not meet force with force. He stomped the ground hard, leaping into the air while simultaneously activating the power of the Samsara Eye's heavenly way. Manipulating attraction and repulsion alternately, he lifted Ling Qingyao off the ground and into the air, hovering midair. Unless an ability user was of the wind element, or had a flight-related ability. Only high-level ability users could fly. Not knowing whether Ling Qingyao had the ability to fly, Lin Fan simply took her along with him. Lin Fan's move perfectly evaded the rampaging corpse beetles on the ground. Only the ghost soldiers in the air could attack. However, seeing this, the armored skeleton remnant soul gave them no time to catch their breath. It flickered and personally joined the fray, attacking alongside the ghost soldiers. "Ha! Bring it on!" Ling Qingyao, seeing the increasing number of ghost soldiers, showed no fear but instead grew excited. She no longer held back, fully activating her Phantom Dream True Eye. The next moment her light purple pupils blazed with light. 2 dazzling purple beams of mental energy burst forth from her eyes. They shot straight toward the ghost soldiers and the charging remnant soul. This was one of the innate skills of the Phantom Dream True Eye, especially effective against soul bodies and sinister entities. The 2 beams instantly pierced through the bodies of the frontline ghost soldiers, who turned to ash without even a scream. The attack's remaining power did not diminish, continuing to penetrate the 1,000-year-old remnant soul, causing it to cry out in pain again. Its soul body dimmed further. However, after this move, Ling Qingyao's face turned slightly pale. Clearly this move was not as effortless as it appeared. The consumption was considerable. "Bitch! How dare you destroy my ghost soldiers!" The 1,000-year-old remnant soul, seeing this, burned with fury and let out a roar that shook the tomb. It madly surged its energy, waved its hand, and pulled all the remaining ghost soldiers toward its own soul body. Hundreds of ghost soldiers were forcibly fused into its soul body. As the fusion continued, the 1,000-year-old remnant soul's form visibly swelled. From the size of an ordinary person, it instantly transformed into a giant skeleton soul general, dozens of meters tall. Its armor became more solid, and its aura of half-step 7th rank surged violently. The giant skeleton soul general looked down, its cold soul flame locking onto Lin Fan and Ling Qingyao in the air, and a wave of murderous intent swept over them. "Now you can die! Hey, stop hiding! I'm out of ideas! It's up to you now!" Ling Qingyao, seeing this scene, waved her hand and said to Lin Fan, "Oh, why do you say that? How did you figure it out?" Lin Fan raised an eyebrow curiously. "I don't know. I was just bluffing. I didn't expect someone to fall for such a simple bluff, haha." A sly smile appeared on Ling Qingyao's stunning face. Lin Fan. While they were talking, the 1,000-year-old remnant soul beside them flew into a rage. "Damn! At death's door and still flirting! Die!" The 1,000-year-old remnant soul's power exploded instantly, and a massive palm slammed down toward Lin Fan and Ling Qingyao. But at this moment Lin Fan looked at the colossal creature before him. "Too weak. Is this all you've got? How disappointing." Lin Fan shook his head at the raging 1,000-year-old remnant soul, his tone laced with undisguised disappointment. "Hell path." The moment the words fell, the 6th Samsara Eye and Lin Fan's eyes began to spin. Buzz. A terrifying pressure from the abyssal depths instantly swept through the entire tomb chamber. Ghostly aura filled the air, bone-chillingly cold, making one's soul tremble. At the same time, the space behind Lin Fan twisted violently. The next moment, a gigantic, hideous-faced Yama head materialized out of thin air. Ghostly aura swirled and murderous intent surged to the sky. The instant this Yama head appeared, the giant skeleton soul general of several dozen meters shuddered violently. Its soul body rippled uncontrollably, and the ghostly green soul flame in its eyes flickered violently. "What power is this?" A deadly sense of crisis instantly arose in the Tomb Master's heart, and its soul flame shrank. The next moment, without a second thought, the Tomb Master turned and fled, trying to escape. But it was too late. The Yama's enormous mouth snapped open. A thick pitch-black tongue covered in strange patterns shot out like lightning. In an instant it coiled around the giant skeleton soul general, locking tight. "No. Don't. Let me go." The Tomb Master let out a maddened roar, pouring all its half-step 7th rank soul power into a desperate struggle. Its power surged wildly, trying to break free. But no matter how it erupted, it was useless. The huge tongue slowly tightened, dragging the massive skeleton soul general toward the Yama's gaping mouth inch by inch. Finally, under Lin Fan's cold gaze, the entire skeleton remnant soul, which had fused with numerous ghost soldiers and was at half-step 7th rank, was forcibly dragged into the Yama's mouth. Crack! With a crisp sound, the Yama's mouth closed heavily. All the screams and soul power fluctuations vanished instantly without a trace. The 1,000-year-old remnant soul was thus completely devoured by the hell path, leaving not even a trace of soul essence. With the tomb master destroyed, the barrier and formation restrictions covering the tomb chamber immediately ceased. The ground was covered with corpse beetles and chaos fleeing in all directions. Think you can escape? Amaterasu. Lin Fan's eyes turned cold as he looked down at the scattering beetles, activating his 6th Samsara eye. The next moment, black and extinguishable flames appeared among the mutated corpse beetles and spread rapidly. Every beetle touched by the black flames of Amaterasu, without exception, were completely reduced to ashes in the sizzling sound of burning. Having accomplished all this, Lin Fan landed steadily back on the ground with Ling Qingyao. The vast main burial chamber was now utterly silent, leaving only a profound stillness. Thank goodness it's finally over. Ling Qingyao gently brushed the dust from her robes, then tucked a stray strand of hair behind her ear, a hint of mischievous glee sparkling in her eyes. Your strength is even greater than I imagined. Ling Qingyao blinked her light purple eyes at Lin Fan, a playful smile curling at the corners of her lips. Lin Fan paid no heed to her current demeanor. Instead, he turned his gaze to the Yanwang giant head behind him. He noticed that the giant head, which had been tightly shut, now had its massive mouth slightly ajar. The next moment, a fist-sized pitch-black spherical orb slowly floated out from within, hovering silently in midair. The orb was enveloped in a dense yet not violent energy, with surging torrents of power churning inside. What is this? Ling Qingyao asked curiously. It should be the residual energy condensed from the dissipation of that 1,000-year-old remnant soul, Lin Fan replied casually. Then, with a wave of his hand, the orb fell into his palm. The moment his fingers touched it, Lin Fan felt an intense chill emanating from the bead, and the overwhelming malevolent energy became even more distinct. After a brief moment of contemplation, Lin Fan stored it in his system space. As soon as this was done, the Yanwang giant head behind him dissolved into a puff of white smoke and vanished into the air of the burial chamber. You mentioned the center of the formation earlier. Should be right there, right? Lin Fan turned to Ling Qingyao, pointing toward the bronze coffin. Exactly. Ling Qingyao nodded, then walked straight toward the bronze coffin in the center of the chamber. As she reached it, she gently raised her hand. A faint purple spiritual energy slowly flowed out, precisely injecting into the array eye beneath the bronze coffin. Then her fingers quickly formed seals, methodically controlling the formation and the hidden mechanisms. With a soft click, the heavy bronze coffin slowly slid to the side under the workings of the mechanism. Beneath the coffin, a deep, faintly glowing passageway was gradually revealed. Let's go. This is the true core of the mausoleum, Ling Qingyao said with a smile as she turned. Lin Fan said nothing, merely nodded, and the two descended the stairs one after the other. They walked for a short while before reaching the end of the passage. What met their eyes was a secret chamber filled with treasures. Wow! This fellow has quite a collection of good stuff, Ling Qingyao exclaimed as she saw the scene in the chamber. Spirit stones were piled into a shimmering small mountain. There were also various weapons of excellent quality engraved with intricate patterns. Rare spirit herbs and pills were abundant. By the way, we agreed on 50-50. You won't back out, will you? Ling Qingyao suddenly spoke to Lin Fan, though her tone carried no trace of worry. Do I strike you as that kind of person? Lin Fan raised an eyebrow. I don't know. What if you think? As a weak woman, I can't resist anyway, right? Ling Qingyao blinked. Enough, stop joking. If I really wanted to take it all, I wouldn't be wasting words with you now. 50-50 is fine, but I get to choose first, Lin Fan said slowly. Alright, you're the boss. Ling Qingyao waved her hand and nodded in agreement. Then Lin Fan began his looting spree. He unceremoniously stored into his system space any treasures he deemed useful. That should about do it. The rest are yours. A few minutes later, Lin Fan clapped his hands after checking the entire chamber to ensure nothing was left behind. This guy is so greedy, Ling Qingyao muttered, but said nothing more. She swept the remaining items in the chamber into her storage ring. Of course, even if she had said something, it wouldn't have mattered. Done. Anything else you need? If not, I'll open the passage. After the spoils were divided, Ling Qingyao looked at Lin Fan. Now that you mention it, I do recall something, Lin Fan said after a moment of thought. Then, under Ling Qingyao's puzzled gaze, Lin Fan quickly left the chamber. After climbing the steps, he returned to the main burial chamber. Seeing the bodies scattered all over the floor of the main chamber, Lin Fan did not hesitate to start his old habit of looting the dead. When Ling Qingyao walked out of the passage and saw him, she was momentarily stunned. But she quickly recovered. This guy. So interesting. Ling Qingyao laughed. All right. Now I'm done. We can leave. A few minutes later Lin Fan finished his work, stood up and said to Ling Qingyao. She nodded slightly. Then she began to activate the core of the formation. With her movements a faintly glowing passageway gradually took shape before them. Through this passage you can leave the ruins directly. Ling Qingyao pointed her jade-like finger at the passage. Lin Fan nodded in response. Then they stepped into the passage one after the other. Light swirled within, and the moment they entered the spatial energy wrapped them securely. Lin Fan felt the scene around him shift rapidly. When Lin Fan steadied himself and his vision cleared, he found himself hovering above the lake at the entrance to the ruins. The lake below was calm and a gentle breeze brushed his face. Lin Fan instinctively turned to look beside him, but Ling Qingyao was nowhere to be seen. He was taken aback for a moment, then realized what had happened and let out a wry smile. On the surface she seemed fearless, but inside she was still panicking. Clearly Ling Qingyao had tampered with the teleportation passage, sending them to different locations. She was obviously still wary of him. Lin Fan shook his head lightly, not really bothered by it. After all, while it was somewhat unexpected, it was also reasonable. Lin Fan stopped thinking about it and landed steadily on the shore. The ruins business is done. Now the next step is... He paused, then turned his gaze toward the depths of Ileo Mountain, his eyes suddenly turning cold. In the midst of the Ileo Mountains by the lakeside, Lin Fan stood quietly on the shore, his gaze distant, looking toward the endless undulating depths of the Ileo Mountains. The distant forests were as dark as ink, entwined with mist and clouds, faintly exuding a savage and oppressive aura of murderous intent. Yet at this moment Lin Fan's eyes were icily cold. The next moment Lin Fan formed hand seals. Spiritual power surged within him, and the shadow clone technique was instantly executed. Bang! 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 Boom! With puff after puff of white smoke, 10 identical shadow clones of Lin Fan suddenly appeared around him. Proceed as planned, Lin Fan commanded. The 10 shadow clones, understanding his intent without a word, simultaneously nodded. The next instant the 10 figures transformed into 10 streaks of light, shooting toward 10 completely different directions of the Ileo Mountains. After darting into the deep dense forests, they were instantly swallowed by the thick mist and vanished without a trace. The lakeside fell silent once more. Lin Fan slowly withdrew his gaze. Then his left eye suddenly rippled with a deep pitch-black spatial distortion. A rapidly spinning spatial vortex appeared deep within his pupil. The next moment an intangible formless spatial power quietly enveloped Lin Fan's entire body. Lin Fan's body was swiftly consumed by the invisible spatial force, ultimately dissolving completely at the lakeside spot. No trace remained, he vanished into thin air. A moment later Lin Fan had stepped into his exclusive Shui space. This space was silent, barren, vast, and desolate. There were no sun, moon, or stars, no mountains or rivers. No wind or birdsong, not a trace of human habitation. As far as the eye could see, there was only a gray-white monotonous world with a hazy, boundless void. The entire space was deathly still, carrying a solitude and chill that isolated all worldly clamor. Immersed in this tranquil, empty Shui space, Lin Fan's restless thoughts instantly settled. The killings, conflicts, and vigilance of the outside world were all shut out. Lin Fan slowly sat cross-legged, then with a thought he raised his hand and took out the pitch-black orb from his system space, holding it quietly in his palm. The orb was the size of a fist, perfectly round and pitch-black, with a faint dark glow flowing over its surface. It was surrounded by a dense thick energy that was not violent. "I'll use this energy to break through," Lin Fan said, gently stroking the orb's surface with his fingertips, sensing the power contained within. With his mind made up, Lin Fan no longer hesitated. He closed his eyes and began to circulate the great wilderness, devouring heaven art. As the technique operated, the pitch-black orb in his palm blazed with light. Strands of dark light surged out like a tide, transforming into countless fine threads of energy that continuously poured into Lin Fan's body. The vast and mighty energy surged like a great river rushing to the sea. It washed through Lin Fan's limbs and bones, nourished his dantian and qi, and tempered his muscles, bones, and skin. Lin Fan's cultivation level rose accordingly. 3rd stage initial, 3rd stage intermediate, 3rd stage advanced. The realms advanced layer by layer, yet the immense energy still poured in unceasingly, completely filling his limbs and bones. His dantian and qi were completely filled with dense spiritual energy, every inch of flesh nourished and purified. Just as the spiritual energy within him could no longer hold any more, reaching absolute saturation. Lin Fan's realm had firmly reached third stage perfection. But this was not over. The energy within the orb continued to pour into his body. With his eyes tightly shut, Lin Fan began to fully activate the great wilderness-devouring heaven art, controlling the gaseous spiritual energy throughout his body to compress and condense violently. As the technique operated, the gaseous spiritual energy that originally filled his dantian and meridians. Under the guidance of the technique, it continuously contracted and coalesced, transforming into a more refined and substantial liquid state. Throughout this process, the spiritual energy fluctuations around Lin Fan grew increasingly intense. His meridians felt slightly swollen, yet Lin Fan kept them firmly under control. After an unknown period, when the last trace of gaseous spiritual energy had completely transformed into crystalline warm liquid spiritual power, and as it slowly flowed through his meridians and converged into his dantian, a powerful aura far surpassing the previous one suddenly erupted from Lin Fan's body. Lin Fan's realm also advanced from third stage perfection to officially enter fourth stage initial, joining the ranks of mid-level cultivators. At the same time, under the tempering of the orb's energy, Lin Fan's physical body, directly from tendon refining initiation to bone refining initiation. Huff! With a breath of turbid air expelled, Lin Fan slowly opened his eyes. This energy is even more vast than I imagined. Feeling the surging power within him, Lin Fan couldn't help but marvel inwardly. He had thought this breakthrough would definitely not be limited to just one realm. But he never expected it to take him directly from third stage initial across an entire major realm to fourth stage initial, leaping from a low-level cultivator to a mid-level cultivator. However, since I've broken through, I'll go out now. With that thought, Lin Fan no longer lingered. A spatial vortex once again appeared in his left eye. A moment later, Lin Fan's figure reappeared by the lakeside of the Ileo Mountains in the real world. As soon as his feet steadied on the ground, he felt a massive stream of information flood into his mind. After digesting the information from his clones, a smile curved on Lin Fan's lips. Finally found you, bastard! Through the memories transmitted by his clone, Lin Fan had already pinpointed the lair of the six-tiered Beast King. The location was clear, and the path was definite. Lin Fan's eyes suddenly turned cold without a moment's hesitation. His figure transformed into a streak of purple light shooting through the air. Following the route from his clone's memories, he sped straight into the deeper reaches of Ileo Mountain. His speed was so fast it was barely discernible to the naked eye. Deep into the mountain forest, the surrounding vegetation became increasingly desolate, and the ferocious aura grew heavier. Is this the place? After dozens of minutes, Lin Fan's footsteps came to a halt. Before him stretched a region completely different from the outside world. From the clone's memories, this place was the exclusive territory of the six-tiered Beast King. The entire domain was shrouded in thick, desolate mist, with ancient trees towering to the sky. Massive trees blocked the sun and sky, their branches twisted and intertwined, barely allowing sunlight to reach the ground. The ground was covered with jagged rocks crisscrossed with ravines and weeds taller than a man. Bleached bones and remains were scattered everywhere in the forest, exuding a thick scent of blood and desolation. Countless mutant beasts roamed, lurked, and patrolled among the trees. The weakest were all at the third tier. Every one of these beasts had eyes gleaming with bloodthirsty malice. They prowled across the territory, guarding this sovereign domain. Ordinary ability users, if they accidentally stepped into this place, would have to tread with bated breath, fearing to disturb these ferocious creatures. But at this moment, Lin Fan stood at the entrance of the territory, gazing at the scene of beasts everywhere, and deadly traps all around. Yet there was not a trace of fear on his face. His expression was calm, with only murderous intent in his eyes. He lifted his foot and strode directly into the Beast King's territory. He made no attempt to conceal his movements, actively walking toward the horde of beasts. The beasts were not blind. Lin Fan's blatant behavior was quickly noticed by them. Roar! A furious beastly roar erupted. A giant rock beast several zhang tall was the first to detect the intruder. Its eyes blazed with murderous light fixed on Lin Fan, and it spoke in a rough, booming voice. Human ant! How dare you trespass into the Beast King's domain? You're seeking death! Before the words faded, the giant rock beast charged violently toward Lin Fan. Every step made the ground tremble. Its massive fist, carrying overwhelming brute force, slammed down fiercely toward Lin Fan. The other beasts around were also stirred, pairs of bloodshot eyes locking onto Lin Fan. The forest instantly erupted with a chorus of roars and growls. Ha! A mere lowly human coming to die. Rock Mountain, don't smash the food too much, it won't taste as good. A series of low, ferocious voices emerged from all corners of the forest. The beasts revealed themselves one after another, some lurking in the treetops, some perched on rocks, some slowly approaching. Each exuded overwhelming murderous aura, gradually forming an encirclement around Lin Fan. However, facing the fierce attack of the giant rock beast and the threats and blockades of many high-tier beasts, Lin Fan, however, was completely indifferent. He suddenly activated his 6-Tomo Rinnegan, Shinra Tensei. The next moment, before the giant rock beast could even react, its body was sent flying by a powerful repulsive force. Boom! Its massive body crashed to the ground with a pitiful howl. But before it could recover, Lin Fan raised his hand and shot a bolt of lightning. Zap! 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 Under the lightning attack, the giant rock beast's body instantly turned charred black. Moments later, it completely lost its breath. The other beasts were enraged at the sight. Damned human! How dare you kill our kin? You're dead! The moment the words fell, dozens of beasts lunged at Lin Fan in unison. Some opened their mouths to spew toxic mist, some wrapped in wind and claws tore through the air. Some emitted sonic waves to shake the mind. Each used their own method, showing no mercy. In an instant, the entire jungle roared with beastly cries, murderous energy surging. Roars, shouts, and sounds of tearing air intertwined. You're asking for death. Lin Fan sneered at the sight, formed hand seals. With style tree world birth. The moment the words fell, Lin Fan's body suddenly erupted with boundless spiritual energy. The next moment, the originally jagged ground exploded. Countless massive tree roots, thick and glowing with a dark green luster, burst out of the earth. Like awakened ancient dragons, they wildly spread and grew in all directions. In the blink of an eye, the entire territory was completely enveloped by the madly proliferating trees. Towering ancient trees rose visibly from the ground. Branches twisted and intertwined, instantly weaving an impenetrable net that covered the sky. All the charging beasts were trapped within. Thanks to the fact that this place was originally a primeval forest, the vitality of the plants was already extremely abundant. This caused the power of Wood-style tree world birth to be elevated to its peak. Countless thick branches turned into sharp whips, lashing out at the beasts with devastating force. Third and fourth tier beasts had no time to defend. Their bodies were instantly torn open, bones broken, and sinews snapped. Moreover, countless sharp wooden spikes shot out from the trunks and vines. They pierced through the beast's flesh and struck vital points. Blood gushed out like a fountain, staining the ground beneath and the green leaves. In just a moment, the entire forest turned into a slaughterhouse. The sea of trees churned, branches danced wildly, every branch and every vine became a deadly weapon. The beasts' roars, wails, and cries pierced the sky. The originally ferocious and domineering beasts under this wood style that was nothing short of a natural disaster had no power to fight back, as insignificant as ants. The surviving fifth-tier beasts desperately unleashed their abilities to resist toxic mist, corroding claws, tearing sonic waves, shaking. But the madly growing trees seemed to possess endless vitality. Any damage healed instantly, and attacks fell on them like stones sinking into the sea, unable to shake the tree world at all. Some tried to flee but were tightly entangled by vines surging from all directions, dragged back into the sea of trees. A few minutes later, only the fifth-tier beasts remained, struggling desperately. The other third and fourth-tier beasts had already been completely swallowed by the sea of trees. The vast Beast King's territory had turned into a living hell. However, just as the remaining fifth-tier beasts were in despair, a ferocious aura far more overwhelming than all the beasts combined burst forth from the deepest part of the territory. This aura carried an ancient beast's domineering pressure, crushing down like a tsunami. The surrounding air instantly froze and the ground trembled violently. Roar! A roar that shook the heavens, filled with boundless fury and majesty, exploded. The sound waves swept across like a tangible force, shattering the towering ancient trees around. The next second, a massive body hundreds of feet long shot out from the dense fog and sea of trees deep in the territory, fully revealing itself before Lin Fan. It was a flood dragon covered in pitch-black scales. The scales were as hard as dark iron, gleaming with cold light, each as large as a millstone. Sunlight refracted off them, radiating a terrifying edge. The flood dragon's body coiled and twisted its thick torso enough to encircle several giant trees. The dragon's head was ferocious, its eyes red as blood locked onto Lin Fan. The dragon's eyes churned with world-destroying rage. The roar that shook the heavens still echoed through the mountain forest as the dark flood dragon Mankuin fully extricated its massive body from the shackles of the tree world. Hovering in midair, its crimson dragon eyes fixed firmly on Lin Fan, while a fierce and oppressive aura pressed down from all directions. Yet it did not strike directly. For although Mankuin had been deep within its territory, it had clearly sensed the scene of its subordinates being slaughtered to the last. This human before it had by his own strength swept through all the beasts under its command. It was evident that he was no ordinary being. The flood dragon Mankuin suppressed the raging fury in its heart, and lowered its enormous dragon head slightly. Speaking in human tongue, its voice hoarse and icy. "Human, we have no enmity. Why do you trespass into my domain and wantonly slaughter the beasts under my command? Lin Fan stood still, spiritual energy swirling around him, his six-tomo Rinnegan deep and profound. Gazing at the enraged dragon beast king before him, he sneered coldly. How don't you remember me? As he spoke, Lin Fan's gaze suddenly turned sharp, his tone laced with bone-chilling coldness. Back then you led the beast tide to destroy Tianhe City. At that time your underlings chased me with great relish. Today it's time to settle this score. The dragon beast king was momentarily stunned, its massive body freezing slightly. Memories surged in its mind like a tide. When Tianhe City was destroyed, that tiny human figure that barely escaped from the encirclement slowly overlapped with the Lin Fan before its eyes. Mankun's pupils contracted violently, disbelief filling its dragon eyes as it roared. How can it be you? In such a short time, how could you have become so strong? Mankun's shock was beyond measure. It could not comprehend how the human it had once crushed like an ant now possessed the terrifying power to easily slaughter the beasts under its command. Such a rate of growth defied its understanding. Enough talk. Today you will die. Lin Fan could not be bothered to waste more words with Mankun. The power of his Rinnegan began to churn, wildly distorting the air around him. This technique I have never used in actual combat before. Today I will use it to send you on your way. As the words fell, the six-tomo in Lin Fan's eyes spun furiously. An overwhelming torrent of pupil power erupted from Lin Fan like a tsunami shooting straight into the sky. Complete Susanoo. Boom. The next moment a colossal azure giant hundreds of meters tall slowly materialized before Mankun's shocked gaze. The Susanoo was clad in thick azure armor, its face ferocious and majestic. A pair of massive energy wings unfurled from its back and an awe-inspiring pressure coiled around its form. In its hand it gripped a purple Susanoo blade, dozens of jang long, the blade exuding a razor-sharp edge that seemed capable of severing all things in the world. The flood dragon Mankun gazed at the Susanoo, which seemed like an ancient war god descending, and a hint of fear crept into its enormous dragon eyes. It could clearly sense the power radiating from the azure giant. Roar! Yet even with fear in its heart, the dignity of a sixth-order beast king would not allow it to retreat. The flood dragon Mankun roared, its dark scales glowing with a dim light. Summoning its full strength, its massive body wrapped in boundless ferocity charged straight at the Susanoo. Its dragon claws swiped, aiming to tear the giant apart. Overreaching! Lin Fan snorted coldly, and with the thought the complete Susanoo moved. The Susanoo's massive hand gripped the giant blade and swung it fiercely. A condensed azure blade light streaked across the sky, carrying an unstoppable momentum, directly slashing toward the dragon beast king. Boom! The blade light collided with the dragon beast king's attack. The king's all-out strike crumbled before the Susanoo's assault, instantly shattered. Then the Susanoo took a great stride forward. Its massive hand seized the dragon beast king's body, clamping it with immense force. No matter how wildly the dragon struggled, roared, or spewed dragon breath, it could not budge the Susanoo an inch. Each fierce attack that struck the Susanoo's armor only created ripples, then dissipated completely, leaving not even a trace. What kind of power is this? The flood dragon Mankun was now filled with despair, its eyes brimming with terror and resentment. But the power of the complete Susanoo far exceeded its imagination. It was like a trapped prey in a steel cage, utterly powerless. Don't worry, I won't let you die so quickly. I will torture you bit by bit, making you die in agony. Lin Fan's eyes were cold, devoid of any mercy. As Lin Fan spoke, the Susanoo slowly tightened its grip. The immense pressure continuously crushed the dragon beast king's body. Scales began to crack inch by inch, blood gushed from the gap, staining the forest below. Agonized howls rose and fell, Mankun's body convulsed. Every sinew and bone shattered in excruciating pain. Mankun wanted to beg for mercy, but the agony choked its throat, allowing only piteous wails. Lin Fan controlled the Susanoo, peeling off Mankun's scales one by one. At first Mankun screamed in agony. Annoyed by the noise, Lin Fan tore out its tongue. The entire process lasted over 10 minutes before Lin Fan stopped. By then the Beast King Mankun in the Susanoo's grasp had completely lost its life force. Its massive body hung limp, motionless. This sixth-order Beast King, which had destroyed the entire Tianhe City, had been tortured to death in endless agony. Phew! It's over! Lin Fan let out a long sigh. But before Lin Fan could fully relax, a terrifying aura far surpassing that of a sixth-order Beast King suddenly erupted from deeper within Laoai Mountain, sweeping over like an apocalyptic storm. The next moment a condensed black energy beam pierced the sky, carrying world-destroying force, hurtling straight toward Lin Fan. Judging by the attack's intensity, the attacker was at least a seventh-order existence. Clearly the commotion of the battle had alarmed the being dwelling in the core of Laoai Mountain. This strike was terrifyingly powerful. The space it passed through quivered slightly, and the forest below was ground to dust by the pressure. Lin Fan's eyes narrowed, but he showed no fear. With a thought, the complete Susanoo gripped the Susanoo blade and slashed fiercely against the incoming attack. Boom! The azure blade light and the black energy beam collided. A deafening explosion erupted and shockwaves swept in all directions. Ancient trees within hundreds of meters collapsed, and the ground was plowed into a bottomless trench. The ground beneath the complete Susanoo shattered, and the entire giant was forced back a step by the immense force. But it had blocked the strike. A seventh-order beast emperor! Lin Fan sensed the power of the attack, his eyes growing serious. Then he made a decision. This place is not safe to linger. Lin Fan was not afraid of this seventh-order beast emperor. With his current strength, he could fight a seventh-order being. But if he stayed entangled with it, he might attract even stronger entities. Lin Fan knew that the depths of Laoai Mountain were extremely dangerous. In the past, genuine seventh-order powerhouses had fallen here, presumably slain by some terrifying existence. With that thought, Lin Fan hesitated no longer. He waved his hand. The next moment, the corpse of the Flood Dragon Man Kun and the bodies of the fifth-order beasts slain earlier were all collected into his system space. As for the third and fourth-order beasts, their bodies were already mangled beyond recognition by the wood-released birth of a world of trees. Having no value, Lin Fan simply extracted their cores and ignored them. The moment Lin Fan finished collecting, the aura of the seventh-order beast emperor was already closing in. But Lin Fan was not flustered. With a thought, he activated his sixth Tomo Rinnegan. In an instant, a spatial vortex enveloped Lin Fan and his figure vanished from the spot. Only the carnage and blood remained. In a modest room of the resettlement area in Sha City, Nanhu Province, a faint spatial vortex quietly took shape in midair, its ripples gently undulating. The next moment, Lin Fan stepped out from within the vortex, landing steadily on the floor. As soon as his feet touched the ground, he couldn't help but let out a light sigh, a trace of weariness evident between his brows. Such a heavy toll! Having directly teleported from Laoai Mountain in Yun Province, spanning over 1,000 kilometers, in a single leap, he had arrived straight at Sha City in Nanhu Province. At this moment, Lin Fan felt a profound fatigue from overexertion of his spiritual energy. Fortunately, I've now stepped into the mid-tier and have ample chi. Otherwise, this teleportation might have drained me dry. Lin Fan flexed his limbs and stretched his waist, eliciting a series of soft crackles from his joints. Then he walked over to the water dispenser and poured a cup of warm water. He tilted his head back and drank slowly, the parchness in his throat instantly soothed. After that, he went to the living room sofa and sat down, then opened the system panel. This trip to Yun Province had been quite fruitful. It was time to take stock. With the thought, Lin Fan summoned a translucent virtual system panel before his eyes. Host Lin Fan's superpower S-level thunder power cultivation art Da Huang Tunshin Ju skills would release Tree World Fire, release Great Fire Annihilation Shadow Clone Technique, Flying Thunder God Technique. System points 2009850. Gazing at the string of over 2 million points on the panel, a glint of delight flickered in Lin Fan's eyes. Yet just as Lin Fan was rejoicing inwardly, a crisp system prompt suddenly rang in his mind. Ding! Detected that the host's points have exceeded the 2 million mark, meeting the system upgrade conditions. After the upgrade, new and mysterious functions will be unlocked. Does the host wish to proceed with the system upgrade now? The system can be upgraded. Hearing the prompt, Lin Fan was taken aback. He glanced at the over 2 million points, then at the upgrade notice, and fell into a moment of hesitation. Those 2 million points were the hard-earned fruits of this journey. Spending them all at once was a bit painful. But after a brief deliberation, he made up his mind. Points could be earned again, by hunting aberrant beasts or completing tasks. There were always ways. But the system was his greatest asset and trump card. Once the system upgraded, unlocking mysterious new abilities would bring immeasurable benefits. The choice was clear. System, initiate the upgrade. Without further hesitation, Lin Fan spoke in his mind. Ding. Host confirmed system upgrade. This upgrade will deduct 2 million points. The system is now entering the upgrade process. All functions will remain available during the upgrade unaffected. Estimated upgrade duration 72 hours. As the prompt faded, the over 2 million points on the panel plummeted back to square one. Only a paltry 9850 points remained. Lin Fan stared at the empty points column, the corner of his eye twitching. He simply closed the system panel, out of sight, out of mind. Leaning back on the sofa, Lin Fan surveyed the bare resettlement room, inexplicably feeling a faint sense of unease. Strange, when did I become so sentimental? He muttered to himself, shaking his head with a wry smile and dismissing the odd emotion. Ring. Just then the phone on the table blared, shattering the silence. Huh! Who is it? Lin Fan picked up the phone and pressed the answer button. A gentle yet slightly flirtatious female voice came through the receiver. Lin Fan, little brother, school starts the day after tomorrow. Are you all set? When you arrive in Moda, remember to call me and I'll pick you up at the airport. Hearing the voice, Lin Fan recognized her immediately. Who else could it be but Su Qingyuan? But her words left him stunned, his face full of confusion. Huh! School starts the day after tomorrow. Lin Fan was baffled. In his memory, the college entrance exam had ended only a little over a month ago. University normally began 2 months after the exam. So there should have been a full month left before the semester started. How could it suddenly be the day after tomorrow? Bewildered, he quickly opened the calendar on his phone. When he saw the date on the screen, he was completely stunned. The calendar clearly showed August 30th. Lin Fan's heart jolted. He distinctly remembered that it was only July 6th when he entered the Laoai mountain ruins in Yun province. Could it be that the time flow inside the ruins is different from the outside world? 1 day inside the ruins and nearly a month passed outside. After a moment of thought, he could only come up with this relatively plausible explanation. In the end, Lin Fan had no choice but to accept the fact. On the other end of the line, Su Qingyuan, having not heard a response for a while, spoke again with a hint of confusion. Hey! Lin Fan, little brother, why aren't you talking? Is the signal bad? Snapping back to reality, Lin Fan composed himself and replied calmly. No, Instructor Su. I understand. I'm ready for the start of school. Instructor Su. That makes me sound so old. Just call me Sister Su in private, I'm not that much older than you. Su Qingyuan laughed. Lin Fan hesitated briefly, then went along. Got it, Su. Sister. There, that's better. Her tone brightened noticeably. So it's settled. When you arrive at Moda Airport the day after tomorrow, give me a call. I'll pick you up and give you a tour of the campus. Okay, I will, Lin Fan replied. Alright, then I'll hang up now. Talk to you later. After a bit more casual chatter, Su Qingyuan ended the call. After the call, Lin Fan put down his phone. He leaned back on the sofa, rubbing his chin. University, huh? I went to university once in my past life and now I have to go again. But honestly, with my current strength, going to university feels a bit. Nanhu Province, Shacheng City International Airport. The crowd surged, the clamor weaving into a symphony of noise. In the spacious and bright terminal, massive floor-to-ceiling windows fractured the sunlight into dappled shadows that spilled across the gleaming marble floor. Travelers hurried back and forth, dragging suitcases of various kinds between check-in counters, security checkpoints, and boarding gates. Broadcasts circulated announcements of flight departures and arrivals, while flight attendants in neat uniforms guided passengers with professional smiles. The air carried a faint coffee aroma, and the sound of luggage wheels rolling on the floor. Lin Fan wore a black face mask that covered most of his face, leaving only a pair of clear, calm eyes visible, dressed in simple casual attire. His figure was upright, not conspicuous in the crowd, yet exuding an air of detachment. At this moment, Lin Fan was talking on the phone while making his way toward the boarding gate area. Sister Su, I've arrived at the airport and am about to board the plane, so I'll hang up now. Lin Fan's voice came through the mask, slightly muffled. Alright, be careful on the way. Call me as soon as you land at Shanghai Airport, I'll wait for you at the exit. Su Qingyuan's enchanting voice came from the other end of the line. Lin Fan acknowledged and hung up. Putting his phone in his pocket, he followed the flow of people to the check-in counter to process his boarding formalities. He then proceeded through the security checkpoint in an orderly manner. The security check was quick, and Lin Fan followed the directional signs, smoothly reaching his designated boarding gate and joining the queue to board. Once the boarding gate opened, Lin Fan followed the line, presenting his boarding pass in turn. Stepping onto the jet bridge, he entered the aircraft cabin. Upon entering the plane, a spacious cabin came into view. Rows of seats were neatly arranged, with passengers filing in one after another. Around him were the soft clicks of luggage compartments closing, low conversational murmurs, and the flight attendant's gentle boarding announcements. Following the seat number on his boarding pass, Lin Fan walked toward the middle of the cabin. His eyes scanned the seat numbers and he quickly found his own spot. Without hesitation, Lin Fan sat down directly. His seat was in the middle. To his left by the window sat a young girl of similar age. Her skin was fair, her features lively, with a high ponytail that gave off a fresh, youthful vitality. To his right by the aisle sat a middle-aged man wearing black-framed glasses and a simple shirt. He had a refined demeanor, bowing his head to sort through documents in his hands. As soon as Lin Fan settled into his seat, the girl by the window turned her face immediately. A sweet smile graced her lips as she proactively approached to chat, her tone friendly and familiar. Hello there. I'm Yu Miao Miao. Brother, you look about my age. Are you traveling alone to another place? Lin Fan activated his perception, scanning the girl before him. Sensing that she only emitted a pure youthful aura with no trace of malice or spiritual aggression, he replied, No, it's the start of the semester. I'm going to school for registration. Registration? You're also going to university? Yu Miao Miao's eyes lit up, her body leaning forward slightly as she curiously asked. Then which school are you going to? Shanghai University, Lin Fan answered concisely. Ah, that's too coincidental. Yu Miao Miao's eyes widened instantly, her face full of delight, her voice unconsciously rising a few octaves. I'm also a new student heading to Shanghai University for registration. I never expected to meet an alumnus on the plane. Oh, really? Hearing this, a subtle surprise flickered in Lin Fan's eyes. It should be known that Shanghai University, as a top institution in Longhua, admitted students who were rare birds nationwide each year. The probability of such an encounter was indeed not high. Second stage, early phase, no wonder. Lin Fan quietly sensed again Yu Miao Miao's cultivation aura. A clear second stage, early phase spiritual energy fluctuation slowly surfaced, making Lin Fan understand. Oh right, I haven't asked your name yet. What's your name? Yu Miao Miao patted her forehead, asking with a look of annoyance. Lin Fan. Lin Fan. Yu Miao Miao silently repeated the name in her mouth. She paused for a moment, then suddenly realized, her eyes popping wide open. She covered her mouth to prevent a scream from bursting out. Wait. Are you Lin Fan? That Lin Fan who was the National College Entrance Examination champion? I thought your figure looked familiar. No wonder you're wearing a mask. Hey, can you keep it down? I don't want to be surrounded. Seeing the girl's excited appearance, Lin Fan could only give a wry smile, and warned her in a low voice. Oh. Sorry. I got too excited, lost my composure. Yu Miao Miao hurriedly covered her mouth, nodding repeatedly in apology. A faint blush rose on her face as she struggled to calm her emotions, daring not to speak loudly again. Are you Lin Fan, the student mentored by Su Qingyuan? Just then the bespectacled middle-aged man by the aisle suddenly put down his documents. Adjusting his glasses, he looked at Lin Fan and began to speak. Who are you? Lin Fan turned to look at the middle-aged man, a hint of confusion in his eyes. Let me introduce myself. I'm Zhou Ming, the director of the Academic Affairs Office at Shanghai University. Zhou Ming said with a gentle smile, his tone composed. I didn't expect this flight to be so coincidental that two new students from Shanghai University would be sitting beside me. He paused, continuing. Both of you are coming to Shanghai for the first time, right? After we land, just follow me directly. I'll take you to the school to handle registration procedures so you won't waste time detouring. Thank you for your kindness, Director Zhou, but I've already arranged with my mentor. She'll come to the airport to pick me up, so I won't trouble you. Lin Fan politely declined. I see, that's fine then. Zhou Ming didn't mind upon hearing this, nodding with a smile. He then turned to look at Yu Miao Miao beside him. What about you, student? Your name is Yu Miao Miao, right? Does your mentor or anyone else come to pick you up? I don't. No one is coming to pick me up. Yu Miao Miao said somewhat embarrassingly, then hurriedly bowed. Then I'll trouble Director Zhou, thank you. No problem, I'm returning to the school anyway, it's on the way. Zhou Ming waved his hand, his tone kind. Just as the three were conversing, the cabin broadcast suddenly rang out. The flight attendant's gentle and clear voice spread throughout the cabin. Attention all passengers, the plane is about to take off, please fasten your seatbelts. Switch off your mobile phones or set them to flight mode, thank you for your cooperation. Meanwhile, the flight attendants began checking passengers' seatbelts one by one, reminding everyone to prepare for takeoff. Lin Fan, Yu Miao Miao, and Zhou Ming all stopped their conversation. They took out their phones, set them to flight mode, put them away, and then fastened their seatbelts. With everything ready, the aircraft slowly taxiing from the boarding gate, beginning to glide on the runway. Then the speed increased, the engines emitting a deep, powerful roar, the fuselage trembling slightly. Accompanied by a strong backward push, the aircraft rose its head and soared into the clouds. The plane gradually climbed, first piercing through cloud layers, finally stabilizing at an altitude of 10,000 meters. Outside the window was an endless azure sky and cotton candy white clouds, a magnificent scene. Perhaps because Director Zhou Ming was sitting nearby, Yu Miao Miao's originally lively disposition was restrained considerably. Daring not to chat casually as before, she quietly watched the sea of clouds outside the window. Seeing this, Lin Fan, on the contrary, was happy to have peace, slowly closing his eyes and leaning back in his seat to rest. The entire plane flew smoothly for dozens of minutes, always gliding above the cloud layers. But just as Lin Fan was about to fall asleep, the fuselage suddenly transmitted a violent turbulence without warning. It was as if being hit hard by a heavy object, the luggage racks above the seats trembling slightly. Many passengers were shaken sideways, letting out low gasps. Sensing the commotion, Lin Fan abruptly opened his eyes and looked around. And just then the aircraft's emergency broadcast sounded urgently. Attention all passengers, the plane has just been attacked by flying creatures. Please do not panic, the aircraft's spiritual energy shield has been fully activated. The aerial counterattack mode has been initiated, please remain seated. Fasten your seatbelts, do not move around freely. Following that, the same content was repeated in English. The originally somewhat panicked passengers, upon hearing the broadcast, their tense hearts instantly relaxed, everyone breathing a sigh of relief. So that's how it is, scared me. Luckily the aircraft has a spiritual energy shield. Nowadays flying creatures are becoming more numerous, but commercial aircraft have strong protection and counterattack capabilities, no need to be afraid. Exactly, just sit comfortably, professionals will handle it. The discussions in the cabin gradually subsided, everyone relaxing again. But this tranquility lasted only a few seconds when the aircraft fuselage suddenly transmitted turbulence several times more severe than before. A violent turbulence once again shook the entire passenger aircraft, its fuselage groaning with a metallic whine under the strain. Outside the window, the pale blue spiritual energy shield flickered intensely, with fine cracks spreading across its surface. The passengers, who had barely calmed down moments before, instantly turned pale. Cries of alarm erupted one after another, and the relaxed expressions were completely replaced by panic. Many gripped the armrests tightly, their eyes filled with terror. Meanwhile, at the front of the cabin inside the forward service galley, the chief purser, her face grim, hurried to the cockpit door and knocked urgently. After receiving permission from the captain, she slipped into the cramped cockpit, her voice urgent. Captain, the beast attacks are intensifying. The spiritual energy shield can only hold for at most 10 minutes. Inside the cockpit, the captain stared at the flashing warning data on the instrument panel, cold sweat beading on his forehead. The co-pilot struggled to maneuver the plane, trying to evade the beast's collisions, but the flying creature was incredibly fast. No matter how they tried to dodge, the impacts came relentlessly. The anti-beast weapons on board are completely ineffective against it. It's at least a 5th-rank beast. The captain gritted his teeth, his fingers clenched around the control yoke. The strongest member of the security team, Captain Zhang, is only at the 4th-rank peak. A 5th-rank beast is beyond our capacity to handle. Then what do we do? The chief purser asked, her voice trembling. Once the shield breaks, the consequences. Make an immediate public announcement. Seek assistance from any superpowered individuals on board. The captain took a deep breath, his eyes resolute. But Captain, if we broadcast, the passengers will panic. The chief purser worried. At a time like this, who cares about panic? The captain cut her off. If we don't find a strong person, everyone will die. Panic is better than total annihilation. The chief purser fell silent, at a loss for words. After a moment of silence, the captain turned to a flight attendant nearby. Go to the cabin and make an announcement. Ask if there are any 5th-rank or above ability users on board. Plead for their help against the beast. We'll do our best to stabilize the plane and buy them time. Understood. The flight attendant turned and strode out of the cockpit, picked up the cabin microphone, took a deep breath, and pressed the call button. Her usually gentle voice was now laden with urgency and gravity, echoing through every corner of the cabin. Attention all passengers. Attention all passengers. This flight is under attack by a 5th-rank flying beast. We urgently request the assistance of any 5th-rank or above ability user on board. Please step forward to confront the beast and ensure the safety of everyone on board. Repeat, this flight is under attack by a 5th-rank flying beast. The moment the broadcast ended, the cabin fell into dead silence, then erupted into even greater chaos. A 5th-rank beast. Oh my God, what are we going to do? It's over, I don't want to die. Is there any 5th-rank powerhouse? Save us. Panic spread completely, passengers' faces deathly pale. Cries and murmurs mingled, the scene descending into disorder. Amidst the chaos, Zhou Ming, who had been sitting to Lin Fan's right, slowly removed his glasses and stood up. The noisy cabin instantly quieted down, all eyes turning to him. I'll handle this. Zhou Ming stood, his gaze fixed toward the chief purser at the front, his voice steady and firm. Hearing this, the chief purser was instantly relieved. She hurried over, her voice brimming with excitement. Sir, are you really a 5th-rank ability user? Yes, I am the Dean of Academic Affairs at Modi University, currently at the 5th-rank peak. Zhou Ming nodded in reply. That's wonderful. Thank you, sir. Thank you. Please come with me. We'll prepare an emergency high-altitude ejection device and a protective parachute just in case. As she spoke, the chief purser turned to fetch the emergency equipment. No need. I am a wind element ability user with flight capability. Time is critical. Lead the way. Zhou Ming waved his hand lightly, a faint aura of wind spiritual energy swirling around him. The chief purser understood the urgency, and quickly turned to lead the way. Before stepping forward, Zhou Ming seemed to remember something. He turned to Yi Miao Miao and Lin Fan. Stay seated in the cabin, fasten your seatbelts, and don't panic. Without waiting for a response, Zhou Ming moved. He strode quickly toward the emergency exit at the rear of the cabin. Seeing his approach, the crew immediately stepped forward. Under the captain's orders, they unlocked the emergency exit and prepared for external safety procedures. Who? Zhou Ming took a deep breath, sensing the ferocious beast's aura transmitted through the shield, his eyes solemn. Crack! The emergency exit slid open slowly. Gazing at the 10,000-meter drop below, and the biting wind whipping against his face, Zhou Ming showed no fear. He leaped without hesitation. The next moment his wind spiritual energy surged. An emerald wind radiance enveloped his body, transforming him into a sharp streak of light flying through the high altitude. He charged straight toward the fifth-rank flying beast circling the passenger plane. As he left the aircraft, he finally got a clear view of the monster attacking the plane. The flying beast was covered in pitch-black iron-hard scales. Its wings spanned a full 20 meters, the edges gleaming with a cold metallic luster. Its body was half the size of the plane. On its ferocious head, a pair of blood-red beast eyes burned with bloodthirsty malevolence. Its sharp beak glinted, and its claws were like deadly blades. Each swing produced a sonic boom that tore through the air. Sensing Zhou Ming's presence, it abandoned its assault on the plane and abruptly turned, diving toward him. Its menacing pressure swept across the entire sky. Wretched beast, how dare you! Zhou Ming shouted coldly, unleashing his wind element ability to the fullest. Dozens of emerald wind blades several meters long materialized around him. The edges of the blades shimmered with cold light, emitting sharp whistles as they cut through the air, raining down on the beast like a storm. Roar! The beast bellowed, making no attempt to dodge, relying solely on its pitch-black scales to withstand the assault. Clang! 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 The wind blades struck the beast's scales, only producing a series of dazzling sparks. Not even a single scratch remained. Damn it! In this environment my ability is severely weakened. Zhou Ming's eyes narrowed, realizing the predicament. Since wind is essentially flowing air at this high altitude, the air is thin. Thus, as a wind element ability user, Zhou Ming's combat power was greatly diminished. However, he was after all the Dean of Academic Affairs at Modi University, possessing formidable strength. With rich combat experience, he quickly devised a countermeasure. His hands formed seals, rapidly causing wind spiritual energy around him to surge. A rotating wind wall formed in front of him, while Zhou Ming himself used the wind to retreat swiftly, trying to create distance and seek an opportunity. But Zhou Ming misjudged one thing: he underestimated the flying beast's speed. The next moment the beast flapped its wings. Its massive form closed in instantly, and its gleaming claws struck straight at Zhou Ming's chest. The claw wind was so fierce that it tore apart the surrounding wind spiritual energy. Caught off guard, Zhou Ming hastily summoned wind spiritual energy to form a shield. Bang! A faint sound echoed. The shield shattered instantly, and the immense impact traveled through his arm, spreading throughout his body. Zhou Ming felt a tightness in his chest, his body flying backward like a kite, with its string cut, a trace of blood seeping from the corner of his mouth. Yet during the backward flight he endured the churning energy within him. With a flick of his finger, a thick wind rope formed instantly. He attempted to bind the beast's wings and restrict its movement. But the beast roared again, releasing a dense black energy from its body. The wind rope Zhou Ming controlled shattered upon contact with the energy. Then the beast opened its mouth and spat a jet-black energy beam straight at Zhou Ming's face. Zhou Ming dodged sideways but was a fraction too slow. The energy beam grazed his shoulder, tearing his sleeve and burning his skin, with the residual energy drawing blood. After just a few exchanges, the outcome was clear. This flying beast possessed an inherently unmatched physical strength with no wasted moves. Every attack was a lethal strike. Zhou Ming fought with all his might, unleashing wind blades, wind walls, and wind binds in rapid succession. Yet he could not breach the beast's defense, and was instead driven back step by step. His spiritual energy drained rapidly, his breathing grew erratic. He was beaten back continuously, on the verge of falling to the beast's claws. Inside the passenger plane, the passengers watching the heart-stopping battle through the windows had their hearts in their throats. Many covered their mouths, not daring to make a sound. At an altitude of 10,000 meters, the air was thin and bitingly cold. Zhou Ming struggled to steady his faltering stance, the wound on his shoulder throbbing with excruciating pain. His spiritual energy was nearly depleted, and even sustaining flight became difficult. He looked up at the beast before him, its aura overwhelming, slowly flapping its wings ready to deliver another fatal blow. Behind him, the passenger plane's spiritual energy shield was cracking more and more, about to shatter at any moment. Zhou Ming's gaze swept over the terrified, helpless faces inside the cabin. Hundreds of lives now hung on him alone. Damned beast! I'll give my life to take you down with me! Zhou Ming roared, all his spiritual energy beginning to erupt. He was a 5th-rank ability user, the Dean of Academic Affairs at Modi University. There was no retreat, and he could not retreat. A desperate resolve to die instantly overwhelmed all hesitation. In the thin air at high altitude, his roar could not reach the beast's ears. But his fury and indignation surged to the peak. As his words fell, the remaining spiritual energy around him began to churn violently. The 5th-rank peak spiritual energy surged without reservation. It even started to reverse its flow, sending sharp pain through his meridians, twisting his face in agony. Zhou Ming had made up his mind he would detonate all his spiritual energy to fight the beast to the death through self-destruction. Even if he shattered into pieces, he would buy a slim chance of survival for the people on the plane. But at that critical moment, just as Zhou Ming was about to self-destruct, a figure appeared beside him without warning. Then a warm hand gently patted his shoulder. Zhou Ming then heard a calm, composed voice, yet filled with absolute confidence, slowly speaking in his ear. Enough, Dean Zhou. You've done well. Leave the rest to me. All right, Director Zhou, you've done well enough. Leave the rest to me. Lin Fan's voice came from beside his ear. Zhou Ming trembled and turned around. His gaze traveled from the hand resting on his shoulder slowly up to Lin Fan's calm, impassive face. Shock crashed into his mind like a heavy hammer. Floating in midair, a high-level ability user. The thought exploded in Zhou Ming's mind, leaving his thoughts in chaos. No, this can't be possible. A high-level ability user, what an extraordinary concept. In an entire province there were only a handful of them. They were top-tier existences capable of shaking an entire region, honored as guests by all powers. Zhou Ming instinctively denied the thought, but the sight of Lin Fan steadily floating in the air left no room for doubt. Could it be a wind-type ability? No, that's not right. I remember from the records that he has a lightning-type ability. Zhou Ming's mind churned with uncertainty, but the moment the thought surfaced he crushed it completely. He was the Dean of Academic Affairs at Modi University, and had seen Lin Fan's records. They stated that Lin Fan's ability was a mutated lightning type. Moreover, Lin Fan's ability was no secret across the nation. These 3 contradictions that defied common perception instantly tangled Zhou Ming's thoughts into a mess. Lin Fan naturally sensed the storm raging in Zhou Ming's heart, but he paid no heed. At that moment the 5th-rank flying beast had already gathered its fatal strike. A beam of black energy shot straight toward them, its fierce aura sweeping across the sky. But in that instant Lin Fan's figure turned into a streak of purple light streaking across the 10,000-meter sky. Purple lightning coiled around his body, blood and chi surging within. No flashy moves, just a simple unadorned punch aimed directly at the beast's head. Bang! A soft sound rang out, and the purple lightning instantly swelled, tearing through the sky. The 5th-rank flying beast that had blazed with ferocity moments ago, and remained unscathed despite Zhou Ming's full power assault, didn't even let out a complete roar before its massive head was shattered by that single punch. Black scales, flesh and blood splattered in all directions. The beast's headless body instantly lost its support, and plummeted rapidly from the sky. But the next second Lin Fan stored it into his system space, vanishing without a trace. Seeing this, Zhou Ming was dumbfounded again. One move. Just one move. He had exhausted every effort against that 5th-rank beast and couldn't overcome it. Yet Lin Fan had annihilated it so effortlessly. Zhou Ming felt as if he hadn't woken up yet. Director Zhou, why are you spacing out? It's already dealt with. Let's go back to the cabin. Lin Fan slowly withdrew his fist, the lightning around him gradually receding, and turned to speak to the still-dazed Zhou Ming. Okay. Okay. Zhou Ming snapped out of his extreme shock, nodded mechanically, and then the two of them flew back into the cabin one after another. Bang! The emergency hatch slowly closed. Inside the cabin, the passengers who had survived the ordeal breathed a collective sigh of relief, their gazes toward the 2 men filled with gratitude and awe. The head flight attendant who had been waiting at the cabin door stepped forward quickly, her eyes reddened. Her voice was filled with sincerity and excitement as she bowed deeply to the two. Director Zhou, we are truly grateful to both of you. If you hadn't intervened, the consequences would have been unthinkable. Thank you so much. Yes, the head attendant is right. We owe you two a great debt. The other crew members also stepped forward to express their gratitude. Zhou Ming waved his hand and pointed at Lin Fan, saying to the head attendant, The one who truly resolved the crisis is him. I was merely showing off my inadequate skills. The head attendant immediately turned to Lin Fan and offered her sincere thanks. Lin Fan simply nodded unconcerned. After thanking them, the head attendant busied herself with calming the passengers. She directed the flight attendants to stabilize the order in the cabin. A few minutes later the cabin gradually returned to calm. Lin Fan and Zhou Ming went back to their seats and sat down. The surrounding passengers occasionally glanced their way, but no one dared to approach. After Zhou Ming sat down, his inner doubts and curiosity surged uncontrollably. After a long silence, he finally couldn't hold back and turned to Lin Fan. Lin Fan, I really can't figure it out. You're clearly a lightning-type ability user. How can you float in midair? That's something only high-level ability users can do. And you took down that 5th-rank beast with a single move. Do you realize that's a 5th-rank beast, not a head of cabbage? Just what level of strength do you have? A series of questions poured out of Zhou Ming, his eyes fixed intently on Lin Fan, full of inquiry. Director Zhou, everyone has their own secrets. Lin Fan turned his head slightly and glanced at Zhou Ming but did not answer his question. That single simple sentence instantly lodged all the questions on Zhou Ming's lips in his throat, leaving him speechless. Zhou Ming had no choice but to give up. The atmosphere grew somewhat silent. After a moment of quiet, as if a thought occurred to him, Zhou Ming adjusted his glasses and spoke again. With your current strength coming to Modi University as a freshman, isn't that a bit? Zhou Ming didn't finish the sentence, but the implication was clear. I've thought the same, but I had already agreed to come to Modi University. And I don't have any particularly good arrangements at the moment. Lin Fan sighed softly and explained. In that case, I'll mention it to the president. I'll try to get you a position as a tutor on campus. Are you interested? Zhou Ming pondered briefly, a thought quickly forming in his mind. He leaned forward slightly, his tone suggestive. Oh, what do you mean? Lin Fan's usually calm eyes flickered with interest, and he asked immediately. When new students first enter Modi University, they undergo a month-long military training. This training isn't simple drills, it's a trial and test the school gives to freshmen. The school directly sends the new students into the wilderness for practical combat experience. Zhou Ming paused here, then continued. When I go back, I'll talk to the president and have you take the position of head instructor for this freshman training. What do you think? Are there any benefits to being the head instructor? Lin Fan asked after a brief thought. Of course. According to past practice, after this month, Modi University typically pays the head instructor a remuneration of 50 million Longwood dollars or items of equivalent value. Zhou Ming said with a smile. Then I'll take it. Lin Fan nodded after a brief consideration. Did I hear something I shouldn't have? A timid voice came from the side. Lin Fan and Zhou Ming turned to look and saw Yi Miao Miao looking utterly nervous. Lin Fan turned to Zhou Ming. Haha, don't be nervous, Yi Miao Miao. This isn't a secret. Zhou Ming couldn't help but laugh. Yi Miao Miao, you should watch fewer movies. Your imagination is a bit too vivid. Lin Fan also chuckled. No way. That's not true. Yi Miao Miao's face instantly turned crimson and she retorted in a small voice. Time slipped away amidst the laughter until a broadcast sounded. Dear passengers, our flight is about to arrive at Shanghai Hangqiao International Airport. Please return to your seats and fasten your seat belts. Thank you for your cooperation. We wish you a pleasant stay in Shanghai. The aircraft slowly taxied on the runway and finally pulled into the parking bay. Inside the cabin, the tense atmosphere from the earlier beast attack had long dissipated, leaving only the calm of survival. Passengers rose in an orderly manner, retrieving their luggage from the overhead bins. They whispered about the thrilling scene just moments ago, their gazes still filled with profound awe and gratitude as they looked at Lin Fan and Zhou Ming. Lin Fan leaned back in his seat, his expression as calm as ever, as if his earlier high-altitude strike that instantly killed a 5th-rank flying beast was merely a trivial task at his fingertips. Beside him, Yi Miao Miao occasionally stole glances at Lin Fan, her eyes brimming with admiration and curiosity. She kept wondering in her heart, how could they both be freshmen at Modi University? They were of similar age, so how could the gap be so enormous? Beside them, Zhou Ming straightened his slightly disheveled clothes. The wound on his shoulder had been simply sealed with spiritual power, showing little sign of abnormality. All right, the plane has stopped. Let's get off. Zhou Ming broke the silence, standing up first. Lin Fan and Yi Miao Miao nodded in response and rose to follow. The three of them walked out of the cabin with the crowd passing through the jet bridge into the airport terminal. The sprawling Moda Airport was bustling with people, several times more prosperous than Shaoqing International Airport in Nanhu Province. Streams of people came and went, accents from all over interweaving. The sounds of broadcast announcements, suitcase wheels, and conversations merged into a symphony. The three walked shoulder to shoulder with the flow, each lost in their own thoughts. Yi Miao Miao obediently followed, not daring to speak casually. Zhou Ming was mentally planning to return immediately, and strongly recommend Lin Fan to the principal as the chief instructor for the freshman training. Lin Fan meanwhile let his gaze sweep casually across the surroundings as he quietly followed. Soon the three reached the airport arrival hall. Outside, a crowd of people, family members and drivers holding signs, were looking around. Lin Fan's eyes swept lightly and soon locked onto a dazzling figure in the crowd. The woman was dressed in an elegant plain long dress, her figure slender and curvaceous. Her features were enchanting, her demeanor cool yet tinged with a mature gentleness. Her long hair was casually draped over her shoulders as she stood quietly by the exit. Her posture was outstanding even in the crowded throng. She was dazzling and impossible to ignore. The woman was none other than Su Qingyuan. Su Qingyuan was also looking in Lin Fan's direction. Although Lin Fan was still wearing a mask, she recognized him at a glance. Spotting Lin Fan approaching, Su Qingyuan's red lips curled slightly. A charming smile flickered in her eyes as she moved forward with light, graceful steps. "Brother Lin Fan, long time no see. I've been looking forward to meeting you, little genius." Su Qingyuan's voice was soft and lazy with a teasing tone as she slowly looked Lin Fan up and down. "Sister Su." Lin Fan raised a hand in greeting. "Supervisor Su." "Hello, Supervisor Su." Beside him, Zhou Ming and Yi Miao Miao, upon seeing Su Qingyuan, nodded in acknowledgement. Su Qingyuan turned to look at Zhou Ming, a flicker of surprise passing through her eyes, but soon she revealed a charming and graceful smile. "So it's Director Zhou. What a coincidence. Are you on the same flight as Lin Fan by chance? And is this also a student from Modi University?" "Yes, they happen to sit next to me. It's quite a fate. Although there were some minor twists on the way, we arrived safely in Modu after all." Zhou Ming smiled faintly. "Is that so?" "That is indeed quite a coincidence." Su Qingyuan's beautiful eyes narrowed slightly, keenly catching the word twists that Zhou Ming mentioned, but she did not ask further. After a few more pleasantries, Zhou Ming suddenly spoke up. "I just remembered I have to go see the principal later for something, so I'll stop rambling." After saying that, Zhou Ming turned to Yi Miao Miao and said with a gentle smile, "Classmate Miao Miao, since I'm heading back to Modi University now, you can follow me. I'll take you directly to the campus freshman registration office, saving you the trouble of finding your way." "Okay, Director Zhou. Thank you so much." Yi Miao Miao thanked him again. Zhou Ming waved his hand, then turned his gaze back to Lin Fan and said farewell. "I'll take classmate you back to school first. You two take your time. Lin Fan, see you at the start of the semester." "Okay, take care, Director Zhou." Lin Fan nodded in response. With that, Zhou Ming turned and left with Yi Miao Miao. After Zhou Ming and Yi Miao Miao had gone far, only Lin Fan and Su Qingyuan remained at the exit. "Brother Lin Fan, are you tired from the flight? Wearing a mask, so tightly afraid of being recognized as the top scorer in the college entrance exam in Mount?" Su Qingyuan approached with light steps, a playful smile hanging at the corners of her eyes and brows. She deliberately leaned closer, teasing in a lazy tone that only the two of them could hear. "Just don't want to attract too much attention." Lin Fan shook his head helplessly. "Oh, quite low-key. By the way, you encountered some trouble on the way, didn't you?" Su Qingyuan covered her lips with a light laugh, her charm flowing. "A minor incident. Just that the plane was attacked by a 5th-rank beast and I killed it as a matter of course." Lin Fan nodded casually. "'Tis 2 months apart, and you've learned to lie. Come on, the car is outside. I'll take you for a tour of Modi University." Su Qingyuan chuckled lightly, not taking Lin Fan's words to heart, and walked toward the parking lot. Seeing this, Lin Fan said nothing more and followed behind her. The two walked one after the other out of the terminal and into the outdoor parking lot. Bang! Su Qingyuan pulled open the door of a luxury car, making a soft sound. She sat neatly into the driver's seat, and Lin Fan got into the passenger seat. "Fasten your seatbelt, we're off." Su Qingyuan turned to Lin Fan and said. "Vroom." With the sound of the engine, the car slowly started. A few minutes later, the car left the airport and merged into the bustling traffic of Modu. Outside the window, skyscrapers stood, tall neon lights beginning to glow. The streets were wide and crisscrossing, showcasing the grandeur of a first-tier city. "I told you long ago to come to Modu for school, but you dragged it all the way to the start of the semester. What are you afraid of being under my control?" Su Qingyuan rested one hand lightly on the steering wheel, her profile exquisite, a hint of seduction in her eyes as she spoke slowly. "No, I just had some things to take care of." Lin Fan lowered his eyes and answered softly. Is that so? It seems our brother Lin Fan is a very busy man. Su Qingyuan glanced at him sideways, her smile alluring. Don't worry, I'm not a rigid mentor. I won't be watching you every day. In the future, when you have free time, I'll take you around. Su Qingyuan spoke lazily and relaxed. By the way, Modi University is divided into regular faculties and superpower faculties. You're under my name, so you're my direct student. The school has cultivation rooms, battle arenas, and secret realm training grounds. All the resources are at your disposal. Later, after I show you around the campus, I'll take you directly to the single villa arranged for you by the school. You don't have to share a dormitory with a bunch of freshmen. I've reserved a quiet place for you to cultivate. Then she leisurely introduced Lin Fan to the school's situation, her tone not deliberately serious, carrying a hint of casual charm. Lin Fan nodded upon hearing this and said nothing. After all, in a few days Su Qingyuan would likely learn about his appointment as the chief instructor for freshmen. Half an hour later, the car slowly drove through the main gate of Modi University. Lin Fan looked up and saw that within Modi University trees cast shade and tree-lined avenues wound long and gracefully. The lake water was clear, pavilions and towers arranged in a pleasing disorder, and the spiritual energy was far more abundant than outside. Young students could be seen everywhere walking in pairs, their youthful energy palpable. Hop out, brother Lin Fan. I'll be your personal guide today and take you for a thorough tour of Modi University so you can learn the way. That way you won't have to come running to me if you get lost on campus. Su Qingyuan parked the car by the side, turned her head to look at Lin Fan, her eyes shimmering with a hint of teasing. With that she pushed open the door and stepped out, her graceful figure landing on the tree-lined path exuding endless charm. Lin Fan got out of the car and followed by her side. This is our schools. Su Qingyuan walked ahead, slowly strolling. She pointed at the buildings along the way, lazily introducing them in a leisurely manner. Occasionally she would deliberately slow down, turn her face to look at Lin Fan, a smile in her eyes, and casually tease him with a few words. Sunlight filtered through the gaps in the leaves falling upon the two. A gentle breeze stirred the trees, quiet and leisurely. On the other side of the campus. After settling Yi Miao Miao, Zhou Ming wasted no time. He headed straight for the principal's office building. After settling Yi Miao Miao down, Zhou Ming wasted no time. He strode directly towards the principal's office building in the core area of Modi University. Although Zhou Ming had temporarily suppressed the injury on his shoulder with spiritual power, the rapid journey still tugged at his meridians, causing a dull ache. Yet this did not affect his pace. The principal's office building was ancient and solemn, its outer walls covered with lush green vines exuding a heavy academic atmosphere. The building was extremely quiet, with only the soft echoes of footsteps in the corridor. When Zhou Ming reached the door of the principal's office at the deepest part, he stopped. After slightly adjusting his somewhat disheveled clothes, he raised his hand and gently knocked on the door. Dong! 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 Come in! A steady, deep voice carrying a kind of authority that commanded respect came from inside the office. Upon hearing this, Zhou Ming immediately pushed the door open and entered. The principal's office was spacious and bright, with simple yet elegant furnishings. The bookshelves were filled with various ancient texts and academic works on supernatural abilities. Sunlight streamed through the floor-to-ceiling windows, falling upon the elderly man sitting behind the desk. The old man appeared to be about 50 or 60 years old, his hair already tinged with frost. His face was refined with faint lines at the corners of his eyes, but his entire being exuded a condensed and restrained, powerful aura. His eyes were deep as an abyss, as if they could see through people's hearts. The old man was none other than the principal of Modi University, Xingyanqiu. Director Zhou, what's the urgent matter? You're usually composed, rarely so flustered. Xingyanqiu looked up, seeing Zhou Ming, who had rushed in with a somewhat anxious expression. He put down the pen in his hand, a hint of surprise on his face. Principal, there is a matter of utmost importance that I must report to you immediately. Zhou Ming walked up to the desk without any beating around the bush and spoke with a solemn expression. Go ahead. Xingyanqiu raised his hand to indicate waiting quietly. Principal, do you remember Lin Fan? Zhou Ming looked directly at Xingyanqiu and asked. Lin Fan. Xingyanqiu raised an eyebrow upon hearing this. Oh, you mean the top scorer in this year's National Supernatural College entrance exam? Of course I remember. Hasn't that child already been taken under the wing of tutor Su Qingyuan as her direct student? What has he arrived at the school? In Xingyanqiu's view, Zhou Ming's urgency was nothing more than reporting Lin Fan's arrival. After all, Lin Fan was the most notable freshman in the country this year, and the school already placed great importance on him. Principal, Lin Fan has indeed arrived, but that's not what I want to talk about. It's something else. Zhou Ming, however, shook his head, his tone grave. Oh, Then tell me. A flicker of surprise flashed in Shinyenchio's eyes as he sat up straight. Zhou Ming took a deep breath, no longer wasting words. He recounted the entire process of encountering a 5th-rank flying beast during the flight, his own inability to defeat it, and near self-destruction. And Lin Fan's sudden appearance, and one-shot kill of the beast, telling Shinyenchio every detail without omission. Principal Lin Fan's strength is far beyond imagination. At just 18 years old he has the combat power to crush a 5th-rank peak beast. Such talent and strength have never been seen in the decades since the spiritual energy resurgence. Therefore I have come specifically to recommend Lin Fan as the chief instructor for this year's freshman field training. As Zhou Ming's words fell, the office fell into a dead silence. Shinyenchio sat in his chair, his previously calm expression gone. His eyes were filled with disbelief, staring at Zhou Ming, silent for several seconds before speaking. Director Zhou, are you sure you're not joking with me? Shinyenchio's reaction was clearly within Zhou Ming's expectations. After all, this matter was simply too incredible. An 18-year-old killing a 5th-rank beast with one move. If Zhou Ming hadn't experienced it himself, he wouldn't have believed it either. He would have thought the person was crazy. Principal, I know this sounds absurd. But Principal, you know my character, I wouldn't joke about something like this. What I just said is indeed the truth. Zhou Ming couldn't help but give a bitter smile. Seeing Zhou Ming's serious expression, not seeming to be lying, Shinyenchio was already somewhat convinced, but ultimately shook his head and slowly spoke. Alas. But even if this is true, Zhou Ming, you know that the position of chief instructor for this year's freshman training has long been decided internally. The person sent by the military department is strong and experienced. It would be inappropriate to change now. Principal, are you referring to Colonel Lingjing? But hasn't the procedure not been completed yet? The appointment hasn't been officially issued yet, so it hasn't taken effect. Zhou Ming frowned. Principal, my recommendation of Lin Fan is essentially for the school to build a good relationship with this extraordinary genius. Think about it, an 18-year-old who can kill a 5th-rank beast with one punch is at least at the 6th-rank level. His future achievements are limitless. Those so-called SSS-rank geniuses are nothing in comparison. If we let him serve as the chief instructor, not only will Modi University forge a good connection with this future top powerhouse, but there's another point: these freshmen who have been admitted to our Modi University are inevitably proud. This time we can let Lin Fan take them down a notch, Zhou Ming said slowly. Upon hearing this, Shinyenchio fell into deep thought. His fingers lightly tapped the desk, producing a regular rhythm. He closed his eyes, rapidly weighing the pros and cons in his mind. Zhou Ming was right. Lin Fan's potential was terrifying. Winning over such a genius would be far more significant to Modi University than just the choice of a chief instructor for freshman training. However, Colonel Lingjing was assigned by the military department, and rashly overturning the decision would require a proper reason. They couldn't easily offend the military department. After a long while, Shinyenchio slowly opened his eyes, a glint of determination in them. Since you strongly recommend him and your reasoning is indeed sound, let's compromise. Let Lin Fan and Lingjing have a fair competition. Whoever wins will serve as the chief instructor for this year's freshman field training. Seeing that Shinyenchio was persuaded, Zhou Ming felt relieved. All right, I'll contact them now. However, before Zhou Ming could finish his words, a voice full of arrogance and hostility suddenly came from the entrance of the principal's office, breaking the calm in the room. I didn't expect someone to dare compete with me for the position of freshman training chief instructor. How interesting. Then I'll have to see what this person is made of. Creak, the office door was pushed open. A man in a dark green military uniform, standing as straight as a pine, strode in. His figure was robust, exuding a sharp and iron-blooded aura. His eyes were as sharp as a blade, sweeping over Zhou Ming and Shinyenchio, with a hint of pride curling at the corner of his mouth. The afternoon sunlight filtered through the lush canopy of Shanghai Magic University, casting dappled patterns of light and shadow across the ground. Su Qingyuan strolled leisurely, escorting Fan Lin on a relaxed tour of the campus. However, the sprawling campus of Shanghai Magic University was so vast that it was impossible to explore it all in a single day. Pavilion terraces, lake views, cultivation facilities, ability dueling arenas, resource halls. It was simply too large. Therefore, Su Qingyuan only selected the places Fan Lin would use daily and gave him a brief overview. The on-campus exclusive cultivation grounds, the student cafeteria, the ability trading street. Each was explained concisely and clearly. Her sultry, languid voice carried on the forest breeze, creating an exceptionally pleasant sensation. The school is too large to see everything at once. I'll skip the remote departmental buildings and the training forest behind the mountain. You can explore those yourself when you have time later. I've pointed out all the frequently used locations, enough to cover your daily cultivation and living needs. Su Qingyuan turned her head to look at Fan Lin. I understand. Thank you, Sister Su. Fan Lin nodded respectfully. Why be so polite? Come, let me take you to your residence now. Su Qingyuan covered her mouth with a light laugh and led Fan Lin toward the villa district deep within the campus. The two walked along the tree-lined path. In no time an elegant and tranquil cluster of private villas came into view, white-walled structures with blue brick accents their garden greenery trimmed with meticulous care. The air here carried a denser concentration of natural spiritual energy than anywhere else on campus. Far from the noise of the teaching areas, it was both serene and refined. Su Qingyuan led Fan Lin to a two-story villa and tapped her exclusive access card against the reader. Beep. The courtyard gate swung open at the sound. This is the single-family villa arranged for you. A two-story building with an independent courtyard and a small underground cultivation chamber. All furniture and daily necessities are fully equipped. You can move in immediately. Su Qingyuan turned and handed the access card to Fan Lin. I won't go in. If you have any questions while at school, come find me anytime. Got it, I understand. Fan Lin replied. Then I'll head out first. I have some matters to attend to. Take your time getting familiar with everything. Su Qingyuan glanced at her watch, and then turned to leave. Watching Su Qingyuan's figure fade into the distance, Fan Lin stepped into the villa courtyard. The courtyard was modest in size, paved with bluestone tiles, and a few spirit trees were planted in the corners. A gentle breeze rustled the leaves and spiritual energy circulated slowly. The first floor featured a spacious living room, kitchen, and leisure tea room. The decoration was simple yet grand, with elegant styling and all amenities, sofas, coffee tables, and household appliances, all included. Ascending the spiral staircase to the second floor revealed 2 bedrooms and a study. There was also a viewing balcony where one could see the distant campus lake and tree-lined views, an excellent panorama. Below ground there was an attached soundproof private cultivation chamber. Not bad, this is a fine place. The spiritual energy concentration far exceeds the outside world. Cultivation here would yield twice the results with half the effort. After touring the villa, Fan Lin nodded in satisfaction. He then stretched lazily and returned to the first-floor living room. Flopping onto the soft fabric sofa in a relaxed sprawl, he let his entire body sink into comfort. Just as Fan Lin was about to pull out his phone to scroll through videos, the ringing began. Ring. 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 His phone buzzed to life first. He pressed answer and lifted it to his ear. Fan Lin, you must be settled in now. Zhou Ming's voice came through the line. I just arrived at the assigned villa. What's up, Director Zhou? Fan Lin replied casually. Here's the situation. I'm currently in the principal's office. I just finished discussing with the principal the matter I mentioned earlier about you becoming the chief instructor. However, coincidentally, the military district has already assigned someone. Although the principal agreed to let you serve as chief instructor, he doesn't want to offend the military side either. So the compromise is to have you compete fairly against their candidate. The winner takes the chief instructor position. Whenever you're ready, come to the principal's office. Zhou Ming said on the other end. Oh. Interesting. What cultivation level is the opponent? A faint trace of amusement flickered in Fan Lin's eyes as he asked. He is a colonel with mid-stage 6th rank cultivation, Zhou Ming replied. Mid-stage 6th rank, huh? Alright, I understand. I'll head over now. After hanging up, Fan Lin rose, adjusted his clothing, and pushed open the door. Inside the principal's office at Shanghai Magic University, the atmosphere was somewhat tense. Clad in dark green military uniform, Ling Jing stood tall and straight as an ancient pine, his entire presence wrapped in the iron-blooded aura of a seasoned battlefield veteran. His brows and eyes carried the sharpness of blade edges, his aura overwhelming and imposing. Standing with his hands clasped behind his back, his gaze bore a touch of condescending arrogance. Principal Shen, forgive my bluntness. Ling Zheng's tone carried unmistakable pride. The position of chief instructor for the freshmen's practical training has always been appointed by the military department, filled by formidable experts with profound cultivation and extensive combat experience. Now suddenly an unknown freshman appears to compete with me. That is far too frivolous. I'd like to see which reckless youngster dares to be so arrogant. Seeing this, the Shanghai Magic University principal furrowed his brows slightly, feeling helpless inside. This Ling Jing came from military elite ranks with a wild and arrogant nature known to all. Colonel Ling, if you had witnessed Fan Lin's capabilities, you wouldn't speak this way. Zhou Ming interjected with a grave tone from the side. Hey, he's just a newly enrolled student. What capabilities could he possibly have? Even if he truly matches what you described, so what? He is merely a greenhouse plant. Compared to someone like me who has bled and fought on actual battlefields, he's simply not on the same level. Ling Jing sneered, his face filled with disdain. You! Zhou Ming was about to retort. Creak! Just then the office door was gently pushed open. A tall, lean young man with a languid and composed demeanor stepped inside unhurriedly. The moment Lin Fan pushed open the door and stepped in, the air in the office seemed to freeze for an instant. 3 pairs of eyes turned to him in unison. Ling Jing looked closely and saw that Lin Fan was merely a young man of 18 or 19 with a delicate appearance. Dressed in simple casual, where there was not the slightest trace of spiritual energy fluctuation on his body. He looked no different from an ordinary college freshman. Immediately a deeper disdain surged in Ling Jing's eyes and a mocking curve of his lips, utterly unguarded, appeared. Is this it? This is the person you recommended to compete with me for the position of chief instructor? The contempt and arrogance in his tone were unmistakable. Zhou Ming, standing nearby, quickly stepped forward. He was about to explain when Lin Fan raised a hand to stop him gently. So this is the so-called colonel. Mediocre in strength but quite skilled with words. Has the threshold for the military dropped so low now? A waste like you can become a colonel. Lin Fan looked at the arrogant Ling Jing and mocked him without any hesitation. As expected, Lin Fan's highly sarcastic words and his attitude of completely disregarding Ling Jing instantly ignited the latter's fury. Good. Arrogant enough. I hope you can still be so tough later. Ling Jing's face darkened and his aura surged instantly, the pressure nearly tearing the air apart. Seeing this, Zhou Ming could only step in to smooth things over. Words are meaningless now. Since you two have met, let's move to the school's official dueling arena for a match. The winner shall be the chief instructor for this year's freshman training. Both Lin Fan and Ling Jing had no objections and nodded in agreement. The 4 then headed straight for a special dueling ground on campus. After several minutes of walking, they finally stopped in front of an extremely inconspicuous building. The building was entirely constructed from bluish-gray stone, covering no more than 100 square meters. It was low and ancient in appearance, with mottled patterns carved into the walls. It looked like a disused storage shed, utterly unremarkable. Fight here. Director Zhou, are you sure you didn't take the wrong path? Lin Fan swept his gaze over the building in front of him, frowning slightly. It was not surprising that Lin Fan asked this, given that a 6th-order ability user could move at supersonic speed. Such a cramped space could never serve as a battleground for 6th-order ability users. Lin Fan, you wouldn't know this. Don't be fooled by the appearance. This is Modi University's top-tier dueling hall. It was personally crafted by a 9th-order spatial ability user years ago. From the outside it looks like a small stone hut. But inside, the spatial power has been stretched layer upon layer, rivaling a vast plane. It is also equipped with top-grade defensive isolation arrays capable of easily withstanding even a full-force battle between 7th-order experts. The principal of Modi University explained with a smile. So that's how it is. No wonder. Lin Fan understood after hearing Xin Yanqiu's words. Alright, let's go in then. As the words fell, Xin Yanqiu raised a hand and formed a seal, lightly tapping the patterns on the wall with his spiritual energy. Whine. A faint spatial ripple spread and the main door of the stone hut slowly opened. The moment it opened, a vast spatial aura rushed forth. Xin Yanqiu was the first to step inside, followed by Lin Fan and the other 2 who entered the venue in sequence. As Xin Yanqiu had said, the interior was a self-contained space. And it was so vast that one could not see the end at a glance. Above their heads was a simulated clear sky, though its exact height was unknown. Alright, you can prepare and begin. Once inside, Xin Yanqiu, the principal of Modi University, spoke directly to the 2 without any further words. After that, he and Zhou Ming went straight to the viewing area and sat down. Come on, I'll let you make the first move so no one can say I'm bullying the younger generation. Ling Jing stepped forward, hands behind his back, looking down at Lin Fan with a condescending gaze. Lin Fan moved his body and landed lightly opposite Ling Jing. His stance was casual and relaxed, yet an intangible aura was subtly spreading. Make your move. Once I do, you won't have a chance. Lin Fan said calmly. You're too ignorant. Since that's the case, I'll grant your wish. Ling Jing gave a cold snort. The next moment his spiritual energy erupted instantly. A pressure belonging to a 6th-order ability user swept outward. As Ling Deng's spiritual energy circulated, a vast and formidable aura instantly filled the entire space. The air was crushed and distorted by the terrifying pressure, emitting a dull roar. In an instant, 5 catastrophic wind tornadoes materialized out of thin air. Each tornado had a diameter comparable to a football field. The rotating wind pillars pierced the sky, tearing the air with deafening howls. The crushing force of the air currents was utterly terrifying, shredding everything in their path. Lin Fan's figure under these 5 calamity-level tornadoes was like a floating duckweed. With a thought from Ling Jing, the 5 giant tornadoes converged from 5 directions, pressing down and sweeping toward Lin Fan. Yet at this moment Lin Fan looked at the 5 calamity-level tornadoes that could destroy a city in the outside world, his expression perfectly calm. The next moment Lin Fan's 6 Tomo Rinnegan suddenly focused. Tsukuyomi. In an instant Ling Jing felt the world spin around him. The surrounding arena, the crowd, the lights, everything collapsed and shattered. The next second he found himself in a vast, boundless crimson space. The sky was a dark blood red, the earth a dead gray black. The entire space had no trace of life, only endless oppression and coldness, as if completely isolated from the real world. Ling Jing instinctively struggled violently, but to his horror he found his limbs bound tightly by invisible spiritual energy chains. He was suspended in midair, his entire body fixed to a cross. No matter how he channeled his spiritual energy, or how he roared and struggled, the chains remained motionless. He couldn't even move a finger. What's going on? Where is this? Ling Jing's pupils contracted, and for the first time an uncontrollable fear surged in his heart. He had fought for years but had never seen such a bizarre ability. But just as he was panicking, a cold figure slowly emerged from the crimson mist. It was Lin Fan. His steps were calm, with no spiritual energy fluctuation around him. He stood silently before Ling Jing, his eyes deep and profound. Welcome to my world. A faint smile curled at the corner of Lin Fan's mouth, his playful voice echoing slowly in the dead silence. Brat. What dirty trick are you playing? Let me out. Fight me face to face if you dare. Using such despicable methods, what kind of skill is that? Ling Jing's pupils contracted, but the next moment he forced down his panic. He deliberately raised his voice to curse, trying to mask his fear with arrogance. Oh. Let you out. It seems you still don't understand the situation. Lin Fan's brows moved slightly, looking at him as if he were a clown. Yes, let me out, and we can have a proper... Ling Jing hurriedly said, but his words were cut off halfway, stuck in his throat. Ah! A heart-rending, bone-piercing scream of agony instantly burst from Ling Jing's mouth. His whole body convulsed violently, and he lowered his head to stare at his chest. Lin Fan was holding a cold, gleaming short blade. The blade was now deeply embedded in Ling Jing's stomach, blood instantly staining his military uniform. You! Ling Jing tried to speak, but another scream escaped him. Lin Fan struck again. Another blade plunged fiercely into Ling Deng's stomach. Bastard! I'll kill you! Ling Deng's veins bulged from the pain, his teeth grinding audibly. Yet he still mustered a last shred of stubbornness, cursing with reddened eyes. Oh. Still tough. Let's see how long you can hold out. Lin Fan sneered. Then, ignoring Ling Deng's roars and curses, he moved steadily and mechanically, blade after blade. Each strike hit Ling Zheng's torso with precision, delivering the most intense and clear pain. The excruciating agony swept over him, and Ling Deng's curses gradually weakened. His voice went from fierce roars to painful gasps, then to suppressed moans. Finally, under the endless torment, his will was completely shattered. Stop. Please stop. I surrender. No more. Ling Zheng's voice trembled, filled with infinite pain and despair, begging Lin Fan softly. As Ling Yang's words fell, Lin Fan's blade actually halted in midair. Hope flared in Ling Zheng's eyes as he weakly lifted his head. He thought his plea had worked and looked at Lin Fan with anticipation. But the next second a cold, playful smile slowly curled at the corner of Lin Fan's mouth. That smile was more terrifying than a demon from hell in Ling Deng's eyes. Don't worry. Lin Fan's voice fell lightly, yet it struck Ling Zheng's heart like the most vicious curse. In this space 72 hours pass for every second in the outside world. Next I will stab you continuously for 3 days and 3 nights, not missing a single blow. Don't worry, it's 2 stabs per second, so I'll have about 100,000 more to go. These words were the final straw that broke Ling Gang's last psychological defense. He could no longer hold on. Tears, not saliva, and cold sweat mingled, instantly covering his entire face. I was wrong. I was truly wrong. I shouldn't have provoked you. I shouldn't have fought you for the chief instructor position. Please let me go. I won't dare again. Ling Jing completely broke down, weeping bitterly and begging Lin Fan with a heart-wrenching wail. You don't know you were wrong, you know you're finished. Lin Fan scoffed. Then he didn't even spare him a glance. With a flick of his wrist, the cold blade plunged in again brutally. In the following 70+ hours, one after another, the most agonizing and desperate screams echoed and spiraled endlessly in the crimson Tsukuyumi space. Outside, in the arena, merely 1 second had passed. Xing Yanqiu and Zhou Ming had just witnessed Ling Gang's 5 terrifying disaster-level tornadoes converging on Lin Fan. They were just about to see how Lin Fan would counter this strike. However, the next moment a bizarre scene unfolded. They saw Ling Jing, who had been overwhelmingly imposing and unruly. His body suddenly trembled violently, his eyes instantly rolling back. An expression of extreme pain and terror visibly surged across his face. Ugh! A short but extremely piercing scream burst from Ling Gang's throat. Then his entire body fell stiffly to the ground, convulsing uncontrollably. Snot, tears, and saliva mixed together, flowing freely. His body trembled violently, and he even lost control of his bladder and bowels on the spot. Filth soaked through his military uniform, emitting a foul odor. His appearance was utterly miserable, and in the end he fell unconscious, completely losing his senses. Silence. The scene instantly became deathly still. What? What just happened? Zhou Ming's eyes widened, his face full of disbelief. Hasn't even started. And it's over. Just a moment ago Ling Jing was so majestic. Fell in just 1 second, ending up in such a miserable state. Zhou Ming's pupils contracted sharply, he drew a cold breath, and a huge wave surged in his heart. It should be some kind of psychic ability. Xin Yanqiu's voice came from the side. Psychic ability? But Principal, that's not right. What kind of psychic ability could make a 6th-rank powerhouse completely defenseless, falling unconscious instantly? Could it be SSS rank? But isn't Lin Fan's ability a mutated lightning type? Hearing this, Zhou Ming turned to look at Xin Yanqiu with a puzzled expression. If I'm not mistaken, it should be the power of his eyes. I just sensed a faint fluctuation of spiritual energy. Xin Yanqiu's deep eyes fixed on Lin Fan, who stood calmly in the center of the arena, his gaze lingering on Lin Fan's pair of 6-tomo Rinnegan. Huh. Eyes? Zhou Ming was startled, then followed Xin Yanqiu's gaze. When he saw Lin Fan's 6-tomo Rinnegan, his pupils slightly contracted. And this should not be the full extent of his eyes' ability. I actually sensed a hint of threat from those eyes, Xin Yanqiu muttered. What? You, the principal, felt a threat? How is that possible? You are a 7th rank, Zhou Ming exclaimed. It was no wonder Zhou Ming was shocked. 7th rank experts in the entire Modu, or in the entire Longhua, in any province there were no more than 5 such experts, extremely rare. Ah, truly a hero emerges from youth. Who knows how many secrets he hides? Xin Yanqiu shook his head in admiration, his aged face full of wonder. All right, since the winner is decided, it's time to get down to business. Xin Yanqiu withdrew his gaze and said to Zhou Ming, "Oh right. I almost forgot about the main business." Zhou Ming reacted quickly, slapping his forehead. With that, Zhou Ming's gaze returned to Lin Fan and the other. When his eyes fell on Ling Jing, a complex look appeared in his eyes. He knew Lin Fan was strong, but never expected him to be this strong. No collision of techniques, no roar of spiritual energy. In just 1 second the outcome was decided. In this battle Ling Jing not only lost, but lost completely and miserably. The winner is decided. Lin Fan, the position of Chief Instructor for the Modu University Freshman Field Combat Training will be yours. Truly the younger generation is formidable. With a genius like you, the future of our Longhua is promising. Xin Yanqiu stepped forward and spoke with a smile to Lin Fan, who stood with a casual and composed expression. Thank you for the compliment, Principal Xin. It's just luck. Lin Fan smiled faintly, as if he had just done something ordinary. Haha, you're quite modest. Seeing this, Xin Yanqiu stroked his white beard, his impression of Lin Fan improving. By the way, Lin Fan, since you're the chief instructor this time, there's one more thing you need to pay attention to. Xin Yanqiu suddenly said. Oh. Please tell me, Principal. Lin Fan was startled and asked. Actually, it's not a big deal. You know that Modu University is one of the 4 great academies in Longhua, and those who enroll are all geniuses without exception. But precisely because of this, these youngsters inevitably harbor some pride as geniuses. When you serve as the chief instructor, you can slightly temper their arrogance. Let them see that there is always someone better. As for the intensity, you can decide yourself. These children are the future of Longhua. They need strict discipline, but also guidance. Xin Yanqiu smiled. I see, I understand. Rest assured, Principal Xin, I'll take care of it. A slight curve appeared at the corner of Lin Fan's mouth. With your strength and ability, I'm very reassured. Xin Yanqiu nodded. After a few more exchanges, Lin Fan took his leave and turned to walk away. After Lin Fan left, the arena fell silent. Xin Yanqiu looked at Ling Jing, who was unconscious and in a miserable state, and furrowed his brows slightly. Then he instructed Zhou Ming. Director Zhou, immediately arrange medical personnel to send Colonel Ling to the infirmary for proper care. Understood, Principal. Zhou Ming quickly responded and turned to make arrangements. Soon medical staff hurried over, carefully lifting Ling Jing and sending him to the infirmary. Now only Shingenshio remained at the scene. His aged eyes held a hint of profundity, lost in thought. Lin Fan's strength was truly astonishing. Killing a 6th-rank Ling Jing with one move certainly concealed many secrets. But after thinking it over, Shingenshio ultimately decided not to probe further. As the principal of the school, what he valued was talent, the future of Longhua. Moreover, everyone has secrets, that's normal. Meanwhile, Lin Fan had already leisurely returned to his personal villa. The morning sunlight spilled over every inch of Modi University. Within the spiritually rich stand-alone villa, Lin Fan slowly opened his eyes. The spiritual energy here is so dense that even sleeping feels extraordinarily comfortable. Lin Fan stretched his limbs, refreshed and invigorated. 7 already? Isn't today the freshman orientation ceremony? Glancing at the time, Lin Fan rose and entered the bathroom. After a quick wash, he changed into a simple, clean, casual outfit. Then, pinching a black mask between his fingers, he slowly put it on. The mask covered most of his face, leaving only a pair of deep, cold eyes visible. Having done this, Lin Fan pushed open the door and stepped into the courtyard. The morning air at Modi University was fresh and pleasant, with a gentle breeze stirring through the trees. The air was thick with rich, pure spiritual energy. Everywhere on the paths, freshmen and instructors hurried about, their voices gradually rising into a lively, bustling clamor. As one of the top 4 superpower academies in Longhua, Modi University's orientation ceremony was grand in scale and solemn in ritual. After a few minutes of leisurely walking, Lin Fan soon arrived at the massive open-air field where the ceremony was to be held. The field was vast, its ground paved with special pressure-resistant rock reinforced with strengthening arrays. Even an ordinary superpower attacking with full force would find it difficult to cause the slightest damage. Lin Fan looked up. At this moment, the enormous space was neatly divided, with freshmen from each department standing in orderly rows perfectly arranged. Thousands of freshmen gathered here, each a prodigy who had fought their way through fierce competition from all over the country. Every one of them stood tall, their eyes blazing with ambition. An invisible, uplifting energy permeated the air. At the front of the field stood a broad, elevated viewing platform. Most of the school leaders, deans, and senior instructors had already taken their seats, each exuding a calm and solemn presence. The ceremony had not yet officially begun, and the freshmen below were abuzz with chatter and discussion. Have you heard? The chief instructor in charge of our freshman training is a big shot sent by the military, a 6th-tier powerhouse. You mean Colonel Ling Jing, right? I've heard of him. They say his combat experience is off the charts and he has an impressive background. With a powerhouse like that as chief instructor, this field training is bound to be tough. That's normal. Modi University never raises flowers in a greenhouse. The noise of discussion continued without end. Amid the crowd, a tall, straight-backed youth slowly made his way through the dense throng toward the platform. At this moment, Lin Fan's pace was casual, with no deliberate release of spiritual energy around him. He appeared utterly ordinary, like a commoner. This unusual behavior immediately drew the attention of nearby freshmen, who turned their heads and began whispering. Hey, look at that guy, where's he going? No idea. He looks like a freshman, but why is he heading toward the viewing platform? That's where the school leaders and instructors sit. Is he crazy? This is a solemn ceremony. What's he doing barging in? Doesn't he know the rules? Wearing a mask like that, all mysterious, probably trying to pull some stunt to get attention. A stream of bewildered, suspicious gazes locked onto Lin Fan. Yet he paid them no heed, continuing to walk forward. Just as Lin Fan reached the edge of the platform and was about to step up, 3 tall, straight-backed youths exchanged glances among the crowd. Then in unison they strode forward and blocked Lin Fan's path. Hey, what are you doing? Do you know where this is? Is this a place for you to be? The leading youth in white with sharp eyes and brows directly rebuked Lin Fan, his tone laced with undisguised contempt. Don't you understand the rules of the freshman orientation? The platform up ahead is for school leaders and instructors. A freshman like you, what are you doing here making a scene? Hurry up and leave. Don't make a fool of yourself here. Another youth with short hair, arms crossed, sneered. Wearing a mask, trying to act mysterious. The last youth in black spoke even more rudely. The 3 of them traded words, their tones arrogant, and their attitudes haughty, completely disregarding Lin Fan. In their eyes he was nothing more than an ordinary freshman trying to grab attention. Faced with their aggressive provocation and obstruction, Lin Fan stopped, slowly raised his eyelids and swept his gaze over the 3. His voice was languid, devoid of any fluctuation. Are you telling me what to do? As his words fell, the white-clad youth's face darkened abruptly, a violent light flaring in his eyes. How arrogant! Say that again if you dare. Do you know who we are? Lin Fan didn't even raise his eyelids, speaking flatly. I really don't know. Why don't you tell me? The white-clad youth snorted arrogantly. Su Hongfei of the Su family. What? The Su family. Suddenly someone in the crowd recognized the white-clad youth and exclaimed. What's the Su family? Are they formidable? Other freshmen nearby asked in confusion. The Su family. You don't know them. They're a wealthy, powerful clan in Modu with immense resources. Shintang Yipin is one of their family businesses. They say the Su family head used his vast wealth and resources to forcibly stack himself into a 6th-tier superpower. Wow, that's real influence. Looks like that freshman is in trouble. The whispers among the freshmen rose and fell. Lin Fan naturally heard the comments, but his expression remained utterly unchanged. He slowly raised his eyes and looked lazily at the arrogant Su Hongfei, his eyelids half lowered with a hint of weary indolence. A faint, relaxed and playful smile curled at the corner of his lips, his tone casual and dismissive. So you're just a little punk? A little punk, huh? This lazy, indifferent remark fell. Like a spark thrown into hot oil, it instantly ignited the flames of rage in Su Hongfei and his two companions. Su Hongfei's face turned ashen, a faint agitation of spiritual energy rippling around him as his chest heaved violently. What did you say? Say that again if you dare. Su Hongfei's eyes were fixed on Lin Fan, his teeth clenched, his voice seething with towering fury. He was born into a top-tier aristocratic family in the magic capital, and wherever he went he was always the center of attention. When had he ever been humiliated by an ordinary-looking freshman like this? Oh, don't understand human speech. Or do you enjoy being insulted? Lin Fan sneered coldly. You! Su Hongfei, flushed with anger, was about to strike. However, the short-haired youth beside him pulled him back. Master Su, calm down. The Magic Capital University forbids private fights, the short-haired youth said in a low voice. Pulled back, Su Hongfei came to his senses and looked around. Seeing the opening ceremony of the new students with thousands of freshmen, countless instructors, and school leaders, his mind suddenly cleared. Though still burning with rage, he had to restrain the impulse to strike. Kid, you're lucky today. Don't let me see you at Magic Capital University again, or I'll make you feel what pain is. Su Hongfei snarled at Lin Fan. Unable to act, he could only vent through words. And no need to wait. I'll make you feel pain right now. Lin Fan sneered. As his words fell, his figure suddenly moved. His movements were so fast that those around couldn't even see the trajectory. Slap. 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 3 crisp, resounding slaps exploded on the playground, exceptionally piercing. No vast spiritual energy erupted, no fancy starting moves. 3 precise slaps landed on the faces of Su Hongfei and his two companions. They had no time to react. Their balance lost, they were knocked to the ground. On their faces, clear red palm prints emerged, the 5 fingerprints distinct, miserable and ridiculous. You dared to strike. Don't you know that students at Magic Capital University are forbidden from private fights? You're finished. Expect to be expelled. Su Hongfei, clutching his burning, painful cheek, was both shocked and furious. Sitting on the ground, he pointed at Lin Fan and roared incredulously. The other two, equally angry and scared, joined in shouting. They kept hurling threats, their voices full of venom. Faced with their hysterical clamor and blatant intimidation, Lin Fan's expression remained utterly indifferent. Lin Fan looked down at the 3 still shouting on the ground, the last trace of patience in his eyes gone. He stepped forward, lightly walked up, and without a word struck again. Slap. 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 1 crisp slap after another rang out. Soon Su Hongfei and his companions had their mouths swollen and turned outward. Their faces were puffed up high like 3 pig heads. Several teeth fell out with blood mixing with saliva and dripping down their mouths. Their earlier arrogant shouts had completely vanished. Trembling, they curled up on the ground, their faces drained of color. There was no trace of pride or arrogance left in their eyes, only deep-seated terror and fear of Lin Fan. Tap, tap, tap. Just then hurried footsteps approached. Lin Fan turned at the sound and saw Zhou Ming walking quickly through the crowd, hurrying to the edge of the platform. Su Hongfei and his companions, who had been trembling on the ground, saw Zhou Ming as if he were their only lifeline. Their eyes lit up and they scrambled to their feet, rushing to complain to Zhou Ming. Director Zhou, you must do justice for us. This freshman assaulted us without reason. He attacked students, publicly defied school rules, and is utterly arrogant. Yes, Director Zhou. We just kindly advised him not to barge onto the leader's platform. But he struck without warning and beat us like this. He must be severely punished. Su Hongfei and his companions put on a look of utter grievance, trying to accuse the victim first, hoping Zhou Ming would severely discipline Lin Fan. Enough. Just as they were still recounting Lin Fan's evil deeds, Zhou Ming suddenly let out a cold shout, his authoritative voice instantly silencing their complaints. Zhou Ming glanced at the three bloodied and disheveled men. His face showed no sympathy, instead it turned cold and stern. He exuded the authoritative aura of a school leader. At the opening ceremony you openly provoked trouble, harassed others, and defied school discipline. And now you dare to twist the truth and accuse the innocent. Zhou Ming's stern rebuke fell, and Su Hongfei and his companions were stunned, frozen in place. They looked up dully, incredulously at Zhou Ming, who was known for his impartiality, strictness, and fairness. In their original expectation, Zhou Ming would have been furious and scolded Lin Fan. But the result was the opposite. Zhou Ming not only didn't reprimand Lin Fan, but instead publicly scolded them, showing no regard for their powerful family backgrounds. Shocked and bewildered, their minds churned with confusion. Yet they dared not openly defy Zhou Ming, the Dean of Academic Affairs. They could only grit their teeth and suppress their grievances and anger. Reluctantly they lowered their heads and shut their mouths, not daring to make a sound. What are you standing there for? Return to the freshman lineup immediately. If you cause any more trouble you'll be demerit and severely punished. Zhou Ming frowned and barked again when he saw them frozen. Yes. Yes. Su Hongfei and his companions scrambled up from the ground. They slunk back through the crowd, dejectedly returning to the freshman ranks. But if one looked closely they would notice that at this moment there was no remorse in the eyes of these three, only deep-seated venom. Damn. Young Master Su. I never expected this kid to actually know Zhou Ming. No wonder. He's so brazen and arrogant, relying on Zhou Ming's backing. At that moment the short-haired youth among the three who had returned to the freshman queue covered his face with one hand and spoke to Su Hongfei. His face was swollen like a pig's head from Lin Fan's slap, so his words came out slurred. Humph. In the end, he's just a lackey propped up by connections. Just wait. There will be plenty of chances to deal with him later. Su Hongfei snorted in reply, his own voice equally slurred. Yet the venom in his tone was unmistakable. This minor incident caused no ripples. The opening ceremony proceeded smoothly and orderly. And the instigator of all this, Lin Fan, was now chatting casually with Zhou Ming in a corner beside the platform. Director Zhou, aren't some of our freshmen at Modi University a bit too lively? Lin Fan quipped with a grin. Ahem, well. You know, those who get into Modi University are considered geniuses across the entire Long Kingdom. Geniuses, after all, tend to carry some pride. Zhou Ming spoke with a hint of helplessness. His face had shed its earlier sternness, replaced by an awkward expression. All right, I was just kidding. It's normal. After all, if youth aren't spirited, are they truly young? Lin Fan said with a smile. Haha, well said. Zhou Ming laughed in response. Yet, just as the two were enjoying their banter, a seductive voice drifted over from the side. What are you two chatting about, so happily? Hearing the voice, Lin Fan turned to look. A graceful, enchanting figure strolled over. It was Su Qingyuan. She wore an elegant long dress, her figure slender, and her eyes captivating. Her demeanor was languid yet gentle, and every movement exuded a mature, charming allure. Her beautiful eyes fixed on the two chatting in the corner, a captivating smile playing on her lips. Sister Su. Instructor Su. Lin Fan and Zhou Ming greeted her. Su Qingyuan nodded in response, then walked closer and naturally joined their conversation. The three stood in the corner, chatting, the atmosphere harmonious. Before long the campus-wide broadcast rang out, and after the prompt tone the opening ceremony officially began. Time passed slowly, and the crowd on the sports field gradually settled into place. Deans of various faculties, senior instructors, and the university's top leadership filed onto the viewing platform in an orderly manner, taking their seats. When everything was ready, a stirring, solemn melody first echoed across the field. The national anthem of the Long Kingdom played, followed by the exclusive anthem of the Long Kingdom's supernatural community. The melody was majestic, carrying the weight of humanity's history of struggle against mutant beasts. Thousands of freshmen stood in an instant, their backs straight, expressions solemn, filled with reverence. I have to go on stage now, let's talk another day. Zhou Ming, one of the three in the corner of the platform, suddenly spoke. He exchanged greetings with Su Qingyue and Lin Fan, then turned and left. As the national anthem concluded, Zhou Ming, as the Dean of Academic Affairs, steadily walked up to the host position on the platform. He picked up the microphone, and his resonant voice spread across the entire field. Respected university leaders, military instructors, deans of all faculties, and esteemed professors. Dear freshmen, good morning to you all. First, allow me to introduce the leaders and guests present at this opening ceremony: Shinyenshio, President of Modi University, the commanding officers of the Military Training Corps, the deans of all faculties, senior professors, and the university's top leadership. Zhou Ming introduced each person clearly and methodically, the procedure dignified and proper. After the introductions, he announced in a solemn voice, "I now declare the 2023 freshman opening ceremony of Modi University officially begun. Let us welcome President Shinyenshio to deliver his address." With a thunderous round of applause, the entire field erupted in applause. Shinyenshio, his hair white and his back straight, walked slowly to the center of the platform. His face was benevolent, his eyes lined with the marks of time, yet his gaze was gentle and profound. As he stood still, the applause gradually subsided. Shinyenshio swept his kind eyes across the crowd and began to speak. "Esteemed faculty, military colleagues, and all freshmen, welcome to Modi University. To have made it here, you are all the brilliant talents among the younger generation of the Long Kingdom. The conflict between humanity and mutant beasts has never ceased, and danger perpetually looms. As superpowered beings, talent is never a badge of vanity but a responsibility to protect our homeland and shelter our brethren. During your time here, I hope you will guard against arrogance and impatience, diligently cultivate your foundations and temper your character. Never forget your original aspiration, uphold righteousness, and in the future shoulder the heavy burden of humanity. Live up to your talent, live up to your time, and live up to your homeland and its people." Shinyenshio's address was impassioned and stirring. The school spoke earnestly of its educational philosophy, deeply cultivating supernatural abilities and nurturing top-tier powerhouses, its words filled with sincere expectations for the new students. Then, with a shift in tone, the voice grew heavier as it recounted the century-long struggle between humanity and aberrant beasts. Speaking of the responsibilities and missions that bearers of supernatural abilities must shoulder, it admonished all new students, with extraordinary powers comes the duty to protect the homeland and defend one's compatriots. Do not squander your talents, do not fear hardships. The address was a blend of an elder's gentle counsel, a strong one's unwavering commitment, and an educator's patriotic sentiment, every word resounding with power, striking straight into the heart. As the speech concluded, another wave of fervent applause swept through the audience. Then the military training camp commander dispatched by the armed forces stepped onto the stage. With a firm and sonorous voice, he officially announced the arrangements for this year's freshman military training. The training consists of 2 phases. The first phase, a 10-day foundational camp on campus to refine your character and solidify your mastery of supernatural abilities. The second phase, practical combat training in the exclusive off-campus training woodlands to enhance your combat skills and sharpen your survival instincts. Next, I will announce the supreme commander of this year's freshman military training. As the words fell, every new student held their breath. Their eyes were tense and expectant, fully aware that the most critical moment was about to unfold. The military commander's gaze swept across the audience, his voice suddenly rising with solemn gravity. "Let us welcome the chief instructor of this year's training, Lin Fan, to the stage." The moment the words landed, the entire venue fell into an instant hush. But the silence lasted only a second before the freshmen below began to stir, murmuring among themselves. "Lin Fan. Isn't that the name of this year's top scorer in the National Supernatural College entrance exam? Same name, maybe. How could a freshman be the chief instructor? At best he's only at the 3rd rank. Ridiculous. It must be a coincidence, that's the only explanation." In a corner of the academy's elevated platform, Su Qingyuan, who had been idly chatting, froze with a sudden halt of her previously languid smile. A flicker of surprise darted across her enchanting eyes as she instinctively turned to look at Lin Fan beside her. Lin Fan remained as casual and indifferent as ever, his expression untroubled, as if the person being announced had nothing to do with him. In just a moment, Su Qingyuan realized that Lin Fan had already known about this. "I didn't expect you, brother Lin Fan, to keep such a secret so well, not even a word to your sister about such a big matter." A playful, reproachful smile curled at the corner of her lips as she tilted her head toward Lin Fan, her tone languid and teasing. "You wouldn't have believed me anyway. Alright, I'm going up now." Lin Fan met Su Qingyuan's gaze and replied casually. Below the stage, the murmurs of confusion and doubt among the new students continued to rise and fall. Amid the whispered discussions, Lin Fan slowly stepped away from the corner. Under the gaze of thousands of eyes, he walked unhurriedly toward the elevated platform. He had already removed his mask, revealing the handsome, youthful face of a young man. The moment the crowd recognized his face, all murmurs ceased abruptly. "It's him. It's really the top scorer, Lin Fan. Not a coincidence. Why? He's just a fellow freshman. What gives him the right to be chief instructor? The school has gone mad." A colossal uproar erupted instantly. Shocked, questioning, and incredulous voices swept across the entire sports field. On the high platform, Shinyenchio's brows furrowed slightly, and his overwhelming pressure burst forth. An invisible force crushed the entire venue, plunging the previously noisy field into dead silence. Everyone's breath caught, and no one dared to make a sound. But on one side of the platform, several senior military instructors, still full of defiance, stepped forward and shouted their objections. Principal Shin, we protest. Wasn't the originally designated chief instructor supposed to be Colonel Ling Jing? He is a 6th-rank powerhouse with extensive combat experience. He is the best candidate for the position. And now appointing a freshman as chief instructor, even if he is the top scorer, is simply against the rules and cannot command respect. Shinyenchio's aged face remained utterly unruffled. He glanced at the military personnel steeped in doubt, then at the thousands of freshmen below, equally puzzled. Finally, under the gaze of everyone, he spoke slowly, his aged voice not loud but clear in every ear. I am well aware of the doubts in your hearts. You wonder why I would appoint a freshman as the chief instructor for this training. Now what I want to say is this: the very freshman you are questioning defeated just yesterday in a direct confrontation Colonel Ling Jing, whom you consider the ideal candidate for chief instructor. As Shinyenchio's words fell, shock rippled through the entire venue once more. What? He defeated Colonel Ling Jing? How is that possible? Colonel Ling Jing is a 6th-rank powerhouse. Moreover, Colonel Ling Jing has extensive combat experience. He personally killed the Beast King back then. Such a violent reaction. Lin Fan shook his head, observing the doubts of the entire audience. Now Lin Fan only wanted to end this farce quickly, as he truly disliked such occasions. With that thought, Lin Fan activated his 6th Tomo Rinnegan. The next second his feet slowly left the ground. His body rose into the air, steadily hovering in midair. Looking down from above, he gazed indifferently at the entire audience. This is flying without wings. A high-rank ability user. How is that possible? The sound of sharp intakes of breath filled the venue, and everyone's pupils contracted. The gazes fixed on Lin Fan transformed from doubt to utmost reverence. Among the many freshmen below, Su Hongfei and his 2 companions who had intended to retaliate against Lin Fan were now frozen with cold dread. Their legs gave way and they collapsed to the ground, their faces filled with terror. We're done for. We actually provoked a high-rank ability user. Su Hongfei and his 2 companions said in utter despair. In a corner beside the platform, Su Qingyuan gazed at the young figure in the air, her surprise deepening in her eyes. Yet outwardly she remained composed, though deep within her beautiful eyes lay profound shock and curiosity. On the high platform, the deans and mentors of Magic Capital University's various departments had all risen to their feet. Their eyes toward Lin Fan were filled with awe and respect. The figure of the youth suspended in midair above the sports field firmly seized the gaze of everyone present. All the instructors, leaders, and thousands of freshmen were utterly silent. Gazing up at that silhouette against the sky, the doubts and defiance in everyone's hearts were shattered into pieces by the bone-deep shock. Only an awe born from the depths of the soul remained. In the front row of the freshman formation, Su Hongfei and his 2 companions collapsed on the ground. Their faces were as pale as paper, their bodies trembling uncontrollably. The arrogance and venomous resentment they had shown earlier had now all turned into a corrosive, lingering fear. And in the vast crowd of freshmen slightly to the left, and at the rear, a tall white-clad figure stood with fists clenched tightly, his knuckles turning white. He was Yen Hao. At this moment Yen Hao looked up at the carefree figure floating in midair, his chest churning with an indescribable complexity of emotions. Shock, unwillingness, desolation, and an extreme sense of powerlessness from striving so hard yet still being far beyond reach. After the college entrance exam, Yen Hao had been wallowing in the defeat of losing to Lin Fan. But who would have thought that in just a few short days the city of Tianhe would be besieged by alien beasts, and fall overnight? When he saw the city lord Qin Tsung die in battle, Yen Hao believed he himself was doomed. Fortunately, official reinforcements arrived in time, and he managed to escape with his life. He then drifted with the crowd, fleeing toward the military encampment outside the city. Along the way he witnessed countless relatives and compatriots fall under the claws of the alien beasts. Yen Hao's heart was filled with a burning desire for revenge. Led by the military, he arrived at the settlement in Shaqing Nanhu province. Over the past 2 months he had not relaxed for a single moment. He immersed himself day and night in the ability training room, cultivating relentlessly without sleep. Finally, heaven rewards the diligent. He succeeded in stepping into the early stage of the Second Order a week ago. At that time his heart blazed with boundless hope. Every bit of progress in cultivation brought him one step closer to annihilating the alien beasts and avenging his losses. Yen Hao had secretly believed that as long as he chased desperately he could gradually narrow the gap between him and Lin Fan. Both were geniuses with S-level abilities. He refused to believe that the distance between them would forever be insurmountable. But the scene before him now mercilessly tore all his illusions to shreds. Flight through the air, that was a hallmark of high-level ability users. Such a realm was probably a distant chasm that even decades or a lifetime of bitter cultivation could never let him touch. That youth who once competed with him on the same arena in the ability college entrance exam had now ascended to the clouds high above. Ha! Ha! How ridiculous! So this so-called pursuit was just my own wishful thinking. Is this what a true genius is? Yen Hao clenched his fists and let out a self-deprecating laugh. At the same time a wave of bitterness and powerlessness surged into his heart. Yet, while Yen Hao's emotions churned at the far right end of the freshman formation, a cool and ethereal figure stood quietly. Su Muxue was dressed in simple clean clothes, her face cold and strikingly beautiful. She exuded an air of aloof detachment, as if the surrounding clamor was incompatible with her. But if one looked closely they could see. Her usually cold and unruffled eyes, which rarely showed emotion, were now fixed firmly on Lin Fan in the midair. A faint, barely perceptible ripple stirred in the depths of her calm gaze. It's him, Su Muxue murmured softly as she watched Lin Fan. Back at the Qian Gorge in Shaoqing Nanhu province, when Lin Fan at the Second Order had slain the Fifth Order Magma Giant King, it had left a deep impression on her. At their parting she had casually said that if he ever encountered trouble he could come to her. Now it seemed that remark was a bit unnecessary. She hadn't expected that in less than 2 months Lin Fan would have reached such a level. His rate of growth had become astonishingly incomprehensible. What a strange person. Su Muxue's cool eyes flickered. Done. Now no one foolish enough will dare to jump out. In midair Lin Fan took in everyone's expressions below and nodded in satisfaction. A moment later he moved his body gently. His aura slowly receded and his figure descended like a falling leaf. Finally he landed steadily at the center of the high platform. The moment Lin Fan touched the ground the entire sports field fell silent. The military instructor who had shouted and challenged earlier had already lowered his head in silence. Seeing the crowd's reaction, Lin Fan knew it was enough. He then nodded to Zhou Ming and walked off the platform. Zhou Ming immediately understood and broke the silence. He continued the opening ceremony of the freshman orientation. Meanwhile Lin Fan had already left the platform and returned to the corner beneath it. There Su Qingyuan was leaning lazily against a pillar. Her seductive eyes had already locked onto his figure, and a faint cryptic smile curved at the corners of her lips. Our instructor Lin has truly dazzled everyone today. As Lin Fan approached, Su Qingyuan slowly straightened up, her tone languid and teasing. Well said. But, according to your logic, Sister Qingwan. Lin Fan paused slightly. Then he stepped forward, leaning his face close to Su Qingyuan's ear, and lowered his voice. As a student I brought you, my mentor, so much glory. Shouldn't you give me some reward? After saying this, a roguish smile curled at the corner of Lin Fan's mouth. Oh, a reward. And what reward does little brother Lin want? Su Qingyuan was momentarily stunned by his uncharacteristic move, but quickly recovered, her seductive eyes fixed on his, and she smiled sweetly. As for the reward, I haven't thought of it yet. How about I owe you one? When I think of something I'll tell you. Lin Fan chuckled lightly. It seems our little brother Lin has learned to be naughty, alright, I promise you. But no strange things, okay? Su Qingyuan covered her mouth with a light laugh. Strange things? What exactly do you mean by strange things? Lin Fan's lips curled into a playful smile as he bent down to look at Su Qingyuan. Their distance grew even closer, and they could feel each other's warm breath. In this secluded corner the atmosphere grew a little ambiguous. But the intimate tension didn't last long. Alright, just kidding. Let's get back to business. Sister Qingyuan, I need your help with something. After a moment Lin Fan straightened up, took a step back, and spoke in a normal tone. Oh. What is it? Let's hear it. Su Qingyuan raised an eyebrow, curiosity flickering in her eyes. Her expression was as calm as ever, as if nothing had happened. I have a batch of high-quality alien beast materials on hand, all accumulated from previous hunts. Lin Fan spoke bluntly, his tone casual and natural. I can't be bothered to haggle at the black market, and I don't want to get lowballed by middlemen. Could you help me find a reliable buyer and sell them at a high price? Is that all? That's simple. I know people in the major cultivation workshops and ability auction houses in Magic City. High-quality alien beast materials are always in demand. Leave it to me and I'll get you the best price. Su Qingyuan gave a lazy smile. Then thank you, Sister Qingyuan. Lin Fan smiled. No need for formalities. By the way, what grade are those alien beast materials? Su Qingyuan waved her hand. 1 sixth order and a few fifth order alien beasts, Lin Fan said casually. Huh. Sixth order. Su Qingyuan paused for a moment. A sixth order and a few fifth order mutt beasts, Fan Lin replied casually. Sixth order. Su Qingyuan's lips, which had been curled in a faint smile, tightened slightly. The languid, playful smile on her face faded somewhat, and her charming, captivating eyes narrowed ever so gently. Yet deep within her gaze a trace of profound astonishment quietly flashed across. She gazed quietly at the languid and composed youth before her, suddenly recalling that phone call from Fan Lin a month ago. At that time Fan Lin had specifically contacted her to inquire about the whereabouts of the Sixth Order Beast King that had annihilated Tianhe City. The excuse Fan Lin had given back then was reasonable enough, so she had simply told him without giving it much thought. But looking at it now, Fan Lin hadn't been asking casually at all. He had clearly gone directly for revenge. And from what Fan Lin had just said, he had indeed found that Sixth Order Beast King from back then and killed it. That Sixth Order Mutt Beast you're referring to. Surely it isn't the Beast King that escaped from Tianhe City all those years ago. Correct, that's precisely it. I paid a visit to the Cloud Province restricted zone during the holiday and took care of it incidentally. Fan Lin nodded casually. A Sixth Order Beast King that had wreaked havoc across a region and slaughtered an entire city. Yet in Fan Lin's mouth it was reduced to the simple phrase. Just took care of it incidentally. You truly always manage to surprise people. It seems junior brother Fan Lin has quite a few secrets hidden within him. Su Qingyuan's demeanor remained as alluring as ever, yet the probing glance in her eyes grew ever more intense. Her tone carried a languid laugh tinged with both resignation and emotion. The materials from a Sixth Order Beast King are top-tier goods on the market, rare and highly sought after. Since junior brother Fan Lin has asked me, I'll naturally make sure everything is arranged for you. After speaking, Su Qingyuan calmly took out her communicator and tapped to dial a familiar number. The call connected quickly and a capable yet cheerful female voice came through with familiar teasing. Qingyuan, how come you're thinking of calling me today? The sun must be rising from the west. Leaning against the corridor pillar, Su Qingyuan's tone remained languid and gentle, unhurried. Stop being cheeky. I have some business with you. I have a batch of Mud Beast materials to sell. A complete set of Sixth Order Beast King primary materials plus several Fifth Order Mud Beast accessory materials. Do you have any purchasing channels on your end? I want a genuine price, no middleman tactics to drive down the cost. There was a brief silence on the other end of the call. Even through the communicator one could faintly sense the other person's breath hitch, struggling to contain their immense shock. The other person's tone immediately became serious, any hint of joking completely gone. Sixth Order Beast King? Are you sure you're not joking? This kind of thing is priceless right now, no amount of money can buy it. If you truly have it, I'll personally handle the transaction and offer you the highest market price currently available in the Magic Capital Circle. Naturally, it's true. Su Qingyuan's tone was calm and unfazed. Let's meet tomorrow noon at the Cloud Summit Pavilion Tea House to discuss the details. Alright, no problem. Then it's settled. I'll definitely be there on time. After a brief exchange of 2 sentences, Su Qingyuan hung up. Done. That person is an old friend I've known for many years. They specialize in high-end Mud Beast material transactions, so you needn't worry. Su Qingyuan put away her communicator and looked back at Fan Lin, her languid demeanor unchanged. Then thank you very much, Sister Qingyuan, Fan Lin said with a smile. No need for formalities. It was just a small favor. Su Qingyuan waved casually, her gaze drifting toward the opening ceremony still proceeding according to schedule in the distance. The murmur of voices from the playground drifted over faintly, the ceremony not yet concluded. Fan Lin raised his hand to check the time. The sun had already climbed high, approaching noon. Sister Qingyuan, how about this? It's almost mealtime anyway. To show my gratitude, I'll treat you to a meal. Fan Lin turned to look at the enchanting Su Qingyuan beside him. Oh. If our chief instructor Lin is personally treating, then I shall be remiss if I refuse. Be prepared, sister is going to really drain your wallet. Su Qingyuan's brows and eyes curved into a smile, a subtle gleam dancing in her eyes, her tone languid yet teasing. No problem, order whatever you like, Fan Lin said generously. With that, the two set off, walking side by side out of the playground where the opening ceremony was still taking place, heading toward outside Shanghai University. The streets of Demon Capital City bustled with vibrancy at noon, lined with shops catering to espers. Most pedestrians were espers of all kinds, with vehicles constantly shuttling through, painting a picture of prosperity and flourishing development. Lin Fan chose an elegant and highly upscale private dining restaurant. The interior decor exuded a warm, gentle ambience with tastefully arranged wooden partitions. It completely shut out the noise from the street outside. After the two of them were seated, the waiter promptly and respectfully presented the menu. Sister Qingyuan, take your time looking through it. Order whatever you like, don't be shy. Lin Fan casually pushed the menu towards Su Qingyuan with a generous air. Su Qingyuan didn't protest or demur, her slender fingers lightly turned over the exquisite menu, her brows and eyes carrying their usual languid charm. Su Qingyuan didn't simply order on her own. Instead, she glanced up and casually asked about Lin Fan's dietary preferences. After selecting a few signature dishes from the restaurant, and ordering 2 refreshing fruit drinks to cut through the richness, she handed the menu back to the waiter. This didn't quite match the vibe she had previously given off about wanting to make Lin Fan pay for a lavish meal. As the waiter bowed and retreated, leaving them in the pause before the food arrived, only soft background music filled the air, creating a leisurely and tranquil atmosphere. By the way, Sister Qingyuan, do you know someone named Ling Qingyao? Lin Fan's fingertips tapped lightly against the table as if he had suddenly remembered something, and he turned to ask Su Qingyuan. Ling Qingyao. That name sounds somewhat familiar. Su Qingyuan had been resting her chin on one hand, gazing lazily out the window. Hearing the name, her fingertips paused briefly. Her charming eyes blinked softly and a thoughtful expression crossed her face. Oh. Do you mean the 5th-place finisher from this year's National Esper College entrance examination? Her Esper ability is the extremely rare SSS rank Illusory Dream True Pupil. Su Qingyuan quickly searched her memory, recalling it after a moment. Yes, that's her. Lin Fan confirmed the answer. What's wrong? Have you taken a fancy to her? Actually, it's not surprising. That girl is indeed quite beautiful. Su Qingyuan's languid tone carried a hint of curiosity now. Her gaze toward Lin Fan also held a playful quality. That's not the case. Lin Fan shook his head. Then why are you suddenly asking about her? Su Qingyuan raised an eyebrow. I encountered her before and found her quite remarkable, so I was curious. If you know anything, Sister Qingyuan, please share it with me. Lin Fan didn't elaborate further on the reason. I don't know much either, after all she doesn't belong to the demon capital circle. Su Qingyuan withdrew her gaze and looked out at the scenery outside the window before speaking slowly. Her Esper ability is the SSS rank Illusory Dream True Pupil, belonging to the top-tier spiritual category, making it one of the most exceptional abilities among the entire younger generation. Additionally, she is an orphan who grew up in an orphanage. Because of her outstanding 5th-place performance in the college entrance exam, she was directly admitted to Kyoto University through special recruitment. As for anything more, I don't know much. Su Qingyuan shook her head. Orphan. Kyoto University. Upon hearing this, Lin Fan's gaze shifted imperceptibly as he murmured softly to himself. After quietly committing this information to memory, Lin Fan raised his eyes and offered Su Qingyuan a light smile. Thanks, Sister Qingyuan. I have a general understanding now. If you manage to win her heart, remember to let this matchmaker know. Su Qingyuan teased Lin Fan. Afterwards, Su Qingyuan did not press him further about why he was inquiring about her. Instead, she smoothly changed the subject and began chatting about trivial matters within the demon capital circle. Before long, exquisite dishes started arriving one after another. The dishes were beautifully presented, their aromas immediately filling the air and stimulating the appetite. The two enjoyed their leisurely meal while chatting casually, the atmosphere harmonious and natural. The lunch proceeded at a relaxed and unhurried pace, and before they knew it, over half an hour had passed. The afternoon sunlight streaming through the glass windows had become increasingly gentle and soft, losing the harsh heat of midday. After Lin Fan settled the bill, the two walked out of the private restaurant together without heading back to Demon Capital University right away. Instead, they strolled slowly along the tree-lined pathway by the street. They passed by shops brimming with jewelry and accessory stores specializing in Esper materials and elegant tea houses with refined atmospheres. Throughout the journey, Su Qingyuan would occasionally tease him, and Lin Fan would fire back at just the right moments. The two walked side by side at a leisurely pace, savoring the rare tranquility of the afternoon. At 3 o'clock in the afternoon, they returned to the gates of Demon Capital University. I will head back first. Don't forget the appointment at Cloud Top Terrace Tea House at noon tomorrow. Before the university gate, Su Qingyuan paused and turned to say to Lin Fan. Yes, I know. Lin Fan nodded in agreement. After a brief exchange of a few more words, Su Qingyuan turned and left. After parting with Su Qingyuan, Lin Fan made his way back alone to his stand-alone single-family villa. The villa area was shaded by lush trees with quiet stone pathways winding through the serene environment. Far from the hustle and bustle of the teaching areas and main roads, everything around was peaceful and still. As Lin Fan walked alone along the path, his mind continued to dwell on the information about Ling Qingyao. However, just as he reached the entrance of his villa, a cold and mechanical system notification suddenly echoed in his mind. Ding. System upgrade complete. Has the upgrade finished? Lin Fan halted mid-step at the system notification. Yet he did not rush to inspect the system. Instead, he continued striding toward the villa not far ahead. Pushing open the villa's grand door, Lin Fan stepped slowly into the living room. The interior was understated yet elegant, with sunlight streaming through the floor-to-ceiling windows, casting a warm glow on the floor. A pool of golden light spread out, sealing off all the clamor from the outside world. Lin Fan walked directly to the water dispenser and poured himself a glass of room-temperature water. His fingertips touched the cool glass, and he took a shallow sip, tilting his head back. He set the cup down on the solid wood coffee table before him, then stretched his body. He sank lazily into the soft leather sofa, letting his entire frame melt into its embrace. Only then did Lin Fan, with a flicker of thought, open the system panel and begin to inspect it. Host Lin Fan. Realm early 4th stage. Art Great Wilderness Heaven Swallowing Art. Ability Thunder Power. Skills Fire Style Great Fire Annihilation with Style Tree World Birth Shadow Clone Technique Flying Thunder God Technique. Points 109,850. The familiar panel information flooded into his mind, and Lin Fan's gaze swept over it calmly. But the next second his sight abruptly froze. Below the original panel, an entirely new option had materialized out of nowhere, glowing with a faint luminescence. Virtual Combat Space. Lin Fan raised an eyebrow, a flicker of curiosity stirring within him. With a thought, he clicked directly into the details of this option. As the relevant information stream poured into his consciousness, Lin Fan's previously calm expression gradually shifted to one of astonishment. His eyes, half-lidded, slowly widened, the aura around him barely perceptible, and a tempest raged within his heart. This virtual combat space, as its name suggested, was a virtual battle simulator. What surprised Lin Fan was that the space's capabilities were far too powerful. By spending points, one could freely customize all parameters of an opponent. Whether it was a real-life powerhouse or a character existing only in imagination, they could be perfectly replicated. The space replicated the 5 senses, pain, and even the experience of life and death. All were 100% true to reality, indistinguishable from actual combat. Even more astonishingly, the combat technique's practical experience and on-the-spot adaptability honed within this space would be fully synchronized to the real body. If one died in the space, it would not mean actual death, it would only consume a small amount of mental energy. Yet the authentic experience of near-death and death would be indelibly etched into the consciousness. But in Lin Fan's mind, the function of this virtual space went far beyond that. The most terrifying aspect of this feature was not what had been mentioned earlier. Instead, it was the ability to set another version of himself as an opponent. After all, the most difficult enemy to overcome has always been oneself. Confronting oneself allows the clearest insight into all one's strengths and weaknesses. Targeted compensation and breakthroughs, such a pace of training progress was nothing short of terrifying. Lin Fan took a deep breath, the heart within his chest involuntarily quickening its beat. His eyes blazed with undisguised surprise and exhilaration. Since his transmigration, Lin Fan had experienced no lack of battles. Yet thanks to the Flying Thunder God and the divine might, he had never truly been trapped in a life-or-death crisis. He lacked the most extreme and brutal real combat refinement. And this virtual combat space precisely filled that gap in his abilities. This function is tailor-made for combat enhancement. Lin Fan murmured, his fingertips unconsciously tapping the sofa armrest. By now an eager battle lust had already ignited in his eyes. He could hardly wait to enter the space and experience it firsthand. But just as Lin Fan was about to move, an idea struck him, and he stopped. In the next moment, Lin Fan formed hand seals. Bang! 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 White smoke appeared with a soft sound. As the smoke dissipated, 10 shadow clones identical to Lin Fan materialized, standing in the center of the living room. You 9 train. And you guard this place. Lin Fan took out over 100 spirit stones from the system space and distributed them to 9 of the clones. Then he turned to the remaining clone and said. The clones said nothing. After receiving the spirit stones, they found spots, sat cross-legged, and began to cultivate. The remaining clone casually sat down in a corner, keeping silent watch. With everything arranged, Lin Fan had no more concerns. With a thought, he directly chose to initiate the virtual combat space. The next second, Lin Fan felt an invisible force envelop his consciousness. The living room scene before him shattered instantly, and the light around him shifted dramatically. In the blink of an eye, Lin Fan's consciousness stepped fully into a pure, boundless white space. There was no distinction between heaven and earth, no clutter of any kind. All that met the eye was pristine white, so silent that he could hear his own heartbeat. Lin Fan slowly opened his eyes, surveying this peculiar space before he could fully take it in. A pale blue transparent panel materialized before him out of thin air. It clearly listed two major options: simulate opponent data and battle environment selection. Lin Fan's gaze shifted, and the image of the Fox clan chief he had encountered among the Fox tribe instantly surfaced in his mind. The old woman's strength was still vivid in Lin Fan's memory. Back then he had no chance of victory against her. But now, with his power surging, he wanted to test her measure. Without a moment's hesitation, Lin Fan concentrated his mind on the opponent data field. He precisely filled in all the information about the Fox clan chief, then set the battle environment to a forested mountain. The moment the settings were complete, the system notifications sounded softly. Opponent seven-tailed spirit fox. Environment primordial forest. This simulated battle requires 1000 points. Confirm to start simulation. Confirm. Lin Fan did not hesitate. With his confirmation, the next moment the entire white space twisted and transformed. Rustling wind, leaves, whispering, chirping insects, and birdsong filled his ears. Moist earth and the scent of grass and wood rushed toward him. In an instant the void-like white space had become a vast, deep, primordial forest. Towering ancient trees soared into the sky, thick vines entwined among them. The ground was covered with fallen branches and leaves soft underfoot. The surroundings were so realistic they were indistinguishable from the real world. The touch of wind on his cheeks was clear and distinct. Lin Fan stood firmly in the forest, sensing the authentic environment. His gaze was curious as he looked around. But at that moment, a colossal, overwhelming aura suddenly descended from above the forest, as if the very air had solidified. Lin Fan jerked his head upward, seeing in midair. Space twisted slightly, and an old woman materialized in the sky above the forest. 7 foxtails stretched out behind her, swaying with abandon. She looked down from her height, locking onto Lin Fan with cold indifference, her pressure sweeping through the entire forest. Yet at this sight Lin Fan felt no fear. Instead, a blazing battle intent ignited in his eyes, spiritual energy swirling around him, and his six-tomo Rinnegan activated. The next second Lin Fan lifted off the ground, hovering in midair, facing the old woman from afar. In midair, Lin Fan faced off against the seven-tailed spirit fox clan leader from a distance. A fierce wind rustled the leaves of the forest, producing a soft rustling sound. Two vastly different yet formidable auras collided between heaven and earth, making the air feel oppressively heavy. The six-tomo Rinnegan in Lin Fan's eyes spun rapidly, light flickering within his pupils as an immense surge of ocular power swept through his entire body. The next moment Lin Fan slowly raised his arms. In an instant his arms suddenly took on a cold metallic luster. His skin rapidly transformed, and in the blink of an eye it became pitch-black mechanical arms. Cannon barrels extended and unfolded from his arms, countless muzzles all aimed at the old fox woman in midair. Boom! 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 The next second brilliant light burst from the mechanical cannons on his arms. Countless shells carrying piercing screeches rained down like a storm upon the old fox woman. The blazing firelight instantly tore across the sky, illuminating the entire forest canopy. But just as the shells were about to strike, the old fox woman's figure trembled, and a golden light around her surged violently. Her aged form instantly transformed into a condensed streak of golden light, tearing through the air as it shot forward. A thin layer of milky white condensed mist clung to the outer layer of the light streak. That was the sonic boom cloud formed by the extreme speed of her physical body, violently breaking the sound barrier and compressing the air. The golden light moved so fast it was nearly imperceptible to the naked eye. In the blink of an eye she had crossed the midair distance, and suddenly halted before Lin Fan. So fast. And there's not even a sound. Lin Fan was startled inwardly. If not for the six-tomo Rinnegan's extreme dynamic vision, he might not have even been able to see the old woman's movements. Yet, just as Lin Fan was about to react, he felt an extremely sharp sense of crisis surge upon him. The old woman had already raised her right hand. That withered, aged hand condensed dazzling golden spiritual energy into a sharp spiritual blade. With the force of splitting mountains and parting seas, it slashed straight toward Lin Fan's neck at an incredible speed. The entire process produced no sound, not even the faintest whisper of air disturbance. Almighty push! Lin Fan immediately activated the Rinnegan. In an instant a violent repulsive force erupted from Lin Fan, spreading outward in all directions. The invisible force field, like a solid barrier, collided fiercely with the old woman's golden spiritual blade. The old woman's figure abruptly halted, and she was sent flying by the repulsive force. In that very moment, bang! A deafening thunderous explosion rang harshly in Lin Fan's ears. The violent shockwave of the sonic boom swept across the area and a fierce wind suddenly churned through the forest. Leaves and branches of distant trees trembled wildly while gravel and dust were hurled into the air by the blast. So that's it, no wonder there was no sound. Seeing this, Lin Fan suddenly understood. It wasn't that the old woman's attack had no sound. Rather, her speed had already surpassed the speed of sound. Because her movements, her charge, her slash, were all far faster than the speed at which sound travels. Therefore the sounds of her movement, the air being torn and the sonic boom from breaking the sound barrier, were all left behind by her. This meant that when the old woman's attack ended, and she was flung away, Lin Fan only heard the sound then. If that's the case, hearing is useless in this level of combat. Because by the time you hear the sound, the enemy's attack has already landed on you. Lin Fan pondered, looking at the old woman not far away. By now she had steadied herself. She gave Lin Fan no time to recover. After stabilizing, the old woman waved her aged hand toward Lin Fan and a vast torrent of spiritual energy surged wildly. In an instant it condensed into 3 enormous fox claw projections, each hundreds of meters tall. The tips of the claws glinted coldly, carrying an unstoppable force as they slammed down toward Lin Fan. Wherever the claw wind passed, space itself trembled slightly. This move again! Lin Fan couldn't help but complain inwardly. This spiritual energy fox claw was practically the signature technique of the Fox clan. Every Fox clan member Lin Fan had encountered before used this move. Yet as Lin Fan's thoughts raced, the hundreds of meters wide sky-obscuring fox claw projections descended upon him with overwhelming pressure. But this time Lin Fan did not activate Almighty Push again. Because after using Almighty Push there was a 5-second cooldown, and it was still in cooldown, unable to be used again. However, Lin Fan did not dodge either. Instead he slowly raised his hands to light and his 6-tomo Rinnegan blazing intensely. In an instant a terrifying devouring force erupted from Lin Fan's palms. The moment the 3 enormous fox claw projections approached Lin Fan, they were frenziedly devoured and disintegrated like ice melting away. In just a split second they were completely absorbed by Lin Fan, transforming into pure spiritual energy that merged into his body. In midair the old fox woman paused visibly at this sight. She raised her hand and fired several condensed beams of energy. But no matter how violent the attack, as long as it approached Lin Fan, it was completely absorbed by the hungry ghost path's ability, not even stirring a ripple. After several attacks the old woman realized that long-range energy attacks were useless against Lin Fan. She immediately abandoned long-range attacks, blurring as she charged directly toward Lin Fan for close combat. Her speed was even faster than before, and vast spiritual energy condensed around her claws, aiming straight for Lin Fan's chest. "I've been waiting for you, Tsukuyumi." Lin Fan's lips curled into a knowing smirk. The ocular power of his Rinnegan erupted once more and an immense wave of spiritual energy surged outward. But then something Lin Fan never expected occurred. The old fox woman, upon sensing this overwhelming spiritual attack, suddenly erupted with even greater momentum. Her 7 tails spread wildly, releasing a vast spiritual energy on par with Lin Fan's bursting forth from within her. The 2 mighty spiritual forces collided fiercely in midair. The old woman actually withstood the spiritual erosion of Tsukuyumi, refusing to be drawn into the illusion world. Impossible! Lin Fan was shocked. But the battle was still ongoing, leaving him no time to dwell. He immediately activated Almighty Push again. The invisible repulsive force erupted once more, sending the close-ranged old woman flying away. Yet the moment Almighty Push sent the old woman flying, she appeared before Lin Fan again, and the next second attacks coming one after another. Since Almighty Push had just been used and was on cooldown, Lin Fan had no choice but to activate Intangibility. The old woman's attack landed but passed straight through Lin Fan's body. What the hell? How can a 7th-rank Beast Emperor be this strong? Is this even the same level as a Beast King? They're practically different species. Lin Fan looked at the old fox woman from afar, his mind in turmoil. From the start of the battle until now he had consecutively used multiple abilities: Azura Path, Almighty Push, Hungry Ghost Path, Tsukuyumi, and Kamui. Yet he was constantly suppressed by the old woman, completely on the defensive. Before Lin Fan could think further, the old woman's attacks came again like a storm, giving Lin Fan no chance to catch his breath. Damn it! This is too much! Lin Fan cursed inwardly, a fierce glare rising in his eyes. As his words fell, spiritual energy surged wildly throughout Lin Fan's body. The immense ocular power and spiritual energy merged and erupted with a boom. Hume! The next moment a towering colossal figure stood between heaven and earth. The blue complete body Susanoo, over 200 meters tall, wielding a massive Susanoo blade, rose from the ground with a thunderous roar. The azure Susanoo, towering over 200 meters, rose abruptly from the forest, its colossal silhouette blotting out half the sky. The moment the complete body Susanoo manifested, it raised its hand with startling speed. The arm, thick as a mountain, yanked the massive Susanoo blade from its back. Purple lightning crackled and writhed along the blade, coiling and climbing with a furious energy. Electric arcs darted, thunder patterns densely covered the surface. The wild power of the lightning attribute carried an overwhelming, world-destroying menace. Without a moment's hesitation, Susanoo's arm swung. The Susanoo blade, encircled by a sky full of purple thunder, descended with the force of 1,000 Junes straight toward the chieftain of the seven-tailed spirit fox clan. High above, the elderly fox woman who had been attacking Lin Fan did not cease her movements. Her 7 foxtails danced wildly in the air, vast spiritual energy converging abruptly before her. They collided directly with the Susanoo blade. Boom! The moment they clashed, a deafening roar that shook heaven and earth exploded. Terrifying shockwaves radiated wildly in all directions from the epicenter of their battle. The surrounding ancient trees towering to the sky could not withstand the residual force. One after another they snapped and collapsed with a thunderous roar. The forest was devastated, the ground cracked with dense ravines and shattered stones, and dust erupted skyward. In an instant, thick dust filled the entire sky. As the billowing dust slowly rose and gradually dispersed, the two figures had already been sent flying apart by the immense force standing opposite each other high in the air. The distance between them widened once more, yet their auras remained locked in a fierce confrontation. Lin Fan's gaze sharpened, knowing well that ordinary attacks could not harm his opponent. With a thought, his pupil power surged wildly. Kamui Shuriken. In an instant, several black shuriken imbued with spatial fluctuations materialized from nothing in the hands of the complete body Susanoo. The blue Susanoo's arm flung out. Several Kamui shuriken tore through the sky, carrying an eerie power that warped space itself, shooting toward the elderly fox woman. The very air along their path was distorted and sliced. The elderly woman mid-step halted abruptly, sensing the terrifying spatial distortion power within the Kamui shuriken. Instead of meeting them head-on, her form flickered and transformed into a golden streak of light wrapped in white mist. When her figure reappeared, she was already over a kilometer away. The Kamui shuriken passed straight through the spot where she had been. In the end, they crashed into the forest one after another, and the places they struck were twisted and consumed by spatial distortion, leaving behind a vacuum of nothingness. The moment she evaded the attack, a fierce gleam flashed in the elderly woman's eyes. Behind her, 7 enormous foxtails suddenly swelled and extended, growing even more massive and formidable. Like giant pillars supporting the heavens, they swept out in a sky-obscuring arc. Bang! A dull, heavy sound echoed. The 7 colossal foxtails, each comparable to a mountain, slammed brutally into the massive body of the complete body Susanoo. The sheer domineering force flipped the 200-meter-tall Susanoo over, crashing it to the ground. Boom! Rumble! The earth beneath Susanoo shattered. Before Lin Fan could regain control and make Susanoo rise, the 7 sky-pillar foxtails had already coiled around it. Layer upon layer, they tightly bound Susanoo's head, limbs, and the wings on its back. Endless surging spiritual energy poured from the foxtails, tightening and compressing inward. Creak! A crisp cracking sound slowly arose, and fine hairline fractures spread across the hard azure Susanoo body. The elderly foxwoman strode through the air, approaching the fallen Susanoo. She finally stopped before the pentagonal mark on its head. Her aged gaze pierced through Susanoo's outer layer, coldly locking onto Lin Fan inside. In the next moment, she slowly extended a withered hand, pointing it at Lin Fan. Golden spiritual energy converged crazily in her palm, radiating a terrifying aura. I suppose I have to use that move. Inside Susanoo, Lin Fan looked at the elderly woman so close, a trace of helplessness flashed across his face, as he let out a long sigh. The moment his words fell, Lin Fan's eyes hardened and the light of the 6th Homo Rinnegan in his pupils blazed intensely. The vast, overwhelming spiritual energy in his mind erupted without reserve. Kodo Amatsukami. By Tianshin. The spirit illusionary art unfolded silently, and instantaneously an invisible torrent of spiritual energy surging directly into the old Fox Clan woman's mind. The moment she detected this terrifying mental attack, her vast spiritual power was fully mobilized. Her 7 foxtails trembled frantically, bursting forth with brilliant golden light. She exerted all her strength to resist this illusionary invasion. Her hair and eyebrows stood on end, her aged face twisted in the extreme spiritual confrontation. The entire space rippled from the collision of the 2 spiritual powers, clearly fighting for her life. Yet her ocean-like spiritual power proved as futile as a mantis attempting to halt a chariot. In an instant, the old woman's death-defying mental defenses crumbled catastrophically. The resisting force vanished instantly. The old woman's body stiffened suddenly, the coldness and struggle in her eyes fading rapidly. Under Lin Fan's calm gaze, the Fox Clan elder slowly raised her withered hand. Condensing sharp spiritual energy without hesitation, she drove her palm straight through her own heart. A geyser of blood erupted. The old woman's body shuddered and the vitality in her eyes dissipated rapidly. Thud. Her body fell straight from the sky, landing on the ground with a soft impact. Ding. Host has successfully slain the 7th stage Spirit Fox clan leader. This simulation battle has concluded. As the old woman hit the ground, the cold system notification echoed in Lin Fan's mind simultaneously. Phew. Lin Fan exhaled deeply, releasing the Susanoo. The azure Susanoo enveloping heaven and earth lost its spiritual energy support. Its radiance gradually dimmed, its massive form slowly phasing out and dissipating until it completely vanished into nothingness. If not for Bai Tianxin as my safety net, I'd probably have been done for this time. Lin Fan's figure descended slowly to the ground, looking somewhat disheveled. Breathing heavily while shaking his head, he thought. Fortunately, this is just a system simulation trial. There won't be that extended cooldown period, so I can still use it normally in reality. This was precisely why Lin Fan had dared to employ Bai Tianxin so recklessly. After composing his breathing, Lin Fan gradually stilled his mind and began carefully reviewing the entire battle. The primary reason the preceding fight had escalated to such desperation was the sheer velocity of the Fox clan matriarch. From Lin Fan's observations, the old woman's speed had already exceeded 3 times the speed of sound. Every one of his attacks failed to keep pace with her movements. All his attacks missed entirely, leaving him completely overpowered and on the back foot throughout the engagement due to her transcendent speed. Lin Fan had considered using Kamui Twist, but it was simply too slow. The instant Lin Fan's gaze began to focus on the old woman's figure, she had already vanished from her previous position. I must find a solution to this overwhelming speed disadvantage. Otherwise, when I truly encounter a 7th-stage existence in the future, escaping unscathed wouldn't be the issue, but engaging her would inevitably leave me in the same helpless position as today. Lin Fan's brows furrowed slightly as he contemplated this internally. Wait, I've got it. That jutsu is perfect for constraining an opponent who relies on such high-speed mobility. Moments later, a sudden flash of insight struck Lin Fan's mind. His eyes instantly gleamed with sharp brilliance. Without hesitation, he willed open the system marketplace interface within his consciousness. His gaze swept quickly across the listings until he located the ninja art he had in mind, and without a moment's thought he purchased it directly with his points. As the jutsu comprehension flooded into his mind, a confident smile touched his lips. With this technique, the next round will be far easier. System restart the simulation. Ding. Detecting host's intention to recommence the simulation trial. Restart cost 1,000 points. Confirm. Confirm. Lin Fan responded within his mind. Ding. Simulation restarting hum. The instant the system notification faded, Lin Fan felt the ground beneath him begin to tremble faintly. The surrounding broken and fallen ancient trees, the cracked ravines, the scattered rubble and dust, all rushed backward as though time itself were reversing. Shattered timber righted itself and fissured earth sealed itself whole. Every scar left by the fierce battle vanished in an instant, the entire forest reverting to its original state before combat began. Simultaneously, a gentle force enveloped Lin Fan's entire body. In the next moment, he felt the spiritual and mental energy nearly depleted during the battle replenished completely in the blink of an eye, restoring him to peak condition. At least it's somewhat considerate, Lin Fan murmured approvingly. As Lin Fan reflected, the distant airspace shimmered faintly, and the aged figure coalesced once more into visibility. The oppressive aura remained overwhelming, her cold gaze fixed upon Lin Fan below. Come then, old thing. This time let me show you properly the jutsu I prepared especially for you. Lin Fan slowly lifted his head to regard the old woman suspended in the air, a playful smirk curling his lips. As his words fell, Lin Fan drew 4 kunai from his system space and flung them toward the east, west, south, and north. Immediately thereafter his hands moved in rapid succession. Fingers dancing intricate hand seals formed in rapid succession. Vast spiritual energy surged from within him, flowing along the sealed trajectories. Ninja Art 4 Red Sun Array. Ninja Art 4 Crimson Sun Formation. Lin Fan's formidable spiritual power surged around him. The next moment the kunai he had tossed to the surroundings began to manifest. 4 crimson pillars of light piercing the heavens abruptly erupted from the ground. Flames writhed along their surfaces, exuding an unbreakable sealing aura. The 4 pillars resonated intensely, their crimson light interweaving rapidly, connecting horizontally in pairs. In an instant 4 thick barriers of crimson fire were erected, enclosing the area. They firmly trapped the entire region, spanning over 1,000 meters. Seal the top. As the barriers took shape, Lin Fan clapped his hands and shouted. Boom. In a flash, a crimson flame barrier 1,000 meters wide descended from above, crashing down like an apocalyptic curtain, perfectly linking with the 4 pillars and sealing the entire sky. Not a single gap, not a single flaw. It directly sealed Lin Fan and the chieftain of the 7-tailed fox clan within the space of the barrier. Madeira, the elderly fox woman, stared at the crimson barriers materializing around her. The next second, her golden light suddenly blazed. Without hesitation, she directly channeled her spiritual power. A colossal claw 100 zhang in size materialized and struck fiercely toward the barrier wall. Bang! A thunderous echo resounded through the barrier. The golden giant claw slammed into the crimson fire wall, causing a faint ripple. But soon the violent attack was completely absorbed, leaving not even a trace. The old woman launched several more fierce assaults, claw strikes, spirit blades, and sweeps from her 7 massive tails. Yet all these attacks fell upon the 4 Crimson Sun formation like stones sinking into the sea. If you could break this, I'd just let you win. Lin Fan chuckled, watching the elder woman incessantly attacking the barrier. He knew that in the original story this formation could withstand a 10-tailed beast ball without damage. Even as a 7th-tier cultivator, she couldn't break it quickly. After a prolonged futile assault, she paused. Then, without a second thought, she abandoned the attempt to break the formation. With a flicker of her form, her golden light flared again, transforming her into a golden streak that charged straight toward Lin Fan at the barrier's center. She intended to slay the caster first. Would release birth of the tree world. Lin Fan showed no sign of tension as the elder woman rushed at him. He clapped his hands. Rumble. As Lin Fan's gesture fell, the entire forest ground trembled violently. The ancient trees that had stood there began to grow wildly, as if driven to the extreme. Countless thick branches and vines burst from the earth, spreading upward with irresistible force, sprouting from the ground entirely. In mere moments, the interior of the barrier was completely filled. Dense tree trunks intertwined, sharp branches crisscrossed, and supple vines slithered freely, transforming the original forest into an impenetrable wooden cage. The elderly fox woman who had been charging halfway was directly engulfed by the boundless woods. Her form was blocked by layers upon layers of trunks. She could only keep changing direction and dodging. Yet the endless vines constantly coiled around her, sealing off all her escape routes. Seeing this, she abandoned evasion and began to concentrate her spiritual power, continuously destroying the trees blocking her path. But the trees were endless, ceaseless. Even as she slashed and snapped, a batch more branches surged forth. Under the extreme obstruction of the boundless woods, her movements were severely restricted. Her speed visibly slowed. Let me give you one more gift. Lin Fan stood in a relatively open gap among the trees, a wicked grin spreading across his face as he watched the elder woman maneuvering through the endless vegetation. Amaterasu. As his words fell, the 6-tomo Rinnegan in Lin Fan's eye suddenly blazed. A cluster of pitch-black flames spontaneously ignited. The black flames appeared and quickly spread onto the trunks beside Lin Fan, carrying a terrifying heat that could incinerate all things. Using the dense trees as a medium, the horrific Amaterasu black flames rapidly spread through the forest. In an instant, they leaped from one tree to another. Within a few breaths, a vast sea of black fire had emerged within the entire barrier. I won't play with you anymore. Enjoy this gift yourself. After doing all this, a rapidly spinning space vortex appeared in Lin Fan's right eye. The distorted space force instantly enveloped his body. The next second, Lin Fan was sucked into the vortex, his figure vanishing from the barrier. When he reappeared, he was already standing firmly outside the 4 Crimson Sun formation. He simply watched the sealed execution cage. Inside the barrier now, the Amaterasu black flames continued to spread wildly from a single cluster to a black sea engulfing half the barrier space. The elderly fox woman dodged continuously. But the entire barrier was filled with trees, leaving no place to hide. Seeing no escape, she abandoned dodging and began to fully activate her spiritual power shield to envelop herself. She stubbornly resisted the scorching of the Amaterasu flames. Several minutes later, the black fire had finally filled every inch of the 4 Crimson Sun formation. The entire barrier was transformed into a purgatory, a world of pure black. Only at the center of the barrier was there a faint, flickering golden light. Time passed minute by minute. After a full 10+ minutes, the raging Amaterasu black flames within the barrier gradually subsided. The scene inside the barrier began to emerge. Lin Fan looked up and saw a desolate space. All the once rampant trees had been reduced to ash. The ground was scorched black and cracked, barren and lifeless, completely incinerated into a dead zone. After surveying it all, Lin Fan slowly turned his gaze toward the elder woman at the barrier's center. The lingering heat of the Tian now black flame gradually dissipated, leaving only a dead scorched blackness within the 4 Red Sun formation. Thick smoke and dust filled the sealed space, and the pungent smell of burning and dissipating spiritual energy rushed toward him. The ground was already covered with spiderweb-like cracks, and the once lush forest had been completely razed. Charred wood and broken stones were scattered everywhere, with fine ashes floating even in the air, revealing the utter devastation after the fierce battle. Lin Fan's gaze fell upon the center of the barrier. There the elderly fox woman knelt weakly on the scorched ground. Her once neat robe had been tattered and burned by the Tianzhao black flame. Her body was covered with varying degrees of black burns. Wisps of black smoke continuously rose from the wounds. Her aura was weak and disordered, and the spiritual energy fluctuations around her were no longer as strong as before. Her aged turbid eyes were filled with exhaustion, utterly pathetic. "That old crone is really damn tough. Even this couldn't burn her to death." Lin Fan's face showed a hint of surprise. "Forget it, it's all the same. Strike while the iron is hot." As his words fell, the six-tomo Rinnegan in his right eye began to rotate. A spatial vortex instantly appeared around him, with twisted spatial energy enveloping his body like flowing water. In an instant, Lin Fan's figure directly vanished from outside the barrier. When he reappeared, he was already standing steadily within the four red sun formation, facing the weakened leader of the seven-tailed fox clan from a distance. The old woman abruptly looked up, a flash of ferocity in her turbid eyes. Seeing this, Lin Fan did not waste any words. His eyes suddenly narrowed and his spiritual energy erupted without any reservation. "Planetary devastation!" A low shout echoed through the barrier. Lin Fan spread his hands apart and grasped the air on both sides. Boom! The ground within the four red sun formation began to tremble violently. Countless pieces of rubble, scorched earth, and broken branches were pulled up by this immensely powerful force, converging crazily toward the old woman's location. The old woman's expression changed drastically, and she began to pour out all her spiritual energy desperately. Golden spiritual light surged, condensing into sharp spiritual blades that crazily slashed at the surrounding rocks. But every time she destroyed one rock, another would follow immediately. Countless giant rocks came one after another, continuously crashing in and wrapping layer upon layer. Eventually they gradually buried and covered her body completely. Stones of all sizes squeezed and collided with each other, rapidly intertwining and stacking up. Soon a giant rock sphere dozens of meters in diameter formed in the air. "This should be fine now," Lin Fan said, letting out a sigh of relief as he looked at the massive rock sphere suspended in the four red sun formation. Crack! But before Lin Fan could relax, a faint sound came. "What's going on?" Lin Fan frowned and looked up toward the source of the sound. "Damn it! It can still break free." Lin Fan couldn't help but curse. He clearly sensed an extremely violent energy fluctuation coming from inside the rock sphere in the air. Crack! Fine cracks like spiderwebs spread across the entire surface of the giant rock sphere. Then several thick golden glowing foxtails burst through the rock. They danced wildly in the air, forcibly shattering the hard rock. Bang! With a deafening explosion. The giant rock sphere formed by planetary devastation completely exploded. Countless pieces of rubble shot outward like cannonballs, smashing heavily into the red light barrier of the four red sun formation, producing a continuous series of impacts, sending ripples of energy cascading. As the dust slowly settled, the seven-tailed spirit fox, hundreds of jang in size, appeared imposingly in the air. Its entire body was covered with hard golden fur, each strand standing upright like steel needles. 7 enormous foxtails blotted out the sky, each comparable to a mountain, and a single sweep carried devastating power. Its pair of scarlet beast eyes were filled with fury. Even though its aura was somewhat weakened at the moment, the pressure of a 7th-rank beast king still made the surrounding air oppressively heavy. The dying struggle! Lin Fan snorted coldly at the giant seven-tailed fox in the air. He fully activated the 6-tomo Rinnegan, and spiritual energy surged wildly within him. Buzz! The void trembled, and a complete Susanoo over 200 meters tall rose from the ground. Its towering massive body stood between heaven and earth, its azure body gleaming. In Susanoo's hand a massive sword was tightly gripped, carrying an unmatched momentum that could split mountains and sever seas. Roar! The seven-tailed fox let out a furious beastly roar, lashing out with its remaining 7 giant tails. With the fury of breaking free from its seal, it charged straight at Susanoo. Where the giant tails swept, the air was torn apart, producing piercing sounds. Lin Fan showed no fear and directly manipulated the complete Susanoo to meet the attack. If it were at its peak, this 7-tailed fox could have suppressed the complete Susanoo with sheer speed and power. It would have been completely dominant. But now its combat power was less than half. Even in its true form, it could only barely fight against the complete Susanoo. Every collision between the giant tails and the complete Susanoo's body produced deafening roars, but the fox could never gain the upper hand. Bang! Thump! Boom! Their fight grew more intense. Susanu's sword slashed horizontally and vertically while the giant tails swept wildly, sending terrifying shockwaves everywhere. The already scorched ground within the four red sun formation was completely destroyed with rocks and dust flying everywhere. After dozens of exchanges, the two combatants distanced themselves. I need to finish this quickly. Lin Fan's eyes sharpened with a decision, and the six-tomo Rinnegan spun wildly. In an instant, Susanu actually retracted its sword and crossed its hands in front of its chest. The next second, 6 giant black shurikens appeared out of thin air held in Susanu's hands. Let's see how you dodge this time. Shui Shuriken. With a cold shout from Lin Fan, Susanu's arms suddenly exerted force. The 6 giant Shinwei shurikens tore through the sky, carrying the momentum to rend heaven and earth, shooting precisely toward the seven-tailed fox. The air where the Shinwei shurikens passed was directly twisted and torn. The seven-tailed fox's pupils contracted sharply and it instinctively tried to dodge. But its true body was too large, and trapped in the four red sun formation with very limited space, there was no way to avoid it. Thud. Thud. Moments later, the 6 Shinwei shurikens struck without hindrance, precisely hitting its 6 giant tails. The spatial distortion force erupted instantly, and the hit parts were annihilated at the material level. Bang! The 6 huge foxtails fell straight from the air, crashing to the ground and raising a cloud of dust. Woo! With its 6 tails severed, the seven-tailed fox let out an extremely agonizing howl. The roar echoed throughout the entire four red sun formation, causing eardrums to ache. Its massive body trembled violently, and blood gushed from the severed tails, staining the scorched ground beneath. However, Lin Fan showed no sign of stopping. The complete Susanu gripped its sword again. The 6-tomo Rinnegan was fully activated, and the vast Shui spatial power was all wrapped around the blade. The originally azure blade was instantly covered in a layer of pitch black. The blade radiated a terrifying power that could annihilate everything. Without any hesitation, Lin Fan controlled the complete Susanu to swing the sword. The pitch-black blade tore through the sky, carrying an unmatched spatial cutting force, and slashed directly toward the seven-tailed fox. Buzz! Seeing this, the seven-tailed fox quickly raised a spiritual energy shield in front of it. However, this shield, which could withstand a full-force attack from a 7th-rank ability user, was now as fragile as paper. It offered no resistance at all, and was directly pierced by Susanu's sword. Woo! The seven-tailed fox let out a mournful cry, twisting its massive body desperately to avoid the fatal blow. Swish! The sword light flashed, and spatial force instantly devoured everything. A huge wound deep enough to reveal bone appeared on its body. A large amount of blood gushed from the wound, dyeing a large area of the ground red. The thick smell of blood filled the air. Whoosh! 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 The complete Susanu kept swinging its sword, and the wounds on the seven-tailed fox grew more numerous, its movements becoming slower. Finally, the sword in Susanu's hand, imbued with Shui power, fell with a crash toward its neck and its despairing eyes. Bang! The huge golden fox head was instantly severed, rolling heavily from the air and crashing to the ground with a dull thud. The massive body of the seven-tailed fox lost its support, falling directly onto the scorched ground, raising a cloud of dust completely devoid of any life. Ding! The host has slain the 7th-rank Beast King, the leader of the seven-tailed Spirit Fox clan. This simulation has ended. At the same time, the system prompt sounded in Lin Fan's mind. Within the four Crimson Sun formation atop scorched and fissured ground, the massive body of the seven-tailed Spirit Fox clan leader crashed down lifelessly, its beastly pupils utterly void of light. Its golden fur gradually lost its luster, and a thick metallic tang of blood permeated the entire barrier space. This is what I wanted to fight. Lin Fan stood rooted to the spot, watching the battle brought to its conclusive end, an overwhelming surge of ecstatic thrill sweeping through his entire body before he could rein it in. His body trembled involuntarily, not from fear but from an unrestrained euphoria welling up from the depths of his heart. This thoroughly exhilarating combat had delivered a sensation Lin Fan had never experienced before. The system simulation space. This feature is absolutely incredible. Lin Fan panted heavily, his eyes brimming with fervor. Here he could unleash every technique at his disposal without any restraint whatsoever. He could also review every vulnerability exposed in battle, target his shortcomings, and sharpen his combat skills accordingly. Yet Lin Fan's excitement did not last long. As the thrill gradually ebbed, a torrent of overwhelming exhaustion surged within him, sweeping through every limb and bone in an instant. Lin Fan stumbled, nearly collapsing to the ground. Damn, the drain is enormous! He could clearly feel that his previously abundant and surging spiritual energy had almost been entirely consumed. Even his meridians throbbed with hollow, piercing aches. Ha! As expected. Even after breaking through to the mid-stage, it was still too much to ask. Lin Fan sighed softly, and slowly calmed his breathing. Every technique he had employed in that battle had been enormously taxing. The 4 Crimson Sun formation would release Deep Forest Emergence Amaterasu Planetary Devastation, the perfect Susanoo, plus several uses of the Kamui Shuriken. Even now that he had reached the mid-stage with his spiritual energy already transformed into liquid form. Both in quality and quantity it far exceeded his previous state, yet it still could not withstand such massive expenditure. If he fought like that in reality, even if he won, he feared he would be completely drained of spiritual energy. Wait, what am I worried about? Even if my spiritual energy runs out, I still have my physical vitality. With my refined bone stage physique, I could still contend with a 5th stage ability user even without spiritual energy. With that thought, Lin Fan's earlier gloom over spiritual energy depletion vanished entirely. He imagined future enemies who, having barely managed to drain his spiritual energy, would think themselves victorious and burst into boisterous laughter. And he would simply activate his second form and smash his fist into them. The expression on those enemies' faces would be absolutely priceless. The more he imagined it, the wider Lin Fan's smile grew. Ding. Combat simulation ended. Does the host wish to continue simulating? The system prompt rang out, abruptly shattering Lin Fan's daydreams. Exit simulation. Lin Fan thought for a moment and spoke. Ding. Exiting simulation. The moment the system notification fell silent, the space surrounding Lin Fan began to warp and fade at an incredible speed. The scorched ground beneath his feet, the shattered barriers around him, the clan leader's body in the distance. Everything fractured and dissipated like shattering glass. The very next instant Lin Fan felt a flash of white light before his consciousness plunged into darkness. The outside world. Lin Fan, lying on the sofa with his eyes tightly shut, suddenly felt his eyebrows twitch ever so slightly. The next moment Lin Fan opened his eyes. The familiar living room of the villa came into view, warm lighting banishing the indoor gloom. It stood in sharp contrast to the smoke-filled, ravaged desolation of the simulation space. Lin Fan gave his head a slight shake and could feel a trace of mild mental fatigue in his mind. Clearly the result of 2 consecutive high-intensity combat simulations. But this fatigue was negligible and would not interfere with his daily life in the slightest. Lin Fan paid little mind to the slight mental discomfort, and casually scanned the living room only for the corners of his mouth to twitch. There throughout the living room were the 9 shadow clones he had previously created. They remained seated in various positions with their eyes closed, their aura steady and calm. Fully immersed in cultivation, they had not slacked for a single moment. And the remaining clone tasked with guarding and watch duty. It was currently lounging lazily on the sofa, legs propped up, watching television with an indulgently satisfied expression. Clutching a cushion in its arms, it looked as carefree as could be. Upon hearing Lin Fan's movements, that shadow clone slowly turned its head to look at him. You really know how to enjoy yourself. Lin Fan looked at this lazy copy of himself and couldn't resist remarking. Heh, don't you know your own personality, Lin Fan? Why make things difficult for yourself? The clone on the sofa grinned, revealing a lazy yet infuriating smile, and replied in a languid tone. Hearing this, Lin Fan was overcome with speechless exasperation. In the end, he could only helplessly wave his hand and say no more, moving his intent. He directly dispelled that lazy guard clone. The remaining 9 clones devoted to diligent cultivation stayed behind. Noticing this, Lin Fan did not disturb them and turned to walk straight out of the villa. Having just undergone 2 simulated battles, Lin Fan simply wanted to go out for a stroll to clear his head. He could also pick up some daily necessities and a few snacks along the way. Pushing open the villa door, Lin Fan instinctively looked up at the sky. The setting sun was dipping toward the western horizon, its afterglow dyeing half the sky crimson, the clouds gilded with a warm amber halo. The sky was nearing dusk and a gentle breeze swept past, carrying a refreshing chill. Lin Fan locked the villa door and stepped outside. He had originally planned to head directly to the convenience store inside Magic City University to grab some essentials. But after only a few steps, Lin Fan felt his stomach growl. Never mind, I'll grab a meal first and do my shopping afterward. It's not too late. After a brief pause, Lin Fan altered his plans. With his mind made up, Lin Fan turned and adjusted his direction, heading toward a restaurant near the campus. The setting sun gilded the campus pathways of Modi University in warm gold, and the evening breeze carrying the fresh scent of grass and trees brushed against the hemlines of passing students, brimming with the vibrant energy of youth. Fan Lin strolled leisurely toward the campus cafeteria at a relaxed pace. Everywhere around him were students walking in groups. Many noticed him and subconsciously glanced twice more. Students gathered in small clusters, whispering among themselves with curious and probing looks. Fan Lin paid them no mind whatsoever. His gaze casually swept across the sea of pale faces flowing along the campus pathways. A wave of youthful energy washed over him instantly, bringing a sense of peace and contentment. But just as Fan Lin reached the halfway point about to turn toward the cafeteria intersection, a delicate fragrance suddenly brushed his senses without warning. A slender pale hand gently tugged at the corner of his coat. Fan Lin paused and turned instinctively. A tall, graceful figure came into view. The woman wore a simple light-colored long coat that flawlessly accentuated her elegant silhouette. Her skin was pale as snow, her face exquisitely beautiful yet coolly detached. A faint aloofness lingered between her brows, though it couldn't hide her breathtaking presence. This was Sumushio, the woman he had crossed paths with before. A flicker of barely perceptible confusion passed through Fan Lin's eyes as he recognized her. Before he could utter a word, Sumushio moved first. She looked up at Fan Lin without speaking, instead raising a finger to point behind her. Fan Lin followed her gesture and looked in that direction. A short distance away, 3 casually dressed young men with frivolous expressions were following Sumushio at a calculated distance, their predatory gaze fixed on her. "Help me teach those 3 a lesson." Sumushio's voice was as cold and clear as ice, cutting straight to the point without any pretense. "Why? Don't we barely know each other?" Fan Lin raised an eyebrow at her request. He had only encountered Sumushio once before, and getting involved on her behalf would only bring trouble to himself for no reason. 1 million long currency. Sumushio was concise. 1 million. You should know my background, right? Do I look like someone who's short on money? Fan Lin replied with a smile. Sumushio. 2 million. Fan Lin. This isn't about the money. Sumushio. 5 million. Deal. Fan Lin's previous calm demeanor vanished instantly, replaced by a bright, enthusiastic smile. The speed of his transformation was seamless, almost fluid, with zero sense of inconsistency. Sumushio, who had expected Fan Lin to continue refusing, couldn't help but show a hint of surprise on her previously cold and composed face when she heard his quick deal. "Kid, who do you think you are? Get lost and mind your own business." Just as Fan Lin and Sumushio reached an agreement, the 3 boys approached from a short distance away. They surrounded Fan Lin and Sumushio, their gazes toward him filled with hostility and ill will. "Scram before you get yourself into trouble." The leader, a young man with a buzz cut, scrutinized Fan Lin from head to toe with contempt in his eyes and an arrogant tone. "Don't you know your place? Do you really think you're worthy of getting close to Sumushio?" The other 2 chimed in, their glares fixed on Fan Lin with menacing threats hanging from their lips. "Don't you know who I am?" Rather than anger at their arrogant demands, Fan Lin simply laughed and scanned the 3 of them with amusement. "No, you. What kind of person are you anyway, worthy of our recognition?" The buzz-cut boy burst out laughing as if he'd heard the funniest joke, his face twisted in mockery. "I'm telling you, kid, brother Jiang is a top 100 genius on the Earth rankings. You can't afford to mess with him. Just scram right now, or don't blame us for making things difficult for you at Modi University." The 2 behind the buzz-cut boy echoed their agreement, their words dripping with disdain for Fan Lin. Despite hearing their arrogant boasts, Fan Lin's smirk never faded, though his eyes gradually turned cold. What he lacked most was any shortage of methods for dealing with such bullies and arrogant people. "Since you can't even speak properly, might as well lose that mouth of yours." Before the words even left his mouth, Fan Lin moved without hesitation. His speed was so extreme that in the blink of an eye he became nothing but a blur. Slap. 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 3 crisp, loud slaps echoed almost simultaneously, shattering the silence of the campus. The 3 couldn't even register Fan Lin's movement before a searing pain exploded across their faces. They were spun around uncontrollably by the tremendous force and crashed hard to the ground. Blood rushed to their mouths as several teeth flew out, leaving them utterly humiliated. "How dare you strike us? Do you even know who we are? You dare throw hands on campus? You'll face the consequences." Lying on the ground, they clutched their swollen faces while pointing at Fan Lin and continuing to yell. "Enough noise. It seems I didn't hit hard enough." Fan Lin sneered and appeared before them in an instant. "What? What are you doing? Don't come any closer." The 3 turned pale and stumbled backward in panic. Fan Lin ignored them and raised his hand again. Slap. 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 The relentless sound of palm strikes echoed through the air once more. Within minutes, the 3 who had been so arrogant and insolent were now sprawled on the ground. Clutching their faces in agony, any trace of their former bravado had vanished completely. A closer look would reveal that none of their teeth remained in their mouths. Yet even after all this, Fan Lin wasn't satisfied. He stepped forward and delivered several brutal kicks to all 3 of them. His force was precisely controlled, enough to avoid killing yet sufficient to leave them curled on the ground wailing in agony. Still got anything clever to say? Or are you done playing tough? Fan Lin asked, looking down at the three. Guh. 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 They hurried to plead for mercy, but their jaws were too swollen to form coherent words. Silence means defiance. Good, I'll respect your spine then. Fan Lin sneered coldly. The three's pupils contracted sharply upon hearing his words. Panic surged within them, yet they could only frantically wave their arms to protest. Their eyes now held nothing but pure fear and apprehension as they looked at Fan Lin. But Fan Lin ignored their desperate gestures and raised his arm once more. Slap. 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 Minutes later all three lay completely collapsed on the ground, unable to move. Only then did Fan Lin lower his arm and cast them a cold glance. I'm in a good mood today, so consider this a lesson. With that he turned away from the three shivering figures on the ground. He turned towards Sumushue, who stood nearby with her usual cool expression. I've settled that matter for you. When will the 5 million be transferred? Fan Lin brushed away imaginary dust from his hands and glanced up at Sumushue. Before the end of today. Sumushue's reply was terse and to the point. The account details were sent to you before. Transfer it to the same one as last time. That's all. I'm leaving. Fan Lin added. Sumushue gave a slight nod. Seeing this, Fan Lin said nothing further and started to walk away. Yet the moment Fan Lin took his first step, a shrill and cutting shout abruptly rang out from the tree-lined path nearby. Who dares lay hands on someone openly on campus? That is outright lawlessness. A middle-aged figure clad in a mentor's uniform hurried over. His gaze fell first upon the three boys on the ground clutching their faces and wailing, and his expression darkened instantly. Whoever dares to strike down fellow students with such cruelty on school grounds, I was the one who did it. Any objections? Fan Lin spoke up at that moment. Upon hearing Fan Lin's voice, the mentor instinctively turned his head toward Fan Lin and Sumushue. His eyes were sharp and ready to unleash further condemnation, but the instant he clearly recognized Fan Lin's face, his whole body went rigid. The formidable aura he had radiated a moment before instantly collapsed like a deflated balloon. Any trace of severity vanished from his face, replaced entirely by astonishment and dread. He hastily composed himself, and quickened his pace, his tone obsequious and reverent, any shred of a mentor's dignity gone. So it is you, Commander Lin. What are you doing here? As he spoke, his eyes swiftly scanned the scene, the three fallen figures on the ground alongside Fan Lin and Sumushue standing apart, and understanding flashed within him. So this girl from the Su family is actually Commander Lin's companion. In that case, these three louts went and provoked a 7th-rank powerhouse over her. Were they seeking death? It was hardly surprising he entertained such thoughts. He had been present at the freshman opening ceremony, and was fully aware of Commander Lin's status and strength. What? Am I not permitted to be here? Fan Lin raised an eyebrow. Of course you are, it's not what I meant at all. The middle-aged mentor quickly waved his hands. Since Commander Lin himself has taken action, this must have been a misunderstanding. Those three certainly lack propriety and show no respect for the elders, offending you in their ignorance. The middle-aged mentor turned and shot a scathing glare at the three students on the ground, then immediately faced Fan Lin with an ingratiating smile. Are those your students? Why, yes, they are. I am unaware of what offense they may have committed against Commander Lin, but please allow me to apologize on their behalf. Cold sweat poured down the middle-aged mentor's face. You really ought to keep a tighter rein on your students. Their tongues are foul. I stepped in and dealt with them for you. Surely you don't mind? Fan Lin regarded him with a placid expression. Not at all. Not in the slightest. To dare insult Commander Lin, what blatant disrespect and reckless boldness. They deserve punishment. Heavens, they most certainly did. That you took action yourself was entirely justified. The mentor nodded furiously like a wooden fish striker, his face spread with an obsequious grin, his tone dripping with sycophancy. Then that is settled. Remember to manage your students well in the future, Fan Lin said dismissively. Yes. It was my failure in instruction. I will return and enforce strict discipline. They shall never act so recklessly again. The mentor hastened to admit his fault, bowing even lower. Sumushue, watching from the sidelines, her cool eyes shifted ever so slightly. Her gaze toward Fan Lin carried a barely perceptible trace of surprise. Observing the other party's remarkably accommodating attitude, Fan Lin did not press the matter further. Glancing once more at the three on the ground and the mentor, he turned and departed. Sumushue, standing nearby, also had no intention of lingering now that the matter was concluded. It was not until Fan Lin and Su Mushua's figures had completely vanished into the distance that the mentor's obsequious smile gradually faded. In its place came a face wreathed in fury and ill humor. He whipped his head around and glared viciously at the three motionless students on the ground, his eyes brimming with loathing. Why go provoking someone like Commander Lin, a 7th-rank powerhouse, when you could have left anyone else alone? Absolute curses! He had already resolved to sever his mentorship with these three the moment he returned, lest they drag him down with them. Of course, none of this concerned Fan Lin anymore. He had already arrived at the campus cafeteria. As expected of one of the 4 top universities in the Dragon Nation, even the cafeteria ingredients are made from high-quality beast meat. Having just finished serving himself, Fan Lin stood by his seat and regarded the food in his bowl with quiet contemplation. He ate swiftly, finishing in under 10 minutes. Wiping his mouth with a napkin, Fan Lin rose and left the cafeteria, making his way toward the campus supermarket. Half an hour later he emerged from its entrance. All the provisions he had just purchased were already stowed away within his system space. However, instead of heading straight back to the villa, Fan Lin drew a black card from his pocket. The card felt exquisite to the touch, engraved with intricate patterns. This was Fan Lin's identity card from Moki University, given to him not long ago by Su Qingyuan. It not only recorded all of his registration information at Moki University, but also carried the 10,000 credit points originally granted to him. Let's head to the Moa building first. Fan Lin rubbed the card between his fingertips, his gaze drifting toward the magnificent structure deep within the campus, its ancient aura radiating from every weathered surface. The Moa building served as the central hub of Moku University, where students could exchange cultivation resources, consult technique archives, and undertake trials to temper their abilities. Since he possessed such a considerable number of credits, Fan Lin naturally intended to make full use of them to exchange for suitable cultivation resources. With that thought, he clenched the black card firmly and strode purposefully toward the Moa building. On the planet Blue Star within Long Kingdom's Jiangnan province, a mountain range lay shrouded in drifting mist and clouds. Verdant pines stood lush and flourishing, their foliage thriving. All was serene and tranquil, isolated from the clamor and turmoil of the mundane world, as if a paradise on earth. Upon the soft emerald lawn atop the mountain peak, a young man sat alone in quiet contemplation. Gazing at the magnificent yet gentle landscape below, he fell into deep reverie. The young man's features were gentle, his expression calm and peaceful. His aura was utterly still, devoid of any spiritual energy fluctuation, appearing no different from an ordinary person. He simply gazed quietly into the distance, his thoughts drifting to some unknown realm. A gentle breeze stirred the vegetation, swaying the plants softly, creating an atmosphere of peace and serenity. Lin Fan, what are you doing here? A lively, bright, and sweet female voice slowly drifted from behind the young man, shattering the tranquility. Upon hearing the voice, Lin Fan snapped back to reality and slowly turned his head. The newcomer was a cutely adorable little girl who appeared to be 16 or 17 years old. Her eyes sparkled with animation, her smile sweet and innocent, radiating a playful and carefree temperament. Nothing much. Just suddenly remembered some things from the past. Lin Fan responded softly. Past memories. What kind of things? Su Xiaoxiao quickly approached him, tilting her head with curiosity blazing in her eyes. Nothing much, just some trivial matters. Lin Fan offered a faint smile and said no more. He looked at the girl before him and asked casually, aren't you usually always clinging to Mushue? Why are you here today? Sister Mushue went out on business yesterday and isn't around for now. Sister Qingyuan has also been in seclusion preparing to break through to the king class realm, so I've been incredibly bored by myself. I came to find you. Su Xiaoxiao answered with a grin, walking straight over to sit beside Lin Fan in her ever-playful manner. Qingyuan is about to break through to the king class. Lin Fan was somewhat surprised upon hearing this. That's right. I've felt the signs of breakthrough recently. It could happen at any time. Su Xiaoxiao nodded repeatedly. And here you are having the nerve to say that. Ever since you broke through to the Nine Tails realm, you've let your guard down and neglected your cultivation. As a result, you've been stuck at the peak of the 9th stage ever since, with not the slightest sign of breakthrough. Lin Fan reached out and ruffled Su Xiaoxiao's hair. Oh, come on. No need to rush. Just let cultivation follow its natural course. There's no need to be so anxious. Upon hearing this, Su Xiaoxiao stuck out her tongue, blinked playfully, and acted entirely unfazed. Fine, do as you please. Watching Su Xiaoxiao's unchanged, mischievous demeanor, Lin Fan smiled helplessly. A sudden memory surfaced. He vividly recalled their first encounter decades ago. Back then she had already been just as quirky, spirited, and carefree. Countless years had flowed by, yet she remained largely unchanged. 1,000 thoughts swept through his mind, but Lin Fan gently shook his head and pushed aside all past memories. Alright, enough of that. Let's head home. Lin Fan slowly rose to his feet and looked at Su Shuxiao, his voice gentle. Okay, let's go home. I want fish soup and roasted meat tonight, Lin Fan, you're making them for me. Su Shuxiao's eyes instantly lit up with delight. She quickly sprang to her feet and nodded firmly, her voice crisp and cheerful. The setting sun poured its golden rays down, bathing the entire mountain forest in warm amber light, rendering the world with exceptional tenderness. Lin Fan and Su Xiaoxiao walked side by side, stepping forward into the fading glow. Their figures drew close together, strolling leisurely within the warm sunlight. The end.